Who understands, guys? As the universe was about to collapse, energy fragments transformed into Tang. Born with a cheat, I saved my mom right away. At 1.5 years old, I couldn't stand my drunk dad searching for my mom. Not only did I find her, but I also activated a cheat that pieced together my mom's soul. When Tang Hao saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. The plot was incredible. Let me tell you, the scene at that time was just amazing. The sky was filled with the light of soul skills, boo like fireworks, all directed at my mom. I was in my dad's arms, still a little baby, watching my mom about to disappear, and I was so anxious that I almost showcased a baby rage. Guess what happened? A bright light suddenly shone on my forehead. A beam of golden light dazzled their eyes and blocked all the attacks. Wow. I was stunned myself. How could a newborn have such power? Who understands, guys? I had to have a cheat to save my mom right after being born. This story is a long one, starting from when our universe was about to end. At that time, our universe was like a giant KTV room, filled with flashing starlight. It looked cool, but we were about to lose power and close down. On a yellowish planet, a group of big shots was holding an emergency meeting. Leading them was an old turtle who had lived for who knows how many years, hunched over with a cane, trembling. He stared at a huge armillary sphere for a long time, coughed, sighed, and said, "There's no saving it, just wait to die." Meeting adjourned. As soon as he said that, the crowd erupted. A red-haired brother, whose true form was a Kuei Nyo, with a terrible temper, slammed the table and stood up. "I'm not afraid of dying, but I refuse to die like this. I won't accept it." The old turtle said slowly, "Brother, it's not that I'm not trying, the universe just can't hold on anymore. We cultivators have sucked all the energy out of the universe. The immortals refuse to die, and new young ones keep popping up. This server can't take it anymore." He paused and added, "Actually, that universe war a while back was instigated by me. I thought a few deaths would replenish the universe, but what happened? Wow, this old turtle is quite sinister to save energy for the universe. He directly orchestrated a universal battle royale. And what was the result? It backfired, and the universe was rushed to the ICU, not only failing to recover, but depleting even faster." After hearing this, the big shots turned green, realizing their kin had died for nothing. But this wasn't the time to hold anyone accountable. The old turtle looked at everyone, his voice hoarse, and said, "The way of the great is 50, and the heavens are 14. There is always a glimmer of hope. Either a fierce person emerges, like the one from the last epoch, breaking through the cosmic barrier and bringing in some investment from the outside. Or there's only the second option, return to the source." As soon as he finished speaking, in front of everyone, he severed his own heart vein. "Gentlemen, I've lived long enough, he'll go first." With a poof, he disappeared, transforming into a surge of energy returning to the earth. At that moment, everyone realized that this old man was the current top expert. Seeing this, the red-haired Kuei Nyo got fired up too. "Damn it, I'm going too." With a flash of red light, he self-destructed as well. The scene was like dragons and phoenixes, one after another sacrificing themselves, all wanting to recharge the universe. Unfortunately, they didn't see that after the heart of the universe absorbed this energy, it emitted not the light of life, but strange black ashes. This universe truly had no hope left. But the old turtle still had a backup. His shell transformed into a super formation, gathering all the last bits of energy, and aimed a shot at the universe's wall. It blasted open a hole smaller than a needle's tip, shooting out a small piece of broken energy fragment. That's right, guys, that fragment is the source of my power. The scene shifted, and I found myself in Douluo, a continent, becoming a baby named Tang. My dad, Tang Hao, was holding me and my brother Tang San, surrounded by a large group of people. The leader on the opposite side was called Qian Xuanji, dressed in shiny gold, like a golden saint, demanding my dad hand over my mom. My dad was incredibly tough. "Qian Xuanji, you wish. If you want to touch my wife, you have to step over my dead body." But he was already running low on energy, completely at his last breath. My mom, Ain, saw the situation and stepped forward, saying, "I'm willing to go with you." Then she handed me and my brother to my dad. My dad was so anxious he couldn't speak. "No, don't." But my mom didn't listen at all. Her blue light surged, ready to sacrifice herself to buff my dad. Qian Xuanji and his crew panicked, unleashing all sorts of soul skills like six-winged angels, throwing everything they had at us. Then, the scene at the beginning happened. I, Tang, an ordinary baby, activated the built-in firewall on my forehead, and bam, it all got blocked. Unfortunately, the cheat could only activate once, and the sacrifice couldn't stop. My mom eventually transformed into a soul, gently telling my dad, "How go? Take good care of the two children." Then she transformed into a tentasandier red circle that wrapped around my dad. My dad went crazy, putting us down and charging at them with a hammer. After that fight, 6 months later, my dad took us to hide in a corner called Holy Soul Village, living in a broken thatched house. Then, he completely gave up. Every day, he just held a bottle of wine, staring blankly at the stove, his eyes vacant enough to run a horse. I tell you, those days were a challenge to the survival limits of human infants. As for me, when I got hungry, I cried, believing that a crying baby gets fed. My brother Tang, Sam, was different. He had the soul of a 29-year-old adult inside him. He couldn't bring himself to cry, so he endured. The result was that I could at least get by with my crying, while he was starving and looking pale. By the time I was 1.5 and could eat solid food, good heavens, every meal was just watery porridge with 10 grains of rice that could be counted on my fingers. Even the greedy disaster relief officials would shed tears of remorse. One time, I couldn't take it anymore, and I cried out, pointing at my drunk dad, struggling to say 2 words. "You bad." My brother was still beside me, trying to comfort me. "Little brother, if you don't drink, you'll be hungry." Who understands, guys? My brother was truly a chosen victim, even in such dire circumstances. He still stood by our dad. I finally understood that relying on this dad, we would starve to death sooner or later. No way, if my biological dad wouldn't raise us, I would find my mom. With a thought, the mark on my forehead lit up again, and whoosh, I flew up. "Goodbye, drunk dad. You and your precious eldest son can go off to find mom." That mark was like a high-precision GPS, automatically locking onto my mom's coordinates, bringing me to a waterfall in a valley. It took me straight through the wall. Wow, what are physical rules? Can they be eaten? It was pitch black inside, and just when I was about to be scared, my cheat automatically activated a lighting function. How considerate. At the end, there was a small stone room with a blue little grass in the middle, adorned with golden patterns, looking completely different from other flashy things. Although it was just a grass, I could feel the blood connection. I knew at a glance that this was my mom. I couldn't hold it in any longer and cried out loud, releasing all my grievances from the past year and a half. The leaves of that little grass even moved, as if to wipe my tears. I choked out, "Mom." This call directly activated my mom's spirit. A beam of light shot down onto her, and the visual effects were stunning. My mom's soul was materialized just like that. A piece of blue soul bone flew out from the ground, and with a duong sound, was stuffed into her body, making her more solid. A gentle and beautiful woman appeared before me, with long blue hair and a blue gold gown, looking unbelievably stunning. I immediately jumped into her embrace and wouldn't let go, starting to complain wildly. "Mom, Dad is bad. Every day, he doesn't let me and brother cook. Brother is so hungry. Very small, very small." I spilled all the dirt about my dad, like how he drinks every day, smells terrible, and often scolds me for messing my clothes. My mom's heart broke, hearing this. The image of the gentle and strong man she had in her mind shattered in an instant. I cried until I was exhausted and fell asleep in her arms, mumbling before drifting off, "Mom, don't leave, it's not good." My mom held me tightly, her eyes filled with both guilt and dissatisfaction towards Tang Hao. At that moment, my dad, who was still sulking in the house with a drink, suddenly felt a disturbance where he buried my mom, thinking there was a tomb raider, and instantly blew up, transforming into a streak of light and rushing over. My brother Tang San, still dazed in the house, watched my dad fly out and nearly dropped his jaw. My alcoholic father turned out to be a martial arts master. Neither of them knew that the one who could cause the most ruckus at home had already run away and brought mom back. In the cave, my mom was holding me when suddenly there was a huge bang as my dad charged in like a cannonball. He was initially full of murderous intent, but when he saw my mom holding me, he turned to stone. The woman in front of him looked exactly like the one in his memories. But what about him? Greasy hair, a scruffy beard, and the smell of alcohol looked nothing like a titled Dalu. He trembled as he walked over, wanting to reach out and touch my mom, so excited that he could hardly speak. "I am my eye on you. You are alive." As he spoke, this towering man, at nearly 2 meters tall, suddenly wooed and squatted on the ground, crying like a child. A 300-pound child. My mom looked at him with a disappointed expression, originally filled with anger, but now she found it hard to voice her feelings. However, when she looked down and saw me, her resolve hardened again. "You get up first." My mom's tone was as cold as ice. Tang Hao quickly stood up, looking like a student who had done something wrong, and cautiously asked, "And are you okay?" "I'm not okay." My mom forced her face to stay stern. "What did I tell you before my sacrifice? To take good care of the child. Is this how you take care of him? Do you know how Xiaoyin sees you? He doesn't even want to acknowledge you as his father." My dad was rendered speechless and tried to change the subject. "By the way, Ian, how did you wake up? Don't try to change the topic." My mom saw right through it. "It was your son, Xiaoyin, who used his mysterious powers to wake me up. Now, Let's talk about whether you truly care about our children. They have your blood running through their veins too. My dad was completely at a loss for words and could only lower his head and admit his mistake. It's all my fault. I shouldn't be so despondent. I have let you down. My mom seemed to soften a bit when she saw his attitude towards admitting his mistakes. You're not sorry to me, but to the two children. The way I am now is not really a resurrection. It's just a temporary manifestation of Xiaoyin's power. How? Your actions have disappointed me greatly. From now on, you need to take on your responsibilities as a father. I don't want to wake up next time and find the two children still have the same attitude towards you. Next time? Tang Hao quickly caught the key point in my mom's words. Let me tell you, my mom's next time was not just a polite remark. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly transformed into a burst of blue starlight and zoomed right into my forehead. Goodness, even that 10,000-year soul bone was packed along with it. At that moment, I felt a warmth on my forehead, as if I had gained some kind of mark. Like a furnace. Tang Hao was completely dumbfounded, but this time there was no despair in his eyes. Instead, a small spark of hope emerged. He looked at me, who had fallen asleep, and, probably too excited, he wanted to gnaw my face with his scruffy beard. Family, who understands? I was originally sleeping soundly, dreaming of my mother's fragrance, but when I opened my eyes, wow, there was a face comparable to Zhang Fei right in front of me, with the stench of last night's alcohol almost sending me away on the spot. I let out a cry and had a complete emotional breakdown, crying heartbreakingly and kicking my little short legs, just not wanting him to touch me. Now, it was his turn to be flustered. A tidal doll was almost brought to his knees by a little baby. He held me, his voice trembling with tears. Little Silver, be good. It's Dad's fault. Dad was a jerk before. Just give me one more chance, just once, okay? I tell you at that time, he didn't have the slightest bit of the imposing aura of the Haotian Dalu. He was as humble as anything. Although I'm small, I understand. Seeing him cry with snot and tears, my struggle also lessened. I stretched out my little hand, disdainfully wiped his tears, and in a childish voice, I made 3 rules with him. Before bad, after must good. He nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. For now on good. As soon as I saw hope, I quickly made a request. I want to eat meat. Great. For now on, I'll eat meat every day and won't drink that awful porridge anymore. You smell bad. All right. I want tea drink anymore. Don't be mean to me. I want tea be mean to you anymore. I'll treat you well from now on. Just like that, we reached a truce. He carried me back to the village, and along the way, the villagers avoided him like he was a plague. He didn't take care and just took me home. My brother Tang San, let me tell you, he was waiting for us at the door with that little adult look. When he saw our dad carrying me back, he finally relaxed his worried heart. Dad even unusually patted his head, speaking in a gentle tone. Xiao San, we're back. Just that one sentence made my brother's little body stiffen for a moment. He was probably deeply moved. After we entered the house, Tang Hao put on a show of turning over a new leaf. He first borrowed a chicken from the village chief's house and quickly made a delicious chicken porridge for us to eat. I tell you, that was the best meal I've had in my 2 lifetimes. While he was tidying up the house, I stuffed myself full and mysteriously leaned in close to my brother. Gidge, I have a secret to tell you. Tang San was shocked at that moment, stuttering as he asked, You mean, you found, Mom? I nodded emphatically, pointing to my forehead. Mom, it's right here. My brother's expression instantly changed from shock to one of concern for a mentally challenged child. He reached out to touch my forehead and mumbled, Brother, are you having a hysterical episode? I was anxious and desperately wanted to call my mom out to show her to him, but there was no reaction at all. My brother spoke in a tone meant for coaxing a child. I know you saw Mom. I believe you. He said this, but his expression told a different story. Well, this matter seems impossible to clarify. In the days that followed, Tang Hao seemed like a completely different person. First, he renovated that shabby house from top to bottom, patched the leaking roof, repaired the broken walls, and tidied up the yard. The next day, when I opened my eyes, I was even more shocked. Standing in front of me was a clean-shaven man with neatly tied hair and a spirited look, handsome and uncle-like. Wait, who are you? He noticed I had wet the bed, but didn't scold me. Instead, he gently helped me clean up and change my pants, then brought me warm goat milk and egg custard. At that moment, I had one thought. That father-son reconciliation yesterday couldn't have been real, could it? While my dad was trying hard to be a good father and my brother was focused on practicing his Shantian skills, my mind was a whirlwind. After my mother's soul entered the mark on my forehead, she found herself in a place like the Starry Sea. Inside, besides her own body and soul bone, there were actually 2 super artifacts. A long spear and a blood-red bow. Just as she was in shock, an old voice began to speak. An old man who called himself Old Turtle appeared and said he was a remnant of a deceased old man from a destroyed universe. Those two artifacts were the last relics of their universe, called the branches of the World Tree and the Beast Bough. By coincidence, they had been lodged with his remnant soul and now resided within me. Even more explosive was the fact that this old man said these two artifacts would gradually replace the martial soul I was originally supposed to have. This meant that what I would awaken in the future would not be my parents' Haotian hammer and blue silver emperor, but these two universe-level cheats. It was like a forced system reinstallation for me. He requested my mother not to interfere, and in exchange, he would take me as his disciple and teach me how to cultivate. My mom is not stupid. As soon as she heard this tremendous fortune coming down, how could she possibly disagree? This is a divine opportunity. She immediately agreed for me. Just a few days after this was settled, I was having lunch when suddenly I heard my mom's voice in my head. Xiaoyin, can you hear me? I was so excited that I almost threw the bowl, standing up and jumping around, shouting at the top of my lungs, Mom, I can hear you. My shout scared my dad so much that he dropped his bowl and rushed to my side in one quick leap. My brother also looked at me with that expression of it's over. My little brother has completely lost it. My mom quickly taught me how to communicate with my mind. That's how I learned to talk to her silently. I told her everything about my dad's changes in the past few days. Tang Hao was beside me, unable to hear, anxiously scratching his head and repeatedly asking, Xiaoyin, what did your mom say? Does she have anything to say to me? I had no choice but to act as a messenger. My mom told him not to overthink it, and that taking care of the child should be genuine, not for show. Tang Hao listened, and while he felt disappointed, he became even more motivated. My brother watched our conversation from afar, and his curiosity was off the charts. So he asked me to pass on a message. Mom, I miss you so much. After a while, I brought back the message. Mom said, Xiao San, I miss you too. Days went by like this, and before we knew it, we were 3 years old. In the past year and a half, my dad used some unknown source of gold soul coins to completely transform our home into a brick house, and our meals were filled with meat every day. However, every few days I had to soak in that medicinal bath, which hurt so much that I cried out and called him a bad guy. But my mom said it was for my own good, so I endured it. On the night of my 3rd birthday, I dreamed of entering that spiritual sea of consciousness. I finally saw the magnificent galaxy and met the old turtle and my longed-for mother. The scene was incredibly touching. I hugged my mother's leg and wouldn't let go, and she kept kissing me endlessly. After we had enough of our affectionate moments, the old turtle came out to oversee the situation. My mother told me that this old man saved her and wanted to take me as his disciple. As soon as I heard that I could learn skills to protect my mom, I agreed without a second thought. The apprenticeship ceremony was very simple. I cupped my hands in front of the old turtle's shadow, and that was it. The old turtle didn't hold back and directly passed on a technique to me, with a powerful name, the universe as a furnace. He said that to practice this, I first needed to refine a furnace of fate within my own body. I told you, my talent is quite impressive. In just a few days, under the guidance of Old Turtle, I refined a light blue furnace that is as beautiful as crystal. Old Turtle stroked his beard, looking pleased. Not bad, the foundation is laid. But you're only 3 years old. There's no rush to cultivate. First focus on honing your bones and muscles. I listened with half understanding and blinked my big eyes at him, asking, Master, what is muscle and bone? What is the foundation? I tell you, these bones and muscles, all the parts of your body, such as meridians, organs, and bones, all count. Master was pointing and gesturing at my soul body while he spoke. It felt like an anatomy class, and I finally recognized myself completely. As for the foundation, Master made a very vivid analogy. He said, just think of me as a wooden barrel, and the foundation is made up of the wooden planks that form the barrel. If you want to hold water, it's not about the longest plank, but the shortest one. Do you understand? Cultivation is the same principle. The weakest part of you determines the level you can reach in this lifetime. As soon as I heard that, I understood immediately. Then Master began to teach me serious things, how to use my life furnace to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And he passed on to me a powerful set of mental formulas. These years have flown by. My mother, a yin soul, has been cultivating next to the spear created by the world tree, making rapid progress in her understanding of the laws of life. She was originally the blue-silver emperor, so working with life energy is her forte, and now, with a more advanced external aid, her cultivation speed is like riding a rocket. However, she also encountered a bottleneck. She felt that just having a soul body was not enough, and that she needed to bring out her true body to truly experience what life is. Otherwise, it would just be theoretical discussions. Before I knew it, I was almost 6 years old. My heaven and earth as furnace has already made some achievements. And absorbing spiritual energy feels as natural as breathing. My master, Old Turtle, not only taught me cultivation, but also instilled in me life philosophies every day. He is truly my life mentor. My brother Tang San is stuck at the first level of his Xiantian Kung Fu. Every morning, he runs to the top of the back mountain to practice his purple extreme demon eye in front of the rising sun. As a result, he has grown quite tall. But he has also gotten very dark, looking like a spirited young man. What shocks me the most is my dad, Tang Hao. He has completely turned around. Every day, besides working as a blacksmith and hammering away, he occasionally disappears, and when he returns, he brings back a pile of gold soul coins and precious herbs. My brother and I have seen an improvement in our meals. We can eat soul beast meat every few days. Moreover, he is now very patient and spends time with us after work. I have long confessed to him about Old Turtle's matter, and when he heard that Old Turtle was my mom's lifesaver, he immediately agreed to let me become a disciple. Recently, my dad has even started giving us lessons about this continent. This is completely different from the original story, where the father just tossed his son to a master to raise. Let me tell you, the jobs he takes on now are not simple. He takes on bounty tasks from the black market, such as assassinations and hunting specific soul beasts, living on the edge. The black market has a deep connection with the spirit hall, and my dad's wanted notice is still at the top of the bounty list. So he is very careful every time, only accepting tasks that are neither too difficult nor too simple, focusing on quietly entering the village, avoiding any gunfire. That night, he explained to us, the land beneath our feet is called Douluo continent, divided between two great empires, with Tiando in the north and Xinghua in the south. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out a pitch-black giant hammer out of thin air. See this? This is a martial spirit. Everyone awakens it at the age of 6. And if they have soul power at the time of awakening, then they can cultivate and become a soul master. My brother and I were both wide-eyed. Wow, it just appeared out of nowhere. This hammer, called the Haotian hammer, is the inherited martial soul of the continent's #1 sect, the Haotian sect. I quickly asked, what is the Haotian sect? Besides the empires, there are many powerful forces on the continent. The top one is the Spirit Hall, which even the empires have to give some face to. I suddenly remembered. It's that small, broken building at the entrance of the village? Yes. When my dad talks about the Spirit Hall, he gets really worked up, and his tone is full of disdain. Their branches are spread all over the continent, like blood-sucking bugs, so overbearing. I was puzzled. Aren't they supposed to send people every year to help the children awaken their martial souls? Who would take care of us without them? That's just buying people's hearts. My dad became excited all of a sudden, but quickly calmed down. Xiaoyin, you're still young. Some things I'll tell you later. Great, here we go again. I noticed something was off with his mood, so I didn't ask further. But I was clear in my heart that my mother's past was definitely connected to the Spirit Hall. Although my mom never told me how she died, she always dodged my questions, but the seed of hatred had already been sown in my heart. However, I also knew that thinking about this now was useless. I would deal with it when I became powerful. Then my dad educated us about the 7 major sects, mentioning the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects. The Haotian sect, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, saying they were opposing the Spirit Hall. Finally, on the night of our 6th birthday, my dad called me and my older brother over and said he wouldn't let us go to the village for the unified awakening. He would do it personally. Why? Because he was afraid. What if one of us awakened a Haotian hammer and got discovered by the Spirit Hall? That would be like sending our heads directly to them. He explained to us that martial souls are usually inherited from parents. Whoever is stronger, the child inherits from them. His Haotian hammer is powerful. And my mom's blue-silver emperor isn't bad either, so it was possible for us to awaken either. Just as he was setting up the awakening stone and preparing to start, I suddenly felt a buzz in my head and was pulled into my spiritual sea by my master. Once inside, I was stunned. My mom, Ayin, was there, her eyes red, clearly having just cried. My master, Old Turtle, was also there, but his body had become very ethereal, like a projection that was about to run out of power, with a particularly gentle smile on his face. Child, I called you here because I have something to tell you. Master, what is it? I was just about to ask what happened to my mom when my master continued. You have been my disciple for 3 years, and I am very happy to have such a good disciple like you after death. Master, you. At that moment, my mind exploded. I had always thought he was in a spiritual state like my mom, but I didn't expect. Old Turtle shook his head. Child, I know what you're thinking. I'm different. I'm just a remnant thought that is about to dissipate, not even a soul. Today, I'm here to say goodbye. Master, tears streamed down my face, and I cried uncontrollably. Was there really no other way? This was my first real encounter with the separation of life and death from a loved one. Xiaoyin, didn't I teach you that a man shouldn't shed tears easily? But you also said it's only because it hasn't reached the point of sadness. I cried while arguing back. Ha ha, you child. My master smiled, his body becoming even more ethereal. I didn't teach you any great principles. I feel quite sorry for you. He told me that the gun and bow he left in my body had already fused with me, and he didn't stop it. Because those were the last remnants of his universe. If they left me, they would completely disappear. Now, they will become your martial souls, as my final selfish wish. Goodness. I was stunned. My master was swapping something for me? Master, how could I blame you? You saved my mom and taught me the techniques. Everything I have is thanks to you. I cried even harder. Old Turtle's figure became fainter. He finally introduced me to the two artifacts. The long gun was forged from the branches of the world tree, named Destiny. That bow was made from the bones of countless powerful beings, with phoenix bones for the frame and dragon tendons for the string, called the Dragon Phoenix Bow. Xiaoyin, let me teach you one last principle. Cherish the loved ones in front of you, and don't let yourself regret. His voice grew softer until it completely dissipated in my spiritual sea. The two weapons then swiftly merged into my body. It was as if no one named Old Turtle had ever been in this world. Only I, cry like a dog, and my mom, who was secretly wiping her tears beside me, remained. When my consciousness returned to reality, my dad saw that I had woken up but looked particularly downcast. He didn't ask much and directly hugged me, saying, "It's okay, Xiaoyin, Dad is here." The next day, I collected my emotions and told my dad, "Dad, let's start the martial soul awakening. My master has passed away. My martial soul isn't the blue-silver emperor or the Haotian hammer, but the two weapons he left for me." My dad was completely stunned on the spot. The amount of information was overwhelming, and his brain was nearly overheating. He must have been thinking to himself, is my son's martial soul no longer related to me and his mom? Could it be I'm an accidental father? Family, who understands? In Douluo continent, this is a huge deal, but he quickly came to terms with it, his gaze becoming particularly resolute. Whatever, Xiaoyin is my son. A martial soul left by such a strong person must be even more powerful. This is my son's opportunity. The awakening ceremony began, and my dad summoned the Haotian hammer with a bang. 9 spirit rings rose beneath him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The aura was simply astounding. I'll go first. Standing in the center of the magic circle, surrounded by golden light, I feel a warmth in my chest and tingling in my palms. Don't be afraid. Extend your hand. I stretched out my hand, and a brown long spear appeared in my right palm, glowing with light. A faint green halo surrounded the tip of the spear, and the life energy emanated from it. My dad took a whiff and felt that his long-standing hidden injuries had improved slightly. This spear is called Destiny. In my left hand, a blood-red long bow materialized. The bow's body resembled the wings of a phoenix, with a gem embedded in the middle, and the key point is that it didn't even have a bowstring. The aura it radiated, my dad said, was even more terrifying than the Forest King Titan Ape he had seen before. This bow is called the Dragon Phoenix Bow. All right, Xiaoyin, retract your martial soul and test your soul power. I placed my hand on the blue crystal ball, and in an instant, I felt the spiritual energy within me being drained. Then, the crystal ball exploded with a blinding light, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. My dad's eyes almost popped out, and his voice was trembling. This is innate soul power level 20. He was stunned at that moment, saying he had never heard of anyone's innate soul power exceeding level 10. I immediately started off with a significant advantage over others, focusing on a dimensionality reduction strike. I was really tired, both mentally and physically, so I just told my dad and went back to sleep. Then there was my brother Tang San, whose martial soul was the same as in the original story, with a clear sky hammer in his left hand and blue silvergrass in his right. However, the difference was that his blue silvergrass was obviously a luxurious upgraded version, with 7 golden patterns on the leaves, already at the blue silver king level. This was thanks to my dad's financial ability, providing good nutrition since childhood, plus being around me, the heir of the blue-silver emperor bloodline, every day, which led to a passive upgrade. 3 days later, I finally recovered from my sadness. While having breakfast, I told my dad some good news. "Dad, Mom can now come out for a short time." Tang Hao and Tang San's eyes instantly lit up. I extended my right hand, summoned the Spear of Destiny, and used the life energy within to construct my mother's body in the air. Soon, a figure of Ain, dressed in a blue long dress, both ethereal and solid, appeared before us. My dad's tears fell at that moment, his voice trembling. Ain, I finally see you again. How long time no see. The two of them hugged tightly, and my brother next to us looked deeply moved as well. After a while, I couldn't help but say, Dad, are you done hugging? I want to hug with Gidge too. They finally reacted and quickly let go. Then it was warm family time. My mom first hugged my brother, gently comforting him, and then picked me up, giving me a kiss on the cheek. After the family sat down happily, they began discussing serious matters. My dad told my mom about the situation with my martial soul, and my mom explained that my martial soul was divine and granted by an existence far beyond the so-called gods of this world, with a very high quality. At that, my dad's last lingering doubts completely disappeared. Then they started planning my brother's path. My dad initially wanted him to use the Blue Silver King to keep a low profile, but my mom pointed out sharply that using high-quality blue silver grass with the surname Tang would raise more suspicion, while the Haotian hammer could be said to be a lost bloodline, making it safer. My dad thought this made sense, so they decided on that. When it was my turn, my dad was troubled. Xiao-Yin, this spear has such a strong life aura, it feels more like a support type. My mom was very certain. Don't be deceived by appearances, its essence is a gun. It's a weapon. You must be a battle-type soul master. What is a battle-type soul master? I asked curiously. My mom started to educate me about different types, like strong attack type, agility attack type, control type, just like choosing a profession in a game. As soon as I heard that, I immediately raised my small hand. I want to be a powerful attack spirit master to protect my mom. My dad listened thoughtfully and then began to systematically explain the ranks of soul masters to us, from soul warrior to title Dalu, a total of 10 major ranks. He also talked about the colors of soul rings, what white represents for 10 years, yellow for 100 years, all the way to the red soul rings of 100,000 years. I pointed at the soul ring he had shown earlier and asked, is it the same as the circle that floated around my dad that day? Yeah, let me tell you, my dad nodded at that moment, and the next second, wow, 9 circles suddenly popped up from under his feet. Yellow, purple, black, one circle after another, and the last one, wow, blood red. The light effect was simply mesmerizing. My brother's eyes went wide. He was so stunned when he awakened his martial soul that he didn't fully comprehend it at the time. Now, after listening to the introduction and looking again, he finally understands what level of monster my father really is. But what about me? I was completely frozen, staring intently at that blood-red circle. Who among my family understands? The lingering aura on it was exactly the same as my mother's. My mind buzzed, and I recalled the scene from 5 years ago when I first met my mother, that dark cave and the nearly dying little grass. I suddenly blurted out, is this soul ring from my mom, from 100,000 years ago? As soon as I said it, both my dad and mom shuddered, and the atmosphere instantly froze. But my brother seemed to have reacted as well, his mouth agape, probably imagining a family drama in his head, wondering if mom wasn't human or something. In the end, it was my dad who spoke up. He said he didn't want to tell us so early, but he admitted that my mom was a blue-silver emperor who had cultivated for 100,000 years. As for why it became his soul ring, he said it was too cruel for us to understand right now. The truth was, we were still too inexperienced. Only by becoming top-tier soul masters could we have the right to protect the people we wanted to protect. He said that even he himself wasn't qualified yet. This statement brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. It was my mom who couldn't stand it anymore. She said to let the past be the past, and that at least we could still be together as a family, and we shouldn't let hatred ruin our future. Upon hearing this, I immediately raised my little hand and declared with great momentum, from now on, I will protect mom. This made my mom laugh, and she patted my head, saying I was good. In the following days, my dad started to train my brother intensively. He taught him how to use a hammer, emphasizing that the core was to use the waste to generate power, saying it was the master switch for all bodily strength. My dad stood right behind my brother, teaching him hand in hand, using soul power to help him feel how each muscle moved. My brother, with his past life's martial arts foundation, felt he was learning new things and improved his control over strength. I was there beside them, eavesdropping on the lesson, listening intently. 2 days later, my brother finally managed to independently finish a piece of Iron Mother. My dad saw this and said it was time to leave the novice village. That evening, old Grandpa Jack, the village chief, came by with his cane and knocked on our door. As soon as he entered and saw us all packed up, he was momentarily stunned. At that time, my mom had already returned to my body, so he only saw the 3 of us. I quickly went up to greet him. Hello, Grandpa Jack. Old Grandpa Jack patted my head and with a hoarse voice said, tomorrow is the day of soul awakening, and I specifically came to notify you. Upon hearing this, I proudly showed him my soul and said, "Grandpa, I have awakened. I'm already a soul master." Goodness! Old Grandpa Jack's eyes widened like copper bells, his face full of disbelief. I have to say, in my heart, old Grandpa Jack was like family. Back when my dad was as lost as a puddle of mud, he was the one who supported him. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have lived to see my mom that day. My dad saw me showing off to old Grandpa Jack, but he didn't say anything. He walked up and said, "Village Chief Jack, we are ready to leave. Thank you for your care over the years." Saying that, he took out a heavy pouch filled with gold soul coins. When old Grandpa Jack saw this, he knew he couldn't keep us anymore. He sighed and said that time really flies, and he still remembered how my dad carried us to the village back in the day. He took the money and said, "I can see that you are not an ordinary blacksmith. I will accept this money and leave it for those in the village who need help in the future." After a long silence, old Grandpa Jack turned to leave, but suddenly looked back, fixed his gaze on my dad, and said word by word, "Also, there is something I've been holding in for 6 years. You, 6 years ago, were really not a good person." After saying that, he left. My dad stood at the door, watching old Grandpa Jack's figure disappear into the night, without saying a word. I knew he agreed with that statement deep down. The next morning, before dawn, we quietly left Sacred Soul Village. My dad first took us to the nearest nodding city, spent 1,000 gold soul coins to rent a carriage pulled by a lean ma with soul beast lineage, which was incredibly fast. We raced along, passing through various kingdoms and crossing plains, covering thousands of kilometers in 2.5 days, directly reaching the edge of the starry forest. By the time we got there, it was already nighttime. That small town was completely different from other places. It was brightly lit in the middle of the night, resembling a large offline gaming event. The streets were filled with soul masters, some setting up stalls, some trading. And there were many who had just come out of the forest, still covered in blood, with missing arms and broken legs. It was quite a frightening sight. I finally understood that being a soul master is not just about feasting and socializing. It can really be life-threatening. My dad is definitely not a reckless person. Entering the Douluo forest in the middle of the night? That's not called bravery. That's called delivering takeout to soul beasts. He said we sat in the car for 2.5 days, feeling like we were falling apart. With such a poor state, how could we absorb anything? We had to find a hotel to get some proper rest first. He settled us in, then went out to buy some dry food and deworming powder before coming back. He said this time our target was only the outskirts, and a 1,000-year soul beast was nothing he couldn't handle with one hand. The next morning, my brother and I were feeling great, and my dad took us officially into the most formidable gathering place of soul beasts on this continent, the Douluo forest. Once we entered, we saw many soul masters teaming up in small groups. Our trio, a dad with 2 kids, turned heads everywhere. My dad found it annoying and released a bit of his tidal de la aura, and all the gazes around us snapped back like quail. No joke. In a place like this, if you show even a hint of weakness, these people could swallow you whole, skin and bones. My dad was giving us a live lesson while walking. A rabbit suddenly jumped out from the grass over there, and he said, "Soft-boned rabbit, a 10-year soul beast, timid, runs fast, the top choice for commoners in agility attack." As we passed by a blue silvergrass, it actually bent down a little towards us, and my dad said, "This is a cultivated blue silvergrass, paying tribute to your royal bloodline." I was curious, so I reached out and touched that special blue silvergrass. As a result, something magical happened. The grass suddenly transformed into specks of starlight, and all entered my body. My mom's voice echoed in my mind, saying that the little guy sensed her fall and sacrificed itself to help her recover. She didn't want that. Upon hearing this, I felt quite uncomfortable. Just because I acted recklessly, a little one's 10 years of cultivation was lost. The further we walked, the taller the trees became, and the sky turned dark. Suddenly, my dad stopped us in front of a cave. A 3-meter-tall bear emerged from the cave, its fur a golden brown color. The most frightening thing was its claws, long and shiny, looking as if they were made of metal, gleaming with a dark golden light. My dad calmly introduced, "Dark gold terraclaw bear with a very pure bloodline. Around 400 years of cultivation, Shaosan. This will be perfect as your first soul ring." As soon as he finished speaking, my dad's figure flashed, and the bear didn't even have time to react. There was a snap, and its spine was directly broken, leaving it lying on the ground convulsing. My brother and I were almost in shock, and even with my brother activating his purple extreme demon eye, he could barely see the motion of my dad holding back. As for me, I just felt a blur in front of my eyes, and the battle was over. My dad handed my brother a dagger and told him to finish off the bear. Before the bear died, it glared at us with an expression filled with extreme resentment. And at that moment, I felt a chill run down my spine, causing a flash of light to flicker across my body. As a result, my dad's blood energy exploded, and the bear's last bit of resentment was completely shattered. A yellow soul ring floated out, and my brother quickly sat down cross-legged to absorb it. My dad had been giving my brother medicinal baths since he was little, so his physical condition was excellent. Absorbing a 400-year soul ring was a piece of cake for him. My dad was right next to me dealing with the bear's corpse. After flipping it over for a while, he shook his head and said, "What a pity, no soul bone. I'm just asking out of boredom. What is a soul bone?" My dad was educating me, saying that soul bones are treasures that might drop after a soul beast dies, and they can provide an additional soul skill and come in several parts. He said that the most powerful part of the dark golden terror claw bear is its claws, and sometimes it could drop a claw soul bone that can grow along with its owner, but unfortunately, this one didn't have it. As soon as he finished speaking, I instinctively stretched out my hands, slightly clenched my fists, and 6 golden claws suddenly shot out from between my fingers, adorned with strange patterns. I looked at my dad innocently and asked, "Is this it?" My dad fell silent on the spot, completely stunned. I clearly didn't even touch the bear's corpse. "So how did this soul bone end up in my hands?" I quickly explained. "That bear just gave me a glare that scared me to death. So I instinctively used the method of heaven and earth as a furnace to refine the remaining essence in its body, and it turned out like this." I shook the claw in my hand. This operation was like using a cheat code. I didn't even expect it myself. My dad didn't say much, probably not knowing what to say. Half an hour later, my brother finished absorbing and stood up, revealing a hammer that now had a layer of dark golden luster. My dad told him to try out his soul skill, and my brother shouted his first soul skill, Dark Golden Power. The pitch-black Hautian hammer instantly shone with golden light. He dragged the hammer and, using all his strength, slammed it down. With a loud boom, a large pit several meters wide appeared on the ground. My brother, panting heavily, said, "This move can add 100 weight and penetration to the hammer, with a 50 chance to stun the opponent. The downside is, he can barely lift it now." After dealing with my brother, it was my turn. My dad wanted to find me a wood attribute snake-type soul beast, saying it would be the best match for my spear martial soul. As a result, he took us both and walked for 2 whole days in the forest, directly into the depths of the mixed zone, a dangerous area where 10,000-year soul beasts and 1,000-year soul beasts coexist. Finally, we stopped by a deep pool shaded by a gigantic ancient tree, the water as black as ink. My dad said this was called the 1,000-Dragon Pool, the old nest of snake-type soul beasts. As soon as we approached, we felt countless cold, sinister gazes shooting at us from all directions. If it weren't for my dad's pressure keeping us safe, we probably would have been torn apart long ago. My dad shouted into the deep pool with his soul power. "The one in charge of Qianlong Pool, come out and meet me." His voice sounded like thunder, causing the water surface to tremble. After a while, an authoritative female voice came from the bottom of the pool. "Human, what are you doing here?" My dad was very straightforward. "Find a suitable soul ring for my son." The woman's voice instantly became angry. "Do you think this is some kind of place? Asking my subjects to serve as a soul ring for your son in front of me?" Before she could finish her sentence, my dad gestured for me to summon my martial soul. As soon as I took out the Destiny Spear, a rich life force erupted instantly, making the entire Qianlong pool boil like water coming to a boil. This is exactly what soul beasts need for their cultivation. The angry voice from the bottom of the pool suddenly stopped. After a long while, the surface of the water rippled, and an enormous purple snake emerged from the pool. Each scale looked like a purple gemstone, beautiful yet dangerous. Her eyes were fixed on my spear, and then she spoke, her voice surprisingly pleasant. "I can agree to this, but I have one condition." "What condition?" my dad asked. The purple snake made a shocking statement. "I want to become one of his soul rings." "What kind of operation is this? Actively coming forward to be his soul ring? Is it focused on a companion-type cultivation?" She said she was the purple crystal snake emperor, with 80,000 years of cultivation. Her bloodline had reached a bottleneck, and instead of waiting to die here, she might as well take a gamble, become my soul ring, and use the power of my martial soul to evolve her bloodline, also leaving a tremendous opportunity for her descendants. At first, my dad wanted to brush her off, but she directly asked him to swear an oath with his martial soul. My dad hesitated. Such oaths shouldn't be taken lightly. Just then, my mom suddenly appeared, gave my dad a glance, and then, I don't know what happened, but I stepped forward, raised my gun, and solemnly swore, "Thanks to the senior's great favor, I swear by my martial soul's destiny spear that I will come here in the future to fulfill today's promise with the senior. If I break this promise, may heaven and earth deny me." My dad wanted to stop me, but didn't have time. The purple giant snake looked at me differently, praising my courage and saying I wouldn't regret my choice today. Then she said, now, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. She asked for my dad's requirements, which are a wood-type soul beast between 800 and 1,500 years old. Without hesitation, she took down a little snake over a meter long from a nearby big tree, saying it was an 1,100-year-old vinewood flood dragon that had been seriously injured and was about to die after fighting with other soul beasts. Just right for me to use as a soul ring. I followed my dad's advice, took my gun, and stabbed it into that vinewood dragon. As a result, let me tell you, the blue little sun-like furnace behind me lit up with a hum and completely enveloped that snake. The vinewood dragon, along with its flesh and blood and soul, was all absorbed by my gun, turning into a tiny light spot embedded in the gun barrel. This absorption method left the nearby giant snakes dumbfounded, probably worrying about their own future. Once the ritual was over, a purple 1,000-year soul ring rose beneath my feet. But the most outrageous part was yet to come. The vinewood dragon, which was about to die, suddenly burst forth from my soul ring, flying around me energetically. Even more astonishing, it actually evolved. Its originally mixed bloodline became incredibly pure. Dragon horns sprouted from its head, and it grew 4 claws on its body, transforming directly from a dying snake into a small dragon. Now, even the purple giant snake couldn't hold it together anymore, its pupils shaking. Knowing this must be related to me, it asked me what was going on, and I said it might have something to do with my other martial soul. It immediately demanded to see my second martial soul. And when I took out the dragon phoenix bow, the aura drove all the snakes in the 1,000 dragon pool crazy. It finally confirmed that this was the evolutionary opportunity it had been desperately seeking. It looked at me, then at my dad, suddenly changed its mind, and said with unwavering determination, I've changed my mind. I want to become his soul ring right now. My dad and mom shouted back in unison, no, why not? That purple big snake sister directly said, she has a way. Let me tell you, what she means is that she wants to give me a high-end sacrificial package. A normal sacrifice requires a soul beast of 100,000 years, but she is only at 80,000 years, which is not enough. However, she has a way to temporarily take medicine to upgrade and forcibly push it to 100,000 years. Then she can sacrifice it to me at lightning speed. The only side effect is that the power of this soul ring has to be sealed. She can't give it all to me at once, and I have to wait until my level is higher to gradually unlock it. As soon as my mom heard it, she understood immediately. Who among the family understands that kind of determination where one would sacrifice everything for a certain obsession? My mom went through the same for my dad back in the day. She sighed and directly made the decision for me. I'll agree for Xiaoyin. My dad was still not at ease and directly threatened the big snake, saying, we'll keep an eye on you the whole time. If you dare to pull any tricks, this 1,000 dragon pool will disappear from the map after today. The big sister snake just smiled, and that look made me feel uneasy. She leaned over and said, little boy, my future is all riding on you, so don't let me down. Goodness, with words like that, how could a 6-year-old like me handle it? I quickly nodded and said, I will do my best. As soon as I said that, I had just finished absorbing the first spirit ring, and before I could even warm my seat, the installation process for the second spirit ring started. I watched as that huge purple snake suddenly emerged from the water. My goodness, what I had seen before was just the tip of the iceberg. Its body was over 80 meters long, like a moving skyscraper. It flew to a nearby giant tree, and as it flicked its tongue, a glowing spirit herb flew to its mouth. It is said that this herb is incredibly powerful. Before, a nearly titled level expert tried to snatch it, but was severely injured on the spot by several ancient soul beasts that sprang from the tree. And he ran away that night, buying a standing ticket. The big sister snake swallowed the spirit herb in one bite, and then an explosive scene occurred. The scales on its body began to glow, and its aura surged wildly, 85,000, 90,000, 95,000. Finally, with a boom, a layer of blood-red color stained all over its purple scales. 2 colored scales, incredibly cool. Although it seemed not completely satisfied, I was already dumbfounded. Then, the sacrifice began. The light was so bright that my brother Tang San couldn't even open his eyes, and my dad squinted. Probably recalling the scene from 6 years ago when my mom made a sacrifice, his expression very complex. In the light, the purple-red giant snake's body continuously shrank, ultimately turning into a pure energy ball that enveloped me. I quickly raised my fate spear and looked into its eyes, seriously assuring, I won't let you down. As the light dissipated, a purple soul ring appeared beneath my feet, but unlike the first one, this purple ring had a faint layer of blood aura floating on it. looking very high-end. Even more ridiculous was yet to come. I probed my consciousness into my body to see how the big sister snake was doing. To my surprise, there was no snake at all. Instead, there stood a stunning beauty in a colorful long dress with purple hair. She floated beside my fate spear, looking very pleased. Then she glanced at my other weapon, the dragon phoenix bow, and just as she was about to approach it, a drop of 9-colored blood suddenly shot out from the bow and dove into her body. Goodness, this time she directly ascended on the spot. The colors on her body instantly changed to red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, 7 colors wildly intertwining on her, eventually transforming into a dazzling, colorful long dress that accentuated her perfect figure. Cough. Anyway, it was definitely leading by a wide margin. I was completely stunned at that moment, standing in place, foolishly asking, "Who are you? Wasn't there a big snake just now? Who are you, beautiful?" The purple-haired big sister turned around and smiled sweetly at me. "Little brother, my name is Zishi." As she said this, she floated over, and the fragrance from her was so strong that it made my face turn bright red. Seeing my timid expression, she found it particularly amusing and leaned in a little closer, her lips gently brushing against my face. "Please take care of me from now on, little brother, who understands what family means. I'm just a 6-year-old kid who's never seen such a scene. Apart from my mom, no other woman had ever kissed me. I was so scared that my soul almost flew away, and I turned around and ran, my consciousness disconnecting at lightning speed, shouting, I'm leaving first." When I finally opened my eyes in reality and let out a breath, I was finally safe. The sacrifice was completed, and my dad grabbed me and my brother by one hand each and took off, flying for most of the day until we found a safe place where I could finally show my new skills. My soul power is now level 23, and the age of my second soul ring is 900 years, which is my current limit. I first summoned my gun, and the first soul ring lit up. First soul skill, Divine Dragonwood. Several green energy dragons appeared out of thin air. I pointed my spear at them, and they roared as they smashed into the ground, creating several large pits, which instantly filled with vines that twisted into the shape of dragons. Stylish, powerful, and controllable. My dad was stunned. Control soul skill? But what's up with this damage? My brother next to me twitched at the corners of his mouth, probably thinking, is this called minor damage? This casual smash is more powerful than my full force strike, right? Then, the main event arrived. My second soul ring flickered. Second soul skill, colorful holy domain. With a buzzing sound, a massive domain with a diameter of 20 meters instantly unfolded around me, filled with colorful light. Domain's soul skill. My dad was genuinely shocked this time, his jaw nearly dropping. As a title Douluo, he certainly knows how rare and abnormal Domain's soul skills are. A title Douluo with a domain can easily take on 3 to 5 without one, like a child's play. I quickly explained. In this field, I can add 100 to all attributes for myself, and my teammates can receive a 30 boost, plus we can recover health. When enemies come in, we can directly weaken them by 50. Moreover, when the soul rings are unsealed in the future, this effect can be enhanced. As I was speaking, I connected a green line to my dad, and he immediately felt a surge of life energy flowing into his body, even easing some of his old injuries. After showcasing my skills, the 3 of us left the Star Do Great Forest. Next, my dad started looking for teachers for the 2 of us. He had already picked out a teacher for my brother Tang San, the so-called master from Nodding City, Yu Xiaojiang. My dad thought that since he couldn't handle the cultivation of the twin martial souls himself, this master, with his extensive theoretical knowledge, might have a solution. We had a bumpy journey back to Nodding City. That night, my dad settled me in a hotel and took Tang San with him to the Soul Master Academy in the dark. The rest of the story I heard from my dad. He found Yu Xiaojiang, and when that master heard the name Tang Hao, he got so excited as if he were a fan meeting his idol. My dad didn't waste any time and directly asked my brother to awaken his martial soul. "Tang San, show us what you've got." My brother first revealed the Haotian hammer, and when the yellow century-old soul ring appeared, Yu Xiaojiang was stunned. Haotian hammer. Like father. Like son. My dad was very calm. The other woman, another one. Yu Xiaojiang was instantly petrified. Another one? Could it be? Just then, my brother's blue-silver grass emerged, and Yu Xiaojiang completely broke down. Dual martial souls. My dad took the opportunity to promote my brother, saying he didn't understand the twin martial souls and hoped the master would take in Tang San. How could Yu Xiaojiang refuse? It felt like finding a treasure, and he immediately had Tang San become his disciple. My dad settled Tang San down, and before leaving, his aura swept through the entire academy. In the work-study student dormitory, there was a girl named Xiao Wu who was so scared that she trembled in bed. My dad discovered that she was a 100,000-year-old beast transformed into a human. But because of my mom, he didn't take action. Instead, he sent her a voice message, "Little rabbit, conceal your aura well." Then he left. When my dad returned to the inn, my mom also came out from my body. My dad hugged my mom and softly said, "Ayin, I'm back. Little San is settled, and in a few days, I'll find a teacher for Xiaoyin." To find a teacher for me, my dad went on a long trip again, which lasted a full half-month. During this half-month, I practiced in the inn every day, getting so bored that I felt like I could grow fur. The only joy each day was eating, especially the meat steaks from the inn, drizzled with a spoonful of soul juice, which were incredibly delicious. One day, while I was gnawing on a meat steak, my dad returned, looking exhausted but still smiling as he said to me, "Xiaoyin, I found a teacher for you. He's a gun user, and I'll take you to meet him tomorrow." The next day, my dad took me to the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City. Wow, that was a real big city. The city walls were so high, they seemed endless, and the streets were packed with people. The person my dad was looking for this time was the patriarch of the Pa family, one of the 4 affiliated sects of the Haotian sect, Yangwudi. Coincidentally, these days happened to be the gathering of the 4 single attribute families hosted by the Pa family. My dad took me to the entrance of the Tribe of Strength, where a burly old man named Titan had been waiting. As soon as he saw my dad, he bowed and said, "Master, I have been waiting here for a long time, and the old goat has also arrived." As soon as I heard the term old servant, I felt uncomfortable all over and immediately said, "Grandpa, you can't refer to yourself as old servant in front of anyone anymore." Titan was taken aback, and my dad followed up, saying, "From now on, there's no need to call me master, nor to refer to yourself as old servant." Titan quickly nodded, and the way he looked at me changed. He probably thought my dad was really spoiling me. Upon entering the conference hall, there were already 3 old men seated inside. One was as muscular as a gorilla. Another was as thin as a bamboo pole, and the last one sat alone in the corner, looking very unapproachable. That person was tall and slender, with sharp eyes like an eagle, exuding a gloomy and cold aura. As soon as I saw him, I knew he must also be someone who used a gun. The relentless momentum was unmistakable. At that moment, my dad took off his cloak and spoke in a deep voice, "Long time no see, Nyogao, Yangwudi uncle." The 3 men's gazes instantly shot over, filled with shock, complexity, and resentment. Especially Yangwudi in the corner. He snorted coldly, breaking the silence directly. "Today is the gathering of our 4 great families. What is the young master of the Haotian sect doing here?" As soon as he said this, the air nearly froze. The look he gave my dad was filled with blame. After all, if he hated the spirit hall the most, the second on the list had to be my dad, Tang Hao. My dad didn't say anything. He knew he was in the wrong. The Titan beside him tried to mediate, but Yangwudi showed no respect and directly lashed out. "Family? I can't afford to be part of that." Back then, when your Haotian sect decided to close its doors, we affiliated sects were like stray dogs, with everyone wanting to take a bite. Do we deserve to be considered family with the Haotian sect? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, pointing at the tall, thin old man, who was my dad's uncle, by he, shouting, "What kind of life did your Min family live after that? If it weren't for us old brothers helping out, your Haotian sect's former leader's wife's family would probably have to beg." The atmosphere became extremely awkward. Finally, my dad spoke up, his voice filled with exhaustion and guilt. "The mistakes of the past were all mine. I know that admitting my wrongs is useless. The Haotian sect was forced to close. My father was driven to death by anger, and you all lost your kin and homeland. This wrongdoing, I will repay with the rest of my life. I know you don't believe me, because my strength is still insufficient. Even as a titled Douluo, it's not enough. I only half understand what I heard. But I know that my dad has carried too much for the love between him and my mom. The part of my mom inside me has long been unable to speak through her tears." After listening to my dad's words, Yangwudi's excited emotions calmed down a bit, and he slowly sat back down. He knew that no matter what was said, his deceased son would not come back. The hall once again fell into a deathly silence. Goodness, the atmosphere was so awkward that I felt like I was about to dig my toes into the ground. Just then, the old man from the host family, named Titan, finally came out to ease the situation, saying that my dad, or rather the young master, was here for an important matter today. I tell you, as soon as he opened his mouth, I knew things were not simple. My dad, Tang Hao, immediately locked onto Yangwudi, who looked like he was owed 8 million by everyone, with a piercing gaze. He got straight to the point without any small talk. "My son, Tang Yin, has a gun martial soul. You, Take him as your disciple. Yang Wudi was stunned at that moment. His expression was like hearing that a sow could climb a tree. He immediately exploded. Are you serious, man? You're a hammer wielder. Your wife is a grass. And you have a son who wields a big gun? This genetic mutation is a bit ridiculous, isn't it? What kind of joke is this? My dad was too lazy to explain to him. Just 2 words, little silver. Got it, let's start the show. I took a step forward, and with a thought, the destiny spear appeared in my hand with a hum. The next second, good heavens, 2 circles of purple light directly blinded their eyes. 1,000-year soul ring, and 2 of them, as the life energy surged out. Several old men instantly felt 10 years younger, as if they had just had a thermal lift, their eyes wide open like copper bells. At 6 years old, with 2,000-year soul rings, this is no longer a genius. This is a god descending from the heavens. My dad saw that the timing was right and slammed the table, saying, "Everyone here are elders, so I won't hold back. My son has a natural soul power of level 20. His second ring was even a result of a 100,000-year soul beast willingly sacrificing itself. Honestly, I can't imagine how far he can go in the future. Family, who understands? This isn't just a pie in the sky, no. This is like tying a Michelin 3-star chef right in your kitchen. Just ask if it smells good." The desire in Yang Wudi's eyes was practically overflowing, just as his mouth was about to open, probably ready to blurt out 3 words. BM. My mom, Ain, suddenly appeared from my body. She shielded me behind her, her aura towering at 2 meters 8. She unleashed on my dad. I don't agree. Tang Hao, my child is not a tool for your revenge. How can you make him carry something heavier than you? Do you want him to become like you? Are you even still father? My dad was speechless at that moment, wanting to argue back, but unable to say a word. His expression was one of wanting to explain, but knowing he was in the wrong, his face turning red. Seeing that they were about to start a big argument, I quickly stepped in to mediate. Dad, Mom, stop fighting. I'll take care of this grudge. When my mom heard this, her eyes turned red and she became very anxious. Xiaoyin, you can't. I shook my head and made it clear. However, I must say this up front. I will only deal with those who have entanglements from back then, and I will never involve the innocent. Don't think you can get me to help you seize any benefits. This matter is settled as it is. Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Good. At such a young age, so straightforward. Just to my taste. I, Yang Wudi, accept you as my disciple. This matter was settled. But my mother was heartbroken, holding me and crying nonstop. My father turned around and slapped himself hard, the sound echoing through the hall, and half of his face instantly swelled up. He really hit himself hard. While others rely on their parents, he was relying on his child. As a father, he was indeed a bit overwhelmed. I comforted my mom, and she gave my dad a complicated glance without saying a word, then returned to my body. I grabbed my dad, who was about to leave, and quietly told him, Mom doesn't hate you. She's just worried about me. Also, until I get stronger. You mustn't act recklessly, otherwise our agreement will be void. I understand him too well. The beast of revenge in his heart can't be ignored. After my dad finished listening, he kissed me on the forehead, which counted as his agreement. Then he took out a piece of ancient amethyst as a gift for my master. And this matter was settled. Just as he left, those old men started to show off. White Crane laughed like a blooming chrysanthemum. Little Silver, what should you call me? I thought for a moment, Uncle Grandpa. Aye, good grandson. Nyo Gao, with his loud voice, joined in. Call me Grandpa Nyo. Titan was not to be outdone. And I'm Grandpa Tai. Goodness, they directly started fighting over titles. My newly appointed master, Yang Wudi, was so angry his face turned green, pulling me away, a bunch of shameless old men. As we left, Nyo Gao shouted behind us, Take care of my goat nephew. Haha, it made me laugh so hard. As soon as I arrived at their family's territory, rumors were flying everywhere. They said I was the illegitimate child of my master from a blooming old tree, and some even claimed I was the posthumous son of his deceased son. The most outrageous guess? They said I was the illegitimate child of the current pope, abducted by my master, and that I would stage an annual drama of mother-son conflict in the future. I was really baffled. What were these people's imaginations for? In the end, it was my master who, with a dark face, announced that I was his direct disciple, which finally silenced them. The next day, the hellish training began. My master asked me why I used a gun. I said, to protect the people I want to protect. He then asked, why do you only attack and not defend? I replied, attacking is the best defense. If I knock my opponent down, won't no one be able to harm my people? He was stunned at my answer, then laughed wildly, saying he would teach me how to use a gun to protect others. Then, every day, I had to practice 1,000 thrusts with a spear, and I had to make a whooshing sound to count as qualified. By the end of my training, I was so exhausted I could barely stand. When I finally fainted from fatigue, he stripped me and threw me into a large medicine barrel. Family, who understands? He even playfully poked me, teasing me for being small. I was really speechless. This old man had no respect for his elders. For years passed in the blink of an eye. I have also grown from a little bean into a graceful young man, and my soul power has skyrocketed to over level 30, which is the result of my desperate efforts to suppress it. The third soul ring is also taken care of, coming from a 500-year-old Tanyu divine bamboo. The new skill, Shadow of Light, creates countless spear shadows that can hit the target, with a 100 armor-piercing effect. Even tanks would have to call me dad. The big sister in my body, Zishi, has also woken up, shouting in my head every day, "Little brother, when are you going to bring me a new toy?" The toys in her mouth refer to new soul rings. The previous two, Tamu Jiao and Tanyu Shinju, have already been trained to be obedient by her. One day, after finishing my training, I was lying on the grass when Zishi started nagging again. I could only comfort her. "Sister, I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. I'm almost level 40, and I'll find you a new toy soon." Just then, I remembered that my master was going to take me to a big event today, the royal banquet of the Star Luo Empire. I hurried back to take a shower and changed into a flashy silver suit. Looking in the mirror, I thought, hey, I'm damn handsome. My master also changed into a black suit, and the two of us got into a luxurious carriage, decorated with 5,000 gold soul coins, heading straight for the banquet venue. What is this banquet for? It's to celebrate the engagement of the prince and the daughter of the duke of the underworld. Let me tell you, their system of succession is simply raising goo with 3 pairs combined, but in the end, only one pair can survive. The winner takes all, and the losers are directly eliminated. I can only say I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. When we arrived at the venue, it was a scene of extravagant fashion. But upon closer inspection, the murderous tyrants, the filthy slave traders, and the officials representing justice were all sitting together, chatting and laughing. It was a hellish joke. I didn't take care about them and found a corner to quietly eat cake. Then the emperor arrived, and the whole place bowed. I was so scared that I quickly stuffed the remaining half of the cake in my mouth. As a result, there was a loud pfft, and someone laughed at me. I finally swallowed hard and angrily looked for someone. In a crowd of bowing people, there was a big sister with short black hair, her shoulders shaking, which made everything else shake as well, exposing her. When the emperor asked everyone to rise, I could finally see her face, which was incredibly charming, and her figure was even more stunning. She noticed me staring at her and playfully showed me a little fist, looking fierce yet adorable. 2 younger sisters stood beside her. The youngest with a cold expression, but she was also a stunning beauty in the making, her figure already taking shape. I glanced back at the queen and the duchess on the stage and instantly understood. The women of the Yuming Zhu family truly have outstanding genes. I thought about it. Isn't this the female lead group for tonight? Never mind. It's better to avoid trouble, so I'll keep my distance. I was just about to hide when the show officially started over there. A eunuch shouted, calling the 3 princes of the Xingluo Empire to the stage one by one like they were characters from the Calabash Brothers. The first one to walk up was the eldest prince, Davis. Goodness, he looked just like a domineering CEO in training, with golden hair and a gaze that seemed to want to eat people alive. The word tyrant was practically etched on his face. He was the fiancé of Zhu Zhuyan, the one we just saw, and they were supposed to pair up for civil war. Following him were the second and third princes, especially the third prince, Damu Bai. I looked at his cowardly demeanor, and it was just too much. He walked behind his 2 brothers, not even daring to lift his head. He probably had better talent than his brothers, but had been bullied a lot since childhood, looking like a new employee encountering the boss. Then, the eunuch shouted again, calling the 3 Zhu sisters to the stage. I watched the eldest sister, Zhu Zhiyun, step onto the stage one step at a time, and it felt less like a wedding and more like she was heading to the gallows. Who understands the family's plight? The eldest sister was quite pitiful, essentially a tool for a political marriage, clearly unwilling but still having to stand across from Davis. The way Davis looked at her made me uncomfortable even from a distance. It wasn't the gaze of a lover, but rather one assessing his assets. What love? To him, women had no value whatsoever. As for Damu Bai and his little fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, the 2 kids stood there, looking increasingly desperate. Damu Bai's legs were probably cramping, and he was likely thinking over and over, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Next came the signing of the contract. Oh no, the marriage certificate. The 6 of them went through the motions like a production line, signing, exchanging, and signing again, without a single word wasted. Anyone unaware would think they were signing some KPI bet agreement. After Zhu Zhiyun signed her name, Her expression was as bitter as if she had just drunk 3 pounds of Huanglian, personally locking herself in chains. I was really into it. Watching the second prince on stage with his fiancée, Zhu Min. I tell you, they are simply a match made in heaven. The second prince looked unhappy, complaining that his fiancée's talent was not as good as his elder brother's wife. But then he glanced over and, wow, he saw the same ambition and madness in Zhu Min's eyes. These two are definitely the kind of ruthless characters who would stop at nothing to climb to power. Zhu Min has pretended to be a good girl for so many years, but it turns out she was aiming to be the empress. This girl knows how to lie low. As soon as the engagement ceremony was over, the old emperor started to stir things up. In front of everyone, he specifically praised Zhu and the second prince, saying they both broke through level 40, and he casually mentioned that Zhu Qing was also at level 20. Then he changed the subject and asked if there were any other kids present who had also made breakthroughs, wanting to organize a collective soul-hunting event. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. This old man was quite cunning. He openly said it was to fight monsters and level up, but in reality, it was a large-scale team selection event, urging the nobles and earls below to quickly choose their boss and place their bets. Sure enough, someone immediately took the lead and pushed their son forward, saying he was already level 30 and could join as well. My teacher Yang Wudi only then realized that I wasn't by his side and asked me where I had gone. I chuckled and said I want to grab some food. He didn't say much, just pointed to the stage and asked if I was interested in this collective soul hunting, saying that I was almost level 40 anyway. I shook my head directly and said, "Come on, teacher, isn't this just a team-building activity for Soul 2? Why should I join in the fun?" As a result, the teacher shot me a glare and said, "You call others Soul 2? You're the biggest one yourself." I awkwardly chuckled a couple of times and quickly changed the subject. Just then, I felt a cold gaze directed at me. When I looked up, I happened to meet the eyes of the eldest Prince Davis on stage. I had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at a phone. JPG, with a face full of questions. I poked the teacher. "Teacher, why is the eldest prince looking at me? Did you owe him money in business?" The teacher glared at me. "Nonsense. How could I deal with a little brat? I thought it was you who provoked him. I'm even more wronged. I said I met him for the first time today. How could I offend him?" We were both confused, and Davis's gaze was getting more and more unsettling, like a knife. When I looked again, I found that his fiancée, Zhu was also looking over at me. I understood in an instant. "No way, sir. Is it just because your fiancé, glanced at me one more time? Just one glance. Your possessiveness is too abnormal. Let me tell you, I thought this person had serious issues at that moment." I exchanged glances with the teacher and thought, that's it. I can't stay here any longer. I need to get out quickly to avoid being bitten by Mad Dog. We took advantage of the crowd and quietly slipped away. And guess what? Just as we left, that silly kid ran to ask his dad who I was. His dad, the Emperor Xinghua, turned pale upon hearing this and quickly educated him, saying I was the direct disciple of Yang Wudi, the leader of the Pajie clan with top-notch talent, reaching level 39 at just 14. The key point was that he also mentioned the Pajie clan had a close relationship with the Haotian sect, suspecting that I had a title Douluo backing me. Haha, I can already imagine Davis's face, going from arrogant to submissive in an instant upon hearing the words title Douluo. His dad warned him not to act recklessly, and that kid immediately cowered. The idea of capturing me to make me a eunuch in the palace probably vanished in an instant. Zhu Juyan on stage visibly sighed in relief upon hearing my identity. On my way home, I had to take down a whole roasted lamb to calm my nerves. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, paired with lamb offal soup. It was amazing. I nearly finished an entire head by myself. After eating my fill and replenishing my energy, the teacher asked me if I really wasn't going to hunt souls tomorrow. He said I was already 10 years old and didn't have a single friend. Well, he had 3. I was unconvinced at the time. Who says I don't have friends? Da Huang is my friend. The teacher had a strange look on his face because Da Huang is the name of my dog. Forget about arguing with him over this. After eating, it was time to get down to business. That night, I went back to my room and started leveling up. The whole process was incredibly smooth. The soul power within me surged like a floodgate that had been opened. In less than half an hour, snap, level 40 achieved, soaking in hot water. I began to think about my 4th soul ring. I now have control, a domain, and an attack, but I'm lacking in speed. Suddenly, the thought of Zhu Jiyun's nether spirit cat, martial soul, flashed through my mind. That kind of agility type martial soul is incredibly fast. It would indeed be tough to deal with a top level one. It seems that my 4th soul skill must be something that has displacement or can explode in speed. Early the next morning, I practiced archery for a while, packed my things, changed into a set of training clothes, and went to find the teacher. As soon as the teacher saw me, he knew I had broken through. Without wasting any words, he said directly, "Let's eat," and after that, we set off. We rode the Gale Griffin and arrived at the small town on the edge of the starry forest in no time. On the third floor of a tavern, I saw my dad, Tang Hao, whom I hadn't seen for over a month. He looked more rugged with his unshaven beard and appeared even more worn. As soon as we three entered the room, my dad got straight to the point and asked what type of four-soul ring I wanted. I said I wanted one that increased speed. He said he had already found a suitable one for me, a 9000-year old thorn dragon in the mixed area. I laid it all out directly and said, "Dad, the years are too low. I want a 10,000-year one." To my surprise, my dad and the teacher, as if they had coordinated, both said in unison, "No way." They pushed me back. My dad explained to me that a 10,000-year soul ring is completely different from a 1,000-year one. During the absorption process, there will be soul shocks. And if your mental strength isn't enough, you could become an idiot on the spot or even die instantly. I'm feeling a bit weak right now. And the powerful spirit inside me, Zishi, spoke up. She directly said that my dad and teacher were just worrying for nothing. Little Silver, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring won't cause any soul shock. In fact, it's even easier than absorbing a 1,000-year soul beast. Zishi explained slowly, "You don't understand. The life energy from his martial soul is like walking Tang Sung meat plus version for us soul beasts. Signing a labor contract with a human for a few hundred years in exchange for 20,000 years or even more of life energy. Any soul beast with a brain wouldn't refuse." After saying that, she cast a meaningful glance at the bamboo of communication inside me. The bamboo instantly bent its unyielding body down from my heart. "You mean?" Yang Wudi also understood. "Let me tell you, Sister Zishi's thought process is simply astonishing. What she means is that we should directly find a 10,000-year soul beast, first give it a physical exorcism, rub it on the ground. Then let me unleash my martial soul and show it our employee benefits contract. With the intelligence of a 10,000-year soul beast, it can calculate whether to die on the spot and turn into a soul ring or sign the contract to retain its consciousness and become a cyber spirit. If it doesn't think straight and insists on fighting, my mental strength can handle it. And if worst comes to worst, Sister Zishi can step in to back me up. This matter is settled." As soon as Tang Hao and Yang Wudi heard it, they felt the plan was feasible and immediately got ready to head back into the forest. Well, let me tell you how coincidental it is. Not long after we entered the Stardow forest, another group of people arrived, and the scene was like a red carpet event. The princes and princesses of the Douluo Empire brought a bunch of young nobles for a collective soul-hunting activity. Each one was dressed extravagantly, releasing soul power as if it were free, afraid that others wouldn't know their families and minds. This group automatically divided into two major factions. On the side of the first prince, Davis, there were many people surrounding him and Zhu Zhuyan like a star meet and greet. The second prince, Dalu, had fewer people, but he was very calm. Let me tell you, he has already secured his fiancée-Yi's sister, Zhu Zhuqing, and the two have even practiced their martial soul fusion skill, Ghostly White Tiger. This guy is calculating all the angles in his mind, just waiting for an opportunity to backstab his brother. As for the youngest, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who understands them, they're practically invisible, standing there alone, completely out of place with the whole world. Supporting them? I might as well believe that I'll win the lottery jackpot tomorrow. With a commanding shout from the Elder Soul Master leading the team, nearly 50 Iron Eagles took off in a flurry, making it look like a movie scene. Davis even wanted to invite Zhu Zhuyan to sit with him, but she rejected him. He pretended to be a gentleman on the surface, but inside, he was utterly vile, probably cursing her ancestors for 18 generations. We wandered around the forest for a while, but didn't find anything suitable. It was getting late, so we decided to find a place to set up camp. My father, Tang Hao, went out alone to keep searching, while Yang Wudi and I stayed behind. Old Yang set up the tent, and I scattered some powder around. After that, he started cooking meat soup for me. Let me tell you, that dried soul beast jerky, paired with wild mushrooms, created such an aroma that I was almost drooling. I took out a big flatbread from my storage soul guide, broke it into pieces, and soaked it in the soup. It was absolutely delicious. I just finished 3 big bowls and was enjoying my meal when suddenly a loud noise came from the sky. I looked up and saw a large flock of iron eagles flying over, like dark clouds pressing down. These uninvited guests landed right next to us. The leading elder, Su Nu Jazi, was an old acquaintance of Yang Wudi, and the two exchanged pleasantries. The big prince, Davis, also came over to try to get close to me, hypocritically praising me as a genius, wanting to smooth over the misunderstanding from last night. I found his smile, which hit a knife, annoying, So I just casually responded a couple of times and dove into the tent to avoid him. Out of sight, out of mind. But I couldn't stay in the tent for long, so I secretly climbed up a tree to watch the show. What I saw was the most ridiculous scene. Those noble young masters and ladies were busy setting up their own tents, while Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing looked like outsiders. Dai Mubai stood there like an electronic wooden fish, motionless and expressionless. His fiancée, the petite Zhu Zhuqing, was struggling to set up the tent by herself. Too short to reach the top, her face flushed with frustration. I really can't stand it anymore. What kind of man is this? A teammate you will fight hard with in the future, and you just let her work alone? I jumped down from the tree and took the skeleton from Zhu Zhuqing's hands, quickly setting up the tent for her in just a few moves. That Dai Mubai even instinctively said thank you to me. Thank you for what? I didn't even acknowledge him. But Zhu Zhuqing, with her little face flushed. Thank me. Thank you. I waved my hand and said it was just a small effort. Dai Mubai beside me looked like he was about to explode, but didn't dare to. His cowardly appearance was ridiculous. The group of young masters and ladies around were watching with great interest, probably imagining a dramatic love-hate story in their minds. Just then, Yang Wudi suddenly bid farewell to Elder Xuanji. It turned out that my father had found a target. He even deliberately released some title Daluo's aura to remind those people and to warn the Xingluo royal family as well. When I heard that Yin had passed on the message, I also said goodbye to Zhu Zhuqing and swiftly dashed into the woods. After the three of us gathered, we headed straight for a canyon. My dad said there was a windstorm flood dragon in there that had been evolving for 10,000 years in peak condition, just right for me to use as a sparring partner. I tell you, the wind in that canyon is like a knife, slicing into my face painfully. As soon as I stepped inside, it opened up dramatically. Goodness, a 30-meter-long azure dragon coiled around a giant rock. Its gaze seemed like it wanted to swallow me whole. My dad and Yang Wudi immediately took a step back, arms crossed, as if to say, "Kid, it's up to you now. How could I back down?" I leveled my spear and charged in. The dragon was incredibly fast, but I anticipated its anticipation. First, I used vines to block its movement, then unleashed my skill, Phantom of Ethereal Light, filling the air with spear shadows that hit it squarely, throwing off its breath attack. It tried to force me back with a fierce wind, but I countered with a 7-colored sacred domain, weakening all its attributes. It was stunned at that moment. In the end, the dragon, in a panic, abandoned its speed advantage and decided to clash with me head-on, just how I wanted it. I activated my domain for full attribute enhancement and took its charge head-on, shaking my internal organs almost out of place and my palms split open on the spot. But it was finished too. As soon as it slowed down, I countered with an enhanced version of Phantom of the Ethereal Light, and countless spear shadows turned it into a sieve, crashing it to the ground with a thunderous sound. Barely alive, it thought it was doomed, and its dragon soul began to flicker like a lantern, probably thinking it was just unlucky to find a rare place to cultivate, only to encounter us. And what did I do? I sat down cross-legged to heal myself first. Once I had recovered sufficiently, I walked up to it and thrust my spear in, but not to kill it, rather to inject life energy into it, then handed over a fate contract. The dragon was completely dumbfounded, probably thinking, "Big brother, if you had such good conditions, why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to beat me half to death first?" Without a moment's hesitation, it signed the contract, transforming into a black eternal soul ring that wrapped around me. After absorbing the soul ring, I officially became a level 40 soul master. But that wasn't the end. I looked at the glowing azure giant stone, and with a grin, my life furnace behind me expanded and swallowed that 20-meter-long giant stone in one gulp. I began refining it on the spot. I have been refining the divine artifact here for 3 days, and the Xingluo group has also finished their business. They had a smooth time finding soul rings for Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. However, the big Prince Davis looked as dark as a pot bottom. This was because he personally witnessed his brother Dai Yulin and Zhu Zhumin using the martial soul fusion skill, and the terrifying pressure made him feel immense stress. That night, he wanted to practice with Zhu Zhuyun, but was rejected again. Furious, he lost his composure and shouted at Zhu Zhuyun, "What the hell are you holding back for? We're both on the brink of death." Here in the canyon, after 3 days and nights of intense fire refining, that huge blue stone has been nearly refined by me. The place where the stone was originally placed has now piled up a heap of gray-black waste resembling a small hill. Let me tell you, in my furnace, there's only a palm-sized thing left, white as jade, really beautiful. After a while, I finally understood that this thing is a crystal of wind element, with an outrageous purity. That unfortunate dragon, if it eats it all, would directly evolve into a true dragon. Unfortunately, it's currently in that little space in my body, being kneaded like Play-Doh by Sister Zishi. This guy is also quite stubborn, with two spirit beasts watching nearby, and it refuses to lower its head and surrender. Holding on tough, I directly transmitted that crystal to Sister Zishi, asking her to tease that dragon. Sister Zishi is also a bad woman. She threw the stone and asked it, "Do you want it? If you call out louda, this stone is yours." Family, who understands? Just a second ago, it was still refusing to yield, and the next second, it was directly sliding down. "Louda, give it to me." The two guys next to it were stunned, like, "Where did your previous spirit go? Isn't this just pure cowardice?" After dealing with that dragon, I took the remaining crystal out and asked my dad to run an errand to deliver it to my uncle Baihi, as a way to make up for what happened back then. Then my master urged me to quickly try out the newly acquired fourth soul skill. Let me tell you, when my fourth soul ring lit up, it was purple, black, and the aura was fully charged. The soul skill is called Rapid Dragon Break, which is basically a supercharge, boosting your speed to 1,000%, and it even has locking. But that's not the main point. The key is that when I poke someone too many times, a mark will stack on them, and once it's full, I can snap my fingers to detonate it, forcibly making them stiff for a while. The most bizarre part? It ignores level differences. Do you understand what absolute control means? This is called hard control. My dad got excited right away and said, "Come on, use it on me, let me give it a try." Wow. I transformed into a streak of white light and zoomed around him more than 20 times. Just as he was about to raise his hand to cast a skill, I directly detonated the mark. His Haotian hammer fell to the ground with a clang, and his skill was interrupted. My dad was shocked and said that my move is invincible at the same level. Of course, he also reminded me not to mess with those Soul Saint level big shots, where their pressure could easily take me down. As soon as we exited the canyon, something fell off. The forest was eerily silent. My dad's expression changed. Not good. "It's a beast tide." Damn. A black line was rushing in from the horizon. Thousands of soul beasts were charging. We were fine, but the direction of the beast tide was headed straight for our previous campsite. The Zhu sisters were still there. The scene shifted, and the campsite was already in chaos. An elder named Su New Jersey was risking his life, using his large umbrella martial soul to protect the few princes and princesses as they escaped, while the others were trampled into meat paste in an instant. And what happened? The elder exhausted his soul power and was crushed, while those royal nobles didn't even blink. It was outrageous. Just a moment after the beast tide passed, these people couldn't wait to start fighting among themselves. The girl named Zhu Zhuqing slipped and lost her footing, hanging precariously from a tree. Her fiancé, Dai Mu Bai, watched her about to fall and get trampled. Not even making a sound, he just turned and ran. Unbelievable. Her sister, Zhu Zhiyun, was about to save her when, suddenly, she was stabbed in the back by her other sister, Zhu Jiming. At the same time, the two princes, Davis and Dai Yulin, also started fighting, turning the scene into a royal battle royale. Zhu Jiming successfully ambushed Zhu Zhiyun, kicking her down from the tree, and she was about to be turned into meat paste by a giant armored rhinoceros. But that wasn't the end. She turned to help her fiancé, Dai Yulin, and the two joined forces against Davis. Seeing their opportunity, Dai Yulin and Zhu Jiming fused their martial souls, transforming into a large tiger with wings that radiated purple light, the nether white tiger. Just as the eldest sister, Zhu Zhiyun, closed her eyes waiting for death, I tell you, I arrived. At that time, I heard my dad mumble that the little girl from the Zhu family was in danger, so I rushed over after figuring out the direction. A flash of white light passed by, and I directly scooped her up in a princess carry from under the bull's horn. She was still there with her eyes closed, daydreaming about some Prince Charming, so I gave her a slap on the butt and said, "Don't move." When she opened her eyes and saw me, she was completely stunned, her face turning as red as anything. I didn't have time to deal with her, so I laid her flat on a tree, and she transformed into a white light, bringing her sister Zhu Zhuqing, who was about to fall, up as well. Seeing that the eldest sister was on the verge of death, I quickly used the Fate Spear to transfer some life energy to her, and the wound, deep enough to see the bone, visibly healed. As a result, she woke up and found me curiously examining her. Cough. Her development was indeed impressive. The situation became quite awkward. After healing both of them, her sister stood up. Her expression was complex, grateful, curious, respectful, and a bit of something else, as she thanked me. I waved my hand and asked them what to do next. They looked into the distance, where their deadly rivals, the fused Yinming white tiger, were chasing after a prince named Davis. Upon seeing the Yinming white tiger, Davis immediately turned and fled without looking back, filled with hatred for everyone. But the one he hated the most, can you guess who it was? It was actually his fiancée, Zhu Zhuyun, who I had just saved. As he ran, he cursed, "Damn bitch. It would be too good for you to die like this. If it weren't for you, how would I have ended up like this?" Just as he finished speaking, I tell you, the Yinming white tiger behind him seemed to accelerate like it had nitrous, and in the blink of an eye, it closed the 50-meter distance. Those two, Dai Yulin and Zhu Zhumin, were clearly playing cat and mouse, enjoying the thrill of humiliating their former big brother as prey. Davis had never suffered such humiliation in his life, and he was nearly bursting with anger. I could hear Dai Yulin laughing behind him. "My dear big brother, I'm bored of this game. It's over. Goodbye." Goodness, this classic trope of the villain dying from talking too much, and it's 2025. Yet I still get to see it live. I'm truly amazed. Just as his words fell, the Yinming white tiger opened its huge mouth, and a wave of energy shot out, creating a transparent hole in Davis's chest. As the grand drama on that side came to an end, the atmosphere on my side was quite heavy. Zhu Zhuyin was there being emo, saying this was the fate of the Zhu family women, destined from birth to be executioners of their sisters. And as she spoke, tears began to flow. Her sister Zhu Zhuqing was terrified, tightly holding on her sister, afraid that she too would leave her behind and run away. I tell you, at that moment, Tang Yin stood there with his back to the setting sun, looking incredibly handsome. He casually asked, "Haven't you ever thought about taking control of your own destiny?" This question struck right at the heart of Zhu Zhuyin, and she muttered to herself, "Taking control of destiny." But soon she deflated, thinking it's impossible to escape. For over 1,000 years, those from a Zhu family who try to run have failed. With my little soul power, how could I possibly escape? Then Tang Yin turned around, walked directly to her, and naturally wiped the tears from the corner of her eye. Then he said in an undeniable tone, "You can escape as long as you want to." I was thinking, your Zhu family probably wouldn't dare to make an enemy of a titled Douluo, right? Titled Douluo? Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing both widened their eyes in shock. Tang Yin smiled slightly and began his moment of humble bragging. "Yes, my dad is my teacher. ISNT, that problem solved?" Zhu Zhuyin was even more confused. Your dad is? "My dad is the title Haotian." "Oh my gosh, the Haotian Douluo family. Does anyone understand the weight of these 4 words? It's simply a royal bomb." Zhu Zhuqing was so excited that she stuttered. Is it the Haotian from the #1 sect in the world, the Haotian sect?" Just then, a loud voice interrupted. "All right, you brat, stop showing off about your dad in front of the young lady." Yang Wudi and Tang Hao, these 2 big shots, had already arrived and were watching the show from the sidelines. Yang Wudi, that old rascal, immediately fanned the flames, winking at Tang Hao. "Oh my, what did I say? You're about to become a grandfather." Tang Hao had a cool expression and after a long pause, finally managed to say, "My son is looking for a girlfriend." "What are you getting so excited about, you teacher?" I tell you, Tang Hao's heart was calculating like crazy. "Oh, son, make me proud. Hurry up and find a wife. Then my wife will be supported by my son. As for Y2, come on, I, the Douluo of Hao Yin, have no obligation to help my son support a sister-in-law." As soon as Tang Hao appeared, his aura was fully unleashed, and he said to the 2 girls, "You heard what Xiao Yin said. Worship me as your master, and the Yuming Zhu family won't dare to touch you. Even if the emperor of Xingluo comes, with the 2 of you using your martial soul fusion skill, he won't be able to do anything to me." This sense of security is just overwhelming. But Zhu Zhuyin still hesitated a bit. She looked at Tang Yin and asked her biggest question. "Why are you helping me like this?" Tang Yin scratched his head and answered innocently, "Because we are friends." Just those 3 words, friends. The iceberg in Zhu Zhuyin's heart melted instantly. Zhu Zhuqing next to her quickly leaned in. "So are we friends too?" "Of course. Good friends." Now everything is settled. The master apprentice ceremony was completed at lightning speed. Tang Hao and Yang Wudi said they would go to the place after the beast tied to pick up some leftovers and see if there were any soul bones. And then they left. Only Tang Yin and the Zhu sisters were left on the scene, staring at each other. Suddenly, Tang Yin seemed to remember something and took something out of his storage soul guide. Good heavens, a pair of dark golden palm bones, with 3-foot-long claws attached, shining coldly. It was the external soul bone he obtained from the dark gold terraclaw bear back then. This thing wasn't very useful for him, so he had just kept it lying around collecting dust. He handed it directly to them. "This is for you. Consider it a gift from my dad for your initiation." Zhu Zhuyin was so scared she waved her hands. No, this is too precious. An external soul bone. Tang Yin shot back with one sentence. No more nonsense. We are friends, and what you need most right now is power. Relying on others is unreliable. Only being strong yourself is the hard truth. With these words, Zhu Zhuyun couldn't refuse anymore. She took the left palm bone, and a bold thought suddenly popped in her mind. I seem to not just want to be friends with him anymore. The two sisters immediately began to absorb the soul bones, and the process was simply heart-wrenching, as if their bones were being shattered and reassembled. Tang Yin stood by to protect them. At that moment, let me show you the true mastermind behind the Douluo forest. In the core of the Lake of Life, there sat 6 powerful figures. The leader, named Tian, was the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, with a terrifying cultivation of 800,000 years. Next to him was a hot-headed fellow, Xiangjun, the dark gold terror-claw bear that contributed the soul bone, along with the Emerald Swan by Ji, the Hell Dragon King Zg, and others, each capable of destroying the world. They were awakened because their master had awakened. Tian got straight to the point. The master sensed a breath that could help her recover, right here in the Douluo forest. The owner of this breath is a highly gifted human, and we must find him to ask for his help. In simple terms, their big boss, a super powerful figure, was on the verge of death and urgently needed a power bank. And this power bank, coincidentally, was Tang Yin. This was simply a walking Tang Sung meat. Xiangjun, with his hot temper, immediately said, "That's easy, just grab him." Bai Ji quickly stopped him. No way. There are divine inheritances on the continent now. If we act rashly, it will attract the attention of the divine realm. Tian confirmed. Bai Ji is right, we can't force it. Let those 2 little monkeys and the bull python outside pay more attention. Qi Wang, you go notify them. Thus, the poor titan giant ape Er Ming and the sky blue bull python De Ming, who were already scared like grandsons, suddenly received a KPI from the top bosses, asking them to keep an eye on a human with a special breath. The next morning, on Tang Yin's side, the Zhu sisters had successfully absorbed the soul bones, and their strength had greatly increased. Tang Hao and Yang Wudi also returned, having picked up 2 pieces of 1,000-year soul bones, just enough to cover the expenses for the Zhu family's move. Everyone was enjoying roasted meat, and the atmosphere was just right when Tang Yin suddenly spoke. "Dad, teacher, let's say goodbye here. This beast tide made me feel too weak. I want to go out and explore on my own." Tang Hao didn't stop him, just reminded him to be careful in everything. This kid, as soon as he said he would go, he left without looking back, stepping onto his journey of training. Zhu Jian looked at his back and silently thought, "Goodbye. I hope next time we meet, you still remember me." Do you think the story ends here? No. The most explosive twist is coming. Time rewinds to the moment Davis was hit. He didn't die at all. This guy's heart was naturally on the right side. Just as his brother Dalu was standing next to his corpse giving a victory speech, he suddenly sprang up, using the last bit of soul power to condense a white tiger's fierce light wave, and with a puff, he counterkilled. A clean and swift one-hit kill. Then this guy, with a big hole in him, turned and began to seduce his brother's woman, Zhu Zhuqing. "Your sister and your younger sister are both dead. My useless third brother has run away. Now we are the only combination left. Do you want to be a queen? Stick with me." Zhu Zhuqing was also a tough character. Without blinking, she agreed, helped the injured Davis up, and the two supported each other home. The real clown, Dalu, was left with his corpse in the forest to serve as fertilizer. The scene shifts again to the border between the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, where a battle has already broken out. This fight was so inexplicable, triggered by a general's foolish son being counterkilled while suppressing bandits, and in a fit of rage, the general sent troops to pursue, resulting in a border crossing that directly ignited the conflict between the two countries, highlighting an excellent matching mechanism. And our protagonist, Tang Yin, he is now sitting in the military camp of a young general named Guiyang from the Tiando Empire, holding his gun, watching how they are arranging troops. Speaking of this Guiyang, our acquaintance is quite dramatic. Just recently, I saw with my own eyes a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers from the Xingluo Empire, under the pretext of catching thieves, rushing into our Tiando territory, implementing a scorched earth policy against the unarmed civilians. The cries were simply unbearable, making my fists clench. I couldn't hold back at that moment and directly went up to take down that group of beasts. To be honest, killing has no feeling for me anymore. Even when the last guy's blood splattered on my face, with that foul and stinky smell, I didn't even frown. Really, I couldn't comprehend what the soldiers passed like a comb meant from the books before. You only understand the despair behind those 4 words when you see it with your own eyes, the hell on earth. By the time I cleaned up that bunch of scum and treated the wounds of the surviving villagers, this officer finally arrived late. I thought to myself, Is it always the case that the police show up last? We came over and saw that I was just an 11 or 12-year-old kid. His eyes almost popped out. Once I finished my work, he came up wanting to recruit me, asking me to join him. I didn't directly agree, but asked him a few questions. I asked, "Are all the soldiers from Xinghua like this?" He nodded and said their low-ranking soldiers have no promotion opportunities. So robbing us is their only gray income. I then asked, "What about our soldiers from Tiendo?" He was silent for a while and finally said, "At least my soldiers won T." All right, just based on that sentence, I agreed to temporarily join them and became an honorary captain to help him finish this battle. Then, as the army set out, I rode alongside Guiyang and asked him what this battle was really about. Guess what? Guiyang told me that this battle was just a show. It was agreed upon by the Kingdom of Balak and the Kingdom of Halyand on the opposite side, and regardless of winning or losing, they would stop fighting after the battle. I was completely stunned at that moment. I directly pulled out a subway old man looking at his phone. JPG, after all this time, it was just a political stunt? I asked him, "So what about the common people who have been displaced due to the war? Don't tell me those fat-headed, big-eared, noble lords will care about their lives." Guiyang was also quite helpless and said that in the end, it would still be the Spirit Hall that would step in to provide relief. Who understand this logic? It's burning my CPU. The two great empires created this mess themselves, and in the end, they expect the Spirit Hall to clean up after them, thinking it's only natural. These two empires are rotten to the core, top to bottom. Only the Spirit Hall, supported by faith, still has some integrity at the grassroots level. Really? In the past year or so, I've encountered too many of these issues out there. Which noble dares to mess with me? I can make them physically disappear. That 500,000 gold soul coin bounty disappeared along with him after 3 days. Guiyang saw my bad expression and confided in me, saying, "Little brother, this time you don't need to charge in. If anything happens, just help me get the brothers out alive." When I heard this, I was quite touched. This guy is different from other flashy characters. I told him, "Don't worry, I promise to help you, and I will definitely get it done. As long as they don't send a soul saint, I can ensure that you'll be fine even against the top soul emperors." Soon, we arrived at the Yama Plain. Good heavens, the scene was overwhelming. The two armies were a sea of black, stretching endlessly. Looking at the enemy's formation, I suddenly remembered the beast tide I encountered a year ago. That relentless momentum gave me a moment of insight. My master Yang Wudi once said that we gunmen cannot rely solely on soul skills. We must have our own path, our own momentum. I thought to myself, today might be my opportunity to take the first step. Boom, boom, boom. When the war drum sounded, the heavily armored cavalry at the front moved. Let me tell you, that was truly a torrent of iron armor. Horses and men alike donned in armor, with 5-meter-long horse spears raised, beginning to accelerate slowly. When they were still 2,000 meters away, with a single command, all the cavalry erupted instantly. The speed was such that the soul beast bloodline within was activated. Charging to the limit within 50 steps, with a loud bang, the two torrents of steel collided violently, and the first row of knights was instantly thrown off their horses. In the face of such a large-scale charge, even if you are a soul master, as long as you're not a soul king, you're no different from an ordinary person, both being crushed into mush. In that instant, over 100 people were lost. Then the two sides pulled back, turned around, and prepared for a second charge. At that moment, the Xinghua Empire lost its martial ethics. A general from their flank, who had not received orders, charged towards us with a red-eyed fury, directly targeting Guiyang's formation. Guiyang immediately shouted, "Prepare to resist the enemy." Meanwhile, I, who had been keeping my eyes closed, suddenly opened them. I dismounted and stood at the front of the formation. At that moment, I felt the entire battlefield's aura connect with me, the neighing of war horses, the fluttering of flags, the tremors of the earth being trampled by the enemy all became part of my strength. Guiyang was frantic beside me, shouting, "Little brother, get back on your horse. It's dangerous." I ignored him as I had already grasped that feeling. With a stretch of my right hand, the spear of destiny was in my grasp. Purple, 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 black. 4 soul rings soared into the sky. Let me tell you, when Guiyang saw my soul ring configuration, his mouth dropped open enough to fit an egg. The soldiers nearby were also in an uproar. This configuration was simply far ahead. The soul power within me erupted wildly. But I didn't use any soul skills. Instead, I fused my soul power, mental strength, energy, and momentum all together. I took a sudden step forward, and the ground was directly stomped into a pit. My entire body shot up into the sky, reaching a height of over 10 meters. In the air, I turned my hand to grip the gun, drawing a perfect arc as I aimed at the charging enemy troops. I crashed down like a cannonball, smashing fiercely into them, breaking through the enemy ranks. When I shouted these 3 words, it felt as if 1,000 troops really followed me. It was a pure momentum that crushed everything. What those soldiers of the starry sky saw was not just a person, but an army of tigers and wolves that could devour them in an instant. As soon as I landed, there was a loud bang, and people and horses were thrown into chaos. The leading general, who charged forward, was the first to bear the brunt of my momentum, and he collapsed mentally on the spot, bleeding from his 7 orifices and dying. Centered around me, the surrounding soldiers were like waves being pushed apart, with none surviving. The morale of the entire legion instantly crumbled. The main general was down. What was there left to fight for? The remaining soldiers dropped their helmets and armor and turned to flee. A reorganized regiment couldn't hold out even for 1 round in front of me. This display left me dumbfounded and stunned the opposing side as well. The opposing marshal thought we had sent a soul saint to massacre them, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was just a young boy. When the leader of the main army of the Douluo Empire saw his own men being so thoroughly beaten, he lost all face and immediately sent a deputy commander, a 6-ring soul emperor, charging at me on a silver-eyed lion, determined to slay me on the spot. That soul emperor was fierce, wielding 2 blood-red short daggers, clearly a master of killing countless people. But as he got closer and saw the 4 soul rings beneath my feet, which were purple, 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 and black, his face instantly turned green. A soul zone with soul ring colors just like his last 4. Who could withstand that? I wasn't afraid at all. Instead of retreating, I charged forward. As my 4th soul ring lit up, I transformed into a white arrow and rushed ahead. That soul emperor, experienced in battle, managed to block my gun with his double halberds. Boom! With a loud crash, our collision caused the charging cavalry around us to come to a halt. Just as the soul emperor was about to unleash his ultimate move with his blood-fiend double halberds, I executed a swift dragon break and slipped past him from the side, moving so fast that he couldn't react at all. Just as we were about to engage again, an unexpected change occurred. The entire sky suddenly lit up with golden light. A gigantic chrysanthemum blossomed in the sky, and an invisible force immobilized everyone present. Following that, a figure, indistinguishable in gender but dressed in extremely luxurious attire, descended from above, surrounded by yellow, purple, and black 9 soul rings. I gasped in shock. It was a titled Douluo. A big shot had come to clear the battlefield. I heard him announce in a soft voice, by order of the Pope, both sides must cease fire immediately. Wow, the Wuhuan Palace people have arrived. And it's the chrysanthemum Douluo. Who would dare to move now? Even the generals of the 2 great empires, no matter how displeased, had to obediently withdraw their troops. This inexplicable war was forcibly brought to a halt. With the war over, I had fulfilled my promise to Guiyang. The reward I gained from this shot that broke through thousands of troops was even greater than the 50,000 gold soul coins and the spatial soul guide I had obtained from my previous adventures. When Guiyang returned, he hugged me like a hero and insisted on giving me credit for the victory. I directly refused. What noble title do I care about? As for the money, let him donate it all to the refugees. Vision, family, what does vision mean? I can't stand being in the same pot as those nobles from Tiandao. Before I left, Guiyang asked me my name and said to look for him in Tiandao City for a drink in the future. My name is Tang Yin, until we meet again. After saying that, I activated my 4th soul skill and vanished without a trace. After bidding farewell to Guiyang, I headed southwest. It took me 2 months to cross most of the Douluo Empire, and I finally arrived at the legendary extreme west wilderness. That place, to put it simply, is lawless territory, a paradise for criminals. I crossed a wide river and found myself in a desolate area. After walking for a long time, I finally saw a forest, but it emanated an inexplicable, eerie vibe. I couldn't make sense of it, so I called out for my mom. My mom, a yin spirit, had been resting in my body, and when she emerged, her presence was remarkable. She gently pointed towards the forest, and the withered blue-silver grass instantly revived, forming a path that extended into it. However, after sensing for a while, she said she couldn't detect anything unusual. I thought for a moment, and safety first, so I decided to leave. As I turned to retreat, let me tell you, at that very moment, a ripple suddenly surged through me, and I felt like I lost connection due to a poor signal, disappearing into thin air. My mom was stunned on the spot. She wanted to return to my body, but she found that our connection had failed for the first time. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red, forcing herself to calm down and look back at that forest. But where was the forest? At the end of the blue-silver grass path was a bottomless, huge chasm. Goodness, that forest was nothing but a plus-sized illusion of a mirage. My mom was completely panicked this time, but she knew that getting anxious wouldn't help. She had to find a rescue. To look for the only person who might know what was going on here. She had to find my dad, Tang Hao. To find my dad, Tang Hao. Let me tell you, at that time, my dad Tang Hao didn't even know that something had happened at home. He was on the back mountain of Nodding Academy, giving my unfortunate brother Tang San some extra lessons. My brother was also impressive, almost at level 30 at just 11 years old, with a muscular build, and wielding the Hao Ian hammer with great skill, creating a whirlwind of movements that shook the ground. My dad looked quite satisfied and said to me, "Son, broaden your horizons. Your brother's soul rings are all beyond the standard, so why not go straight for a 2,000-year one next? What's there to be afraid of?" This left my brother stunned. After all, his teacher Yu Xiaojiang tells him every day to be steady and methodical. Oh right, there were also two beautiful girls standing beside us. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhiyun, my dad's newly accepted disciples, and also my future. Anyway, my brother heard them privately calling me brother-in-law, which made him envious. An old soul who has been single for 40 years in this life, and the last is about to snap. And what happened next? While we were training happily, my mom suddenly shot over like a blue light, her face pale and her voice hoarse, and shouted to my dad, "How? Xiaoyin is missing. What about me?" Let me tell you, at that moment, I felt like I had stepped into thin air, my vision blurred, and the world spun around like I'd drunk 2 gin of fake liquor. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a ghostly place, a deserted forest where not even a bird would poop, eerily quiet. I touched myself and realized something was wrong. My soul rings were all locked, and I'd lost contact with my mom. It was like starting a physical account from scratch. The unknown is the most terrifying, but I've traveled for over a year, so my mindset is pretty stable. After calming down, I found that although my soul skills were sealed, I could still use my martial soul. I followed the moisture in the air to find a water source, and guess what I discovered? High heel prints. Who understands? In this remote wilderness, there's a city beauty coming to explore? This got interesting, meaning I wasn't alone. I immediately followed the footprints forward. As I walked, I suddenly felt a chill behind me. Before I could turn around, a dark shadow rushed at my face. I reacted quickly, firing a shot with my backhand. But guess what? The long gun went straight through without any effect. That ghostly thing turned into a cloud of black mist and drilled right into my forehead. Damn, a mental attack. Physical attacks are useless? What a coincidence. My mental strength is my strong suit. I immediately projected my mental energy, forming an invisible wall that kept that black mist out. Did it want to escape? No way. I directly created a mental barrier to confine it, then compressed it forcefully. Bang. The world went silent. It seems that in this place, mental strength is the real currency. But the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. Could that woman who left high-heeled shoe prints withstand it? I hurried my pace, following the footprints, and not far ahead, I saw the signs of struggle. A large tree had 4 big holes punctured into it, showing signs of corrosive poison. My heart sank. I felt something bad was about to happen. When I finally found the person, good grief, the scene was chaotic. A big sister in a light purple long dress was kneeling weakly on the ground, her back sprouting 8 spider legs that looked like long spears, surrounded by hundreds of those ghastly creatures, encircling her in layers. It looked like she was about to meet her end. The worst part was that a black line was connected to her forehead, and the other end was attached to the largest demon king, clearly siphoning off her mental energy. I had to save her. I couldn't just stand by and watch a living person die before my eyes. But there were too many of those things. Charging in would be tantamount to handing over my head. Ranged attack. Ranged. I've got it. I stretched out my left hand, and a fully crimson dragon phoenix bow instantly appeared. It looked really cool, but the problem was I had no arrows. I was anxiously pulling my hair, when suddenly a thought struck me. Why not use my fate spear as an arrow? I controlled the spear to shrink down to 3 feet long, placed it on the bow, and it was perfect. I drew the bowstring, pouring all my mental strength into it. Let me tell you, the power was so great that I was scared myself. The spear of fate erupted with a blinding white light, almost dazzling my eyes. As a result, when I pulled the bow, I almost drained myself completely. My mental strength hit rock bottom in an instant. Blood started to seep from the corners of my eyes, and I was on the verge of collapse, unable to aim at all. Just when I was about to give in, a white pearl on my bow shot straight into my left eye. Damn, that feeling instantly filled me with energy. My mind also received a message. Something called the Eye of the Xieji, which can see through illusions and discern good from evil. It's like an official cheat code just activated. My left eye instantly turned pure white. My vision became incredibly clear. I aimed and let go. Boom! A white light shot out like lightning tearing through the night, bursting forth with unmatched divine might, instantly annihilating all the ghostly entities along the way, turning them into a dazzling display of fireworks. The largest Ghost King was directly pinned to the ground by my fate spear and was blown to smithereens. Then, cough, that big sister fell over. As for her clothes, they were, well, a bit revealing due to the explosion's aftermath. As a pure-hearted young man, I had never witnessed such a scene, and my face instantly turned red. But reason told me that saving her was the priority. I couldn't look too much, absolutely not. I took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in my heart, and hurried over to her. My parents, after hearing my mom's description, my dad's heart skipped a beat as he guessed it might be related to a ghostly place I had visited, the city of slaughter. Without saying a word, he threw my brother and those two little girls at the academy and transformed into a streak of light to find me. When they arrived, my dad was incredibly imposing. He walked straight into that eerie little tavern and slammed the hammer down on Hao Ian, causing the 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, 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 red to shine, and opened the domain of the god of slaughter, leaving the entire place in silence. He smashed the bar open with one blow and jumped in, entering the city of slaughter. Once inside, he directly demanded to the guards, "Call your boss out to see me." The guards were so scared their legs went weak and hurried to relay the message. In no time, the king of slaughter appeared. My dad got straight to the point and asked, 10 days ago, did a child around 11 years old with a brown long spear accidentally enter this place? And guess what? The king of slaughter thought for a long time, shook his head, and said he had never seen such a child. My dad was furious at the time. There's south only this run-down place nearby. How could a living person just vanish in a thin air? That old guy, the king of slaughter, just shrugged his shoulders and joked with my dad, saying, "Hey, don't be so anxious. We only have one entrance here. Not even a fly can get in. Do you think your kid can grow wings and fly away on his own? I bet he probably never even came here." I tell you, this made my dad angry, but there was nothing he could do. What they said was the truth. In the end, he could only walk out of that dreadful place with a dark face. As soon as he came out, he saw my mom, Ian, looking at him with eager eyes. That gaze was full of hope. But in the end, my dad could only shake his head, and the light in my mom's eyes went out in an instant. She just sat down on the ground, hugging her knees, staring intently at that bottomless chasm, not saying a word. My dad is also feeling troubled. His own son is missing. How can he not be anxious? But he has to hold it together. He is a man, the head of the family. If he breaks down, what will happen to my mom? In the end, it was my mom who spoke first. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was resolute. "I will wait here for Xiaoyin." My dad just wanted to advise, saying this is not a solution. But my mom shut him down with one sentence. She said, "It was Xiaoyin who gave me a second life. If I can't wait for him, I might as well turn back into that grass I was before. What's the difference?" Wow. Once those words came out, my dad was completely at a loss. He could only silently sit next to my mom, pull her close, and say, "All right, let's wait together until our son comes back." On the other side, in Nodding City, let me tell you, at that time my brother Tang San was also there, deep in the night feeling emo. He was lying alone on the grass in the back mountain, looking at the moon, with Xiao Wu beside him. Xiao Wu is so clever. She immediately noticed something was off and poked my brother. "Xiao San, what's wrong with you these days? You're so distracted, even in class you're zoning out. And you haven't even played with your precious hidden weapons." My brother felt a bit awkward at that moment, sighed, and poured out everything that was on his mind. He said, "Xiao Wu, my younger brother is in trouble." Then he started to vent his frustrations, saying how our dad treated the two of them poorly when they were young, and that after my brother got lost once and was found again, our dad seemed like a different person and treated them well. He also said that my mom lives inside my body. Xiao was left dumbfounded. My brother feels more and more wronged. Who among the family understands that feeling? He said, "My mom is so beautiful, my dad is so handsome. My younger brother is better looking than me. Sometimes I feel like those three are a family, and I'm just an adopted one. My younger brother has more talent than me, and my dad talks every day about how amazing my brother is, never praising me." This time, when my brother got into trouble, my parents were so anxious, they didn't even look at me before leaving. I know they're worried, but I want their care too. For a moment, I even thought, if only I were my brother. Am I being selfish? Goodness, I could tell right away that this was clearly an unbalanced mindset. Lacking love since childhood, finally having some, only to find out that love comes in different sizes. How can I not be defensive? That girl Xiao Wu really has high emotional intelligence. She didn't hold back, directly patted her chest and said, "Hey, why think so much? If your parents don't love you, Sister Xiao Wu loves you. Don't forget, you promised to protect me." This immediately brought my brother back to reality. Yes, he still has teachers, Xiao Wu, and the dream of rebuilding the Tang sect. He can't just give up like this. Meanwhile, in a small hotel in the city, Zhu Zhiyun was visibly haggard. Her sister Zhu Zhuqing couldn't bear to see it any longer and shoved a mirror in front of her face, scolding, "Zhu Zhiyun, look at how you look now. Neither human nor ghost. Wouldn't Tang Yin be scared to death again if he saw you like this? His parents are both titled though. What are you, a soul zone, worrying about here?" Although her words were harsh, they were effective. Zhu Zhiyun was stunned, looking at the person in the mirror with dark circles under her eyes. She smiled wryly and said, all right, I get it. Let's go to sleep." Guess what happened next? The next morning, Zhu Zhuqing woke up, and the person beside her was gone. Only a note was left, saying, "Sister, you don't understand love yet. I have to go find him. Unbelievable. Everyone is just love-struck." As for me, I'm currently squatting next to a comatose big sister. I first checked her breathing and then felt her carotid artery. Hey, she's still alive. I just don't know what that massive black fog has done to her brain. The spiritual sea is not easy to repair. Saving her is the priority. So I quickly pulled out a blanket from the soul guiding device and placed her on it. Let me tell you, this sister has purple hair and she smells amazing. When I covered her with the blanket, I accidentally touched her skin, which was both soft and smooth. After using the life energy from the fate spear to treat her external injuries, I finally took a good look at her face. At that moment, my mind went blank, and I had only one thought. This sister is too amazing. She's even prettier than my mom, Ayin. Really, it was a beauty that felt like a dimensional blow. The rational little person was frantically stepping on the sewing machine, saying that the serious matters were important, but the instinctive elephant had already started jumping to the third subject. Ahem, I digress. The most crucial thing was the wounds in her mental sea. That thing was like a safe. I couldn't just barge in. What if I turned her into an idiot? Just when I was feeling overwhelmed, she suddenly let out a sound, which sounded particularly painful. As long as there was a reaction, I quickly leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Sister, can you hear me? If you agree to let me help you with your mental state, just move your left index finger." Then I saw her snow-white finger struggle to bend slightly. She also mumbled two indistinct words, "Save me." My heart softened instantly, and without saying a word, I activated the Eye of the Xieji, directly connecting a thread of spiritual power to her forehead with a swift motion. I tell you, as soon as I entered, I was stunned. This sister's mental ocean is not shattered at all. It's simply a cesspool, a black ocean filled with pain, resentment, and loneliness, these negative emotions. And inside it rides a huge monster composed of these things, crazily devouring her sanity. Oh my goodness, what has this sister experienced? In this pitch darkness, I see a faint glimmer of light. That is her last bit of consciousness. All right, the goal is clear. Eliminate that big monster and purify this place of resentment. I later learned that this sister's name was Bibi Dong. At that time, she was undergoing the second trial of the Rakshasa god, with the task of killing 1,000 entities called resentful spirits. As soon as she entered, she was ambushed and found that physical attacks were useless. Fortunately, her second martial soul was impressive and could capture these resentful spirits. She tried to absorb one, and wow, her mental power surged. But then came most painful memories of her life flashing before her eyes. Things like family betrayal and lover's treachery, almost sending her away on the spot. She understood then that this thing couldn't be absorbed casually. Absorbing too much would drive her insane. So she began a frenzied hunt. However, this cursed place had no soul power, and she still needed to eat, drink, and sleep. A pampered pope, roasting fish until it was as black as charcoal. Had to swallow it down despite how terrible it tasted. After killing for 2 days, the surrounding resentful spirits had been mostly cleared. She got tired, returned to camp, ate her charred fish, and went to sleep. As a result, she was awakened in the middle of the night by a chilling wind. When she opened her eyes, oh my, hundreds and thousands of resentful spirits surrounded her, with a gigantic resentful spirit king among them. The scene was as if she had poked a hornet's nest. She desperately tried to break free, but her stamina was long gone. In a moment of carelessness, a resentful spirit burrowed into her mind, causing excruciating pain. Her body swayed, and then a second, a third, they kept drilling in her head like dumplings. In the end, the resentful spirit king slowly floated over, connecting a black thread to her forehead, and began a full-on assault. Bibidong's mental defenses crumbled inch by inch, and just as she was about to be consumed by darkness, She heard my voice. Instinctively, she moved her fingers, granting me permission to enter. Once I defeated the resentful spirit king and helped her purify some of the resentment. The completion prompt sounded in her mind. Kill 1,000 resentful spirits, completed. Kill the resentful spirit king, completed. Reward, soul ring years. Her last thought before passing out was, when did I complete that? I withdrew from her spiritual sea, drenched in sweat and exhausted, having used up half of my mental energy. Seeing her complexion improve significantly and hearing her let out a particularly alluring whimper in her sleep, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I set up my tent and thought, I can't just leave a beautiful woman outside. So I carried her into my tent. And then I crawled into her makeshift shelter made of leaves, wrapped myself in my sleeping bag, and went to sleep. The next morning, I woke up to an incredibly pleasant fragrance. I was still puzzled when I packed up my sleeping bag and discovered, to my surprise, that I had been sleeping with my head resting on her light purple, fitted, long dress all night. I got up without changing my expression, pretending that nothing had happened, and started a fire to boil water for breakfast. I ran to the river to catch fish, but the fish made a slick little maneuver and slipped right under my pants. This was intolerable. I directly cheated, releasing a tiny bit of life energy from the tip of my gun as bait, and the fish immediately swam back eagerly, took a bite, and I easily caught it. I caught about 4 fish, cleaned them up, and returned to the fire. The water in the pot was already boiling. With a swift motion, I sliced the fish into the pot. Then I took out my jars and bottles, and, with a flurry of activity before long, the aroma of the fish soup wafted out. I'm busy here. Let me tell you, that grilled fish is also a specialty. I transform into the 1,000-handed guanyin, grilling 8 fish at the same time, and it's like flowing water, ensuring every side is crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, golden and crispy. What's a true 1,000-handed shura? Tactical lean back. It's someone like me. My grilled fish is more stylish than others. Just then, the tent flap moved, and lo and behold, that big sister from yesterday woke up. When she first woke up, she probably had a dazed expression, thinking, who am I? Where am I? Then she touched the clothes covering her and looked around the tent, instantly becoming alert. Let me tell you, this woman is not simple. Her brain works quickly, and she immediately replayed what had happened before. What Ghost King? What mental attack? Only to realize that her divine examination task was actually completed. Now she understood that someone must have saved her and even helped her complete the task. She started to wonder, who is this person? Could it be another heir found by the Rakshasa god, trying to take my place? Just as she was thinking about this, the aroma of my grilled fish and fish soup wafted over, and her stomach betrayed her with a growl, turning her face red. She is also a decisive person. She quickly changed into a loose robe, wrapping herself up tightly before coming out. I have to say, this sister has a strong sense of caution, especially towards men. She probably has some psychological trauma. She must be calculating that if the person who saved her is indeed a competitor, then she should find an opportunity to backstab him directly. As soon as I looked up, I saw her standing there. She had long, wavy purple hair, and her face. Wow, it was incredibly delicate even without makeup. However, she was dressed very modestly, quite different from what I saw when I rescued her yesterday. Cough, cough. Let's stop there. Where was my mind going? I remained expressionless and calmly greeted her. Awake? Come eat something. She sat over, her gaze scanning me like a scanner, probably thinking, is this little kid the one who saved me? How did he take down that whole group of vengeful spirits? She was completely on guard against me, feeling that I must be hiding some ultimate treasure. I handed her a skewer of grilled fish, and she instinctively took it, but just wouldn't eat, staring blankly. I immediately understood. She was afraid I'd poisoned it. Without saying a word, I picked up another fish, tore off a piece, stuffed it in my mouth, and chewed it loudly. Then I handed her the one in my hand. You can eat this one, it's not poisoned. I tell you, the key is sincerity. She didn't take it. Her voice as cold as ice, no need. After saying that, she lowered her head and took a bite of the skewer she was holding. Hey, just that one bite made a glimmer of amazement flash in her eyes. Although she hid it well, how could it escape my eyes? After eating charred fish for 2 days, suddenly tasting my exceptional cooking, how could she not be shocked? But her face still wore that icy expression, taking small bites, pretending to be calm. I didn't break the ice either, and casually served her a bowl of soup. She didn't hesitate and drank it right away. We quietly finished the meal with zero communication, relying solely on our tacit understanding. After eating, I didn't want to dawdle. I spoke up directly. Sister, did you accidentally fall into this hellish place too? Upon hearing me call her sister, Her expression was quite strange. You see, she was at least 30 years older than me, so calling her sister must have felt odd to her, but it was better than calling her aunt. However, my words also eased her guard, making her think I probably wasn't one of the chosen ones, or else I wouldn't even know where I was. She immediately started to turn the conversation around, feigning confusion and asking how I got in. I had nothing to hide, so I told her the whole story, that I saw a forest projection and got sucked in while distracted. After hearing this, she probably believed about 80 to 90% of it, and then she started painting a big picture for me. She said she had also stumbled in a few days earlier than me and had already found some clues. The exit was likely in the center of the forest. Goodness, the topic changed so quickly, and she suddenly asked me, "Do you know about those monsters from last night?" I instinctively said, "Are you talking about those eerie mists?" She smiled, her lips curling up, and I thought to myself, that smile was so captivating it almost burned my CPU. She complimented me on how fitting my name was, and then I took the opportunity to ask, why does that thing harm the mind, yet also enhance mental strength? Isn't that contradictory? She started to explain, saying that it's actually a deadly poison. Although it looks like a great tonic, it actually pollutes a person's mind, ultimately driving them insane. When I heard this, my heart sank a little, and looking at her, I thought how hard it must be for her to bear so much pollution from the eerie mists. It seemed she could see my thoughts. Her expression became a bit complicated, but she quickly shook her head and continued with her plan to persuade me. I went to the center of the forest before and I discovered a big secret. Do you remember the biggest eerie mist cluster from yesterday? I suspect it came out of the center to chase me. As soon as I thought about it, I immediately understood. You mean there are secrets guarded by these eerie mists deep in the forest? And that secret is the key to getting out? She saw that I was hooked and didn't rush to reel me in, keeping me in suspense. So I said it's very likely. Unless we figure out what this place really is, none of us can think about leaving. Who understands what families go through? Her words hit my sore spot directly. What I was most anxious about was leaving this place. If I had to start investigating from scratch, who knows how long it would take. Now that I have her, a local guide, even though I feel there's more to her words, I still need to take this opportunity. She saw that I was still hesitating and delivered another blow. It's full of dangers inside, and I don't know if there's any risk. Do you want to join me? What else can I say? After weighing the pros and cons, I could only nod and say, let's go together. All right. Since we are forming a team, we should at least get to know each other better. She asked first, we can't use soul power here, and you don't seem that old. How do you have such strong abilities? This question hit the nail on the head, and I was hesitating whether to reveal the secret of my twin martial souls to her. Seeing my expression, she knew I was suspicious. Let me tell you, this woman truly has guts. To dispel my doubts, she directly dropped a bombshell. I am a titled Dalu. I was shocked at that moment. This big sister, who looked to be in her early 20s, was actually a titled Dalu? Are you kidding me? Someone of my father's caliber? I look her up and down, and I really couldn't see it. The aura of strength my father exuded was unmistakable, but from her. Apart from that touch of Snow White, I felt nothing. She saw my disbelief and propped her chin up, looking at me with a playful expression. What's wrong? Don't you think I look the part? I honestly shook my head. The next second, her gaze changed. An invisible, terrifying pressure instantly enveloped me. At that moment, I felt like an ant that could be crushed at any moment, and she was the goddess who held my fate in her hands. But I wasn't a pushover either. Even ants have their fangs. I immediately gathered my own aura to resist, and though it was weak, I refused to yield. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, probably because she didn't expect me to withstand it, and then she withdrew the pressure. I felt light all over, and my gaze towards her immediately turned respectful as I honestly said, "Senior, I apologize for my earlier rudeness." To my surprise, she seemed displeased. "Don't look at me with those eyes. It sounds strange. Just call me sister." Then, she dropped another bombshell, telling me that not only was she a titled Dalu, but she was also a dual martial soul possessor. Wow, her sincerity was off the charts. Since she was so straightforward, it would be ungracious of me to hide anything. I directly told her, "Sister, this is how I saved you last night." As soon as I finished speaking, my left hand held the Dragon Phoenix bow, and my right hand wielded the Fate Spear, both martial souls appearing simultaneously. She was also surprised, probably wondering how two martial souls could be used at the same time. I didn't explain much. I simply knocked an arrow, and with a flash of white light from my left eye, the eye of the Siege, a destructive aura gathered at the tip of the spear. This was my trump card, my self-martial soul fusion technique. I didn't actually shoot it out. I just showed it to her and explained, "This arrow has too much power, and the cooldown time is extremely long. I only have one last chance to use it in the next month. Now she understood completely why I was able to rescue her from hundreds of vengeful spirits. She also seriously advised me to save this arrow for the most critical moment. I patted my chest and promised her it would be fine. At this point, I remembered to ask her name. She thought for a moment and said, "You'll know my name later. For now, just call me Sister Dong." All right, being a title Douluo has its own flair. That's normal. I obediently called out, "Sister Dong." No time to waste. Let's set off directly. With Sister Dong's command, I instinctively followed her. With the title Douluo leading the way, I felt that leaving this ghostly place was just around the corner. We didn't even pack our luggage and went straight into the depths of the forest. The sense of time in this place is very vague, and the visibility is terrible. Sister Dong was clearing the path in front, directly summoning her soul-devouring spider emperor martial spirit, with 8 spider legs behind her like a bulldozer, sweeping away all the obstacles ahead. I followed closely behind. Using my xieji, I had to stay alert to the surroundings. Strangely, we didn't see a single wraith along the way. I guess my arrow from last night cleared them all out. The deeper we went, the more unsettling the environment became. The trees grew sparser until there were no leaves in sight, and the ground was all scorched earth, lifeless and devoid of even a breeze. Sister Dong stopped in her tracks. I looked around. This place felt like a dead zone, eerie and sinister. I couldn't help but ask Sister Dong, "Are you sure it's here?" She turned back to question me. "Don't you think there's something off about this place?" I suddenly realized that it was too quiet here. There's only one situation that would make it so quiet. That is, there's a presence here that is more terrifying than all the vengeful spirits. A tremendous sense of oppression swept over me, and the white light in my left, I seemed so weak in this darkness. Right in front of us, a bottomless pit appeared, so dark it seemed capable of swallowing everything. Even my xieji, I could not see through it. Sister Dong calmly said, "It's coming." As soon as her words fell, a deadly sense of crisis made all the hairs on my body stand on end. I stared intently at the pit, watching as my eyes' light was gradually devoured by the black mist inside. Just as the last trace of light disappeared, I completely became blind with my eyes open. However, Sister Dong beside me could see everything clearly. Countless vengeful spirits surged out of the pit, frantically gathering, twisting, and merging at the cave's mouth. An invisible force pinned us both in place, unable to move. Those vengeful spirits finally coalesced into the shape of a woman. Her long black dress covered with faces of suffering ghosts, and eerie purple patterns carved on her arms. She's a Yasha's grudge. Once this entity took shape, 9 black rings rapidly formed behind her. With each additional ring, her momentum surged even more. By the time the 9th ring appeared, even Sister Dong's expression became extremely serious. As soon as the restriction on us disappeared, the Yiksha let out a sharp scream without saying a word. The sound wave attack was incredible, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. We quickly used our mental energy to raise a shield, but cracks soon appeared on my shield. I thought to myself that this wouldn't work. If we continued to defend like this, we would eventually be doomed. We had to take the initiative and strike back. I immediately reversed my grip on the Spear of Fate and began to gather strength behind me. Dong Jie understood my intention. A flash of purple light appeared in her eyes, and the spider legs behind her suddenly unfolded. She launched herself like an arrow, aiming directly at the lower half of the Yasha's resentment, attempting to sever its connection to the pit. The Yasha brought its hands together, and a massive black shield appeared in front of it. Dong Jie's 8 spider spears stabbed fiercely into the shield, causing it to crack. But her spears were also firmly stuck. The monster pressed both hands against the shield, and to my astonishment, the cracks began to heal, simultaneously trapping Dong Jie's spears and hands. Seeing the situation was dire, Dong Jie made a decisive move, instantly switching her martial soul to the Death Spider Queen. 8 legs gripped the ground tightly, and with a powerful force, she performed a backflip, forcibly pulling her hands free and quickly retreating. At the moment she retreated, my charge was also complete. The opportunity had come. With an unstoppable momentum, I aimed my Spear of Fate at the gap she had just created in the shield and thrust it forward with great force. When I struck, let me tell you, the effect was incredible. With a crisp sound, it was like cracking an eggshell. That pitch-black shield shattered instantly. The force didn't stop. It sent the Yasha flying backward several dozen meters. Goodness, 2 of the 9 black circles behind her extinguished with a loud pop. There were 7 left. Although my thrust was powerful, it also broke her connection to the abyss, resulting in a sudden surge of resentful spirits pouring out of the abyss. 10 times more than before, surrounding me completely in a dark mass. As soon as I saw the situation, my scalp tingled, and I quickly retreated. If she gets her charging treasure connected to the resentful spirits, both Dong Jie and I would be finished today. Once Dong Jie saw I was ready, she immediately understood and let out a loud shout to join in. She has now switched to the soul-devouring spider emperor martial soul. And in the absence of soul power, it's even more powerful in close combat. Let me tell you, this Yasha Resent is also a pitiful character. Originally the heir of the Rakshasa god, but after failing the assessment, she was turned into a gatekeeper boss, specifically hammering us newcomers. So she is not pleased with anyone, especially with pairs like us, and she is filled with hatred. When she saw us taking turns attacking, she immediately broke down and let out a piercing scream. The blood tears on her face looked freshly painted, and black blood began to ooze from her eyes. This time, Dong Jie was smart. She didn't give her a chance at all and directly unleashed her ultimate move. That contaminated mental energy of hers was a dark mass, almost like a spiritual version of Lao Ganma, fragrant, spicy, and toxic. With a bang, it smashed right onto Yasha Resent's face. This strike dented Yasha Resent's face, almost reverting her back to her dark mist form. The circles behind her shattered with 2 loud cracks. But this thing is bizarre. Even after being beaten like this, it restored itself in the next second. However, Dong Jie didn't give her a moment to breathe, unleashing a flurry of attacks like a raging storm, hitting with fierce intensity. Although Yasha Resent was strong, she was very smart and relied solely on instinct in battle. In the eyes of an experienced fighter like Dong Jie, she was like a 3-year-old swinging a big hammer, full of openings. In the blink of an eye, 2 more circles shattered. I'm here playing Find the Differences with the Ghost group, while keeping an eye on the main battlefield. My role is very clear. I'm an ADC, farming minions in the early game, waiting for the boss to be low on health. I see that the Yasha Ghost has only 3 circles left. She gets anxious and directly erupts in anger, sending a wave of energy that knocks Sister Dong away. The opportunity has come. Without hesitation, I fully activate the Eye of the Xieji, and the Crimson Dragon Phoenix bow instantly appears in my hand. The surrounding little ghosts see the bow and scatter like mice fleeing from a cat. I directly use the Fate Spear as an arrow, knocking it on the bow, and pour all my mental energy into it with a hum. I aim and release. Whoosh! A white streak of light tears through the darkness, so fast that it's hard to react, hitting the Yasha Ghost right in the center of her forehead. This is the judgment of justice, specifically designed to counter her evil way. Her body made of ghostly energy instantly crumbles like sand, and countless ghosts scream as they try to escape. But as soon as they break free, they turn to ash in the white light. In the end, only a foul-smelling, rotten soul remains, howling in its last moments. Just as victory seems within reach, something goes wrong with Sister Dong. She used that power too forcefully earlier and is now holding her head, trembling all over, clearly disturbed in her mental realm. I'm also affected. That last arrow drained me completely, and I'm kneeling on one knee, gasping for air. Does anyone understand? Just when both of us are in terrible condition, that rotten soul bursts out its last potential to survive. It senses the polluted power in Sister Dong's mind, like finding a lifeline, and in a flash, it turns into a streak of light and directly drills into Sister Dong's forehead. Sister Dong lets out a muffled groan and collapses straight down. I drag my exhausted body to her side, and suddenly the surrounding black mist dispersed, the sky brightened. Right where the abyss had been, a white light circle appeared out of nowhere. An exit. I was so excited at that moment that without thinking, I picked up Dong Jie and rushed towards the light circle. But then, bang, a tremendous force directly bounced us both back out. Immediately after, a line of large characters floated down from the sky. Carrying local specialties out of the country is prohibited. Below it was a line of smaller characters, a countdown. 58, 57, 56. I was completely stunned at that moment. What local specialty? What else could it be besides the thing that got into Dong's mind? Isn't this just the latest version of the trolley problem in 2025? On one side, my mom is still waiting for me outside, and she must be getting anxious. On the other side, my teammate, who just fought alongside me, is now unconscious. If I leave her here, she will undoubtedly die. Watching the countdown go from 5 to 4, then to 3, each second felt like a century. In the end, when the number hit 1, I gritted my teeth and thought, to hell with it. I can't just abandon a comrade who just had my back, just to save myself. If I really did that, I would never be able to respect myself for the rest of my life. I picked up BB Dong and ran back in the direction I came from without looking back. After laying her flat on the ground, I sat cross-legged and projected my spiritual power again, entering her mental sea directly. Goodness, the situation inside was even worse than last time. The Yasha resentment, the pile of muck, had merged with that black ocean and had even grown dark red eyes, madly devouring the green island I had painstakingly built. As soon as it saw me, it became even more furious, charging straight at me like a sworn enemy. I struggled to activate the Eye of the Shieji, and only when the Dragon Phoenix bow appeared was I able to temporarily subdue it. However, I didn't have the strength to unleash another powerful attack, and doing so in someone else's mind would only turn her into a fool. Just when I was at my wit's end, Sister Dong's subconscious began to save itself. A dark green spider, which is her second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, trembled as it approached me. At that moment, the Dragon Phoenix bow in my hand suddenly became unbearably hot, and I instantly realized, goodness, this bow must be a universal socket capable of merging with all beast martial souls. The spider seemed to understand as well. It clicked a few times and transformed into a dark green arrow, with its 8 spider spears converging into an incredibly sharp arrowhead. I drew the bowstring, knocked the spider arrow, aimed at the reddest spot in that black ocean, and let go. The dark green light flashed by, accurately piercing into the lair of the vengeful spirit of the Yasha. The soul-devouring Spider Emperor activated its devouring skill on the spot, and with a howl, it gnawed on the residual soul as if it were a great delicacy. After it finished digesting, it contentedly transformed back into spider form and tried to come over for a cuddle, but as I raised my fate spear, it quickly scurried away on its 8 legs, disappearing in a flash. After dealing with all of this, I reached my limit and used the last bit of my life energy to make a simple repair on the green island that was about to be submerged, then withdrew. The moment my consciousness returned to my body, a wave of intense fatigue instantly overwhelmed me, and everything went black as I collapsed. In the last second before losing consciousness, I felt something soft like a mother's embrace. When Bibi Dong woke up first, she felt a heaviness in her chest. As she opened her eyes, she found me sprawled on her, my face firmly buried in her left breast. She instinctively wanted to get angry, but when she saw my face filled with exhaustion and the dried tears at the corners of my eyes, her heart softened. She remembered that the Yasha had invaded her mind, that I was about to die, that I had carried her toward the exit, and at the last moment, I had given up the chance to escape to save her. This was the second time. She felt as if her heart had been poked by something. Completely softened, she instinctively reached out, gently stroking my cheek, wondering what this little rascal was so sad about. When she came to her senses, her face flushed red, and she hurriedly moved me to a patch of grass beside her and stood up, distancing herself. She quickly checked her divine examination information, and indeed, the second examination was completed. But immediately after, new information popped up. The third examination of the Rakshasa automatically began. After she read the content of the third examination, her eyes widened in shock, and one thought dominated her mind. Rakshasa God, what the hell are you joking about? This forest, after the death of the Yasha, had completely regained its vitality. By the time I was awakened by the smell of burnt fish, the surroundings were already filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. We were sitting by the fire when she suddenly asked me, "Why don't you leave alone?" As I cut off the burnt parts, I said without looking up, "I'm leaving, and you'll die." But deep down, I was clearly anxious to leave. I couldn't accept being someone who wouldn't help in the face of death. I answered very straightforwardly. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, and she fell silent. After a while, she took the initiative to speak. "Actually, this is a trial secret realm. I lied to you before. Killing the Yasha Yuan can indeed allow you to leave, but that exit has a time limit. Is there still a chance?" I could feel that she finally said something truthful to me. She shook her head. "I'm not sure, but you need to be mentally prepared to stay here for several years." Several years. My heart sank, and I felt completely disheartened. She noticed my emotions and asked why I was in such a hurry. I simply lay on the ground, looking at the stars, and began to ramble about my mother. I told her how gentle she was, how worried she would be if I disappeared, and how stubbornly she would search for me. Bibi Dong listened quietly, her eyes revealing an emotion I couldn't understand. After I finished speaking, she gently said, "You don't need to worry too much. The flow of time here is different from the outside. Here, a year is only a month outside." Then she assured me, "Trust me, at most 3 years. And I will definitely give you a clear answer." What else can I do? I can only choose to trust her. The next day, I went out for a walk and hunted a goat. When I reached the riverbank, I saw her sitting there in a purple long dress, lost in thought, with sunlight shining on her, looking as beautiful as a painting. I quickly dealt with the sheep and put it on the fire to roast. She watched my skilled movements and suddenly asked, "There's no soul power here. How do you plan to spend these 3 years?" This question made my hands slow down. Indeed, 3 years without the ability to enhance my soul power, what could I do? Just when I was feeling lost. A phrase my master taught me when I was young suddenly popped into my mind. Cultivation is also about cultivating the heart. Master, I think I understand now. My movements became smooth again as I looked at the flames, and in my heart, I already had the answer. Bibi Dong looked at me as I came back to my senses, her eyes filled with a hint of curiosity. I turned to her and said seriously, "I want to cultivate." After hearing this, Bibi Dong was probably confused, but she didn't ask much more. After all, our relationship wasn't at the point where we could say everything. "I told you, this roasted lamb has been going on from noon until sunset, making us both so hungry that just smelling it makes my mouth water." I quickly cut a leg of lamb and handed it to her, and she quietly said thank you. "Hey, this time I heard it clearly." I casually replied, "No need to be polite, we've been through life and death together." As I gnawed on the meat, I pondered, goodness, if I stay in this place for 3 years. Won't every meal be meat? Wouldn't that lead to a work-related injury? As a food enthusiast, I certainly didn't want to feel nauseous at the sight of meat in the future. Just as I was lost in thought, a pair of icy little hands suddenly touched my face. I jolted and turned to see Bibi Dong rubbing a piece of lamb against my face, the grease almost dripping onto my clothes. She didn't even realize what she was doing, reaching out to help wipe the grease off my face. Anyone who understands family dynamics knows that the atmosphere suddenly felt a bit off. Our eyes met, and she forgot to pull her hand back. As for me, being a newbie, I couldn't handle this. My face flushed instantly, my heart raced like a drum, and my mind was filled with that fluttering feeling from that day. I quickly turned my head away, too scared to look at her again. Only then did she react, nonchalantly withdrawing her hand and calmly saying, "You have grease on your face. But let me tell you, that was just an act." Later, I found out that her toes in those high heels were so tense, they could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment. This awkward little incident quickly passed. As eating was the main thing, we devoured an entire sheep without leaving a single scrap. After eating and drinking enough, I lay back on the grass, gazing at the stars and moon, feeling utterly relaxed. Bibi Dong surprisingly took the initiative to clean up the mess, and, at that moment, I almost forgot she was a titled Dalu. She seemed to forget her identity too. The next day, I woke up early. I said I want to train, and that required some actual action. I transformed into a fishing enthusiast, found a straight branch from the woods, and pulled out some spider silk I had collected from the underground magic spiders from my soul guide. This stuff is incredibly strong. I casually bent some metal scraps to use as hooks, and just like that, my fishing venture was underway. You ask why fishing? Let me tell you, it really tests one's patience. I sat on a large rock by the river, too lazy to attach bait, and with a flick of my wrist, cast the hook into the water, closing my eyes to feel the world around me. When Bibi Dong came out and saw me cosplaying as Jiang Taigong, she probably didn't understand, but was greatly impressed, and she didn't disturb me, going off to find food instead. Guess what happened next? As soon as she entered the woods, she discovered the system had directly delivered supplies. Rice, vegetables, fruits, prepped meat, and even pots and pans were all provided. Then, with the sound of the divine exam prompt, a beautifully furnished little wooden house appeared out of thin air. She placed the ingredients next to the wooden house, took a look inside, and saw a living room, a bedroom, and a 2-meter-wide bed. After coming out, this princess who never touched the spring water started battling in the kitchen. Let me tell you, she was so flustered, clanging pots and pans for nearly an hour before finally managing to cook a meal. She glanced at me and noticed I hadn't moved an inch all morning. Like a statue. To be honest, I felt frustrated several times, but I had faith in my heart. One cannot become strong if they give up halfway. Eventually, my mind calmed down. You asked what I gained. I found out that fish are really easy to catch. In the entire morning, my hook without bait caught 5 fish. Air Force, not in my presence. All you need is hands, right? Feeling hungry, I reeled in my line and went to check out the food Bibi Dong had made. I was left speechless. The presentation? How should I put it? It stood out for its abstraction. A pot of rice that looked like thick porridge, a plate of charred meat slices, and a pot of green vegetable stew that was unrecognizable. I really couldn't evaluate it, and could only muster the words. Where did these ingredients come from? She pointed to the wooden house, and said they were provided by the secret realm. Then, feeling a bit shy, she added, the taste might not be great, just make do with it. Hey, a titled Douluo is cooking for you. What more could you want? I served myself a bowl, grabbed some vegetables, and stuffed it into my mouth. The moment the first bite hit my tongue, my eyes lit up. Hey, guess what? It actually tasted pretty good. Seeing me wolfing it down, BB Dong was bewildered herself, probably thinking, this tastes way worse than what you make. Are you serious? After finishing the meal, I promptly told her, since you cooked today, I'll wash the dishes. And so, the days passed, spring turned to autumn. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. I sat by the river every day without fail, starting with a fishing rod and later resting my spear of fate on my legs. My entire demeanor changed. The youthful sharpness I once had had completely rounded out. That day, I had been sitting on the rock for a day and night without food or water. Suddenly, my eyes snapped open, shining brightly like the Milky Way. I slowly raised my spear. My movements were a bit stiff, but at the moment the spear tip touched the water surface, let me tell you, a miracle happened. The once flowing stream slowed down more and more until it finally came to a complete stop with a thud. Even the leaves drifting nearby froze in midair. The entire world, time and space, just like that, were all frozen for me. I exhaled a breath of turbid air and softly said, this move is called eternity. After sitting in silence for 3 years, I finally comprehended my second gun technique. This time, I felt quite calm inside without any excitement. Once my body recovered, I stood up and walked towards the wooden house. BB Dong was cooking, and upon seeing me return, she visibly relaxed. Over these 3 years, she has witnessed my growth firsthand, and her gaze was incredibly complex. Let me tell you, sometimes the way she looks at me even overlaps me with a man she has in her heart, named Xiaojiang. But she quickly brushes that thought away. The turmoil in her heart is profound. On one hand, there's an obsession she can't let go of, and on the other, there's me, the source of her sense of security who has saved her twice. Eventually, she simply gave up trying to make sense of it all. If she couldn't understand it, she wouldn't think about it, feeling that living this peaceful, conflict-free life with me was quite pleasant. I walked up to her and naturally asked, Sister Dong, what are we having for dinner today? My tone was just like a husband asking his wife after coming home from work. She replied gently, I cooked some lamb. You must be tired after practicing all day yesterday. Who understands family? After 3 years of being together day and night, it would be a lie to say I have no feelings. My youthful heart has long taken root and sprouted, but I dare not say it. I can only carefully stay by her side, breathing in her scent while pretending to be nonchalant. In fact, how could she not know my feelings? She doesn't dislike it. In fact, she seems to enjoy this feeling, but when it comes to whether she likes me or not, she can't clearly say herself. During lunch, I finally couldn't hold back. Looking at her, I said, actually, if it weren't for worrying about my mom, I think it would be quite nice to stay here. She obviously paused for a moment, but quickly adjusted and calmly said, your mom is very worried about you. The day you can go out isn't far off. I mustered up my courage and looked directly into her purple eyes. Sister Dong, are you still unwilling to tell me your name? She opened her mouth, almost about to say it. Let me tell you, I haven't been idle these past 3 years. Every night, I've been using my Siege eyes to help her heal her spiritual sea. In return, she has taken care of all my meals and daily needs. This wooden cabin is just one room, and after some discussion, we agreed on one bed, each taking half. And I didn't dare to cross that imaginary line in the middle. But in the end, she still shook her head and said, don't rush. You'll know in the future. As soon as these words came out, my heart sank a little, feeling a bit disappointed, but I still forced a smile and said, it's okay. My tentative confession this time was a complete failure. But what we don't know is that all of this is a setup. There's a goddess in the divine realm named Rakshasa, a pure fun seeker who is bored out of her mind. She initially wanted to swallow me to replenish her energy, but was warned by a mysterious big shot that I was not someone she could mess with. Frustrated, she vented her anger on the King of Slaughter and then started to toy with me and BB Dong. The divine trial task she set for BB Dong was actually to fall in love with me. At that moment, I thought this divine trial task is way too trendy. Seeing that our progress over the past 3 years was as slow as a turtle, she grew impatient and decided to intervene personally to stir things up. That night, after we finished dinner, we lay side by side on the grass watching the stars. Suddenly, BB Dong went limp and collapsed, her entire strength sealed. She looked at me in panic, her eyes no longer filled with reassurance, but with a long-lost fear. I also lay on the ground, but the situation was worse. My eyes were bloodshot, my face burned like I had a high fever, and my breathing was heavy like I was working a bellows. Let me tell you, that feeling hit me instantly, and my mind buzzed. Rationality just left the building. It was the Rakshasa. She had infused this space with the power of desire. There's a devil in my head roaring madly. Go for it. Haven't you wanted her for a long time? Why act like a decent person? I dug my hand into the ground desperately, my nails filled with dirt, gritting my teeth and shouting at her, "You, get out of here now." But she couldn't move at all. I struggled for a full 15 minutes, and in the end, the grimace on my face disappeared, leaving my eyes hollow. I was completely consumed by desire. I stiffly got up, slowly bending over her, my hand supporting myself on either side of her. I raised my hand and turned her averted face back to me, staring at her intently. The nightmare was about to repeat itself, and she resignedly closed her eyes. I could even feel the despair in her heart. After this, I suppose everything between him and me will be settled. My hand lifted her chin, slowly sliding down, gliding over her delicate neck, climbing towards the towering peaks. However, the anticipated invasion did not come. She only felt a warm liquid splatter on her face, the strong smell of blood rushing towards her. Bibi Dong trembled as she opened her eyes. The scene before her would be unforgettable for a lifetime. My hand, which was about to reach for her chest, was violently pinned to the grass beside her head with a small knife by my other hand. With a sharp sound, blood splattered. The excruciating pain pulled me back from the abyss of desire, giving me a glimmer of reason. Why? She heard her own trembling voice. I exerted all my strength and squeezed out a few words through my teeth. I cannot be a beast. The dual tearing of spirit and flesh made me howl in pain to the sky. With the last bit of strength, I rolled off her, and in an instant, the spear of my fate appeared in my hand. I was afraid I would go mad, so I shot back with a gun, and with a thud, I nailed myself to the ground. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and the intense pain made my vision go dark, causing me to faint completely. Bibi Dong lay there, witnessing everything. She looked at me, collapsed in a pool of blood, and tears instantly blurred her vision. That young man, in order to preserve the innocence that no longer existed, went to such lengths of self-harm. At that moment, the blurry figure completely overlapped with me, becoming incredibly clear. Tang Yin, like a beam of light, tore through her 20 years of darkness, illuminating her cold heart. The feelings hidden in her heart for 3 years could no longer be suppressed. At this moment, Bibi Dong truly saw her own heart for the first time. It turned out, this is what love feels like. I tell you, the moment that feeling hit me, my mind went ding. As that damn task notification sounded, third test, fall in love with Tang Yin, completed. Good grief. The reward was even more outrageous. Something about a different kind of life. Who has the time to care about that? At that moment, I only had one thought in my mind: move. My body, hurry up and move. When I finally managed to control myself, I rolled and crawled over to Tang Yin's side. I tell you, his whole outfit was white, but now it looked like it had just been pulled out of a dye vat, all red. I was so heartbroken I could hardly breathe. My hands were shaking as I trembled to check his neck. There was still a pulse. Thank goodness. At that moment, I truly mobilized all the wilderness survival knowledge I had learned throughout my life and quickly tended to his wounds. I took out my most treasured 1,000-year elixir from the soul guide, hoping he could take it, but he had fainted. How could he eat it? I was so anxious that I decided to take matters into my own hands, directly stuffing the medicine into my own mouth. That thing melted instantly upon entry. I pried open his mouth, leaned down, and kissed him, transferring all the medicinal liquid to him. You wouldn't believe it. The 1,000-year elixir is indeed powerful, and his pale face immediately regained some color. I hurried to bandage him, but I truly didn't dare to move the penetrating wound on his chest, so I could only leave it as it was for now. Seeing that he was temporarily out of danger, my tense nerves relaxed, and it felt like all my energy was drained away. A mysterious force pressed me down, and I blacked out, conveniently collapsing into his arms. Then, let me tell you, something even more bizarre happened. The deity up top, called Luo Cha, was watching the whole live broadcast. She probably intended to see something more colorful, but instead, she witnessed this tragic love drama and found it particularly interesting. She even licked her fingers and laughed, saying she wanted to arrange a new script for us. This pair of star-crossed lovers. It's simply insane. The next moment, my consciousness felt like it was falling into an abyss, plummeting rapidly into darkness. Then, my memories began to disappear piece by piece. First, it was the innocent and carefree days of my youth, then the 20 years I wished to forget, and finally, the last 3 years I spent with Tang Yin. I desperately tried to hold on, but nothing could be grasped until a flash of white light exploded before me. After that, I heard a loud cry. When I opened my eyes, good heavens, I had been reincarnated. I turned into a newborn baby and arrived in a place called Blue Star, where there were no martial souls or soul power, utterly ordinary. In this life, I am called by Dong. My parents are very kind, and we have a pair of neighbors who are my parents' close friends. The two families are as close as one family. When I was just over 2 years old, the neighbor aunt's belly was getting bigger day by day. She would pat my head and smile, saying, "Little Dong, how about I give you a little sister to keep you company?" I was so happy at that moment, eagerly looking forward to my little sister every day. But after waiting and waiting, when the aunt finally gave birth, my dad took me to the hospital, and when I looked through the glass, I saw a wrinkly little boy. I muttered, "So ugly." Can you guess what his name is? Tang. Again, Tang. All right. Although I was a bit disappointed at first, this little thing grew up to be quite cute, like a delicate sculpture. After I started kindergarten, the first thing I did every day when I got home was to run next door to see him. He would sit there in the crib waiting for me, and I would chatter away about my kindergarten experiences. He couldn't understand, but when I was happy, he would smile. When I was unhappy, he would cry, perfectly syncing our emotions. Our families watched and joked about how we would be in-laws in the future. Once he learned to walk, he became my little shadow, following me around every day, calling me sister. Sometimes I found him annoying and would pout and ignore him, and he would run over with his short little legs and give me a kiss on the cheek, and my little temper would instantly disappear. Days passed like this, and by the time I was in the 4th grade, he had just started 1st grade. Boys my age were the worst, pulling my braids and giving me nicknames. Because my name was Bye Dong, they would call me by Dong, saying it was the same as adults kissing, which made my face turn red with anger. One day, during recess, that chubby boy led the class in laughing at me, and I was so embarrassed that I wanted to bury my head in the desk, tears welling up in my eyes. Just then, let me tell you, a little 1st grader, like a little cannonball, burst in. It was Tang. He was supposed to bring me cookies from his mom, but when he saw me being bullied, he got fired up. He took the cookie box in his hand and smashed it like a brick on that chubby boy's face, then lowered his head and charged at him with his little head. That chubby boy had never seen anything like it. He got his nose bloodied and fell to the ground, crying loudly. Everyone watching the commotion ran away, and Tang ran to my side, patted his little chest proudly, saying, "Sister Dong, I defeated the bad guy." At that moment, I looked at this little kid who was a head shorter than me and thought he was incredibly tall. What happened next? Well, of course, we had to call our parents. And guess what? The chubby boy's mom was so arrogant. My dad fired back at her right away. As for Tang Yin's dad, he couldn't stop laughing the whole time and secretly told Tang Yin, "Good boy, fighting for a lady's honor. Later I'll buy you a grilled sausage." After that incident, no one dared to bully me again. Time flew by, and before I knew it, I was about to enter the 2nd year of junior high, and I started to worry. Because we were in a 9-year consistent education system, in 2 years, I would be going to high school, and I would have to part ways with him. One day, seeing me gloomy, Tang Yin asked what was wrong. I told him about my worries, and after thinking for a long time, he seriously promised me, "Sister Dong, trust me, we won't be separated." At that time, I still didn't know what he was up to, but from that day on, this kid started studying like crazy. Can you believe it? He spent a year and jumped 3 grades, directly joining me in the 3rd year of junior high. His learning progress was simply far ahead. Later, we both got into the same high school and ended up in the same class. In our 2nd year, the homeroom teacher wanted to separate us, saying that our early romance was affecting our studies, but our parents were called in, and both families directly stated, "We support them." The teacher had no way to deal with us. In the winter of our 3rd year, we had a rare, heavy snowfall here. During evening study, Tang Yin nudged me and mouthed to go look at the snow. We secretly slipped up to the rooftop. The snowflakes were falling on us, and it was particularly beautiful. He looked at me, suddenly grabbed my hand, his heart racing, his voice a bit shaky, but his gaze was very firm. "Dong Jia, be my girlfriend." I looked at him and smiled, sure. Everything felt so natural. Then he kissed me in the snow. Later, we both got accepted into the same university, and our graduation trip took us to many places: the seaside, ancient towns, and the vast Northwest. It was during that trip that we entrusted ourselves to each other. In college, there was a band performance on campus one day, and he impulsively went up to sing a particularly sorrowful song, with lyrics about being fated yet separated. I cried so much at that moment, fearing it was our ending. He was terrified and quickly came down to hug me and comfort me, even buy me a cup of milk tea. From then on, whenever I felt down, he would buy me milk tea. After graduating from university, we went on to pursue our master's degrees together, then returned to our hometown. He joined the judicial system, and I became a teacher. Later, there was the wedding. I wore a red phoenix robe and watched him walk towards me step by step. At that moment, I felt like the happiest person in the world. Life after marriage was simple yet sweet until I became pregnant. As my due date approached, I felt particularly anxious, worried about losing my looks and fearing that we wouldn't last. He held me and sang that song that once made me cry over and over again. Our son, Tang Yin, was born on our second wedding anniversary. But to be honest, neither of us really paid much attention to being parents. We still acted like we were in love, always glued together, even feeding each other during meals. Poor Tang Yin, at 3 years old, still had to sit in a baby chair to eat, watching his parents show affection across the table. If it weren't for his grandparents, he probably wouldn't have grown up at all. Just like that, decades flew by. Let me tell you, these two are the epitome of a model couple. Arguments? Not a chance. If Bai Bai Dong is a bit unhappy, Tang Yin just needs to add a cup of milk tea and a few sweet words to cheer her up. If Tang Yin gets angry, well, Bai Bai Dong knows just how to tempt him back. Who could resist that? And so, they went from youthful lovebirds to gray-haired old folks. Tang Yin is 81, Bai Bai Dong 84, and their once angelic looks have transformed into those of two adorable seniors. One afternoon, the sun was particularly nice, and Tang Yin was dozing in a rocking chair in the yard. Bai Bai Dong moved a small stool to sit beside him and gently called out, "Old man, are you asleep?" Tang Yin didn't even open his eyes and mumbled, "Not yet, Donger." Bai Bai Dong laughed and said, "How old are you, and still calling me Dong?" Tang Yin, with his usual playful banter, replied, "I promise to call you that for a lifetime." Then, Bai Bai Dong suddenly said, "Let me sing you a song." She sang gently. Her voice had aged, but the emotions in the melody were still intact. After finishing the song, her eyes were wet, and she softly asked, "Xiao Yin, did you like it?" But this time, the man who would always respond to her immediately was silent. At that moment, I felt my heart sink. Bibi Dong looked at Tang Yin, who was quietly sitting in the rocking chair, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. She didn't cry out loud, just tremblingly took out her phone and called our son Tang Yin, who was already a father, and said one sentence, "Come back, your dad is gone." After hanging up, she pressed Tang Yin's still slightly warm hand against her face and continued to sing that song. In the end, she lay in his arms and closed her eyes as well. In the next life, we will still be together. Then, let me tell you, who understands family? Just when I thought this was a sad, yet fulfilling ending, the scene suddenly changed. Bibi Dong suddenly opened her eyes wide. Good heavens, where's the white-haired old age? Where's the peaceful time? She was still the same her, and the surrounding was still that eerie Rakshasa secret realm. That sweet, yet heartbreaking 80 years. From falling in love to growing old together, turned out to be an illusion. It was the third test of the Rakshasa god. What is this called? This is called an exhilarating metaverse love experience, right? Bibi Dong was completely stunned. Those 80 years of memories flashed through her mind like a fast-forwarded movie. So real that she couldn't tell which was reality. But she quickly reacted. It wasn't the time to reminisce. Tang Yin was still seriously injured lying beside her. She hurriedly got up to check Tang Yin's injuries. And fortunately, that spiritual medicine had taken effect. His heartbeat was steady, and his life was saved. She instinctively reached out to touch Tang Yin's face, just like she had done countless times in the illusion. That familiar yet strange feeling made her heart ache with sweetness. She thought, little Yin must also have that memory. In this world, we can also be happy together for a lifetime. But before she could finish her future planning PPT, a burst of purple mist exploded in front of her, and a voice rang out, so frivolous and so deserving of a punch. "Hee, my little successor, have you found yourself a little husband?" Oh my god! The true form of the Rakshasa god has descended. Bibi Dong immediately protected Tang Yin behind her, her whole body on high alert. Her mind raced. Confronting a deity head-on was like an egg hitting a stone. She could only act submissively for now. She quickly lowered her head and respectfully asked, "May I know what brings you here, Lord Rakshasa?" The Rakshasa god, resembling a female rogue, smiled playfully as she walked over, squatted down, and raised Tang Yin's chin with her hand, clicking her tongue in wonder. "Oh, you have good taste. This kid is really handsome, and his skin is as smooth as jade." Bibi Dong was about to curse inwardly, but she maintained a smile on her face, thinking only one thing: leave quickly. After the Rakshasa god finished her fun, she stood up and pretended to clear her throat. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm here this time, not only to check on you, but mainly to assign you the task for the fourth trial." Bibi Dong's heart sank for a moment, but she still kept her head down. "Please go ahead." Then, I heard the most outrageous task of my life. The Rakshasa god smirked, her tone suddenly as sharp as an ice blade. "The fourth trial of the Rakshasa god is to kill Tang Yin. Impossible." Bibi Dong exploded on the spot, standing up to confront the Rakshasa god. The Rakshasa god narrowed her eyes, and the divine pressure descended, nearly making Bibi Dong kneel. But she gritted her teeth, and finally, with a thud, really knelt down, begging her to retract the order. And guess what? The Rakshasa god started acting again, with a look of concern for her well-being, helping her up and earnestly saying, "Little Dong, love will only harm us. Look at you now, for a man, you've lost the decisiveness you once had in killing. I still prefer the unruly you from before." Bibidong's attitude was resolute. If the task is to kill him, I would rather give up the divine examination. Give up? The Rakshasa god laughed. Have you forgotten the monster you killed in the second trial? That was the last failed heir, refined by me into your stepping stone. Are you willing to die for this man? Without thinking, Bibidong replied, "If my death can save him, come and take me." Well, that left the Rakshasa god at a loss. She pushed Bibidong away and coldly threw out a choice. "All right, you're quite loyal. I'll tell you. If you do it yourself, he has a 20 chance of surviving. If I do it, he will definitely die." Bibidong froze, not understanding why he had to die. The Rakshasa god made it clear. "My successor cannot have love. Do you think it's a coincidence that he made it here? It was all arranged by me. The third trial made you fall in love with him, and the fourth trial makes you kill him. Don't you think that's interesting?" Upon hearing this, Bibidong completely broke down. She remembered the beast that ruined her life. Why? Why was it that every time she grasped a bit of happiness, someone had to crush it? Then, the Rakshasa god revealed her ultimate weapon, leaning into Bibidong's ear and whispering, "You might have misunderstood something. The current you is the Pope Bibidong of the Spear Hall, with a daughter named Qianrenshua, not the Bibidong who would share a lifetime of love with Tang Yin in the illusion. You are not worthy. By the way, due to your defiance, the difficulty of the fourth trial is upgraded." After saying that, the Rakshasa god disappeared. "I am not worthy." These 3 words struck Bibidong like a spell, completely breaking her down. The stark contrast between reality and the illusion drove her to despair. In the illusion, she was Tang Yin's childhood sweetheart, pure and unblemished. But in reality, a nearly 50-year-old woman, hands stained with blood, body and soul long since filthy, even wanting to kill her own daughter. She felt like a rat hiding in a sewer, secretly peeking at others' happiness. She began to brainwash herself madly. "I am not worthy of Tang Yin at all. A person like me would only ruin him. He deserves better. And that person is definitely not me." When she finally lifted her head, her eyes were already devoid of life. She glanced at the upgraded fourth trial, which had an additional line. "Make him hate the person who killed him." Fine, Bibidong thought, "let you hate me. That way, if you survive, you won't be entangled with me anymore." In the darkness, she extinguished the last light in her heart with her own hands. On the other side, Tang Yin's consciousness also awakened in a haze. He had an additional memory, recalling his life as another Tang Yin, growing up with a girl named Bibidong for 15 years, until the confession on the snowy night. He was still confused when a sharp pain shot through his body, bringing his consciousness back. When he opened his eyes, he saw Bibidong's figure and immediately smiled weakly. "Sister Dong, I'm glad you're okay." That smile shattered the psychological defenses Bibidong had painstakingly built. But she knew that for that 20 chance of survival, she had to keep acting. The hesitation on her face instantly vanished, replaced by piercing coldness. The next moment, the dagger in her hand plunged into Tang Yin's chest with a squelch. Tang Yin's eyes widened instantly. He stared at that familiar yet strange face, completely dumbfounded. Bibidong's voice was devoid of any warmth. "Surprised? Little ghost, put away your disgusting thoughts." The word disgusting pierced into Tang Yin's heart like a needle. Bibidong tilted his chin up, her face full of disdain. "Seeing you about to die, let me fulfill your wish. My name is Bibidong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. You don't really think I fell in love with you, do you? Don't be ridiculous. I just valued your ability and played a little trick." With each word she spoke, it felt like she was stabbing herself. Inside, she screamed madly, "Hurry and hate me. Hurry." Tang Yin's gaze dimmed little by little, from shock to heartbreak, and finally, that extreme love cracked open a seam, giving birth to hatred. Just before his consciousness faded, he used all his strength to call out, "Dong, sister." As soon as the words fell, his body turned into light spots and disappeared. The moment she saw him vanish, Bibidong completely broke down. She frantically threw herself on the ground, burying her face in the pool of blood that still held his warmth. Crying heart-wrenchingly, the notification sound of the task completion echoed in her mind, sounding so ironic at this moment. She picked up the dagger, a mad smile creeping onto her face. "I should have died long ago. What face do I have to live?" Saying this, she slowly drove the dagger toward her own heart. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, the Rakshasa god, who had been watching the whole drama, showed no signs of satisfaction from revenge. Instead, she crushed the crystal ball in her hand with a look of annoyance. At the same time, in the far west wilderness, Tang Yin's mother, Yin, father, Tang Hao, and the girl who secretly loved him, Zhu Zhiyun, had been waiting there for more than 2 months. Suddenly, Yin trembled all over. She felt it, that connection with her son had returned. But immediately after, her expression changed drastically as she sensed Tang Yin's aura, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Just then, the space not far away twisted, and a blood-soaked Tang Yin appeared out of nowhere. Collapsing straight to the ground, Yin rushed over like mad, using her life energy to heal him. But although the wound on Tang Yin's chest was healing, he showed no signs of response. Tang Hao quickly stopped Yin, who was about to exhaust herself, and said in a deep voice, "Yin, calm down. His external injuries are healed, but what truly hurt was that already shattered heart. I tell you, it was truly shattered. Shattered to the point where not even a fragment was left." Our mother, Yin, looked at Tang Yin's condition and was heartbroken, hugging him and starting to cry. My father, Tang Hao, stood by with a serious expression, and the entire atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. There was also a little girl nearby, named Zhu Zhiyun, who was crying as if she were a rain-soaked pear blossom. This girl is also a lovesick person, waiting for Tang Yin for almost 3 months. And the first time they meet is in such a hellish scene. The three of them hurriedly carried the unconscious Tang Yin into the tent, wiping his body and changing his clothes. The sight of his numerous wounds made one's heart twist in agony. Just then, I tell you, something strange happened. A woman's voice suddenly emerged from Tang Yin's body, panicked, asking what had happened to him, saying she had lost contact with him for a full 3 years. 3 years? Goodness, we've only passed 3 months here. Our mother, Yin, immediately realized that the place where Tang Yin was taken had a completely different flow of time compared to ours. No wonder he seemed to have matured so much all of a sudden. The youthful look on his face was gone. After holding vigil for 2 days and nights, Tang Yin finally woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, I tell you, my father Tang Hao, who is usually unshaken like a mountain, changed his expression. That look in his eyes was vacant. Family members know what that means. It's the kind of hopeless despair, feeling as if the entire world had nothing to do with him. It was even more desperate than the time my father watched my mother being sacrificed. Tang Yin lay there, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes, and with a weak and aggrieved voice, called out, "Mom, oh my goodness." That one call shattered our mother's heart. She quickly sent my father and Zhu Zhiyun away to talk to Tang Yin alone. The first question Tang Yin asked, however, left everyone stunned. He asked, "Mom, what does it feel like to love someone?" Our mother explained to him that love is about sacrifice, tolerance, and wanting to see him at all times. After hearing this, Tang Yin quietly asked, "Can these be faked?" I was outside listening at the time, and my heart skipped a beat. Wow, he must have been really hurt by some heartless girl. He must have fallen deeply in love with someone, only for that person to tell him that everything before was just an act. Who can handle that? Tang Yin didn't say much afterward, just smiled and told his mom to go back and rest, pretending like nothing was wrong. The next morning, oh my goodness, just one night, his once jet black hair had turned completely white, pure white, not a single strand of color. White-haired youth, brothers, he must have been under a tremendous shock. His eyes were red, and when he saw our mom come out, he slightly regained his composure, then hugged her and broke down, crying, "I'm sorry, Mom. I can't forget. I really can't forget." Our mom hugged him back, crying and saying that if he couldn't forget, then don't forget, as long as he was okay. Then she helped him out of the tent to meet Zhu Zhiyun. Zhu Zhiyun was also a good girl, and seeing Tang Yin like this, she felt heartbroken. Tang Yin actually knew the girl's feelings, but in his current state, he had no mind for other relationships and just wanted to directly refuse. Not wanting to hold her up. But just as he was about to speak, Zhu Zhiyun spoke first. "We're friends, that's what you said. Family." Once the friendship card was played, who could resist? It completely caught him off guard. Tang Yin was immediately rendered speechless, unable to say anything. To make matters worse, he realized that the soul power within him couldn't move at all, and he had completely become an ordinary person. The sister named Zishi inside him explained that this was a side effect of having his soul power sealed for too long, and it would be fine in a few months. My father Tang Hao suddenly pulled out a wooden wheelchair from somewhere and, without saying a word, put Tang Yin onto it. Tang Yin wanted to struggle, claiming he wasn't that weak, but my father shot him a glare that made him back down. So, we set off on our journey. As we were walking, Tang Yin suddenly made an excuse, saying he needed to go to the bathroom. and asked my father to push him to a small grove nearby. My dad still thought it was real, but as soon as we got to an empty place, Tang Yin spoke up, his voice terrifyingly low. Let me tell you, his next sentence completely fried my dad's CPU. He said, "Dad, can you do me a favor? I want to know the past of the current Pope Bibi Dong in as much detail as possible." My dad was stunned at that moment. The Pope Bibi Dong? Why ask her at this critical juncture? Coupled with Tang Yin's tragic situation of turning gray overnight from heartbreak, an extremely absurd, yet possibility suddenly flashed in my dad's mind. Seeing my dad's expression, Tang Yin directly laid it all out. "Dad, you're not wrong. The person who hurt me is Bibi Dong." Good gracious. My dad was completely dumbfounded. His son had been missing for 3 months, and it turned out he had been with the Pope of the Spear Hall for 3 years, even had a romantic relationship, and ended up getting dumped? The amount of information was simply explosive. My dad didn't ask much, just said he understood, and then pushed Tang Yin back. After that, Tang Yin said he didn't want to go to Tiando City and wanted to go back to his hometown in Shanghun Village to take a look. My dad immediately agreed without a second thought and went to find carriage. Zhu Juyin, this girl, was also determined and said on the spot that she wanted to go to Shanghun Village with us. My father didn't stop me either. He probably hoped that this girl could help Tang Yin come out of his shell. After all, dating a pope who is more than 30 years older is inherently unreliable. He said goodbye to my mother and Tang Yin and went off alone to find my brother Tang San. On the way to Holy Soul Village, the carriage swayed and traveled for more than 2 months. Tang Yin tried to practice a bit, but he was stopped by the purple haze inside him. This time, the purple haze finally spoke the truth. It wasn't a side effect at all. The reason it sealed Tang Yin's soul power was that it discovered a shadow that looked exactly like him had appeared in his body at some point. This shadow emanated a chilling, evil aura and was tightly bound to his soul power. This was clearly an invasion of the heart demon. Forcing practice now would only allow the heart demon to break the seal, and then it would be over. After hearing this, Tang Yin could only give up, considering it a long vacation for himself. When they finally returned to Holy Soul Village and saw the familiar and dilapidated wooden sign at the village entrance, Tang Yin felt a mix of emotions. The villagers were curious about the 3 strangers, especially the white-haired youth in a wheelchair who no one recognized. It wasn't until the village chief, Old Jack, came out with a cane that Tang Yin smiled and greeted him. "Grandpa Jack, long time no see." While Tang Yin was returning to the village to retire, on the other side, my brother Tang San was called into his room late at night by his theoretical master, Yu Xiaojiang. The master pretended to care about Tang San's training progress, then shifted the conversation to inquire about Tang Yin. Tang San didn't think much of it and honestly replied, even dropping a bombshell, "Teacher, I actually have a question. My brother Tang Yin has innate soul power of level 20. With a clang, I seem to hear the sound of Yu Xiaojiang's worldview collapsing. The highest innate soul power is level 10. This is the cornerstone of his theoretical system. Now, there was someone with level 20, and he was instantly stunned, his mind blank, feeling that decades of research had become a joke. However, as a master, he quickly recovered from the shock and captured a critical insight. He looked at Tang San with fiery eyes and asked, "Is your brother, like you, a dual martial soul?" When Tang San heard this, he was deeply impressed, thinking that his teacher was indeed remarkable, able to deduce this just from that. After receiving confirmation, the fire in Yu Xiaojiang's heart blazed up. A Tang San with full innate soul power and dual martial souls had already given him hope. And now there was another unheard of Tang Yin with innate level 20 dual martial souls. I tell you, his gaze towards Tang San has changed. It's no longer that of a mentor looking at a disciple, but rather that of someone looking at 2 top VIP tickets to the peak of life, ready to slap all doubters in the face. He suppressed his excitement and subtly inquired about Master Tang Yin, and upon hearing that his master had passed away, all his last doubts vanished. This disciple, he was determined to take. At the end of the conversation, he pretended to be sentimental about the bond between master and disciple, saying that he was a useless martial soul and that all his hopes were pinned on Tang San. In reality, he was calculating in his heart, his mind focused on one direction as he stared at the map on the wall, with only one thought. Tang, he must become my second disciple, Yu Xiaojiang. I want the whole continent to see who the true king of theory is. Taking Tang Yin as a disciple was not a sudden whim, but a decision made after careful consideration. Everything tonight was to get a preliminary understanding of Tang Yin. Chapter 77. The Golden Generation in Wuhuan City. The holy land for all soul masters on the continent. Tall soldiers patrolled the imposing city walls, maintaining order. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that every soldier here was a highly respected soul master in the outside world. Entering Wuhuan City, a towering statue of an angel came into view. Standing here for 1,000 years, the once holy radiance of the angel seemed to still illuminate the world, dispelling all injustice and darkness. In the eastern outskirts of Wuhuan City, the Wuhuan Temple Academy, which trains soul masters, is located here. In this precious land of Wuhuan City, the academy occupies almost half of the eastern area, even containing a sizable forest and lake. Various unique terrains can be found within this academy, suitable for the training of all types of soul masters. Moreover, the academy is fully equipped with teaching facilities such as classrooms, dormitories, cafeterias, and practical training arenas. At this moment, on a ring made of white jade, a 1v1 battle was in full swing. A robust young man with red hair was covered in red patterns. Like flowing magma, with a layer of graystone armor on his skin and dark red eyes, the 4 soul rings beneath his feet were spinning slowly. His soul rings were also in the same yellow and purple colors. Opposite him stood a youth with an unusual appearance. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, with red eyes. Short silver hair with a gradient red tip and red butterfly patterns at the corners of his eyes, making him exceptionally handsome. At this moment, his tone was somewhat unfriendly. Yin, you still have the heart to tease my sister. You really don't take me seriously. Get ready. Xiaoyu, tall and slender, held a crescent blade behind him, looking down at Yin, who was not far away. Yin, since you reached level 30, you haven't won a single match against me. Today, you will still lose to me. As an older brother, Xiaoyu tightened his grip on the crescent blades upon seeing his unruly brother teasing his sister. Yin, if you want to compete, then compete properly. And don't call me Nana. His latter sentence was clearly not directed at Xiaoyu, but rather at a girl in the audience. Perhaps due to the talents brought by her martial soul. Her voice was a bit hoarse, mixed with an undeniable special charm. The girl bore some resemblance to Xiaoyu, with long black hair casually draped behind her, and her nearly perfect face showed no flaws. She exuded a faint special aura, a unique ability granted by her martial soul, charm. Hulaina's tone was very unfriendly. She had no good feelings toward Yin. Yan's temper was as fiery as his martial soul. Although I like your sister, it doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Nana, just watch and see how I subdue my brother-in-law today. The unusual young man named Xie Yu is also the leader of the Golden Generation and a level 45 soul master. The distance between the two was not far, and Xie Yu almost instantly appeared in front of Yin, raising his crescent blades. They were 2 of the 3 members of the current Wuhuan Temple's Golden Generation. The girl was named Hulaina, the last of the Golden Generation and Xie Yu's sister. Xie Yu wielded 2 beautifully curved, blood-red crescent blades, which were his martial soul. A top-tier offensive and agility weapon martial soul, the crescent blade, despite suffering 33 defeats in 33 battles. Yin had learned from his experiences and was well aware of Xie Yu's speed and power. The red-haired youth named Yin was a level 45 soul master with a martial soul, a flame lord. As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Yu's figure instantly vanished from the spot, rapidly charging towards Yin, leaving behind an afterimage. The second soul ring beneath his feet lit up as he called out his move. Second soul skill, granite armor. A layer of grayish-white granite armor rapidly formed on his originally gray skin, greatly enhancing his defense. First soul skill, silver light blade. The first soul ring beneath Xie Yu shone, and a layer of silver light enveloped the 2 crescent blades, as if bathed in moonlight. Despite having defeated Yin multiple times, Xie Yu still regarded him as a formidable opponent and knew he had to give it his all against an equally matched rival. The first soul skill, silver light blade, granted his martial soul an 80 armor-piercing effect, and at the moment of contact with Yan's flame lord martial soul, a crisp sound of collision rang out. The granite armor began to shatter under this strike. However, Yan's objective was evidently achieved. He aimed to withstand Xie Yu's explosive assault. Similarly, with his hands covered in granite, he directly grasped the crescent blade that was aimed at his forehead, and the third soul ring beneath his feet lit up simultaneously. Third soul skill, Hellfire. As Yin unleashed his third soul skill, his granite-covered palms began to crack, revealing dark red patterns that became increasingly distinct, with a layer of orange-yellow magma gradually adhering to Xie Yu's crescent blades. This soul skill was not as simple as it appeared. The magma accumulating on the crescent blades grew increasingly abundant, and a wave of intense flames erupted, resembling hellfire. Faced with the flames rushing towards him, Xie Yu did not dare to be careless, activating his third soul ring in an instant. Third soul skill, Moon Condensation. The silver light on the crescent blades burst forth, and a phantom of a full moon gathered behind Xiaoyu, while the raging flames struck against a faint silver light shield that connected to the full moon phantom behind him. A powerful force directly forced Xiaoyu's hands, which were tightly gripping the crescent blades, apart, and he used the momentum to retreat and create distance. Although Xiaoyu's crescent blades also had strong offensive attributes, engaging in close combat with Yan, a heavily armored warrior, was unwise. Maintaining distance was the key to Xiaoyu never being defeated by Yan. It was like when you play LOL, and in a 1v1 top lane battle, your chosen champion encounters a skilled opponent. The control of distance is simply irresistible. The result is a tug of war, a miracle. Returning to the main topic, after creating distance from Yan, Xiaoyu constantly leveraged his speed and agility advantage. Although he could not deal significant damage to Yan, the humiliation was profound. After Yan used his third soul skill, Moon Condensation, to distance himself from Xiaoyu. He anticipated such a situation, but he also felt quite frustrated. This design was the best solution he could come up with. Yet he couldn't break through Xiaoyu's third soul skill defense. To counter it, he would need to use his fourth soul skill, but he couldn't hit Xiaoyu with that, thus falling into a deadlock. Without a soul skill that could cover the entire battlefield to limit Xiaoyu's output space, Yan would never be able to compete with him. After enduring Xiaoyu's provocations and torment for over 10 times, Yan, already short-tempered, impatiently shouted, all right, I surrender." Xiaoyu remained relaxed, as this kind of battle had happened countless times before. Yan had exited the Wuhuan possession state, his tall figure still towering, and his originally gray skin had now turned back to a normal bronze color. He still felt unconvinced. Fighting you is really frustrating. It's always like this. When I reach level 50, I'll definitely find a soul skill that can restrict you. Well, let's talk about that when you reach level 50. Xiaoyu replied as he also retracted his Wuhuan and walked towards Hulaina, who was waiting below. Seeing her brother come down, Hulaina handed him a towel that she had prepared earlier. She smiled with her eyes curved and said sweetly, "Brother, you must be tired. Wipe off your sweat." Walking behind them, Yan looked on jealously but still held on to his yearning for beauty. "Nana, I'm also sweating. Do I get one?" Hulaina put away her smile and replied coldly, "No, handle it yourself." "Ah, how hurtful. Only someone who loves you as much as I do could endlessly tolerate your arrogance," Yan thought to himself, taking out a towel from his storage soul guide and wiping himself off alone. Xiaoyu looked at Yan, who was completely absorbed in his feelings, speechless. He knew his sister didn't like licking dogs. As a good brother, he had hinted to Yan many times. But Yan's response left him speechless. Loving someone requires sincerity and time. With this kind of thought process, Xiaoyu could only let this brother be. Just as the three were about to leave, a middle-aged woman in a silver robe with golden embroidery on her chest approached them. She respectfully bowed to the three and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Pope requests your presence. Please follow me." Chapter 78. Mission. The three all bowed in response and followed the Pope's attendant. Hulaina was a bit puzzled. Why had her teacher suddenly summoned the three of them? Yan was also curious and directly asked the question on his mind, not directing it at the Pope's disciple Hulaina, but rather at her brother. "Xiaoyu, what do you think the Pope wants us for?" Xiaoyu shook his head. "I can't be sure, but I suspect it has something to do with the next elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy. It is said that last year we lost to the Xingluo Royal Academy, and the Pope was furious, sending those competitors to train in the Lost Canyon." As he spoke, Xiaoyu's voice was very low, almost whispering in Yan's ear. Upon hearing Lost Canyon, Yan shivered, as if recalling something unpleasant. The Lost Canyon. I hope to see the seniors alive in the future. After silently mourning for those predecessors for a few seconds, the three fell silent. The distance from the east of the city to the Central Spirit Hall was quite far. Even using their soul power, they spent half an hour on foot. The Pope's hall was vast and magnificent, with a towering spire reaching into the clouds, and its exterior was made of various precious stones polished and stacked together, with angel patterns carved on every level of the stairs. Angels were everywhere here. It was a sacred place longed for by countless soul masters. Her face remained cold and beautiful, and her delicate chin was slightly raised as she looked at Hulaina and the others entering the room. If Tang Yin were to walk into this room, he would quickly recognize the arrangement. It was not completely unrelated to the study he shared with Bibi Dong, but rather identical. As a disciple, Hulaina was also somewhat delighted to see her teacher. The silver-robed attendant opened the door and gestured for Hulaina and the others to enter. Hulaina was very curious about the novel furnishings in this room, but in front of her teacher, she couldn't be too unruly and only dared to sneak a glance. This was the Pope's exclusive office. Apart from formal occasions, Bibi Dong rarely received others in the main hall. After observing for a while, she shifted her gaze to her teacher, Bibi Dong, who was sitting at the desk. Among the three, although Xie was the leader, Hulaina, being Bibi Dong's direct disciple, walked in front when meeting the Pope, and Xie saw nothing wrong with it. The silver-robed attendant stood at the door, knocked 3 times, and respectfully awaited a response from inside. Inside the hall, soul-guided devices completely illuminated the space, making it no different from the daylight outside. Hulaina knew her teacher had been in seclusion for cultivation not long ago, and she wasn't sure when it would end. This was considered Bibi Dong's first summons after her retreat. From the first step of the stairs, every 3 steps had knights standing guard on either side. These knights stood tall, their long spears nearly 10 feet long, and their armor glittered in the sunlight. The decor in the room was unique, distinctly different from any style on the continent. After a short while, a cold voice rang out, "Come in," following the silver-robed attendant. Hulaina and the others stepped into the Pope's hall. After the 3 entered the room, the attendant gently closed the door. Bibi Dong was dressed in a loose white cashmere turtleneck sweater, with a black coat over it, and her rounded, beautiful legs were wrapped in black silk stockings. Wearing knee-high boots, the silver-robed attendant showed no surprise as she led Hulaina and the others into a small room next door. At this moment, the hall was empty, and Bibi Dong was not visible on the Pope's throne. In Bibi Dong's private space, nothing related to angels would appear. Xie and Yin kept their heads down, not daring to look directly at the Pope. Their feelings were more pronounced, and the oppressive atmosphere made them vaguely suspect that something bad was about to happen. The 3 bowed to Bibi Dong. "Greetings, Your Holiness, teacher." Her eyes showed no emotion, and her voice was calm, almost devoid of any feeling. "Get up. The next elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy is 3 years away. As the absolute main force, I hope your cultivation can break through to the Soul King level." Indeed, it was about this matter. Xieyu's guess was accurate, Yin thought to himself. As the leader of the 3, Xieyu stepped forward to respond. "We will not disappoint Your Holiness's expectations. You 3 still have quite a bit of merit to earn. I have 3 relatively easy tasks for you to complete as a team." "Understood. You may leave now. Nana, stay behind." After Xieyu and Yin exited the room, only Bibi Dong and Hulaina remained inside. At this moment, Bibi Dong's gaze softened, and her tone was no longer as cold as before. "Nana, have a seat." Bibi Dong patted a chair beside her, signaling Hulaina to sit down. Hulaina was no longer so reserved. She sat down beside Bibi Dong, linking her arm with Bibi Dong's and affectionately calling out, "Teacher." Bibi Dong merely looked at Hulaina with a doting gaze. There were still some matters she needed to discuss with her. Bibi Dong picked up 3 documents from the table and handed them to Hulaina, saying, "Nana, these 3 are tasks for the 3 of you. Choose one to complete." Hulaina knew this was her teacher giving her a favor, but she smiled and did not take the documents from Bibi Dong's hand. Instead, she directly pulled one out from the stack. Bibi Dong did not reprimand Hulaina for this behavior. Having a sense of teamwork was necessary for her at this age. Hulaina leaned her head on Bibi Dong's fragrant shoulder, and a faint scent wafted from Bibi Dong's hair. Her gaze fell on the large table, where, beside some documents, there was a transparent cup. It had a strange design, made entirely of clear glass, shaped like a cylinder, narrower at the bottom and wider at the top, topped with a semicircular lid with a straw inserted. Inside the cup was a brown liquid, along with some black beads that resembled pearls. Curiously, Hulaina asked, "Teacher, what is this?" Bibi Dong followed Hulaina's finger and looked at the cup of bubble tea on the table. "Why don't you try it and find out?" Hulaina, not being polite with her teacher, picked up the cup and took a sip. The overly sweet milk tea made Hulaina's pretty face twist a little. Tiaha, why is it so sweet?" Hulaina forced herself to swallow the milk tea and asked Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was taken aback. "Sweet? Yes, but the taste is still nice. If it had less sugar, it should taste really good." After a brief conversation between the teacher and student, Hulaina left the room, still holding the 3 task documents. After seeing Hulaina leave, Bibi Dong's expression gradually became lonely. She picked up the cup, slightly parted her red lips, bit the top of the straw, and gently sucked, letting the milk tea flow into her mouth. This was made by Bibi Dong using the method she remembered. Although the method was the same, she could no longer taste the sweet flavor from her memory. She thought she had put in too little sugar, so she added it spoonful by spoonful, but it still tasted bitter upon entry. Chapter 79. The Broken Piece. As Hulaina walked out of the room, Xiaoyu and Yin, who had been waiting outside for a long time, approached her. Nina, what task did the Pope give us this time? Yin asked eagerly. He found the training in the academy quite boring and was very fond of tasks that could earn merit. Xiaoyu, however, was not as excited. He looked at his sister with a cold voice, which was a result of his nature, but still gentle. Sister, the Pope must have handed you the task documents. Let us distribute them. Xiaoyu saw the 3 unopened files in Hulaina's hands. Although the tasks assigned by the Pope were not very dangerous, there was still some risk involved. By saying this, Xiaoyu wanted to choose the one with the least danger for his sister, while he and Yin would tackle the other 2 tasks. Objectively, as the leader among the 3, Hulaina was the youngest, and her soul power was the lowest among them at only level 40. Subjectively, as an older brother, he did not want his sister to encounter too much danger. As for Yin, he certainly wouldn't allow Mei Yangyang to get hurt. Hulaina had already anticipated Xiaoyu's thoughts. She handed the 2 task documents in her right hand to Xiaoyu and said a bit dissatisfied, I knew you wanted me to take the easiest task. She shook the other task document in her hand. Once, Hulaina had seen several female soul masters rescued from a wolf bandit den, and their tragic state was hard to describe with words, leaving her with a significant psychological shadow. I've already chosen. You 2 can discuss it among yourselves. By the end, Hulaina's expression became serious, as the general content on the document indicated. In the southwestern region of the Fasnuo province of the Tiando Empire, there is a wolf bandit activity with a number ranging from 10 to 20. We hope the higher-ups can send a small team to eliminate this wolf bandit group before spring. Aren't they just a few wolf bandits? I'm already level 40. Am I supposed to be afraid of those beasts? Besides, there's also a Wuhuan temple team for support. The wolf bandits particularly favored female soul masters because their bodies were tougher and could withstand their brutality. To prevent female soul masters from committing suicide, they would disable their cultivation before capturing them, biting off all their meridians, rendering them like waste. They possessed intelligence higher than soul beasts, but were cruel and bloodthirsty, directly exterminating male humans to become their food. Females would suffer even worse, serving as tools for their desires and breeding tools for the next generation. They would be tortured to death by the wolf bandits they bore, becoming the first meal for the newborn wolf bandits. Xiaoyu unceremoniously slapped one of the documents onto Yan's pig-like face, saying irritably, Stop looking. My sister won't like you no matter how much you stare. After leaving the main hall and returning to her room, Hulaina finally opened her task document and began to read it carefully. After that, Hulaina ran off, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette, and was left dumbfounded, thinking, no wonder she's the sister I like. She's so cute. Then his tone changed playfully. This time I won't let you succeed. The wolf bandits were a half-human, half-beast race born from the mating of the infernal wolf and human female soul masters. Almost all wolf bandits were male. A race without females could only continue by abducting human women to breed. However, since she had already accepted this task, she wouldn't consult with Xiaoyu and the others. She didn't want to grow up under the protection of her brother and that somewhat annoying guy. In the second month after arriving in Shenghan village, Tang Yin once again witnessed a memory between him and Bibi Dong, starting from that night of confession and ending with the birth of their first child. After watching, Tang Yin felt as though something within him had shattered. But he wasn't clear on what it was, nor did he feel the need to understand it. Days passed like this until one evening. As usual, Zhu Zhuyan pushed Tang Yin to the back mountain of Shenghan village to relax, while Yin stayed at home to create an environment for the 2 young people to be alone. The night on the back mountain was quiet and serene. The moonlight filtered through sparse clouds, casting a silver halo on the winding path. It was already late autumn, approaching winter. The villagers of Shenghan village usually work from sunrise to sunset, rarely going out at night. Now that the weather had turned cooler, it was even less likely to see outsiders. However, Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyan were different. As soul masters, the weather had almost no impact on them. The 2 sat side by side on the blue-silver grass on the hillside, a cool breeze brushing against their cheeks. They remained silent, simply enjoying a moment of peace. Tang Yin noticed Zhu Zhuyan's meticulous care in his life. She had once been a young lady of a duke's house. Even though fate was not in her control, she had never done rough chores like washing clothes or cooking, but she remained uncomplaining and unregretful. Zhu Zhuyan enjoyed the most of the time spent every evening with Tang Yin, strolling outside, just like tonight, sitting side by side and feeling each other's breath. On rainy days, they could only stay indoors, listening to the sound of raindrops tapping on the windowsill. This silent companionship was like the dew nourishing the earth, quietly nurturing everything. Beauty never lasts forever. Tonight, Just as the two were about to leave, Tang Yin suddenly froze. It was too silent, too quiet. Even the wilderness in winter shouldn't be this quiet. Zhu Zhuyun, noticing the change in Tang Yin's expression, also sensed something was off around them. A rustling sound came from the dark thicket behind them, and Tang Yin immediately became alert. The eye of his left eye, the Siege's eye, lit up, and darkness could no longer obstruct his vision. Everything became clear to him. A girl with long black hair, very beautiful, was supporting a female soul master who looked to be in her 30s, heading towards them. From the expression on the girl's face, it was evident she was in a panic, and something terrifying seemed to be chasing her from behind. Tang Yin's gaze extended deeper, and several pairs of green pupils appeared in his line of sight. The half-wolf, half-human figures quickly revealed what was chasing the two wolf bandits. Tang Yin grasped his destiny spear tightly, and the 4 soul rings of purple, 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 and black rose one by one. After receiving the second memory, the seal on Tang Yin's body shattered. Zihui watched as Tang Yin merged with himself. Fortunately, nothing had happened in the past few days, but she still felt a vague unease in her heart. She had warned Tang Yin not to use his soul power unless absolutely necessary. Tang Yin had agreed, but now it was clearly an absolute necessity because he would not stand by and watch someone die. Chapter 80. Wolf Bandits. Hulaina clearly hadn't expected an accident during this mission. In her small team, aside from herself, there were 3 soul ancestors and 1 soul king. Normally, this configuration of a 5-person team should be more than enough to handle a scale of fewer than 20 wolf bandits. The leader of such a small-scale bandit group would definitely not exceed the strength of a 10,000-year-old beast. However, this time, instead of an accident, they encountered an unexpected event. They had obtained the latest movements of the wolf bandits from the Wuhuan Palace in the Fasnuo province and had indeed found traces of their activities in a canyon. But they did not find the bandits themselves. This was illogical, as wolf bandits would seek a safe place to survive the winter and then engage in large-scale activities in the spring. Clearly, this canyon was their designated gathering point. Just as everyone was puzzled, a weaker soul ancestor suddenly died from excessive blood loss. As a mental type control soul master, Hulaina immediately deduced that this was a mental attack. The existence of such a level of mental attack could only mean that the leading wolf bandit had mutated and acquired the ability to perform mental attacks. And its strength was definitely not at the 10,000-year level. But by then, it was too late. From above the canyon, dozens of figures leaped down, directly pouncing on the remaining 4 members of the team. The primary targets of the wolf bandits were the male soul masters, while Hulaina and another female soul ancestor were subjected to a delaying tactic. The leading soul king knew Hulaina's identity. He had family in the Wuhuan city, and he could not allow anything to happen to her. Tang Yin didn't explain much, using the life energy from destiny to sustain the female soul master who had lost too much blood. After ensuring she wouldn't die in a short time, Tang Yin turned all his attention to the thicket from which Hulaina had previously escaped. During this time, the female soul ancestor repeatedly pleaded with Hulaina to leave her behind, as it would increase Hulaina's chances of survival. Ahead of them, as they were about to exit the jungle, they seemed to see 2 figures. The leading wolf bandit was indeed different from the others. Not only was its body larger than the other wolf bandits, but its head, covered in black and gray fur, was terrifyingly large, appearing quite disproportionate to its massive body. With a determination to die, the Soul King fought the wolf bandit leader while carving a bloody path for Hulaina, and the female soul ancestor also broke through with Hulaina, ready to sacrifice herself for her when necessary. 16 pairs of green light points emerged first, revealing the notorious wolf bandits on the continent. The distance between the dozen or so wolf bandits behind them and the 2 women grew closer. The female soul ancestor once again pleaded, "Your Highness, let go of me. I can take care of myself. This way, it won't be painful." The woman beside her appeared to be about the same age, also a soul ancestor, but her soul rings were much more normal in color. Hulaina simply told them to run and did not slow her pace. At this moment, Hulaina noticed that the man had activated his martial soul, which was a brownish long spear. From his soul rings, he seemed to be a soul ancestor, but Hulaina refused. If she abandoned this female soul ancestor, she could already imagine her tragic end. She clearly saw the faces of the 2. In her escape, Hulaina was consuming a lot of soul power, but panting heavily. She only said 2 words to the female soul master: "Shut up." It was then that Hulaina looked at the female soul ancestor she was supporting. Her face was pale, devoid of any blood color. Her facial muscles trembled continuously, and her eyelids had become so heavy that she could hardly open them. Having lost too much blood, she was on the brink of death. The blurred figures became clearer as they approached. She had been scratched on the leg by a pursuing wolf bandit during the escape, with 3 deep wounds that bled profusely. The man spoke, his voice cold. "That person next to you won't last long." The 4 soul rings of purple, and black appeared under the man's feet, making them incomprehensible. Seeing her speed slowing down, Hulaina directly lifted her arm and placed it on her shoulder, fleeing together with her. "Wait!" Hulaina's eyes widened, full of disbelief. She suspected she was hallucinating due to excessive soul power consumption. It was a man and a woman. The man wore a silver-fitted long robe, had white hair, and was extraordinarily handsome. Even her brother Xie could not compare. The woman was dressed in black, with a graceful figure and shoulder-length short hair, looking lively and charming. Tang Yin quickly realized that the wolf bandit leader before him had undergone some kind of mutation, likely due to some fortuitous encounter that caused a distortion in its mental power, making it extraordinarily strong. Tang Yin noticed a bleeding wound on the chest of the wolf bandit leader. The type of wound appeared to be caused by a sharp weapon piercing through, indicating it had likely gone through a battle before this. He guessed correctly. This wound was inflicted by the Soul King, who fought desperately to carve a bloody path for Hulaina. The wolf bandit leader saw 2 more prey appear before it, 1 food and 1 female body, enough to increase the tribe's newborns by 3. Moreover, the food in front of it was somewhat different from the 3 it had eaten before. It smelled so good. The wolf bandit leader sniffed again. Drool mixed with blood and meat foam dripped from its mouth, and its greedy desire was ignited to the extreme. Tang Yin had no mood to pay attention to the wolf bandit's ambiguous gaze. The 1st, 2nd, and 4th soul rings lit up simultaneously, and he shot out like an arrow released from a bow. He left behind 1 sentence directed at Zhu Zhuyan, "Go knock that person out." At this moment, the female soul master accompanying Hulaina had fallen into a coma, and it was obvious who needed to be knocked out. Zhu Zhuyan swiftly appeared behind Hulaina, and before Hulaina could react, she struck her neck with her hand like a knife, causing her to suddenly lose consciousness and fall straight down. The colorful holy domain instantly unfolded, with several divine dragon vines rushing towards the wolf bandits behind their leader, while Tang Yin, who activated the swift dragon break, charged directly at the wolf bandit leader. Countless dazzling lights shone brightly, almost illuminating the dark sky. Zhu Zhuyan squinted her eyes, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the blinding light. This was her first time witnessing Tang Yin's full power, and she couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. What a powerful little man. The divine dragon vines only had 15 illusory forms, corresponding to 15 ordinary wolf bandits. The wolf bandits noticed Tang Yin's attack and instinctively tried to dodge. But the force suppression effect of the colorful holy domain weakened their speed, allowing the divine dragon vines, which they could have easily evaded, to bind them one by one. As for the wolf bandit leader, Tang Yin did not believe his first soul skill would be effective against it, so he did not include it in his plans. When the wolf bandit leader realized Tang Yin was targeting it, its green pupils instantly brightened, and its green mental power almost solidified in the air, forming a terrifying ghost aimed at killing Tang Yin in one blow. However, it seemed unaware of Tang Yin's hidden trump cards. In front of the eye of the Siege, this bundle of mental power was like the Gambia of the cosmic divine kingdom, boasting about destroying the Soviet Union within 3 days. There was momentum, but as for strength, before the green mental power could reach Tang Yin, it was illuminated by the most extreme light of justice, and the terrifying mental power began to dissipate inch by inch, like a thin piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. The wolf bandit leader's small, green bean-sized eyes widened. Its lethal move, which had never failed, was ineffective against this prey. If Hulaina were still awake, as a spirit-type control soul master, she would have surely recognized the terror of Tang Yin's mental power. The distance between the man and the beast instantly closed, and the tip of fate aimed directly at the wolf bandit's waist and abdomen. Despite having evolved human features, the wolf bandit still retained many wolf traits, with its waist being the most vulnerable part of its body. The wolf bandit leader's combat experience was incredibly rich. It saw through Tang Yin's actions at a glance. Instead of retreating, it advanced its 2 front claws, hard as iron, thrusting forward to grasp the fate that was aimed at it. Don't be deceived by the wolf bandit leader's innate talent. Although its mental power was indeed powerful, its physical body was also quite formidable. Just as they were about to make contact, Tang Yin's 4th soul skill activated once again, soaring past the wolf bandit leader, targeting the controlled minions behind it. Understanding the principle of clearing the small monsters before tackling the boss, Tang Yin executed his strategy. All the divine dragon vines binding the wolf bandits instantly shrank under Tang Yin's control, their muscles and bones compressed together, producing unbearable sounds. The wolf bandits all howled in agony, their ugly, twisted faces showing expressions of pain. Seeing them in such agony, kind-hearted Tang Yin arrived with his spear, relying on his speed to grant them release. Upon realizing that Tang Yin was not targeting it, the wolf bandit leader suddenly turned around, only to see its beloved subordinates returning to the heavens one by one. It was furious, tears of blood streaming down its eyes. Its tribe was finished. Now a lone commander, its only goal was to kill the one who had destroyed its entire clan, to consume his flesh and blood, and then use that body to breed new offspring. In that moment, the wolf bandit leader exploded with speed. Although under the suppression of the colorful holy domain, it could not match Tang Yin, who had activated his fourth soul skill. It was still swift as the wind. Tang Yin raised fate in front of him to block the first wave of attacks from the wolf bandit leader. He had not anticipated the wolf bandit leader's speed to be so fast, which surprised him slightly. After several intense collisions, sparks flew as steel claws scraped against fate. In another assault, the wolf bandit leader leaped high, its claws aimed directly at Tang Yin's head. This time, fate shattered upon contact. Its claws faced no hindrance, and the sharp tips drew closer and closer to Tang Yin's head. The wolf bandit leader could already imagine its claws easily slicing open this man's skull. Hearing the sound of flesh tearing, Zhu Zhiyun, witnessing this scene, was momentarily horrified. Her most powerful fourth soul ring lit up, ready to support Tang Yin. Just as her soul skill was about to activate, she noticed Tang Yin's lips curling into a smile. He was laughing. Centered around Tang Yin, everything turned black and white. The wolf bandit leader's claws froze just before touching Tang Yin's forehead, along with a lewd expression on its face. And the drool from its mouth was also suspended in midair. Tang Yin retracted his empty right hand, and the third deep purple soul ring beneath his feet lit up. The previously vanished fate transformed into thousands of flowing lights, piercing into the wolf bandit leader's body, blood splattering. But the side closest to Tang Yin was also frozen. Zhu Zhiyun's mouth fell open in shock. She had never seen such a technique. She was certain this was not Tang Yin's soul skill nor soul bone. There was only one possibility, self-created soul skill. Tang Yin snapped his fingers, and the surrounding black and white gradually regained color. The wolf bandit leader resumed its movements. Its expression twisted in pain, and its body flew backward. It did not even understand what had happened. To the wolf bandit leader, it seemed like it was on the verge of success, but in the next moment, it was heavily injured. This was the first time Tang Yin had used his understanding of eternity in actual combat, and the effect seemed unexpectedly good, serving as a potential killing move in the future. There was no time to think. Seeing Tang Yin approaching, the wolf bandit leader desperately thought of the only way to save itself. That prey seemed to be with a mother body in black clothing. As long as it captured her, there was still a glimmer of hope for survival. In its near-death state, the wolf bandit leader's intelligence rivaled that of an adult. Finding a sliver of opportunity for itself, it charged toward Zhu Zhiyun with its severely injured body. Seeing Tang Yin's impressive state, Zhu Zhiyun realized that to stay with him, she had to keep close behind. A genius like Tang Yin did not need a superfluous vase by his side. As the wolf bandit leader dragged its wounded body toward her, Tang Yin stopped and quietly observed everything happening. Zhu Zhiyun knew it was time to showcase her strength. Xiao Yin, don't underestimate me. During the years Tang Yin traveled the continent, Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing grew rapidly under Tang Hao's guidance. The speed of their soul power growth was not significantly faster than before, but their practical combat experience had increased dramatically. Although Tang Yin easily defeated the group of wolf bandits, Zhu Zhiyun was acutely aware of her own abilities and dared not be careless against the wolf bandit leader charging toward her. With her left hand glowing with golden light, a dark golden claw, 3 feet long, attached to her martial soul's cat claw, exhibited a power greater than the sum of its parts. Her fourth soul ring lit up, and Zhu Zhiyun directly activated her strongest soul skill, Phantom Slash. Zhu Zhiyun was like a sprite moving through the darkness, nimbly dodging the wolf bandit leader's charge. She switched positions and arrived behind the wolf bandit leader. The wolf bandit leader, having missed its strike, seemed to realize what was about to happen. Its speed slowed considerably. Zhu Zhiyun's agile body bent almost like a crescent moon in the air, her left hand's golden claws and right hand's ghostly cat claws coming together. the purple golden light intertwining as it slashed behind the wolf bandit leader. The massive wolf body, standing 3 meters tall, halted at that moment, blood gushing from the fatal wound at its back, and the raised wolf paw dropped weakly. The wolf bandit leader watched its body fall, its vision blurring, still filled with unwillingness as it breathed its last. This wicked wolf bandit leader ended its sinful life. Zhu Zhiyun's speed was astonishing. Not a drop of blood from the wolf bandit leader stained her clothes as she landed smoothly. After touching down, she looked at Tang Yin, her eyes sparkling, as if asking him to praise her. However, at that moment, something seemed off with Tang Yin. Chapter 81. Inner Demon, Release of Desire. Absurdity. Zhu Zhiyan noticed that Tang Yin was not merely wanting to see her performance, but rather his own body seemed to be having issues. This startled Zhu Zhiyan, and she put aside any other thoughts, quickly approaching Tang Yin to observe his changes closely. Tang Yin stood motionless, his aura turning very cold, no longer as kind as usual. After the eyes of the Xieji closed, his gaze returned to its original black, but was now replaced by a shade of crimson. Zishi's concerns had come true. The Tang Yin she knew had not vanished, but was lurking within him, merging with his soul power. Unless Tang Yin never used his soul power again, there was no way to prevent this other self from appearing. Why do you resist me? We are one and the same. To maintain your ridiculous integrity and kindness, you dare not face your true self, and thus you have split off a part of me. Tang Yin, you could have taken that woman back then, zipped up your pants, and walked away, but you pretended to be a gentleman. I know you. You couldn't help but want her then. No need to lie to me, because I am you. Do you know that your hypocrisy has caused great problems for our body? That primal desire, if you don't vent it on her, will eventually harm those around you. Tang Yin, are you going to be a coward and hide for the rest of your life? Face me. Deep down, Tang Yin knew everything this other self said was true. He had been escaping, afraid to confront reality, just like a coward. When Zishi saw Tang Yin embrace the version of himself that resembled a demon, her anxious heart finally settled. Tang Yin's lips gently kissed her earlobe. The sensation slightly ticklish yet very comfortable. During this time, his hands grew restless, sliding from Zhu Zhiyun's waist to her shapely backside. In the end, Tang Yin embraced himself, confronting his inner self. Zhu Zhiyun excitedly shouted, "Xiao Yin, you're okay now?" Tang Yin, lost in primal desire, no longer cared for anything else. He freed one hand to grasp Zhu Zhiyun's hand that was slapping his face, leaning in to seal her seemingly noisy mouth with his lips. I don't want to escape anymore. Zhu Zhiyun, standing beside Tang Yin, felt anxious. She feared something was wrong with him, and with her own strength. She didn't know how to handle this sudden situation. But Tang Yin didn't respond. Instead, he looked closely at Zhu Zhiyun. Suddenly, he stepped forward, wrapping her in his arms, resting his head against her snowy neck. Today, Zhu Zhiyun was still stunning. At 17, she had developed a seductive allure, her curvaceous figure making her look enchanting. A quarter of an hour later, Tang Yin began to move, but his eyes remained as crimson as blood. She could no longer discern what Tang Yin would become. Just as Zhu Zhiyun was about to sink into this ambiguous atmosphere, she seemed to recall something, and her dazed eyes quickly cleared. Zhu Zhiyun knew that something was very wrong with Tang Yin. If she gave in to her desires now, it would be irresponsible to Tang Yin and to herself. A soft, elastic sensation came from her hand as Tang Yin couldn't help but squeeze a couple of times. One hand pressed against Tang Yin's chest while the other gently patted his cheek. Her voice was somewhat rough and anxious. "Xiao Yin, wake up quickly." For some reason, at that moment, he thought of Zhu Zhiyun, the girl who had always been by his side. A warm, heavy breath came from her neck. Her full chest pressed against this. She had fantasized countless times about Tang Yin's embrace, and unexpectedly, it was realized today. Zhu Zhiyun inherited her family's excellent bloodline, and at just 17, her development far exceeded that of her peers. Feeling Tang Yin's gaze on her, Zhu Zhiyun grew somewhat fearful. He felt too strange now, so unfamiliar that she thought the person before her was not Tang Yin. Now was not the time for this. Zhu Zhiyun's eyes widened, a warm sensation coming from their lips. Before long, a nimble tongue pried open her pearly teeth and entered her mouth. The confusion of their first kiss left Zhu Zhiyun at a loss, but the intertwining sensation was truly wonderful, like sweet candy. Her soft heart hardened again. Zhu Zhiyun bit down hard on their entwined tongues, a metallic sweetness flooding her mouth. She didn't know whose blood it was, but she didn't care anymore. Tang Yin retracted his tongue in pain, and just as he was about to make another move, Zhu Zhiyun's almost pleading voice sounded in his ear. No. Tang Yin paused. At that moment, he seemed to regain a bit of rationality. Zhu Zhuyun's voice followed. Xiao Yin, it's not that I don't want to give you this, but I hope our first time can happen when you are sober, okay? Okay. After a long time, Tang Yin mechanically said the word okay, slowly releasing Zhu Zhuyun and reaching out to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. After letting go of Zhu Zhuyun, Tang Yin's gaze fell on the unconscious Hulayina. The other middle-aged female soul master was directly ignored by Tang Yin, although he was somewhat intoxicated now. He wasn't hungry enough to eat anything indiscriminately. Hulayina's appearance was indeed impeccable. To complete her mission, her long, straight black hair was tied into a bun, with a few strands falling on her forehead, her features carrying a hint of allure, making her a beauty. Feeling Tang Yin's increasingly approaching footsteps, Hulayina trembled nervously. Zhu Zhiyun's strike to her neck had softened a bit. She had woken up when Tang Yin used Eternal to severely injure the wolf bandit leader. This was the first time Hulayina had seen such an extraordinarily handsome youth. It seemed this white-haired boy was only a few years younger than her, but his strength far surpassed hers. Growing up in the fiercely competitive environment of the Martial Soul Academy, Hulayina had seen countless geniuses, but she had never encountered someone like Tang Yin. She had planned to invite Tang Yin to join the Spirit Hall once the battle ended. But who knew such an event would occur? Stop pretending, get up. Tang Yin's tone was cold, carrying an authoritative command. Hulayina knew she couldn't keep up the act any longer. She trembled as she propped herself up, her expression filled with panic. What do you want to do? Let down your hair. You are being unreasonable. I am from the Spirit Hall. There will be serious consequences if you touch me. Let down your hair. Tang Yin me tanikaso VP. You. Hulayina wanted to say something more, but was directly interrupted by Tang Yin. Let down your hair. This time, Tang Yin intensified his tone. The cold aura combined with his emotionless crimson eyes surrounded Hulayina with various oppressive feelings. As time passed second by second, after just 23 seconds, the last thread of Hulayina's resolve completely snapped. With a choked voice and a very aggrieved tone, but still very obedient, she said, I will. Her soft long hair fell down, combined with her currently fragile and aggrieved expression, was truly pitiful to behold. In Hulayina's eyes, Tang Yin at that moment looked like a demon. Take off your clothes. For this stranger, Tang Yin no longer needed to be as gentle and restrained as he was with Zhu Zhiyun. After tidying up her clothes, Zhu Zhiyun sensed something was wrong as she saw Tang Yin approaching the unconscious girl. What Tang Yin did was not beyond her expectations. She knew that if she didn't do something, the person she loved was about to have relations with another woman right in front of her. Zhu Zhiyun took a deep breath and made her decision. She approached Hulayina from behind and knocked her out while she was loosening her clothes. This time, the force was significantly greater than the last, ensuring Hulayina wouldn't wake up in a short time. Tang Yin's expression froze as he looked at Zhu Zhiyun in confusion. Zhu Zhiyun smiled calmly. Xiao Yin, feeling uncomfortable, right? Sister will help you. There's a poem that says, under the moon, the flute plays. The night is not yet over. Among the flowers, the wine flows. The mood is still high. Remember the good times and beautiful scenery. Do not wait until the beautiful person's tears have dried. At some point, the crimson in Tang Yin's eyes faded, and regaining his composure, he looked at Zhu Zhiyun, who was busy. Tang Yin exhaled a breath of turbid air, enjoying the absurd yet beautiful time. The four people present were unaware that at the moment they collided, two powerful auras also converged simultaneously. Chapter 82. Tang Hao and Zhu Douluo, a multitude of updates. In the shadows, both Tang Hao and Zhu Douluo were shocked. They never expected to encounter each other here. After taking Tang San to obtain the third spirit ring, Tang Hao began to investigate the matters handed over to him by Tang Yin. Compared to Tang San's maturity, Tang Yin had made him worry much more since childhood. Upon seeing Yin, that impatience gradually turned into enjoyment. He relished the responsibilities that came with being a father. Tang Hao actually knew that Bibi Dong once had a relationship with Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiaojiang. But he couldn't tell Tang Yin yet, at least not until Tang Yin and his disciple got together, as it might make him feel better. Besides that, Tang Hao also found out that Bibi Dong's separation from the master had something to do with Qian Xuanji, but only the parties involved truly knew the specifics. However, Tang Hao had no good reason to directly ask the master about it. There was very little information about the Pope's past. For nearly a decade, no stories about this Pope had circulated. She seemed to have disappeared from the world until she ascended to the papacy after Qian Xuanji's death, ruling over the spirit master world. With no leads, Tang Hao worried about Tang Yin, returned to Holy Soul Village to secretly protect him, without even telling Yin. In recent days, the relationship between Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyun began to change subtly. While the two couldn't see it, Tang Hao, as someone who had been through it, could see through everything at a glance. That night, as he watched over Tang Yin, as usual, he indeed practiced caution, and in this remote Holy Soul Village, he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. Judo was naturally sent by Bibi Dong to secretly protect Hyena. In Bibi Dong's heart, Hyena was not just her direct disciple, but also her daughter. After learning that Hyena's task was to hunt down the wolf bandits, she sent Douluo to save her when she encountered danger. His astonishment was not yet over. Your injuries have healed. Ju, who do you think you can send to hunt me down? Dalu? Or you and that little brat? The little brat referred to Ghost Douluo Gueme. Ju Douluo's slightly delicate face showed veins bulging, but she quickly calmed herself. Tang Hao sneered, his aura suddenly exploding, but the surroundings remained calm. This pressure was directed only at Ju Douluo, dressed in black robes. Upon seeing Ju Douluo, he couldn't help but tease. Old Ju, at your age, still dressing so flamboyantly. Is it to please that little brat next to you? Tang Hao, I don't have time to chat with you. I have a mission. Ju Douluo faced Tang Hao alone and felt a bit intimidated. They moved to a place far from the fore, where their movements wouldn't be detected, but as titled Douluos. Tang Hao and Ju Douluo could sense them. At this moment, he was quite frustrated. Clearly, it was just a small task to protect the Pope's disciple. Yet he encountered this plague god. Both were following secretly, with no intention of revealing their identities. Tang Hao transmitted a message to Ju Douluo. Let's talk. Tang Hao, do you still dare to show your face on the continent? Not afraid of being hunted by the spirit hall? Ju Douluo did not attack in the canyon. She just watched as Hyena escaped from the pursuit of the wolf bandits. After some hesitation, Ju Douluo decided to trust Tang Hao because the initiative was not in her hands. Leave this to my son. Nothing will happen. Tang Hao's lazy voice came again. After sensing Tang Hao's titled Douluo pressure, Ju Douluo's peach blossom eyes were filled with disbelief, and she almost exclaimed, "How is that possible? You are already level 96. If this man went berserk, not only would his own life be in danger, but the Pope's disciple would likely not survive either." 12 years ago, Ju Douluo had followed the Pope to encircle and kill Tang Hao and the 10,000-year blue Silver Emperor. In the end, the Pope was severely injured, and Tang Hao was left with serious aftereffects. But at this moment, Ju Douluo felt no hint of weakness from Tang Hao. His spirit and demeanor were not something that could be feigned. The 3 points of caution in her heart directly rose to 7. Just having stepped into the titled lower realm, Tang Hao could take on 3 opponents. Now, with his soul power exceeding her own, her chances of winning were nearly 0. Ju Douluo quickly weighed the pros and cons in her heart and ultimately chose to follow her instincts. Tang Hao, I'm not here to cause you trouble this time. I advise you to take care. Although she backed down, she still couldn't lose her momentum. Let's stay here for a while, after my son deals with those wolf bandits. You can take your people from a spirit hall and leave. Those wolf bandits are not simple. Can your son handle? Before the words could leave her mouth, Ju Douluo sensed that all the wolf bandits' auras had vanished. It seemed that indeed, the son of a tiger would not be a dog. Since it was already resolved, let's part ways here. Ju Douluo directly cupped her hands to Tang Hao, wanted to keep her distance from this play god. Tang Hao's expression suddenly became serious, his tone low. No, I'm feeling restless. Let us have a fight. Tang Hao, don't bully me too much. Ju Douluo was completely on edge from Tang Hao's repeated provocations. I'm just bullying you too much. Come hit me. Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer in his hand, pointing directly at Ju Douluo. Ju Douluo had a temper too. After being humiliated by Tang Hao time and again, he was getting angry. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Am I afraid of you? Ju Douluo instantly summoned his martial soul. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rose from beneath his feet, and a bright yellow chrysanthemum blossomed behind him. They're already safe. Let's fight somewhere farther away. Just don't run. In his anger, Ju Douluo spoke without thinking. Fortunately, Tang Hao didn't really want to fight him. He sensed that his son was about to have some interaction with the Pope's disciple. This was a matter concerning the continuation of the Tang family line, and it was better not to be disturbed. After leading Ju Douluo away, Tang Hao engaged in a fierce battle with him. Even under the circumstances where Tang Hao was holding back, Ju Douluo was still being beaten badly, suffering at least 2 blows to his chest, leaving him breathless and his blood surging. Tang Hao felt that Tang Yin was almost done over there, and after shaking Ju Douluo away with a hammer, he said somewhat bored, "Chrysanthemum, you should practice a bit more." You haven't made any progress in over a decade. Remember to bring that little brat next time, otherwise, I won't even be interested. After being thoroughly beaten, Douluo finally regained his composure and disdainfully ignored Tang Hao's provocation. Farewell, Hao Douluo. He emphasized the last 4 words heavily. Chapter 83. Yu Xian. After that wild night, Tang Yin and Zhu Zhiyun developed a relationship that transcended friendship. However, it wasn't a romantic relationship yet. Both were aware of this, but chose not to address it. After finishing that night, the blushing Zhu Zhiyun kept all the spoils to herself, leaving nothing behind, as if nothing had happened. As for Hu Laina and that female soul master, they were no longer in danger, and Tang Yin and Zhu Zhiyun didn't pay them any more attention and return home together. Both were feeling a bit guilty, feeling like 2 children who had done something wrong when facing Yin. Yin, noticing the subtle changes in their interactions, realized that their feelings had evolved from 0 to 0. 5. She acted as usual, not breaking the thin veil between them, and life continued as normal. After merging with his inner demons, Tang Yin began to be troubled by the emotional issues he had been avoiding. One day, while having dinner at Old Jack's house, Old Jack brought out a jar of home-brewed wine he had treasured for many years, and Tang Yin took a sip. The hazy feeling of the alcohol indeed helped him temporarily forget the pain. Tang Yin held Zhu Zhiyun's soft and slender waist, and they both tacitly stopped talking, feeling each other's breaths and heartbeats. Zhu Zhiyun noticed his accelerated heartbeat. She rested her chin on Tang Yin's chest, looking at him with her enchanting eyes. Tang Yin's gaze met hers, and he saw a reflection of his former self. His heart rate noticeably increased when Zhu Zhiyun openly expressed her feelings. Dad. Tang Yin stroked his head. It was a bit awkward to be caught by an elder, even though nothing had happened between them. After Tang Yin and Zhu Zhiyun's time alone yesterday, Tang Hao knew the opportunity had come. Early in the morning, he knocked on Tang Yin's door. From that day on, Tang Yin started drinking, and whenever he was hung over, Zhu Zhiyun would always be there to take care of him, and they occasionally had some intimate moments. Zhu Zhiyun put down the towel in her hand, resting her head on Tang Yin's chest, listening to the sound of his heartbeat. One day, after getting thoroughly drunk again, Tang Yin leaned against the bed, reeking of alcohol. When he got up to open the door, he saw Tang Hao, whom he hadn't seen for several days. At that moment, Zhu Zhiyun's eyes were gentle as water, revealing her true feelings. The person she loved was Tang Yin, no matter how he changed. He somewhat understood why his father often got drunk on cheap wine when he was young. Zhu Zhiyun walked in, holding a copper basin filled with warm water and a towel. I have always fantasized about someone taking me away from my family's constraints. And when I needed help the most, you appeared. Zhu Zhiyun raised a hand, placing 2 fingers on Tang Yin's lips. She didn't open her eyes, her tone still gentle. I won't force you, and you don't have to force yourself. As long as you have me in your heart, that's enough. She took the nearly empty bottle of wine from Tang Yin's hand, wrung out the towel, and began to clean his body. Sister Zhiyun, give me some time, The next morning, Tang Yin and Zhu Zhiyun, who were asleep in each other's arms, were awakened by a knock on the door, and they finally released each other. Tang Hao had been observing Tang Yin's state these days and knew it was time for him to step in. Living in the imperial family of the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Zhiyun was not opposed to a man having multiple wives. She understood that she was the later addition and only sought a place for herself in Tang Yin's heart. Xiao Yin, I know you still love that person, even if you were hurt so badly because of her. After being washed with warm water, Tang Yin regained some clarity. He looked at Zhu Zhiyun, who was still serving him, and asked the question he had kept hidden in his heart. Sister Zhiyun, I always thought that the old you liked my gentleness and talent, but now that I'm so downcast and need you to take care of me every day, what do you still like about me? Come out with me for a moment. If Tang Yin knew that Tang Hao had already known about his relationship with Zhu Zhiyun, he wouldn't know whether to feel embarrassed or not. I've already found out most of what you wanted me to understand. Before I tell you, you have to promise me one thing. Okay. As Tang Yin was about to learn about her past, he felt surprisingly calm inside. You've been in Holy Soul Village for quite some time. Today, I'm going to take you to a place that might help you. Okay. Seeing Tang Yin's inexplicable calmness, Tang Hao sighed and recounted everything he knew. After learning about Bibi Dong's past and combining it with Tang Yin's understanding of her, he realized he still couldn't see through her. All her secrets were buried in the 10 years she disappeared. If it were the Tang Yin of yesterday, he might still be lost in confusion, but the Tang Yin of today had found new support in his heart. Perhaps his feelings for her would slowly fade away with time. After bidding farewell to Old Jack, the 4 of them set off on the road to Tiando City. Upon entering the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tang Hao led the 3 into the city. To avoid drawing attention, they all dressed simply, but apart from Tang Hao, the appearances of the other three were too outstanding, attracting the attention of many passers-by. They walked until they reached a tall building, at which point Tang Hao stopped. In the bustling city center of Tiando City, occupying such a large area in a place where land is precious proved its extraordinary nature. However, amidst the noise of the bustling marketplace, this 5-story small building gave off an elegant feeling, with an ancient exterior and exquisite decoration. The two characters on the plaque spelled its name, Yuxian. The number of people here is not many, but from their clothing and demeanor, one can tell their extraordinary status. With men, women, young, and old all present. They merely cast a slight glance at Tang Hao and the others, who were dressed like beggars in front of the Moon Pavilion, and then lost interest, but the hint of disdain in their eyes was fully registered by Tang Yin. Tang Yin always harbored the utmost malice towards nobles. He did have noble friends, and Guiyang was a decent person, but most nobles are like pests. Beneath their glamorous exteriors lies a filthy heart. This is the world of soul masters, an era of flourishing human civilization, and also a savage age where beasts devour humans. Tang Yin didn't care about their looks, but he didn't understand why Tang Hao brought him here. Dad, why did you bring me here? Tang Hao knew his son looked down on nobles, and he replied calmly, your heart needs to be quiet. This place can calm your mind and wash away the superficiality. Tang Yin didn't quite believe that this noble exclusive Moon Pavilion could solve his current predicament. As they approached the entrance of the Moon Pavilion, Tang Hao and his group were stopped by two neatly dressed young men in blue. One of the young men said calmly, sorry everyone. The Moon Pavilion does not accept guests who are poorly dressed. Tang Hao wasn't angry. His tone remained flat. I want to make it difficult for you. Just send someone to notify your master that Tang Hao requests an audience. The two young men were not soul masters and had not heard of Tang Hao's name. As illegitimate children of a barren family, the lowest level of nobility, they didn't even have noble titles, but after seeing many distinguished nobles while guarding the Moon Pavilion, they developed a distorted sense of nobility. Those who have been dogs too long will have a twisted mindset. When facing someone they consider weaker, they will act even more ruthlessly. Who do you think you are? The other young man became impolite, urging them to leave quickly. The Moon Pavilion is not a place where just anyone can enter. Tang Hao originally didn't want to reveal his identity. But when good words fail to persuade the damned, a cold, murderous intent enveloped the two before him. I'm here to find a master. Even the guard dogs dared to bark. The faces of the two young men turned pale, but they were locked in by that cold, murderous intent, and their backs were instantly soaked with cold sweat. The previously arrogant young man swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Wait a moment. He then staggered away towards the interior of the Moon Pavilion. It wasn't long before he returned, following a middle-aged man in purple, along with two other neatly dressed but very refined middle-aged men in blue. His tone was no longer the earlier trepidation, like a dog that found its master. He arrogantly shouted, Steward, it's them, causing trouble in our Moon Pavilion. Tang Yin was speechless. Are these nobles all fools? Judging by appearances, what if they encountered a slaughtered Douluo who looks disheveled? Would they even have a chance to survive? But how could they, who usually hold themselves high, lower their noble heads to look down on the world? Pride is the foremost of the 7 deadly sins. The purple-clad middle-aged man glanced disdainfully at Tang Hao and the others, speaking in a tone similar to the earlier young man. The Moon Pavilion does not accept beggars. You should leave. Being provoked repeatedly, Tang Hao was on the verge of exploding, and Tang Yin knew that if this continued, these people would soon become corpses. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the area, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Tang Yin knew his father couldn't easily act due to his status, so he had to step in. The Fate Spear was propped beside him, and the 4 exaggeratedly colored soul rings of purple, and black rose from his feet. The 2 blue-clad men behind the purple-clad man gasped at the sight of Tang Yin's soul ring colors. Terrifying indeed. Get out of the way. If a fight breaks out, I can't guarantee that the Moon Pavilion will remain intact. The blue-clad, middle-aged man hesitated. Their soul power wasn't much higher than Tang Yin's, and from appearances, he was the youngest among the 4, so if they fought, their side would definitely suffer. The purple-clad middle-aged man's face turned incredibly grim as he sternly said, Are you threatening me? This is the capital of the Tiando Empire, where powerful figures abound. If you injure any of the nobles inside, even 10 of your heads wouldn't be enough to compensate. Damn nobles, Tang Yin sneered, no longer feeling the need for pretense now that the mask was torn off. I'll give you a chance, below Soul Sage, whoever can kill me. Come and take it. The old Tang Yin would have acted so impulsively, but unfortunately, he was no longer the same. Although his nature hadn't changed much, his previously somewhat lenient approach, which Tang Hao considered overly compassionate, had undergone some minor changes. With pent-up frustration in his heart, how could he waste the opportunity presented to him? The second soul skill activated, and a colorful light blossomed from Tang Yin, enveloping a 100-meter radius. The suppression of the domain made the four from the Moon Pavilion change their expressions. The ordinary young man was so scared he lost control and fainted. The other three, being soul masters, fared slightly better, but they all summoned their martial spirits, appearing as if facing a formidable enemy. Among them, the purple-clad middle-aged man had the highest soul power, boasting 5 soul rings, with the best combination of yellow, purple, and black. The other 2 he brought along had slightly weaker strengths, with only 4 soul rings and not the best combination. Seeing the enemy display their soul rings, Zhu Zhuyan, who didn't want Tang Yin to fight 3 by 1, also summoned his martial spirit. The purple-clad middle-aged man gave Tang Yin a final warning. Kid, let me tell you, our pavilion is currently hosting important guests, and even the lady is personally attending to them. If you disturb those adults, you'll really be dead. It seems I still owe you a favor, Tang Yin replied, his fate already poised for action. Just as tensions were about to explode, a calm and authoritative middle-aged voice came from within the Moon Pavilion. Why don't both sides take a step back? Since you're here to visit the Moon Pavilion, why not come up and have a gathering? Upon hearing the middle-aged voice, the previously sharp-tongued, purple-clad man retracted his martial spirit and respectfully bowed. Tang Hao's expression also became calm, gently telling Tang Yin, Xiaoyin, Zhuyun, put away your martial spirits. Let us go up. Chapter 84. Ning Fengji. Today was the day Ning Fengji brought his daughter to the Moon Pavilion to learn etiquette. As the current sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, he was busy with affairs every day and rarely personally oversaw his children's education, leaving it to others to handle. His daughter, Ning Rongrong, was his youngest child, cherished by 2 elder protectors within the sect, and had become somewhat unruly over the years. A few days ago, while chatting with his disciple Xue Qinghe, he mentioned this matter, and at that time, Xue Qinghe said to him, Master, it's in Rongrong's nature to love to play, but now she is 11 years old. Learning etiquette at the Moon Pavilion can help her calm down. Ning Fengji contemplated for a moment and found Xue Qinghe's suggestion very good. As for whether learning would delay her training, that was unnecessary worry. Anyway, Ning Rongrong was going wild at home, so it was better to send her to the Moon Pavilion to learn noble etiquette, which would be useful for socializing among upper-class nobles in the future. It was a good method. Since the teacher agrees, I'll make a trip to the Moon Pavilion to help you schedule a meeting time with Madame Tang. Ning Fengji nodded and said, Thank you for your trouble, Qinghe. Xue Qinghe stood up and bowed to Ning Fengji. I dare not. It is the student's responsibility to ease the teacher's worries. Snow Qinghe informed Ning Fengji of a specific time. Dad, I don't want to go to that Moon Pavilion to learn etiquette. Ning Rongrong sighed, shaking her father's arm and acting spoiled. At this moment, Ning Fengji pretended to be stern, his tone resolute and unquestionable. No, your brother Qinghe has already arranged a teacher for you, and that teacher is Lady Tang, the head of the Moon Pavilion. Many people wish to receive her guidance, but cannot. Hearing that it was Snow Qinghe who found her teacher, the little witch noted the gentle and refined prince in her little notebook. Realizing that her spoiled antics had no effect on her father, her gaze turned to an elderly man beside Ning Fengji, dressed in a spotless white robe, with white hair and beard, his silver hair neatly combed behind him. He had an ancient appearance, with a face as tender as a baby's, looking indifferent, as if he couldn't see anything around him, just standing there quietly, without speaking. He was one of the protectors of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, a title Douluo with a cultivation level of 96, sword Douluo Qinshin. Noticing that Ning Rongrong was looking at him, Qinshin immediately broke into a smile, resembling a kind old grandfather. Ning Rongrong released her father's arm and hugged Qinshin's hand, her bright eyes instantly misting over, a tear forming at the corner of her eye. Her voice was laced with a hint of crying and some grievance. Grandpa Jian. Rongrong doesn't want to leave you. She wants to be by Grandpa Jian's side every day. Seeing his little princess like this softened Qinshin's heart. But remembering Ning Fengji's previous admonitions, he still said, Rongrong, be good. That Moon Pavilion isn't far from our school. Grandpa can be by your side as soon as you miss him. Ning Fengji certainly understood his daughter's nature. All her little schemes were completely anticipated by her old father. Qinshin's words were clearly a rejection, and Ning Rongrong immediately burst into tears, incoherently shouting, "Grandpa Jian doesn't want Rongrong anymore. I want to find Grandpa Gu." Before Ning Rongrong could run into the school, a rough voice came from inside. "Rongrong, be good and study hard. Grandpa Gu will come to see you in a couple of days." Her loud cries stopped abruptly upon hearing Gu Rong's voice. She knew she had no choice but to go to the Moon Pavilion. Gu Rong was another protector of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, known as Douluo, with the world's most bizarre martial soul, the Bone Dragon. After watching his little witch's performance, Ning Fengji helplessly said, "Get in the carriage." Although still sobbing, Ning Rongrong reluctantly climbed into the carriage. Inside the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, upon learning that the little witch had finally left, the school erupted in cheers and noise. When the carriage arrived at the Moon Pavilion, Snow Qinghe was already waiting at the entrance. The middle-aged butler in a purple robe had been waiting there for a long time, ready to welcome Ning Fengji. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the middle-aged butler, Ning Fengji met the head of the Moon Pavilion, who was also Tang Hao's younger sister and Tang Yin's aunt, Tang Yuehua. The two sat in the highest grade room of the Moon Pavilion, with Tang Yuehua taking the main seat and Ning Fengji as the most distinguished guest present, sitting in the honored guest seat. Ning Rongrong sat beside her father, while Snow Qinghe and Sword Douluo sat on either side. While Tang Yuehua conversed with Ning Fengji, Snow Qinghe fell to gaze on him. He looked down and saw Ning Rongrong watching him, so he politely smiled back and then ignored her. "Smile your head." Ning Rongrong cursed at her heart, putting on an expression of ignoring him. After a conversation, Tang Yuehua smiled and said to Ning Fengji, "Rest assured, Sect Master Ning, your daughter is gifted. She will grasp etiquette quickly. This little girl has a mischievous personality. I will trouble Lady Tang in the future." Ning Fengji replied with a smile. Just then, a commotion from downstairs caught everyone's attention. Following, there was a strong wave of soul power and brilliant colorful light. What strong intent! Sword Douluo, who had been silent, couldn't help but speak. As a titled Douluo with a sword martial soul, Qinshin had been obsessed with the sword path for over 60 years and had already realized his own way. From the intensity of the soul power wave, Qinshin estimated that this person's soul power wouldn't exceed that of a soul king, but the intent was strong. Given time, surpassing his current self was not a problem. Tang Yuehua frowned. As the host, it was her failure to let her guests be disturbed. She stood up and apologized to Ning Fengji. "I apologize for disturbing you. Sect Master Ning, please excuse me for a moment." Qinshin whispered a few words to Ning Fengji, informing him of what he had heard. As a titled Douluo, he clearly heard the conversation between Tang Yin and the purple-robed middle-aged man. He guessed that the person with that strong intent was the young man arguing with the purple-robed middle-aged man, and he was somewhat eager to meet him. "Madam, there's no need to be like this." Ning Fengji raised his hand to stop Tang Yuehua, who was about to leave, and continued, "Those people came to see you, but were stopped by the butler. Why not invite them in for a meeting?" Given Ning Fengji's suggestion, Tang Yuehua couldn't refuse him. "Then let us do as Sect Master Ning says." Ning Fengji stood up, circulating his soul power to communicate downstairs. Tang Hao recognized the voice and had no intention of avoiding it. After Tang Yin and Zhu Zhiyan withdrew their martial souls, the four of them walked upstairs. Readers, see you tomorrow with more updates. Chapter 85, Siblings. Upon entering the Moon Pavilion, Tang Yin was greeted by a waft of fragrance. In the spacious hall, a massive soul guide was hung high above, illuminating the entire hall. The light it emitted was not dazzling, but rather gentle. A rare orchid in front of the shadow wall was eye-catching. The fragrance filling the hall came from it, seemingly having a calming effect. Tang Yin could feel his previous agitation gradually settling amidst this floral scent. At this moment, a few people were gathered in the hall, whispering, but upon seeing Tang Hao and the others, they deliberately lowered their voices, minimizing their presence. Not lingering in the hall, the group ascended the wooden staircase towards the top floor room. Tang Yin noticed that the material of the staircase was also extraordinary. As he touched the handrail, he could feel a gentle wave of soul power, clearly made from high-quality wood, which had even cultivated into a soul beast in its previous life. Soon reaching the top-level room, the door was already open, and Tang Hao could sense the presence of 5 people inside. Suddenly, a glimmer sparkled in Sword Douluo's eyes, and Ning Fengji beside him noticed Qinshin's change and quietly asked, "Uncle Jian, what happened? Someone is here." A title Douluo. Sword Douluo didn't lower his voice, and the simple 9 words made everyone in the room hold their breath. Tang Yuehua was somewhat confused. She didn't understand why a title Douluo would visit the Moon Pavilion. Before anyone could ponder further, Tang Hao and his group appeared before them. When Tang Yuehua saw the face of the leading person, her whole body trembled violently, and a strong emotional wave completely shattered her elegant and harmonious demeanor. Tang Yin also saw Tang Yuehua, who was closest to him. Today, Tang Yuehua was wearing a light blue-fitted half-sleeve long dress, and her already delicate face was lightly adorned with makeup, which did not appear vulgar at all, but instead added a unique beauty. The silk lace gloves on her hands covered her entire hand and a small part of her forearm, and the special aura about her made her look very noble. Tang Yuehua's gaze remained fixed on Tang Hao's face. Unlike the depressed version in the original story, Tang Hao was immediately recognized by her as her brother. In the room, aside from Ning Rongrong, who was confused about the situation, the other three recognized the identity of the newcomer, especially Ning Fengji, whose expression became extremely serious. The Hao Hian Douluo, Tang Hao, is he going to re-emerge? As the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, although the top three schools were closely related, the long-standing second place, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, had indeed thought of replacing them when the Haotian sect announced its retreat, aiming for a transcendent position above the Wuhuan Hall. However, with Tang Hao's appearance now, combined with the recent unusual behavior of the Wuhuan Hall, much of that thought dissipated. Sword Duo, Chan Xian had fewer thoughts on the matter. He only had one opinion about Tang Hao: inscrutable. He was much older than Tang Hao and was from the same generation as Tang Hao's father. Now that he had been surpassed by a junior, he could only sigh that the younger generation is formidable. Tang Yuehua extended her gloved hands to cup Tang Hao's face, looking at him again and again, unable to control the tears in her eyes. Her voice trembled. "Brother Hao, is it really you? After searching for you for over 10 years, have you finally come to see me?" Tang Hao's voice was also gentle as he raised his large hand to wipe away the tears at his sister's eyes. "Sister, I'm back." At this moment, Tang Yuehua no longer cared about maintaining elegance in front of outsiders. She tightly embraced Tang Hao's waist and threw herself into his arms, crying loudly like a little girl. Tang Yin, from their conversation, realized that this beautiful woman was likely his father's sister, making her his aunt. It was normal for siblings who hadn't seen each other for years to embrace and cry as an emotional release. But Tang Yin caught a hint of a special emotion within. Standing behind, Yin, who had been silent, first frowned but quickly hid it, then patted Tang Yin's face, revealing a look of confusion. Tang Yin understood immediately and realized that Yin did not have a good impression of this aunt. When he, Tang Hao, and Tang Xiao traveled the continent together, he had seen Tang Yuehua once. When Tang Yuehua learned that Yin was with her second brother, she had strongly opposed it, never giving Yin a good face and always going against her. In the end, it was only after Tang Hao's persuasion that Tang Yuehua calmed down. But she remained cold towards Yin. Although Yin had a good temper, she still felt resentment at being treated this way. Later, during their interactions, she noticed that Tang Yuehua had feelings for her second brother Tang, how that surpassed mere sibling affection. Tang Yuehua was indeed a brothercon. Yin did not mention this to Tang Hao, as it sounded like she was trying to sow discord between them. Now that the siblings had reunited, Yin would not say much, knowing well that there was no future between them. Tang Yin was genuinely surprised. Yin's action undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions. And it seemed his mother also knew about this. As long as it didn't involve his emotions, Tang Yin's judgments were always accurate. Feeling his sister's emotions gradually stabilize, Tang Hao patted Tang Yuehua's back, and the two finally separated. Tang Hao spoke gently, with a hint of indulgence towards his sister. "All right, we're both over 40 now. How can you still act like a little girl?" "I'm 80, and you're still my brother," Tang Yuehua said somewhat petulantly, no longer resembling an elegant master of noble etiquette. At this point, she looked towards Yin, Zhu Zhuyun, and Tang Yin behind Tang Hao. When her gaze met Yin's, she clearly showed a moment of shock. Yin smiled slightly and said, "Little sister, how could Tang Yuehua not be shocked?" From what she knew, the reason Tang Hao left the sect and went missing was related to her second sister-in-law, and she had been informed that this second sister-in-law was already dead. Yet now, she stood before her. Tang Hao then introduced, "This is my wife, Yin, whom you know. Tang Yin, our child, Zhu Zhuyun, my disciple." Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyun were not dull either, stepping forward to greet Tang Yuehua. And at this moment, Tang Yuehua's expression returned to normal as she said, "Get up." Her gaze first glanced at her brother's disciple, Zhu Zhuyun, but quickly fell on Tang Yin, and she was stunned by her white-haired nephew. Chapter 86. Missing someone, Tang Yuehua immediately recognized that her nephew's white hair was not natural. While there were people with white hair on Dalu continent, It was not due to a genetic mutation, but inherited from parents. With Tang Hao's black hair and a Yin's blue hair, there was no way they could have a naturally white-haired child, so there was only one possibility. It was acquired. Calculating his age, Tang Yin was only about 12 years old now. Tang Yuehua did not know what her nephew had gone through to look like this at such a young age. She stepped forward and held Tang Yin's hand, and he did not resist, allowing her to hold it. Tang Yin felt a natural and peaceful wave emanating from his aunt's hand, and the negative emotions he had accumulated and the madness fused with his inner demons began to melt away slightly upon contact with this aura. This magical ability, Tang Yin was sure, was not a soul skill, as he could only sense less than a 10th level soul power fluctuation from her. It's a domain. Ziheng transmitted to Tang Yin, similar in type to the second soul ring I provided you, and her domain is innate. Innate domain, Tang Yin had never heard of before, but it was not difficult to understand from its literal meaning. Tang Yuehua was also very shocked, but she maintained an elegant expression. What had her nephew experienced to have such pent-up emotions? You are Tang Yin, right? Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Yin and asked gently. Tang Yuehua was very tall, and wearing high heels, she even surpassed 1 meter 80. Now, Tang Yin could just look her in the eye. Yes, Aunt. Tang Yin, Tang Yin. She softly repeated Tang Yin's name a few times. Tang Yin noticed his aunt's gaze quickly shifted to his mother, Yin, before returning to him. I know why your father came to find me, little Yin. You will be staying here at my Yuxian for some time. Originally somewhat skeptical about his father's intentions, Tang Yin began to understand why his father had brought him to such a place. At this moment, Ning Fengji walked out of the room. He first bowed to Tang Yuehua and said, Since Mrs. Tang and my elder brother have not seen each other for many years, we will not disturb your reunion and will take our leave. Tang Yuehua bowed back and apologized. I have neglected you all today. I hope Sect Master Ning will forgive me. I will definitely host a banquet to make amends. Madam is being polite. There is no need for apologies. If you invite me, Ning will certainly attend, he replied. Ning Rongrong heard that her father was leaving, and the implication in his words was that everyone had to go, including herself. She felt a surge of goodwill towards these unexpected visitors. She examined Tang Hao and the others one by one. The middle-aged uncle looked fierce and unfriendly. The big sister with blue hair was very beautiful and seemed so gentle. That black-haired sister had such a big chest and her backside. Then she saw Tang Yin, with his white hair tied up by a headband, his handsome face paired with a melancholic gaze. Being a bit of a face control type, her heart raced wildly. He was so handsome. While Ning Fengji was talking to Tang Yuehua, Tang Yin's gaze also fell on the few people in the room. The first person he noticed was Ning Rongrong, who was also sizing him up. When she saw that Tang Yin was looking over, her little face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head, wrapping her arms around Chun Xian's arm, shrinking into him. How embarrassing. Chun Xian was used to his little princess acting this way. He let Ning Rongrong do as she pleased while his gaze met Tang Yin's. He really liked the aura around Tang Yin, sensing a kindred spirit in him. Although Tang Yin did not use a sword and Chun Xian did not use a gun, the gun is the king of all weapons, while the sword is the monarch. All weapons ultimately lead to the same goal. When Tang Yin looked at the white-haired old man, the old man also looked at him and gave him a kind smile. Finally, Tang Yin's gaze fell on Xue Qinghe, who was dressed in noble attire. At that moment, Tang Yin's previously calm emotions suddenly fluctuated. Isn't he a man? How could it be? In Tang Yin's sight, Xue Qinghe's face became blurry, transforming into a woman's appearance, a very beautiful woman. The most beautiful face he had ever seen. But that face kept changing, eventually resembling Bibi Dong. The inner demon reappeared, and Tang Yin's eyes turned red. To convince his rationality, the eye of the Xieji activated, and all disguises were laid bare before Tang Yin as if they were illusions. However, while the eye of the Xieji could let Tang Yin see the reality, it could not allow him to see his own heart. Qianren Xue, disguised as Xue Qinghe, changed completely after noticing that the white-haired youth was looking at her. When the white light from Tang Yin's left eye burst forth, Qianren Xue panicked. She clearly felt that the white light penetrated her angel god skull disguise, revealing her completely. How could this be? Qianren Xue never expected that simply coming to the moon pavilion with Ning Fengji would lead her to encounter someone capable of seeing through the angel god skull disguise. This was even more absurd than if she had directly become the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire. Now, Qianren Xue could only force herself to calm down and analyze her situation. The two titled Douluos sent by her grandfather to protect her, Shi Ma and Si Tun, were not by her side at this moment. She knew that Ning Fengji would always have a titled Douluo protecting him. And she wouldn't risk exposing her identity by bringing two titled Douluos with her. Qian Rinxue realized that her identity could no longer be concealed, and her undercover mission had essentially turned to nothing. Although her heart was bleeding, this was not the time for sentimentality. Examining her situation, with two titled Douluos present, it was almost impossible to retreat unscathed. Her gaze fell on Ning Rongrong, who was not far from her. It seemed there was only one way left, to take Ning Rongrong hostage. However, the risk of doing so was too great. Ning Rongrong was too close to Chen Xian, and Qian Rinxue had no confidence in taking her from Chen Xian's grasp. Amidst such a tense atmosphere, Qian Rinxue's palms involuntarily began to sweat. After so many years of disguise, it was the first time she felt like she was walking on thin ice. Zhu Zhuqing quickly noticed something was off with Tang Yin. She secretly grasped Tang Yin's hand that was hanging by his side, intertwining their fingers, and softly called out Xiao Yin. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's call, Tang Yin's entire demeanor froze, the crimson in his eyes faded, and the white light of the eye of the Xieji gradually closed. Once he returned to normal, Tang Yin patted Zhu Zhuqing's hand that was tightly holding his, smiling as he said, "Sister Zhuqing, I'm fine." He then looked at the anxious Qian Rinxue, sitting there, and revealed a kind smile. Seeing Tang Yin return to normal, Zhu Zhuqing also released her grip on his hand. Following Tang Yin's smiling gaze, her eyes fell on Xue Qing's face. The worried expression on her face turned strange, and an absurd thought emerged in Zhu Zhuqing's mind. Her little Yin wouldn't have feelings for that man, would he? The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was possible, for she saw love in Tang Yin's eyes. You could hardly imagine a man showing such an expression towards another man he had just met. Qian Rinxue also did not want to sit idly by. She stood up and walked to Tang Yin's side, greeting him in the guise of Xue Qinghe, saying, "Hello, little brother, my name is Xue Qinghe. It's a pleasure to meet you." Tang Yin hesitated for a moment and shook Qian Rinxue's outstretched hand. He did not know why this person was disguising herself as a man, nor did he know her identity or motives. Directly exposing her would bring him no benefit and could instead cause unnecessary trouble. Tang Yin was smart. He knew how to maximize his own gains. Furthermore, her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Bibi Dong, which gave him a personal reason not to expose her. To outsiders, it appeared that Tang Yin was merely shaking hands with Xue Qinghe, but in Tang Yin's eyes, it was Qian Rinxue extending a delicate hand towards him. At that moment, Tang Yin had his left hand intertwined with Zhu Zhuqing's fingers while his right hand held Qian Rinxue's hand. Tang Yin couldn't help but compare the two. Zhu Zhuqing's hand was cooler, feeling like a piece of jade, while Qian Rinxue's hand was warmer and smoother. The blue-silver emperor bloodline within Tang Yin seemed to particularly like her aura. The holy light of angels indeed held an irresistible attraction for plant-type martial souls. Seeing that Tang Yin was holding onto the hand of the man in front of him without letting go and seemed almost dazed, Zhu Zhuqing quickly tightened her grip to bring Tang Yin back to reality. Qian Rinxue was being held by Tang Yin and dared not show any signs of rejection, as she still had a hold over him. She could only maintain a smile on her face to mask her embarrassment. With Zhu Zhuqing squeezing his hand, Tang Yin finally came back to his senses. He then released Qian Rinxue's hand and smiled as he said, "I'm also very pleased to meet you. My name is Tang Yin. May I ask how to address you, brother?" Qian Rinxue replied, "My name is Xue Qinghe. Given our ages, I'm a few years older than you, so you can call me Brother Xue." Ning Fengji, observing his disciple's strange behavior, couldn't help but ask, "Qinghe, do you know this little brother?" Qian Rinxue smiled and shook her head. "No, teacher. I just found this little brother very friendly, so I can't get to know him." Tang Yin secretly thought, as expected, the more beautiful the woman, the better she is at deceiving. Ning Fengji then looked at Tang Hao and clasped his fists. "Brother Tang, it's been many years since we last met, and you still have the same charm." Tang Hao returned the greeting. "Ning Sect Master, you're too polite. I can't say I still have charm. I've been forced to not even dare go home, unlike you. Sect Master Ning, who enjoys the wealth of the world and commands a corner of the storm." The two flattered each other while cursing each other as old foxes in their hearts. Ning Fengji patted Qian Rinxue's shoulder and smilingly introduced, "This is my disciple, the current prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe." Upon hearing Ning Fengji introduce her identity, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but glance at Tang Yin. Tang Yin showed no change in expression upon hearing Qian Rinxue's disguised identity. Seeing that Tang Yin had no reaction, Qian Rinxue let out a quiet sigh of relief. Tang Hao then introduced Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Yin to Ning Fengji, but he said little about Yin. Ning Fengji was a smart man. He didn't ask about a Yin's identity either and turned his gaze to Tang Yin. Brother Tang's child is quite extraordinary at such a young age. His soul power is something I can't even see through. This was Ning Fengji's sincere praise. Due to his martial soul, he would forever be stuck at level 79. The age of Tang Yin was not a secret to him, as there had been no news of Tang Hao having a child before he went into hiding. Thinking of his daughter, who was always playing around, in comparison, Ning Fengji felt his blood pressure rising. Rong Rong, come here. Ning Rong Rong, who was still clinging to her grandfather Jianyi, heard her father's words, assessed his tone, and immediately got up, darting to Ning Fengji's side. It was simply that Ning Rong Rong sensed a hint of anger in her father's calm voice. She didn't know why her father was angry, but she knew that the more obedient she was when he was angry, the faster he would calm down and she could enjoy herself sooner. As a father, Ning Fengji felt helpless about his little witch's temperament. I'm not afraid of Brother Tang laughing at me. My little daughter has the best talent among my children. But due to her mischievous nature, her soul power is only at level 25. Noticing Ning Fengji suddenly introduce his daughter, Tang Hao, who sensed his thoughts, said calmly, your daughter is still young. Being playful is a child's nature. My son is no better. At a young age, he is already infatuated with love. Look, he's still holding hands with my disciple and won't let go. Upon hearing her teacher suddenly mention her relationship with Tang Yin, Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned crimson. However, even so, she did not release Tang Yin's hand. At this moment, she felt very happy because Tang Yin did not deny their romantic relationship. She was Tang Yin's girlfriend. Tang Yin remained silent, knowing his father's intention. Ning Fengji, upon seeing Tang Yin's talent, had thoughts of a marriage alliance. And Tang Hao mentioning Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Yin at this time was a sign of refusal. Seeing Tang Hao's attitude, Ning Fengji prepared to take his leave to avoid awkwardness. After bidding farewell to everyone, Ning Fengji said, Uncle Jian, let's go. At this moment, Jian Douluo finally stood up. When he came to Tang Yin's side, he patted Tang Yin's shoulder. Junior, come visit the 7-treasure glazed tile school someday, and I will guide you. Tang Yin quickly bowed, as he had previously been told to show respect to titled Douluos, especially one who was to guide him. Thank you, senior. I will definitely visit in the future. After exchanging nods with Tang Hao, Chen Xan followed Ning Fengji out of the pavilion. Qianren Shui was the last to leave. As she was about to turn down the stairs, she glanced back at Tang Yin with a smile before disappearing from his sight. Watching Ning Fengji and the others leave, only Tang Yin's family remained in the room. Zhu Zhuqing was also his family. This prince wouldn't have any romantic inclinations towards men, would he? Zhu Zhuqing noticed Qianren Shui's final expression, but she did not see it as Qianren Shui's appearance, but as Xueqing's visage. To her, it felt like a man was throwing flirtatious glances at her boyfriend, and her boyfriend showed no discomfort. No, I need to do something, otherwise, little Yin will run off with a man. Zhu Zhuqing was not worried about the #1 rival she had never even seen, but was urgently focused on protecting Tang Yin, ensuring her boyfriend wouldn't be swayed. Otherwise, she would end up being a widow. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Hao and said, Brother Hao, you can't find me this time for little Yin, right? Tang Hao nodded without denying it. If it weren't for little Yin's health issues, I might have waited a few more years to come find you. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua felt somewhat resentful. Only when there's something, do you remember me? It's really annoying. Yin knew that her son's heart ailment could only be cured by this sister-in-law in front of her. As a mother, even for Tang Yin's sake, she had to ease her relationship with this sister-in-law. I leave little Yin's matter to you, Yuehua. Tang Yuehua waved her hand, her tone somewhat relieved. Sister-in-law. There's no need to be so polite. Little Yin is also my nephew. Over the years, she had come to terms with it, realizing that she could not always live in unrealistic fantasies. With the title of sister-in-law, Tang Yuehua and Yin's grievances could be considered settled. Tang Hao did not understand the meaning behind his sister's words, but he knew that his sister, who had always been at odds with Yin, had truly accepted Yin, which made him feel comforted. Brother Hao, little Yin needs a calming spiritual herb. Tomorrow, you could take little Yin to the Heaven Do auction house to see if there are any suitable ones. As for the money, don't worry. It will be a gift from an aunt to her nephew. Tang Hao did not refuse, knowing that his sister had a stubborn temperament. All right, tomorrow I'll take little Yin to the Heaven Do auction house. Tang Hao, Tang Yuehua, and Yin's conversation was unclear to Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was thinking about how to secure Tang Yin's heart and prevent him from going down the wrong path. Tang Yin was still thinking about Qianren Shui, who was disguised as a prince. That night, Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing stayed in the same hotel room. Originally, Tang Yin wanted to book 2 rooms. But for some reason, Zhu Zhuqing insisted on sleeping in the same room with him, her attitude very firm. They had already shared some intimate moments, and seeing Zhu Zhuqing's attitude, Tang Yin did not oppose it. Thus, they settled into the same room. After washing up, Tang Yin had just lain down when, before he could say anything, Zhu Zhuqing rolled over and pinned him down, leaning over with a serious expression and a very earnest tone. "Little Yin, do you think I'm pretty?" In the ambiguous light, the interplay of shadows added a touch of mystery to Zhu Zhuqing's already beautiful face. A strand of her hair fell on Tang Yin's nose, and a faint fragrance entered his nostrils, causing Tang Yin to swallow hard. He looked at her fullness, which was less than 30 centimeters away from him. Zhu Zhuqing sensed something. With previous experience, she was no longer flustered this time. Zhu Zhuqing smiled charmingly, captivating yet not vulgar. "Xiaoyin, sister knows your answer now. Today, sister is rewarding you with something different." Tang Yin's breath was heavy, and he decided to first receive some rewards himself. Sitting up, Tang Yin directly embraced Zhu Zhuyun, savoring that shade of cherry red. Tang Yin could clearly see Zhu Zhuyun's slightly trembling eyelashes. Their eyes met, but in the end, Zhu Zhuyun avoided Tang Yin's gaze. She was shy. Tang Yin lowered his gaze to the fair full moon. Dressed, Sister Zhuyun remained silent. However, her gradually heavy breathing revealed her mindset. Tang Yin released her lips, and with a slight gasp, the breath from Zhu Zhuyun's mouth sprayed onto Tang Yin's face. At this moment, Tang Yin slowly bent down. The infatuated Zhu Zhuyun suddenly smacked Tang Yin's head in annoyance. "No biting." Tang Yin raised his head and gave a sheepish smile, quietly looking at Sister Zhuyun in front of him. Zhu Zhuyun adjusted her mindset, secretly thinking, "Am I not the active one today? How'd I end up being controlled by Xiao Yin again? But he is really good at this. For the remaining time, you're not allowed to move. Everything will be led by me," Zhu Zhuyun said fiercely. However, in Tang Yin's eyes, it was just a cute fierceness, like what he had just tasted. Zhu Zhuyun arched her body into a beautiful curve, each toe wrapped under the black silk curling and shrinking anxiously. Continuing upwards, her hazy ankles and long, beautiful legs, honed by years of exercise, appeared very textured, slender yet not weak. The fullness beneath the black silk skirt was alluring. Unlike before, this time the feeling was soft and delicate. Tang Yin enjoyed Sister Zhuyun's reward like this. Chapter 88, Third Memory after it was done. This time Zhu Zhuyun also did not let go of her spoils. As mentioned before, as long as the Rakshasa god ate Tang Yin, he could eventually ascend to the highest god king. Tang Yin had such a deadly attraction for the gods, not to mention Zhu Zhuyun, who only had the cultivation of the soul sect. The first time, she was inexperienced and thought it shouldn't be wasted, so she swallowed it in one bite. But she was surprised to find that in the following days, her cultivation seemed to have no bottlenecks, advancing by leaps and bounds. Although she had less than 5 encounters with Tang Yin in that month, her soul power had genuinely increased by 2 whole levels, and she now possessed a cultivation level of 44. When she broke through from level 42 to 43, Zhu Zhuyun was not surprised because she had stayed at level 42 for a long time, and this breakthrough was a natural progression. However, when breaking through to level 44, she sensed something was off. After level 40, each level requires several months or even a year to break through. Zhu Zhuyun, however, had advanced 2 levels in just a month. Connecting this to her experiences during cultivation, she understood that Xiao Yin's influence greatly helped her. But how could Zhu Zhuyun dare to tell Tang Yin about this? She couldn't possibly say, "Man, you are useful to me. I want you to assist my cultivation." After cleaning up the battlefield together, they laid down together again. "Xiao Yin, do you like it?" Zhu Zhuyun lay on Tang Yin like a little cat, asking lazily. Tang Yin played with Zhu Zhuyun's beautiful hair, his voice gentle. "Of course I like it, but it's always been Sister Zhuyun helping me. How about next time I help Sister Zhuyun?" Xiao Yin. My birthday is in a few days." Tang Yin understood and leaned down to gently kiss Zhu Zhuyun's smooth forehead. "Okay." Zhu Zhuyun, who was somewhat exhausted, soon fell asleep in Tang Yin's arms. Looking at the sleeping person in his arms, Tang Yin's tenderness slowly faded, his gaze turning to the hotel's gorgeous ceiling, eventually calming down. In his mind, a glowing orb containing the 3rd segment of memory floated. Today, after seeing that woman disguised as the prince, Tang Yin received a memory fragment just like the previous 2 times. At that time, Tang Yin was afraid he couldn't control his emotions, so he didn't easily open it. Now it was time to watch. Memories flowed in like water, and Tang Yin became that Tang Yin again. living in a world without any extraordinary abilities. He lived closely with Bibi Dong every day, and the already happy couple became even warmer with the addition of a child. The last scene lingered on their 40th anniversary, as time ultimately took away the youth of the couple. Bibi Dong's face began to show some faint wrinkles, and even with light makeup, traces could still be seen. Both of their parents were no longer around. They were the closest person to each other in this world. The two returned to the seaside where they traveled for the first time. Bibi Dong's hands rested on the railing, while Tang Yin embraced her waist from behind, gently resting his head on her shoulder. What is there to see? We're both over 50 already. Tang Yin looked at his wife's profile and smiled. Beautiful. I can never get tired of looking at you. You just know how to say nice things to please me, Bibi Dong teased. The two held each other like this for a long, long time, until the sun set below the horizon. In that last moment, Tang Yin saw the faint smile on Bibi Dong's face. The blooming smile of Bibi Dong and his cold face that she had once severely injured kept alternating in Tang Yin's eyes, representing the madness of crimson and the rationality of black, continuously shifting until the memory ended. Why? Why must it be like this? Just as Tang Yin was about to fall into the trap of his heart's demons again, he heard Zhu Zhiyun's anxious voice. Xiao Yin, Xiao Yin. What's wrong with you? Suddenly awakened, Tang Yin saw Zhu Zhiyun's anxious face. Tang Yin's eyes were filled with guilt. He gently patted Zhu Zhiyun's head and comforted. I'm fine now, Sister Zhiyun. Zhu Zhiyun's eyes actually showed a hint of guilt, her tone low. Xiao Yin. I don't know what you've been through, and I want to ask, but can you promise me to try to let her go? Sensing the hand around her waist suddenly stiffen, Zhu Zhiyun hurriedly explained, her tone tinged with a hint of a cry. I don't want to monopolize you. I just don't want to see you in pain anymore. I want to greedily want to completely possess you. Really, I'm sorry. At the end, Zhu Zhiyun buried her face in Tang Yin's arms, crying uncontrollably. Sister Zhiyun, I understand your intentions. Tang Yin knew that Zhu Zhiyun had misunderstood him. The one who should say sorry was him. Tang Yin cupped Zhu Zhiyun's face. Darkness could not limit his sight. Zhu Zhiyun's face, which had just been crying in Tang Yin's arms, was not pretty, but Tang Yin found her very cute at that moment. Lifting Zhu Zhiyun's body slightly, Tang Yin gently pressed his lips against her rosy lips. All right, how could I be angry with Sister Zhiyun? Let us go to sleep. Tang Yin coaxed Zhu Zhiyun like a child, no longer worrying about the troubling matters, and fell asleep holding Zhu Zhiyun. The next day, when a ray of morning light shone through the curtain's gap into the room, Tang Yin had already dressed and gotten up. Last night, Zhu Zhiyun was already exhausted, and then she experienced a significant emotional fluctuation. At this moment, she needed enough rest. Tang Yin didn't disturb her. He gently kissed her forehead and quietly left the room. After exiting the hotel, he saw Tang Hao waiting by the roadside. It seemed that Tang Hao was in good spirits. Where's Mom? As Tang Yin approached Tang Hao, he didn't see a Yin's figure. Tang Hao cleared his throat and clenched his fist to hide his embarrassment. Your mom is still sleeping. We could go to the Tindo auction house ourselves. Tang Yin's expression was somewhat strange, but he still reminded him. Mom hasn't fully recovered yet, so don't cause any trouble. Tang Hao unceremoniously patted Tang Yin's head, asserting his authority as a father. You little brat are even telling your dad what to do. Yin no longer needed to reside within Tang Yin. She could absorb soul power from the world around her, maintaining her current physical state. The Tindo auction house was also one of the iconic buildings in Tindo City, and it wasn't difficult to find its location. Tang Yin and Tang Hao quickly located the semicircular structure. Chapter 89. Tindo auction house. Standing in front of the Tindo auction house, Tang Yin could truly feel its grandeur. The entire Tindo auction house was a semicircular building, resembling an upside-down bowl, albeit a rather large one, with a diameter of over 500 meters and a height of 80 meters at its tallest point. The outer walls were milky white, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. Tang Hao led Tang Yin toward the entrance of the Tindo auction house. The entrance was not overly decorated, but was quite imposing, with 4 tall, slender young women standing at the door. Their looks were impeccable, each over 1.75 meters tall, wearing 10-centimeter high white heels, and their milky white kipayos accentuated their perfect figures. Seeing guests arrive, one of the young women stepped forward and slightly bowed. May I ask how I can assist you too? After the unpleasant experience yesterday, Tang Hao was dressed very appropriately today, his black suit perfectly outlining his robust figure. His black hair was meticulously styled, and paired with the unique aura of a titled Douluo, he resembled a handsome middle-aged man. Tang Yin knew that in the dog-eat-dog place of Tindo City, dressing well could help him avoid unnecessary troubles. You want to buy something? Tang Hao simply replied. May I ask if you have a bidding qualification certificate? The young woman respectfully inquired, following protocol. Tang Hao took out the black level qualification certificate that Tang Yuehua had given him yesterday and handed it to her. After checking, the young woman returned the black level qualification certificate to Tang Hao with both hands, bowed, and her tone became even more respectful. Honorable black level guest. Welcome to the Tiando auction house. I will provide you with full accompanying services. At this moment, the other three young women also bowed at a 90-degree angle, respectfully saying, Welcome to the Tiando auction house. Please come in. After Tang Hao and Tang Yin entered the Tiando auction house, the young woman followed them. Dear guests, I can answer any questions you may have. Tang Yin wanted to learn more about the Tiando auction house and said, Please introduce us to the Tiando auction house. Certainly, the young woman began to introduce the Tiando auction house in the most standard language without any doubts. The Tiando auction house is a long-established auction venue, with its origins tracing back to the early days of the Tiando Empire. The Tiando auction house has a wide range of services, including, but not limited to auctions, item appraisals, loans, and more, with a reputation that guarantees sufficient credibility. The young woman's introduction contained a lot of information, and Tang Yin speculated that the Tiando auction house must have royal backing. Dear guest, what item do you need to purchase this time? Tang Hao said, We want to buy a calming spirit herb. After pondering for a moment, the young woman smiled and said, Guest, you came at just the right time. Today, there happens to be an auction item that perfectly matches your needs. This item is numbered 2200, a star cloud flower that has just reached 1,000 years and transformed from mundane to spiritual. Every night, when the flowers bloom, the fragrance it emits has the effect of calming the mind, nourishing energy, and quieting the soul. Of course, the effectiveness of this flower diminishes for higher-level soul masters. According to our appraisers, the star cloud flower is most effective for soul masters between level 35 and level 50. I'll take that one. After determining their target, the young woman guided them to the entrance of the auction center. Before entering the auction center, the young woman handed Tang Hao and Tang Yin 2 masks. She explained that wearing masks was to protect the guest's safety and prevent them from being murdered after purchasing items. Tang Yin felt that this was superfluous for buyers. Could wearing a mask really conceal one's identity from those who wanted to kill and steal? The only real purpose was to distance themselves from the Tiando auction house in case of a robbery. Upon entering the auction center, a dedicated receptionist took over the young woman's duties and continued to provide services for Tang Yin and Tang Hao. The auction center resembled a grand auditorium, with a circular stage in the center and radiating rows of seats around it. It was divided into 5 main parts. The 3 rows of seats closest to the stage were red, radiating outward in order of black, purple, yellow, and white. This was clearly set according to the different levels of bidders. The innermost red seats were accessed through special passages, protected by dedicated security personnel. This was the so-called million-level VIP area, and only individuals of status could obtain red VIP qualifications. The outermost black seats were for ordinary million-level VIPs. As long as one had money, they could enter. Further out, the purple seats were for 500,000 level purple VIPs, the yellow for 100,000 level ordinary VIPs, and the outermost white seats were the largest in area. As a black level guest, just below red, Tang Yin could clearly feel that the receptionist was overly enthusiastic. She occasionally displayed a charming demeanor and often unintentionally made physical contact with Tang Yin, her face sometimes flushing with shyness. The person in front of him looked quite good, but just average compared to most women Tang Yin had interacted with. The receptionist was also clever. She chose to focus on Tang Yin rather than Tang Hao. Besides Tang Yin being younger and more handsome, there was a more important reason. Young people often found it harder to control themselves. To dispel this receptionist's unrealistic fantasies, Tang Yin bluntly said, Sister, please keep your distance. I like men. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Tang Hao couldn't help but glance over but quickly looked away. After hearing Tang Yin's statement, the receptionist awkwardly smiled and ceased any further advances. At this time, the auction center was not very crowded, with guests seated quite dispersely. After Tang Hao and Tang Yin settled into the black area, they began to focus on the auction items. At this moment, the auction items had reached item number 2193, just 7 items away from Tang Hao's target. The auctioneer is a young man whose voice sounds a bit flamboyant, but he knows how to use his strengths to engage the emotions of the guests. This auction item is a storage soul guide device excavated from ancient ruins. Its design is so perfect, with a necklace as the main body, inlaid in order with 7 diamond-shaped gemstones of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. each gemstone having a cubic storage space. We have given it a very elegant name, Colorful Star. On the stage, a necklace is placed under a glass cover. And even from a distance, Tang Yin can clearly see the edges of each gemstone on the necklace. Although the functional storage capability of Colorful Star is not outstanding, it is a precious piece of art that you could give to your girlfriend, your wife, or even your daughter as a gift. Alright, the starting bid for this item is 10,000 gold soul coins, and each bid must not be less than 1,000 gold soul coins. The bidding starts now. Even though the host speaks extravagantly, everyone present has at least one storage soul guide device, and the desire to purchase something that is not a necessity is indeed not strong. There have only been a few bids, but no one has shown a strong desire to obtain this item. After 5 rounds of bidding, the price of the necklace barely reached 20,000 gold soul coins. Tang Yin recalled what Zhu Zhuyan had said to him last night, feeling troubled about what to give as a gift, just as he was dozing off. Someone brought him a pillow. I bid 25,000 gold soul coins. After Tang Yin's bid was announced, no one else competed. A 7 cubic storage soul guide device, in terms of cost effectiveness, should not exceed 10,000 gold soul coins, let alone this one that is divided into 7 small spaces. Tang Yin successfully obtained the necklace as he wished. Tang did not ask Tang Yin the reason for bidding on the necklace, only whether he needed to pay for it himself. Naturally, Tang Yin refused. How could he ask his father for money for a gift for his girlfriend? Just as Tang Yin was preparing to continue watching the next auction item, he noticed a familiar figure not far from him. Chapter 90. Tang Yin's path not far in front of Tang Yin, in the red area. A middle-aged man in white caught his attention. Was it that the master of the 7 treasures glazed tile school he had encountered at Moon Pavilion yesterday? Beside him sat a strange old man. The old man was quite large, and even the wide seats in the red area could not accommodate him. To be precise, the old man's frame was big, with a few sparse hairs on his head flying about, clearly unkempt. Ning Fengji also noticed Tang Yin's gaze and turned to look at him. Although both were wearing masks, it seemed to be of little use. Ning Fengji whispered a few words into the ear of the tall old man. Then both of them stood up and walked toward Tang Yin and Tang Hao. Tang Hao also noticed Ning Fengji. Just like yesterday, he held no hostility toward Ning Fengji, nor did he feel any inexplicable fondness. Ning Fengji and the old man sat down next to Tang Yin, and then Ning Fengji naturally greeted Tang Yin. "Little brother, we meet again." Tang Yin cupped his hands in salute to Master Ning. The younger generation has met Master Ning. Ah, calling me Master Ning sounds too formal. We 3 sects are branches of the same tree, and I am of the same generation as your father, so just call me Uncle Ning. This became a bit awkward, as although Tang Hao hailed from the Haotian sect, Tang Yin felt he did not belong to the Haotian sect. He neither possessed the Haotian hammer nor knew where the Haotian sect was, so how could he be considered a disciple of the Haotian sect? Seeing that Tang Yin was momentarily at a loss for words, Tang Hao spoke up to ease the awkward atmosphere. "Xiao Yin, Master Ning is my friend. Calling him uncle is fine." "Uncle Ning," Tang Yin obediently called out. "Haha, good nephew." Ning Fengji expressed a hint of surprise. The reason Ning Fengji showed such an expression and appeared here today was actually related to Tang Yin. After returning to the sect yesterday, Ning Rongrong, having learned that she didn't need to study etiquette for the time being, dashed into the sect and disappeared without a trace. After Ning Fengji and Chun Xian got off the carriage, they strolled leisurely toward the back courtyard of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Ning Fengji walked in front, rhythmically tapping his cane on the ground, and after pondering for a long time, he finally asked softly, "Sword Uncle, what do you think of that Haotian Douluo's child we saw today?" Chun Xian replied directly, "Very strong. His talent is the strongest I have ever seen, without exception, both in soul power and an understanding of weapon spirits." Oh, Ning Fengji felt a bit surprised at Chun Xian's high evaluation of a young boy. Chun Xian continued, "Fengji, that child's soul power is probably around level 40, and considering his age, he is only about 15. He has grown 3 years in the secret realm. This speed of cultivation is the fastest I know of among all people. And that is not even his most dazzling talent." Hearing what Chun Xian said, Ning Fengji, who was walking in front, stopped in his tracks and turned to look at his sect's protector elder. His most outstanding talent is his comprehension of his own martial soul. "Fengji, weapon spirit soul masters like me actually have the highest potential. This is not self-praise. The reason the continent's #1 sect, the Haotian sect, can remain at the top is because of the astonishing Haotian hammer technique of the former sect Master Tang Chun. And this hammer technique is the comprehension of weapon spirit soul masters regarding their own martial souls. I once followed my father and witnessed the Haotian hammer displayed by that senior Tang Chun, and its might still lingers in my memory. Today, the Tang Yin we saw felt like a growing Tang Chun to me. After hearing Chun Xian's evaluation of Tang Yin, Ning Fengji was left stunned. He knew Tang Yin's talent was remarkable, but he did not expect it to be exaggerated to such an extent. If Tang Yin does not die young, he will surely lead an era. It seems that for at least the next 100 years, we will have to remain beneath the Haotian sect. After a long while, Ning Fengji let out a sigh. Fengji, you actually want to marry off Tang Hao to that Tang Yin, letting Rong marry him, right? Ning Fengji smiled bitterly. Yes, sword uncle. But I did not expect that Tang Yin's talent would be so against the heavens. Otherwise, I would have shamelessly pushed for their union. Even if Tang Yin has a girlfriend. Chen Xian said, this matter is not urgent. I did not expect that Hao Duo and Madame Tang, the master of Moon Pavilion, are actually siblings. Since Tang Hao is here to find his sister today, it means they will not leave Heaven Do City in a short time. We should prepare a gift and formally visit the Haotian Douluo family tomorrow, just to build a good relationship. All right, Ning Fengji nodded, saying that he heard a batch of good treasures had arrived at the Heaven Do auction house, and he would go pick a few tomorrow as a meeting gift. It was somewhat unexpected for Ning Fengji to see Tang Yin at the Heaven Do auction house today. He smiled and asked, like a kind elder, Xiao Yin, if you see any auction item you like, just tell me. I have some influence at this Heaven Do auction house, and any items I win will be a meeting gift from Uncle. Tang Yin felt that the warmth of Master Ning in front of him was a bit overwhelming, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. However, this was not the case in Ning Fengji's eyes. As an outstanding businessman, a small amount of yellow and white items could forge a good relationship with future top powerhouses, which could be considered a super profitable deal. Unable to refuse the warm invitation, Tang Yin thanked him, saying, thank you for your generous gift, Uncle Ning. I cannot decline your kindness. Just as they were conversing, the auction item number 2194 went unsold, and the upcoming item was 2195. At this moment, the auctioneer's voice suddenly dropped, and combined with his already flamboyant tone, it sounded somewhat lewd. The next item is one of today's important lots, so guests, do not blink. With a wave of his hand, several strong men brought a card onto the stage, on which was seemingly placed a box, covered with a thick red cloth, so it was unclear what was inside. The moment the cage was pushed out, Tang Yin's expression turned cold. He sensed that beneath the red cloth was a person. Indeed, when the auctioneer roughly tore away the red cloth, it revealed a person inside. Beneath the red cloth was not a box, but an iron cage, inside of which a young girl was curled up, looking fearfully at everything around her. She was very beautiful, with long black hair cascading like waves, and her figure was perfectly proportioned. Almost all her skin was exposed, with clothing only covering her important private parts. However, this covering was of little use, and only incited the desires of the crowd below even more. After this item appeared, the previously dull atmosphere instantly surged, and many guests in the black and red area showed strong interest in it. Before the auctioneer could begin his introduction, Tang Yin suddenly stood up, his entire demeanor changing. You're openly buying and selling slaves, violating imperial law. Tang Yin's voice was calm, but suppressed with inner rage. His words were not loud, but echoed throughout every corner of the auction center. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong had no reaction to Tang Yin's actions, merely sitting quietly. The sudden turn of events drew the attention of everyone present towards Tang Yin, and their astonished expressions gradually turned into mockery. Almost simultaneously, the crowd erupted in harsh laughter upon hearing Tang Yin's words. Ha ha, where did this little brat come from? So funny. Law. I'm the son of the Supreme Court President. And you talk to me about law? Ha ha. The mocking words resonated in Tang Yin's ears, filling him not with shame, but with the impulse to destroy this place. 4 soul rings, purple, 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 and black, appeared beneath Tang Yin's feet. As he reached out, destiny was about to fall into his hands when a large hand landed on his shoulder. Tang Hao's voice came from behind. Xiao Yin, calm down. The two who had originally come to watch the show never expected that Tang Yin would actually want to take action. Ning Fengji shook his head, somewhat disappointed in Tang Yin's impulsive behavior. Thinking that someone so rash did not seem like a genius who could reach the heights of Tang Chun, as mentioned by Chen Xian. However, when Tang Yin's soul rings appeared, both Ning Fengji and Gu Rong could not help but gasp, as the color of Tang Yin's soul rings completely overturned their previous perceptions. Monster! A single word popped into both of their minds. In their view, the The terms genius and prodigy were no longer sufficient to describe Tang Yin. Ning Feng si site yim sorry. My voice was a bit loud just now. Before Tang Yin could make his next move, Tang Hao's tidal Dalu pressure enveloped the entire venue. And with just 2 simple words, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. Quiet. Most of the attendees were nobles, and there were also some soul masters, many of whom were both. They could clearly feel the pressure emanating from Tang Hao. Ordinary people without soul power felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on them, unable to utter a word. Soul masters felt it even more acutely. Their soul power felt as gentle as a little lamb in front of Tang Hao, and the gap was so vast that it was daunting. The venue fell into a long silence, and Tang Yin slowly lowered his raised hand, sitting back down in his chair. Seeing Tang Yin sit back down, Tang Hao then spoke. You may continue. The auctioneer, still trembling, glanced nervously at Tang Hao and dared not be as reckless as before. We will continue the auction. This girl, during her martial soul awakening period, had her martial soul deliberately interrupted by a soul master, causing her martial soul to merge with her body. Since she cannot reclaim her martial soul, she has to maintain a half-human, half-cat form. Everyone, you may place your bids now. After a quick introduction, the auctioneer did not dare to guide the bidding with any further words and directly opened the auction. A month for just a few dozen gold soul coins. Are you playing with your life? But no one in the audience dared to speak up. Finally, someone made the first bid, 110,000. Then a defiant voice rang out. Humph, isn't that just a title, Douluo? What's there to be afraid of? The others seemed to recognize this person, and upon hearing his words, they all began to bid according to their financial capacity. Dad, help me buy her. Tang Yin's voice was very calm. Tang Hao's answer was also concise. Okay. Ning Fengji asked Tang Yin with some interest. Xiao Yin, what use do you have in saving this girl today? I can't just watch her fall into the hands of those insects and become their plaything. What will you do if fox women or leopard women appear later? As far as I know, last week, a snake woman was bought for 15,000 by the person who just spoke. Who can save her? Ning Fengji's words left Tang Yin in silence. He recalled the disdainful expressions and mockery of those nobles, remembered the disgusting faces of the nobles he encountered while traveling the continent, and thought of the kind-hearted but exploited commoners. Indeed, Uncle Ning was right. Could he save them one by one? In the rules set by the nobles, how could he rescue these poor souls? A segment of history he learned in Blue Star flashed through his mind. This world is sick, and what should he do? Just as Tang Hao was about to press the bidding button, Ning Fengji smiled at him, signaling him to let him take action. Tang Hao did not contest with Ning Fengji and withdrew his hand. Ning Fengji pressed the button in front of him, and, at that moment, the girl's price had already reached 160,000. Meanwhile, Tang Yin's voice came from beside him, causing Ning Fengji's hand to pause in front of the button, leaving him stunned. Then I will overturn this outdated world and build it into the way I want it. Ning Fengji, child, you're being a bit extreme. Ning Fengji expressed great surprise at Tang Yin's words. Reason told him that Tang Yin was almost daydreaming. But a voice in his heart kept telling Ning Fengji that in the future, this boy might really be able to achieve that step. Damn it. Let's see who dares to compete with me. The defiant young man suddenly stood up and looked towards Ning Fengji, while Ning Fengji raised his hand to signal the young man. Upon recognizing the identity of the person before him, the defiant young man broke out in a cold sweat, as if he had thought of something terrifying, and all his defiance vanished. A hand reached out beside the rebellious youth, pulling him back to his seat. In the end, the cat girl was auctioned off to Ning Fengji for a price of 160,000 gold soul coins. Thank you, Uncle Ning. Seeing that Ning Fengji had won the cat girl, Tang Yin expressed his gratitude. Ning Fengji waved his hand with a smile and said, I didn't bid for you. The sect happened to need a maid, and I thought she looked pretty good. Tang Yin knew that Ning Fengji was joking, meaning this wasn't a gift for him. Even though Ning Fengji was aware of Tang Yin's crazy plan, he still maintained a friendly demeanor. It was this friendliness today that would save the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the future. Tang Yin had no interest in the following auction items. After purchasing the nebula flower, he and Tang Hao bid farewell to Ning Fengji. Watching Tang Yin leave, Ning Fengji asked Gu Rong beside him, Uncle Gu, do you think he can do it? Gu Rong recalled Tang Yin's soul ring configuration he had just seen, nodded, then shook his head. I don't know. But I think even if he can't fully achieve what he said, it would still be a disaster for those nobles. Chapter 91. Night talk after obtaining the colorful star and the nebula flower backstage. Tang Hao and Tang Yin left the Tiando auction house. Tang Yin didn't want to stay in such a dirty place for even a moment longer. Xiao Yin, you were too impulsive today. Even if you have such thoughts, you shouldn't say them out loud. Tang Hao lectured Tang Yin. Tang Yin knew that Tang Hao was worried about him. He had indeed been a bit impulsive at that moment, but sharing his thoughts with Ning Fengji was also a kind of test. As the head of a sect, Ning Fengji's only responsibility was to protect the interests of the sect and ensure the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School thrived amidst various whirlpools. Tang Yin's goals did not directly conflict with the interests of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Rather, they could indirectly bring benefits to it. Ning Fengji's attitude also gave Tang Yin an estimate of the feasibility of his goals. He was still too weak now. He needed to wait until he reached title Douluo before he could have a chance to change the world. I can't remain lost in my own emotional pain. There are more important things waiting for me to do. Over the past 6 months, Tang Yin's cultivation had indeed slacked off. Without a goal, he found it almost impossible to find motivation for cultivation. However, due to Tang Yin's extraordinary talent, even with just natural growth and soul power, he had increased from level 45 to level 46 in these 6 months. When a person has a goal, they will have motivation. As the two were preparing to head to Yuxian, a young woman dressed in court attire jogged over to them. After confirming Tang Yin's appearance several times, she respectfully handed him a token. Young Master Tang Yin, His Highness the Crown Prince invites you to gather at the Crown Prince's residence tonight. The Crown Prince? Tang Yin's mind immediately conjured the beautiful face of Qian Renxue. What does she want with me? However, Tang Yin recalled that she seemed to have disguised herself as the current Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, while the real Crown Prince was either imprisoned or killed. If he intended to overthrow the noble rule of the Tiando Empire, was there a possibility of cooperation with her? Ultimately, Tang Yin decided to meet her. As for how she knew he was at the Tiando auction house, did he need to guess? Knowing that Tang Yin had figured out her identity, her leverage had fallen into his hands, and she must be restless. Tang Yin took the token and politely replied, "Thank you for informing me, Mississippi. Please convey to His Highness the Crown Prince that Tang Yin will definitely pay a visit tonight." The young woman, seeing such a humble young man for the first time, responded very politely, "Then I will take my leave." Watching her walk away, Tang Hao then asked, "Xiao Yin, weren't you going to overthrow the Tiando Empire? Why are you going to meet the current Crown Prince?" Tang Yin simply flashed a mysterious smile. "Dad, you'll find out later." Seeing that Tang Yin was unwilling to elaborate, Tang Hao did not press further. After returning to Yuxian, there were no obstacles today, and Tang Hao and Tang Yin made their way smoothly to the top floor, which was Tang Yuehua's private reception room. All the furniture here was made of expensive sandalwood, exuding a faint fragrance, and the low-key decorations made the place appear elegant and understated. Today, Tang Yuehua was wearing a light green casual dress, kneeling in front of a low table, playing the guqin. The bronze incense burner beside her was slowly releasing a wisp of blue smoke from the incense, and the scent it emitted complemented the sandalwood aroma, without any hint of dissonance. Tang Yin sat quietly on a nearby chair, listening intently to the melodious sound of the guqin. Although Tang Yin had never learned to play the guqin and had no understanding of any musical theory, the appreciation of music is an innate talent in everyone. From Tang Yuehua's guqin music, Tang Yin could sense the joy contained within, along with a faint, lingering sadness that could never be erased. When the last note was played, Tang Yuehua finally raised her head and looked at Tang Yin and Tang Hao beside her. She smiled naturally, addressing Tang Hao. "Brother Hao, you're here." Tang Hao returned the black card that Tang Yuehua had given him yesterday, saying he had already bought the item, which was a Millennium Nebula flower. "Sister, I'll leave Xiao Yin to you." Hearing the farewell tone in Tang Hao's words, Tang Yuehua immediately stood up and walked over, linking her arm with Tang Hao's, her tone a bit aggrieved. "Are you leaving already? We just met, and I even had someone notify Big Brother." Upon hearing Tang Yuehua mention Big Brother, Tang Hao's expression became melancholic. He asked in a low voice, "Big Brother, is he doing well?" Since their father passed away, Big Brother had been managing the affairs of the sect. However, he had never taken up the position of sect master. "He was waiting for your return to the sect." Tang Hao shook his head. "I have no face to return to the sect now." "Then will you keep avoiding us?" "You don't know, the last time I returned to the sect, I found Big Brother secretly holding our 3-person photo album and constantly wiping it. He will be coming soon. Can't you just fulfill his wish?" By the end, Tang Yuehua's tone had taken on a hint of pleading. Tang Hao explained with a mix of laughter and tears, "I'm not avoiding Big Brother. I have a child with Yin. His name is Tang San, and he is Xiao Yin's biological brother. I left to guide him in his cultivation." Now, it was Tang Yuehua's turn to feel awkward. She thought Tang Hao only had Tang Yin as a son, but she didn't expect there was another one. looking at Tang Yuehua's dazed expression. Tang Hao gently pinched her cheek, speaking softly, Yuehua, I'm leaving. Without waiting for Tang Yuehua to react, he turned and left Yuxian. Tang Yin looked at his dazed aunt, quietly reminding her, Aunt, my dad has already gone far. Only then did Tang Yuehua come to her senses. Remembering Tang Hao's doting expression and gentle tone, a faint blush appeared on her face. At that moment, Tang Yuehua suddenly realized there were others present. Indeed, Tang Yin was looking at her with a calm gaze. To cover up her embarrassment, Tang Yuehua lightly coughed and said softly, Xiao Yin, set aside an hour to come to me every day. I will help you cleanse your mind. Tang Yin tucked away the odd feelings in his heart and obediently nodded. Okay, Aunt. After finishing today's healing session, Tang Yin first met with his sister Zhu Yun, and the two had lunch together. Zhu Zhiyun had already agreed to meet Yin in the afternoon to stroll around Tiando City. Tang Yin originally intended to accompany them, but was rejected by Zhu Zhiyun. As for the reason, Zhu Zhiyun did not tell Tang Yin. With nothing to do, Tang Yin stayed in the hotel room that afternoon to cultivate and consolidate his level 46 soul power. The long-unused heaven and earth as a furnace greedily absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy circulating within his body before being expelled, allowing his long-neglected meridians to adapt to the soul power. Time passed quickly during the cultivation, and Zhu Zhiyun and Yin returned to the hotel. When Tang Yin informed Zhu Zhiyun that he would be going to the Crown Prince's residence that night, a clear panic appeared on her face, making Tang Yin feel as if he was about to do something bad. After explaining the situation to Zhu Zhiyun in detail, she finally felt at ease enough to let him leave. On the way to the Crown Prince's residence, Tang Yin was still recalling the earlier flirtation. He didn't understand why Sister Zhiyun insisted that he had to have a go before letting him go. Even though Tang Yin was clever, he couldn't figure out that Zhu Zhiyun was worried about him and the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, being too close. The Crown Prince's residence was not far from the center of Tiando City, making it easy to find. Along the way, Tang Yin took out the token given to him by the young woman that morning and examined it closely. The token was made entirely of gold, with 3 precious purple gems embedded at the top. The front read Tiando, while the back bore the symbol of the Tiando royal family, a swan. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Crown Prince's residence, Tang Yin handed the token to the knight at the door, and immediately one of them went inside to report. Soon, the young woman who had delivered the token that morning appeared in Tang Yin's view. She smiled at Tang Yin and said, Young Master Tang Yin, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has been waiting for you for some time. Please follow me. On the way, Tang Yin gained some insight. It was his first time seeing such a magnificent private residence, decorated in gold and splendor, with soul-guided lights illuminating the entire residence as if it were daytime. Even more extravagant, to maximize the effectiveness of the soul-guided lights, many natural transparent crystals were installed around them. They arrived at a relatively secluded palace, where only one room had light. The young woman brought Tang Yin to the door of that room and respectfully said, His Highness is inside. I won't disturb you too. After saying this, the young woman exited, disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Tang Yin felt no fear and directly pushed the door open. Once inside, closing the door behind him, Tang Yin saw Xue Qinghe leisurely sipping tea in a chair. No, to be precise, it should be Qianren Xue. Tonight, Qianren Xue was still dressed in a male noble's attire, and there was no hint of panic in her eyes. Your Highness, did you invite me here tonight for something? Tang Yin asked, pretending not to know. He walked steadily and sat down in the chair opposite Qianren Xue. Qianren Xue pushed a cup of brewed tea in front of Tang Yin and smiled. Have some tea first, it's top-quality Chui Long Yin. Tang Yin didn't hesitate and lifted the cup to drink the tea. Afraid of poison? To be honest, Tang Yin was least afraid of poison. Having learned herbal knowledge from Yang Wudi since childhood, Tang Yin was quite sensitive to poison. Moreover, more importantly, he was not afraid of poison. The immense life energy within him was enough to insulate him from any toxin's erosion. Seeing that Tang Yin drank the tea without hesitation, Qianren Xue admired his courage a bit. I heard that something unpleasant happened to you at the Tiando auction house today. Tang Yin calmly placed the cup down without a hint of shock or surprise. He looked into Qianren Xue's eyes, did not respond, but instead asked back, You should know what happened this morning, so why ask me? However, beautiful sister, you didn't invite me here tonight because of that, did you? When Tang Yin spoke the last sentence, he felt 2 auras lock onto him from the shadows. Qianren Xue merely waved her hand and smiled. Since you've called me sister, I want to beat around the bush with you. When Qianren Xue made this gesture, Tang Yin clearly felt those two auras retract instantly, and the immense pressure suddenly dissipated. Qian Rinxue raised her hand and removed the disguise of her angel god skull. Tang Yin saw Qian Rinxue's true appearance for the first time. She looked very young, probably around 20 years old. Her skin was fair as snow, with a straight nose and slightly delicate phoenix eyes, bearing a stunning beauty with some regal sharpness. More importantly, Tang Yin saw a resemblance to someone he knew on Qian Rinxue's face. Even though he had always seen her like this at this moment, Tang Yin was still taken aback. Is she beautiful? Qian Rinxue smiled sweetly, not caring about Tang Yin's scrutinizing gaze. Beautiful? Tang Yin was very honest, and Qian Rinxue was indeed the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Since my sister is so sincere with you, can you tell me how you saw through my disguise? Tang Yin's left eye emitted a white light, showing Qian Rinxue the eye of Xieji. This is how I saw it. Is it also a soul bone? Qian Rinxue thought to herself. Even if she didn't believe that any soul bone could break through the disguise of the angel god skull, the reality was right in front of her, and she had to believe it. Then, Qian Rinxue asked her second question from the bottom of her heart. Why didn't you expose me yesterday? There were two titled Dalu present. There was no way I could escape. I have many reasons for not exposing you. One reason is that exposing you brings me no benefit. Tang Yin paused for a long time before slowly stating the second reason. The most important point is that you look a lot like an old friend I know. Oh, who is it? Qian Rinxue became interested, not knowing who this old friend was that the boy in front of her was referring to. The current pope, Bibi Dong. Tang Yin said word by word, looking directly into Qian Rinxue's eyes. When Bibi Dong's name was mentioned, he noticed Qian Rinxue's pupils contract visibly, a subconscious reaction of a person in a tense state. What is your relationship with her? Tang Yin continued to ask. Qian Rinxue's expression became somewhat unnatural. She never expected that Tang Hao's son would know the Pope and know her mother. She's my sister. Qian Rinxue lowered her head to pour herself some water, and at that moment, Tang Yin did not see the loneliness in her eyes. Sister, huh? Although Tang Yin still had some doubts in his heart. Now is not the time to delve into it. The Pope, sister, Wu Huanhao, crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Multiple clues connected these pieces of information. Ultimately, two words surfaced in Tang Yin's mind. Usurpation. I think I've guessed your plan. I came here tonight at your invitation because there is something I want to collaborate with you on, which is also related to what happened this morning. What is it? Tang Yin stood up, leaning closer to Qian Rinxue across the table. Watching the face getting closer, Qian Rinxue felt a bit flustered. Tang Yin leaned close to Qian Rinxue's ear and whispered in a voice only they could hear. I will help you usurp the throne, and you help me innovate. Qian Rinxue did not rush to answer, but instead looked at Tang Yin's profile just a few centimeters away with a smile in her eyes. Why do you think I would cooperate with you? Aren't you afraid that I might kill you? Tang Yin turned his head as well, meeting Qian Rinxue's beautiful gaze. The proximity of her stunning face and delicate red lips made one unable to resist the urge to taste them. Both could feel each other's breath and hear each other's heartbeat, creating an ambiguous atmosphere between them. Tang Yin blinked his innocent big eyes, exuding a pure beauty. Sister, if you wanted to kill me, wouldn't you have done it already? But you look like you're not even 15. What do you have to cooperate with me? Qian Rinxue knew that Tang Yin's innocence was feigned, but for some reason, she found it quite adorable and wanted to pinch his face. With me, my innate soul power is at level 20. This line was still only heard by the two of them. Qian Rinxue seemed to fall into some kind of contemplation, not giving Tang Yin a response. When her eyes regained their focus, she suddenly leaned forward, their lips met, and before Tang Yin could react, Qian Rinxue pulled away from him. Allies are too unreliable. From now on, you belong to me. It was only at this moment that Tang Yin realized how unexpected it was for this woman to kiss him directly. Why you? I have a girlfriend. Qian Rinxue shot him a domineering glance, her tone assertive. I'm not asking you to leave your girlfriend. In the future, I'll be the big one, and she could be the small one. Tang Yin was at a loss for words. But I don't even know your name. My name is Qian Rinxue. All right, stop being so wishy-washy. You sound like a girl. They were both intelligent people. Going around in circles in conversation was meaningless. Being direct could save a lot of trouble. For Qian Rinxue, the mere revenge for her father's death was a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Tang Yin had also forgotten about the conflict with the Spirit Hall. Chapter 92. Those who live in memories after watching Tang Yin leave, two figures, one tall and one short, emerged from the darkness. The aura they emitted proved that they were both titled Douluos. The tall, thin elder was named Shilong, known as the Snake Spear. The short, stout elder was named Si Shue, known as the Thorn Porcupine. The stout Sishua asked in confusion. Young master, why didn't you let us kill that kid just now? He already knows your identity. He can't be left alive. Qianrenshua looked in the direction Tang Yin had departed, and, after a long time, she replied, he just spared me yesterday. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to kill him today, right? Sishua's tone was noticeably anxious, but the former pope was killed by that kid's father. Even if you don't kill him, how can you? Qianrenshua interrupted Sishua's words, her tone somewhat displeased. Grandpa Sishua, you were sent to protect me, not to dictate my actions. Sishua sensed the anger in Qianrenshua's voice and dared not continue to persuade her, bowing respectfully and hurriedly saying, I wouldn't dare. You may leave. Yes, ma'am. Sishua and Shilong, who had remained silent, exited the room, leaving her alone. She somewhat disliked the feeling of being alone, but today, she was very happy, because she had met someone just like herself. Dan Yin, how interesting. The current cooperation between Qianrenshua and Tang Yin was devoid of any emotional entanglement and was purely based on interests. Qianrenshua was a person who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. She was willing to give up everything, including herself. In the Spirit City, at the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong was receiving an uninvited guest in the conference hall. It was an old man with golden hair, who appeared rather short but was quite robust, wearing a dazzling golden armor, with a golden lion engraved on the left chest of the armor. He was the fourth offering of the Spirit Hall, the Lion Douluo, with a soul power level of 97. His voice was very rough, even somewhat arrogant, showing no courtesy towards Bibi Dong, the Pope. Bibi Dong, what have you decided? On the desk in front of Bibi Dong lay a document titled Proposal for Personnel Promotions and Transfers in the Spirit Main Hall. Bibi Dong had already reviewed this proposal, and the group of old geezers in the Douluo Hall had replaced the leaders of 5 important cities all at once. Moreover, 4 of these cities' black-clad bishops had been promoted by Bibi Dong herself, so to save face, those old geezers replaced one of their nearly buried bishops. If it were just a normal promotion, Bibi Dong wouldn't have said anything, but when she saw the new candidates for the Hall Masters, her blood pressure surged. The original 4-to-1 had directly changed to 1-to-4, which meant she had lost control over the leadership of 4 provincial capitals. This was clearly an attempt to suppress her and limit her power as pope. Are you kidding me? That males, the bug from Gongxin City, had poor performance in the last evaluation and has a terrible daily lifestyle. Yet you still promoted him to be the Hall Master of Gongxin City? Bibi Dong tried to control her tone, even though she was on the verge of an outburst. It was not the time to break ties with the Douluo Hall. She did not have that strength yet. Bibi Dong, I'm not here to discuss with you, but to inform you. This proposal was discussed by a few of my old brothers. You just need to execute it. After saying this, the Lion Doa turned and left the Pope's palace's conference hall. Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed on the proposal, and beneath the table. Her hands had become tense, causing her knuckles to turn white. The Spirit Hall appeared to be a united front, but was actually divided into 3 factions. The faction led by the Grand Offering of the Douluo Hall occupied 2/3 of the power, while Bibi Dong, as the Pope, had barely managed to secure 1/3 of the Spirit Hall's power after more than a decade of maneuvering. Living in this tedious power struggle every day had made Bibi Dong quite weary. Dragging her exhausted body, Bibi Dong returned home. She took off her shoes and placed them at the entrance, changing into comfortable slippers. Beside them, there was a brand new pair of men's slippers. The dim yellow light illuminated the dark room, and the soft light added a touch of warmth. Arriving in front of the soft sofa in the living room, Bibi Dong sank into it. On the wall in front of her hung a large portrait. The lines of the painting were very realistic, something Bibi Dong had spent a lot of effort on finding someone to create. The content of the painting was simple. It was a photo of a man and a woman on a mountaintop. The man wore a well-fitted black suit, and the woman wore a pure white wedding dress, holding hands and gazing at each other, surrounded by an endless sea of clouds, with the distant horizon painted in red by the rising sun. This was the wedding photo she took with Tang Yin, the same size, hanging on the wall in the living room. Looking at the portrait before her, Bibi Dong's expression softened considerably, and any trace of fatigue vanished. After lying there for a while, Bibi Dong got up, removed her clothes, exposing her flawless body to the air. The only flaw was a gruesome scar on her chest. That day, Bibi Dong, who chose to take her own life, did not die. She was saved by the Rakshasa god. The Rakshasa god warned Bibi Dong not to entertain thoughts of suicide again, or else they had many means to torment those close to her. Besides Tang Yin, Bibi Dong had other concerns, such as her disciple Hulaina and Qianrenshua. Therefore, Bibi Dong could only live on. She walked naked into the bathroom, where the bathtub was already filled with hot water, sprinkled with flower petals. The rising steam made her vision a bit hazy. A strong being at the level of a tidal Douluo already had a pure body, but Bibi Dong still bathed every day. She let her hair down, the soft purple locks cascading down her back like a waterfall. After removing the purple crystal pendant from her ear, Bibi Dong submerged herself in the bathtub. The warm water touched her skin, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. After closing her eyes to adapt to the water temperature, she leaned back in the most comfortable position. Emptying her mind, Bibi Dong thought of her first time with Tang Yin. The two inexperienced individuals made the most important decision of their lives that day, entrusting themselves to each other. The happiness and sweetness of that moment, whenever recalled, made Bibi Dong feel that she was not a pope, nor a title Douluo. Rather, she was an ordinary girl, a girl loved by a boy. She was not washing away dirt, but rather the worries and frustrations of daily life. However, memories were ultimately just memories. In reality, Bibi Dong had soaked for a long time. She stood up to rinse her body and put on a purple silk lace-trimmed nightgown before leaving the bathroom. Just out of the bathroom, a faint blush appeared on her fair skin, and a few water droplets clung to her delicate collarbone. Her purple hair dried rapidly under the influence of her soul power. Entering her bedroom, she immediately saw a large wooden clothing rack, on which hung a golden red outfit, covered with a layer of red, transparent gauze. The phoenix robe and cloud attire was Bibi Dong's wedding dress for her grand marriage. Approaching the rack, Bibi Dong's fingers glided over the soft fabric, and memories replayed in her mind. On a whim, Bibi Dong took the dress off the rack and put it on. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, she opened her arms and twirled lightly in the phoenix robe. She scrutinized her reflection in the mirror and, as if recalling something, a hint of shyness appeared on her face. Dressed in this garment, Bibi Dong walked to the balcony. Her room was within the Pope's palace, and, from the balcony, she could almost overlook the entire Seoul city, as if holding the whole world in her hands. This was the supreme power that countless people longed for. Yet at that moment, Bibi Dong was entirely indifferent. She leaned against the balcony railing, gazing up at the pitch-black night sky. The moon tonight was full and bright. There were hardly any clouds in the sky, and twinkling stars accompanied the moon, shimmering. Xiaoyin, you're still alive, right? Bibi Dong had once thought of using the power of the spirit hall to search for Tang Yin's whereabouts, but now she found herself unable to do so. She was severely constrained by her power and could not act freely. Moreover, the extreme inferiority and guilt in her heart robbed her of the courage to seek Tang Yin. Most importantly, she was afraid that what she would find out was that Tang Yin was already dead. If that were the case, Bibi Dong would completely become a madwoman. A melodious song flowed from Bibi Dong's lips. The circle outlines a fingerprint imprinted on my lips. The bitter kiss marks of memories are the roots of trees, flourishing through the seasons, yet they obscure the dusk. On this cold night, I am left alone, waiting for dawn. It turned out that this song was not about memories, but about reality. A tear silently slipped from the corner of Bibi Dong's eye. Chapter 93. 1,000 Miles in Search, Part 1. Hulaina woke up from her coma at dawn that night, indicating how severe Zhu Jiyun's second attack had been. Feeling her somewhat heavy head, Hulaina immediately checked her body. Except for the buttons she had undone, she found no other changes. She tried to spread her legs, but did not feel the tearing pain described in the books about the first time. After adjusting her clothes, Hulaina left the back mountain of the Holy Soul village with the female soul master. They did not head to the spirit hall in the Fasnuo province, but settled in the nearby Nodding City spirit branch. The female soul master's injuries were only suppressed by Tang Yin and had not fully healed. After completing the necessary report procedures, Hulaina left the female soul master in Nodding City to recover, while she embarked alone on the journey back to Seoul City. During the carriage ride back to Seoul City, Hulaina was distracted. The impact of this mission had been too great for her. Not only had her team suffered near total losses, but she also almost. The image of Tang Yin appeared in Hulaina's mind. Just thinking of Tang Yin's cold gaze and emotionless commanding tone sent chills down her spine, causing her to instinctively curl up, seeking a shred of security. The carriage jolted along, and after several days, Hulaina finally returned to Seoul City. The Jew Douluo, who had been protecting her in secret, was unaware of what Hulaina had experienced and only thought she was feeling down due to the mission's failure. After completing the protection task, Jew Douluo went directly to the Pope's palace to report, as the news of encountering Tang Hao was very important. His injuries had almost healed, and Jew Douluo was well aware that Tang Hao had not tried to kill him. Upon entering the Pope's palace, the steward brought Jew Douluo to the door of Bibi Dong's office. After announcing his arrival, Douluo walked into the room. In front of Bibi Dong, the Pope, Douluo remained very respectful. After bowing to her, he began his report. After listening to Douluo's description, Bibi Dong noticed a suspicious point. The information about the leader of the wolf bandits was incorrect. Even a captain at the Soul King level had died at the hands of the wolf bandits, indicating that the leader's strength was at least at the Soul King level. At that time, Nana had already been caught up by the wolf bandits, and when you were about to rescue her, Tang Hao stopped you, saying his son could handle it? That's right. Douluo recalled the frustration of that night, his tone tinged with grievance. Not only did he stop me from saving Nana, but he also beat me up badly. However, Nana was indeed unharmed, and that group of wolf bandits ended up dead. Did you check how those wolf bandits died? Douluo nodded. I wouldn't dare neglect anything related to Tang Hao. I examined all the wolf bandits' bodies, except for the leader, who died from claw wounds to his back. The rest were all pierced through their bodies. Pierced through? Yes, if I'm not mistaken. Tang Hao's son must have a gun as his martial soul. Upon hearing gun, Bibi Dong's heart skipped a beat. A gun martial soul, surnamed Tang. A bold guess sprang to her mind. Is there any other clue? Bibi Dong asked anxiously. Douluo shook his head. I can't tell anything else. Perhaps Nana knows more than I do. Someone, go bring Hulaina here. After the order was given, someone immediately went to find Hulaina. Hulaina, who had not yet returned to her room to rest, was brought before Bibi Dong. Seeing the fatigue and sorrow on Hulaina's face, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of heartache. But now was not the time to care for her disciple. She had very important matters to attend to. Nana, tell me everything about Tang Hao's son, the one who saved you, as detailed as possible. Hulaina initially thought her teacher had called her in for comfort, but to her surprise, it was an interrogation, and a bitter feeling surged in her heart. Although she felt wronged, Hulaina would not go against Bibi Dong's wishes. She began to recall the appearance of Tang Yin from that night. The boy was about 14 years old, very good-looking with white hair. After hearing Hulaina's description, Bibi Dong's heart sank. Tang Yin was indeed good-looking, but he had black hair. Hulaina, unaware of Bibi Dong's thoughts, continued, he is a soul zone, and his martial spirit is a brown long spear. But his soul ring configuration is terrifying, with colors of purple, 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 and black. At that time, I thought I was mistaken, but after confirming repeatedly, it was indeed those colors. Purple, 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 black? Douluo seemed to recall something. About a year ago, when I went to the Barak Kingdom to mediate the dispute between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, I heard about a genius on the battlefield with a purple, 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 black soul ring configuration. I thought it was just a rumor, but it turned out to be true. After Douluo finished speaking, Hulaina added, oh right, his martial spirit also has healing abilities. With just a single finger, he saved the female soul master who escaped with me. After Hulaina finished her description, Bibi Dong controlled her emotions and struggled to utter two words, get out. Hulaina felt her teacher was acting strangely, but left the study with Douluo. As they were leaving, Hulaina glanced back at her teacher, who sat there with her head down, silent. Once everyone left, Bibi Dong immediately got up and locked the door, feeling as if she had lost all strength, leaning against the door and slowly sliding down to the floor. Upon hearing Hulaina's description of Tang Yin's martial spirit, Bibi Dong could confirm that Tang Hao's son was indeed Tang Yin. It was the Tang Yin she loved. Bibi Dong was afraid to face the deceased Tang Yin, but after learning that Tang Yin was still alive, how could she not feel joy? You're still alive, sob sob sob. Bibi Dong hugged her knees, releasing the emotions she had suppressed for days. After letting it out, she felt much better, full of white hair. Remembering Hulaina's description of Tang Yin's appearance, Bibi Dong felt a wave of heartache. She could hardly imagine what Tang Yin had gone through. Bibi Dong knew that Tang Yin loved her deeply, even more than she loved him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths for her. Knowing the truth brought her such pain. What kind of sorrow must he have felt being kept in the dark? Moreover, at that time, she had belittled his love to nothing. He must have been so heartbroken. No, I can't let this go. I have to find him. I need to clarify things with him. Bibi Dong almost instinctively made the decision. When emotions are under absolute control, even the most rational person can become impulsive, let alone someone like Bibi Dong, who is love-stricken. As for who would handle the daily affairs of the Pope's Hall, don't those old geezers love to meddle? Let them worry about it. Bibi Dong returned to her room and opened the wardrobe in her bedroom. Inside were many clothes that looked quite exotic on the Douluo continent at that time. After a long selection, Bibi Dong packed a set of clothes and matching items into her storage soul guide. Once everything was ready, Bibi Dong set off on her journey to find her husband. Chapter 94. 1,000 Miles in Search, Part 2. The Pope had disappeared without leaving any message. The duty officer on duty that day was at a loss for what to do, so he reported to the Elder Hall. Every time Bibi Dong entered seclusion, she would arrange the daily affairs of the Spirit Hall in advance, but this time she left in a hurry, without having the time or the mind to do so. After some discussion, nearly half of the elders suggested reporting to the Douluo Hall and letting the offerings handle the matter. While the people of the Spirit Hall were in a frenzy, Bibi Dong had already crossed the Barak Kingdom and arrived at the Fasnuo province. She did not know the exact location of the Holy Spirit Village and instead detoured to the nearby Nodding City. Just a few days before Bibi Dong arrived in Nodding City, Tang San and Xiao Wu had graduated from the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy under the Master's guidance and were heading to Shrek Academy, located in the suburbs of Soto City in the Barak Kingdom, for further study. Thus, it seemed that fate favored Xiao Wu once again, allowing her to escape another disaster. However, even if they met, as long as Tang San revealed his identity, Bibi Dong would not act against Xiao Wu. In the Soul Sub-Hall of Nodding City, Su Yuntao started his daily check-in, as usual. After greeting his goddess, he was stopped on his way to his office by Master Matus, who was accompanied by a person in a black robe. Matus respectfully bowed to the person in the black robe and said, "Your Highness, this is Su Yuntao, the deacon responsible for the martial spirit awakening in Holy Spirit Village every year, a level 27 battle spirit master." Bibi Dong wore a black cloak to avoid revealing her identity and to prevent unnecessary trouble. "Take me to Holy Spirit Village." Bibi Dong spoke in a low, somewhat hoarse voice. This was directed at Su Yuntao, who realized from Mateus's address that this mysterious person must be a high-ranking official of the Spirit Hall. After years of working in the field, Su Yuntao immediately understood that his opportunity had come. If he could please this big shot, promotion, salary increase, and marrying his goddess would no longer be a dream. Su Yuntao adopted a respectful attitude and bowed at a 90-degree angle to Bibi Dong. "It is my honor to serve your highness." Bibi Dong had no time to listen to flattery from her subordinates. She walked directly towards the exit of the Soul Sub-Hall, and an impatient voice came from behind Su Yuntao. "Don't waste my time." Cold sweat broke out on Su Yuntao's forehead. It seemed he had messed things up again. Under Su Yuntao's guidance, Bibi Dong arrived at Holy Spirit Village. Holy Spirit Village was peaceful as always. The villagers, who had entered winter, mostly stayed at home, rarely going out. Occasionally, a villager fetching water by the river would respectfully greet Su Yuntao as Master Su Yuntao. "It seems you are quite popular," Bibi Dong said to Su Yuntao beside her. This time, Su Yuntao behaved much more normally, simply saying, "Your Highness, you flatter me. I am just fulfilling my duties. No need to be humble. Awakening martial spirits for commoners is quite cumbersome, especially for the children in these villages. You are the foundation of the Spirit Hall. You deserve the respect of these villagers for awakening martial spirits for their children," Bibi Dong said. "Mateus is getting old. When you reach level 30, take over his position." This statement stunned Su Yuntao for a moment, but he quickly understood, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Mateus's position was none other than the Hall Master of the Soul Sub-Hall in Nodding City. "Thank you for your promotion, Your Highness." This time, Su Yuntao has already bowed at a 120-degree angle. "You should go back and tell Matthew directly that he will write a recommendation letter for you." After Su Yuntao left, Bibi Dong slowly walked along the small path in Holy Spirit Village. Holy Spirit Village is quite a large village, and Bibi Dong didn't want to disturb the lives of these ordinary villagers. Knock, knock, knock. The door of old Jack's house was knocked on. Bibi Dong waited for a while at the door before hearing a voice from inside. "Coming, coming." Then came the sound of a cane tapping on the ground and unsteady footsteps. The door opened, and old Jack looked at the stranger in black with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" Bibi Dong took off her wide-brimmed hat and revealed a kind smile. "Old village chief. Is there someone named Tang in here?" "You came too late. Xiao In has already left Holy Spirit Village." "Do you know where he went?" Upon hearing that Tang In had left, Bibi Dong pressed on. "What do you want with Xiao In? What is your relationship with him?" Old Jack became a bit wary, thinking that it might be an enemy of Tang In coming for him. Noticing the vigilance on old Jack's face, Bibi Dong quickly explained, "Old village chief, don't misunderstand. I am Xiao Yin's girlfriend. We had a quarrel, and I'm here to apologize to him." "Doesn't Xiao In already have a girlfriend? How come there is another girlfriend?" Old Jack was a bit confused. Hearing old Jack say that Tang In had a girlfriend made Bibi Dong's heart ache. It felt very uncomfortable. "Xiao In, he has a new girlfriend?" Old Jack said. When Xiao In returned, he was seriously injured. Not only did his hair turn completely white, but he was too weak to even walk. He came back with his mother and a girl. That girl looked very lovely. Clearly a noble lady. We can't raise such girls in our village. Xiao Yin's daily life was taken care of by her. And even Xiao Yin's mother was very fond of her. After listening to old Jack's account, Bibi Dong's impulsive heart calmed down. Xiao Yin had already started a new life. Should she disturb him? Thinking of her current self, her inferiority surged again, and her originally bright eyes dimmed. Old Jack looked at Bibi Dong's appearance and sighed. Hey girl, I don't understand the matters between you young people, but from the looks of you, it seems you care a lot for Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin has gone to Tiano City to find his aunt. It seems to be a place called Yuo. I remember, Yuxian. Girl, weren't you going to apologize to Xiao Yin? Then you should go and clarify things. Yes, even if Xiao Yin has a new girlfriend, I should still talk to him. Thank you for your guidance, old village chief. Bibi Dong solemnly bowed to old Jack. Old Jack hurriedly helped Bibi Dong up. What are you doing? Xiao Yin grew up under my watch. He's very smart and knows how to care for others' feelings. He's a gentle kid. You go and talk to him. Maybe there will still be some chance. In Douluo continent, a man can have multiple wives, not to mention the royal families of the two great empires. Even Zhu Zhuyun's father, Duke Yuming, has several wives. After bidding farewell to old Jack, Bibi Dong did not stop and headed north towards Tiando City. Chapter 95. Peeping the first snow of the year fell in Tiando City. The gently falling snowflakes landed on the rooftops, draping this ancient city in a layer of silver gauze. Even on the busiest streets of Tiando City, there were few pedestrians. Yuxian, Tang Yin, and Tang Yuehua were sitting opposite each other. A circle of faint white light extended outward from Tang Yuehua, enveloping Tang Yin within. Soft energy continuously flowed into Tang Yin's body, soothing his emotions. This was Tang Yuehua's innate domain skill, Noble Circle. The Noble Circle can calm people's inner restlessness. All negative emotions in the world will gradually subside under the illumination of Tang Yuehua's halo. To put it bluntly, it allows one to enter a sage-like state. Tang Yuehua reached out a hand and gently brushed aside the white hair on Tang Yin's forehead, smiling as she said, "Silly boy, why are you still being so polite with your aunt?" When Tang Yin first experienced the effects of his aunt's Noble Circle, he felt its uniqueness. If Tang Yuehua could cultivate, she might truly become a goddess who brings peace to the continent. If her previous treatment of Tang Yin was due to Tang Hao's request. After spending these days together, Tang Yuehua had already regarded Tang Yin as her own child. Its peculiarity lies not in its final effect, but in its conceptual function that changes your perception of things in your subconscious. Aunt, you've worked hard. Both Tang Yin and A Yin are kind people. To be so slick-tongued at such a young age, I wonder how many girls you'll deceive in the future. Tang Yuehua teased, with no intention of scolding, more of a playful jab. All right, it's getting late. Isn't today your little girlfriend's birthday? Your aunt won't keep you. Don't keep the girl waiting too long. On the low table in front of Tang Yin was the star cloud flower he bought from the Tiando auction house. But one day, when Tang Yin arrived a bit early, he saw Tang Yuehua's somewhat lonely back. Tang Yin chuckled foolishly. This isn't being polite. It's showing concern for you, aunt. After adapting to his calmed heart, Tang Yin slowly opened his eyes. Tang Yin had also sensed the changes in Tang Yuehua's feelings towards him and intentionally kept his distance, fearing that Yin would be unhappy. The star cloud flower was emitting a faint fragrance, with small white marks on the petals shimmering like twinkling stars. A quarter of an hour later, Tang Yuehua slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. An hour of treatment each day was quite exhausting for her, with only level 9 soul power. She was ultimately a woman with a hard fate. What could be more painful than falling in love with someone impossible? The taboo love between Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong was already unacceptable to the world, let alone her forbidden love with her own brother. The petals of the star cloud flower are round, with purple petals marked with small white spots. The deep blue center has only a few stamens, with the tip resembling a hanging star. Tang Yin's heart also accepted this special love his aunt had for him. Yin said nothing upon learning of it. Under the enhancement of Tang Yuehua's domain, the calming effect of the star cloud flower became even more pronounced. Looking at the somewhat weak, beautiful woman before him, Tang Yin felt a pang of heartache. Of course, Tang Yin had not forgotten that today was Zhu Zhiyun's birthday. The gift had been prepared long ago. Picking up the star cloud flower on the table, Tang Yin bid farewell to Tang Yuehua and walked out of Yuxian, since he was to stay in Tiano City for a while. Tang Yin and Zhu Zhiyun did not stay in a hotel, but rented a small courtyard not far from Yuxian. Tang Yin did not head home directly, but went to the market to buy many things. Along the way, Tang Yin never noticed that someone had been following him. While Tang Yin was receiving treatment from Tang Yuehua, Bibi Dong had been watching from outside. This was the first time Bibi Dong saw Tang Yin since parting in the secret realm. Even though she had prepared herself mentally before, Bibi Dong couldn't help but shed tears when she saw Tang Yin's appearance. For a moment, she wanted to rush in, recognize Tang Yin, embrace him, and tell him everything she knew. However, her inner insecurity and rationality held her back. At that moment, Bibi Dong was still wearing a black cloak on the outside, but underneath, she had changed into a carefully selected outfit. It was a long beige coat paired with a white turtleneck sweater, black tights, and a pair of white ankle boots, topped off with a cat ear headband that made her look youthful and a bit cute. This was the outfit she wore when she confessed her feelings to Tang Yin in the snow that night. Coincidentally, it was snowing today as well. Unable to muster the courage to approach, Bibi Dong followed behind Tang Yin and watched as he knocked on his own door. A girl in a black velvet outfit opened the door. It was Zhu Zhuyin. Upon seeing Tang Yin, she smiled with delight, took the items from his hands, and linked her arm with his as they entered the house together. Bibi Dong carefully observed Zhu Zhuyin, and when a look of joy appeared on her face, Bibi Dong seemed to see her former self in her. As someone who had been through it, Bibi Dong understood that it was an expression only a girl in love could show. She no longer had the courage to step forward. The impulsiveness that had once given her courage in Saint Soul Village had been completely exhausted. Not every place was illuminated by soul guidance devices. With the fall of the Douluo Empire, the technology of soul guidance devices gradually faded away. And now, even simple soul-guided lighting was not universal. The dim candlelight brought some brightness to the room. Today was Zhu Zhuyun's birthday, and Tang Yin had personally prepared dinner for them and bought a cake. Zhu Zhuyun enjoyed the days spent with Tang Yin. Wherever he was, she felt at ease. Yin had chosen not to live with them to give them enough space, which was a request she made herself. After having a simple meal, Tang Yin lit the candles on Zhu Zhuyun's birthday cake. After today, Zhu Zhuyun would be 18. Sister Zhuyun, make a wish. Through the candlelight, Zhu Zhuyun saw Tang Yin's gentle smile. Closing her eyes, she clasped her hands together in front of her chest and made her wish for her 18th birthday, to be able to always be happy with Xiao Yin. As the candles were blown out, the room fell into brief darkness before lighting up again. When the light returned, Zhu Zhuyun saw Tang Yin standing in front of her, holding a necklace. The necklace reflected dazzling light in the candlelight. Happy birthday, Sister Zhuyun. It was the gift Tang Yin had bought for Zhu Zhuyun, the colorful star. The gift was prepared a bit hastily, so don't dislike it, Sister Zhuyun. Zhu Zhuyun pouted, looking a bit cute. She playfully said, how could I? I like everything you give me. Xiao Yin, help me put it on. Tang Yin bent down to put the colorful star necklace around Zhu Zhuyun's neck. The multicolored gem necklace fit perfectly on Zhu Zhuyun's fair neck, without overshadowing her beauty. Instead, it accentuated her allure even more. Does it look good? Zhu Zhuyun did not go to look in the mirror, but asked Tang Yin. Of course, Sister Zhuyun looks good in anything. Zhu Zhuyun stood up and directly wrapped her arms around Tang Yin's neck. Her warm breath brushed against Tang Yin's face, causing a slight blush to rise on his fair skin. Looking into Zhu Zhuyun's watery gaze, Tang Yin gradually leaned closer. Love surged between them, and Tang Yin felt Zhu Zhuyun's softness in his embrace. Zhu Zhuyun was lost in the warmth of Tang Yin's chest. After a while, their lips parted. At this moment, Zhu Zhuyun was completely limp, leaning against Tang Yin's chest. But she still reached out a hand, lifted Tang Yin's chin, and said in a teasing tone, Xiao Yin, you promised to serve your sister. Remember, just that one sentence ignited the fire within Tang Yin. Looking at the person in his arms, he firmly lifted Zhu Zhuyun, feeling a bit heavy-breathed at that moment. Of course, looking at her delicate red lips, he kissed her again. Inside the house, it was already filled with the warmth of spring. Outside, in the snowy night, a thin layer of snow had already settled on Bibi Dong. She had been standing there for quite some time, watching the one she loved embrace another woman. She felt like a rat living in the darkness of a sewer, peering into the happiness of others through the cracks of a manhole cover. Let's talk. A woman's voice suddenly rang in Bibi Dong's ear, startling her into a cold sweat. Chapter 96. A conversation Bibi Dong instinctively wanted to escape, but the person grabbed her by the arm, just as she was about to use her soul power. The person's voice made her abandon the thought. I am Tang Yin's mother. Bibi Dong's hand was held by Yin, and they maintained that posture for a long time. Being caught peeping by the mother of the one she loved, even if it was from a distance, made Bibi Dong's face flush. Xiao Yin's mom. Bibi Dong murmured softly. The dim streetlight did not allow her to see Yin's face clearly. Yin had been watching Bibi Dong from a distance for a while. She sensed the bitterness in her heart as she saw Bibi Dong linger here without leaving. Ain brushed the snow off BB Dong and said, "Don't stand here. Come back with me." BB Dong should have left directly, but her inner desire led her to be pulled by Ain to her residence. Yin's place was not far from Tang Yin and Zhu Zhiyun's small courtyard, just separated by a small alley. Tang Yin did this to avoid making Ain feel uncomfortable being caught in the middle. Only then did Ain observe BB Dong. She was very beautiful, like a high and mighty goddess. Coupled with the sorrow on her face, it added a few more touches of worldly beauty to her. Looking at BB Dong's appearance, Yin's words of reproach turned into a soft sigh. "Hey, to be honest, as Tang Yin's mother, I find you quite unpleasant. Xiaoyin loves you so much, yet you hurt him like that." BB Dong lowered her head, her voice very soft, like a child who had made a mistake. "I haven't finished speaking. As a woman, I know your feelings for Xiaoyin. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stood there for so long without noticing my presence." Although Ain had already guessed BB Dong's general identity, she still wanted to confirm. "If I'm not mistaken, during the time Xiaoyin disappeared, he was with you. You were the one Xiaoyin likes, right?" "Yes. Tonight." Ain originally wanted to tell Zhu Zhiyun that her sister would be coming to Tiando City in a few days, but unexpectedly, she had an unexpected game this time. The fireplace in the room burned with a roaring fire, and the warm atmosphere dispelled the chill on BB Dong. Ain was a bit surprised to hear BB Dong's identity. No wonder Xiaoyin had kept it from her. BB Dong's emotions began to unravel as certain thoughts resurfaced in her mind. Overwhelmed, she covered her face and wept, her muffled voice intermittently breaking through. "Xiaoyin should know your true identity, right? It's true, I should have fallen in love with Xiaoyin. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have become like this." Ain, unoffended by BB Dong's abrupt interruption, looked at the emotional BB Dong and gently pulled her into his embrace. I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall, BB Dong. Can you tell me your identity?" No. BB Dong raised her head, her eyes red, hurriedly explaining, "At that time, if I hadn't done that, Xiaoyin would have undoubtedly died. BB Dong appeared very obedient at that moment, and her back and forth with Ain resembled a mean mother-in-law challenging a young bride. These emotions meant nothing to her. Compared to her cold body, her heart was even colder. Once BB Dong's emotions stabilized somewhat, Ain began to talk about Tang Yin's current situation. "You've seen Xiaoyin. He has serious problems with his body because of you. He came to Tiando City this time to seek treatment." Ain felt BB Dong tremble slightly, and his tone softened. "Xiaoyin is with Zhu Yun, the girl you met today. This is what his father and I hoped for. It will help him overcome his inner gloom faster." "I understand." BB Dong felt no blame towards Tang Yin for having feelings for another girl because she had chosen to sever their bond herself. But now, seeing Tang Yin with another woman, she should feel happy and had prepared herself for this. Yet her heart ached terribly. "I only ask you one thing. Do you still love Xiaoyin?" BB Dong slowly lifted her head and saw Yin's serious gaze. "Don't rush to answer me. Ask your own heart." This was a question with a straightforward answer. BB Dong's love for Tang Yin was ingrained in her bones, yet she could not voice it. Because she was afraid, she felt inferior, afraid that Tang Yin would despise her, that she had sullied him. I don't know." BB Dong gradually lowered her head. "Silly girl, I understand your feelings now." Ain, at the age of a human, was actually about the same as BB Dong, but he had lived for 100,000 years longer, so calling her girl was not inappropriate. The atmosphere fell silent for a long time before BB Dong finally broke it. "And actually, just a few days ago, I thought Xiaoyin was dead, killed by my own hands. But now that I know he is alive, with you and someone who loves him, I am very content. From now on, I won't disturb Xiaoyin again." BB Dong forced a smile that seemed to convey resignation. "I should go now." Watching BB Dong rise to leave, Ain wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. She could see how deeply BB Dong loved her son. Love that led her to make a humble sacrifice in the end. Just then, a long-buried memory quietly surfaced in her mind, and surprisingly, it had something to do with BB Dong. "Wait, I just remembered something." Ain grabbed BB Dong, who was about to leave, and BB Dong looked at Tang Yin's mother in confusion, not understanding why she wanted to keep her. Once, a night without a word. In the morning, Zhu Zhiyun woke up from Tang Yin's embrace, recalling the sweetness and shyness of the previous night, causing her cheeks to flush. How could this little brother be so? Looking at the still sleeping little face, Zhu Zhiyun curiously reached out her delicate hand, playfully pinching Tang Yin's face into various shapes. "Bad little brother, smelly little brother, even fed me." At this point, Zhu Zhiyun's face turned even redder. Tang Yin seemed tired and did not wake up despite being teased by Zhu Zhiyun. Seeing Tang Yin's rosy lips, she took the liberty to plant a kiss directly on them. Just as they were about to take the next step and start their morning practice, a familiar voice called from outside the room. Sister, are you there? Zhu Zhuyun, who was slowly sliding down, suddenly froze upon recognizing the voice, like a startled kitten. At the same time, Tang Yin, feeling unrestrained, couldn't help but sigh. Great, no need for words. At that moment, Zhu Zhuyun looked like she had been caught in bed, hurriedly picking up her clothes from the floor and putting them on, while the torn black stockings were tucked away into her storage soul guide. Seeing Tang Yin still immobile, Zhu Zhuyun became anxious. Xiao Yin, Zhu Qing is here. Hurry and get dressed. Tang Yin was speechless as he got up and embraced Zhu Zhuyun. We are a proper couple. What are you afraid of? It was only then that Zhu Zhuyun remembered that she and Tang Yin were already in a relationship. Right? Why am I in such a hurry? Thus, the two leisurely tidied up the remnants of the previous night. After Zhu Zhuyun got dressed, she opened the courtyard door. Chapter 97. Sisters Reunited. Four extremes sect outside the courtyard. Zhu Qing looked at her sister with a puzzled expression. Sister, why did it take you so long to come out? Zhu Zhiyun's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly returned to normal as she explained with a smile. I was sleeping deeply and didn't hear you. Seeing Zhu Qing still wanting to ask something, Zhu Zhiyun quickly changed the subject. By the way, Zhu Qing, why did you come to Tiando City? Teacher went back to Nodding City a few days ago and told me you were in Tiando City, so I came here to find you. Zhu Qing approached and hugged her sister's arm, continuing, Actually, I arrived last night. I learned from teacher's sister, Lady Tang, that you were staying here. Looking at her sister, who was still so clingy, Zhu Zhiyun affectionately patted her head like an elder. Have you been practicing well these days? Zhu Qing was now considerably shorter than Zhu Zhiyun. She looked up at her sister with pride on her face. Of course. I now have Soul Power level 28. The dark golden Terraclaw bear's right palm bone that Tang Yin had given Zhu Qing greatly aided her training. Compared to the original story, her soul power was 2 levels higher than in the original timeline, without the extreme pressures of crisis in a dangerous environment, but also free from the pain of being hunted by loved ones. It was a good thing for Zhu Qing. Zhu Zhiyun's face suddenly flushed, and she hurriedly pulled up her collar to hide the red marks on her neck. At this moment, she was nothing like her cold personality in the original story. Instead, she was an ordinary girl with a goal to escape her family's fate, and family, sister Zhu Zhiyun. Zhu Qing met Tang Yin again after 2 years. Just as she was about to retract her gaze, she caught sight of the red mark on Zhu Zhiyun's neck. Tang Yin handed Zhu Zhiyun a wrung-out towel. I got a bit hurt, but it's mostly healed now. Tang Yin had finished dressing. He simply tied his hair into a ponytail and secured it with a purple gold crown. Damn Xiao Yin, stinky Xiao Yin, why kiss there of all places? Tang Yin knew he would certainly cry out injustice when he found out, as he had a few marks from the bear as well. Tang Yin smiled and greeted Zhu Qing, saying long time no see, Zhu Qing, with some confusion in her heart. The two sisters linked arms and walked into the house. Although Zhu Qing was not entirely convinced, she believed her sister would not lie to her. Sister, why is your neck red? Did a mosquito bite you? But where would a mosquito come from in the middle of winter? Tang Yin simply explained, and then turned to Zhu Zhiyun, saying, Sister Zhuyun, the wash water is ready. When Zhu Qing entered the room, Tang Yin was preparing water for Zhu Zhiyun. In Zhu Zhiyun's mind, Tang Yin had already been flattened into a round ball. Seeing Tang Yin's greatly changed appearance, Zhu Qing felt a bit uncomfortable. Tang Yin, how did you become like this? Zhu Zhiyun instinctively wanted to take over, but noticed Zhu Qing's strange expression. The naive Zhu Qing had no idea what the red mark really was. She casually made an excuse and said, Maybe I pressed it while sleeping last night. She stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal and naturally took the towel. After washing her face, Tang Yin left the room, leaving only Zhu Qing and Zhu Zhiyun inside. The room fell into a brief silence. Sister, you and Tang Yin. Zhu Qing asked her inner doubts. Zhu Zhiyun generously admitted, Zhu Qing, I'm already with Xiao Yin. I am now his girlfriend. The sweetness on Zhu Zhiyun's face could not be concealed when she said the last 3 words. Seeing her sister finally achieving her goal after half a year, Zhu Qing felt very happy for Zhu Zhiyun. So, should I call Tang Yin brother-in-law from now on? Zhu Qing's tone seemed to tease. You little girl. Zhu Zhiyun pinched her sister's cheek, finding it unexpectedly nice. Xiao Yin and I haven't been together for long. Oh. Me and Xiao Yin. Zhu Qing did not mind Zhu Zhiyun's punishment and became even more mischievous. At that moment, Tang Yin walked in while drinking water. Zhu Qing directly shouted, brother-in-law. Hearing Zhu Qing's address, Tang Yin spat out the water he had just taken a sip of. Cough, cough. Cough. Tang Yin really did not expect Zhu Qing to call him that. and he choked on the water. Zhu Jian quickly went up to pat Tang Yin's back, shooting an annoyed glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing shrank her neck and made a face at her sister. After Tang Yin caught his breath, he wasn't angry. He just hugged Zhu Jian and joked, "Zhuqing, call me brother-in-law a couple more times for me to hear." Zhu Jian buried her head in Tang Yin's embrace, seemingly approving of Tang Yin's action. "By the way, Zhuqing, did my father tell you anything?" When Tang Yin asked about serious matters, Zhu Zhuqing recalled and said, "The teacher said your teacher, Senior Yang Wudi, has established the Four Extremes sect with other sects and wants you to visit. The teacher also said that Zhu Yun and I should follow you to train during this time." Only then did Tang Yin remember that his teacher, Yang Wudi, had moved to Tiando City, and he had been there for a while without visiting. Since this matter was mentioned, Tang Yin didn't waste time and took Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing to the Four Extremes sect. Of course, he greeted Ayin before that. Last night, Ayin had talked to Bibi Dong about something. When she left, there was a look of confusion on Bibi Dong's face. But there was also a glimmer of hope in her eyes, a sign that she had found hope in her heart. Tang Yin originally wanted to go to the Four Extremes sect with just Zhu Zhuyan, but Zhu Zhuqing, as cute brother-in-law, made his scalp tingle. So he had no choice but to take his sister-in-law along to visit his teacher. The Four Extremes sect was located in a southern suburb of Tiando City, among the four major single attribute families. Except for the Min family, which was somewhat struggling, the other three families had accumulated quite a bit over the years. The establishment of the sect through the merger of the four families cost a lot and nearly emptied their already thin resources. However, with great investment came great returns. The patriarch of the Li family, who had lived in Tiando City for many years, quickly smoothed over relationships and purchased an entire mountain in the southern suburbs of Tiando City, along with a lot of surrounding land as the foundation for the sect. After more than 2 years of construction, it had already reached a considerable scale. Within the sect, the patriarchs of the four families were all sole Douluos, and the sudden emergence of such a force attracted the attention of many factions. Among them, the one paying the most attention was the Spirit Hall of Tiando City. Chapter 98. The former Pope of the Spirit Hall had a blood feud with these four families to avenge the Pope. However, now, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, Salas, was Bibi Dong's man, and his interest in the Four Extremes sect was not to avenge Qian Xuanji. The power of the Four Extremes sect was too great. With four sole Douluos, it quickly became the top force in Tiando City, second only to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. For this reason, Salas paid such close attention to the Four Extremes sect. Dan Yin, Zhu Yun, and Zhu Zhuqing quickly arrived at the entrance of the Four Extremes sect. The gate was made of ironwood, reflecting a cold light under the sun, just like real fine iron. The plaque above the gate read Four Extremes Sect, and there was also the sect's emblem. The emblem was composed of four fan-shaped segments forming a circular ring. The top represented the shield of the Yu family's inherited martial soul, the armored giant rhinoceros. The bottom represented the wings of the Min family's inherited martial soul, the swift-tailed swallow. The left represented the fist of the Li family's inherited martial soul, the mighty gorilla. And the right represented the spearhead of the Pa family's inherited martial soul, the soul-breaking spear. Each of the four extremes occupied a position, perfectly complementing each other. During the time they were reporting, Tang Yin chatted with another disciple guarding the gate. Tang Yin began to inquire about some information. "Brother, how long have you moved here?" Judging by the physique, Tang Yin guessed this person was either from the Li family or the Yu family. "Which family were you from before?" However, what this person said surprised Tang Yin. "I know you. You are the disciple taken in by the patriarch. Because of being low-key, one could live longer." Tang Yin was a bit surprised, but reminded himself not to judge people by appearances in the future. "Brother, please go in and report. Just say it's Tang Yin, disciple of Yang Wudi, visiting." The heavy snowfall from last night had just stopped, but the snow at the entrance of the Four Extremes sect had already been cleared. Two disciples of the Four Extremes sect, dressed in uniform attire, were standing guard at the entrance. In a fit of rage, Emperor Xingluo ordered a thorough investigation of the matter. This was considered the greatest loss in the history of the Xingluo Empire, the issue of succession to the throne. The Pa family, there was no lowbrow plot of deliberately making things difficult and slapping faces. Upon hearing Tang Yin's self-reported identity, the person did not dare to delay. After speaking to his companion, he ran towards the sect. Among the three contenders for the throne of the Xingluo Empire, only two returned, while one defected. Among the three who survived, not even a pair of heirs could be assembled. The disciples of the Four Extremes sect are mostly the children of the four major single attribute families. After the catastrophe over a decade ago, the clan members have developed a character of restraint and humility. This person did not hide anything from Tang Yin and truthfully informed him. We began moving to the Heaven Do Empire 2 years ago. At that time, we left quite hastily, and some unimportant items were ordered to be discarded by the clan leader. Hee, you wouldn't expect that, right? This person's voice sounded somewhat honest, and I was often mistaken for someone else in the sect. Yang Wudi did this as a precaution. Tang Yin stepped forward and engaged in polite conversation. Although he referred to him as a brother, this person's stature looked like a small mountain, making Tang Yin seem like a little lamb in front of him. Yang Wudi was unsure if there were any survivors who saw him during the beast tide that day. To be safe, Yang Wudi had to move his family away from the Star Luo Empire as quickly as possible to avoid attracting the suspicion of the Star Luo Emperor and causing unnecessary trouble. Oh, and now the clan leader doesn't allow us to call ourselves disciples of certain family, but we all identify as disciples of the Four Extremes sect. Hearing this person's account, Tang Yin understood some things. Just as he was about to ask Yang Wudi about his recent situation, a figure rushed towards him at high speed. The speed was so fast that it barely left behind an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Tang Yin. When Tang Yin focused his gaze, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Teacher, you're here?" Upon hearing that Tang Yin had arrived, Yang Wudi, who was sparring with Titan, immediately stopped and quickly ran down the mountain. Titan, who was on stage, looked confused. After walking off the stage in frustration, he complained to Niu Gao and Bai He beside him. This old goat used to dislike Tang Hao so much a few years ago, but now he cares so much about his son. Hee, I saw you just now getting beaten up by the old goat, and just when you were about to retaliate, he ran away. You're not feeling good about it, are you? Niu Gao said straightforwardly. Titan, whose thoughts were exposed, felt somewhat exasperated. Old rhinoceros. Do you want to get beaten up too? Old gorilla, don't think I'm afraid of you. Come on, let us see if you can loosen my bones. The two walked onto the arena. But he was already used to this and walked down the mountain alone. Seeing Tang Yin, Yang Wudi said nothing more and just patted Tang Yin's shoulder. You've grown up and your strength has improved quite a bit. Despite having 1,000 words to say, Yang Wudi ultimately did not express any caring words. How could Tang Yin not know about Yang Wudi's feelings? How could his worries be any less? Teacher, mifine. By the way, teacher, I have a girlfriend now, the one you've met. Tang Yin said as he held Zhu Zhiyun's hand to introduce her to Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi was not surprised that Zhu Zhiyun became Tang Yin's girlfriend. He simply nodded. Young lady, practice hard. Since you are with Xiao Yin, you don't need to worry about other things. This sentence was Yang Wudi's promise to Zhu Zhiyun. Hearing the meaning in Yang Wudi's words, Zhu Zhiyun immediately bowed to Yang Wudi. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Yang Wudi chuckled. His previously fierce expression softened considerably. We're all family now, so why be so polite? This is Tang Yin pulled Zhu Zhuqing over, wanting to introduce her to Yang Wudi. I know. Yang Wudi waved his hand. I understand. She's my sister-in-law. At this point, a meaningful smile appeared on Yang Wudi's face. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhiyun did not understand the meaning of this smile, while Tang Yin, who understood, could only silently think that he was being inappropriate. You've been gone for 2 years, and I really miss you. Yang Wudi led the three into the sect. Tang Yin replied, I also miss you very much, teacher. I just need to say something nice. You little rascal. You didn't even come back to see your teacher in 2 years. I'll have to test your strength properly later to see if you've slacked off in your training during this time. Tang Yin only revealed a mysterious smile and made a request. Teacher, of course, but let us not use soul skills later, okay? You say that, but I definitely want to use soul skills. If you want to use them, go ahead. Chapter 99, Master-Disciple Competition on the Arena, a few hundred meters in diameter. Titan and Niu Gao were fiercely battling. When Yang Wudi led the three into the sect, he headed straight for the arena and happened to witness the two soul Douluos in combat. Their sparring was ordinary, and the later soul rings on their bodies had not lit up. However, the amplification and power from the earlier soul rings of the soul Douluos were not to be underestimated. Niu Gao, clad in the armored giant rhinoceros, had a whole piece of gray-brown armor appear on his body, with a formidable martial spirit phantom behind him. On Titan's side, his muscles bulged, and black hair spread over his body, with the enormous strength gorilla continuously roaring. All of Titan's soul rings were amplifications of strength attributes and strength-type soul skills, pushing the limits of power to the extreme. He chose to acknowledge Tang Hao as his master precisely because he was proud of his strength but was defeated by Tang Hao. His fist, imbued with immense strength, directly struck towards Niu Gao's chest, with the amplification from the first two soul rings increasing the power of this punch by 150. Niu Gao didn't avoid it, activating his third soul ring as an additional layer of earthy energy gathered on the gray-brown armor. The massive amplification effect brought by the purple soul ring allowed Niu Gao to easily withstand this punch. As a loyal subordinate of Tang Hao, he held Tang Yin in high esteem. The stubble-covered face of Niu Gao bore an expression of go ahead and hit me. Junior Zhu Zhuyun, Zhu Zhuqing, pays respect to Senior Titan and Senior Niu Gao. Titan, wanting to save face, deliberately shouted loudly as he walked down. Old rhinoceros. If I hadn't held back, how could your turtle shell withstand my attack? At this moment, Tang Yin's smile disappeared as his words ended, and his whole demeanor turned sharp. Yang Wudi did not launch any attacks, but continuously defended against Tang Yin's offensive. The fake gun in his hand aimed directly at Yang Wudi's lower body. Utilizing the force from Yang Wudi's defense, he flicked the gun's body, changing the direction of the attack. Niu Gao also noticed Yang Wudi's expression, and he stepped forward, patting Tang Yin's shoulder with a rough and hearty voice. Xiao Yin, you've really grown fast. When I first saw you, you were still a half-grown child. Come again. Before Tang Yin and the others arrived, Titan and Niu Gao had already exchanged a few moves, and after several attacks that failed to subdue Niu Gao, Titan was somewhat warmed up. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Wait, are these two about to fight as soon as they meet? Tang Yin knew that his sneak attack would not succeed. It was just a feint. Niu Gao scratched his head. He was just here a moment ago. Maybe he left for some reason. All right, you two stop fighting. If this goes on, we'll destroy the place. Niu Gao really didn't quite understand. Tang Yin politely greeted the two-souled Douluos. Grandpa Titan, Grandpa Niu Gao. It's been years. You're looking even stronger. Ah, no need for such formalities. Niu Gao and Titan each helped one another up. The ground of the arena had already cracked due to the stomping of the two-souled Douluos. Yang Wudi held the broken soul gun in his hand, eager to know how much his disciple's strength had increased. Old gorilla, are you scratching my itch? It's happened several times already. Can you break my defense? Since they didn't know where to go, the master and disciple didn't waste any time and headed straight for the arena. Remembering how this young master had once called himself an old servant, Titan quickly corrected his address. Yang Wudi's movements were incredibly fast. He merely lifted and swept the broken soul spear, easily fending off Tang Yin's sudden attack. Especially Titan, he could tell at a glance that this girl named Zhu Zhuyin had an extraordinary relationship with his young master. When he noticed Tang Yin's drastic change in appearance, his gaze instinctively shifted to Yang Wudi, who simply signaled him with his eyes, and the old brother instantly understood each other's meaning. Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing, standing behind Tang Yin, also bowed to the two-souled Douluos. The two of them walked down towards the arena together. Good lad, learned to sneak attack after 2 years apart. Tang Yin smiled slightly. Teacher, didn't we agree not to use soul skills? How can you go back on your word? Seeing that 3 of the 4 single attribute family heads were present, he curiously asked, Gentlemen, why haven't I seen Grandpa Bai He? Young master, it's been a long time. I missed you very much. Titan and Niu Gao exchanged glances. Titan ignored Niu Gao's taunts, as he had already seen Tang Yin. Xiao Yin, give it your all. If you can force me to use soul skills, you've won. Niu Gao knew his old brother cared about face and didn't argue. Just remarked. Titan's gaze remained fixed on the arena, responding without turning his head. Let us fight. It's a good opportunity to see how far this innate level 20 genius has grown. Just as Titan roared and wanted to continue fighting, Yang Wudi's voice stopped both of them. The master and disciple separated, and Tang Yin bowed to Yang Wudi, showing great respect for his teacher. Seeing Yang Wudi arrive with his disciple, Titan and Niu Gao stopped their actions, occasionally pointing out the flaws in Tang Yin's attacks. Just as the master and disciple were exchanging blows, Titan and Niu Gao saw Bai He, who had been missing for a long time. Beside Bai He was a girl about Tang Yin's age. The girl was delicate and graceful, with a lively demeanor. Her long purple hair braided into 2 pretty ponytails hanging down her back. Titan and Niu Gao recognized this girl immediately. Bai He's granddaughter, Bai Chenxiang. The two had different expressions upon seeing Bai He approaching with his granddaughter. Niu Gao's expression remained unchanged, while Titan cursed the old fox in his heart, but then glanced at Zhu Zhuyin beside him and thought, you've miscalculated this time. Bai He was unaware that Titan had guessed most of his intentions. After learning of Tang Yin's arrival, he went to find his granddaughter. Bai Chenxiang was only 12 this year, and being of similar age, they would definitely have many common topics to discuss. If the two hit it off and developed feelings for each other, It would be a case of relatives becoming closer. Baihe's sister married Tang Yin's grandfather, so they are already considered distant relatives by Tang Yin's generation. Bai Qinxiang had no idea what her grandfather was planning. Although she had a naturally lively and somewhat proud personality, in front of her grandfather, she was as obedient as a little lamb. Qinxiang, Grandpa will introduce you to someone. He has a rare talent. Bai kept reminding Bai Qinxiang along the way. Bai Qinxiang could only nod repeatedly, but her pride made her dislike the idea of meeting this person. What talent? I'll have to see what you can do later. Bai Qinxiang had her reasons to be proud, having inherited the martial soul sharp-tailed swallow from the Min family. She had an innate soul power of level 8 and was already at level 26 at just 12 years old, making her a top genius among her peers in the Four Extremes sect. Seeing someone else arriving, Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing's gazes fell on Baihe and Bai Qinxiang. Titan introduced the two sisters. This is Baihe, also known as Xiao Yin's uncle, and this is Bai Qinxiang, Xiao Yin's cousin. After bowing to Baihe, the three girls began to size each other up. Bai Qinxiang looked at the two sisters in front of her, noting their exaggerated figures. The older sister was one thing, but the younger Zhu Zhuqing, who looked to be about her age, was not at all inferior to her sister. Bai Qinxiang lowered her head to glance at herself, a sense of inferiority welling up within her. Zhu Zhuyin was unaware of Bai Qinxiang's thoughts. She held great goodwill towards Tang Yin's cousin. Of course, if she knew that Baihe intended for his granddaughter to compete with her for a man, she probably wouldn't be so calm. When Baihe brought Bai Qinxiang to the scene, Tang Yin and Yang Wudi had already exchanged blows multiple times, and Yang Wudi seized on a flaw in Tang Yin's spear technique, pushing him away with one palm. Yang Wudi nodded, as he could feel that Tang Yin's spear technique had significantly improved. Xiao Yin, your spear training hasn't fallen behind in these 2 years. If your attacks were a bit more fierce, I would have found any openings to counter. The flaw in Tang Yin's spear technique was that his attacks were not dense enough. He attacked relentlessly, without defense. The prolonged offensive had taken quite a toll on Tang Yin's stamina, and a fine layer of sweat had formed on his forehead. But he felt exhilarated. He hadn't experienced such exhilaration even when fighting against the wolf thieves. Teacher, my results are still to come. Yang Wudi's curious gaze gradually turned into shock. The Tang Yin before him exuded a heightened aura, making Yang Wudi feel diminutive in the face of it. The invisible spirit transformed into a mighty force. And in Yang Wudi's eyes, the figure standing across from him was no longer his disciple Tang Yin, but a general leading 1,000 troops charging towards him. Yang Wudi dared not underestimate him. He retracted the ease he had during their earlier exchanges, and his entire aura immediately became serious as he faced Tang Yin's impending attack. Tang Yin exerted force underfoot, creating a depression in the arena, and leaped high, looking down at Yang Wudi with a relentless conviction in his eyes, holding destiny and diving down. Yang Wudi, locked onto, dared not be careless. A stream of ink-like energy surged from the broken soul spear, and its overwhelming might instantly unfolded. To avoid injuring Tang Yin, the black energy formed a flat surface, serving only as defense. Tang Yin arrived in front of Yang Wudi in an instant. The tip of the spear, resembling a dragon, was blocked by that ink-like barrier upon contact. The unstoppable momentum of destiny merely created a faint ripple on the surface of the barrier. Yang Wudi stroked his goatee, just about to offer a comment when an unbelievable scene occurred. Everything around Tang Yin turned into shades of black and white, and even light could not penetrate the area near him. True time stopped, eternal. The tip of Destiny's spear appeared to merge with that ink-colored shield, gradually breaking through that nearly perfect defense. When eternity ended, Tang Yin's body landed perfectly, and Destiny had already pressed against Yang Wudi's chest. Tang Yin looked up and smiled. Teacher, thank you for your guidance. Yang Wudi was still in shock. He could never have imagined that Tang Yin had comprehended such a skill that could be described as divine. Tang Yin's breaking army was merely a ruse. The hidden eternity after getting close to Yang Wudi was the ultimate move. Tang Yin's concession wasn't politeness. If Yang Wudi didn't guard his own breaking army, it would instantly collapse under the might of his broken soul spear, resulting in heavy damage. Taking you as my disciple was the best decision of my life. Yang Wudi felt no frustration over his defeat. Instead, he was extremely happy. The crowd below was dumbfounded. The three young ladies were shocked that Tang Yin could defeat a soul Douluo, even if the opponent had gone easy on him. The three soul Douluos, however, saw through a lot. Yang Wudi's leniency meant not attacking and not using soul skills, but Tang Yin didn't have any soul skills either. They all clearly witnessed that last shot. It was as if everything in the world had stopped, with only Tang Yin and his gun in motion. Even if it was just for a moment. Titan seemed to recall something and hurriedly left. He only glanced at the departing Titan, a trace of unnoticed smugness appearing at the corner of his mouth. The master and apprentice descended from the stage and walked towards this side. Upon seeing Bai, Tang Yin greeted him as well. Uncle Grandpa. Xiaoyin, I didn't expect you to be this powerful. Even the old goat isn't your match. Bai pulled over by Chen Xiang and introduced her to Tang Yin. This is my granddaughter by Chen Xiang. She's a little younger than you, so consider her your cousin. Tang Yin smiled kindly at Bai Chen Xiang. Cousin Chen Xiang, hello. Bai Chen Xiang's expression was quite unnatural. She knew that the person in front of her was the talented individual her grandfather wanted to introduce her to. Originally a bit proud, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness after seeing Tang Yin defeat Yang Wudi. More importantly, this cousin was about the same age as her. Her pride led her to ask Tang Yin a question. What level is your soul power now? Hearing his granddaughter's question, Bai's expression became somewhat strange. Good granddaughter. Are you humiliating yourself? Probably around level 46. Why? Tang Yin didn't understand why Bai Chen Xiang wanted to ask about his soul power. He had nothing to hide and answered her openly. This remark felt like it crushed the last straw by Chen Xiang's inner pride, causing her spirit to wilt. Noticing Bai Chen Xiang looking down and not speaking, Zhu Jian came over with a handkerchief to wipe Tang Yin's sweat. Now it was Bai's turn to feel awkward. He had just been busy dreaming about the future and hadn't asked these two girls' identities. This is? Oh, Uncle Grandpa. This is my girlfriend, Zhu Jian. That's her sister, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yin replied. Two sentences made both grandfather and granddaughter lose their composure. Titans soon returned, accompanied by another tall young man. The young man looked bewildered, not knowing why his grandfather had dragged him out of bed so urgently. Before the young man could steady himself, Titan explained, Xiaoyin, this is my grandson Talon. His talent is a bit lacking, but he can still help you out. Talon's drowsiness was instantly shaken off by his grandfather's words. This was finding himself a big brother. At this point, Niu Gao finally reacted. His two old buddies really weren't being straightforward. They didn't even inform him about forming connections, which was just bullying an honest person, right? Xiaoyin, I also have a grandson. Tang Yin was completely baffled. What are you all doing? Chapter 100. Enrollment. Seeing the awkward expression on Tang Yin's face, Yang Wudi stepped in to ease his discomfort. What are you old geezers doing? Xiaoyin just returned, and you're making all these arrangements. The other three, if Xiaoyin weren't your disciple, let us see how you would act. All right, stop standing outside. Let us go in and talk. Bai also took the opportunity to change the subject and didn't continue to forge connections. The group entered the conference hall of the Four Extremes sect. This conference hall was quite spacious. Although it couldn't compare to the grandeur of the Hall of the Pope and the Spirit Hall, it was still intricately decorated and had clearly taken considerable effort. Tang Yin still had some questions for Yang Wudi, so he directly asked, Master, has the sect master of the Four Extremes sect been confirmed? A sect needs a helmsman, just like a family. There isn't one, Yang Wudi replied bluntly. Currently, the Four Extremes sect is governed by me and the other three clan leaders, with 4 equal standing and equal power. That could be a bit inconvenient. Tang Yin quickly waved his hands. No, I'm still too young. And my identity isn't suitable. Yang Wudi's words were shocking, plunging the room into temporary awkwardness. Hey, I think fine, Titan stated. For him, it didn't matter whether Tang Hao or Tang Yin became the sect master. Tang Yin cast a grateful glance at Bai He. Xiaoyin, do you have any plans for the future? Yang Wudi asked. Tang Yin sensed the worry in Yang Wudi's words and replied, I will stay in Heavendo City for quite a while, possibly looking to enroll in a high-level Soul Master Academy. Yang Wudi's comment was indeed surprising, and Tang Yin didn't dare to easily agree. Bai He ultimately stepped in to mediate, proposing a compromise. All right, Xiaoyin is still young, and there are no major matters in the sect recently. Why not wait until Xiaoyin is older to discuss this? In my opinion, let Xiaoyin take on the role of sect master. Clearly, Tang Yin's refusal was ignored. The other 3 clan leaders were present, making it difficult for Tang Yin to directly point out the issues. In fact, Bai He, Niu Gao, and Yang Wudi had their reasons for opposing Tang Hao becoming the sect master. To be honest, Yang Wudi was currently against Tang Yin traveling outside again. He was genuinely shocked by Tang Yin's changed appearance when they first met and insisted on keeping him around for a while, at least until he reached the Soul King. No, Soul Emperor level before letting him go out. Unlike the Li family, the other 3 families didn't have such a close relationship with Tang Hao. On the contrary, because Tang Hao was implicated, The clan leaders had to consider the acceptance level of their clan members. Titan grumbled. I suggested choosing Xiao Yin's father, the Hao Yin, as our sect master from the start, and you all agreed. What can I do? Bai He replied. There are indeed some inconveniences, but we old geezers aren't keen on arguing over these trivial matters. However, if a major issue arises in the future, we might end up quarreling. Their own father couldn't even hold the position of sect master. He was only in his 40s and lacked the strength and identity to command respect. The honest man Yo Gao listened to the three old buddies discussing the sect master's matters and felt that Tang Yin's identity was indeed good. Raising his hand in agreement. Me too. Don't think this is a waste of time. Every high-level Soul Master Academy, except Shrek Academy, has ample training environments and vast collections of books. Tang, he needs a place to gain knowledge. More importantly, he wanted to participate in the next Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, a high-profile event organized by the Spirit Hall with the assistance of the two empires. Subconsciously, Tang Yin wanted to see her once more. Enrollment, the astute Titan immediately suggested. Xiao Yin, my grandson, just happens to be studying at a high-level Soul Master Academy. How about I have him take you to sign up? Listening to his grandfather's fawning tone, Tyran's face was almost overflowing with grievance. I, Tyran, am your real grandson. Why does it feel like I'm just a picked-up one? Titan didn't care how his grandson felt. He looked at Tang Yin with an expression full of anticipation, waiting for his reply. Tang Yin originally wanted to find a high-level Soul Master Academy to study at himself. But now that Titan suggested letting his grandson take him to register, he couldn't refuse to give him face. Can you introduce that academy to me? Upon hearing this, Titan knew things were more than half settled. He slapped Tyran, who was still in a daze, on the head and said impatiently, hurry up and introduce your academy. Oh. Awakened by the slap, Tyran responded and began to introduce his academy. The academy I attend is called Blue Ba Academy. The principal is a female soul sage whom I have not met, just heard about. Our academy. After Tyran finished his introduction, Tang Yin asked him a question. Tyran, are there many nobles in your school? Hearing Tang Yin call him big brother, Tyran's favorability instantly increased. Not many. Most of the students in our academy are commoners. Tang Yin was a bit surprised. There was actually such a place in Heaven-Do City. It should be known that Heaven-Do City is filled with powerful and wealthy people, and casually dropping a brick from a height could hit a noble. Then please ask your academy's teachers about this. Bamboo Cloud, and I will go to register tomorrow. Speaking to Tyran, Tang Yin then looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Do you want to come along? Tang Yin didn't ask Zhu Zhuyun because he knew that wherever he went, Zhu Zhuyun would not leave his side. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Yin and blinked her bright eyes. The teacher told me to follow you. After discussing this matter, the three of them left the Four Extremes sect after having lunch. In the afternoon, Tang Yin still needed to go to Yuxian for treatment. After Tang Yin and the others left, the four clan leaders went about their own business. Tyran followed behind his grandfather and asked the question he had been wanting to ask. Grandpa, who was that person just now? Tyran was still very curious about Tang Yin's identity. His name is Tang Yin, and he is also the young master of our Li Ji clan. You saw it just now. If nothing unexpected happens, he will also become the master of our Four Extremes sect in the future. So, just stay close to the young master. Your future is limitless. Titan had already planned out his grandson's future. On the other side, Bai Qinxiang followed behind her grandfather. Her head lowered, looking troubled. Tyran worked efficiently and went to the academic director of Blue Ba Academy the same day to handle Tang Yin's enrollment procedures. To make it convenient, Titan accompanied him. With the Soul Douluo present, the academic director readily agreed to the enrollment applications for Tang Yin, Zhu Zhuyun, and Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, Tang Yin, Zhu Zhuyun, and Zhu Zhuqing became transfer students at Blue Ba Academy. Chapter 101. Lu Erlong that evening. Zhu Zhuyun found herself in an awkward situation. She looked at her sister sitting on the chair and then glanced at Tang Yin in the room, feeling somewhat at a loss. Noticing her sister's difficulty, Zhu Zhuqing, who was not oblivious to the situation, decided to take a step back. After all, she wouldn't be staying alone in Nodding City if she didn't understand things, even if her sister was just a short distance away in Holy Spirit Village. Sister, I'm tired. I'm going to rest first. After saying this, she turned and walked into a guest room. Click the sound of the door locking came. And Zhu Zhuyin also returned to her room. Of course, it was the same room as Tang Yin. The two lay on the bed in the dim space, both staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. The gate of Blue Ba Academy looked almost like the city gate of Heaven-Do City. Although it was much thinner, the entrance was indeed 10 meters high. The white, jade-carved gate, while not extravagant, had a strong presence. With 8 gilded characters on it, Blueba Advanced Soul Master Academy. Tang Yin released Zhu Yun's small hand and placed his hand on a round, full thigh. That must hurt a lot. Your sister sounded so painful. In the morning, a spirited Zhu Yun looked at a somewhat listless Zhu Qing and asked with concern, Zhu Qing, did you not rest well last night? Just as the two were engaging in some physical activity, a sneaky figure was peeking through the door crack, watching the drama about to unfold. Being inexperienced, she was quite curious about this matter. After watching for a while, Zhu Qing's heart raced. She was afraid of being discovered, so she tiptoed back to her own room. Zhu Yun's body trembled, her voice a bit shaky. Zhu Yun, help me. After a simple breakfast, the three of them headed to the Blueba Academy address that Tyren had told them about yesterday. Tang Yin tentatively reached out his hand and took Zhu Yun's small hand, their fingers intertwined. Zhu Yun, are you asleep? Tang Yin's voice was soft and light. Afraid of disturbing Zhu Yun, Zhu Qing's face turned red. She felt both curious and a bit scared. Blueba Academy was located within Heavendo City, but it wasn't in the central area. After winding through several turns, the three finally arrived at their destination. Zhu Qing found herself a reason. Maybe I'm just not used to it. I'll be fine in a few days. No, not at all. Soft, cool, smooth as jade. After a while, little Lin, Zhu Qing is still next door. Zhu Yun, do you want it? Before they reached the door, Tang Yin saw Tyren waiting at the entrance, alongside a middle-aged man. Seeing Tang Yin walking over, Tyren whispered a few words to the middle-aged man, who then stepped forward and saluted subordinate Taino, greeting the young master. Taino, a Soul King level powerhouse, was also Tyren's father, known as the Great Strength King. Oh, young master, this is my father, Taino. Tyren introduced. Yesterday, Titan had instructed Tyren to refer to Tang Yin as the young master from now on. Today, Titan had some matters to attend to, so he sent Taino to receive Tang Yin on his behalf. Tang Yin didn't like being called the young master. Uncle Taino, brother Tyren. You don't need to call me young master, just call me Tang Yin. Seeing the father and son hesitate, Tang Yin directly used a spell to defeat the magic of the situation. Then I, in the capacity of the young master, command you not to call me young master. Yes, Tang. Little Yin. Taino felt that directly calling his name was somewhat inappropriate, so he changed it to the same title as his father Titan used for Tang Yin. Not dwelling on this matter anymore, Taino led the three into Blueba Academy. Blueba Academy truly lived up to its name as a high-level Soul Master Academy, covering a large area with all kinds of teaching facilities. Tang Yin was surprised to find that there was even a forest here. The entire Blueba Academy seemed to be built within a forest, as the remaining areas around the teaching buildings were all forested. It was said to be the largest plant group in Heavendo City. This was akin to Central Park located in the heart of Manhattan, where land is incredibly valuable. The enrollment procedures from yesterday had already been completed, so Tang Yin, Zhu Yun, and Zhu Qing only needed to register briefly to officially enroll. Tang Yin, please test your soul power. The registration teacher followed the procedures. High-level Soul Master Academies have enrollment thresholds, not unique to Shrek Academy. However, unlike Shrek Academy's strict admission requirements, and the admission criteria for Lambda Academy are much more lenient. Soul power must reach level 15 before the age of 20 to enroll. Tang Yin placed his hand on the crystal ball, and as his soul power was infused, the crystal ball burst into dazzling light, and then, with a bang, the crystal ball shattered. The crystal ball can only test soul masters with a soul power below level 40, and when Tang Yin's soul power was injected, it directly exceeded level 40, causing the crystal ball to explode. The registration teacher's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. He looked down at Tang Yin's registration form to confirm again. Name, Tang Yin. Age, 12 soul ring. Wooden spear, 12 years old. Soul power exceeds level 40. Why you? Please wait a moment. The registration teacher did not dare to delay and hurriedly left. Such a prodigy must be reported to the principal. Tai Long had already learned about Tang Yin's soul power yesterday and did not seem very surprised, but Tai Nua had a bit of difficulty managing his facial expression. Wow, is the young master that amazing? Not long after, the teacher returned with a beautiful woman. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, dressed in a simple blue cloth dress, with a strand of hair pinned up on her somewhat pale face. Her features were exquisite and captivating, with a pair of large black eyes full of spirit, yet carrying an irremovable sadness. Beneath her robe was a figure that ordinary girls could not compare to. With a perfect body, she was Lu Erlong, the principal of Lambda Academy. After hearing the registration teacher's report, Lu Erlong hurried over. Although she did not manage the academy's affairs much, she had to come see such a genius enrolling in her academy. Lu Erlong asked, "Who is Tang Yin?" "I am." Tang Yin stepped forward to identify himself. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and Tang Yin saw many things in Lu Erlong's eyes. Another person who was hurt by love. While Tang Yin was feeling for others, he seemed to forget that he was also hurt by love. Lu Erlong surprisingly sensed a similar aura from Tang Yin. Perhaps this was a connection between defeated souls. "I am the principal of Lamba Academy. May I see your martial spirit?" Tang Yin did not refuse Lu Erlong's request. Summoning his destiny, Tang Yin's 4 soul rings rose one by one. The color of the soul rings, beyond comprehension, shocked everyone except for Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan. "Is this real?" Lu Erlong's red lips parted slightly, thinking she might have seen it wrong. Chapter 102 Tang San and Xiao Wu Academy Training. Chapter 102 Tang San and Xiao Wu's Academy Training. The facts were laid out before her, and Lu Erlong couldn't help but doubt. "Is it okay?" Tang Yin's words brought Lu Erlong, who was in a daze, back to reality. Her tone was obviously a bit excited. "Yes, yes, very yes." Lu Erlong extended her slender white hand, and Tang Yin gently shook it. "You are Tang Yin, right? Lamba Academy welcomes your enrollment." After that, Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing tested their soul power again. Zhu Zhuyan, at level 44, was only 18 years old. Her future was indeed promising. Zhu Zhuqing was shocked when she heard her sister's soul power. Considering that Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan had only been apart for half a year, she knew her sister's soul power when she left. Zhu Zhuqing also tested her soul power, and she was now a great soul master with level 28 soul power. The dark golden fearsome claw bear's right palm bone perfectly compensated for her innate soul power's talent flaws, making her strength 2 levels higher than her original timeline. Xiao Wu's tone carried obvious blame. Thinking of the cruel appearance of those fierce beasts, Xiao Wu shivered in fear. Saying this, Ming lifted Xiao Wu high in his hands, placing her next to Ming's lantern-like eyes, afraid he wouldn't see her. On the other side, to escape learning etiquette, the little witch Ning Rongrong had devised what she thought was a foolproof escape plan. That group of monsters. Ming's honest voice echoed in Xiao Wu's mind. But his words shocked her. "Sister Xiao Wu, there's an emergency. If we don't handle it well, Ming and I will end up like uncle." For the sake of her 2 younger brothers' lives, Xiao Wu had to suppress her worries about Tang San and followed Ming to the Lake of Life. Unbeknownst to her, as she took her last step out of the sect, several Soul Emperor-level powerhouses quietly followed her. This time, Xiao Wu also found a gap to break through the level 30 bottleneck, reaching the Soul Master level. Each level of improvement in the Soul Sect requires considerable time, and Zhu Zhuyun's promotion completely exceeded her understanding. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Ming disregarded everyone else, sweeping Xiao Wu into his palm and running deep into the forest with her cute red bottom sticking out. On a moonless, windy night, she secretly slipped out of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, embracing her freedom. The immense energy within the Storm Giant Bee Soul Ring not only activated the thunder power within Tang San's Haotian Hammer, but also allowed his chaotic cloak hammer technique to break through 5 layers, reaching the 29th layer and soon achieving immense strength. Ming was already waiting there early. "No, my sister must be hiding some secret from me to advance so quickly." At the Rose Hotel in Soto City, Tang San overwhelmed Dai Xiao this time. And even Dai Mubai's white tiger transformation couldn't withstand the paralysis control of Tang San's 3rd soul skill. Xiao Wu anxiously looked at the forest behind Ming. She had just seen her Sangu seemingly being flicked away by Ming's finger to save her. The uncle Ming referred to as her own father. The grand and open Haotian hammer technique of Tang San collided with his diamond bear martial spirit, which would also have some impact on him, let alone every hammer after the chaotic cloak hammer technique stacked to 20 layers. After Xiao Wu was backfired by using her 2nd soul skill, Singa broke through once again. Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself that she needed to find an opportunity to investigate thoroughly. Don't underestimate this small flick. Just to save Xiao Wu, Tang San faced the massive palm of the Titan giant ape with the Haotian hammer, and after just one encounter, he was severely injured. Later, Oscar broke through level 30, and the group went to the Stardow Forest to hunt soul rings for Oscar. In the original work, Tang San's blue-silver grass did not evolve into blue-silver emperor, resulting in a poor control effect, having no impact on Zhao Wujing. Now, it was different. At this moment, several of Tang San's ribs had broken, and his eyes were filled with crimson, staring in the direction Ming had left, letting out a powerless roar before fainting. The third soul ring Tang Hao chose for Tang San came from a storm giant beast with a cultivation level of 2,000 years. He once again hated his helplessness, hating that he couldn't protect Xiao Wu well. Tang San's third soul skill, Thunderbolt, could attach a domineering lightning attribute to the Haotian hammer, and when colliding with a target, it would splash dazzling lightning, possessing immense area damage and powerful paralysis control effects. At this moment, Tang San had already broken through to level 31, and the training of the Haotian hammer complemented his forging of hidden weapons, making it not surprising for him to break through a bit faster. Just as Tang Yin was handling the enrollment procedures, San Gu and Xiao Wu had already arrived in Soto City of the Barak Kingdom, following their master's instructions to enroll in Shrek Academy. At this point, apart from Zhu Zhuqing, all the members of the Shrek 7 monsters were present. A major turn of events occurred shortly after everyone ventured deep into the Stardow Forest. Ming, sensing Xiao Wu's aura, hurriedly ran from the Lake of Life to find her. During the entrance exam, the original 4-on-1 turned into 3-on-1, but Zhao Wujia had a much tougher time than in the original story. Deming, I brought Sister Xiao Wu back. Ming, why did you hurt them? They are my friends. Unobstructed, Ming brought Xiao Wu to the Lake of Life. It's fine, you go play. The third strike of the Chaos Hammer slammed down on Zhao Wujia's gigantic bear paw, and Zhao Wujia's overconfidence resulted in a slight fracture in his palm. The correction of the world line allowed her to reach Shrek Academy. Deming looked at the terrified Xiao Wu in Ming's hands and said nothing. That last hit from Ming almost dropped the rabbit from over 30 meters high. Ming, are you trying to get yourself killed? If it weren't for my superior skills, you wouldn't be seeing me now. Sister Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. Ming apologized sincerely. After letting Xiao Wu down, Ming ran off to play by himself. Xiao Wu asked Deming worriedly, Deming, what happened? Sister Xiao Wu, the people inside assigned us a task to find a human. Both Ming and I are not very convenient, so we have to trouble you. Huh? Find someone? This really stumped Xiao Wu. Deming, the Douluo continent is so vast. Where am I supposed to find someone? Plus, I've never even seen the person we're looking for. It's okay, Sister Xiao Wu. This silver-white scale has the aura of the person we're looking for. Ming and I have already memorized it. You just need to keep it on you. If you encounter this person in the human world, find a way to bring him here. Xiao Wu held the floating silver-white scale, gently inhaling the aura. She vaguely felt like she had seen it somewhere before. After accepting the task, Xiao Wu hurried back to the Shrek Academy team. Seeing Sangu seriously injured and unconscious, Xiao Wu was so anxious that tears came out. After Tang San regained consciousness, despite the intense pain in his chest, the first thing he saw was the person he cared about the most. Xiao Wu, it's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. Tang San's voice was weak, but his first words were about Xiao Wu's well-being, causing her to shed tears. After eating 18 Oscar recovery sausages, Tang San's injuries finally healed significantly. His ribcage had almost healed, but he still couldn't engage in intense activities. Xiao Wu took care of the pale-faced Tang San as the group returned to Shrek Academy. After failing to protect Xiao Wu twice, Sangu was very dissatisfied with his current strength. I must become stronger, much stronger, Tang San silently vowed. Early in the morning, he climbed onto the roof, preparing to absorb the first rays of dawn to cultivate the purple extreme magic eyes. Then, he saw a familiar figure, a stiff face, thick lips, and lifeless eyes. Wasn't his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang? Teacher, Tang San exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to see his teacher here. What brings you here? Xiao San, come here. Yu Xiaojiang patted the spot beside him and said to Tang San. He had poured so much of his heart and soul into this disciple. For Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San was not just a simple disciple, but more like a son. What? Do you have something on your mind? Yu Xiaojiang noticed Tang San's concerns. Tang San sighed. As expected, I can't hide anything from you, teacher. I am your teacher and also your elder. Whether in life or cultivation, if you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me. Perhaps I can help you with your troubles. Teacher, I feel that my current strength is too weak. Tang San raised his calloused hand, which was covered in scars from forging, and his eyes flashed with loneliness. Right now, I can't even protect those around me. Xiao Wu got hurt, and I couldn't protect her. When I encountered that monster, I could only watch helplessly. Everything I've done feels futile. Tang San's words startled Yu Xiaojiang, who realized that Tang San was trapped in a mental block. If not handled properly, this disciple could become useless. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San seriously, his expression solemn, and said earnestly, Xiao San, tell me, what level are you at, and what level is teacher Zhao Wujia? I'm currently at level 31. and teacher Zhao Wujia is at level 76, a soul saint. Now let me ask you, do you know what level the soul beast that attacked you is? Tang Sen shook his head in confusion, as he indeed did not know what kind of soul beast Ming was. Let me tell you, the soul beast that attacked you is called the Titan Great Ape, a dominant level soul beast in the Stardow Forest, with over 50,000 years of cultivation. Its strength is comparable to that of our human title Dalu. Yu Xiaozhang's words truly shocked Tang San. Yu Xiaozhang's tone then softened. Xiao San, you're only 12 years old now. The road ahead is long. If all goes well, your future achievements will at least make you a title Dalu. By then, neither teacher Zhao Wujia nor that Titan Great Ape will be your match. Remember, there are no shortcuts in cultivation. Every step is a solid foundation. What you need to do now is to take it one step at a time and let yourself go further. Teacher, I understand. While Tang San was receiving his teacher's guidance on the roof, Xiao Wu was hiding under the covers, holding that silver scale close to her nose, inhaling its scent. The more she smelled it, the more familiar it became. She was quite sure she had encountered this aura somewhere before, but for a moment, she couldn't recall where. What a familiar scent. Where have I smelled it before? It was indeed a bit of a challenge for someone as carefree as Xiao Wu to do this kind of search. Xiao Wu had indeed smelled this aura. She had sensed it on Tang San. During the 6 years they lived together, Tang San had inevitably picked up some of Tang Yin's aura, and when Tang Yin awakened his martial soul, a large amount of life energy overflowed, which Tang San absorbed while operating his Xian Tiangong. However, as time passed, the aura on Tang San had faded more and more, and the slight trace of Tang Yin's aura had long since disappeared. Just as Xiao Wu was trying to remember more, a small hand suddenly slapped her on the rear. Startled, Xiao Wu jumped and quickly put away the silver scale. Xiao Wu, get up quickly. Class is about to start. As one of the only 2 girls in Shrek Academy, they, of course, shared the same dormitory. Xiao Wu poked her head out. Her face was still a bit red. Rong Rong, just call me from now on. Xiao Wu, why is your face so red? Ning Rong Rong teased, showing her mischievous side with a sly smile. I didn't expect it. Usually you don't show it, but the slap felt surprisingly good. After teasing Xiao Wu, without waiting for her response, Ning Rong Rong ran out of the dormitory by herself. Today, Master Dai Shiyu Xiaozhang started his first class. It was nothing more than mutual sparring among the students, followed by his comments, lacking any novelty. However, Master Dai does have some skill. His insight is indeed quite strong, as he can accurately point out their flaws during battles. But if you ask Master Dai to provide guidance on battles at the title Douluo level, or even the soul Douluo level, he would be completely at a loss. Master Dai can truly understand title Douluo level because his good brother is a title Daw. Then there is the time-honored method of weighted running exercises. If Tang Yin heard someone suggesting he engage in such meaningless training, he would surely think that person might have a problem with their brain. This crude method of physical training neither targets the different situations of each soul master, nor considers the efficiency of the training. Wouldn't using soul power to wash the meridians, muscles, and bones be much more efficient than running 100 or 80 miles? However, this method surprisingly made all 6 of Shrek's students deeply admire Master Dai. The next stage will be the special training at the Soto City Soul Arena to enhance the students' practical combat abilities. Due to the absence of one person, Shrek Academy has never signed up for the 7-person team competition, and the cooperation among the 6 is not as tacit as in the original story. After being guided by Master Dai and with his determination to train hard, Tang San has made significant improvements in both cultivation and practical combat abilities during this time. Just in terms of soul power, he broke through 2 levels in just 6 months, and now he has stayed at level 33 for quite a while. Coupled with his 21 wins in individual battles at the Soul Arena, Tang San seems to have regained his confidence. Xiao Wu is still desperately searching for the owner of that aura, unaware that the person she's looking for is a relative of her closest person. Chapter 103, Tang San and Xiao Wu Academy Training. Chapter 102, Tang San and Xiao Wu's Academy Training. The facts are right in front of her, and Lu Erlong couldn't help but not believe it. Is it okay? Tang Yin's words pulled the dazed Lu Erlong back. Her tone was obviously a bit excited. Yes, yes. Very yes. Lu Erlong stretched out her delicate white hand toward Tang Yin, who gently shook it. Your name is Tang Yin, right? The Lamba Academy welcomes your enrollment. Then, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing tested their soul power. At just 18 years old, the 44th level Zhu Zhuyun is truly a promising future. Zhu Zhuqing was shocked when she heard her sister's soul power. Calculating carefully, Zhu Zhuqing hadn't been separated from Zhu Zhuyun for more than half a year. She knew her sister's soul power when she left. Each level increase in the soul sect requires quite some time, and Zhu Zhiyun's advancement completely exceeded her understanding. No, my sister must be hiding some secret from me to have advanced so quickly, Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself, and she needed to find an opportunity to investigate thoroughly. Zhu Zhuqing also tested her soul power. She is now a great soul master with level 28 soul power. And the dark gold fearsome bear's right palm bone perfectly compensates for her innate soul power's talent deficiencies, making her strength 2 levels higher than in the original timeline. At the same time, while Tang Yin was handling his enrollment procedures, Sangge and Xiao Wu had already arrived at Soto City in the Barak Kingdom, following Master Dai's instructions to enroll in Shrek. At this point, Tang San had broken through to level 31, and the training of the Haotian hammer complemented his forging of hidden weapons, so it's not surprising that he advanced quickly. Xiao Wu also found an opportunity to break through the bottleneck of level 30, reaching the Soul Sovereign level. The third soul ring chosen for Tang San by Tang Hao came from a storm giant beast with a cultivation level of 2,000 years. The vast energy within the storm giant beast soul ring not only activated the thunder power within Tang San's Haotian hammer, but also allowed his chaotic cloak hammer method to break through 5 layers, reaching 29 layers, soon achieving immense strength. Tang San's third soul skill, Thunderclap, can attach domineering thunder attributes to the Haotian hammer, creating dazzling thunder light upon collision with a target, possessing enormous area damage and strong paralysis control effects. At the Rose Hotel in Soto City, Tang San overwhelmed Dai Xiao this time, and even Dai Mubai's white tiger transformation could not withstand the paralysis control of Tang San's third soul skill. Meanwhile, to avoid learning etiquette, the little witch Ning Rongrong devised what she thought was a flawless escape plan. On a moonless, windy night, she secretly slipped out of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, embracing her freedom. Unbeknownst to her, just as she stepped out of the sect, several Soul Emperor-level powerhouses quietly followed her. The correction of the world line allowed her to still arrive at Shrek Academy. By now, all the Shrek 7 except Zhu Zhuqing had gathered. During the entrance exam, the original 4-on-1 turned into a 3-on-1, but Zhao Wujia's situation was even more difficult than in the original. In the original, Tang San's blue silver grass, which had not evolved into the blue silver emperor, had very poor control effects and had no impact on Zhao Wujia. Now, however, it was different. Tang San's explosive Haotian hammer method colliding with his Diamond Bear martial soul would also have some effect on him. Not to mention each hammer after the chaotic cloak hammer method reached 20 layers. After Xiao Wu suffered backlash from using her second soul skill, Singge broke through once again. The third hammer of the chaotic cloak hammer fiercely struck Zhao Wujia's huge bear paw, and Zhao Wujia, who underestimated his opponent, actually suffered slight bone fractures in his palm. Later, Oscar broke through level 30, and the group went to the Stardow Forest to hunt for soul rings for Oscar. A significant change occurred shortly after the group entered the Stardow Forest when Ming, sensing Xiao Wu's aura, hurriedly ran from the edge of the Lake of Life to find her. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Ming disregarded the others and waved his hand to scoop Xiao Wu into his palm, running deeper into the forest with his bright red bottom sticking up. Xiao Wu anxiously looked at the forest behind Ming. She had just seen her Sangge being flicked away by Ming's finger while trying to save her. But don't underestimate this small flick. Just to rescue Xiao Wu, Tang San faced the massive palm of the Titan giant ape with his Haotian hammer, and after just one encounter, he was heavily injured. At this moment, several of Tang San's ribs were already broken. His eyes filled with crimson as he stared in the direction Ming had left, letting out a powerless roar before passing out. He once again hated his helplessness, resenting that he couldn't protect Xiao Wu well. Ming, why did you have to hurt them? They're my friends. Xiao Wu's tone carried clear reproach. Ming's honest voice echoed in Xiao Wu's mind, but his words genuinely shocked her. Sister Xiao Wu, there's an urgent matter. If I don't handle it well, Ming and I will be eaten like uncle. The uncle Ming referred to was indeed her own father. Those monsters, thinking of those ferocious beasts' cruel appearances, made Xiao Wu shudder. For the lives of her 2 younger brothers, Xiao Wu had no choice but to suppress her worries about Tang San and follow Ming to the Lake of Life. The journey was smooth, and Ming brought Xiao Wu to the Lake of Life. Ming had been waiting there for a long time. Ming, I brought Sister Xiao Wu back, Ming exclaimed, lifting Xiao Wu high in his hands and placing her beside Ming's lantern-like eyes, afraid he wouldn't see her. It's fine, you can go play. Ming looked at Ming, who was holding the frightened little Wu, speechless. Just now, Erming almost dropped the rabbit from over 30 meters high. Erming, are you trying to get yourself killed? If it weren't for your sister Xiaowu being more skilled, you wouldn't see me again. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaowu. Erming apologized sincerely. After putting down Xiaowu, Erming ran off to play by himself in the distance. Xiaowu, with a worried tone, asked Daming, what happened? Sister Xiaowu, the people inside gave us a task to find human. Erming and I can't do it, so we have to trouble you. Huh? Find someone? This is a tough one for me. Daming, the Douluo continent is so vast. Where am I supposed to find someone? Plus, I've never seen the person we're looking for. It's fine, Sister Xiaowu. Daming controlled a silver-white scale and handed it to Xiaowu, saying, this scale has the aura of the person we're looking for. Erming and I have memorized it, so just keep it on you. If you encounter this person in the human world, find a way to bring him here. Xiaowu held the floating silver scale and gently sniffed its aura, feeling like she had seen it somewhere before. After accepting the task, Xiaowu hurried back to the Shrek Academy team. Looking at the seriously injured and unconscious Sango, Xiaowu was so anxious that tears came out. When Tang San regained consciousness, despite the severe pain in his chest, his first sight was of the person he cared about the most. Xiaowu, it's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. Tang San's voice was weak, but his first words were about Xiaowu's well-being, making Xiaowu unable to hold back her tears. After eating 18 Oscar recovery sausages, Tang San's injuries were finally almost healed. His ribcage had nearly reconnected, but he still couldn't engage in intense activity. Xiaowu took care of the pale-faced Tang San as they returned to Shrek Academy. After failing to protect Xiaowu twice, Sango was very dissatisfied with his current strength. I need to become stronger, even stronger, Tang San secretly vowed. Early in the morning, he climbed onto the roof, preparing to absorb the first rays of sunlight and practice the purple extreme magic eye. Then, he saw a familiar figure, a stiff face, thick lips, and lifeless eyes. Wasn't it his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang? Teacher, Tang San exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to see his teacher here. What brings you here? Xiao San, come here. Yu Xiaojiang patted the spot next to him and said to Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang had poured so much heart and soul into this disciple. To him, Tang San was not just a simple student. Their relationship was more like that of father and son. What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Yu Xiaojiang noticed Tang San's concerns. Tang San sighed. It seems I can't hide anything from you, teacher. I'm your teacher and also your elder. If you encounter any difficulties in life or cultivation, you can talk to me. Maybe I can help you. Teacher, I feel my current strength is too weak. Tang San raised his calloused hand from forging, a fleeting look of dejection in his eyes. Right now, I can't even protect the people around me. Xiao got hurt, and I couldn't protect her. When I encountered that monster, I could only watch helplessly. Everything I did was in vain. Yu Xiaojiang was startled by Tang San's words. He knew Tang San was trapped in a mental barrier, and if not handled well, his disciple could be ruined. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San seriously, his expression grave, and said solemnly, Xiao San, tell me, what level are you at, and what level is teacher Zhao Wujing? I'm currently at level 31, and teacher Zhao Wujing is at level 76, Soul Sage. Let me ask you again, do you know what level the soul beast that attacked you was? Tang San shook his head in confusion because he really didn't know what kind of soul beast Erming was. Let me tell you, the soul beast that attacked you is called the Titan Great Ape, a boss-level soul beast in the Stardow Forest, with over 50,000 years of cultivation. Its strength is enough to rival that of our human title Douluo. Yu Xiaojiang's words truly stunned Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang's tone softened. Xiao San, you're only 12 years old now, and the road ahead is still long. If nothing unexpected happens, your future achievements will at least make you a title Douluo. By then, neither teacher Zhao Wujing nor that Titan Great Ape will be your match. Remember, there are no shortcuts to cultivation. Every step is a solid foundation. What you need to do now is to take one step at a time and go further. Teacher, I understand. While Tang San was receiving his teacher's guidance on the roof, Xiaowu was hiding in her blanket, holding the silver scale close to her nose, taking little sniffs. The more she smelled it, the more familiar it became. She was certain she had smelled this aura somewhere before, but she couldn't recall where at the moment. What a familiar scent. Where have I smelled it before? It was indeed a bit difficult for someone as carefree as Xiaowu to take on such a task of finding someone. She had smelled this aura before, specifically from Tang San. After all, during the 6 years of living with Tang Yin, Tang San had unconsciously picked up some of Tang Yin's aura. And when Tang Yin awakened his martial spirit, a large amount of life energy overflowed, while Tang San absorbed some as he practiced his Xiantian Gong. However, over time, The aura Tang San had picked up became fainter, and the trace of Tang Yin's aura had long since faded. Just when Xiaowu wanted to recall more, a sudden clap sounded as Ning Rongrong's little hand slapped Xiaowu's behind. Startled, Xiaowu jumped and quickly tucked the silver scale away. Xiaowu, get up quickly. Class is about to start. As one of the only two girls at Shrek Academy, they naturally shared the same dormitory. Xiaowu poked her head out, her face still a bit red. Rongrong, just call me when you need me. Xiaowu, why is your face so red? Ning Rongrong grinned mischievously, saying, I didn't expect it. You usually don't show it, but it feels surprisingly nice to give a little slap. After teasing Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong dashed out of the dormitory before Xiaowu could react. Today, Yu Xiaojiang began his first class. It was nothing more than mutual sparring among the students, followed by his comments. It was quite unoriginal. However, he did have some skills. His insight was indeed strong, able to accurately point out their flaws during combat. But if you asked him to guide a title duel or a soul duel level battle, he'd be completely in the dark. Yu Xiaojiang, being a soul sage, could truly understand, as his good friend was a soul sage. Then came the time-honored method of weighted running exercises. If Tang Yin heard someone suggesting he undergo such meaningless training, he would certainly think that person might have a few screws loose. This crude method of physical training neither targeted the different situations of each soul master nor considered the efficiency of the training. Wouldn't using soul power to wash the meridians, muscles, and bones be much more effective than running 100 or 80 miles? However, this method surprisingly made all 6 of Shrek's students admire their mentor. The next stage was the special training at the Soto City Soul Arena, where they would improve their practical combat abilities through arena battles. Due to the absence of one person, Shrek Academy did not register for the 7-person team competition, and the coordination among the 6 was not as seamless as in the original story. With the guidance of their mentor and his own determination to practice diligently, Tang San made significant improvements in both cultivation and combat abilities during this period. For instance, in just 6 months, his soul power had broken through 2 levels and had been stuck at level 33 for quite a while. Coupled with his personal record of 21 wins in the arena, Tang since seemed to regain his confidence. Xiaowu was still desperately searching for the owner of that aura, unaware that the person she was looking for was actually a relative of her closest companion. Chapter 104. Detective Zhu Qing. Over the past 6 months, Zhu Qing had spent a considerable amount of time observing why her sister Zhu Zhuyan had advanced so rapidly. Indeed, Tang Yin and the Zhu sisters had been studying at the Blue Tyrant Academy for half a year. Although it was said to be studying, Tang Yin had not attended many classes, mostly just listening to courses related to soul beasts. As for practical combat and cultivation, Tang Yin believed that the only person who could teach him anything in the academy was the beautiful dean, Lu Erlong. However, Lu Erlong rarely managed the academy's affairs, spending her days in a small wooden house in the forest, and no one knew what she did inside. On one occasion, when Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyan were walking past there at night, they heard Lu Erlong's mournful singing, which seemed to express her loneliness and longing, adding a touch of melancholy to the silent forest. Tang Yin gazed at the dimly lit wooden house for a long time before sighing and leaving the forest with Zhu Zhuyan. Among the 3, Zhu Qing had the most classes. She still had a lot of theoretical knowledge to accumulate and practical abilities to improve. This led her to be busy every day with either cultivation or study, unable to stop. But this did not deter her. She always insisted on dragging her sister along to practice. Moreover, she was quite sensible, often taking advantage of Tang Yin's absence to meditate with her sister. Their martial souls were both nethercat spirits, and practicing together provided a slight boost. The combination of these 2 reasons meant that Zhu Zhuyan did not refuse Zhu Qing's invitations. After summarizing her observations over the past 6 months, Zhu Qing found that her sister's cultivation speed was indeed unusual. During their joint practice, Zhu Zhuyan's speed was only slightly faster than Zhu Qing's for half the time, a difference attributed to innate soul power, which Zhu Qing understood. She knew her own talent was lacking, so she needed to exert more effort than others. However, on some days, Zhu Zhuyan's cultivation speed would suddenly surge, and she could increase her soul power level in just one day. Zhu Qing could not understand why her sister's cultivation speed fluctuated so much despite being together every day. One afternoon, after saying goodbye to Zhu Zhuyan, Tang Yin headed to Yuxian to find Tang Weihua for treatment. After 6 months of therapy, Tang Yin felt that his mental state had improved significantly. At least he was no longer troubled by the entanglements with Bibi Dong. At the classroom door, Zhu Zhuyan was waiting outside for Zhu Qing to finish class. The Blue Tyrant Academy divided classes based on soul power. With Zhu Qing's level of 28, she could look down on her peers, which meant most of her classmates were over 18. When Zhu Qing first entered the class, her beautiful appearance and striking figure attracted the attention of male students. But because she was younger and had a somewhat cold demeanor, there were not many who dared to harbor inappropriate thoughts about her. Later, when Zhu Jian came to the class to find Zhu Qing, her equally stunning looks immediately shifted the attention of those male students onto her. And it appeared that Zhu Zhiyun's personality was much more approachable than her sister's. Before they could make any moves, Tyran, sensing something amiss, took care of someone who was trying to use underhanded tactics and warned everyone not to disturb Zhu Qing. Since then, no one dared to target Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Qing anymore. Tyran was the current champion of Blue Tyrant Academy, and his family background and personal strength placed him among the top tier at the academy. Who is Zhu Zhiyun? She was the girlfriend of Tang Yin, the young master of Tyran, and, as a subordinate, how could he allow flies to disturb her? Thus, Zhu Zhiyun waiting outside the classroom did not attract the attention of other students, as the last person with such intentions was now at home recuperating. Of course, all of this was handled privately by Tyran, and Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Qing were unaware. Soon the bell rang, and Zhu Qing immediately spotted Zhu Zhiyun waiting at the door. The coldness on her face instantly melted away, and she wrapped her arms around Zhu Zhiyun with a sweet smile. "Sister, let's go." Zhu Zhiyun patted her sister's head and brushed back the hair on her forehead. You've been stuck at the 29-level bottleneck for a long time. You need to work hard and strive to break through during this period. Okay, sister, I will try my best. Zhu Qing felt quite troubled. She initially thought that, as a great soul master, her soul power level should increase faster than Zhu Zhiyun's, since Zhu Zhiyun was already a soul master, thus narrowing the gap between them. However, before she could reach level 30, Zhu Zhiyun had skyrocketed to level 46, as if she had no bottlenecks at all. Sister, I've almost figured out the secret to your rapid breakthroughs. Over the past 6 months, Zhu Qing had summarized several patterns. Every 2 days, her sister's cultivation speed would increase unusually, and today was just the day before that rapid improvement, so she had to seize the opportunity to uncover her sister's secret. As usual, Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Qing practiced in the academy's simulated forest. The forest had a significant effect on the cultivation of feline soul beasts. Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Qing sat facing each other. Even with some distance between them, their bodies were nearly touching. Nethercat Spirit Martial Soul, manifest. The shadow of the pitch-black Nethercat spirit appeared, enveloped in a layer of shimmering black fur, resembling a spirit in the night. The elegant and proud figure stood behind the two sisters, and the two Nethercats seemed to be gazing at each other. As the soul power circulated within them, a faint purple light emanated from both Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Qing, and the purple glow in the Nethercat's eyes flowed as the surrounding soul power gathered towards them. As Zhu Qing expected, today Zhu Zhiyun's cultivation was quite normal. Although her speed of improvement was not slow, it was not exaggerated either. Zhu Zhiyun was unaware that her sister was investigating the abnormal growth of her soul power. If she knew, she wouldn't know how to explain it to Zhu Qing. After all, she couldn't just say that eating more could lead to such rapid progress. Because of Tang Yin's significant help with her cultivation, Zhu Zhiyun always ended up consuming her gains like a protective little cat after each session. Initially, Tang Yin was puzzled, thinking this was not good for Zhu Zhiyun, but she didn't mind at all and always wore a satisfied expression. Tang Yin could only regard this as some small hobby of Zhu Zhiyun. Time passed by second, and after an hour, Zhu Zhiyun exited her cultivation state and opened her eyes. Chapter 105. Sister's Secret. Chapter 105. This was the biological clock that Zhu Zhiyun had developed during this period. She knew that, by this time, Tang Yin's treatment was nearly complete, and it was time for her to find him. Looking at Zhu Qing, who was still in a state of cultivation, Zhu Zhiyun did not disturb her, but quietly got up and left. As Zhu Zhiyun stood up to leave, the closed eyes of Zhu Qing, who was in a state of cultivation, opened a slit. Downstairs at the Moon Pavilion, Tang Yin, who had just finished his treatment, saw Zhu Zhiyun walking towards him. He was not surprised at all, as their time together had made them familiar with each other, even though they had only been apart for a short hour or two. Zhu Zhiyun missed Tang Yin very much. The moment she saw Tang Yin, she rushed over and hugged his waist, burying her head in his embrace, inhaling his intoxicating scent. Tang Yin also embraced Zhu Zhiyun, one hand resting on her waist, the other gently stroking her hair. After a moment of tenderness, the two held hands and left the Moon Pavilion closely. Upstairs, Tang Yuehua was lazily leaning against the precious sandalwood railing, one hand resting on her chest and the other supporting her chin, watching the affectionate couple, Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyan. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes held a hint of longing. After watching them leave, Tang Yuehua turned to leave. Truly, how beautiful. After returning home, the two began to prepare dinner. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing returned. Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyan did not notice that a small black cat had been following them the whole time. Zhu Zhuqing had maximized the hiding characteristics of her ghostly spirit cat, martial soul. Without intentionally looking, one would not discover her. Even Tang Yin, who could see Zhu Zhuqing, did not notice her, as he truly did not expect anyone would be following him. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing was not following Tang Yin, but Zhu Zhuyan. Throughout this journey, Zhu Zhuqing had not gathered any useful information. It shouldn't be. Zhu Zhuqing scratched her head, unable to figure it out. She did not notice that today, Zhu Zhuyan did not exhibit any abnormal behavior, and was no different from usual. If there was anything different, it was that today, before returning home, her sister had embraced Tang Yin for 36 seconds longer than yesterday. That's right, for the sake of comparison. The tracking plan began the last time Zhu Zhuyan's cultivation speed surged, the day before yesterday. Today, Zhu Zhuqing was determined to uncover the secret of her sister Zhu Zhuyan. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing return, Zhu Zhuyan, who was carrying a plate from the kitchen, said, "Zhuqing is back. You must be tired from your cultivation. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is about to be ready." "Okay," Zhu Zhuqing replied simply, entered the kitchen, and saw Tang Yin still busy. Regarding this brother-in-law, Zhu Zhuqing was very much in agreement. More than 2 years ago, it was this person who helped her and her sister escape the confines of their family, thus avoiding the bloody and cruel conflict between the sisters. The ruler of the Xingluo Empire, the position of queen? To be honest, the young Zhu Zhuqing had no concept of this. In the original story, she chose to fight simply to survive. "Brother-in-law, thank you for your hard work." Zhu Zhuqing's words made Tang Yin turn his head to look at her. Tang Yin smiled slightly. "There's no such thing as hard work. We are family. Hurry and serve the rice." The three sat at a small table and began to have dinner. Zhu Zhuyan and Tang Yin sat together, while Zhu Zhuqing sat alone opposite them. Because Zhu Zhuqing was present, Zhu Zhuyan and Tang Yin did not become overly affectionate at the dining table. After a simple meal, Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative to clear the dishes. This was a tacit understanding formed from living together. Initially, Tang Yin wanted to wash them himself, but was stopped by Zhu Zhuyan's glance. Tang Yin also understood that this kind of life would rarely lead to conflicts. While washing the dishes, Zhu Zhuqing felt increasingly anxious. The day was almost over, yet her sister remained just as usual. How could she uncover the secret that had been troubling her? At night, it was the time for Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyan to be affectionate. They engaged in this every 2 days, not as a routine obligation of an old couple. After all, they were a couple in love. Tang Yin also needed to cultivate. After summarizing over these days, he found that cultivating for 2 days and relaxing for 1 maximized his efficiency. Zhu Zhuyan had no complaints upon learning this. Instead, she felt it was quite good. The spring breeze warms the hibiscus tent at night. The cloud disperses and the rain ceases, and affection deepens. As usual, after consuming her spoils, Zhu Zhuyan and Tang Yin embraced and fell asleep due to exhaustion. Outside the door, Zhu Zhuqing, who witnessed everything, had a face as red as a ripe apple, almost dripping with blood. Her blush was not just from shyness, but also from a sudden realization. I understand everything. The variable that had not appeared before emerged at the last moment tonight. That was Tang Yin. The reason her sister's cultivation improved so rapidly must be. Zhu Zhuqing found it hard to believe, but the truth was right before her eyes, leaving no room for disbelief. I need to verify my guess. With an excited heart, she fell asleep, and the next day during cultivation, Zhu Zhuqing was anxious yet excited as she began her daily training with Zhu Zhuyan. During today's cultivation, the ghostly spirit cat shadow behind Zhu Zhuyan was much stronger than yesterday, its black fur emanating an invisible power, full of unparalleled vitality. Zhu Zhuqing had been secretly observing her sister Zhu Zhuyan's cultivation state. When Zhu Zhuyan's soul power circulated, the terrifying absorption speed left Zhu Zhuqing speechless in shock. It can't be real. Zhu Zhuqing still had some doubts at this moment, but the truth was laid out before her, leaving no room for disbelief. After several days of continuous observation, having witnessed several scenes of intimacy, Zhu Zhuqing had new questions. She actually knew how intimacy between men and women should be. But after peeking at her sister and brother-in-law, she was confused. Why does my sister always end up saying she wants to consume it? But soon she got her answer. One day, as Tang Yin and Zhu Zhiyun were deeply affectionate, they didn't care about much anymore. The next day, during cultivation, Zhu Zhuqing noticed that Zhu Zhiyun's cultivation speed did not see a significant increase. After a series of observations, the detective Zhu Qing analyzed and concluded that there was only one truth, Tang Yin. To be precise, upon thinking this, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned a bit red again. No wonder my sister always wants to, so that is how it is. After uncovering her sister's secret, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze towards Tang Yin became somewhat different. Chapter 106. The maiden's spring thoughts in these past few days. Tang Yin felt that Zhu Zhuqing was acting a bit strange. This girl would always stare at him blankly after returning home, and when he looked back at her, she would shyly lower her head, her fair skin flushing with a faint red hue. Tang Yin had a bad feeling, but how could he bring this up with Zhu Zhuyin? After all, Zhu Zhuqing hadn't expressed her inner thoughts, and directly telling her sister that she liked her brother-in-law seemed a bit too ordinary and confident. However, letting things go on like this wasn't an option either. Tang Yin needed to find an opportunity to talk to Zhu Zhuqing. What was Zhu Zhuqing's situation? Whenever she saw Tang Yin, she would think of the image of Zhu Zhiyun like a little greedy cat sprawled beneath him. The satisfied expression that her sister showed when she closed her eyes and tilted her snowy white neck would linger in her mind. That night, Zhu Zhuqing had a strange dream. In the dream, she stood there dazed, leaning against a soft bed where a person was lying. The figure looked exactly like Tang Yin. Zhu Zhuqing also noticed that she was wearing her sister Zhu Zhiyun's black lace camisole nightgown, which perfectly showcased her figure without appearing vulgar. She also noticed that Tang Yin was wearing a robe, and if he untied the belt at his waist, his strong and muscular body would be displayed before her. Tang Yin looked at her with gentle eyes, just like he looked at her sister. Before Zhu Zhuqing could speak, the Tang Yin in her dream got up and approached her, wrapping his arms around her. He pressed his lips against her ear, seemingly complimenting her. But it also felt like flirting. Zhuqing, why are you wearing your sister's clothes? But I really like it. Zhu Zhuqing didn't object. Instead, she let Tang Yin hold her, half pushing, half yielding, suddenly submerged in Tang Yin's tenderness. Zhu Zhuqing remembered that Tang Yin was her brother-in-law and abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath. A faint pink hue appeared on her fair and delicate skin, enough to make one imagine the experiences she had just had in the dream. What? What is happening to me? Zhu Zhuqing muttered in a panic. Tang Yin was her sister's boyfriend. How could she feel this way? Yet in the dream, she felt no resistance to Tang Yin's closeness. Instead, she felt a flutter in her heart, which was an abnormal reaction. Zhu Zhuqing felt her head was in a mess and decided not to think too much about it, falling asleep again. Zhu Zhuqing slept lightly and woke up very early the next day, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. When she reached out to touch the quilt, the damp sensation shocked her. But she quickly understood what had happened. She felt like a steam engine, with faint white mist rising from her head. Zhu Zhuqing changed her clothes, hugging the ones she had taken off along with the quilt as she opened the door, looking sneaky as if she had done something wrong. Just as she peeked her little head out, she bumped right into Tang Yin, who had also just gotten up. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing awake, Tang Yin smiled and greeted her. Good morning, Zhuqing. But Zhu Zhuqing was not as calm. Remembering the terrible dream from last night made her feel even more embarrassed looking at Tang Yin. Moreover, if Tang Yin discovered the clothes and quilt she was holding had something to hide, she, Zhu Zhuqing, would have no place in this house. Zhu Zhuqing didn't look at Tang Yin, just softly said morning, then lowered her head and quickly walked past him towards the bathroom. In her haste, Zhu Zhuqing bumped into Tang Yin's right arm, but she dared not stop. Her steps quickened a bit. Tang Yin reached out to stop her. But before he could say anything, Zhu Zhuqing quickly disappeared around the corner. Once in the bathroom, Zhu Zhuqing immediately tossed all her clothes, duvet, and bed sheets into the water. Once wet, they would be unnoticeable. Knock knock. The sudden knock on the door startled Zhu Zhuqing like a frightened little cat, making her jump. Then she turned her head. Her reaction surprised Tang Yin as well. He awkwardly smiled, holding a plain white women's underwear. You were in such a rush just now. This fell on the floor, so I brought it to you. There was a not very noticeable water stain on the underwear, and Tang Yin wasn't a pervert to do something so sleazy. Wanting, his Zhuyin sister was more than willing to give him. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned crimson. She hurriedly grabbed the underwear from Tang Yin's hand, clenching it tightly in her palm and quickly putting her hand behind her back. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing's voice grew smaller. She was afraid Tang Yin would discover something, and her confidence dwindled. Tang Yin felt this was a good opportunity, so he directly addressed Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, I've noticed you've been acting a bit strange these days. Zhu Zhuqing thought Tang Yin had discovered something, so she hurriedly moved forward to cover his mouth with her hand. But she seemed to forget what she was holding. Tang Yin was stunned. He didn't expect Zhu Zhuqing's reaction to be so intense. Before he could finish his sentence, she rushed towards him. Zhu Zhuqing also froze, staring at the thing blocking Tang Yin's mouth, not knowing what to do, and could only stand there dazed. It was Tang Yin who raised his hand to gently move Zhu Zhuqing's little hand away. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing still standing there in a daze, Tang Yin carefully called out, Zhuqing, Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing stammered, her eyes welling up with tears. She dropped the underwear in her hand, covering her face with both hands, unsure how to face Tang Yin. It was unclear whether she was embarrassed for being discovered in her youthful feelings or for her earlier inappropriate action, or perhaps both. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing cried, which caught Tang Yin off guard. He quickly approached to comfort her, attributing all the blame to himself regardless of the reason. Zhuqing, don't cry, it's all my fault. Tang Yin didn't have time to think about the earlier situation. Instead, he racked his brain to say all the comforting words he could think of. Thankfully, last night, Zhu Yun had exhausted herself and was still dreaming. If she saw that he had made her sister cry, she would probably be angry too. Tang Yin secretly felt relieved. Zhu Zhuqing knew it was her fault, and after venting her emotions, she should stop. She raised her big, watery eyes, which were red from crying but still beautiful. Brother-in-law, please don't tell sister about this, okay? The tone of her please softened Tang Yin's heart. Okay, Chapter 107. Goodbye, Qianren Shui. Because of this little incident, Tang Yin couldn't continue discussing the matter. After calming Zhu Zhuqing down, he hurriedly fled the bathroom. Before Tang Yin could collect himself, he ran into Zhu Zhuyun, who had just woken up. She was wearing the black lace camisole nightgown that Zhu Zhuqing had on in her dream last night, and as she stretched, her full chest pressed against his, provoking endless thoughts. Zhu Zhuyun, just waking up, didn't notice Tang Yin's panic. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her fullness against his chest, then stood on tiptoe to ask for a morning kiss. After the affectionate moment, Zhu Zhuyun seemed to shake off her sleepiness, and her beautiful eyes regained their usual sparkle. She leaned on Tang Yin's shoulder and whispered softly, Xiaoyin, I really like you. Listening to Zhu Zhuyun's daily confession, Tang Yin, who should have felt nothing, actually felt a bit guilty today. Not long ago, some small accidents between Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Yin gave Tang Yin a feeling of infidelity. Tang Yin tightened his embrace around the person in his arms and softly replied, I like you too. After a moment of tenderness, Zhu Zhuyun reluctantly parted ways with Tang Yin. At breakfast, Zhu Zhuyun looked at the somewhat strange Zhu Zhuqing and asked with concern, Zhuqing, are you feeling unwell? As she spoke, she reached out a hand to touch Zhu Zhuqing's forehead. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a bit guilty, avoided Zhu Zhuyun's concerned gaze and said, Sister, I'm fine. That's good to hear. But you need to take care of your health and not overwork yourself. Zhu Zhuqing felt increasingly guilty, sensing that she was letting her sister down. Having grown up in the Duke of Netherworld's mansion, she had interacted with very few men, and as one of the heirs of the Star Luo Empire's royal family, she wasn't allowed to associate with other men. Zhu Zhuqing had no good feelings for her fiancé, whom she had only met once. Dai Mubai was cowardly, evasive, and had abandoned her to escape when she was in danger. Both his personality and actions left Zhu Zhuqing with no fondness for him. Tang Yin was one of the few men Zhu Zhuqing had interacted with, and despite being nearly the same age, he possessed a maturity that was uncommon for someone his age. He was enthusiastic, friendly, and incredibly kind to everyone around him. As a friend, Tang Yin directly gifted her and her sister the precious external spirit bone, despite having known them for only a short time. As a lover, Tang Yin was gentle and considerate towards Zhu Zhuyun, and the two had never had a single argument, resembling a prince and princess from fairy tale. If Zhu Zhuqing had no other thoughts about Tang Yin, why would he be the object of her spring dreams? I've finished eating. I'm going to class, Zhu Zhuqing said, not daring to stay any longer. She needed to leave and think things over calmly. Watching Zhu Zhuqing leave in a hurry, Zhu Zhuyun felt a bit perplexed and instinctively looked at Tang Yin, hoping to get answers from him. Tang Yin sighed inwardly and said, Zhuqing might have her own worries. She will be fine once she figures it out. On the other side, in the Crown Prince's mansion in Tiando City, Qianren Shui, as usual, disguised herself as Shui Qinghe and walked into her study. She gently pushed a spot on the sandalwood desk. and the sound of rotating gears was heard as the bookshelf behind her slowly opened, revealing a secret room. After entering, the bookshelf gradually closed, returning to normal. The decoration of this secret room was no less luxurious than that of the Crown Prince's mansion, with gold and jade shining brightly and intricate carvings. It was fully equipped. Aside from the desk, there was also a large bed on the side, where Qian Rinxue usually rested. Once inside the secret room, Qian Rinxue removed her disguise. She elegantly sat in a soft chair at the desk, crossed her legs, and her beautiful calf curves were exposed. The wide desk only had one document on it, which Qian Rinxue picked up and read carefully. The contents were clearly Tang Yin's activities over the past few days. The more she read, the more she frowned. Why is Tang Yin spending every day with women? This wasn't jealousy. It was anger at his lack of ambition. With such an incredible grand goal, how could he waste his youth and talent on romance? This couldn't continue. It had been a while since she contacted him, so she might as well invite him over tonight for some proper guidance. Without hesitation, Qian Rinxue sent her personal servant to find Tang Yin. Tang Yin was a bit shocked when he received Qian Rinxue's invitation, as they hadn't been in touch for some time. He had also been spending his days training and in romance, feeling fulfilled, and since Qian Rinxue hadn't come looking for him, he hadn't sought her out either. Tang Yin agreed to go, even though he was supposed to be training that night. He had to skip it for the appointment. Of course, before leaving, he informed Zhu Zhuyin that he was going to the Crown Prince's mansion. Tang Yin thought it was just a simple report, but he noticed that Zhu Zhuyun's expression froze when she heard he was going to the Crown Prince's mansion, as if she was very shocked by his visit. Zhu Zhuyin was indeed shocked. The memories of the past suddenly resurfaced, and she didn't understand why Tang Yin suddenly mentioned going to the Crown Prince's mansion. The Crown Prince, Tang Yin. The scene from that day replayed in her mind. The deep gaze between Xue Qinghe and Tang Yin etched in Zhu Zhuyun's memory. She had thought that the past turmoil regarding Tang Yin's relationships had passed, as they had done everything they should and shouldn't have over the past 6 months. Moreover, Zhu Zhiyun knew that Tang Yin didn't like to take the straightforward path. She hoped he would return early. Although she was worried, Zhu Zhiyun understood that she couldn't recklessly change Tang Yin's thoughts just because of his love for her. If she did, while he might indulge her at first, over time, their feelings would inevitably crack. After a kiss on Zhu Zhiyun's forehead, Tang Yin left home and headed toward the Crown Prince's mansion. Taking out the Crown Prince's order given to him by the servant during the day, Tang Yin smoothly entered the Crown Prince's mansion. Everything here was unchanged since his last visit. Qian Rinxue was still in the same room that had first received him. However, upon entering the room, Tang Yin noticed that Qian Rinxue's expression was not good. How could Tang Yin know he had offended her? "Sister, did you call me for something?" Tang Yin asked straightforwardly, looking at Qian Rinxue, who had already removed her disguise. Qian Rinxue stood up and walked toward Tang Yin. Feeling the pressure from Qian Rinxue, Tang Yin involuntarily weakened, like a child who had done something wrong. As Qian Rinxue approached, Tang Yin kept retreating until his back was against the closed door. Tang Yin still didn't know why Qian Rinxue had summoned him and why she looked like she wanted to eat him. With nowhere to retreat, Qian Rinxue pressed closer, pinning Tang Yin against the door. Tang Yin then realized that this sister was not much shorter than him, gazing at Qian Rinxue's stunning face. The tense atmosphere made Tang Yin swallow hard. "What do you want?" Qian Rinxue lifted Tang Yin's chin with an unfriendly tone. "I heard you've been indulging in women and neglecting your training. Let me teach you a lesson." Chapter 108. Invitation. Tang Yin looked at Qian Rinxue's beautifully aggressive eyes, and he seemed to sense what was about to happen. Qian Rinxue's rosy lips glistened under the light, sexy and tempting. Although he felt a bit guilty toward Zhu Zhiyan, the thrill of this forbidden feeling made Tang Yin somewhat expectant, his heart racing. Qian Rinxue seemed to see through Tang Yin's thoughts. Her expression shifted from dominance to cunning, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Tang Yin immediately realized he had been tricked. Qian Rinxue continued to hold his chin, moving her hand up while raising her other hand to pinch his cheek, her tone sounding like a lecture but sounding flirtatious. "Little lecher, what are you thinking? Are you wondering if your sister will kiss you?" Feeling guilty, Tang Yin let Qian Rinxue play with his face, not daring to resist at all. When Qian Rinxue grew tired of playing, she stopped and turned back to her seat. Tang Yin rubbed his reddened face, recalling Qian Rinxue's quirky demeanor just now, which stood in stark contrast to her previous strong and calm self, making Tang Yin feel a little moved. He really didn't expect Qian Rinxue to have such a contrasting side. After Qian Rinxue returned to her seat, Tang Yin cautiously sat down opposite her, feeling a bit shy. "Why are you so timid? Last time you dared to come here alone," Qian Rinxue said, playing with the teacup in her hand, looking at Tang Yin with annoyance. Tang Yin wasn't embarrassed at all. He chuckled, his expression a bit silly. Isn't it because I'm afraid of making you angry, sister? Qian Rinxue laughed. As she wasn't really angry with Tang Yin, she had just pretended to intimidate him a bit to put herself in a dominant position. Tang Yin's strategy was clever, acting silly and weak, making Qian Rinxue's strong demeanor feel like hitting cotton. Qian Rinxue picked up the teapot filled with brewed tea, grabbed another cup, and while pouring tea for Tang Yin, asked, "By the way, what level is your soul power now?" "Level 49, Tang Yin replied. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue looked at Tang Yin in shock, almost unable to believe her ears. As Tang Yin noticed the cup was almost full, Qian Rinxue still showed no intention of stopping, so he directly placed his hand over hers that was holding the teapot, leveling it out. Tang Yin felt the smooth, cool texture of her hand, which was softer compared to Zhu Zhiyun's hands. Zhu Zhiyun's martial spirit was the nether spirit cat, and her main means of attack were her claws, which made her hands not as delicate as most women's, but rather with a certain texture. The blend of softness and strength was something only Tang Yin had experienced and couldn't put into words. Pulling away from Qian Rinxue's hand, Tang Yin had no lewd thoughts. "The water is already full," he explained. Qian Rinxue's eyes flickered with a hint of unperceived shyness, but she pretended that nothing had happened. "Sorry," she said, pushing the teacup toward Tang Yin, signaling him to drink. Qian Rinxue didn't expect Tang Yin's cultivation speed to be so fast. "How old are you now?" she asked seriously. If we're counting how many years I've lived, then 15, Tang Yin felt that the 3 years in the secret realm should also count, as his biological age had genuinely increased. 15, level 49. Qian Rinxue recalled when she broke through level 50. It seemed she had only done so close to 17. Comparing the two made her feel somewhat inferior. If Qian Rinxue knew that Tang Yin hadn't cultivated for 3 years, she might have a different thought. In fact, Qian Rinxue had great talent, but the national theft plan had severely affected her cultivation speed, requiring her to spend a lot of time pretending to be a man, mimicking his personality and everything about him. Sometimes, Qian Rinxue even questioned whether she was the prince of the Heavendo Empire, Xue Qinghe, or the heir of the Spirit Hall, Qian Rinxue. When someone disguises themselves for too long, the fake can quickly become real. "Hey, your talent is indeed quite good. I'm 6 years older than you, and my soul power is only 10 levels higher." Qian Rinxue sighed and shook her head. Tang Yin noticed that Qian Rinxue's melancholy seemed genuine, but didn't understand why she felt that way. 21 years old, level 59 Soul King. Isn't that top-notch talent? He asked. "Sister, you're only 21 this year. Why such a sigh?" This question left Qian Rinxue speechless as she considered whether to tell him about her innate level 20 soul power. After hesitating, Qian Rinxue chose to be honest. "In this world, you're not the only one with innate level 20 soul power." Tang Yin immediately understood that this beautiful sister before him also had innate level 20 soul power. It seemed that her cultivation speed was a bit slow, likely due to the influence of the hidden national theft plan. Following that, Tang Yin recalled the series of puzzling actions Qian Rinxue had when they interacted, and everything suddenly made sense. "Is this why you chose to use emotions as the bond to maintain our cooperative relationship? I feel a kinship with you. We should be a pair." Qian Rinxue's words were rational and serious, not sounding like a joke, as if it were only natural for Tang Yin to be with her. Tang Yin fell silent. To be honest, as someone extremely sentimental and indecisive about his feelings, he felt that mixing emotions into serious matters would affect his judgment and decisions. All right, feelings develop over time. Qian Rinxue didn't want to continue on this topic and changed the subject. "We are about to break through. How about we go together to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings next time?" Faced with Qian Rinxue's invitation, Tang Yin hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed. Once the conversation wrapped up, Tang Yin was about to stand up and leave when Qian Rinxue suddenly grabbed him. "How?" Before Tang Yin could ask, Qian Rinxue's head leaned in. Tang Yin's head was embraced by Qian Rinxue. This time, the assertive sister had no intention of letting him go like last time. But Tang Yin quickly realized that while Qian Rinxue wanted to take the initiative, she seemed inexperienced in kissing. In just a moment, the roles reversed. Qian Rinxue was soon lost in the kiss, her hormones making her slightly dazed, seemingly forgetting that she only intended to make up for the punishment from their earlier meeting. Qian Rinxue lay weakly in Tang Yin's embrace, breathing heavily. Even so, she still tried to act tough, saying this is the punishment I'm giving you. But don't think too much about it. Tang Yin held the golden-haired girl in his arms, gently inhaling the fragrance from her hair, feeling her softness against him. He didn't refute her, but followed her words. Then, thank you for the punishment, sister. Releasing Qian Rinxue, Tang Yin left the room. After losing Tang Yin's support, Qian Rinxue felt weak, but fortunately, he didn't notice. She quickly supported herself against the nearby table, and, once Tang Yin left the room, collapsed weakly to the floor. Chapter 109. Sunset Forest. On the way home, Tang Yin was still savoring the kiss they just shared. To be precise, this time was the true meaning of kissing Qian Rinxue. The last time was merely a fleeting encounter. No, I already have a girlfriend. Tang Yin thought of Zhu Zhuyan, recalling her gentle face, and felt a pang of guilt in his heart. He returned home with a heavy heart, and the lights in his room were already off. Tonight was a training night, so Tang Yin didn't disturb Zhu Zhuyan's rest, but went to a small, unoccupied room to cultivate. This room, less than 10 square meters, had been converted into a simple training space. As the Heaven and Earth Forge operated, Tang Yin began to break through the long-standing bottleneck, striving to reach level 50 in the coming days. Shortly after Tang Yin left, Qian Rinxue, feeling a bit guilty, tidied up the blanket that had gotten wet, and then had someone prepare hot water for a bath. It seemed that Qian Rinxue was quite hungry after not eating for a long time. To be safe, she restored the face of Xue Qinghe at this moment. The rising steam enveloped her in a haze, making her appear both real and illusory, just like her current state. Qian Rinxue submerged herself completely in the water, and the entire world became silent, her eyes filled with loneliness. She had never shown her true inner self in front of others, not even to the Tang Yin she believed would be in her next life. After coming out of the bath, Qian Rinxue returned to the secret room, seizing the time to cultivate, hoping to break through to level 60 as soon as possible. Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue broke through one after the other and agreed to meet at the north gate of Heaven-Do City to go to the Sunset Forest together. In the morning, many figures were already moving back and forth at the north gate of Heaven-Do City. Among the bustling crowd, Tang Yin quickly spotted Qian Rinxue's figure because she was too conspicuous. Surprisingly, Qian Rinxue had no disguise today. She was simply dressed very modestly, wrapped in a large black robe, with a blanket covering her golden long hair and stunning beauty. However, her aura still allowed Tang Yin to recognize her immediately. There were no guards around Qian Rinxue, clearly indicating that she did not intend to reveal her identity as the crown princess. Tang Yin knew this was not a place for idle chatter, and after confirming Qian Rinxue's identity, the two left Heaven-Do City and headed towards the Sunset Forest. After walking for over 10 miles, Tang Yin jokingly said, "Sister Xue, why are you showing your true face today?" Looking at Tang Yin's face, Qian Rinxue recalled the embarrassing incident from that night, and her tone became less friendly as she retorted, "Humph. What's the difference in front of you whether I disguise myself or not? Of course there's a difference. If Sister Xue disguises herself, only I can see her face." Tang Yin's obviously teasing remark left Qian Rinxue momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The aftermath of that kiss was indeed a bit overwhelming. For this soul ring hunting mission, Qian Rinxue did not bring along the titled Douluos, Xi Miao, and Ci Tan. As this was a two-person activity between her and Tang Yin, it wouldn't make sense to have a third wheel. Tang Yin only told Zhu Zhuyan and A Yin that he had an appointment to hunt for soul rings without mentioning who that person was. As a mother, A Yin did not ask, but simply told Tang Yin to activate the mark to inform her if he encountered danger. Zhu Zhuyan also did not inquire, but she felt a tinge of worry in her heart as she guessed who the person Tang Yin had an appointment with might be. "Little Yin, you wouldn't." The Sunset Forest is quite close to Heaven-Do City and can be said to be a place where soul masters hunt soul beasts near most cities centered around Heaven-Do City. Compared to the Star-Do Great Forest, the Sunset Forest not only differs significantly in size, but also in many other aspects. The Star-Do Great Forest is located in the central part of the continent and is the largest soul beast forest in that area. The Sunset Forest is situated further north, where the temperature is much lower. The two did not waste time and began to describe their needs for soul rings. Qian Rinxue said, "I need a light attribute soul beast with a cultivation level of about 40,000 years. Tang Yin also said, "I need a soul beast with a cultivation level of around 40,000 years, and the more unique its attribute, the better." After years of cultivation, Tang Yin's understanding of the Destiny Spear has become more focused on the spear itself, rather than its attributes. Obviously, the life attribute of destiny is the main characteristic of Tang Yin's martial soul, but as he delved deeper into the path of the spear, He began to care less about the attribute matching of the soul rings and more about the applicability of the soul skills provided by the soul beasts. The fourth soul ring, the Gale Dragon, is a very obvious example. You're only at the fifth soul ring. Can your body withstand the impact of a 40,000-year soul beast? Qian Rinxue was genuinely startled by Tang Yin's words, thinking she had misheard, and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Tang Yin did not explain further. Summoning his martial soul, the brown destiny appearing, with four soul rings of purple, 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 and black slowly rotating. Sister Xue, all my soul rings are absorbed beyond the limit. Qian Rinxue fell silent again. Tang Yin's words felt like a heavy blow, leaving her speechless. I see. Quickly put it away. After Qian Rinxue finished speaking, she walked ahead, ignoring Tang Yin. Tang Yin was also unsure of what he had done wrong and hurriedly followed, not surpassing Qian Rinxue, but trotting behind her. Qian Rinxue was inherently a proud person, with innate soul power of level 20. She had always believed she was at the pinnacle of the pyramid, looking down on all heroes. Even her own grandfather, the unparalleled Douluo, regarded her highly. However, after encountering Tang Yin, Qian Rinxue felt greatly impacted. Even her innate level 20 soul power seemed insignificant before Tang Yin. Qian Rinxue deliberately quickened her pace, wanting to shake off Tang Yin behind her, but Tang Yin also sped up to keep up. Seeing that she couldn't shake him off, Qian Rinxue intentionally stopped, and Tang Yin immediately halted, still standing behind her. Qian Rinxue looked at Tang Yin with a mix of anger and amusement. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of making me angry? I'm not a punching bag, and I don't get angry that easily. Let's go. All right. The two had already been in the Sunset Forest for half a day, and Tang Yin discovered that the number of soul beasts they encountered was similar to that in the Star Do Great Forest, but the quality was slightly inferior. Although they had encountered a few thousand-year level soul beasts, most were just above the 1,000-year mark. Since the soul rings they needed had a high age requirement, they needed to go deeper into the Sunset Forest. The further they went in, the lower the density of soul beasts became, but each soul beast's aura grew stronger. Relying on his keen perception ability, Tang Yin quickly realized that he and Qian Rinxue had entered the territory of a 10,000-year soul beast, and their auras had already been locked onto. Chapter 110, Crystal Glowing Hibiscus. Realizing they had been locked onto, Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue simultaneously stopped, lowering their auras, and both looked in the same direction. In the dim forest, a rustling sound came, and then a pair of hands covered with a thick layer of yellowish armor broke through the bushes, revealing a massive head. It was a rock-armored bear, standing a full 5 meters tall, with crimson eyes vigilantly staring at Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue, its enormous mouth letting out a continuous low growl, threatening the two intruders to leave its territory. After observing, Tang Yin noticed that there were bloodstains and meat scraps around the rock-armored bear's mouth and on its paws, with dark red blood dripping from its short, thick claws. Tang Yin speculated that the rock-armored bear had just been feeding and that he and Qian Rinxue had inadvertently intruded into its territory. The reason for its appearance here was merely to drive away intruders. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. If Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue were not strong enough, the rock-armored bear would not consider adding them to its meal. Its attack intent is not strong. We can just go around. After Tang Yin finished speaking, he pulled Qian Rinxue back slowly. Qian Rinxue was not reckless either. She knew that she should maintain her best condition before encountering a suitable soul beast. The two people and the beast were wary of each other. After creating enough distance, Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue felt a bit more at ease and bypassed the area to continue deeper. We have now entered the habitat of 10,000-year soul beasts. If we go a little further, we can start searching for soul beasts, Tang Yin said to Qian Rinxue beside him. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement with Tang Yin's suggestion. And after they ventured deeper into the Sunset Forest for over 10 miles, they slowed their pace. The surrounding forest environment had changed dramatically. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, making it nearly impossible for any light to penetrate. On such massive trees, hardly any bird calls or insect chirps could be heard, and moss covered the damp rocks, with a chilling wind blowing from an unknown source, making one feel uneasy. The outer area of the Sunset Forest had changed significantly due to the activities of many human soul masters, just like the outer area of the Stardew Forest. It was only here that one could see such a primitive forest landscape. But now is not the time to admire the scenery. After discussing it, Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue decided to separate to search for soul beasts, agreeing to meet back here in half an hour regardless of whether they had found any soul beasts. Walking alone in the depths of the Sunset Forest, Tang Yin activated his Xieji eye. In this dim environment, he was not affected at all. Rather, he observed more carefully. After walking over 1,000 meters, Tang Yin discovered traces of soul beasts. From the marks left behind, he could tell that it was a feline soul beast, and the lingering aura suggested that it was at least 10,000 years old. Clearing the dense bushes in front of him with fate, Tang Yin made a significant discovery. Before him was a flower pulsating with a bright white light, appearing like a small sun in this dark environment. The thicket he had cleared was so thick that hardly any light could shine through. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no soul beasts nearby, Tang Yin approached the little flower and examined it closely. As he got closer, a warm breeze greeted him, and just by sniffing the flower's fragrance, Tang Yin felt a surge of warmth flow through his body. Each petal of the little flower was composed of a white light screen. Upon closer inspection, he found that the petals were actually transparent. Not only the petals, but also the flower's center, receptacle, and stem were all transparent. Interestingly, this flower was not rooted in soil, but was attached to a small stone. The stone's material was indiscernible, and Tang Yin did not directly reach out to touch the flower. When he was young, he had studied pharmacology with Yang Wudi and read through the medicinal books treasured by the Pa family. He knew that when encountering uncertain spiritual flowers and herbs in the wild, one should not touch them with their hands. Aside from safety concerns, some herbs had extremely strict picking conditions, and they would wither shortly after coming into contact with a human, losing not only their spiritual essence, but also significantly diminishing their medicinal potency. Tang Yin began comparing the appearance of this flower with the images in his mind. Sunflower? No. Although sunflowers can also glow and the top-grade sunflowers have a white sheen, their bodies are light red. Moondew water hibiscus? Also not right. Its sheen isn't this bright. After ruling out several options, Tang Yin finally confirmed the name of the flower, crystal radiant flame hibiscus. Once he confirmed it, his eyes widened. He had never seen a crystal radiant flame hibiscus of such high quality. The reason he didn't recognize it right away was that the crystal body of the crystal radiant flame hibiscus rarely had such pure crystalline flower bodies. Near transparency. What a concept, perfect quality. Such a rare treasure. Yet Tang Yin immediately calmed down. He knew that treasures in the forest would be protected by powerful soul beasts, and he wouldn't think he was lucky enough to stumble upon a flower without an owner. Based on the flower's attributes, he could roughly guess that the soul beast guarding this flower was likely of the fire or light attribute. Thinking of this, Tang Yin's eyes lit up. After erasing the traces he left coming here, he slowly retreated to reunite with Qian Rinxue. Upon returning to the agreed-upon location, Tang Yin didn't wait long before encountering the returning Qian Rinxue. After seeing Tang Yin's hopeful expression, Qian Rinxue shook her head, indicating that she had not made any significant discoveries. Tang Yin smiled slightly. I have made some discoveries, but I can't confirm yet whether that soul beast is suitable for you. He then shared the details of the crystal radiant flame hibiscus and his speculation with Qian Rinxue. After listening, Qian Rinxue was also quite surprised. Her astonishment was not because Tang Yin had found a soul beast suitable for her, but rather she marveled at Tang Yin's extensive knowledge. She felt that she could not analyze so much information from a single herb, especially since she had no understanding of herbs at all. Growing up in a greenhouse, the herbs for her body conditioning were all prepared by specialists. She had no need to learn these things herself. If it were someone else who knew so much, Qian Rinxue would still look down on them because they were not on the same level. But Tang Yin was different. He was the kind of person Qian Rinxue recognized as being on the same level as her. Then let us set off quickly. Qian Rinxue didn't hesitate and proceeded with Tang Yin to the location of the crystal radiant flame hibiscus. Upon arriving, Tang Yin decided to hide first and confirm the type of soul beast before making a decision. In fact, this was unnecessary because regardless of whether the soul beast was suitable for Qian Rinxue, Tang Yin would attempt to seize the crystal radiant flame hibiscus. Sure enough, the crystal radiant flame hibiscus was guarded by a soul beast. The two had not been in the tree for long when a massive figure appeared in their line of sight. It was a white tiger, its body measuring about 3 meters long, with wings on its back. Its fur was as pure as the most pristine snow in winter, spotless and glowing softly, and its black stripes made it look like a giant insect. Every hair on its body seemed to contain the power of holy light. What was most unusual was its forehead, which bore a strange symbol shining with a faint glow, unlike the royal character markings found on ordinary tiger-type soul beasts. Holy light, white tiger. Qian Rinxue immediately recognized this soul beast. The Spirit Hall had a book that documented all soul beasts suitable for the absorption of the six-winged angel martial soul, which Qianren had studied. The Holy Light White Tiger was ranked quite highly among them. According to records from her family's ancestors, the Holy Light White Tiger could bestow a mental-type attack soul skill to the six-winged angel martial soul, making it very powerful and highly suitable as Qianren sixth soul ring. The Holy Light White Tiger had its sights set on the crystal radiant flame hibiscus. As the flower was about to mature, and if it could consume it, the Holy Light White Tiger was confident it could become the true king of the sunset forest. The Holy Light White Tiger was startled by Qianren sudden voice while checking on its beloved spiritual herb, immediately becoming alert to the presence of an intruder. Judging by its aura, this Holy Light White Tiger was over 40,000 years old, making it perfectly suitable as a sixth soul ring. Qianren directly summoned her six-winged angel martial soul, and a stunning angelic figure appeared behind her. The pure angel's six wings unfurled, and their dazzling light illuminated the entire forest. 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rose from beneath Qianren feet, and with a grasp of her right hand in the air, a holy sword constructed of holy light appeared in her grasp. "I'm going in," Qianren informed Tang Yin before the six-winged angelic figure flapped its wings, and her figure swiftly darted toward the Holy Light White Tiger. Tang Yin had initially planned to launch a surprise attack, but since he had already been exposed, there was no need for that anymore. He had never collaborated with Qianren and was not very familiar with her soul skills and fighting style. So Tang Yin did not act immediately. Instead, he decided to observe Qianren's combat methods from the sidelines, looking for weaknesses in the Sacred Light White Tiger's attacks to either strike or provide support. The six-winged angel martial soul was the inherited martial soul of the angel family that governed the Spirit Hall. Qianren's true identity was also self-evident, the young master of the angel family in the Spirit Hall. Tang Yin was speechless. Which genius had the idea of sending their young master to act as an undercover agent? The battle was intense. Qianren, wielding the holy sword, dove down, aiming to stab the Sacred Light White Tiger in the waist. The timing chosen by Qianren was quite good at that moment. The Sacred Light White Tiger was in a relatively narrow passage with very limited space to maneuver, making it a correct choice to ambush its vulnerable waist. The Sacred Light White Tiger did not dodge or evade the surprise attack, letting out a furious roar as its wings spread, enveloping its body in an invisible light shield. The Sword of Light in Qianren's hand was no ordinary object. Tang Yin could clearly see that when the sword was drawn, the 5th soul ring beneath Qianren's feet lit up. 5th soul skill, Holy Sword. A long sword formed from sacred fire, which could also serve as a handblade. It had extremely powerful attack capabilities and could enhance the purifying effect of its angelic soul power by 300%. When the Holy Sword made contact with the hastily formed light shield of the Sacred Light White Tiger, the soul power of the shield was directly dissolved by the purification effect of Qianren's 5th soul skill. Qianren did not reduce her speed. After piercing through the light barrier, she aimed for the waist. However, the Sacred Light White Tiger was a soul beast with over 40,000 years of cultivation, possessing vast combat experience. It did not expect its instant shield to withstand the attack from this human, and had hidden its counterattack beneath the light shield. After breaking through the light barrier, a powerful mental attack that could be seen rippling rushed towards Qianren's face. Qianren was prepared. The 1st soul skill activated instantly, and a sphere of light gathered in her left hand, creating a shield that enveloped her front. The mental attack from the tiger's roar was countered by the shield. The momentum of the holy sword decreased slightly, but it still left a wound on the back of the Sacred Light White Tiger, with the burning of the sacred fire gnawing at it like maggots, causing the Sacred Light White Tiger to let out a painful howl. The howl's accompanying mental attack was extremely powerful. Qianren did not dare to endure it and quickly retreated. Tang Yin, perched in the tree, seized the opportunity and, relying on the speed of his dragon break, dashed forward before the Sacred Light White Tiger could react, positioning himself in front of it. Bang! A loud explosion sounded as the massive body of the Sacred Light White Tiger was sent flying by Tang Yin, crashing hard into a massive tree trunk. The tree, with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters, emitted a sound of being unable to bear the burden and was actually broken by this force. The Sacred Light White Tiger quickly adjusted its posture, rising from the ground, its black eyes shimmering with white light as they fixed on the 2 humans before it. It contemplated whether to fight these 2 humans, sensing from the brief exchange that they were formidable opponents. Even if it could manage to take them down, it would sustain severe injuries. Qian Rengshu stared at the sacred light, white tiger with a grave expression, not expecting such a top-tier soul beast to be so difficult to deal with. Facing the tiger's roar, even with the head soul bone of the celestial god set absorbed, she felt a bit dazed mentally. She turned to glance at Tang Yin beside her, finding him unfazed, seemingly unaffected by the mental attack from the tiger, which piqued her curiosity. When she was pushed back, Tang Yin had charged forward directly, and at that time, the residual power of the tiger's roar was still present. Qian Rengshu thought there was no way Tang Yin had not been affected at all. This sacred light, white tiger's mental attacks were extremely difficult to defend against. You're not affected at all, right? Facing the sudden concern, Tang Yin continued to look at the sacred light, white tiger, explaining, my mental power is exceptionally strong. Its attack has little effect on me. Seeing that the sacred light, white tiger did not counterattack for a long time, Tang Yin felt something was off. It wouldn't want to run, would it? Tang Yin speculated, believing there was a high possibility. The sacred light, white tiger was very familiar with the surrounding environment. If it wanted to escape, Tang Yin had little confidence in being able to stop it. Without hesitation, Tang Yin directly dashed toward the position of the crystal radiant flame lotus. The sacred light, white tiger thought Tang Yin was going to attack it and prepared to flee. But upon realizing Tang Yin's target was not it, the tiger felt an ominous premonition. Tang Yin looked at the flower about to bloom, revealing a threatening smile in the direction of the sacred light, white tiger. If you run away, I will take this flower. Chapter 111. Sacred Light, White Tiger. The sacred light, white tiger realized that its intention to escape had been seen through and that the male human had grasped its weakness. Hesitating, it steadied its form, and with a roar directed at the heavens, its voice shook the surrounding mountains and forests. The majesty of the forest king continuously radiated from it, and the terrifying might of a 40,000-year-old beast made the expressions of Qian Rengshu and Tang Yin grow increasingly serious. The sacred light, white tiger was not planning to escape. These two humans in front of it would not easily let it go. Moreover, it would not give up an opportunity it had waited for who knows how long. If it missed this chance, it would not know when it could advance to a higher level. I will assist you. Tang Yin's voice came from behind Qian Rengshu, and, immediately, a seven-colored holy light enveloped Qian Rengshu's body. Within the brilliant light curtain, the six-winged angel became even more sacred. This was Tang Yin's second soul skill, seven-colored holy domain. Qian Rengshu felt a surge of power within her, and all her attributes received a comprehensive boost. At this moment, she truly realized the terrifying effects of Tang Yin's second soul skill. The sacred light, white tiger, however, felt completely different. The energy that was originally of the same origin did not grant it any enhancement, but instead forcefully suppressed the white light within its body. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Rengshu once again gripped the holy sword and charged at the sacred light, white tiger. This time, Qian Rengshu's speed increased further, and the holy sword made of divine fire traced a luminous arc in the air, filling the primordial forest with a scorching, sacred aura. Even under suppression, the sacred light, white tiger remained unafraid. Its front claws also erupted with white, sacred light, and the energy of its entire body attached to its claws as it spread its wings to meet Qian Rengshu's attack. The holy sword collided with the sacred light tiger's claws, and the brilliance was blinding. Qian Rengshu's momentum soared, and her fourth soul ring suddenly lit up. The phantom of the six-winged angel martial soul behind her placed its hands on its chest, shielding Qian Rengshu beneath its wings. Fourth soul skill, Angel's Praise. This single target enhancement skill could increase all of Qian Rengshu's attributes by 200% and also purify all negative effects on herself. The suppressed sacred light, white tiger gradually found itself at a disadvantage, its hind claws unable to bear the weight, sinking deeply into the soil and leaving two broken depressions. In such a disadvantaged situation, forcing a confrontation was not wise. The sacred light, white tiger quickly assessed the situation and decisively decided to retreat. A ball of holy light gathered in its mouth, aimed directly at the nearby Qian Rengshu. Just as Qian Rengshu was about to retreat, the pupils of the sacred light, white tiger's eyes suddenly constricted, and the sudden mental attack caused Qian Rengshu, who possessed the angelic divine suit skull, to also experience a brief moment of mental disorientation. The transformation happened too quickly. The offensive and defensive momentum shifted in an instant. The holy light, white tiger was about to succeed, and a sense of joy welled up in its heart. even if it couldn't kill the human in front of it. It could severely injure her and render her unable to fight. The light sphere charged up, and a beam of holy light shot towards Qian Rinxue's unguarded face. At the critical moment, Qian Rinxue's first soul skill was hastily formed. A golden light shield from Angel Assault blocked in front of her, and the immense force sent Qian Rinxue flying. She tried her best to stabilize her body, but the beam seemed to keep pounding against her light shield without any sign of weakening, making it difficult for her to control herself. The holy light white tiger, seeing that it hadn't achieved its goal of severely injuring Qian Rinxue, became anxious. It once again increased the energy output of the beam, which had originally been the size of a bowl, suddenly expanding to twice that size. Several green vines burst forth from the ground, tightly binding the holy light white tiger that was spewing the beam, with one vine also wrapping around its mouth. A strong arm supported Qian Rinxue from behind, and with a slight force, she felt her back pressed against a broad chest. Warmth and safety. That was how Qian Rinxue felt at that moment. Tang Yin had intervened, directly interrupting the holy light white tiger and helping Qian Rinxue stabilize her body. "Are you okay?" Tang Yin's gentle voice came from behind. Qian Rinxue shook her head, but her slightly labored breathing indicated that she was not in a good state. Having just used 3 soul skills in quick succession, her spirit had also been impacted by the holy light white tiger, resulting in significant physical and mental exhaustion. Tang Yin did not want to help Qian Rinxue out of a lack of willingness. It was just that he had been entangled with the tiger, making it difficult to intervene in their battle. Just considering the first soul skill, Divine Dragonwood, Tang Yin couldn't guarantee that Qian Rinxue wouldn't be affected while entangled with the holy light white tiger. "You rest for a bit. I'll handle it," he decided, sensing that Qian Rinxue was able to stand firm in his embrace. Qian Rinxue did not insist on being strong. She quietly watched Tang Yin's back, saying nothing. She wanted to see what Tang Yin's strength was really like. At this point, Divine Dragon would have been shaken off by the holy light white tiger. Seeing that its opponent had changed again, it restrained its aura considerably. Continuing to consume energy like this was not a solution. The holy light white tiger had to find a way to break the deadlock. A bold and risky plan formed in its mind. Tang Yin, holding destiny, wasted no time and directly unleashed his 4th soul skill, Rapid Dragon Break, with the plan in place. The holy light white tiger did not hesitate and faced Tang Yin's charge head-on. Having just observed the battle between Qian Rinxue and the holy light white tiger, Tang Yin made a rough estimate of the tiger's defensive capabilities and found that his attacks were hard to penetrate its defenses. The holy light white tiger had a layer of holy light protection on its fur. Qian Rinxue could easily cut through the tiger's skin due to the melting properties of her 5th soul skill, Sacred Sword. Therefore, Tang Yin only had that one move left. Rapid Dragon Break continuously struck the holy light white tiger's body, and the attack, which originally had no damage, felt almost like a carrot against the tiger. The holy light white tiger initially planned to feign an attack on Tang Yin and then pounce on Qian Rinxue, disrupting their attack rhythm, with the ultimate goal of swallowing the crystal radiant flame lotus. Although the crystal radiant flame lotus was not fully matured, and its effects would surely be inferior to those of a matured one, this was not the time to worry about such losses. Tang Yin did not directly attack the holy light white tiger, which forced it to temporarily change its plan and skip the first step. The clouds changed into dragons and the winds into tigers. Although the holy light white tiger was a mutated soul beast, it still possessed the characteristics of ordinary tiger-type soul beasts. It swiftly darted past Qian Rinxue's side towards the direction of the crystal radiant flame lotus. Qian Rinxue immediately sensed that something was wrong and wanted to stop it, but was already too late. At this moment, Tang Yin also stopped in his tracks. He turned around just in time to see the holy light white tiger open its mouth, about to swallow the crystal radiant flame lotus and complete its bloodline transformation. Chapter 112. Gratitude. At this moment, Tang Yin no longer held only destiny in his hand. The long-dormant dragon phoenix, Bao, was now gripped in his left hand, and the suddenly appearing scarlet light made Qian Rinxue look back in surprise. In her stunned gaze, Tang Yin placed his destiny on the scarlet Bao, and the eye that pierced through her disguise shone with bright white light. The holy light white tiger felt the sudden immense pressure from behind. At this critical moment, it could no longer afford to hesitate and was determined to swallow the crystal radiant flame lotus despite the risk of severe injury. How could Tang Yin let it succeed so easily? The accumulated mark of Rapid Dragon Break was activated by Tang Yin, forcibly holding the holy light white tiger's body in midair. As the bowstring was released, destiny, enveloped in unparalleled might, shot towards the holy light white tiger. Upon contact with the released destiny, the holy light white tiger's body flew back like a kite with a broken string, leaving a trail of dozens of meters on the ground before being brutally pinned down. Sister Shui, hurry and kill that tiger, Tang Yin quickly urged, as he could not control the power of this arrow. If he killed the holy light white tiger directly, all their efforts would be in vain. Upon hearing Tang Yin's voice, Qianren Shui snapped back to reality from her shock, hurriedly gripping the sacred sword and rushing towards the holy light white tiger. Tang Yin had still underestimated the holy light white tiger's defensive abilities. Even after enduring Tang Yin's strongest attack, it still had a breath left. Blood gushed from its wounds, staining its pure white fur, and a faint breath escaped from its nostrils, its gradually dimming eyes no longer showing the majesty of the forest king from earlier. Qianren Shui was not a kind-hearted person either. It was just a soul beast. With a swift motion, a pitch-black soul ring slowly floated out from the holy light white tiger's body. I will protect you. Tang Yin had already put away the dragon phoenix bow and walked towards Qianren Shui. Qianren Shui had many questions she wanted to ask Tang Yin, but this was not the time for such discussions. She silently nodded to Tang Yin and began to absorb her sixth soul ring. Tang Yin did not remain idle either. He approached the corpse of the holy light white tiger and waved his right hand, directly drawing the entire tiger corpse into the pale blue fate melting furnace. Tang Yin remembered something and shifted his gaze towards the crystal radiant flame lotus. Originally, he had planned to take it back as a gift for Yang Wudi, but after glancing at Qianren Shui, who was absorbing her soul ring, he ultimately decided to leave it for her. Tang Yin did not touch the crystal radiant flame lotus with his hands. Instead, he used destiny to lift it and placed it into the fate melting furnace. The flames of creation ignited, and brilliance flowed within the fate melting furnace. Tang Yin was replicating the unintentional method he had used 6 years ago to refine a soul bone from the holy light white tiger's body. The addition of the crystal radiant flame lotus to the furnace released a faint aroma, as almost all of the flesh and blood of the holy light white tiger was melted together. Half an hour later, the pale blue fate melting furnace's flames gradually extinguished, and a pair of white wings floated in the air. These wings were exactly the double wings of the holy light white tiger. However, after the addition of the crystal radiant flame lotus, its feathers seemed to have undergone some changes, with faint white flames burning on each feather. At this moment, the sky had already darkened, the temperature in the falling sun forest dropped sharply, and a bone-chilling wind blew in from nowhere, sending chills down one's spine. Tang Yin lit a bonfire around Qianren Shui. This was the territory of the holy light white tiger, and now that the holy light white tiger was dead, he no longer feared other spirit beasts attacking. Qianren Shui's absorption of the soul ring was going smoothly. It had already merged into her body. The abilities granted by her six-winged angel martial soul allowed her to absorb any soul ring without significant issues. This was the most prestigious divine martial soul on the continent. Even the powerful Haotian hammer could only slightly overshadow the might of the six-winged angel with the Haotian 9 absolutes and the great Sumeru hammer created by the legendary figure Tang Chun. Tang Yin had expended quite a bit of energy earlier, so he took out some rations from his storage soul guide and ate them with water from his flask. Although the texture was dry and hard, like chewing wax, the food made from flour, oil, salt, and a bit of spirit beast meat provided him with the energy he needed. He regretted not saving some tiger meat for barbecue. The meat from a 40,000-year-old holy light white tiger would have been incredibly delicious. After finishing the rations, Tang Yin took a large gulp of water and swallowed the remaining dry food. Qianren Shui's breath had stabilized, and Tang Yin knew there were no issues with her absorption of the sixth soul ring. When Qianren Shui opened her slightly closed eyes, before she could speak, the pair of wings hovering in the air seemed to sense a familiar aura and slowly floated to her back, attaching to both sides of her spine, starting to merge. Qianren Shui was cautious and began to stabilize her body to absorb the soul bone. With the enhancement from the soul ring absorption, the absorption of the compatible external soul bone went very smoothly, with almost no rejection. Just a quarter of an hour later, Qianren Shui opened her eyes again. She was about to ask something when Tang Yin spoke up. That was the external soul bone of the holy light white tiger. I added the properties of the crystal radiant flame lotus to it, and it merged with you automatically. External soul bone. Qianren Shui was shocked to hear this. She knew very well how precious external soul bones were. Tang Yin could have kept it for himself while she absorbed the soul ring, but he didn't. If Qian Rinxue knew that Tang Yin had already given away 2 external soul bones, she might not have been so surprised. What is your 6th soul skill? Tang Yin asked straightforwardly. In the world of soul masters, asking a soul master about their soul skills was considered very impolite, as each soul master's skills were their trump cards and not easily revealed. Of course, this excluded those in close relationships. Qian Rinxue didn't mind at all and directly told Tang Yin, "My 6th soul skill is called Angel's Roar, inheriting the powerful mental attack ability of the Holy Light White Tiger. When activated, it can transform soul power into a mental shock in an instant through a special conversion method of angelic soul power, launching a large-scale attack. Those who are attacked will experience a strong mental shock. If their mental power is less than half of mine, they will suffer soul fragmentation and die immediately. If the difference is within half, they will suffer mental damage. Don't underestimate this skill. Qian Rinxue's 4th soul skill provides a 200 boost to all attributes, including mental power. This means that anyone with mental power lower than hers would be directly killed through her 6th soul skill. Little brother, you've helped your sister so much. How should I thank you? The firelight illuminated Qian Rinxue's face, adding a hint of allure to her already stunning beauty. Hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Tang Yin recalled the kiss from not long ago, and his heart couldn't help but ripple. It was as if Qian Rinxue could see through Tang Yin's thoughts. She smiled charmingly and pulled him into her embrace, assertively like a man. Tang Yin felt like a little white rabbit about to be pampered, his expression a mix of nervousness, fear, and anticipation. Not wanting to disappoint Tang Yin, Qian Rinxue tilted his chin and kissed him directly. Chapter 113. After the recent defeat, Qian Rinxue took advantage of her identity as the prince of the Tiando Empire to remedy her urgent lack of certain knowledge. Of course, Qian Rinxue wouldn't do it herself. Only those she recognized could practice with her. So, during this time, 2 elegantly dressed girls in palace attire often came out of the prince's study with flushed faces. What happened inside remained a secret. After a long while, their lips parted. Tang Yin looked at Qian Rinxue, astonished. He truly didn't expect that today's Qian Rinxue was no longer the one who had been so flustered by a kiss before. 3 days apart, and you look different. A faint blush had appeared on Qian Rinxue's fair face, and her slightly shy gaze was even more enticing. Enchanted, her lips were slightly parted, her warm red lips glistening, and her rising chest indicated that her heart was not as calm as it seemed. Sister Xue, you're so beautiful. Tang Yin embraced Qian Rinxue, looking up at her perfect face from any angle. Qian Rinxue's heart fluttered slightly. She thoroughly enjoyed Tang Yin's praise. But she pretended to scoff and said, save your sweet talk for your girlfriend and your sister-in-law. Speaking of sister-in-law, the misunderstanding from that morning came to Tang Yin's mind, along with the unique scent belonging to Zhu Zhuqing. But now was not the time to think about that. Tang Yin had important matters to attend to. But Sister Xue is indeed very enchanting. Tang Yin gradually leaned closer, and the two closed the distance again. This time, Tang Yin became a bit restless. He wanted to see the softer side of this strong sister, so he needed to apply some pressure. Moreover, kissing such a beautiful woman made it hard for Tang Yin to restrain himself and his hands involuntarily. Unlike Zhu Zhiyun's large watermelon, Qian Rinxue's was at most a small apple, but it had its own charm. Just as Qian Rinxue was about to lose herself, an unexpected movement in front of her brought her back to reality. The small hand resting on Tang Yin's chest quickly pushed him away, her eyes wide open, with a hint of displeasure in her beautiful gaze. Tang Yin smiled awkwardly, but his expression quickly returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. By the way, Sister Xue, what skill did the external soul bone give you? Qian Rinxue stared at Tang Yin for a long time, mentally cursing him as a little pervert before she stopped dwelling on it. Her tone was icy as she revealed her external soul bone skill to Tang Yin. That pair of wings provides me with a skill called Eternal Burning Wings, which is a very powerful passive skill that not only significantly enhances my flying speed, but also allows the holy fire burning on my wings to reduce at least 20 of the damage from attacks against me. Furthermore, Qian Rinxue said, standing up and turning her back to Tang Yin, shedding her outer black robe, revealing her flawless white back to Tang Yin's eyes. A graceful curve like a masterpiece sculpted by God. The pair of sacred wings condensed from the inner side of her shoulder blades, with another pair of slightly smaller wings forming above and below them. Tang Yin understood that the external soul bone from the Holy Light White Tiger had already merged with Qian Rinxue's main wings of the six-winged angel. On the main wing behind Qian Rinxue, the holy white flames burn eternally, an invisible layer of energy protecting her within. When Tang Yin saw her back, she showed no shame at all. She had looked and touched. As you can see, the external soul bone has merged with my angelic wings, and the two have no effect on each other. Instead, they complement one another. Just as Qian Rinxue was about to turn around, she noticed that Tang Yin had already reached out towards her wings. No, after the six-winged angel possessed her. The wings were fused with Qian Rinxue's body, which meant that the wings connected to all her sensations. Moreover, the wings seemed to be a sensitive part of her. Tang Yin did not expect that the wings on Qian Rinxue's back felt unexpectedly good to the touch. It was not like touching feathers, but rather had a smoothness of skin. Hearing Qian Rinxue's soft moan, Tang Yin retracted his hand. Qian Rinxue struggled to calm the restlessness in her heart, pretending that nothing had happened. She was in a state of six-winged angel possession, retracted her wings, bent down to pick up the black robe on the ground, and put it back on, covering her beautiful figure. Then she sat to the side, silently gazing at the burning campfire. At this moment, only the crackling sound of the fire could be heard, occasionally accompanied by a gust of wind that made the flames flicker. Qian Rinxue truly did not expect that Tang Yin would touch her wings. Throughout her life, even her closest relatives had never touched her wings. Tang Yin also knew he had done something wrong. He did not expect Qian Rinxue to be so sensitive. After all, he had even grabbed Sister Zhu tail at that time. Wait, at that time, Sister Zhu. Tang Yin slapped his forehead, secretly scolding himself for being careless. The martial soul is a very important part of the human body, especially for possession-type martial souls. The body parts derived from the martial soul are very sensitive in daily life, just like the nether spirit cat. Tang Yin could not forget that iconic scene of waterfalls flowing down 3,000 feet. Similarly, the six-winged angel martial soul is the same. Sister Shui, I'm sorry. I offended you just now. Tang Yin spoke sincerely, genuinely apologizing to Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue felt complicated in her heart, but did not truly blame Tang Yin. She was about to open her mouth to forgive him, but then thought to herself that she couldn't let him off so easily. If she indulged him, she wouldn't know how he would bully her in the future. You go to sleep first. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night. Qian Rinxue's tone was cold, seemingly unwilling to mention the matter again. Tang Yin hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to leave. Seeing that Tang Yin had not left for a long time, Qian Rinxue's cold eyes narrowed slightly, seeming somewhat dissatisfied with him. Tang Yin seemed to have made up his mind, decisively stood up, squatted down in front of Qian Rinxue, and locked eyes with her cold gaze. Then, right in front of Qian Rinxue, he lightly pecked her lips. Tang Yin clearly saw a layer of blush appear on Qian Rinxue's cold face, with indifference and shyness. Two unrelated, even opposing expressions appearing simultaneously on her face. So she wasn't really angry. Tang Yin thought that Qian Rinxue looked incredibly cute like this. He pecked her again and smiled, saying, "Good night. I'll come and change with you later." The tent had already been set up, and upon hearing Tang Yin walk into the tent behind her, Qian Rinxue could no longer maintain her calm. She buried her little face between her knees, wrapping her arms around her round little legs so that no one could see her expression at that moment. How embarrassing. How could I not hold back? My plan to put Tang Yin in his place was stillborn before it even began. At this moment, the full moon hung high, casting a layer of silvery moonlight over the sunset forest, peaceful and serene. Of course, this is on the premise of ignoring the bloodshed and battles occurring in various corners of the sunset forest. The boy and girl were separated only by a layer of tent fabric. Chapter 114. The fifth soul ring. The night passed without incident. Tang Yin took over Qian Rinxue's watch in the latter half of the night. At dawn, the first ray of morning light pierced through the clouds, welcoming a new day in the sunset forest. The low temperature of the night and the ample moisture in the forest caused a thin layer of morning mist to rise, draping the entire primitive forest in a mysterious veil. At this time, the campfire had already extinguished, and the blue smoke mingled with the thin mist, making it indistinguishable. The faint mist was cold and humid, drifting with the gentle breeze. It was just before the sun had fully risen, the time when the mist was thickest. Tang Yin looked at the mist, wondering when it would completely dissipate. Qian Rinxue emerged from the tent, still a bit drowsy, clearly indicating that the rest during the night had not completely replenished her high consumption from the previous day. After a brief rest, Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue began searching for soul beasts again. Neither of them mentioned what happened last night, both tacitly agreeing to let it go. This time, finding a soul beast was not so easy. Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue wandered deep into the sunset forest for 3 to 5 days without finding a suitable soul beast for Tang Yin that met the age requirement. Just when they were considering the risk of going deeper, they finally made a discovery. By a lake surrounded by ancient trees, a soul beast that was 8 meters long, resembling a crocodile and covered in diamond-shaped transparent scales, came into view. Tang Yin immediately recognized this soul beast, the mirror beast. The mirror beast is a very rare special soul beast, and its ability to mirror copy is a coveted power for most. The miraculous characteristic of being able to mirror copy perfectly matched Tang Yin's idea for his 5th soul ring. This is it. After spotting the target, Tang Yin and Qian Renshua wasted no time and chose to launch a surprise attack. Unlike the wheel battle against the Holy Light White Tiger, after these days of fighting, Tang Yin and Qian Renshua could now perform simple coordination. Although they had not reached a level of perfect understanding, their synergy was already quite good. Qian Renshua took the lead, and with the enhancement of Tang Yin's 7-colored Holy Domain and the blessing of the Holy Light White Tiger's wings, her speed had reached a terrifying level. Tang Yin knew he would not be able to fully capture Qian Renshua's movements. Although he couldn't keep up with her speed, Tang Yin's soul skills had already been unleashed first. With his left hand clenched, countless vines erupted from the ground like dragons, directly binding the unsuspecting mirror beast. The brief control effect left the mirror beast unable to react before it met Qian Renshua's 5th soul skill, the sacred sword. The sacred sword sliced through the dragonwood's vines and struck the mirror beast's diamond-shaped scales, leaving a shallow wound. The mirror beast activated the defensive capabilities of its scales the moment it was ambushed. Even such a terrifying strike from Qian Renshua did not draw blood. Qian Renshua did not hold back. Once she got close, her recently acquired 6th soul ring lit up, and the phantom of the 6-winged angel martial soul opened its mouth, sending a wave of sound towards the mirror beast. Instantly, the mirror beast seemed to be struck by lightning, 2 streams of blood tears flowing from its eyes, and its originally fierce gaze became even more ferocious. The mirror beast began a counterattack. With a death roll, it broke free from all the vines. Enduring the excruciating pain of its spiritual sea shattering, it directly unleashed its ultimate skill, mirror copy. The mirror beast suddenly shone with a brilliant white light, its reflection shimmering on the lake's surface, showcasing the 8-meter-long figure of the mirror beast. A miraculous scene unfolded as the reflection in the water began to reverse, resembling another mirror beast stepping out of a mirror. Both mirror beasts simultaneously let out a roar to the sky, coordinating their attack towards the nearest Qian Renshua. At this moment, Tang Yin had arrived for support, using his fate to strike upward, causing a wooden dragon to break through the ground and knock one of the mirror beasts away. A miraculous scene occurred again. The other, unimpeded mirror beast also took to the air, mimicking the movements of the first one. However, it was merely an image of the same action. The enormous body displayed agility not typical of its size, stabilizing itself in midair, and, leveraging its dive, the mirror beast opened its massive jaws wide, attempting to swallow both Tang Yin and Qian Renshua whole. Tang Yin and Qian Renshua dared not confront it head-on and quickly retreated to a safe distance. Boom! The spot where they had just stood erupted with a cloud of dust, revealing 2 massive craters. The mirror beast crawled out of the craters and charged towards Tang Yin and Qian Renshua once more. They exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's intentions. Without dodging, they activated their soul skills to clash with the mirror beast. Each of them faced one mirror beast, engaging in a fierce struggle. After a moment, Tang Yin noticed something was off. When his 3rd soul skill, Ghostly Light 1,000 Shadows, struck the mirror beast before him, its previously shattered scales instantly restored. The same happened with Qian Renshua. The fist-shaped wound from Angel Strike quickly healed as well. Realizing something was amiss, the 2 quickly distanced themselves. Tang Yin activated his Xieji's eye, aiming to penetrate the mirror beast's mysterious abilities. This time, the mirror beast did not charge again, but instead lay low, wary of Tang Yin and Qian Renshua. Through the dynamic vision of Xieji's eye, Tang Yin discovered that the 2 mirror beasts in front of him were actually one real and one illusion, meaning that the mirror beast copies were not recognized as entities by Xieji's eye. Without hesitation, Tang Yin weighed the fate in his hand, aimed at the real mirror beast, and threw it out. At the same time, he activated his 3rd soul skill, causing the fate to break into thousands of shards during its flight, shooting towards the real mirror beast like a torrential rain. At that moment, a miraculous scene occurred. Tang Yin watched as the real mirror beast transformed into an illusion, while the previously illusory part turned into reality. Now he understood why his and Qian Renshua's attacks had been ineffective against it. Sister Shui, attack the one on the left quickly. Tang Yin instructed Qian Rinxue directly. She understood that Tang Yin had devised a plan and did not ask further. Executing his command instead, Qian Rinxue rushed towards the left mirror beast and, before getting close, unleashed an angel roar. This time, the mirror beast did not switch forms and took the full force of Qian Rinxue's sixth soul skill with its real body. At this moment, Tang Yin was confident of victory. Through observation, Tang Yin knew that the two mirror beasts were actually controlled by one brain, capable of freely switching between the real and the illusion, meaning that the damage inflicted on the illusion did not affect the real body. This explained why their previous attacks had no effect. Just moments ago, Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue's attacks came almost without pause. The mirror beast avoided Tang Yin's damage, but chose to endure Qian Rinxue's angel roar, indicating that the transition between the real and the illusion required time. Without hesitation, Tang Yin summoned the Dragon Phoenix bow, knocked an arrow, and awaited the right moment. Just as Qian Rinxue's sacred sword was about to strike the mirror beast hard, the mirror beast once again switched between real and illusion in Xieji's eye. Before it could counterattack, an arrow, accompanied by a whistling sound, ended its life. Tang Yin, about to advance to Soul King. Chapter 115. In the mirror beast's illusion vanished with the death of its real body, and the scales that had shone like jewels lost their luster. A pure energy flowed out from the mirror beast's body, coalescing in the air into a pitch-black soul ring. Tang Yin retracted his martial soul and walked towards the mirror beast. Qian Rinxue had dispelled her six-winged angel state and asked the question she had wanted to ask since yesterday. That bow just now. There was nothing to hide from Qian Rinxue. I have twin martial souls. That bow was my second martial soul. Although she had mentally prepared herself, hearing Tang Yin's confirmation still surprised Qian Rinxue. She mentally added a new entry to Tang Yin's profile. The more powerful Tang Yin became, the more satisfied Qian Rinxue felt. She enjoyed the strength of her other half, as it brought her unparalleled feelings of conquest, both psychologically and physically. He truly is the man I've set my sights on, Qian Rinxue thought, a look of admiration and satisfaction appearing on her face. Meanwhile, Tang Yin began absorbing his fifth soul ring. The mirror beast had not caught the right era. Had it been before Tang Yin decided to embark on a bloody and cruel path of change, it would have definitely survived. Moreover, not only would it have survived, but it might have even evolved into a divine beast, at the very least a 100,000-year soul beast. In a certain special space, the Tengu, the divine bamboo, and the Gale dragon watched in horror as the mirror beast was shot dead by Tang Yin, its deathly appearance frightening them greatly. At the same time, they were relieved that they had been targeted early and had invested in the original shares long ago. All they could do was mourn for the predecessors to come. Zishi glanced at Tang Yin, who was absorbing the soul ring, with a complex expression. She knew much more than the other three soul beasts. Without compassion, perhaps you won't suffer so much, Zishi murmured, her faint voice echoing in the space. The absorption of the soul ring went smoothly. Tang Yin's physical strength and mental resilience easily withstood the energy of the 40,000-year mirror beast. In just half an hour, Tang Yin completed the absorption of the soul ring. At the moment the absorption was complete, the specific information of the fifth soul skill appeared in his mind, and after carefully sensing it, Tang Yin's eyes brightened. His fifth soul skill was named Mirror Realm, perfectly inheriting all the characteristics of the mirror beast's mirroring ability. Tang Yin could use this mirroring ability to create a clone with 80% of his own capabilities, which would mimic the same actions as his real body and could also perform the transition between real and illusion. Of course, like the mirror beast, Tang Yin's transition had its limitations. Each transition had to be separated by a minute before it could be used again. Additionally, the mirroring could only withstand a limited amount of damage. If the accumulated damage reached a certain point, the mirror would shatter. Just now, if Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue had held on a bit longer in their battle against the mirror beast, the real body created by the mirror beast would have been destroyed. Even with its flaws, this fifth soul skill was undoubtedly a divine skill. Now, Tang Yin is confident in facing anyone below the soul saint level, including Qian Rinxue. The soul saint is a watershed in the cultivation of soul masters, and those with their martial souls manifested will experience a qualitative enhancement in all attributes. A newly advanced soul saint is enough to rival dozens of soul emperors with soul power reaching level 69. It would be a one-sided slaughter without any resistance. Of course, this is under the condition that there are no external aids. After sharing his fifth soul skill with Qian Rinxue, Tang Yin's gaze lingered on the corpse of the mirror beast, while Tang Yin was absorbing the soul ring. Qianrenxue searched through the mirror beast's body but found no soul bone, which left her feeling somewhat disappointed. Tang Yin glanced at Qianrenxue and directly used his life furnace to store the mirror beast's body and began refining it. Seeing Tang Yin perform something she had never witnessed before right in front of her, Qianrenxue became even more curious about him. Tang Yin was cross-legged, refining the mirror beast, and did not notice the expression on Qianrenxue's face at that moment. Qianrenxue stuck out her delicate little tongue and lightly licked her rosy upper lip, her face full of charm, a look even Tang Yin had never seen before. "Little brother, you're making me more and more curious." The refining time for the mirror beast was similar to that of the holy light white tiger. When the flames of creation in Tang Yin's life furnace extinguished, only half an hour had passed since he began. As the furnace lid opened, a diamond-shaped crystal appeared before them. Tang Yin reached out to take the crystal, and its purpose instantly surfaced in his mind. Its shape did not resemble a soul bone, and at that moment, Tang Yin understood its function. This item was a good attack-type weapon. After activating the crystal, it could replicate the same skill. As he spoke, Tang Yin demonstrated it for Qianrenxue, as he activated his first soul skill, Divine Dragonwood, while simultaneously activating the crystal. The originally singular phantom of the divine dragon miraculously transformed into two, appearing abruptly. Qianrenxue merely watched Tang Yin with little interest in the crystal. Tang Yin knew what Qianrenxue wanted to know and did not shy away from mentioning her use of heaven and earth as a furnace. Nor did he intend to hide anything from her. After briefly introducing the crystal to Qianrenxue, Tang Yin stopped elaborating, and Qianrenxue did not ask further. In a relationship between intelligent people, understanding how to maintain boundaries is essential, unless their soul-hunting journey this time could be considered a complete success. On their way back, they walked closely together, their arms occasionally brushing against each other. The temperature had risen, and they were not dressed heavily, under the loose black cloak. Qianrenxue wore only a backless long-sleeve dress, while Tang Yin was dressed in a simple brown outfit. The thin clothing could not withstand the transfer of warmth between them, and an ambiguous atmosphere began to rise. Qianrenxue felt a little anticipation. She had never walked hand in hand with anyone before, and she looked forward to Tang Yin holding her hand close to him, clasping it tightly in his palm. Tang Yin indeed did not disappoint Qianrenxue. He opened her palm and then intertwined their fingers, holding them tightly together. Qianrenxue stole a delighted glance at Tang Yin, who at that moment looked calm and was gazing ahead, as if nothing had happened. Behind them was the original tranquil forest, and the sky had once again plunged into darkness, as Tang Yin was estimating how much longer it would take to exit the setting sun forest. A painful roar echoed from a nearby mountain, shaking the forest. Chapter 116. The Poison Douluo. Tang Yin and Qianrenxue exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of seriousness on the other's face. Tang Yin was certain that the roar just now was definitely not emitted by a soul beast. It was a human voice. Just the sound of that painful wail held such power, and Tang Yin speculated that this person was at least a soul Douluo-level powerhouse, possibly even a title Douluo. From the direction of the sound, they could determine the approximate location of that powerful figure, which was only a few hundred meters away from them. Tang Yin thought that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall and felt it unnecessary to wade into this murky water, especially since he was not alone at the moment. "Let us go," Tang Yin said softly to Qianrenxue, although he was still curious about what could make such a strong figure emit such a painful wail. However, Qianrenxue furrowed her brow, as if pondering something. "This person's aura feels so familiar. I feel like I've seen them somewhere." Just as Qianrenxue was deep in thought, a faint metallic smell was carried by the mountain wind to them, and she suddenly realized, immediately recalling the identity of this person. "I remember now. That is why it felt so familiar." Qianrenxue's voice immediately caught Tang Yin's attention, and he did not ask, simply waiting for her to explain. "If I'm not mistaken, this person should be the Poison Douluo." Tang Yin was not familiar with this title Douluo and continued to wait for Qianrenxue's explanation. "The Poison Douluo has a beast martial soul, the Emerald Scale Serpent King, which possesses extremely strong toxicity. I once saw him at a banquet in the Heaven Do Empire, and the aura on him was exactly the same as the metallic smell we just detected." After hearing Qianrenxue's explanation, Tang Yin's heart sank. Indeed, it is a title Douluo. Seeing that Qianrenxue was still reluctant to leave and noticing her contemplative expression, Tang Yin quickly understood that she was weighing something. Seeing her distressed look, Tang Yin asked, "Do you have any thoughts?" Qian Rinxue hesitated for a moment before slowly expressing her worries. "You know, I infiltrated the Heaven Do Empire to seize power, and the prince wants to become emperor, so the current emperor, Shui Yi, must die. And this old man seems to be in good health. To complete the plan sooner, I poisoned him with a slow-acting toxin. Douluo Bo has received favors from the Heaven Do Empire as prince, Shui Xing, and has been staying in Heaven Do City for years, often appearing there. He has unpredictable poison skills, and I don't have full confidence that he won to discover that I poisoned Emperor Shui Yi. So in my plan, Douluo Bo is the only variable." Tang Yin understood Qian Rinxue's meaning. "You want to take this opportunity to eliminate this hidden danger?" "Yes." Qian Rinxue nodded. "Every title Daluo's strength is unfathomable, and you're not sure you can kill him directly now, yet you don't want to miss this opportunity, so you hesitated." Qian Rinxue stared blankly at Tang Yin, not expecting her thoughts to be so easily seen through. Now she felt quite regretful, regretting why she hadn't brought along Shi Miao or Si Aitan. "Do you know what Douluo Bo's temperament is like?" Qian Rinxue recalled her first impression of Douluo Bo when they met to gauge his character. His temper is a bit strange. I can't quite figure it out." After thinking for a long time, Qian Rinxue could not glean any useful information from Douluo Bo's cold face. "I know he has a granddaughter named Douluo Yin, who studies at the Heaven Do Royal Academy and has a close relationship with Yu Tianheng, a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Douluo Bo dotes on this only granddaughter." Combining Qian Rinxue's description, Tang Yin roughly guessed the character of this title Daluo named Douluo Bo. He is sentimental. Due to the grace of Prince Tiando, settling in Tiando is an expression of gratitude. Pampering his own granddaughter is out of familial affection. His eccentric temperament is understandable and should be somewhat related to his abilities. "I have a rough plan." Tang Yin speaks slowly, but he isn't completely confident. For safety's sake, Tang Yin is preparing to call for help. "Mom," Tang Yin quietly mutters. Far away in Tiando City, Yin is preparing to do something with her beloved Tang Hao when she suddenly hears her son's voice, immediately stopping in her tracks. "Xiao Yin, what's wrong?" Yin's gentle words give Tang Yin a bit more confidence. Meanwhile, Tang Hao watches Yin with eager eyes, not daring to ask or say anything. "Mom, can you contact Dad?" Yin glances at the pitiful Tang Hao and replies, "He's with me right now. There's a small situation here, and I might need him to come over." Small situation? Yin knows that Tang Yin is trying not to worry her. If it were truly a small situation, why would he need to find his father? Yin's tone becomes slightly worried. She doesn't ask for the reason but says, "Where are you now? I'll have your father come over." After sharing their location, Yin looks at Tang Hao, gently pats his face, and softly says, "How? Xiao Yin is in danger. You need to run an errand." After waiting for a long time, Tang Yin finally receives a reply from his mother, which puts his mind at ease. Qian Rinxue, who is waiting alongside him, doesn't ask why. She knows Tang Yin is worried about her. "All right, let's go take a look." With a full sense of assurance, Tang Yin holds Qian Rinxue's hand and walks into the forest. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, seeing his son flirting with another pretty girl, can't help but feel a bit resentful in comparison. After just handling matters concerning Tang San, Tang Hao finally has a few days of free time and can't wait to return to Tiando City. In the evening, when preparing to review the philosophy course How Protagonists Are Born with Yin, he is instead hurried to worry about another son. Even a titled Douluo faces the midlife crisis of a family man. Resentment aside, he still has to act because he senses the presence of another titled Douluo. Tang Hao doesn't want anything to happen to Tang Yin. Once they enter the forest, Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue feel the surrounding environment grow colder. This chill isn't due to the decrease in nighttime temperature, but rather the unique aura of that titled Douluo. As they get closer, the smell of blood becomes stronger. Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue pause beside a wooden cabin. Through the wide-open door, Tang Yin can clearly see a figure lying on the ground. This should be the title Douluo Bo. However, Tang Yin's gaze becomes increasingly peculiar. Isn't Douluo Bo skilled in poison? But why does he appear to be poisoned at this moment? Chapter 117. Treatment. Tang Yin realizes from a distance that this title Douluo, known for his poison, is indeed critically poisoned. For safety, Tang Yin doesn't recklessly approach Douluo Bo, but instead activates the Eye of the Xieji. The Eye of the Xieji's ability to discern allows Tang Yin to see whether Douluo Bo is truly unconscious. There is a significant difference in the breathing frequency, heartbeat, and the flow of meridians between a person in a coma and one who is awake. In Tang Yin's view, Douluo Bo's bodily functions are at their lowest level. If it weren't for that faint breath, Tang Yin would think he was already dead. Sister Shui, wait for me here. I'm going to take a look inside. Even after confirming Dugubo's condition, Tang Yin still wants Qianren Xue to stay outside, just in case. No, this is my matter. I can't let you take the risk. If it were the Qianren Xue from half a year ago, who had just met Tang Yin, she wouldn't have cared about his life or death. Instead, she would maximize her use of him. But in the past 6 months, the pure cooperative relationship between her and Tang Yin has unknowingly mixed with other feelings. Thus, she is unwilling to let Tang Yin take risks alone. Tang Yin understands Qianren Xue's personality. He won't force her to change her mind, as that would only annoy her. All right, I'll go in front. If there's any danger, you run. Don't worry about me. Qianren Xue remains silent, as if silently resisting, yet also silently agreeing. It seems that in this world, besides her grandfather, there are others who care about her. Tang Yin walks ahead, and Qianren Xue closely follows, slowly approaching Dugubo inside the cabin. The closer they get to Dugubo, the more Tang Yin feels the surrounding poisonous mist thickening, and a dark green gas seems to pervade the air. Tang Yin doesn't dare to resist. He won't underestimate the abilities of any title Douluo, even one on the brink of death. Summoning fate, Tang Yin directly activates its core of life, and a vast amount of life energy spreads out, enveloping both him and Qianren Xue. Under this green shroud, Qianren Xue feels her body become much lighter, and the inexplicable fatigue gradually dissipates. When Qianren Xue first smelled the aura emanating from Dugubo, she was already poisoned. However, the toxin in her body was very thin, so she didn't even notice it. As time passed, the toxin accumulated more and more, affecting her body and even causing symptoms of poisoning. While wrapped in Tang Yin's life energy, the toxin in her body is instantly purified. Naturally, Tang Yin won't be poisoned because any toxin has no effect on him. Not even the Yama tablet concocted in the original work. As they get closer, Tang Yin can clearly see Dugubo's appearance. This title Douluo is tall and slender, wearing a grayish-brown long robe, which is dusty and even worn in places, likely due to struggling from the poison. His hair and beard are green, and even his eyebrows are dark green, clearly symptoms of deep poisoning. At this moment, his eyes are tightly closed, his brow furrowed, and the numerous wrinkles on his forehead indicate he suffered great pain before falling unconscious. There are fine beads of sweat on his sunken cheeks, which dry in the wind, only to be replaced by new beads seeping from his skin. Tang Yin doesn't waste time and begins treating Dugubo. This is Tang Yin's plan, a risk-free gamble. By judging Dugubo's past deeds, Tang Yin deduces that he is likely a person deeply attached to relationships. Saving him should lead to him owing a favor afterward. After Dugubo awakens, if he directly attacks Tang Yin and Qianren Xue, his aura will instantly be locked onto by Tang Hao. Titled Douluo's, every level is a heaven-defying challenge, not to mention Tang Hao, who can easily overpower Dugubo. It's important to note that even the title Douluo, who is only a match for Tang Hao, can easily suppress Dugubo. Even if Tang Hao doesn't arrive in time, Yin will immediately act to block Dugubo's sudden attack. With this double insurance, it's basically a surefire deal. Tang Yin pierced the fate into Dugubo's chest and began to inject him with life energy. Qianren Xue did not understand why Tang Yin did this. She could see that Tang Yin was healing Dugubo. Although she had her doubts, she did not ask. Since Tang Yin had mentioned that he had a plan, she should unconditionally trust him. The rich life energy flowed into Dugubo's body, reactivating the functions that had gradually fallen silent within him. His previously weak pulse and heartbeat began to thump vigorously, and a layer of redness appeared on his pale, emaciated face. As more life energy entered Dugubo's body, a miraculous scene occurred. The originally dark green hair and beard lightened slightly. Tang Yin also held back a bit. He did not intend to completely heal Dugubo. His only goal now was to save his life. Tang Yin retracted the fate. The green healing light dissipated, and the wound in Dugubo's chest healed instantly. Now, all that was left to do was wait for Dugubo to awaken. He took Qianren Xue's small hand. Feeling a moist touch, Tang Yin looked at Qianren Xue in surprise, but found that her expression had not changed. So you were worried about me? Tang Yin thought to himself, not making it clear. He knew that his snow sister was someone who cared about her image. Yet, Tang Yin's heart still felt warm. After stepping out of the wooden house with Qianren Xue, the two sat at the gate, waiting for Dugubo to awaken. He won't wake up so soon. You should sleep for a while, Tang Yin said to Qianren Xue beside him. Qianren Xue was not pleased. You were the one busying about just now. I did nothing. If anyone should sleep, it's you. Tang Yin did not argue with Qian Renxue. He smiled slightly and complied with her wishes. All right, I'll sleep first. Saying this, Tang Yin rested his head on Qian Renxue's shoulder, inhaling the fresh fragrance from her body. Tang Yin's treatment of Douluo had also consumed a significant amount of energy. One should not underestimate the energy expenditure required to heal a titled Dalu. Soon, Qian Renxue heard Tang Yin's steady breathing beside her. After a while, she raised her other hand and gently caressed Tang Yin's face. What a fool. It's a good thing you met me, or you would have definitely been deceived by some other bad woman. By this time, the sky had turned gray, no longer as dark as the night. The moon hung in one corner of the sky, about to set. After a long wait, a refreshing long whistle came from inside the house, and both Tang Yin and Qian Renxue felt completely awake. Douluo had awakened. Chapter 118. Gratitude. Speaking of which, Douluo's injuries were somewhat related to Tang Yin. Half a year ago, the Douluo was beaten up by Tang Hao. Feeling resentful, he came to Tiando City to fight Douluo after completing his mission. Though it was called a fight, it was actually a one-sided crushing by Douluo. With a strong attack system against a control system, and possessing a soul power advantage, Douluo quickly gained the upper hand. Fortunately, Douluo only came to vent his frustrations and did not intend to kill. He stopped after a while. With Douluo's anger quelled, Douluo was left in a difficult situation. To escape, he absorbed a large amount of the snake venom from his green-scaled snake emperor's poison pill into his body, greatly increasing his strength in a short time, allowing him to barely escape from Douluo. After that battle, he was seriously injured and spent a long time in seclusion at his medicinal garden's ice and fire yin-yang eye to recover. However, his body still left hidden dangers. Douluo's martial soul was the highly poisonous green-scaled snake, an extremely powerful snake-type beast martial soul. But this martial soul had a significant flaw. The owner would gradually become poisoned as they cultivated, suffering from the toxins of the green-scaled snake martial soul. Some even died from being unable to withstand the poison of their martial soul. Douluo's son was one such case. Losing a son in middle age is a great pain for a father. This is also why he dotes on his granddaughter so much. Whenever it rains on cloudy days, Douluo would feel an itching sensation in his sides, which would gradually intensify, lasting for over an hour, occurring once during noon and once at midnight. Every deep night, around the third watch, he would feel a pinprick-like pain on the top of his head and the soles of his feet, with his entire body cramping for at least half an hour. But this time, the snake poison in Douluo flared up very suddenly and was more intense than ever before. The poison in the poison pill clung to him like maggots, making him wish for death. If it weren't for his concern for his granddaughter Douluo, fearing that she would be bullied without him as a support, he might have already passed away. Douluo thought he would not survive this time, but unexpectedly, he came back to life. It seems that heaven does not want to collect my old bones just yet. Before he could rise, with the keen perception of a tidal Dalu, he sensed that there were others nearby. Douluo immediately became alert, first ruling out his granddaughter Douluo, whose aura he was all too familiar with and could not mistake. With his messy green hair, Douluo sat up and saw Tang Yin and Qian Renxue right at the door. Senior, you're awake. Facing Douluo's cold, piercing gaze, Tang Yin remained calm and composed. Douluo warily scanned Tang Yin and Qian Renxue. From his soul power fluctuations and their ages, Douluo could tell that Tang Yin and Qian Renxue were exceptionally talented. He lingered his gaze on Qian Renxue for a long time before returning to Tang Yin. Who are you? How did you end up here? After careful consideration, Douluo decided to clarify their identities first and did not choose to act rashly. Senior, we came to the Sunset Forest to obtain soul rings. Last night, we passed by here and discovered that you were severely poisoned and on the brink of death. I intervened to help you detoxify. Tang Yin briefly explained last night's events to Douluo. After hearing Tang Yin's words, Douluo carefully checked his body. Indeed, the poison within him was suppressed by an external energy. That energy did not dissolve the snake poison in his body, but rather formed a thin protective layer, isolating his flesh from the poison. Such a miraculous scene surprised Douluo. How did you do this? Senior, this is the healing effect of my martial soul. Tang Yin replied. The toxins in your body have accumulated for many years and have already fused with your body. I merely suppressed the toxins, not completely cured them. Tang Yin's words did not receive a positive response from Douluo. His gaze grew colder, and his green pupils fixed intently on Tang Yin and Qian Renxue. Under the scrutiny of a tidal Dalu, Tang Yin and Qian Renxue felt their bodies stiffen, even their breathing slowed, as if they were being choked by the throat of fate. But soon, this this suffocating sensation disappeared. Ha! Douluo chuckled self-deprecatingly. I have lived for 78 years. Cultivating for over 70 years, and consider myself the best in toxic arts. I never expected that one day I would fall victim to my own poison. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin and Qianrenxue were left in silence. Douluo regained his composure. Kid, you two waiting here for me to wake up shouldn't be out of concern for my safety, right? Senior, you have good insight. Tang Yin spoke frankly. Could you tell me your esteemed title? Douluo, the title is poison. Douluo Senior, I would like to make a deal with you. Tang Yin got straight to the point. Oh, what kind of deal? Douluo became interested. Douluo knew that these two had been aware of his identity before. The lack of any change in their expressions upon hearing his name was enough to show that. Knowing his identity and still waiting here for him to wake up must mean they had some kind of support. As a titled Douluo, Douluo was certainly not a fool. Fools had already died on the path to becoming a titled Douluo. Before we discuss the deal, let us talk about something else first. Tang Yin decided to take advantage of the titled Douluo's goodwill. Douluo Senior, you were in critical condition last night, and the resources I expended to save you were not small. At this point, Tang Yin's tone slowed, waiting for Douluo's response. That's natural. Douluo had always acted according to his preferences, but he was also a very loyal person. Knowing that Tang Yin had saved him, he would not be stingy. I have a medicinal garden with some herbs that have good medicinal effects. Although their value does not compare to your life-saving grace, they're still rare treasures. In addition, I can agree to do 3 things for you that do not violate my will. Huh, that's it? Qianrenxue felt a bit dazed after hearing Douluo's response. Qianrenxue certainly knew that Douluo did not have a deep connection with the royal family of the Tiando Empire. Every bit of favor from Prince Xuexing was worth less than a fraction. Now, with Tang Yin's relationship, Qianrenxue's plans had gained significant assurance. Tang Yin also did not expect Douluo to be so generous. He initially planned to exchange a complete treatment for a promise that Douluo would not interfere with the Tiando royal succession, but unexpectedly, he agreed right away. However, this saved some trouble. Chapter 119. The Eye of Ice and Fire looking at the somewhat astonished expressions of Tang Yin and Qianrenxue. Douluo stood with his hands behind his back, tilting his head at a 30-degree angle, exuding the air of a senior expert. If Tang Yin had not seen Douluo's tragic state last night, he might have already bowed in respect. The deal is not urgent. I will first take you to a place to complete the first thing I promised you. Just right. Tang Yin did not yet know what to trade with Douluo. So he replied, then, thank you, Douluo Senior. Kid, you better keep up. After saying that, Douluo no longer paid attention to Tang Yin and walked straight towards the mountaintop. Tang Yin and Qianrenxue exchanged glances, slightly nodded at her, and then followed. This was a mountain about 500 to 600 meters high, and Douluo's residence was located halfway up the mountain, still quite a distance from the peak. Douluo moved quickly ahead. The rugged mountain path seemed flat under his feet. His steps were slow, but each stride covered dozens of meters. Upon closer observation, it was not hard to see that each of Douluo's steps was of equal distance. To Tang Yin, it seemed as if Douluo's body was rising vertically. Tang Yin did not use his martial soul. Relying on his physical speed, he could barely keep up with Douluo. Qianrenxue's soul power was 10 levels higher than Tang Yin's, and her physical strength was slightly superior as well. This was also the reason why Tang Yin was always at a disadvantage during their sparring. He could only rely on his exceptional skills to win by being agile. Douluo was surprised. He had thought these two young people would need to rely on their martial souls to keep up with him, but he did not expect them to follow him just with their physical bodies. Soon, under Douluo's lead, Tang Yin and Qianrenxue reached the mountaintop. Tang Yin then discovered the mysterious nature of this mountain. The mountain beneath his feet turned out to be hollow. What lay before him was a cone-shaped valley, surrounded by rocky woods. A mist rose from the valley, and Tang Yin could feel 2 completely opposite auras of cold and heat within it. Cold spring and hot spring? Tang Yin's confusion attracted Douluo's attention. Good kid, you're quite perceptive. Douluo praised, indeed, my medicinal garden is down there, and there is a cold spring and a hot spring. Douluo's words piqued Tang Yin's interest. He was even more curious about Douluo's medicinal garden now. Come down. Douluo leaped directly into the unknown depth of the cliff. Tang Yin looked at the bottomless abyss, unable to gauge how deep it was. Beside him, Qianrenxue smiled charmingly, and the wings of the holy light white tiger quietly unfolded behind her. She opened her arms and patted. Hold on tight to your sister. I'll take you down. Tang Yin's face flushed, unsure if it was from shyness or the warmth of the steam. Such a fuss. Qianrenxue muttered. directly scooping him up by the back of his knees with one hand and wrapping her other arm around his back, lifting Tang Yin in a princess carry. Tang Yin and Qian Renxue were not far apart in height. Even being held like this by Qian Renxue felt quite appropriate. However, being held this way made Tang Yin feel like he was a little pet of this older sister. Without waiting for Tang Yin to prepare, she flapped her wings and flew down towards the valley. Just as they took off, the rapid descent almost made Tang Yin feel like he was going to be thrown off, and he hurriedly wrapped his arms around Qian Renxue's neck, his head unconsciously pressing against her fair neck. If the genders were swapped, it would surely be a beautiful and romantic scene. As Douluo landed, he immediately saw Tang Yin being held by Qian Renxue. Their unusual position attracted Douluo's peculiar gaze. Tang Yin couldn't stand Douluo's look and quickly got down from Qian Renxue. He had intended to come down himself, but unexpectedly, Qian Renxue had forcibly carried him down without waiting for his agreement. However, the domineering sister, Tang Yin, seemed to have developed a liking for this version of Qian Renxue. Thinking of this, a face of a girl he had only seen once suddenly appeared in Tang Yin's mind. I'm really doomed. Tang Yin guset in wali, ignoring that striking figure, and began to survey the surrounding environment. Though feeling awkward inside, Tang Yin still put on a carefree demeanor, as if the embarrassing person just now was not himself. Tang Yin's gaze fell directly on the hot spring in the center of the valley. Douluo had indeed not lied to him. His medicinal garden had both a cold spring and a hot spring. But what surprised him was that the spring water in the valley did not match his expectations. The hot spring was not large, but it was divided into two sections. In the oval water pool, the colors of the hot spring water were actually milky white and vermilion. Even more strangely, although they were in the same pool, they remained clearly distinct, not encroaching on each other, consistently maintaining their respective sides. And the cold and hot sensations Tang Yin felt at the mountaintop were emitted from this spring. Yin and Yang coexist. Tang Yin immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this hot spring. Tang Yin didn't know what the three great treasure bowls were, nor did he understand the concept of the ice and fire duality eye. However, he knew that the hot spring and cold spring blended together here, and the two completely opposite attributes did not repel each other. Rather, they were intertwined, which was precisely the yin-yang duality described in heaven and earth as a furnace. Everything in the world has both yin and yang aspects, and heaven and earth as a furnace is about seizing the creation of heaven and earth, using yin and yang as carbon to temper oneself. Tang Yin didn't care whether activating the Xieji I would expose him. He directly activated it. Everything around him changed. All colors faded away, and the world appeared in its most original form before Tang Yin's eyes. To his astonishment, he discovered that the spiritual energy in this medicinal garden was shockingly rich, and that overwhelming life energy was even stronger than his current martial soul's fate. Tracing back to its source, Tang Yin quickly focused his gaze on the ice and fire duality eye. Indeed, all the energy was emanating from the ice and fire duality eye. This spring of yin-yang duality was peculiar. Tang Yin's gaze fell deeper into the ice and fire duality eye, continuously probing. 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Eventually, Tang Yin lost track of how deep he had gone. Even with the Xieji eye activated, he felt a heavy burden on his eyes. When his gaze reached its limit, the secrets of the ice and fire duality were finally fully revealed to him. Oh my, what did he see? Dragon corpses. Not just dragon bones. 2 sets of dragon bones over hundreds of meters long lay silent at the bottom of the spring. The dragon bones emitted a red and blue fluorescence, shining brightly in the unfathomable black abyss. Tang Yin couldn't imagine how powerful they had been in life, because even after who knows how many years had passed, the residual energy in their bones was enough to create such a treasure land. Chapter 120. The Spring of Chaos. The residual might of the dragon bones made Tang Yin hesitate to look directly at them. After calming his shock, he withdrew his gaze. When a vision extended by the Xieji eye faded, at the bottom of the silent ice and fire duality eye, 2 groups of energy, one red and one blue, floated out from the dragon bones. That human just saw us, right? Yes, but your description is problematic. I sense the bloodline aura of a soul beast from him. Hey, let's not talk about useless things. My remnant soul won't last long. In a few years, my memories will completely dissipate. I feel the same. I don't know if I'll get to see Lord Dragon God again before I completely vanish. After their conversation ended, the bottom of the ice and fire duality, I fell silent once more. As his vision returned to his own body, the immense consumption caused Tang Yin to stumble. Qian Renxue hurriedly supported him. Xiao Yin, what's wrong? Qian Rixue had noticed Tang Yin's condition the moment he activated the Xieji Eye, but she didn't ask. It's nothing. Tang Yin's pale face regained some color. And after steadying himself, he said, I just overexerted myself a bit. I'll be fine after a moment. Douluo seemed oblivious to Tang Yin's state. After entering the ice and fire duality eye, he was using the energy within to stabilize the toxins in his body. Years ago, troubled by snake venom, Douluo had found this treasure land in the Sunset Forest, using the ice and fire duality eye's properties to counteract the poison and barely survive. Later, he even broke through to the title Douluo level thanks to this treasure land. One could say that the ice and fire duality eye had made Douluo who he was today. The life energy of fate helped Douluo suppress most of the snake venom, and after only a moment, he stabilized the toxins in his body. This time, he estimated that the snake venom wouldn't act up again for another 2 or 3 months. Kid, there are plenty of herbs here. Take whatever you like. Just leave some seeds. Also, I must warn you, there are some herbs I don't recognize, and I don't know if they are poisonous. Lastly, don't go near that spring. 1,000-year-old beast once fell into it, and its bones are gone. After advising Douluo, he ignored Tang Yin and walked straight out of the valley. After Douluo left, Tang Yin didn't pay him any mind and directly headed towards the ice and fire duality eye. Xiao Yin don't. Qian Rixue grabbed Tang Yin, worried. Didn't Douluo just say not to go near that spring? Tang Yin gave Qian Rixue a confident smile. Trust me, Sister Shui, it's not dangerous. Under Qian Rinchue's worried gaze, Tang Yin reached the shore of the ice and fire duality eye. Standing at the center where the 2 springs converged, Tang Yin could clearly feel the scorching heat of the red spring and the chilling cold of the white spring. His gaze fell on the boundary where the red and white met. At the center of the ice and fire duality eye, the originally distinct yin and yang springs had surprisingly blended together. From the surface of the water, one couldn't tell. Tang Yin had only seen it clearly by using the Xieji Eye, the spring of chaos, when Tang Yin was very young. Old Turtle had explained this miraculous phenomenon of yin-yang duality to him. Old Turtle had also told him that there are absolutely no perfect yin-yang dualities in the world. At the boundary where yin and yang meet, there's a high probability of slight imbalance occurring, thus producing a peculiar item with chaotic attributes. Items with chaotic attributes can turn decay into the miraculous. Tang Yin clearly remembered the example Old Turtle had given at that time, reviving his mother. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Tang Yin transformed his life furnace into a large water tank and scooped up the chaotic spring water. Indeed, after separating from the red-hot spring and the white-cold spring, the water in his life furnace took on a dark silver color, as if all colors were intertwined, presenting a peculiar spectacle of about to separate. Tang Yin felt an instinctive urge rising within him, wanting to consume this chaotic spring water. His right hand grew warm, and fate appeared on its own, wanting to fly directly towards Tang Yin's life furnace. Fortunately, Tang Yin caught it in time, otherwise, fate would have swallowed the spring water directly. After suppressing that instinct, Tang Yin directly activated the power of the mark, and in an instant, a yin appeared by Tang Yin's side from Tiando City. Qian Rixue was startled to see another person beside Tang Yin and nearly attacked Yin out of fear. Tang Yin hurriedly explained, Sister Shui, calm down, calm down. It's just my mom. Huh. Qian Rixue, who had summoned her martial soul, was a bit flustered upon hearing Tang Yin's words, quickly retracting her martial soul. She was so nervous that she began to babble. Annie, I'm sorry, Yin also noticed Qian Rixue. At first glance, she recognized the extraordinary relationship between Qian Rixue and her son. Yin didn't care about Tang Yin's flirtatiousness. She only hoped that he wouldn't dwell on that painful moment again. Of course, one shouldn't force girls. Upon seeing Qian Rinchue's martial soul, a Yin's gaze sharpened. How could she not recognize the 6-winged angel martial soul? A Yin guessed that this girl was intricately connected to the Qian family of the Spear Hall, and she also estimated that Tang Yin must know this girl's identity as well. Sigh. Yin sighed inwardly. She didn't want the grievances of the previous generation to be passed down, as that would only lead to tragedy. Yin smiled gently. It's okay, Xiaoyin. Aren't you going to introduce me? Oh, Mom, this is Qian Rinxue. After hurriedly introducing herself, Tang Yin scolded herself inwardly for forgetting the grudge between her mother and the Spirit Hall. Xiao Xue, hello, I'm Xiaoyin's mother. Thank you for taking care of Xiaoyin these days. A Yin's tone was very gentle, as if she genuinely regarded Qian Rinxue as Tang Yin's girlfriend. Hearing her beloved's mother say this, the strong-willed Qian Rinxue shyly lowered her head and said, No, it's Xiaoyin who has been taking care of me. All right. Tang Yin quickly pulled a Yin's attention back, estimating that if he continued to ask, the image he had built of his sister Shui in his heart would completely collapse. Mom, I brought you here because there is something very important I need to tell you. Seeing Tang Yin's suddenly serious expression, a Yin's face also became very serious. Xiaoyin, what is it? Tang Yin raised his hand, pointing to the life furnace floating in the air, and slowly spoke a sentence. Each word made a Yin's heart tremble. Mom, you could be completely resurrected now. This statement shocked not only Yin, but also Qian Rinxue beside her. Resurrected? Does that mean? Chapter 121. Resurrecting Yin. Qian Rinxue truly could not believe that the Yin before her was not a living person, or more accurately, not a fully living person. Xiaoyin's mother, how could? Qian Rinxue thought to herself. Her understanding of Tang Yin was limited to her father having a grudge with Tang Yin's father, which led to a fight, resulting in her father being severely injured and ultimately dying. Considering a Yin's current state, Qian Rinxue felt that something was off, and there were many secrets she did not know. It seemed that once she returned, she would need to investigate thoroughly. Yin quickly regained her composure from the shock and looked at Tang Yin with some concern. She remembered that old turtle once mentioned that she needed to wait until Xiaoyin had a preliminary grasp of his fate martial soul to be fully resurrected. And that preliminary grasp required at least reaching the soul sage level. But she knew her son never did anything without assurance, so she asked, Xiaoyin, did you discover something? Tang Yin smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Mom. I'm absolutely confident that I can resurrect you without harming my own body. How could Tang Yin not see the worries in a Yin's heart? What he needed to do now was to soothe his mother's emotions, ensuring that nothing went wrong later. Moreover, with the chaos spring present, Tang Yin was not afraid of any accidents. Mom, please shift to a spiritual state. Tang Yin did not waste any time and prepared to directly start a Yin's resurrection ceremony. He turned back to Qian Rinxue and said, Sister Shui, you should stay a bit further away. I'm afraid it might affect you. Tang Yin did not know how much commotion a Yin's resurrection would cause, and he was worried that Qian Rinxue might get hurt, which would be a bit unfair. After hearing Tang Yin's words, Yin did not hesitate and transformed into a spiritual state, as she had absolute trust in Tang Yin. A Yin's originally solid body instantly became illusory, and the 100,000-year-old right leg bone of the blue silver emperor was about to fall to the ground due to losing its restraint. But Tang Yin used his soul power to support it. Tang Yin closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his entire demeanor changed. Even Yin, who had been with him for many years, had never seen him so serious. The 100,000-year-old right leg bone of the blue silver emperor was directly placed into the life furnace. Inside the furnace, the originally calm chaos spring boiled the moment it came into contact with the soul bone. The creative force within the chaos spring instinctively activated, and a vast amount of energy almost solidified into visible dark gray mist, constantly spewing from the furnace. Tang Yin formed hand seals, controlling the life furnace while also injecting the life energy from fate into the furnace. The purest life energy in the world blended with the almost law-formed chaos spring, and its effects were far more complex than simple addition. Yin floated in the air, quietly watching the dazzling scene before her, and couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought. The life laws she had comprehended for many years were now right before her eyes. Yin had never observed the evolution of laws so closely, nor had she even thought about it. It was like someone who had never seen the color red could not describe what red is. A being in three-dimensional space could not imagine the mysteries of four-dimensional space. The miracle was not over. As life energy continuously poured in, Tang Yin was now surrounded by a sea of green. This was not the kind of green poison mist that Douluo had, but solidified life energy. After a quarter of an hour, when Tang Yin felt that the life energy within him was almost exhausted, he did not push himself and directly stopped the input of life energy, then operated the life furnace to refine it. Feeling that the timing was right, Tang Yin opened the furnace lid and said to Yin, Mom, empty your consciousness and enter the furnace. At this moment, the life furnace was filled with swirling mist, seemingly emitting light and brilliance. What immense energy it was. After a Yin's spiritual body entered the furnace, all commotion quieted down, followed by an even more violent explosion. Countless blue-silver vines burst forth, and a dazzling golden blue-silver grass, or rather, the blue-silver emperor, as this belonged to the ruler's gold. The blue-silver emperor was unafraid of water and fire, remaining unaffected above the dual springs of yin and yang, wrapping Tang Yin's life furnace within, leaving only a beam of colorful radiance shooting straight into the sky. At the mountain top, Douluo sat alone, enjoying the mountain breeze and admiring a view he had seen countless times. He left the ice and fire yin-yang simply to avoid making Tang Yin and Qianrenxue too cautious. Douluo had previously considered the idea of directly eliminating Tang Yin and Qianrenxue, but he did not go through with it. People say Douluo acts strangely and has an eccentric personality, but they do not know that he is also sentimental, loyal, honest, and trustworthy. I wonder what those two little brats have done to my herb garden, Douluo muttered. As for the safety of Tang Yin and Qianrenxue, it was not within his considerations. He had already made the dangers clear. If they died in there, it would not be his responsibility. Taking out his brewed medicinal wine, Douluo just tilted his head to take a sip when a beam of light shot into the sky from the valley. The sudden change almost causing him to choke on the medicinal wine. If he were to die in such a bizarre manner, Douluo would probably never escape the title of the weakest title Douluo. Douluo hurriedly stood up just as he was about to go down a check. A figure faster than him leaped directly. The speed was so fast that even Douluo did not catch a glimpse of the person's appearance, only seeing that they held a black hammer. Just as Douluo was about to go down, he suddenly remembered something, and his entire body froze in place. The person who had just jumped down was definitely not a coincidence, but had been lurking nearby without him noticing at all. Thinking deeply, Douluo was already covered in cold sweat. He was not a fool and quickly realized that the person must be related to Tang Yin and Qianrenxue. Fortunately, he did not act rashly. That little brat was hiding deep enough. Douluo felt a wave of fear, but was also relieved that he had not acted impulsively. Indeed, caution brings safety for a lifetime. With such a big commotion, they must be worried about the safety of those two little brats. After hesitating for a moment, Douluo still entered the ice and fire yin-yang eye. After all, this was his medicinal garden. The shadow was Tang Hao. When he saw that only Douluo had come out, he didn't rush to take action because he hadn't received a distress signal from Yin. However, with the sudden beam of light and Douluo's reaction, Tang Hao immediately realized that something unexpected had happened inside that even Douluo hadn't anticipated. At this moment, Tang Hao couldn't care less and directly entered the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The height of the ice and fire yin-yang eye was nothing to a tidal Douluo capable of walking through the void. Upon entering, he saw the source of the light. Chapter 122. I only have you left the familiar blue-silver emperor, the familiar aura. Tang Hao immediately understood that within the sphere enveloped by the blue-silver emperor was Yin. The Tang Yin he was worried about was standing in front of that sphere, seemingly waiting for something. Douluo also came down, and, just as he wanted to approach, he was stopped by the Haotian hammer that Tang Hao raised in his right hand. Don't go over. Douluo then saw the appearance of this large hammer. As a title Douluo, how could he not recognize the Haotian hammer? Before he became famous, it was during the era led by Tang Chun, and the fame of the Haotian hammer resonated throughout the continent. The Haotian hammer. Douluo's pupils constricted slightly, and he looked at Tang Hao's back with some trepidation. Although he felt dissatisfied in his heart, he didn't dare to act recklessly and stayed behind Tang Hao. Douluo was guessing the identity of the person in front of him, and it wasn't hard to guess Tang Hao's identity. Title, Haotian Hammer Martial Soul. A name emerged in Douluo's mind. The contemporary Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. After confirming Tang Hao's identity, Douluo dared not act recklessly. He didn't know what had happened back then, but the death of the former pope was enough to explain many things. Tang Hao. Qianrenxue was also shocked to see Tang Hao appear here. Connecting it to Tang Yin's calmness earlier, Qianrenxue immediately understood. Damn Lin, you made me worry about you all this time. Qianrenxue didn't know a Yin's trump card. She thought Tang Yin was walking on a tightrope with every step, and she was just accompanying him on this adventure. In Qianrenxue's view, this was a gamble with her own life. After an unknown amount of time, the light of the sphere gradually dimmed until only the luster of the blue-silver emperor remained, and only then did Tang Yin let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's done. He raised his hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, his face showing signs of fatigue, but his eyes still sparkled. Several blue-silver emperors gradually retracted, gently placing Tang Yin's life furnace on the grass by the ice and fire yin-yang eye's shore. They were like loyal guardians, protecting their king, whom they faithfully followed. Tang Yin also retracted his life furnace, and the massive sphere instantly shrank significantly, now only about the height of a person. After a while, all the blue-silver emperors began to fade away, revealing a Yin's true form. At this moment, Yin was still in a blue long dress. her blue long hair flowing, her gentle face very tranquil. She curled up, her hands crossed over her chest like a newborn baby. Her lightly closed eyes slowly opened, and her deep blue pupils curiously surveyed everything around her. This was a completely different feeling from before. Even though Ain had already fully revived, it felt entirely different. Ain looked at her right hand, where a blue-silver emperor appeared. 8 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose from beneath her feet. In this revival, Ain not only became a true human, but also crossed a significant stage, breaking through from a soul emperor in her previous life to a soul Douluo. Witnessing a Yin's sacrifice, Tang Hao now bore witness to a Yin's rebirth. 12 years of waiting, from a muddled years in the first 2 years to the later anticipation, and now to the fulfillment of wishes. Tang Hao, who hadn't shed tears in a long time, felt his eyes moisten. Ain retracted her martial soul and looked at Tang Yin, her eyes filled with loving maternal affection, almost overflowing. Before Tang Yin could speak, Ain directly embraced her child. It had been a long time since Tang Yin had been held like this by Ain and in her warm embrace. The fatigue he just felt seemed to fade away. Lilin, thank you. A Yin's voice was gentle, and when it entered Tang Yin's ears, it felt like a soft breeze brushing over his heart. Mom, this is what I should do. Tang Hao also walked over, and Tang Yin, being very understanding, left a Yin's embrace and walked toward Douluo. As he passed by Tang Hao merely patted Tang Yin's shoulder, saying nothing. There was no need to say anything. Tang Yin understood Tang Hao's meaning. Watching his parents embrace, Tang Yin also revealed a knowing smile. He deeply bowed to Douluo, his tone filled with sincere gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your treasure. I will not forget the grace of saving my mother. Douluo finally understood what was going on. The commotion just now was caused by this kid resurrecting his mother. Looking at Tang Hao's expression, Douluo finally figured out the relationship between Tang Yin, Ain, and Tang Hao. After feeling grateful for his rationality, Douluo still pretended to be aloof, not caring at all about what Tang Yin had taken from his garden. I will never go back on my word. If there is anything else you fancy in this garden, feel free to take it. Tang Yin looked at Douluo's lofty demeanor and seriously doubted that he had any idea how valuable the chaotic spring he took was. Moreover, Tang Yin guessed that the good things in this medicinal garden belonging to this resentful title Douluo were definitely not limited to just the chaotic spring. Faced with a huge treasure trove, Tang Yin couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Really, just take whatever? Despite being shocked in his heart, Tang Yin still pretended to be skeptical, as if questioning Douluo's words. Douluo indeed got angry. He snorted, glaring, and his green mustache trembled. Humph. Douluo. A dignified title Douluo. A word is a nail. Seeing Douluo's declaration, Tang Yin felt embarrassed to take everything from him. Thus, Tang Yin decided not to bully this 78-year-old elder and would discuss it with this old predecessor after investigating a bit. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue felt like an outsider. Seeing the warmth between Tang Yin's family of 3, how could she not envy them? Having grown up without maternal love and later losing her father? She stood alone in the corner, and her loneliness seemed out of place here. I should leave. Before Qian Rinxue could act, a pair of arms wrapped around her slender, soft waist from behind. A familiar scent came from behind, and her lonely heart seemed to be filled again. Sister Xue, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? Qian Rinxue did not turn around, and her voice revealed no emotion. Everything will be all right. Tang Yin rested his head on Qian Rinxue's shoulder, feeling the warmth of her skin through her smooth, golden hair. He sensed that the person in his arms began to tremble slightly, and then her emotions suddenly erupted. Qian Rinxue turned around and tightly embraced Tang Yin, as if she wanted to merge him into her body. You're all I have left. The 5 words made Tang Yin's heart tremble slightly. Chapter 123. Great Harvest in the Eye of Ice and Fire. Tang Yin was wandering around, searching for the treasures hidden within. Tang Hao and Yin had long since left, and shortly after, Douluo also departed. At this moment, only Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue remained in the Eye of Ice and Fire. After being close for a while, Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue separated, and their feelings for each other seemed to deepen a bit. Qian Rinxue was a person who prioritized benefits above all else to win over Tang Yin. She was even willing to put aside her vendetta against his father. At the same time, she was someone who deeply craved emotional connection, whether it be familial or romantic. Originally, Qian Rinxue had no reason to stay here, but she seemed unwilling to leave Tang Yin just yet. In this place, Qian Rinxue had no significant impact on Tang Yin, He would not hide his secrets from someone he had chosen. Surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire were various plants, diverse and colorful, resembling a botanical paradise. The quality of the herbs grown here astonished Tang Yin. By the milky white cold spring, Tang Yin discovered the premium winter worm summer grass, snow silkworms. The snow silkworms were grayish-white with ring patterns. They had 8 pairs of legs, with the 4 pairs in the middle being the most prominent. The texture was shiny and easy to break, with a slightly flat cross-section, white with a hint of yellow. The fruiting body was slender, deep brown to chestnut brown, cylindrical, generally longer than the worm body, with a slightly swollen spore at the top. The outer color was bright yellow, while the inner color was white, plump, and robust. Consuming this spiritual herb could greatly enhance one's vital energy and blood, nourish the kidneys and lungs, stop bleeding, and relax the muscles, making it a rare tonic in the world. Tang Yin took out a small shovel and carefully dug up the snow silkworm. Of course, its roots remained in the ground, and relying on the unique environment of this treasure land, it would soon grow back. Oh my God, cinnabar lotus. Is this stargrass? In this place, various rare herbs were as common as cabbages and radishes, leaving Tang Yin dazzled. To quickly identify the rarity of the herbs, Tang Yin activated the Eye of the Qilin, using the strength of the energy to rapidly search for more precious herbs. In Tang Yin's field of vision, more than a dozen beams of light, significantly stronger than those from other plants, appeared. Following this guidance, Tang Yin walked towards the 2 plants closest to him. These 2 plants were located at the center of the yin-yang dual springs. On the side of the milky white yin spring was a white herb that appeared like a large white flower at the top, octagonal in shape, with sparkling flower stamens resembling ice crystals in the center. There was no fragrance emanating from it. On the side of the vermilion yang spring was a plant resembling a cabbage, completely red, with flowing light inside, as if the plant's blood was flowing. The octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot were renowned plants. The octagonal ice grass growing in the yin spring and the fiery apricot growing in the yang spring were both unequivocal poisons. The octagonal ice grass absorbed cold air day and night, possessing the world's deadliest ice poison. The fiery apricot, on the contrary, absorbed the extreme yang energy from the yang spring day and night, containing the most toxic fire poison. However, the 2 existed in a delicate balance, much like the hot and cold dual pot, which was why Tang San in the original story jumped into the center of the Eye of Ice and Fire to refine these 2 immortal products. Tang Yin had other ways to absorb them. He took out his fate, controlling the spear to dig up these 2 immortal products. Fate itself was extremely resilient. The effects of ice and fire on it were negligible. At present, Tang Yin's control over his martial soul was quite adept, and using the spear as a shovel was not difficult at all. Soon, the octagonal ice grass was cut from its root by Tang Yin using fate. With a slight flick, the octagonal ice grass traced a graceful arc through the air above the yin spring and landed in Tang Yin's mini version of the fate furnace. Tang Yin would not be foolish enough to catch this poison with his hands. Just approaching the octagonal ice grass would expose him to its surrounding cold air, which could cause injury. If he rashly used his hands without protection, he could at least suffer bone damage, and in severe cases, he might have to amputate to save his life. The fate furnace at this moment could serve as a perfect container, as it was made of the world's spiritual power and would not reject any plants. Tang Yin followed suit, using the same method to extract the fiery apricot and place it into the fate furnace. Looking at the 1 white and 1 red immortal product in his fate furnace, Tang Yin felt elated, unable to suppress his joy. Holding the fate furnace, Tang Yin circled around the Eye of Ice and Fire and arrived at another boundary position. The energy of this plant was not inferior to the octagonal ice grass and fiery apricot he had just harvested, and it even seemed slightly stronger, making Tang Yin eager to clear away the surrounding weeds to reveal the true form of the plant. It was a large flower of light pink, leafless, with a stem about 3 feet long. The flower was enormous, with a diameter of at least a foot. Each petal looked crystal clear, and the light pink flower swayed gently with the mist, growing at the banks where the red and white springs intersected. When he was just 10 meters away, Tang Yin could already smell a faint fragrance. The flower's center was light purple, resembling purple diamonds embedded within. The fragrance, though distant, was not overwhelming. It was a light, refreshing scent like that of a young girl. Tang Yin leaned in closer. The floral scent remained, not becoming more intense due to his proximity, still retaining the refreshing aroma, soothing to the heart. Once again recalling the pharmacological knowledge of his mind, a name that could shock anyone surfaced in his thoughts. The ethereal fragrance Qi Lian immortal product. The ethereal fragrance Qi Lian immortal product was the nemesis of all poisons, capable of neutralizing all toxins. It could not detoxify on its own, but it could counteract poisons. Just smelling its floral fragrance could eliminate all toxins within the body. Moreover, within the range enveloped by the fragrance of the ethereal fragrance Qi Lian, any poison would be ineffective, as its aroma had the power to neutralize countless toxins. Tang Yin used a special method to harvest the ethereal fragrance Qi Lian and handed it to Qian Renxue. Sister Shui, you hold this flower. Qian Renxue looked at the purple flower Tang Yin handed over, puzzled. What is this? This flower is called the ethereal fragrance Qi Lian. It has the effect of countering all poisons. Although there are many tonics here, there are also quite a few poisons. If you hold this flower, you won't have to worry about being invaded by toxins. And you? Qian Renxue refused to take it. Tang Yin smiled. Did you forget? I'm not afraid of poison. Seeing that Qian Renxue was still hesitant, Tang Yin stuffed the flower into her hand. You hold this flower, and I can rest easy. Qian Renxue could not refuse his kindness and held the ethereal fragrance Qi Lian in her hand, a warm feeling flowing through her heart. She didn't understand herbs, but from Tang Yin's expression when he harvested the flower and its name, she could tell that this flower was undoubtedly precious. Since it was called an immortal product, how could it be an ordinary item? Tang Yin, without any hesitation, handed over the celestial product to her, worried only about her health. Little did he know, his unintentional actions were gradually breaking down the last few defenses in Qian Renxue's heart. He picked several kinds of celestial herbs, including both restorative and poisonous ones, and he didn't miss a single one. It seemed that the senior Douluo truly did not recognize these celestial products in the herb garden. Otherwise, how could he have been troubled by his own snake venom for so many years just by casually consuming one or two? Tang Yin thought to himself, then walked toward the last one, which was also the most powerful. It was a seemingly unremarkable white flower, about the size of a palm, resembling a peony, without any leaves. Strangely, its root was connected not to soil but to a small stone. The stone was pitch black and dull in color, giving an extremely heavy feeling. On the white flower, there were several striking red spots, as bright as blood, which gave a thrilling impression. Tang Yin carefully examined this flower, searching for information about it from the knowledge taught to him by Yang Wudi. Born of love, perished by love, the king of flowers, the heartbroken longing. Tang Yin's gaze at this flower became somewhat dazed. He did not expect to find here a celestial product recorded only in books, the heartbroken red. The book stated that consuming this flower grants immortality akin to that of heaven and earth, at least increasing soul power by 10 levels and providing a comprehensive transformation of the body, even capable of bringing the dead back to life. Such a heaven-defying effect qualifies it as a peerless celestial product. However, the method of harvesting this flower was also very special. One must think of their beloved with genuine sincerity and drop a drop of their blood on the petals. If there is even a hint of hesitation, one could die from vomiting blood and still be unable to pick the flower. Tang Yin looked at the heartbroken red and shook his head with a bitter smile. He had too many emotional ties and was already unable to pick this flower. Tang Yin initially wanted to give the heartbroken red to Qian Renxue, but his unwillingness led him to secretly keep the flower. After finishing the herb gathering, Tang Yin began his next plan, alchemy. The effects of celestial herbs were extraordinary. If it were purely a restorative medicine, it could be maximized simply by following the method of consumption. But poison was different. Even a small amount of toxin could be lethal. Apart from the 8-pointed ice crystal grass and the fiery apricot blossom, there was one last celestial poisonous herb, named blood-colored swan kiss. Blood-colored swan kiss was a snow-white celestial herb, its crystalline whiteness so pure that each leaf seemed to be dripping with water, long and curved, resembling a swan's neck. It was not toxic by itself, but it was labeled as poison because just a small amount could cause any virus it touched to multiply exponentially. What a terrifying existence. Just now, when Tang Yin was harvesting it, he did not dare to place it together with other poisonous herbs. Even though Tang Yin was not afraid of poison, he did not know if his body could withstand the magnified toxicity. He certainly would not gamble with his life. After placing the 8-pointed ice crystal grass and the fiery apricot blossom into his life furnace, Tang Yin ignited the creation fire, using the special spiritual energy from the eye of ice and fire as charcoal, and began refining medicine. Old Turtle told Tang Yin that the life furnace could be used for alchemy. Tang Yin had experimented before and found that what he produced was not pills, but spirit liquid. This was the first time he was refining such high-quality herbs. and he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. In the initial phase of the refining process, the two celestial products inside the furnace made very little noise and gradually transformed into drops of medicine liquid within the spiritual fire. However, at the moment the two liquids came into contact, the repulsive reaction of ice and fire made Tang Yin struggle to control the life furnace. It was such a violent explosion. From the outside, Tang Yin's life furnace still appeared light blue, showing no significant change. But inside, white and red energies were fiercely battling. The two energies were gradually merging, but neither would yield, both vying for dominance in the fusion, leading to a massive energy collision. Tang Yin did not dare to be careless, and immediately recalled the properties of other celestial products, wanting to add another herb to neutralize these two. After some thought, Tang Yin grabbed a pure white herb, slightly dull in color, and placed it inside. This herb was called primordial celestial grass, as its name implies. It had attributes similar to chaos, just like how the chaotic spring could be born in the eye of ice and fire. This primordial celestial grass could also neutralize the ferocity of the eight-pointed ice crystal grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Sure enough, once the primordial celestial grass was placed into the furnace for refinement, the two repulsive energies gradually stabilized under the chaotic attributes' balance and no longer appeared so restless. Tang Yin felt much more at ease and began to focus on controlling the temperature in the life furnace. Half an hour later, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace, and Tang Yin's eyes lit up. He knew this was the unique fragrance that emerged after refining medicine into pills. Eager to not rush, Tang Yin did not hastily take out the pills, but continued to control the creation fire, fearing that a careless mistake would turn the pills made from these three celestial products into ashes, which would be a great loss. Once he was sure everything was foolproof, Tang Yin opened the furnace lid, and with a thought, two pills appeared in his hand. Tang Yin pinched one of the pills with his index finger and thumb, examining it closely in a well-lit area. The pill was crystal clear, and he seemed to be able to see the flowing light within. The overall color of the pill was red and white, with a hint of dark silver mixed in. The distribution of red and white was very orderly, resembling the dual springs of yin and yang in the eye of ice and fire, making it extremely beautiful. Even the alchemist Tang Yin did not dare to guess what kind of immense energy was contained within these two pills. But Tang Yin could be certain that the toxins from the eight-pointed ice crystal grass and the fiery apricot blossom had been completely neutralized. And these two pills contained the properties of the three celestial restorative herbs combined. This was not a simple addition. It was a geometric increase. Just right, Tang Yin also did not plan to continue refining medicine, deciding to take the benefits in front of him first. Thus, he held these two pills and walked toward Qianren Xue. Of course, these two pills were to be shared with his sister Xue. Chapter 124. Feeling seeing Tang Yin busy for a long time, the first thing he did after finishing was to come find her, which warmed Qianren Xue's heart. Sister Xue, here's a good thing for you. Qianren Xue took the pill Tang Yin handed over, curiously playing with the red and white little bead. What is this pill for? Qianren Xue knew about pills. There were soul masters in the spirit hall specifically for refining pills, and she had taken a few when solidifying her foundation. Due to the existence of healing-type soul masters in Douluo continent, and most supporting soul masters possessing healing abilities, the soul master class that guided societal development did not focus on pharmacological research, leading to slow development in pills. Conversely, if the existing system could maintain the upper class's rule, there would be no thought of reform. Even after 10,000 years, when it reached the timeline of the unparalleled Tang sect during the Dou era, the pills that appeared were still only a few, and their effects were very singular. Tang Yin did not know how powerful the medicinal effect of this pill was. After all, it was his first time mixing and refining three kinds of celestial herbs. These two pills contain three types of celestial-grade herbs, and I can't quite gauge the potency contained within. By the way, the quality of celestial-grade herbs is equivalent to at least a 95th level title Dalu in our soul master world, making them the finest among spiritual medicines. After speaking, Tang Yin took out a flower to show Qianren Xue. The flower was a chrysanthemum, presenting a magnificent purple hue. Strangely, every petal of the chrysanthemum appeared fuzzy and exceptionally cute, and the entire flower was a seamless whole, yet emitted no fragrance. The central flower core rose over half a foot above the petals, its tip shining with a faint golden glow. It was the rare celestial chrysanthemum. Qianren Xue recognized this flower at first glance. How could she not recognize the martial soul of the chrysanthemum Dalu? Speaking of which, there was quite a connection between the chrysanthemum Douluo and Qianrenxue. When she was still in the spirit hall, this chrysanthemum Douluo, along with another title Douluo known as Ghost, had always been by her father's side. After her father's death, the two continued to serve the Pope, staying beside that woman. Tang Yin was not surprised that Qianrenxue could recognize this flower. He smiled and said, "That's right, it's the rare celestial chrysanthemum. I once saw a title Douluo from the spirit hall, whose martial soul was this rare celestial chrysanthemum." This analogy allowed Qianrenxue to gain a rough understanding of the value of the pill in her hand. How many title Douluos are there on the continent? Let alone those above the 95th level. This was enough to demonstrate the rarity of this pill. Looking at the pill in her hand, Qianrenxue hesitated for a moment before extending her hand to return it to Tang Yin. "It's too precious. I can't take it." Even if it was for the sake of their original partnership, Qianrenxue could not always be in the position of receiving gifts, as that would make her increasingly disadvantaged and under control. Now, Qianrenxue truly wanted to have a good relationship with Tang Yin, to regard him as her future partner. With this thought in mind, she could not accept Tang Yin's gifts without limit. Moreover, Qianrenxue was a strong-willed person, and this applied not only to her dealings but also to her feelings. Tang Yin was somewhat caught off guard by Qianrenxue's rejection, but he could tell her attitude from the resoluteness in her tone. "Sister Shui, actually, Xiaoyin, I know you mean well." Qianrenxue interrupted Tang Yin for the first time, and after he stopped speaking, her tone softened. She raised her other hand to caress Tang Yin's cheek and patiently lectured. "Xiaoyin, think about it. In the days we've spent together, haven't you contributed more? What does it matter who contributes more or less? Between us, why should we keep score?" Tang Yin didn't quite understand why Qianrenxue was asking this. "No, Xiaoyin, you are wrong and seriously mistaken." Qianrenxue looked earnestly into Tang Yin's eyes, and from his eyes, she saw confusion. "We both understand that in these days, what you have done for me far exceeds what I have done for you. My sixth spirit ring, the external spirit bone, and the matter with Douluo were all primarily accomplished with your guidance. Without you, I can't even imagine achieving such great results this time. Xiaoyin, I'm not afraid to be honest with you. I've developed feelings for you. You should have sensed the change in me. I never intended to fall in love with anyone. But you're an exception. Feelings must be mutual. One-sided contributions will only lead to an imbalance in a relationship. I've already owed you enough. If this continues, the pressure on me will be great." Tang Yin did not give up just like that. He couldn't forget the moment when Qianrenxue trembled and said, "I only have you left." What he wanted was to protect this sister well. Tang Yin was too emotional when it came to feelings, while Qianrenxue wanted to use her rationality to correct his view on love a bit. Tang Yin's side would definitely not just be her Qianrenxue. Before her, there had been a pair of sisters. Tang Yin, that's not fair, and perhaps there would be others after her. Qianrenxue would not stop Tang Yin from interacting with other women because she was also a latecomer. She only didn't want Tang Yin to love everyone so deeply, even her. "Actually, I've been the one who owes you, Sister Shui." Tang Yin smiled bitterly. He now had to face his somewhat chaotic emotional issues. "Sister Shui, I'm not a good person. At least when it comes to matters of the heart, I can be considered a bad person. I clearly have a girlfriend, yet I'm still entangled with you. To be honest, I've also had other thoughts about my little sister-in-law." Qianrenxue quietly listened to Tang Yin's confession, and the listener only needed to listen quietly. "If you asked me to choose one of you right now, I wouldn't let go because I can't bear to. Does this make me sound selfish? Sister Shui, I do all this to feel better about myself. It's the same for you, and for Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing. Neither you nor Zhu Yun have held my fickleness against me. You have been tolerant of me, so I inherently owe you." Perhaps it was the reason for expressing his inner thoughts that Tang Yin's expression appeared very relieved at this moment. After Qianrenxue listened, she silently retracted the hand that was about to return the pill, feeling the coldness of the pill in her grasp. Her heart stirred slightly as her beautiful eyes looked at Tang Yin's face, gazing at him like a clueless younger brother. What a fool. Qianrenxue sighed inwardly. Chapter 125. Seeing Qianrenxue accept the pill, Tang Yin also breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere between the two became relaxed again. "Sister Shui, quickly take the pill. The environment here complements the pill, and it might enhance its effects." After hearing this, Qianrenxue did not hesitate and directly placed it in her mouth. Seeing Qianrenxue take it, Tang Yin also swallowed the other pill. The pill felt warm as it entered, quickly turning into a medicinal liquid in his mouth, flowing down the esophagus into his body. The moment this medicinal liquid entered his body, a tremendous energy burst forth. Although the toxicity of the 8-angled ice grass and the fire apricot was completely neutralized, they were both extremely domineering herbs. Even when completely transformed into restorative medicine, they remained incredibly violent. Both Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue's expressions changed, and they hurriedly sat cross-legged to begin refining this power within their bodies. The energy from the pill spread through every part of their bodies via the blood vessels. During this process, the powers of ice and fire continuously strengthened their internal organs. Meridians, skin, and bones, akin to an alternative ice-fire alchemical body. Of course, the effects of this pill were far from limited to this. In their chests, the blue and red, dual-colored energies intertwined, and what seemed to be an extremely domineering force was perfectly balanced by a third force. The Hunyuan celestial grass controlled the two energies, causing the 8-angled ice grass and the fire apricot to intertwine, gradually forming an energy vortex in the heart area as they spun, right where the heart was located. When cultivating soul power, all the soul power within a soul master is stored in the dantian when not activated, making the dantian the core of a soul master. The energy vortex that Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue were condensing in the heart area could also be viewed as a new core. Not only can it complement the dantian, greatly increasing the soul power cultivation speed of the two, but through this energy vortex, the release of soul power within their bodies is compressed and released after high-speed rotation, multiplying its power. The soul core, with the assistance of medicinal pills, allowed Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue to possess a soul core. In the future Douluo continent, soul cores are standard equipment for every powerful soul master, so they are not rare and thus not very precious. But now, it's an era where even titled Douluos are few and far between, and there are no cultivation methods for soul cores at all. However, with the condensation of their soul cores, Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue are destined to become titled Douluos in the future. Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue. Who are you cursing? After helping the two condense their soul cores, the medicinal pill exerted its last bit of energy. The remaining energy transformed into the purest soul power in the world, causing the soul power they had just broken through to increase significantly again. It should be noted that the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom do not inherently have the effect of enhancing soul power. Qian Rinxue could hardly believe that her soul power, which had just reached level 60, was breaking through again, and after reaching level 61, it showed no signs of stopping. Level 62, level 63, until it finally broke through level 64, at which point the speed of soul power increase slowed down, ultimately stopping at level 64. This is the fourth level of the Soul Emperor. A single medicinal pill saved Qian Rinxue several years of hard work. Perhaps due to his martial soul, Tang Yin needed significantly more soul power than an ordinary soul master for each level of improvement. As a soul king, he only improved by 4 levels. And now Tang Yin is already a 54-level soul king. After the growth of their soul power stopped, the changes in their bodies did not cease. The aftereffects of the ice and fire alchemy body appeared. Tang Yin felt a fiery sensation within his body, as if a surge of blood energy was crashing inside, wanting to be released. He opened his eyes and saw Qian Rinxue, who was also in a somewhat strange state. Someone will come here. Tang Yin gasped. I have a way. The life furnace quickly expanded, enveloping Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue within. The pale blue furnace could not be detected from the outside, and from the inside, they could see the outside scenery clearly. Qian Rinxue felt both nervous and excited. This kind of thrill was something she had never experienced as the little princess of the Martial Soul Palace, raised under rules and power. Tang Yin also didn't know that because of this, Qian Rinxue would come to love this thrill. 3 days later, after Tang Yin had dealt with everything, he embraced Qian Rinxue and left the Ice and Fire 2-element eye. As soon as they flew out of the mountain hollow of the Ice and Fire 2-element eye, Tang Yin could see Douluo sitting on a mountaintop, primarily because his green hair and green eyes were too conspicuous. Tang Yin smiled and greeted him. Senior. Douluo glanced at Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue with disdain and said, Good kid, you stayed here for 3 days, and I don't know what kind of mess you've made in my medicinal garden. Tang Yin knew that Douluo's words were not meant as a reproach, and he was not embarrassed. Senior Douluo, your medicinal garden indeed has a lot of good things. I've made quite a harvest this time. Oh, Douluo's tone changed. Showing interest, how come I didn't know there were good things in my medicinal garden? To not hide from you, Senior, I have studied medical books and happen to recognize some of the herbs. and I use some of them to refine a medicinal pill that can completely resolve the snake venom in your body. What? Douluo stood up, no longer calm as before. Tang Yin took out a white medicinal pill, and upon closer inspection, one could see a layer of purple sheen on it. This was a medicinal pill Tang Yin refined using blood-colored swan kiss and fragrant chua immortal product together. Blood-colored swan kiss is a rare poison, while fragrant chua immortal product is a nemesis to all poisons. Tang Yin thought of using blood-colored swan kiss as the core, with fragrant chua immortal product as a supplement, adding a large amount of life energy, which finally led to the creation of this medicinal pill. Tang Yin's fate underwent a transformation after taking the medicinal pill. It seemed that his fate revived a bit, and the already strong life energy became even more abundant. Healing Douluo didn't even require this medicinal pill. Tang Yin never thought of hoarding all the immortal products for himself, even though each of these immortal products was an extraordinary treasure. Even if this somewhat confused title Douluo didn't recognize their worth. Senior. This medicinal pill was refined from a plant called blood-colored swan kiss and some petals from another plant called fragrant chua immortal product. After you take it, the toxins in your body will gather around this medicinal pill, which will completely resolve your poisoning issue. Moreover, the effect of blood-colored swan kiss is to amplify the strength of the poison, which can also greatly enhance your power. Saying this, Tang Yin took out 2 flowers from his storage soul guide and introduced them one by one. Senior, this flower is called 8-petal immortal orchid, which must be kept in a jade container. As long as it's placed in a jade vessel, it will not wither for 1,000 years and will not fade for 100 generations. Its medicinal property is extremely gentle yet very rich. It can solidify the foundation and eliminate impurities in the body. 1 8-petal orchid, pure white and crystal clear, give a feeling of being lofty and out of this world, is currently placed in a jade box. The other immortal herb is somewhat strange. Its roots and leaves resemble wisteria drapes, finely combed, but the top is a golden tulip, exuding an incredibly luxurious fragrance. This flower is called Chihuahua tulip, elegant and luxurious. Consuming, it can absorb the essence of heaven and earth and the brilliance of the sun and moon, having a strong effect on gem-type martial souls. Additionally, this flower cannot be swallowed. It must be lightly inhaled from the flower stamen, allowing the essence to be slowly absorbed in the body, and then cultivate soul power slowly, letting the medicinal effect spread throughout the body. Douluo watched as Tang Yin took out item after item and listened carefully to his explanations, his gaze lingering on the box in Tang Yin's hand, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 126. And, parting with whining, Douluo now found Tang Yin increasingly interesting. Logically speaking, if Tang Yin discovered treasures in his medicinal garden that Douluo did not recognize, the correct approach would be to keep it a secret and hoard it for himself. It would be best not to let the owner know that there were such treasures in this medicinal garden. What a naive young kid, Douluo thought to himself. Deciding to give Tang Yin a lesson, kid, take out all the herbs you collected from my medicinal garden, or else. Douluo's green pupils instantly contracted, like a cold poisonous snake locking onto its prey. A bone-chilling cold spread throughout Tang Yin's body, as if in the next moment, he would be directly eliminated by the title Douluo in front of him. However, Tang Yin was not flustered at all. A stronger aura locked onto Douluo, the immense pressure nearly causing his old bones to fall apart. When did this happen? A hint of surprise flashed in Douluo's eyes. He certainly knew who had locked onto him. Who else could it be but the father of this little brat in front of him? But he had clearly seen Tang Hao leave with his wife. Tang Hao did indeed leave with Ayin, just after leaving the Sunset Forest. The still worried Ayin had Tang Hao secretly return to this place, in case Douluo developed a sense of pity for Tang Yin. Feeling locked onto, Douluo stiffened and quickly withdrew his murderous intent towards Tang Yin. Looking at Tang Yin's calm expression, Douluo knew that this kid was aware that Tang Hao was nearby, which was why he dared to treat others so sincerely. It seemed he was getting old and didn't understand the tricks of the younger generation. In the shadows, Tang Hao confirmed that Douluo posed no threat to Tang Yin before retracting his pressure. Douluo felt a sudden lightness in his body and relaxed a bit. Douluo sighed, then praised, I originally wanted to give you a lesson, but I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeve. It seems I underestimated you. Senior's praise is too much, but I must thank you for your guidance here, Tang Yin said humbly. Douluo could never have the intention to kill him for treasure. He already knew that his father was the Haotian Dalu, Tang Hao. Killing him would only bring endless trouble, and risking it all for a few herbs of unknown efficacy was not worth it. Besides, even if Douluo could escape, what about his granddaughter? She was his last family member in this world. Senior Douluo, please accept these. Saying this, Tang Yin handed the items in his hand to Douluo. This time, Douluo did not hesitate and directly took the 2 immortal herbs, 8-petal immortal orchid and Chihuahua tulip, along with the pill. By the way, Douluo suddenly recalled something. You know, my green-scaled serpent martial soul will poison the soul master during cultivation. I have a granddaughter named Douluo Yin who is currently studying at the Tiando Royal Academy. I wonder if I could trouble you to detoxify her as well? Of course, Tang Yin did not refuse. This was a chance to earn a favor from a titled Douluo, and having taken so much from him, how could he refuse such a small request? How about this? Senior Douluo, I will visit the Tiando Royal Academy in a few days to detoxify your granddaughter. Douluo gladly accepted and nodded. All right, thank you. Kid, don't call me Senior Douluo the next time we meet. You and my granddaughter are about the same age. Just call me Grandpa Douluo. Okay, Grandpa Douluo. Tang Yin immediately changed his address. Douluo felt quite pleased. Tang Hao, weren't you quite arrogant? I'm older than you by a generation. Next time we meet, won't you have to call me Uncle Douluo? Thinking of this, a smug expression appeared on his face. Dan Yin Gian Zenso. Ahem, Grandpa Douluo. Let's tone it down a bit, Tang Yin quietly reminded. Douluo then realized he had lost his composure and quickly coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. But seeing Tang Yin's strange expression, he felt embarrassed again and hurriedly urged, all right, little brat. You've stayed here long enough. Hurry up and take your little girlfriend and leave. Tang Yin took the hint. The younger generation takes their leave. After saying that, he hurriedly pulled Qian Rinxue away. Douluo watched as Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue left hand in hand, and he couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if you're still single. In fact, even if Tang Yin were single, it wouldn't matter, because his granddaughter had already been taken away by the direct line of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Back at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, the familiar icy and fiery aura suppressed the toxins in his body again, making him feel much lighter. Tang Yin did not act like Tang San in the original story, who would pick wild grass by the roadside. The flowers and herbs that Douluo had transplanted were almost all taken by Tang San, leaving Douluo with hardly anything. He even justified it by saying he left the roots so they could grow back in 100 years. Aside from a few immortal herbs, Tang Yin only took an additional snow silkworm, leaving 1/3 of the immortal herbs for Douluo. Compared to this, Tang Yin was indeed quite generous. Douluo sat cross-legged near the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye. Although it was dangerous here, and the dual springs could swallow him, it was the best way to suppress the toxins in his body. He examined the pill that Tang Yin had given him. Was this medicine really as miraculous as that kid claimed? Douluo believed he had a good eye for people, but when it came to his own life, he couldn't help but be extremely cautious. After hesitating for a moment, he closed his eyes and reluctantly swallowed the pill. On the other side, Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue had already reached the edge of the Sunset Forest. This time, their soul-hunting journey was truly over. For some reason, Qian Rinxue felt a bit lost. After returning to Tiando City, she would have to don the guise of Shui Qinghe and pretend in front of those people. After spending these days with Tang Yin, she no longer wanted to live that kind of life. Noticing Qian Rinxue's slightly melancholic mood, Tang Yin squeezed her small hand and said, Sister Shui, after we return to Tiando City, I will visit you often. Really? Qian Rinxue's earlier sadness dissipated, and she asked excitedly. But she quickly realized that her excitement made her seem too dependent on Tang Yin, which somewhat shattered her image. So, she immediately changed her demeanor, putting on a calm face. Who said I want you to visit often? You should deal with your 2 sisters first. Tang Yin had already grasped Sister Shui's thoughts and went along with her words. It's me who can't bear to be away from Sister Shui. If I can't see you for several days, I would be sad. Hearing Tang Yin's somewhat spoiled words, Qian Rinxue felt much better, but her tone remained somewhat reluctant. I really can't do anything about you. Tang Yin, I will pretend not to see what I need to cooperate with you on. Chapter 127, Returning Home. Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts after bidding farewell to Qian Rinxue at the gate of Tiando City. Tang Yin headed home. On the way back, he recalled the enchanting kiss he had just shared with Qian Rinxue. Soft, silky round, this big sister was truly charming. It wasn't far from the north gate of Tiando City to where Tang Yin currently lived. After knocking on the door, he collected his thoughts. After a light and brisk sound of footsteps, the door opened. It was his younger sister, Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing Tang Yin return, a hint of barely perceptible joy flashed in her eyes. Brother-in-law, you're back. Today, Zhu Zhuqing was wearing a black home dress. Tang Yin noticed that the two sisters seemed to have a fondness for black, perhaps related to their martial souls. Zhu Qing, where's your sister? Tang Yin asked as he walked into the yard. She went out to buy something. For some reason, Tang Yin detected a hint of disappointment in Zhu Qing's tone. It seemed that I wasn't the only one with other thoughts. After the misunderstanding that morning, Tang Yin hadn't had a chance to speak privately with Zhu Qing for a long time. Their daily conversations were always buffered by Zhu Yin's presence. Later, after Tang Yin broke through to level 50, he went to hunt soul rings with Qian Rinxue and didn't think about his relationship with Zhu Qing anymore. Zhu Qing had been suffering internally these past few days. Upon realizing that she had developed feelings for Tang Yin, she felt conflicted. After all, he was her sister's boyfriend. Her brother-in-law. How could she? After that misunderstanding, the intertwining feelings of shame and affection made this innocent girl fall deeper and deeper. She often secretly observed Tang Yin's interactions with Zhu Zhuyin and even fantasized about becoming her sister and being immersed with Tang Yin. The thrill of secretly liking her brother-in-law constantly tugged at Zhu Qing's heartstrings, making it hard for her to extricate herself. Especially during these days when Tang Yin was away. She found herself sinking deeper. Tang Yin no longer mentioned Zhu Zhuyin. Instead, he asked about Zhu Qing's current situation. Zhu Qing, have you been practicing well these days? Yes. Zhu Qing immediately became animated. Brother-in-law, I'm already at level 30 now. In a few days, I'll go to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings. Level 30? Zhu Qing, that's amazing, Tang Yin praised. Although Tang Yin was only slightly older than Zhu Qing. 3 years in the secret realm had made him more mature and composed than his peers. Zhu Qing's feelings for Tang Yin had shifted from that of a friend to an attachment to an older brother. By the way, I brought you a gift this time. A gift? Hearing that Tang Yin had prepared a gift for her piqued Zhu Qing's curiosity. What is it? Tang Yin took out a white, shimmering herb from his storage soul guide, looking as pure as a blue lotus. This flower is called the Narcissus Jade Skinbone, a celestial grade herb that can nourish tendons and bones and open the 8 extraordinary meridians. When consumed, only the petals should be eaten, and the stamen should be sucked for its effects. Celestial grade? It must be very precious, Zhu Qing said with a hint of worry, seemingly hesitant to accept the gift from Tang Yin. What is precious or not? No herb is more valuable than the relationship between us, Tang Yin replied. Looking at the spring-like smile on Tang Yin's face, Zhu Qing felt a twinge of nervousness. She cautiously asked, what is our relationship? As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Wasn't this pushing Tang Yin to declare his feelings? Would he be angry? Would he draw a line between them in the future? Zhu Qing began to overthink again. Tang Yin looked at Zhu Qing with amusement, simply stroking her smooth black hair. Silly girl. Our relationship is just as you imagine it to be. Tang Yin's words stunned Zhu Qing. The imagined relationship. She quickly associated it with secretly liking her brother-in-law. Zhu Qing's reaction was somewhat slow, but she soon realized. What I think, doesn't that mean? But was her secret crush that obvious? She cautiously glanced at Tang Yin, seemingly seeking his affirmation, yet unwilling to face the fact that her inner thoughts had been noticed. Tang Yin nodded. Zhu Qing, I know what you're thinking. Yes, I like you too. Upon receiving Tang Yin's affirmation, Zhu Qing's eyes lit up, resembling 2 black crystals shining with brilliant light. Tang Yin continued, because of Zhu Yun, I also thought about avoiding our relationship. That morning, I was going to talk to you about this. But then I thought, if I let go, you might end up with another man in the future, and I can't bear that. I don't want to regret it when I see you wearing a wedding dress for someone else. Tang Yin's words were somewhat selfish and a bit masculine. But Zhu Qing thought it was the best confession in the world. But my sister, Zhu Qing expressed her last and only worry. Tang Yin reassured her. I'll talk to Zhu Yun about it. Zhu Qing looked down at the Narcissus Jade skin bone in her hands, then raised her head to gaze at Tang Yin's face. She seemed to muster her courage, tiptoed, and gently pecked Tang Yin's lips, but immediately pulled away. Tang Yin looked at Zhu Qing calmly, his eyes filled with amusement. Zhu Qing's face instantly turned red under his gaze. No, don't look at me like that. Zhu Qing felt her head almost burying itself into her chest. Tang Yin found this side of Zhu Qing truly adorable and couldn't help but pinch her moist cheek. Zhu Qing's skin was cold, and while her face appeared gentle, it was surprisingly soft to the touch. Zhu Qing couldn't withstand Tang Yin's teasing any longer. She lowered her head and softly said, I'll go back to my room first. Then she ran away as if escaping to her room. By the way, Zhu Qing, when absorbing the Narcissus Jade skin bone, you need to be calm to maximize its effects. Tang Yin hurriedly reminded her. Zhu Zhuqing softly replied that she understood, unsure if Tang Yin heard her. With a loud slam, the door closed, and the room once again fell into silence. Of course, this silence didn't last long. After Tang Yin finished his shower, he encountered Zhu Zhuyun, whom he hadn't seen for a few days. Every day, Zhu Zhuyun eagerly anticipated seeing Tang Yin again. She, deeply in love, was reluctant to part with him. If not for her limited strength, going soul hunting with Tang Yin would only slow him down and distract him. She would have insisted on going with him to the Sunset Forest. Zhu Zhuyun put down what she was holding and rushed towards Tang Yin. Chapter 128. The sneaky kitten Xiao Yin, I missed you so much. Zhu Zhuyun leaned against Tang Yin's shoulder, lazily saying, Sister Zhuyun, I missed you too. Tang Yin responded to Zhu Zhuyun's affection as usual, but this time felt a bit different. For the first time, he felt guilty in front of Zhu Zhuyun. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had just gotten close to her sister. Shall we go back to the room? It seemed that both were mutually affectionate. Heading towards each other, Tang Yin held Zhu Zhuyun and walked into their room. Soon, unusual sounds began to fill the room. Zhu Zhuqing tiptoed and opened the door, peeking in with a small head. After returning to her room, she didn't absorb the narcissus jade skin bone, but instead buried herself in the soft blanket. Her head was dizzy, still thinking about what had just happened. She didn't know where she found the courage to kiss Tang Yin, even if it was just a light peck. So embarrassing. But thinking about Tang Yin's feelings for her made Zhu Zhuqing feel a little giddy. As for the guilt of secretly digging into her sister's territory, it had long been forgotten by the dazed Zhu Zhuqing, until she heard some noise outside the door. Zhu Zhuqing sat up. She knew her sister Zhu Zhuyun had returned. Pressing her ear against the door, she eavesdropped on the conversation between Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyun. Actually, she didn't hear much, but she did notice the sound of Tang Yin carrying Zhu Zhuyun into the room. Her curiosity sparked some mischievous thoughts. I'll just take a look, just one glance. It's not the first time. Then, Zhu Zhuqing took action. Inside the room, Zhu Zhuyun nestled in Tang Yin's arms, her face full of satisfaction as she reminisced about the earlier encounter. Xiao Yin, you didn't encounter any danger this time, did you? Tang Yin gently stroked Zhu Zhuyun's smooth back and replied, It went smoothly. I'm now a soul king. And I also prepared a gift for you this time. Upon hearing the word gift, Zhu Zhuyun didn't seem too excited. She didn't care what Tang Yin would give her. What mattered to her was that Tang Yin had her in his heart, thinking of her. Aren't you going to ask what gift I prepared for you? Zhu Zhuyun raised her head and rested her chin on Tang Yin's chest, smiling brightly. As long as it's from Xiao Yin, I like it. Tang Yin helplessly patted Zhu Zhuyun's head, her soft black hair slipping through his fingers, with a slight brushing against the skin. Of course, gifts for Sister Zhuyun should be good things. Tang Yin took his storage soul guide from the bedside and pulled out a pale purple chrysanthemum. Zhu Zhuyun's big watery eyes stared at the huge chrysanthemum, not seeing anything particularly magical about it, just feeling that the color was somewhat unusual. This chrysanthemum was called the Qirong Tongtianju, which could invigorate the limbs and enhance blood circulation. After consuming it, one could cultivate the legendary indestructible body. After hearing Tang Yin explain its effects, Zhu Zhuyun hesitated. But my soul beast, the nether spirit cat, has a feminine attribute. Wouldn't tea that conflict with this herb's properties? Tang Yin had already considered Zhu Zhuyun's concerns and smiled as he explained. Sister Zhuyun, did you forget the dark gold claw bear soul bone I gave you? The soul power of that bone is extremely strong and masculine, which is somewhat complementary to the Qirong Tongtianju. They might even produce a miraculous reaction. Besides, the properties of this herb are neutral, so consuming it one tea conflict with the soul power in your body. Just treat it as a supplement. Zhu Zhuyun took the Qirong Tongtianju from Tang Yin's hand. The fluffy flower was truly adorable, making her unable to resist touching it. Sister Zhuyun, you should absorb it now. It might help you break through to Soul King soon. As he said this, Tang Yin's peripheral vision inadvertently glanced towards the door. After observing several times, Zhu Zhuqing felt terrifyingly strong. This time, Zhu Zhuqing had intended to sneak away as usual, but unexpectedly, she was caught by Tang Yin. The moment her eyes met Tang Yin's, her heart jumped to her throat. Fortunately, Tang Yin glanced at her and then turned his attention back to his sister. Zhu Zhuqing patted her already well-developed chest, exhaling a breath, thinking to herself how close that was. Then, feeling somewhat guilty, she closed the slightly ajar door and returned to her room. Zhu Zhuyun would not refuse the things Tang Yin gave her like Zhu Zhuqing did, because she had already completely belonged to Tang Yin. Dressed in a thin gauze robe, Zhu Zhuyun sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to absorb the Qirong Tang Tianju. Sister Zhiyun, first eat the core of the flower, then one petal at a time. There is no need to eat the root. After finishing, you can immediately refine it. Zhu Zhiyun gently parted her lips and began to consume the herb according to Tang Yin's instructions. Although the medicinal power of the Qirong Tang Tianju was gentle, absorption still required quite a bit of time. Seeing Zhu Zhiyun had entered a meditative state, Tang Yin felt somewhat relieved. Zhu Zhiyun was using Tang Yin's presence as a distraction. Being there would actually disturb her cultivation. After casually throwing on some clothes, Tang Yin left the room. He had one more thing to do, find that little black cat who had been peeping. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's door tightly closed, Tang Yin unceremoniously twisted the doorknob. The door was not locked. Perhaps she had left in a hurry, or Zhu Zhuqing never expected Tang Yin to walk directly into her room. Once inside, Tang Yin saw Zhu Zhuqing wrapped up like a dumpling, with only her head sticking out. Zhu Zhuqing turned around, looking as if she had just woken up. Her eyes half closed and spoke lazily. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing here?" Tang Yin did not directly expose her, but walked to the edge of Zhu Zhuqing's bed, bent down, and rested his head against her smooth forehead. "Because I miss you, Zhuqing." This statement startled Zhu Zhuqing, as she knew what had just happened. If her sister saw her with her brother-in-law, Zhu Zhuqing didn't dare to think further. "Sister, brother-in-law, don't do that. What if sister sees us?" Now, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't pretend to be asleep. Her flustered expression revealed her inner turmoil. Tang Yin chuckled. "It's okay. Our Zhuqing is so cute. I couldn't help myself." Seeing she could no longer pretend, Zhu Zhuqing had to act like an ostrich. "Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I shouldn't have peeked. Silly girl, I really miss you." Saying this, Tang Yin had already pulled the wrapped-up Zhu Zhuqing out from under the covers. Sister. Zhu Zhuqing became a bit flustered. She didn't have the courage to sneak around in front of Zhu Zhiyun. Tang Yin lifted Zhu Zhuqing and placed her on his lap, and he couldn't help but compare Zhu Zhuqing with Zhu Zhiyun. In the end, Tang Yin reached a conclusion. As long as they can stack together, it's fine. "Zhuqing, don't worry. Your sister is cultivating." Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit more at ease as she leaned her head against Tang Yin's chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. "Brother-in-law, are we going to keep holding like this?" After a long while, Zhu Zhuqing cautiously asked. The moment she raised her puzzled face, it met Tang Yin's smiling face. "Of course not. Let me check what our Zhuqing has just learned." "Huh?" Zhu Zhuqing was at a loss for words, unsure whether to agree or refuse. Tang Yin's hand brushed past her lower body, and the sensation through the thin layer of fabric made Zhu Zhuqing immediately close her long legs. "It seems our Zhuqing has grown up." Zhu Zhuqing simply stopped hiding and shyly asked, "Sister, what does brother-in-law want me to do?" Through a wall, Zhu Zhiyun, who was still cultivating, could never have imagined what Tang Yin was doing. Chapter 129. Zhu Zhuqing spat out the milk in her mouth. "What's wrong?" Zhu Zhiyun patted Zhu Zhuqing's back, asking with some concern. Tang Yin, on the side, felt somewhat guilty and took a sip of water from a nearby cup to cover his embarrassment. After coughing a couple of times, Zhu Zhuqing, her face flushed, said, "Nothing, I just drank too quickly and choked a bit." Zhu Zhiyun cleaned the table. Wiping up the milk, Zhu Zhuqing had coughed out. "Be more careful next time." "Got it, sister." Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit shy to meet Zhu Zhiyun's gaze, like a child who had done something wrong. Yesterday, Zhu Zhuqing had also followed her sister's example and tried to consume that thing. She knew it was a good thing. Sure enough, the first time's effect was excellent, directly allowing her to break through the bottleneck of level 29. While drinking the milk just now, she inevitably recalled some not-so-healthy images, leading to what had just happened. "By the way, Xiao Yin, my martial soul has undergone some changes. Last night, not only did Zhu Zhuqing break through, but Zhu Zhiyun, who consumed and absorbed the Qirong Tang Tianju, also rose 4 levels and only needed to absorb a soul ring to become a soul king." What changes? Tang Yin hadn't expected the Qirong Tang Tianju would really change Zhu Zhiyun's martial soul. He had only speculated about the possibility based on pharmacology and martial soul knowledge. Zhu Zhiyun stood up and walked to the relatively spacious living room, summoning her martial soul. With a nether spirit cat manifesting, Zhu Zhiyun's figure became even more alluring. A black tail appeared behind her, and her hands transformed into fluffy cat paws. The reason is quite simple. It's because Tang Yin had played soul play with his sister Zhu Zhiyun. At that time, Zhu Zhiyun was lying on Tang Yin's fate, and Tang Yin grabbed her long tail from behind. Returning to the topic, Tang Yin carefully observed where Zhu Zhiyun's martial soul had changed. Originally, her pure black fur was now flowing with countless golden lights, resembling the stripes on a tiger, particularly at the tail, where 9 golden rings were neatly arranged at equal intervals. Her purple eyes had also turned into a dazzling golden color, becoming more intimidating. The most significant change was in the claws of the nether spirit cat. Originally, they were slender to better match the agility of the nether spirit cat. However, after consuming the miraculous mushroom of heaven and earth, Zhu Zhiyun's originally elongated cat claws had shortened slightly, becoming thicker. The dark golden claw bones of her left paw had completely fused with the martial soul, because the left front paw of the martial soul's phantom was more pronounced. Now, my martial soul still retains the characteristics of the nether spirit cat, such as speed, agility, and stealth, but its compatibility with the dark attribute has significantly decreased. However, I can be sure that my current martial soul is much stronger than the original nether spirit cat, even comparable to some powerful beast martial souls. Zhu Jian thought to herself while talking to Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing was not focused on the martial soul. Her gaze remained fixed on Zhu Zhiyun's face. It was only at this moment that she realized her sister Zhu Zhiyun had become even more beautiful. Her already stunning face, now shining with an extra glow, surpassing her own looks. Zhu Zhuqing's facial contours were indeed slightly softer, making her somewhat prettier than her sister. But now, after taking the fairy herb, Zhu Zhiyun had already surpassed her younger sister. Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of envy. If I also consumed that fairy herb, would I become more beautiful? No girl could resist the temptation to become more beautiful. Indeed, she was stronger. Tang Yin also sensed Zhu Zhiyun's current martial soul strength, which was not inferior to the top-tier Hao Yin hammer. Sister Zhiyun, how many levels has your soul power increased? When it came to soul power, Zhu Zhiyun became even more excited. Xiaoyin, I'm already at level 50. I never even dared to think about it. I could level up 4 times in one night. Zhu Zhiyun didn't know how to express her excitement, so she leaned close to Tang Yin and, regardless of Zhu Zhuqing being present, directly kissed him. Of course, it was just a light peck. Zhu Zhiyun wasn't bold enough to give Tang Yin a French kiss in front of her younger sister. After their lips parted, Tang Yin said to Zhu Zhiyun in his arms, Sister Zhiyun, the effects of the mushroom of heaven and earth are far more than just increasing soul power. This fairy herb is fundamentally nurturing and will be more beneficial for your future cultivation. Zhu Zhiyun hugged Tang Yin and softly said, Xiaoyin, it's so good to have you. While holding Zhu Zhiyun, Tang Yin's eyes glanced at Zhu Zhuqing beside them, who was also looking at him. After smiling at Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yin continued, Zhuqing has also broken through to level 30. It's a perfect opportunity for us to team up and go to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings. Zhu Zhiyun responded. You just came back from the Sunset Forest. Take a good rest for a few days. The teacher is back, so let him take us to hunt for soul rings. Tang Yin had thought about going with them, but Zhu Zhiyun's words clearly rejected him from joining. Tang Yin felt warmth in his heart and tightened his hug around Zhu Zhiyun. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit restless, out of a sudden impulse. She reached out her little hand and secretly took hold of Tang Yin's other hand. This subtle and secretive flirtation made Zhu Zhuqing feel both nervous and excited. The dual stimulation of her physiological and psychological state was almost overwhelming for this little cat. Tang Yin also enjoyed this feeling, openly embracing his sister while secretly playing with his younger sister. Perhaps the only one left in the dark was Zhu Zhiyun. Zhu Zhiyun took Zhu Zhuqing to find Tang Hao. Tang Yin also had some matters to attend to. He had promised Douluo to treat his granddaughter Yin for the snake poison in her body. Shortly after the two sisters left, Tang Yin also set out for the Tiando Royal Academy. The Tiando Royal Academy is located outside Tiando City, designed to prevent students from being distracted by the debauchery within the city, which might dampen their cultivation spirit. This academy, reputed to be the most outstanding in the Tiando Empire, was not difficult to find, and Tang Yin was aware of its general location. When Tang Yin arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy, he understood why it was called the first academy of the Tiando Empire. For example, the Lamba Academy he was currently attending, which had a forest, was already not considered small, but in front of the Tiando Royal Academy. It seemed like an unremarkable intermediate academy. The Tiando Royal Academy covered a vast area, managing a forest, a lake, and an entire mountain range. Tang Yin had no intention of admiring the surrounding scenery. He headed straight for the academy's main gate. Chapter 130. Tiando Royal Battle Team at the entrance. A middle-aged man in a purple academy uniform stopped Tang Yin. Judging by his attire, he was likely a duty teacher of the Tiando Royal Academy. Student, please show your identification, the teacher inquired as part of routine. No, teacher, Well, I'm not a student of the Tiando Royal Academy. Tang Yin waved his hand. Then what brings you to our academy? The duty teacher, noticing Tang Yin was young, but had a soul power fluctuation that even he couldn't see through, maintained a friendly demeanor. Tang Yin then remembered he had forgotten to ask Douluo for something to prove his identity, but suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He took out a token from his storage soul guide. I come at the behest of His Highness the Crown Prince to inspect the Tiando Royal Academy. After saying that, Tang Yin solemnly whispered to the teacher, "This inspection is confidential. Do not spread it." The token Tang Yin produced was the Tiando Crown Prince token given to him by Qian Renxue. This token was handed to Tang Yin after he got closer to Qian Renxue during the Ice and Fire Yin Yang incident, allowing him to visit her anytime. The Tiando Royal Academy is private property of the Tiando Royal family, and as the heir, Xue Qinghe had no issues inspecting the academy. Tang Yin took this approach to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon seeing the token, the duty teacher's attitude became even more respectful. He bowed to Tang Yin. "I apologize for the previous offense. Please enter." Tang Yin returned a polite smile and then walked into the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon entering the mountain, Tang Yin felt the scale of the Tiando Royal Academy even more deeply. Each stone step beneath his feet was carved from white jade, intricately engraved with exquisite soul beast patterns, lifelike and masterfully crafted. The surroundings were filled with greenery, resembling a sea of green. As someone with the blue-silver emperor bloodline and destiny martial soul, Tang Yin felt an unparalleled freshness. Tang Yin quickly made his way to the mid-mountain area and saw the school buildings hidden within the original forest scenery. The main campus area of the Tiando Royal Academy was entirely constructed of single-story buildings, with an outer wall reaching 5 meters high, all in bright yellow, looking extremely vibrant. Even the tops of the walls were covered with glazed tiles, exuding luxury. It might be class time, as Tang Yin did not see any students around the campus, but he did spot a few teachers passing by. He approached a female teacher who seemed easy to talk to and asked her about the whereabouts of Douluo. Coincidentally, this teacher happened to be an assistant coach of the first team of the Tiando Royal team. Upon hearing someone inquire about the team's vice-captain, Douluo, she asked with a sense of responsibility, "What do you need with Douluo?" Tang Yin had already prepared an excuse. "I was sent by Douluo's grandfather, the poisoned Douluo, to find her. I have something to give to her." "I see." After hearing the name of the poisoned Douluo, the female teacher did not pry further, but directed Tang Yin to a path. "They are training right now, so please don't interrupt them. The team's head coach does not like anyone disrupting his lessons." "Thank you, sister." Tang Yin politely thanked her and turned to leave. Being called sister by such a handsome boy made this single assistant teacher, who had been alone for over 20 years, feel a flutter in her heart. Tang Yin was unaware that he had unintentionally captured the heart of yet another sister. Following the directions provided by the teacher, he arrived at the training base of the Tiando Royal team. The decoration inside the base was extravagantly luxurious, with golden embellishments illuminating the entire hall. Passing through a corridor lined with a thick red carpet, Tang Yin followed the signs and reached training ground number 1. Pushing open the heavy door, the sounds of fighting came from within. The large training ground was entirely enclosed, with only ventilated openings, surrounded by bright white walls. A massive lighting soul tool overhead made the room as bright as day, without any consideration for natural light. A 3v3 battle was taking place on the field, and below, besides a middle-aged male teacher in academy attire, there was also a young woman dressed in black with a black veil over her head. As Tang Yin's gaze swept over the woman, he felt a familiar aura from her in just one glance. The aura of life. A healing type, soul master? Tang Yin thought to himself. He had a strong sensitivity to healing soul masters. At the Blue Tyrant Academy, he had sensed this aura from a senior named Jiangzhu. However, the life energy intensity of the black-clad woman before him was far superior to that of senior Jiangzhu. The woman in the black dress seemed to notice someone looking at her and turned a glance at Tang Yin. The middle-aged male teacher, named Qin Ming, appeared to be in his 30s, a level 62 soul emperor with a mutated fire wolf martial soul. He was not only the highest-ranking teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, but also a graduate of the first class of Shrek Academy. When Tang Yin pushed open the door, he frowned slightly, seeing a teenage stranger enter. Qin Ming did not order the students to stop fighting. Although he was unsure of Tang Yin's intentions, he knew that someone who could enter here was not an ordinary person. In the Tiando Royal Academy, children of the powerful and wealthy were everywhere. Even the lowest-ranking student was likely the offspring of some noble viscount. Qin Ming had achieved the rank of Tiando-level teacher not only because of his extraordinary talent, but also due to his character. Tang Yin also wisely stood to the side, waiting for the match to conclude. At this time, the match was nearing its end. In the training arena, a girl with deep purple short hair and green eyes was emanating green, poisonous mist, nearly enveloping half the arena. On the other side, blue-purple lightning burst forth, and a violent, destructive aura kept all the poisonous mist at bay. Standing beside Duguyan were two official members of the Tiendo royal team, one named Shimo, with a black tortoise martial soul, and the other named Asro, with a ghost leopard martial soul. Their opponents were also members of the Tiendo royal team, with the tall man leading them being the captain, Yu Tianheng. He was not particularly handsome, and like his uncle, Yu Xiaojiang, his facial expressions were quite rigid. He had two companions. To his left was Shimo, who was Shimo's brother with the same black tortoise martial soul, and to his right was Yu Feng, with a windbell bird martial soul. After dozens of rounds of combat, all 6 participants bore injuries, showing no mercy just because they were teammates. Now, all 6 were at the end of their strength, and seeing this, Qin Ming deemed it unnecessary to continue. Alright, that's enough. Chapter 131. Yi Lingling. Upon hearing Qin Ming's voice, the tense atmosphere in the arena vanished without a trace, and a relaxed mood began to fill the space. The 6 fighters immediately relaxed, withdrawing their martial souls. Asro, standing next to Duguyan, spoke first, showing the 3 blood marks on his arm and complaining to Yu Feng. Yu Feng, I held back in the beginning, but you unexpectedly clawed me. Yu Feng shrugged, unconcerned, and replied, Who told you to hold back? Teacher Qin said we should give it our all. Asro was about to say more when Qin Ming's stern voice came from below the platform. All right, Lingling. You treat their injuries first. Yi Lingling was the black-clad woman. Hearing Qin Ming's voice, Asro couldn't help but shiver. He knew he was in for it. He silently transformed into an ostrich and stood behind Vice Captain Duguyan. At this moment, Duguyan was linking arms with Yu Tianheng, joking together. Yen, you were too fierce just now. I almost got poisoned to death by your green-scale serpent venom. A appeared on Yu Tianheng's rigid face. Even though he used the blue lightning tyrant dragon's power to spread throughout the arena, he barely managed to resist the full force of Duguyan's serpent poison. Duguyan tilted her head proudly. Humph, I just wanted to show you your place in the family hierarchy. Yu Tianheng had already experienced this girlfriend's temper. As the 6 of them cheerfully stepped down from the arena, they approached the black-clad woman Yi Lingling. Duguyan smiled and said, Lingling, I'm counting on you. Yi Lingling's face was shrouded in black gauze, making her expression impossible to see, but those who knew her well, like Duguyan, understood that she must be wearing a cold expression now. This was not because she was deliberately putting on a face for her teammates, but rather due to her martial soul's influence, which had shaped her personality since childhood. It is well known that powerful martial souls come with their own flaws. The number 1 supporting martial soul, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, cannot surpass level 80 due to its limitations. Similarly, the 9-Heart Begonia, with the same name, also has its fatal flaw. Because of the peculiar nature of the 9-Heart Begonia martial soul, no matter what Soul B Spirit Ring is granted, all soul skills will have only one effect, healing. It is precisely because of this extraordinary characteristic that the 9-Heart Begonia seems cursed, as only 2 can exist simultaneously on the continent. This means that on the day Yi Lingling awakened her martial soul, one of her elders passed away because of her. That deceased person happened to be her mother. She believed she had caused her mother's death and viewed herself as a disaster. Since the day of her martial soul awakening, Yi Lingling has closed off her heart, resisting contact and communication with anyone. Deep down, she fears that someone might become unhappy because of her. The coldness serves as both her protection and her kindness, as she does not wish to hurt others. It's nothing. Yi Lingling's voice was cold as she summoned her martial soul. Her martial soul, the 9-Heart Begonia, appeared as a pink begonia flower, composed of white and pink petals, vibrant and graceful, with flower leaves and vines cascading down, gently swaying in the wind. A rich floral fragrance spread everywhere, and countless white petals fell from the sky, showering each team member and healing their wounds. Tang Yin also saw Yi Lingling's martial soul and recognized it with just one glance. The 9-Heart Begonia? No wonder. Tang Yin knew about the 9-Heart Begonia. Even the mere mention of it in books as a miracle among martial souls hinted at its power. At that moment, Qin Ming also approached Tang Yin. Using the authority of teacher, Qin Ming addressed the unexpected guest. Excuse me, student, what brings you here? Teacher, I'm looking for Duguyan, Tang Yin replied quickly, noticing Qin Ming's unchanged expression. Elder Poison Dalu, that is, Duguyan's grandfather, sent me here. He should have informed Duguyan. Upon hearing the name Elder Poison Douluo, the serious teacher's expression softened a bit, which made Tang Yin grin internally. The title of Douluo was indeed useful. Follow me. After saying this, he turned and headed back to the observation area. As expected of a nine-heart begonia martial soul, in the short moment of conversation, the injuries of the 6 people had already healed, and their spirits were much better. At this time, they finally noticed Tang Yin's arrival. Except for Yi Lingling, the other 6 looked at Tang Yin with curiosity. Tang Yin had no reason to build a good relationship with this Tiando royal team. The only person here that interested him was Yi Lingling. Qin Ming directly spoke to Dugu Yin. Dugu Yin, this young man is looking for you. Qin Ming's words immediately drew strange looks, especially from Oscar, who secretly assessed Tang Yin and then glanced at his leader, instantly feeling worried for Yu Tianheng. You must be the granddaughter of Elder Dugu. There were only 2 girls present, and with Dugu Yan's obvious poison state, how could he be mistaken? Dugu Yan, however, looked confused. Looking for me? I haven't seen my grandfather for several days. Tang Yin, The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. He seemed to have arrived a bit too early. Thinking about it, if Dugu Bo had taken the pill he gave him yesterday, even at the fastest absorption speed, it would still take 2 or 3 days. Dugu Bo's situation was not merely about absorbing a pill. He also needed to gather the toxins attached to his bones with the pill's guidance, which required a long time. Your grandfather might have been delayed and couldn't notify you. But Dugu Yan's expression turned cold. So you can't prove your identity? Yeah. Tang Yin sighed. It seemed he had to resort to force. Excuse me. Tang Yin directly acted, and destiny suddenly appeared in his hand, stabbing towards Dugu Yan's chest. The sudden attack caught everyone off guard. Even Qin Ming, a soul emperor, was a beat slow. However, his response was timely. As he reached out towards Tang Yin, a wave of heat caused the temperature in the observation area to rise several degrees. Qin Ming was using his martial soul. The second to react was Yu Tianheng. Seeing his girlfriend being attacked, instinctively summoned his martial soul, his right hand transforming into a dragon claw, reaching for Tang Yin. Just as the attack was about to touch Tang Yin, Yi Lingling's cold voice rang out. Wait. Chapter 132. The Secret of the Avalanche. Sister Shui's reward. The sudden voice caused everyone from the Tiando Royal Academy to pause, while Tang Yin did not stop his actions. He wasn't afraid of Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng's attacks because they were too slow. Tang Yin was confident that he could activate Eternity to avoid all damage when anyone below the Soul Saint level attacked him. Destiny had already pierced Dugu Yan's chest, and astonishingly, no blood flowed out. Both Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng, who had summoned their martial souls, looked at Yi Lingling with confusion on their faces. Yi Lingling explained, "He's healing Sister Yan." Her words left everyone bewildered. You're saying that long spear piercing Dugu Yan's body is healing her? He is indeed healing Sister Yan. I can sense a healing energy from him that is even stronger than my own 9-heart begonia. Yi Lingling had never encountered a martial soul that surpassed her 9-heart begonia in quality, not even heard of one before. But today she had seen it. Seeing someone speak up for him, Tang Yin's tone softened. Elder Dugu was delayed because of healing. I came only to detoxify Dugu Yin and fulfill my promise to Elder Dugu. At this moment, Dugu Yin, impaled by the spear, couldn't say a word. Upon entering her body, Destiny was met with a surge of vibrant life energy that made Dugu Yin involuntarily moan. She felt that this energy was similar to Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia, but the difference was vast, though she couldn't describe how. The continuous flow of energy coursed through her body, washing over every inch of her skin. The indescribable itch in her chest disappeared. The green in her nails gradually faded, returning to their original rosy color, and her green pupils lightened considerably, eventually transforming to a purple similar to her hair. Seeing that Dugu Yin had returned to normal, Tang Yin directly withdrew Destiny. Dugu Yin staggered, and Yu Tianheng hurriedly retracted his martial soul to support her. Yin, are you okay? Dugu Yin shook her head, lowering her eyelids, leaning into her boyfriend's embrace. In the moment Destiny left her body, the sudden emptiness made Dugu Yin feel a bit lost. Having experienced that fullness, she felt she could never return. All right. Tang Yin didn't notice Dugu Yan's expression. He cupped his fist towards the 6 members of the Tiando royal team. I apologize for earlier. I have fulfilled Elder Dugu's request. The elite competition of the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies is about to begin, so I wish you all good results. Farewell. After saying this, Tang Yin turned and left. Tang Yin only engaged in meaningful social interactions. He deemed this Tiando royal team too weak, lacking even a soul zone, and his well wishes for good results were merely polite words. Wait. A cold voice called out from behind Tang Yin. What is your name? Tang Yin turned around, looking at Yu Lingling, who was only a few years older than him, and smiled. My name is Tang Yin. Until we meet again. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Vivian also softly murmured a few sounds. She had just realized the changes in her body. The accumulated toxins within her returned to her martial soul, and she was no longer troubled by the backlash of the martial soul's toxins. Moreover, that overwhelming life energy seemed to have loosened her 38th level soul power bottleneck, and she estimated that it wouldn't be long before she reached level 39. This brings the soul departure sect only a step away. The heavy door closed once again, and Qi Ming watched Tang Yin's departing figure, remaining silent for a long time. Just from that moment of confrontation, he had developed a deep wariness towards Tang Yin. His speed was too fast enough that even he, the Soul Emperor, did not react in time. What shocked Qi Ming even more was Tang Yin's age. Seeing that several members of the Tiando Royal Battle Team were looking at him, Qi Ming took a deep breath and transformed into a stern teacher. What are you all standing here for? Didn't that Tang Yin give you a sense of urgency? He is much younger than you. Next, there would be practical training for the 7 of them. Everyone swallowed hard. It was obvious who their opponents would be in this practical training. As a disciple of Shrek, Qi Ming placed great importance on the cooperation among the students. If you can't defeat Tang Yin, then I can't do anything about you. Qi Ming stepped onto the stage, and with each step he took, a ball of yellow flame erupted from his body. The muscles beneath his clothing suddenly swelled, tightening the originally loose outer garment, and his eyes turned yellow. Yellow, purple, purple, black. 6 soul rings slowly rotated beneath his feet. Come on. With nothing weighing him down, Tang Yin strolled leisurely through the campus of the Tiando Royal Academy, enjoying the scenery along the way. At this time, the sun was shining brightly, with rays filtering through the dense foliage, casting dappled spots of light. A soft breeze carried the scent of the forest, refreshing and filled with the fragrance of plants, making one feel invigorated. After walking for a while, Tang Yin encountered something that spoiled the scenery. 4 or 5 young people dressed in Tiando Royal Academy uniforms approached him in a swaggering manner. They exuded a strong smell of alcohol mixed with various perfumes, which was quite unpleasant, causing Tang Yin to frown. Seeing these disheartening individuals, Tang Yin quickened his pace, wanting to distance himself from them to avoid having his good mood ruined by such trivial matters. However, there was always someone who was oblivious. The leading young man arrogantly blocked Tang Yin's path. He wanted to look down on Tang Yin, but found that his height didn't allow him to do so, which made him even more dissatisfied. Which academy are you from? How dare you act wild in our Tiando Royal Academy? Tang Yin didn't even glance at them, simply swatting away the hand that blocked his way and continuing to walk forward. Still a kid with some temper. I like tough guys like you. You guys, break his legs for me. I want to see how tough he really is. The young man looked at Tang Yin with a fierce expression, seemingly unconcerned about the consequences. Tang Yin was speechless. He sensed that the strongest among this group was barely at level 30. With a single slap, he could easily take down someone like the little Karami. So how did they dare to provoke him? Looking back, Tang Yin felt he had seen the leading young man somewhere before. His exceptional memory reminded him that this person was none other than the noble from the red area who had competed with him for Catwoman at the Tiando auction house. Tang Yin recognized Avalanche, but Avalanche did not recognize Tang Yin. His mind was currently occupied with drinking and revelry. The original text mentioned he was pretending to be a fool while hiding his true strength, but during the years he was suppressed by Qian Renshua. Avalanche had not refrained from bullying others, even participating in orgies with his uncle, Prince Xuesheng. This decaying empire ruled by aristocrats had survived for thousands of years due to the destruction of the Spirit Hall, only to later split into 3 due to internal strife. Avalanche's reckless behavior was also related to his identity. As the 4th son of the Tiando Emperor, he had been bound to luxury and wealth since childhood. The Tiando Royal Academy was indeed a family asset of the Tiando royal family, and the noble in charge of the academy was his uncle Xuesheng, who had a close relationship with him. How could their relationship not be close? They were brothers who had gone through the same ordeal? No, a good uncle and nephew. The several young men around Avalanche were also nobles. Those without noble titles simply could not mix in their circle. As they approached Tang Yin, their steps were unsteady, their movements heavy and light, clearly drained by indulgence. Tang Yin had a taste for pleasure as well, but he rarely drank. After all, alcohol and indulgence are harmful. Tang Yin, who enjoyed excitement, was well aware of this principle. Just a glance at the group of young men, and Tang Yin's gaze remained focused on Avalanche. He sensed that there was a secret within Avalanche. With a flash, Tang Yin passed through the group, approaching him, and directly stood in front of Avalanche. Tang Yin sharply perceived that just a moment ago, he had seen something other than fear in the eyes of this young wastrel. What was? He couldn't quite articulate. Suddenly, the situation changed. The noble youths from the Tiando Royal Academy had no idea how Tang Yin appeared behind them. They were reckless, not foolish. Someone capable of such a feat immediately bore the label of invincibility in their eyes. The few who recognized the situation quickly panicked and fled in a group away from Tang Yin, abandoning their leader, the fourth Prince Avalanche. However, someone still had some loyalty. Someone boldly shouted to Tang Yin, "Don't be reckless. This is the fourth Prince Avalanche." Upon hearing this, Tang Yin found it even more amusing. Under Tang Yin's intimidation, Avalanche struggled to control his trembling legs, trying to steady his quaking voice. "Why you shouldn't act recklessly, Avalanche was nearly in tears. As he seemed to have merged with the character of the wastrel prince he was portraying to maintain his persona. This led to his drunken state, causing him to provoke Tang Yin, resulting in his current predicament. After staring at Avalanche for a long time, Tang Yin finally saw through his thoughts. He chose not to expose Avalanche's little tricks in front of him, but instead turned and left. Avalanche, feeling a wave of relief, collapsed to the ground. The pressure Tang Yin had exerted on him was overwhelming, like a prey being pinned down by a lion, knowing that with a slight exertion, he could be killed instantly. As Tang Yin walked past the group of nobles, they all stepped back several paces, clearly intimidated by him. After Tang Yin left, the group exchanged glances and simultaneously let out a sigh of relief, only to suddenly hear a furious voice from behind. "You bunch of useless fools, get over here." Unexpectedly, there was an unforeseen gain. The eyes are the windows to the soul. No matter how a person tries to conceal their inner thoughts through actions, their true intentions will be revealed in an unguarded glance. During the long stare with Avalanche, Tang Yin had captured a sense of calm from this wastrel. Faced with Tang Yin's killing intent, this powerless prince remained unflinching in the face of danger. What a magnificent posture. This deeply hidden useless prince. Even Tang Yin's sister Xue had not discovered his true side, which could be seen as enduring humiliation for the greater good. Tang Yin wondered how his sister would thank him if he told her about this discovery. With that thought, he quickened his pace. Tiando Crown Prince's mansion. In the study, Qian Renxue, dressed in male attire, was sitting sideways on Tang Yin's lap, her head resting on his shoulder. A blush on her face indicating that the two had engaged in some intimate activities prior. Tang Yin had just arrived at the prince's mansion when he encountered Qian Renxue, who had just returned. Qian Renxue, speaking in the tone of Prince Xue Qinghe, chatted a bit with Tang Yin before they walked side by side into Qian Renxue's secret study. As soon as they entered the study, Qian Renxue didn't even change her clothes. After removing the disguise effect of her angelic armor skull and restoring her appearance, she became entangled with Tang Yin. Looking at Qian Renxue, who was dressed like a boy, Tang Yin reminisced about the recent intimate moments and found her to have a unique charm. After shaking off this somewhat strange thought, Qian Renxue's voice, timely, sounded in his ear. Her slightly hoarse, mature voice making Tang Yin feel a bit out of control. "Xiaoying, it's only been less than a day. And you're here to find your sister?" Tang Yin replied, "Of course I miss you. I think about you every moment. Save those sweet words for your little sister." Although Qian Renxue said this, her heart felt sweet. Tang Yin had already figured out Qian Renxue's personality, so he didn't refute her, but instead brought up serious matters. After informing Qian Renxue about his meeting with Xue Lang and his speculations, Tang Yin awaited her response. "I once suspected that Xue Lang was faking it," Qian Renxue said with a frown. "I've tested him a few times, and he didn't show any signs. But hearing you say this, I believe it a bit more." However, Qian Renxue's tone shifted, but she hesitated. Tang Yin interjected, "You're worried that after killing Xue Lang, your identity will be suspected by the Snow Knight Emperor." Qian Renxue nodded, confirming Tang Ying's speculation. She was a soft-hearted person. She had spared Xue Lang's life to cover up the truth about killing the other princes. A living Xue Lang is worth more. If he dies, it will bring us a lot of trouble. Tang Yin analyzed from Qian Renxue's perspective. Isn't Xue Lang fond of playing the dandy? Let him continue to act, to fully experience a few days of indulgence. When the plan is about to succeed, we can eliminate the bloodline of the Tiando royal family. Such bloody words came out of Tang Ying's mouth lightly. Qian Renxue said, "You're being a bit extreme." Everyone, remembering the little princess, Xue Ku, who always called him Big Brother, Qian Renxue's heart couldn't harden. Tang Yin patted Qian Renxue's jade back, comforting her. "To cut the grass, you must remove the roots. Otherwise, The troubles will be endless. All right, let's not talk about this. Qian Renxue quickly stopped this somewhat oppressive topic. And the day to implement the plan was still far off. Xiaoying, you've helped your sister with such a big task. What reward do you want this time? Qian Renxue changed her position, straddling Tang Ying. The warm breath from her lower body made Tang Ying lift his head proudly. Tang Ying wasn't embarrassed and stated his desired reward. Sister Shui, I want. Qian Renxue raised an eyebrow and gave Tang Ying a sideways glance. But she didn't refuse his request. Having already established that level of relationship, it seemed inappropriate to deny it. Tang Ying sat in the chair that Qian Renxue sat in every day, watching the proud Qian Renxue slowly slide down. The large study felt very quiet. Only the sound of sucking on lollipops could be heard. Chapter 133. Qian Renxue's choice in the days when Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing were away. Tang Ying hardly returned home, staying overnight at the Prince's mansion every night. The 22-year-old Qian Renxue was very fond of Tang Ying. If it weren't for her own tasks, she would have moved in with him long ago. The surroundings of the Prince's mansion were filled with spies from various forces. The Snow Knight Emperor, Prince Xuexing, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, all of whom had sent many agents to monitor everything here. The relationship between Qian Renxue and Tang Ying couldn't be hidden from others. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was merely the Prince Xuexing having daily intimate conversations with a young man, the secrets being unworthy of mention. Of course, the attitudes of various forces towards this were different. As the Emperor, the Snow Knight Emperor expressed concern. He thought Xuexing was indeed foolish, indulging in male beauty. How could the future of the empire be entrusted to someone without heirs? However, after learning about Tang Ying's background, the Haotian's status left Snow Knight stunned, and he immediately expressed his lack of understanding but support. A title Douluo? The Tiando Empire didn't even have a direct title Douluo. If only Haotian Daluo's child were a girl, that would be great. Snow Knight sighed at the whims of fate. One day, he called Prince Xuexing, that is Qian Renxue, to his presence and earnestly reminded her, Qinghe, your father respects your choice, but you are the heir of the Tiando Empire. You still need to find a woman to have a child to inherit the throne. You wouldn't want the future Tiando Empire to fall into the hands of Shui Lang's wretched descendants, would you? Qian Renxue. Black person ? JPG. She returned to the prince's mansion in a daze. Having spent these days with Tang Ying, she was so happy that she had no time to manage the affairs of the princess mansion. Taking advantage of Tang Ying's absence, Qian Renxue began to deal with the piled-up matters, not knowing that rumors about her and Tang Ying had already spread among the upper class of Tiando City. Only a few people knew Tang Ying's true identity under the suppression of the Snow Knight Emperor. Among them was the bishop of the Spirit Hall of the Tiando Empire. Sadas. Qian Renxue underestimated people's curiosity about gossip, especially the gossip of someone of her high status. In just a few days, it had fermented to such an extent. Suppression was no longer possible. Reflecting on the Snow Knight Emperor's words, she began to ponder whether she should find someone to silence the rumors. That night, after informing Tang Ying of this matter, Tang Ying also felt it was time to find someone as a shield. However, the choice of person was crucial. Do you have anyone in mind? Tang Ying asked, naturally referring to the choice of princess. Qian Renxue lay back in Tang Ying's arms and mentioned a few candidates she had in mind. There are a few, but I haven't decided on whom to choose. Oh, tell me about them. Tang Ying was curious about his sister looking for a woman. It was quite a novelty. Moreover, as the one suffering, he didn't feel the slightest sense of being ed. Tang Ying's somewhat excited expression made Qian Renxue think he was considering some bad thoughts about a husband and wife. Her brother was good, but he was too naive. He might have already slept with those two sisters at home. If Tang Ying knew, he would definitely shout injustice. First, I never thought about a husband and wife situation. Second, I didn't sleep in the same bed. And more importantly, I'm not naive. If anyone is naive, it's you, sister. These past few days, you've been on top, and I'm just a helpless little sheep. Qian Renxue wouldn't say what was on her mind. If it was a husband and wife situation, so be it. After all, her brother was young and too energetic, and she couldn't keep up. The identity of the princess couldn't be too low, and it had to be easy to control. The most suitable candidate in my mind is Yi Lingling, the owner of the Nine-Heart Sea Peach Spirit. There are also a few young ladies from marquee families, but you might not like them. Tang Ying, why should I like them? But Tang Ying directly ignored Qian Renxue's last sentence. He thought of another candidate. What do you think about the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo? Are you talking about Duguyan? Qian Renxue frowned. I have considered her as well, But isn't she dating the Yu Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect now? It's precisely because of her relationship with Yu Tianheng that I let you marry her under the identity of the Crown Prince. Tang Yin expressed his concerns. I'm worried that Duge Yan's relationship with Yu Tianheng will affect my future plans. Are you going to take action against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Qian Rinchue's golden eyes widened, shocked by Tang Yin's crazy plan. Tang Yin shook his head. Not just the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but all sects on the continent. Tang Yin looked seriously at Qian Rinchue, including the Spear Hall, and also the Haotian sect. But Qian Rinchue couldn't bring herself to look directly at Tang Yin. She eventually lowered her gaze. What a huge plan this is. In the future, Tang Yin is almost going to be at odds with the entire continent. Among them, it even includes her own Spear Hall. Can you tell me your plan? Qian Rinchue buried her head in Tang Yin's arms and asked softly. Power begets authority. It's said that nobles enslave commoners. But how many nobles are not soul masters? Even if he is not a soul master, his ancestors must have been. A continent, 2 empires, 8 major forces, the Spirit Hall, and the 7 major sects, countless large and small sects intertwined, controlling over 90% of the continent's resources with less than 1% of the population. And the trend is becoming more pronounced. Rather than letting those pests hold power, it's better to let a selfless god oversee everything. But before this deity appears, the forces of the entire continent must be unified. Tang Yin knows Qian Rinchue's thoughts. For the mission of the Spirit Hall, she has given up her identity, sacrificed her most beautiful years, and has been playing someone else's life for decades. How could the sacrifices she made change her stance because of what seems like a whimsical idea to outsiders? It's not something that a love-struck person could do. Tang Yin waited for Qian Rinchue's answer. Even if she refused, he wouldn't blame her. After a long silence, seemingly having made up her mind, Qian Rinchue lifted her eyelids and looked intensely at Tang Yin with her phoenix eyes. I can agree to you, but you must also agree to one condition. What condition? Tang Yin did not expect Qian Rinchue to agree so quickly. What she had given up was far more than what he had. After all, he felt more affection for his own master from the 4 Extremes sect than for that Haotian sect he had never even seen. That selfless god's name absolutely cannot be Tang Yin. Chapter 134. Reactions from all sides. Tang Yin knows that there are gods in this world. Even if the angelic god of the Spirit Hall is a legend, his master, Old Turtle, once told him that there is a world beyond the continent after ascension. Becoming a god, a dream that seems unattainable to all soul masters, doesn't seem too difficult to Tang Yin. In the plan, he will become the deity that judges all injustices on the continent. To achieve absolute fairness, emotions must be sacrificed. Currently, Tang Yin is overflowing with his love, perhaps to compensate for the emotions he will lack after becoming a god in the future. He smiled bitterly at Qian Rinchue, just about to refuse. Qian Rinchue's voice, tinged with tears, rang out. I only have you left. I can give up the Spirit Hall for you. Can you make even the slightest change for me? At least, that selfless god shouldn't be me. Becoming a god is not that simple. Among those I have seen with the potential to become a god, besides me, it's just you. The last bit of persistence in Tang Yin's heart dissipated with Qian Rinchue's words. I only have you left. But Qian Rinchue didn't seem to be as rational as before. If Tang Yin had been a bit more observant, he would have noticed that being with him made Qian Rinchue very emotional. I don't care, Tang Yin. I tell you, if you become that emotionless god, I will personally destroy everything you have built. This tone didn't sound like a joke. In that moment, Tang Yin felt he was too selfish. An emotionless self has achieved an entire world, but how can he be worthy of those who love him? All right, I agree to you. This is just an idea, right? Don't even think about it. Qian Rinchue raised her voice. Tang Yin wiped away the tears at the corner of Qian Rinchue's eyes, feeling a bit distressed, and comforted her. Sister Shui, don't be angry. I won't do anything foolish. How could I bear to make Sister Shui sad? You swear in the name of your martial soul. This is the most sacred oath on Douluo continent. Because the martial soul is the foundation of every soul master. If the oath is violated, the consequence will be the destruction of the martial soul and the inability to make any progress in cultivation. Qian Rinchue's actions were also forced. She feared that her significance in Tang Yin's heart would not compare to his plans. She would rather have Tang Yin be annoyed with her current self than face a Tang Yin in the future who would no longer like her. I swear in the name of my martial soul, I will never forget Qian Rinchue in this lifetime. If I betray, may my soul perish. Tang Yin placed his right hand over his heart and formally made his vow to Qian Rinchue. Seeing that Qian Rinchue was not in high spirits, He hurriedly shifted the topic back to the issue of the crown princess candidate. Let's not talk about these unpleasant things. Having you marry Duguyin not only cuts off Dugubo's ties with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but it can also provide insurance for your plan. Controlling Dugubo's granddaughter can be considered an important piece to deal with Dugubo. Even if Dugubo's personality is unpredictable, he still won't act rashly in the future if he goes back on his agreement with me. Although Tang Yin treated Dugubo's injuries and selected herbs for him, these were all exchanges of benefits with a price. He wouldn't be foolish enough to place all his hopes on baseless promises, let alone on a temperamental title de law. Tang Yin looked at Qian Renshua, who was lying beside him, unsure if she had absorbed his words. Sister Shui? Sister Shui? Tang Yin gently shook her arm, but got no response. Just as Tang Yin was at a loss, Qian Renshua suddenly kissed his lips. After a long while, taking advantage of the gap, Tang Yin asked, Sister Shui, have you thought about your choice of wife? Qian Renshua didn't answer, but instead gasped for breath and sealed Tang Yin's mouth again. After several rounds of fighting, Qian Renshua finally replied, pick whoever you like. Just shut your mouth now. Qian Renshua wanted to properly punish this Tang Yin who wanted to abandon her. Bunger, your chance has come. Shui Xing first congratulated his good nephew. Chance? What chance? Ever since Shui Lang had been threatened by Tang Yin once, he saw everyone as wanting to kill him and had no mind for what was happening outside. After being withdrawn for several days, Shui Lang gradually emerged from his inner fears and had just recovered. Not long ago, he had tasted the flavor of a leopard woman with his uncle. Prince Shui Xing knew what his nephew had experienced. He even specially looked into it, but he didn't know Tang Yin's true identity, as he was on the alert list of the Snow Knight Emperor. The Snow Knight Emperor knows that his good younger brother has long coveted the throne of the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, sometimes even envying the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire. Snowstar, you are too extreme. It has to do with your good second brother. Snowstar comfortably lies on the bed, seemingly in a good mood. Recently, he has been getting along well with a young boy. Our spies have reported back that they saw that boy hugging your elder brother's waist as they entered the study together. Moreover, they didn't come out all night. Uncle, what does this mean? I have seen people who play around more than they do. Snow Avalanche is indifferent. He doesn't think that a good man's love will destabilize the position of Crown Prince Shui Qinghe. This is nothing, but haven't you noticed that Shui Qinghe, who is over 20, still hasn't established a crown princess? He doesn't like women at all. Prince Snowstar decides to give his nephew some advice. What you need to do now is to quickly have an heir. This will draw more attention from your father, the Emperor. Bunger, Snowstar says earnestly. You have been pretending to be foolish for so many years just to survive. Your life is preserved, but Shui Qinghe's position as crown prince is becoming more secure. Even that Ning Fengji has become your elder brother's teacher. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has clearly aligned itself with the crown prince faction. Your only chance to turn the tables now is to have an heir before your elder brother does. At this moment, Snow Avalanche no longer appears as he once did. Like a playboy, he is not a true playboy. Snow Avalanche's gaze is calm, yet resolute. Uncle, don't worry, I will live on, and I will live well. At this moment, Snow Avalanche thinks of many people. His father, Snow Knight, his second brother, Shui Qinghe, and also that Tang Yin, whom he has only met once. In the Hall of Martial Souls, seated in a luxurious study, Salas is diligently writing, as he has very important matters to report to the Pope. The content clearly states that there are suspected sightings of the Hao Hian Dao, and his offspring has close interactions with the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, suspected of a connection with Longyang. Chapter 135. The 3-5 combination about to be stir-fried. Haha, good boy, good boy. All the frustrations in his heart swept away at this moment. What is the chrysanthemum gate? Just a sissy. Next time, I won't let you off easily. His hair and beard have returned to their normal color, and the once white fur is showing signs of turning black under the life energy from Tang Yin. Douluo, due to his martial soul, has been stained with the foul smell of snake venom for years. But at this moment, he has no such odor. Instead, there is a faint floral fragrance. The pill refined from the blood-colored swan kiss and the fragrant Chala immortal product not only completely resolved his troubles with the green-scaled snake venom, but also fused with the toxic pill within him. Now, Dugubo's green-scaled snake venom has increased more than double compared to before. Previously, the so-called number 1 poison in the world, Dugubo, was like a mayfly facing the death spider emperor of Bibi Dong. Now, his snake venom is enough to look down upon the world, even surpassing Bibi Dong without using the power of the Rakshasa god. His soul power has also risen 2 levels, reaching level 93. a height he had never thought he could achieve. After becoming a title Daw, each level is like a mountain. It is difficult to surpass. And even without the troubles of snake venom, Douluo had no confidence in breaking through to level 93 in his lifetime. He stands up and stretches his body. A series of cracking sounds echoing, and Douluo lets out a long breath. It seems Tang Yin didn't deceive me. I guess I owe him a big favor. Thinking of Tang Yin, Douluo recalls the 2 immortal herbs Tang Yin gave him. Forget about that. These immortal herbs are truly good things. It's fortunate that the boy has a bit of conscience and left some for me. Let Yin absorb this 8-petal immortal orchid. Douluo does not feel that Tang Yin has taken advantage of him. After all, he doesn't know anything about these herbs, and he is completely ignorant of their pharmacology. What use is it to guard a treasure trove that can't be opened? As for why he didn't recognize his old rival Chrysanthemum Douluo is a martial soul, the mysterious chrysanthemum, he doesn't know. As for how to deal with the Chihuahua tulip, Douluo is unsure. Should he give it to Yin's boyfriend? Please. They've only been together for a few days. As a grandfather, would he really give a gift worth 100,000 years of soul bones to this outsider? Is it because of that stiff face of Yu Qianheng or the stiff face of that old dragon from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Douluo's figure flashes, already leaving the eye of ice and fire. The distance from the Sunset Forest to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy is only a few hundred miles. To him, a title Douluo, it's just a blink of an eye. He doesn't even know if Tang Yin has come to detoxify Yin. A week has passed since Douluo absorbed the pill, and only now does he remember that he didn't inform his granddaughter about this in advance. And Tang Yin has no items related to Douluo to prove it. Hopefully, there won't be any misunderstandings. With a sense of luck, Douluo directly enters the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Informing the 3 school committee members, were they scarcely relevant. Scanning the entire academy with his spiritual sense, Douluo quickly finds his granddaughter. In the lounge of the Heaven-Do Royal Battle Team, Qin Ming is explaining the upcoming itinerary to the members of the Heaven-Do Royal Battle Team, invited by the Lord of Soto City from the Balak Kingdom. The day after tomorrow, we will set off for the Soto City Grand Soul Arena to participate in a 7 versus 7 team soul battle. Before that, I want to remind you of some things. Qin Ming's voice is gentle, and he has high hopes for these 7 rare elites in the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. He hopes they can go further on their future paths, and all he can do as their teacher is to sharpen them, helping them carve a path through thorns. First, I want to commend you. Your cooperation has improved significantly over these days. In the Soul Master teams of various Grand Soul arenas in the directly governed provinces of the Heaven-Do Empire, there are no opponents left. You are my pride. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the 7 show varying degrees of joy on their faces. The hardships of the past 6 months of grueling training are known only to them. Taking in everyone's expressions, Qin Ming's tone changes, becoming that of the strict teacher he is. However, please put away your current pride, for you are not qualified to be proud yet. You have also seen, just not long ago, just as Qin Ming was about to bring up Tang Yin again, the door of the lounge was knocked on and opened directly. Qin Ming turned his head to see a gray-haired old man walking straight in. In the lounge, Yin, sitting next to Yu Tianheng, immediately stood up excitedly upon seeing the visitor. Grandpa! Before Douluo could speak, Yin rushed over to hug her grandfather. Her feelings for this only relative surpass everything, while her love for Yu Tianheng is merely a seasoning for life. Yin's grandfather. The identity of the visitor is self-evident. Qin Ming shows no displeasure. His temperament does not suit such an expression at this moment. The junior Qin Ming bows to the poisoned Douluo. Seeing Qin Ming bow, the other students also rise to bow. Douluo waves his hand, signaling them to rise. You are all Yan's teachers and teammates. There is no need to be so formal. As he spoke, he lingered a bit longer on Yu Tianheng, inevitably comparing him to his granddaughter's most suitable boyfriend candidate. Tang Yin. Appearance? He couldn't compare. That kid Tang Yin was handsome enough to attract many young girls and married women just based on looks. Talent? He couldn't compare either. Tang Yin's soul power was something even he, a titled Dalu, couldn't gauge, but it certainly wouldn't be below level 40. Emotional intelligence? What did Yu Tianheng just call him? Grandpa? Are we really that familiar? The more he compared, the more dissatisfied Douluo felt about his granddaughter's boyfriend. Ignoring Yu Tianheng, Douluo said to Qin Ming, I have something to discuss with Yin. You all continue with your work. He then directly took Douluo out of the lounge. Grandpa, what have you been doing these days? You haven't come to see Yin. Douluo's tone was quite resentful, like a girl whose parent didn't buy her a doll. If the members of the Tiendo battle team saw this, they would surely be shocked. Is this still the same cold and venomous big sister? Douluo allowed Dugwian to act spoiled. His love for her could already be described as indulgent. Grandpa met an interesting person. Upon hearing this, Dugwian immediately thought of the silver-haired boy who had detoxified her. Who is it? She lifted her head, curiously asking, seemingly looking forward to her grandfather's answer. His name is Tang. Oh, right. Has a silver-haired boy come to see you these days? Douluo glanced at his granddaughter's current state, smacked his forehead, realizing he had been forgetful. With his keen perception of toxins, Douluo finally noticed that there were no traces of the green scale serpent's poison left on Dugwian, indicating that Tang had indeed come to the Tiendo Royal Academy to detoxify her. Upon hearing Tang Yin's name, Dugwian confirmed that the person her grandfather was talking about was the one who detoxified her. Hey, look at me being busy. You must have met him, right? So, did anything else happen between you two? At this point, Douluo's eyes held a hint of expectation. He hoped that some sparks could fly between Tang and Dugwian. However, that was just wishful thinking. He was aware that the blonde girl beside Tang was undoubtedly stunning, perfectly matched with him. Although his granddaughter also had some looks, standing next to that girl would make her appear like a maid. Dugwian pouted. There is something, but it's not a good thing. Then, she recounted the misunderstanding between her and Tang that day. Douluo sighed deeply, feeling somewhat guilty. It's all my fault for being careless back then. I actually forgot such an important matter. But now that it has come to this, Douluo could only go and apologize. Let's not talk about this anymore, Yin. Grandpa has brought you something good this time, something that can completely transform you. Looking at Douluo's somewhat mysterious expression, Dugwian was indeed intrigued. Transform? Is it a soul bone? In Dugwian's perception, the only thing that could transform a soul master would be a legendary soul bone. Douluo's smile grew wider. It's not a soul bone, but it far surpasses a soul bone. In Dugwian's expectant gaze, he took out a jade box from his treasure pouch. Open it and take a look. Dugwian took the jade box from Douluo's hand and opened it directly. The rich fragrance of the 8-petal fairy orchid rushed towards her, making Dugwian feel delighted. Seeing that it was a flower, Dugwian was somewhat puzzled. Grandpa, what is this? She had never thought that Douluo would deceive her. Since Grandpa said it far surpassed a soul bone, it must have its marvelous qualities. Douluo explained, this is a fairy herb from my medicinal garden, called the 8-petal fairy orchid, and its medicinal effect is extremely gentle. You can chew and swallow it when you take it. It tastes sweet, and once ingested, you only need to gather your soul power to help the medicinal effect integrate into your body. Your current soul power is almost at level 40, if nothing unexpected happens. This fairy herb can help you directly break through to level 40 and become a soul master. After hearing Douluo's explanation, Dugwian initially stared blankly at him in shock. And then all her expressions turned into admiration for Douluo. Douluo greatly enjoyed that look of admiration from Dugwian. Even the beard on his lips trembled, and he raised his head proudly. But, Grandpa, didn't you tell me you don't know the herbs in your medicinal garden? Dugwian's fatal blow caused Douluo's smile to freeze, realizing he had been too happy too soon. Ahem. Douluo coughed to cover his embarrassment and tried to change the subject. Yin, you should absorb this fairy herb first. The sooner you absorb it, the more benefits it will bring to your body. Dugwian no longer dug deeper, as she already had the answer in her heart. The interesting person who told Grandpa about the fairy herb's effects must be Tang. Before Douluo went to deliver the fairy herb to Dugwian, Tang had also gone to the Four Extremes sect to deliver a fairy herb to his teacher. The fairy herb Tang prepared for Yang Wudi was called the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo. The Ink Jade Divine Bamboo is entirely pitch black, with a texture like jade, and each segment of the bamboo embodies a certain spirit. Although this fairy herb was not precious and could even be considered mediocre, as it did not increase a soul master's soul power, it significantly enhanced the battle strength of the martial soul itself. Yang Wudi's broken soul, Gun Martial Soul, placed great emphasis on refining its own martial soul, making it the most suitable fairy herb for him. Similarly, the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo was also incredibly important to Tang. How could Yang Wudi not recognize this Ink Jade Divine Bamboo? Upon seeing this fairy herb, Yang Wudi initially expressed extreme joy, but restrained his desire and refused it. His exact words were, Xiaoyin, you need this Ink Jade Divine Bamboo more than I do. Your future is still long, while I've already seen my limits. Tang was moved, but after much persuasion, he finally managed to convince Yang Wudi to reluctantly accept the fairy herb. 2 days later, a radiant Dugwian returned to the team. In these 2 days, She had completely absorbed the 8-petal fairy orchid, integrating all its medicinal effects into her body, and her soul power had directly broken through to level 40. Besides that, she had also gained unexpected benefits. Her green scale, serpent martial soul's quality was not high, and her innate soul power was only level 7, which could only be considered above average in talent. However, after consuming the 8-petal fairy orchid, this fairy herb had dramatically changed her fate, not only raising her talent, but allowing her to possess a talent that could rival those with full innate soul power. At the same time, her martial soul underwent some subtle changes. On the head of her green scale, serpent martial soul, a pair of protruding dragon horns unexpectedly grew, which was a sign of serpent transforming into a dragon. Upon learning about his granddaughter's martial soul changes, Douluo repeatedly exclaimed good and was filled with joy, while also feeling even more grateful to Tang Yin. At this rate, Douluo was going to become Tang Yin's most loyal supporter. He knew his granddaughter's talent. Without this fortuitous encounter, becoming a soul sage could have been the end of her journey. And the transformation into a dragon meant that Yin Yan's future was still bright. The other team members felt a sense of absurdity when they saw Douluo, as if they hadn't seen her for many years, even though they had only been apart for 2 days. Oslo exclaimed directly, "Sister Yin, it's only been a few days. How have you changed so much?" Seeing the surprised expression on his partner's face, Douluo was somewhat taken aback. She frowned and asked, "Is there any change?" Oslo was momentarily speechless. He couldn't pinpoint how Douluo had changed. The others felt the same way. Yu Qianheng came to Douluo's side and smiled. "Maybe my Yinzi has just become more beautiful." However, even with a smile, Yu Qianheng wasn't that handsome. Qin Ming saw that everyone was present and clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. "All right, everyone, let's get going." At this moment, the trio of teams in the Soto City Great Soul Arena were unaware of the crisis they were about to face. Chapter 136, Soto Great Soul Arena in the Soto City Great Soul Arena, the temporary resting room of the Tiendo Royal Team. Over the past few days, the team had achieved consecutive victories against several Silver Soul ranked teams, with hardly any team able to last even a quarter of an hour against them. At this time, Qin Ming was not seen in the resting room. The 7 team members were sitting comfortably in soft chairs, with some tea and snacks on the low table in front of them. The pressure-free battles had led everyone to feel somewhat lax. The Ballot Kingdom was just a rural place. How could there be any strong opponents? Douluo crossed her legs, the tight-fitting battle suit accentuating her perfect leg curves. Her beautiful legs swayed gently, and the front of her purple high heels wobbled, looking quite tempting. She was in a good mood. It was her first time fighting in top form, and it seemed the previous snake venom had somewhat constrained her body, especially her martial spirit at this moment. Although she was expelling the green-scaled poison, it was significantly stronger now, greatly enhancing her control over the battlefield. She picked up a cup of tea and took a light sip, then lazily leaned back in her chair. What a boring journey. I thought we might encounter some strong opponents. Yinzi, your strength has actually increased so much. It seems we have a better chance in this Soul Master competition. Yu Qianheng said, quite surprised by Douluo's change. He only knew from Douluo that her grandfather had given her a type of herb, but he didn't know what kind it was. As a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he had consumed many herbs since childhood, but he had never heard of one that could produce such a significant enhancement like Douluo's. Yes, Sister Yin, Oslo excitedly chimed in today. Your green-scaled snake poison forced that so-called frenzy team to stand poorly. On the arena, who from our royal fighting team can compare? The brothers Shimo and Shimo, known for their simple personalities and looks, nodded in agreement as well. But Douluo thought of Tang Yin. He would also participate in this Soul Master competition, right? Remembering the shot that even Qin Ming hadn't reacted to that day, Douluo felt uncertain, even after taking the celestial herb. In response to everyone's flattery, Douluo said irritably, All right, instead of praising me here, I should quickly improve my soul power. Hey, I wonder what Teacher Qin Ming is thinking. Coming to such a rural place and wasting our training time, Oslo complained. Yu Qianheng said lightly, Less talk. It's better to conserve energy. Oslo shrank his neck and said no more. He held Yu Qianheng in high regard because he knew he couldn't last even 3 minutes in front of him. Teacher Qin Ming probably still needs some time to handle the follow-up matters. Does anyone want to join me for a 2v2 match? Seeing that Qin Ming hadn't returned, Douluo wanted to find something to occupy herself. She scanned the faces of the others. Oslo, Yu Feng, and the Shimo brothers all averted their gazes, either picking up their teacups to cover up or closing their eyes in concentration. Everyone had a sense of the situation. As for Yi Lingling, she still wore a cold expression, sitting in an inconspicuous corner, emanating an aura of coldness that kept people at bay. In a 2v2 match, she wouldn't have much of a role to play. Yu Qianheng looked around and smiled wryly. Yinzi, I'll go with you. You guys really are cowards. Du Guiyan ignored these teammates and left the resting room with Yu Qianheng to sign up for the competition. On the other side, Tang San and Xiao Wu were also about to start today's trial. The training undermaster for Shrek 6 had reached the second phase, practical combat training. This meant they would compete in the Soto City Great Soul Arena. However, due to the absence of Zhu Zhuqing, the Shrek Academy's team was short one member, and the only one who could fill the gap was the 30-level Soul Master. But Master S strength was quite lacking, which often put the Shrek Academy's team in a disadvantageous position. Moreover, with two support Soul Masters in the team, the severely lacking offensive capability only made things worse. In a recent battle against the Frenzy team, they had only managed to win thanks to Tang San's external Soul Bone, Thorn Turtle Spike, and the unparalleled power of the Haotian Hammer. The more this happened, the more Master looked forward to Tang San's brother, whom he had never met. In his eyes, Tang Yin was the last piece of the puzzle to complete his Shrek Galaxy battleship. Third brother, do you think we can win today? Xiao Wu bounced around Tang San's side like a lively rabbit. No way. Tang San looked at his sister fondly and smiled. Xiao Wu, we will win. We've already had 24 consecutive victories. After a year of training, Tang San's soul power had reached level 35, only 2 levels lower than Dai Mubai, who was 3 years older than him. Moreover, in a recent individual battle, Tang San had defeated the evil White Tiger Dai Mubai head-on in the name of Haotian. This was also where Tang San's confidence stemmed from. Please, Team Sanwu and Team Longxi, prepare at the number 3 dual battle platform. Please, Team Sanwu and Team Longxi, prepare at the number 3 dual battle platform. The announcement repeated 3 times. Xiao Wu, let's hurry over, Tang San said casually, but his heart was quite heavy. The Longxi team made him feel a bit wary of the opponents he was about to face. Under Master's guidance, Tang San understood that any martial spirit related to dragons was undoubtedly among the top-level martial spirits in the world, whether it was a beast martial spirit or a weapon martial spirit. Xiao Wu, being carefree, didn't think much about it and was eagerly anticipating. All right, we're finally going on stage. Let them see how powerful Sister Xiao Wu is. What Longxi team, watch me turn them into little bugs. Through the entrance passage, Tang San and Xiao Wu stood on the competition stage. As they stepped onto the stage, they immediately drew cheers from the audience. They were the holders of the 24 consecutive victories in duel battles. And today, these spectators might witness the miracle of the 25th consecutive victory at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Coming out from the opposite side were Yu Qianheng and Du Guiyan. Are these two guys really strong? Why are the spectators cheering for them? Yu Qianheng asked Du Guiyan. Du Guiyan nonchalantly replied, who cares? We are both high-level Soul Emperors. Why would we fear a Soul Emperor famous only in Soto City? Chapter 137. Showdown. At this moment, Tang San finally saw the appearance of his opponent. From Du Guiyan, Tang San keenly sensed the poison attribute on her, even though she had already been detoxified by Tang Yin. On Yu Tianheng's face, Tang San vaguely saw a resemblance to Master. With a hint of speculation, he heard the host shout loudly, "The match begins." As soon as the words fell, the 4 contestants on the field simultaneously radiated light, summoning their respective martial souls. Yellow, purple. All 4 had the best soul ring configurations, which inevitably caused cheers from the audience, with the host's exclamation redirecting everyone's attention to their martial souls. Heavens, what am I seeing? The Haotian Hammer and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon appeared in the same match. Is this a battle between the new generation of the top 3 sects? Tang San and Yu Qianheng also turned their gazes toward each other. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Haotian Hammer. Both named the other's martial soul. The 3 top sects are interconnected, but how could there be no conflict among them? And the rivalry between the world's number 1 weapon martial soul and the number 1 beast martial soul is a huge draw. Its importance is enough to warrant a competition in the central soul fighting arena. The spectators below were even more excited. They never expected that just a regular spectator ticket would allow them to witness such a large-scale match, which felt like a huge bargain. At this moment, the supervisor who arranged this match had been summoned to the office and severely reprimanded by the higher-ups of the soul fighting arena. Was the loss just a few ticket prices? That was a pile of shiny gold soul coins after the opening. You can skip work tomorrow. The higher-ups' words directly overturned the supervisor's job. On the number 3 soul fighting platform, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, and years of tacit understanding immediately made them understand each other's intentions. Tang San lowered his stance, gripping the Haotian hammer horizontally, with the hammer face angled forward. Xiao Wu then leaped, like a light fairy in the air, using her flexible waist to land steadily on the Haotian hammer in Tang San's hand. The muscles in Xiao Wu's legs and Tang San's arms contracted simultaneously, and their explosive power combined in an instant. Xiao Wu's body flew out like an arrow released from a bow, her calves wrapped in pink stockings exuding terrifying momentum as she charged toward Yu Qianheng and Duge Yan. Tang San, holding the Haotian hammer, followed closely behind. He dared not be the least bit careless. Tang San and Xiao Wu's proactive attack surprised Yu Qianheng and Duge Yan because their speed was simply too fast. After all, the synergy between Tang San and Xiao Wu was undeniable. Facing the incoming Xiao Wu, Yu Qianheng stepped forward, his first soul ring lighting up. Blue-purple lightning surged wildly around him and Duge Yan. He reached out with his right hand, and a dragon claw formed from pure lightning power lunged toward Xiao Wu, distorting the air and producing a terrifying crackling sound. Yu Qianheng took this battle very seriously because the pride belonging to the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect in his heart would not allow him to lose this match. What does it matter if it's the number one sect in the world or the number one weapon martial soul? Xiao Wu was surrounded by blue lightning, and as she rapidly approached, her body began to feel slightly numb, but her speed did not decrease. Just as she was about to make contact with the lightning dragon claw, her only purple soul ring instantly activated, allowing her body to pass directly through the lightning dragon claw. Third soul skill, instant teleportation. Instant teleportation not only allowed Xiao Wu to dodge the lightning dragon claw, but also shortened the distance between her and Yu Qianheng. Her attack was about to reach Yu Qianheng. Tang San, closely following Xiao Wu, was blocked by the lightning dragon claw. Seeing Xiao Wu teleport past, he had a bad premonition. The sudden attack was still within Yu Qianheng's calculations. His figure quickly retreated, dodging Xiao Wu's sweeping strike. Seeing her first attack fail, a bit overzealous, Xiao Wu wanted to pursue, but she was met with a thick purple mist. The purple mist was colorless and odorless, but gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Duge Yan had made her move, she sneered. Showing disdain for the Xiao Wu she had just overestimated. So it turns out to be a reckless one. Xiao Wu's expression changed in panic. Just as she wanted to retreat, she felt her leg being grabbed by something. Looking closely, it was Duge Yan. Duge Yan's other hand glowed with poison, preparing to eliminate this oblivious rabbit first. Xiao Wu was no novice. She knew her recklessness was somewhat disconnected from Tang San. She activated her third soul skill again and returned to Tang San's side. Tang San had just used his first soul skill, Dark Gold Power, to shatter the lightning dragon claw, formed by soul power with unparalleled strength. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Xiao Wu, who had used her third soul skill twice in quick succession, was clearly exhausted, panting heavily while trying to appear calm. I'm Fine. I still have the mind to show you the power of my green scale serpent's poison. Duge Yan's second soul ring lit up, and dense purple mist was released from her body, quickly filling the entire arena. The uniquely fragrant purple mist caused Tang San's expression to change dramatically. Xiao Wu, quickly cover your mouth and nose. He acted quickly, hurriedly taking out 2 detoxification pills from the 24 Bridge Minjiwai, shoving one into Xiao Wu's mouth and taking one himself. The rich properties of the 8-petal immortal orchid were also imparted to Duge Yan's soul power. The dense soul power condensed green scale serpent poison was not so easy to block. Tang San also sensed something unusual about Duge Yan's poison, but for a moment, he couldn't pinpoint what was odd. After all, he could never have imagined that the Duge Yan before him had consumed the unparalleled immortal herb recorded in the Xiantian treasure record. Raising the Haotian hammer in his hand, Tang San slammed it down onto the ground, creating a massive shockwave that dispersed much of the purple mist surrounding him and Xiao Wu. Following that, his second soul skill, Haotian Guardian, activated, and a dark silver light shield eliminated the threat of the green scale serpent poison for him and Xiao Wu. As Duge Yan attempted to continue enhancing the green scale serpent poison's output, Yu Qianheng's voice rang from behind. Yanzi, you deal with that rabbit martial soul girl. Leave this Haotian hammer martial soul to me. Duge Yan had just wanted to say something, but upon seeing Yu Qianheng's determined expression, she refrained from saying more and withdrew her powerful poisonous output. This little brother, I really want to experience your Haotian hammer. I hope you can give me this opportunity. Yu Qianheng was very sincere, but his attitude was also very firm. Tang San just glanced warily at Duge Yan behind Yu Qianheng. At this moment, Duge Yan was standing there with her arms crossed, silent. The recent exchange made Tang San quickly realize that in this 2v2 showdown, their chances of winning were extremely slim. Duguyan Serpent Poison had a clear restraining effect on Xiao Wu. Even if Xiao Wu could get close, she would still be infected by Duguyan's Serpent Poison, and the opponent's soul power was clearly above their own. With prolonged consumption, they would inevitably lose. After weighing the pros and cons, Tang San's expression remained calm, as if he were not the one at a disadvantage. Alright, I agree. Thus, a 2v2 match turned into a one-on-one showdown. Chapter 138, Xiao Wu's Disfigurement. 3 cuts of useless rage. Du Guyan was quite puzzled by Yu Qianheng's behavior of ruining the advantage in the match. However, this time was just for practice. Winning or losing was not important. To leave enough space for Tang San and Yu Qianheng. Both Du Guyan and Xiao Wu retreated to the edge of their respective platforms. Their martial souls remained activated, clearly indicating that they would step in to assist if the situation went awry. Around Yu Qianheng, countless blue-purple lightning bolts danced like small snakes, and the lightning symbol on his forehead continuously released energy. Tang San tightly gripped the Haotian hammer, which also surged with lightning, crackling with purple thunder and exuding an impressive aura. This time, Yu Qianheng launched the first attack. His right arm visibly swelled rapidly. The blue arm sleeve of his tight-fitting outfit burst apart, revealing his strong muscles. The transformation did not stop there. Hard, metallic blue-purple scales began to grow from his shoulder downwards, and each joint of his fingers morphed into the shape of dragon claws. This was the exclusive skill of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon transformation. After reaching level 30, a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master can transform a part of their body with each major level up, representing an alternative form of martial soul manifestation. Master had once told Tang San about this characteristic of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and seeing it for the first time today left Tang San quite shocked. But it was merely shock. In this life, Tang San's martial soul was not the useless blue-silver grass, which hadn't awakened the blue-silver emperor bloodline, but the continent's #1 weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer, just as Yu Qianheng had his pride belonging to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Tang San also had the capital to be proud. Yu Qianheng stomped his right foot down hard, causing a crack to form on the sturdy platform. At the same time, his third soul ring activated, unleashing his most powerful soul skill. The blue-purple lightning around him began to pulse violently, seemingly entering a rampage state. His aura underwent a transformation, steadily climbing. This was his third soul skill, Thunder Fury. This soul skill was a self-augmentation type, entering a rampage state for a certain period after activation, increasing lightning power by 100% and soul power by 50%. The consumption of this soul skill was also quite astonishing, and if not actively stopped, it would continuously drain Yu Qianheng's soul power until exhaustion. Even in peak condition, Yu Qianheng could only maintain it for 15 minutes without using other soul skills. He charged towards Tang San at an astonishing speed. Tang San's eyes flashed with purple light. The purple extreme magic eye captured Yu Qianheng's movements clearly. The violent thunder struck first, and even the outer layer of lightning made Tang San feel a slight numbness in his body. Activating the Xiantian skill, the abundant soul power purified the numbness. Seeing that the opponent had directly used his strongest soul skill, Tang San did not hesitate, activating his strongest third soul skill to counter it head-on. Third soul skill, Thunder Strike. This third soul skill attached a domineering lightning attribute to Tang San's Haotian hammer. When it collided with the target, it would emit dazzling lightning, causing massive area damage and a strong paralysis control effect. Using thunder against thunder, the Haotian hammer, imbued with this violent lightning attribute, collided with the lightning-clawed Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, producing a blinding flash that made the audience squint. With his relatively low soul power, Tang San only felt a tightness in his chest, as if his internal organs were misaligned, making him extremely uncomfortable. A surge of blood rushed to his throat. Even as he tried to suppress it, a bit of blood still flowed from the corner of his mouth. His hands holding the Haotian hammer trembled uncontrollably, and his palms were already drenched in blood. Yu Qianheng was also surprised. His significantly enhanced physique suffered several cracks on his dragon-transformed right arm during the collision with Tang San, whose soul power was lower than his, with blood flowing from the part of the dragon claw that directly contacted the Haotian hammer. However, due to the paralysis effect of the thunder, Yu Qianheng did not feel any pain. Seeing Tang San in a problematic state, Yu Qianheng immediately pressed the attack, engaging Tang San in close combat. Tang San seemed to be struggling to fend off Yu Qianheng's assault, but with the assistance of the Phantom Shadow, he was already devising a counterattack plan. Hard collisions were no longer feasible. After just one exchange, Tang San was almost at his limit. To win this match, without using hidden weapons, he had to find a clever way. Watching Yu Tianheng's fierce and dense attacks, Tang San had to wait for the opponent's flaw. Seeing that he couldn't subdue Tang San, Yu Tianheng's patience was wearing thin. His third soul skill couldn't last much longer, and his soul power couldn't support dragging it out. Clenching his left fist, he gathered a ball of purple light and blasted it towards Tang San. Tang San, with the Haotian hammer held horizontally, easily blocked Yu Tianheng's ordinary strike. However, in his defensive stance, Tang San ultimately revealed a flaw. Second soul skill, Thunder Strike. Yu Tianheng roared. This skill, sharing the same name as Tang San's third soul skill, caused an explosion of thunder from his right hand. The countless serpent-like lightning surrounding him amplified simultaneously, transforming into numerous lightning arrows that flashed out in all directions. When Yu Tianheng's dragon claw reached for him, Tang San sensed something was wrong. His battle instincts prompted him to use his second soul skill, Haotian Guardian, while simultaneously, 81 thorny spikes erupted from his back, hurtling towards Yu Tianheng with a whistling sound. The sudden appearance of the thorny spikes startled Yu Tianheng. He hadn't expected Tang San to possess such a precious external soul bone. Retreating was not an option. He wouldn't easily give up this opportunity, which could directly decide the match's outcome. Yu Tianheng increased the soul power output for his third soul skill, unleashing even more violent lightning that made Tang San extremely uncomfortable. Tang San hadn't anticipated that the opponent would hard counter his soul bone attack. The paralysis effect from Thunder Strike caused Tang San immense pain. He could almost smell the scent of his own flesh being cooked by the lightning. With a flash of light in his eyes, Tang San first used the mental attack from the purple extreme magic eye. Yu Tianheng's body stiffened, and his output of soul power momentarily stagnated. Seizing this rare opportunity, all 81 thorny bone spikes shot toward the vital points and joints of Yu Tianheng's body. Heavily injured, Tang San's accuracy had significantly decreased, making it difficult to achieve full hits even in such close conditions. But that was enough. Several bone spikes pierced deeply into Yu Tianheng's body, rendering his left arm and left leg numb due to the punctured vital points. The intense pain made Yu Tianheng emit a suppressed cry. Xiao Wu. In a critical moment, Tang San shouted Xiao Wu's name. Seeing her brother's 3 cuts being electrified and charred, Xiao Wu felt a pang of heartache as his younger sister. Hearing her brother's call, Xiao Wu transformed her sorrow into motivation, activating her third soul skill, Instant Transmission. Once again, her figure flickered as Xiao Wu traversed space, arriving beside Tang San and Yu Tianheng. Her ponytail, resembling a scorpion's tail, wrapped tightly around Yu Tianheng's neck. The reversal came too quickly. Du Guyan had not anticipated that the overwhelmingly powerful Yu Tianheng would be severely injured in an instant. She and Yu Tianheng found themselves at a disadvantage. Xiao Wu's quick support immediately worsened Yu Tianheng's situation. Du Guyan was a control-type soul master who relied on poison to control the battlefield. With Yu Tianheng entangled with the other two, she had no way to exert her influence. Exhausted of soul power, Yu Tianheng could not break free from Xiao Wu's scorpion tail braid. As Xiao Wu activated her waist bow, Yu Tianheng felt a sudden heaviness in his head, and his whole body was launched into the air. Just as he was about to use the explosive 8-section throw to take revenge for himself, Xiao Wu was stopped by Tang San's voice. Xiao Wu, conserve your soul power. In midair, Xiao Wu frowned, feeling dissatisfied, but she still obeyed Tang San's command. Flicking her hair and tossing Yu Tianheng, who stood at 9 meters tall off the stage, Xiao Wu landed steadily on the arena, clapped her hands, and hurriedly approached Tang San, asking, Sangu, are you okay? Tang San held his chest, looking very unwell. No, I'm fine, Xiao Wu. Tang San knew that the battle was not over. There was still a very capable control-type soul master on the opposing side, leaving the match in suspense. The moment Yu Tianheng left the arena, Du Guyan moved, and the thick poison of the green scale serpents surged toward Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San quickly pointed his fingers at his waist, and a huge water pouch appeared in his hand. Inside the pouch was the potent Xiong Huang medicinal liquor. With his slightly intact left arm, Tang San forcefully waved it forward, intending to use the Xiong Huang liquor to counter Du Guyan's serpent poison. To ensure the Xiong Huang liquor fully evaporated, Tang San skillfully threw 2 bone spikes to create sparks, precisely at the moment they pierced the water pouch. Everything was meticulously calculated by Tang San. The alcohol ignited upon contact with the sparks, producing a loud explosion. A fragrant aroma filled the arena. colliding with the advancing green scale serpent poison. The condensed purple mist burned simultaneously in the face of the erupting flames, the fire displaying an eerie purple hue. In just a moment, all the flames were completely engulfed by the thick purple mist. How is this possible? Tang San did not expect that his Xionghuang liquor only served to temporarily delay the green-scale serpent poison instead of dispersing it as he had imagined. Oof. Let me show you my true power. Duguyen bent down, her tight outfit outlining her almost perfect figure. She clapped her hands on the ground, and her third soul ring lit up simultaneously. Third soul skill, green-scale poison marsh. A layer of green poisonous mist suddenly rose from beneath Tang San and Xiao Wu, centered on them. Even with shoes and pants blocking the invasion of the poison mist, both could feel a stinging pain in their feet. Tang San hurriedly used the Haotian hammer to strike the ground, trying to disperse the poison mist with shockwaves like last time. But this time, the poison mist was a soul skill, a millennium soul skill at that. Seeing no effect, Tang San could only use the little soul power he had left to activate his second soul skill, Haotian Guardian, to resist the renewed invasion of the poison mist. You should surrender. Du Guyan crossed her arms, watching Tang San and Xiao Wu struggle in the poison mist. You are already poisoned. If you keep this up, your bodies will have problems. Du Guyan had good intentions. She did not want to incapacitate the two on the opposite side, just because of a match. Considering their age, they should not be very old. It would indeed be a pity if they fell on the arena. Surrender? You stinky snake. Do you think you won? Xiao Wu had a fiery temper. She did not believe that she and Tang San would lose to a snake that could only let out foul gas. Duguyan's expression changed. You dead rabbit, what did you say? Clearly, Xiao Wu's words angered Duguyan. You don't know your place. Just as she was about to increase the output of the serpent poison again, Xiao Wu leaped in front of Duguyan. Duguyan had long anticipated this move. Having suffered twice, she would not let Xiao Wu succeed so easily. The moment Xiao Wu disappeared, Duguyan's serpent tail whipped around, hitting the Xiao Wu who jumped out of thin air. Xiao Wu, having used her third soul skill in quick succession, was caught off guard by this strike. Xiao Wu felt a tightness in her chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Duguyan clearly did not want to let go of this offending dead rabbit. A mass of corrosive poison enveloped Xiao Wu's face, and the intense pain made her let out a wail. My face. Xiao Wu felt her skin burning and rotting. She knew she was about to be disfigured. Unable to accept the reality, she fainted. You asked for it. Duguyan flicked her tail, tossing the unconscious Xiao Wu aside. This battle had already been foreshadowed by the massive soul power consumption from Xiao Wu's reckless advance. Tang San, struggling in the poison mist, saw Xiao Wu injured and felt his heart ache. He had promised Xiao Wu that he would not let her get hurt. His crimson eyes fixed on Duguyan not far away. Tang San's rationality was being consumed by his anger. Ignoring his terrible physical condition and exhausted soul power, he struggled to wield the Haotian hammer and began to unleash the chaotic wind hammering. Below the stage, Yu Qianheng had been helped up, holding his chest. His face was pale, and as he stood up, he just happened to witness Tang San swinging his hammer. With his last ounce of strength, he warned Duguyan, Yanzi, be careful. It's the chaotic wind hammering. Duguyan's heart sank. She did not expect Tang San to be able to use the chaotic wind hammering in this state. She knew that the chaotic wind hammering required extremely high physical condition from Soul Master. If it were a fully charged Tang San, she would still have to take it seriously, but now, at the end of his rope, stubborn and unyielding, Duguyan scoffed, and with a whip of her serpent tail, the poison marsh beneath Tang San boiled, as if there were hands trying to pull him into the abyss. After being attacked by the poison again, Tang San's face turned ashen after swinging the third hammer. Forcing his soul power to operate in a poison state would undoubtedly worsen his physical condition. Filled with rage and unwillingness, Tang San fell. Xiao Wu. The match ended, and the arena fell into silence. Chapter 139, Rift. Heartbroken Duguyan. After the silence came a commotion. The audience awoke from their shock, and anger erupted among some of the crowd. Damn it, refund. Do you think you owe us this? Clearly, the duo of Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had won 24 consecutive matches, had already gained a following. They were ostensibly supporting Tang San and Xiao Wu, but in reality, they were profiting from their stable victories to earn soul coins. As the number of matches increased, the odds for Tang San and Xiao Wu did not decrease, but instead rose. Although this match was not hosted by the Soto Great Soul Arena, some private betting odds had already seen a good yield. With Tang San and Xiao Wu's defeat, these gamblers lost a significant amount of income and capital, and naturally, they exploded in anger. Of course, the unconscious Tang San and Xiao Wu were oblivious to what had happened. Upon learning that Tang San and Xiao Wu were injured, the teachers of Shrek Academy rushed over. Seeing Tang San covered in blood and Xiao Wu's face smeared with blurred flesh and blood, an unnamed anger surged in the hearts of the three teachers. In their eyes, it was acceptable for Shrek Academy's students to provoke others. But if someone hit a student from Shrek Academy, it was a blatant provocation. Moreover, to dare to use such heavy hands in the arena, what would happen in private? Wouldn't it be murder? Du Gaiyan was just about to find Yi Lingling to help treat the injured, when her path was blocked by a short and sturdy figure. Little girl, you hurt someone from Shrek Academy and think you can leave so easily? That wouldn't be right. This person was Zhao Wujia, accompanied by the master in Flender. With his fiery temper, he took the lead in accusing others, seizing the momentum, so that regardless of whether he was right or not, he could gain the upper hand. Du Gaiyan frowned. She was about to explain something, but seeing the other party's arrogant expression, what came out her mouth was, "Is your Shrek Academy so incapable of losing? Didn't you see that my teammates are also injured?" At this moment, they noticed Yu Tianheng lying on the side, already unconscious. Yu Xiaojiang had been focusing on his disciple and had no mind to deal with the quarrel between Zhao Wujia and Du Gaiyan. This was one of his prized pupils. If he got hurt, how would that be acceptable? The student from Shrek Academy rushed over one by one, and seeing the state of Tang San and Xiao Wu, a fire of anger burned in their hearts. Especially Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, seeing their brother and sister-in-law hurt like this, felt an endless rage. They surrounded Du Gaiyan, all looking at her with angry eyes. Surrounded by everyone, Du Gaiyan looked at their unreasonable faces and laughed in anger. No one had ever dared to treat her like this since she was young. Her grandfather, Du Gongbua, was one of the few titled Douluo on the continent. What? Do you still want to make a move? Du Gaiyan glared at the crowd from Shrek Academy and mocked. I heard you say you are from the same academy. But you can't even unify your uniforms, and your teachers are dressed so shabby. I don't know what kind of wild chicken university this is. Flender, who usually had a good temper, couldn't help but respond when he heard this. He said with a heavy tongue, Little girl, didn't your elders tell you to be cautious when out and about? Du Gaiyan shot back, I'll return that to you. Seeing Zhao Wujia cracking his knuckles. Looking like he wanted to take action, Du Gaiyan taunted, This is the Soto Great Soul Arena. Do you dare to make a move here? After a long absence, Qi Ming finally finished handling the follow-up matters. When he returned to the lounge and learned that Du Gaiyan and Yu Tianheng had gone to participate in the 2v2 soul fight, he inquired further and rushed over, just in time to see Du Gaiyan surrounded. Seeing his teacher arrive, Du Gaiyan ran over and called out with some grievance, Teacher Qin. But Qi Ming did not look at Du Gaiyan. His gaze fell on Flender and Zhao Wujia. Dean Flender, teacher Zhao Wujia. Qi Ming's tone carried an uncontrollable excitement. Du Gaiyan, wait a moment. After dropping this sentence, Qi Ming approached Flender and Zhao Wujia. Du Gaiyan didn't linger either. She wanted to find Yi Lingling to treat Yu Tianheng's injuries. Flender adjusted his heavy glasses on his hooked nose and was also a bit excited when he recognized the newcomer. Good boy, it's you. How have you been these years? Qi Ming respectfully performed a senior's greeting towards Flender and Zhao Wujia. Thanks to the guidance of several teachers, I am now working at the Tiando Royal Academy. By the way, what just happened? As the leader teacher of the royal fighting team, Qi Ming was actually asking the other side for information. That's right. Your student even said we are beggars and that Shrek Academy is garbage. Zhao Wujia briefly described what had happened, but added some embellishments at the end. Omitting their attitude towards Du Gaiyan, Flender remained silent, seemingly tacitly agreeing with Zhao Wujia's actions. Only then did Qi Ming see Tang San and Xiao Wu lying on the ground, as well as his own unconscious Yu Tianheng. He hurriedly checked Yu Tianheng's body and found that he had merely fainted, with a normal pulse and heartbeat. Seeing that his student was not seriously injured, Qi Ming then went to check on his junior Tang San and junior sister Xiao Wu, whose injuries truly shocked him, especially Xiao Wu's face, which could only be described as horrifying. Du Gaiyan quickly went and returned, bringing Yi Lingling back to the scene. Lingling, hurry and treat Tianheng. Du Guyon Urgi. At this moment, however, Qi Ming spoke up. Lingling, first treat those two. Seeing Du Gaiyan's puzzled expression, Qi Ming's tone turned severe. Du Gaiyan, why did you use such heavy hands in the arena? Do you know you're killing people? Du Gaiyan was momentarily taken aback, clearly not reacting to why Qi Ming would have such a response. But she knew that her team leader teacher was clearly familiar with the other party, and now he was siding with them. A huge grievance surged in her heart. She had just been surrounded by several people without shedding tears, but now she was being scolded by her own teacher. Struggling to hold back her tears, Du Guiyan stood there with her head down, silent. Yi Lingling felt helpless. She couldn't disobey Qin Ming's orders and could only treat Tang San and Xiao Wu first. The pink nine-heart begonia was held in Yi Lingling's hands, and a refreshing floral fragrance made everyone present feel invigorated. Ning Rongrong, standing in an inconspicuous spot, immediately recognized the origin of this flower and couldn't help but shout, "Nine-heart begonia." Hearing this, the master, who had been keeping his head down, also lifted his stiff face, his thick lips trembling slightly. He knew that his disciple was saved. Yi Lingling looked at Ning Rongrong with some surprise, but quickly withdrew her gaze. Immediately after, the purple soul ring under Yi Lingling's feet lit up, accompanied by a faint fragrance, and a white light descended from the sky, looking very peculiar as it took the shape of petals, slowly falling directly onto Tang San and Xiao Wu. Upon contact with the petals, Tang San first trembled all over, then his complexion visibly reddened. The extraordinary healing effect allowed the severely injured and unconscious Tang San to recover most of his strength in a short time. Xiao Wu's facial wounds were also slowly healing. However, both of them still had a lot of Du Guiyan's green scale snake poison remaining in their bodies, especially Xiao Wu's face, where the healing wounds were still being corroded by Du Guiyan's snake poison. The wounds healed and then tore open again. If Xiao Wu had not already fainted, she might have been howling in pain like a slaughtered pig. Yi Lingling continued to maintain the healing effect of her third soul skill, glancing at the silent Du Guiyan, her rosy lips opening and closing as if wanting to say something. Qin Ming noticed this small action from Yi Lingling and directly asked, "Lingling, do you have something to say?" Yi Lingling couldn't hide it. The two of them still have Sister Yan's snake poison in them. We need Sister Yan to use her martial soul to clear the poison from their bodies. Otherwise, even if I exhaust my soul power, I won't be able to heal them. Seeing that Du Guiyan did not move, Qin Ming frowned. "Du Guiyan, didn't you hear?" Before Qin Ming could finish, Du Guiyan raised her head, her eyes swollen and red, with tears already streaming down her face, her expression also filled with anger. What is Team Leader Qin Ming doing? Is he still the leader of the royal fighting team? In Du Guiyan's heart, all the teachings of Qin Ming from the past have vanished at this moment, and the strict and responsible teacher image that Qin Ming had built has completely collapsed. However, Du Guiyan still remains rational. She knows she cannot go against these people, and her only hope for support has already favored others. Moreover, her boyfriend has already fallen into a coma. Assessing the situation, Du Guiyan quickly made the most correct decision. She directly summoned her martial soul, and with her hands grasping in the air, the toxins within Tang San and Xiao Wu's bodies all left under her control. After doing all of this, Du Guiyan didn't even look at Qin Ming's expression and left the place directly. Qin Ming wanted to say something, but ultimately kept silent. He could only apologize to Flinder, saying, "I'm sorry, teacher. This child has always had such a temper because of his family background. Please forgive me." Flinder waved his hand generously and said, "It's fine. It's normal for young people to have tempers." Only the master beside them looked serious because he recognized Du Guiyan's martial soul. It was not difficult to guess Du Guiyan's background. Putting that thought aside, he observed Tang San's injuries and couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the nine-heart begonia, "I have only heard of its miraculous effects on the dead and decayed flesh, but seeing it today is truly impressive." Yi Lingling remained silent in the face of Yu Xiaojiang's praise. This person is? Qin Ming clearly had never seen Yu Xiaojiang before. Zhao Wujing introduced, "This is Yu Xiaojiang, known as Master in the Soul Master world, and he is also a sworn brother of your dean." Qin Ming clasped his hands. "I've long admired your name." Yu Xiaojiang was indeed famous, which is an undeniable fact, although he was looked down upon by many readers and also by his own clan. After treating Tang San and Xiao Wu, she then treated Yu Tianheng. The wounds on Yu Tianheng's body were instantly healed, and he gradually regained his senses from the dizziness. Struggling to prop himself up, Yu Tianheng happened to make eye contact with Yu Xiaojiang. "Uncle, uncle." Everyone from Shrek Academy was puzzled, and Yi Lingling had the same expression. Yu Xiaojiang's face was somewhat unnatural. A stiff smile appeared on his face, looking quite forced. "Xiao Heng, long time no see." "Uncle." "You." Looking at the master, Yu Tianheng suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Although the master had been away from home for many years, he clearly remembered that when he was young, this uncle often played with him, and back then, his face was not as stiff as it was now. As the legitimate eldest son, his father spent every day learning to manage family affairs and cultivation with his grandfather. So the one who accompanied him more during his childhood was this uncle. In fact, for a long time, Yu Qianheng regarded the master before him as a father figure. Yu Xiaojing put down Tang San and walked to Yu Qianheng's side, patting his shoulder. Xiao Hong, you've grown up. Uncle, Yu Qianheng wanted to say something else, but he was quickly interrupted by Yu Xiaojing. Xiao Hong, rest well. Saying this, he also gave Yu Qianheng a look. Yu Qianheng understood. He knew he couldn't expose his uncle's background in front of so many people. Qin Ming said to Yu Qianheng, Tianheng, go check on Du Guyan. She's not in a good mood. Yanzi? Yu Tianheng then remembered his girlfriend. He couldn't see her figure now. Qin Ming described what he knew to Yu Tianheng, who frowned. Teacher, I understand. I will talk to Yanzi properly. In the lounge, the other members of the royal fighting team saw Du Guyan's red eyes. Huddled in her chair without saying a word. The cold atmosphere made everyone hold their breath, afraid that they might inadvertently provoke this beautiful snake on the verge of an emotional outburst. Creak, the door was pushed open, and the recovered Yu Qianheng walked in. Seeing Du Guyan's appearance, Yu Qianheng chose not to lecture her. He squatted down beside Du Guyan and gently asked, Yanzi, are you okay? Upon seeing her boyfriend, the grievances inside Du Guyan completely erupted at that moment. She threw herself into Yu Tianheng's arms and began to express her grievances. The two completely different narratives left Yu Tianheng unsure whom to believe. He also couldn't blame Qin Ming for being wrong. After all, he wasn't seriously injured. Yanzi, actually Teacher Qin didn't do anything wrong. Not receiving comfort from her boyfriend. Du Guyan directly pushed Yu Tianheng away and raised her voice. So you mean I'm wrong? Yu Tianheng forced a smile. He just wanted to step forward to hug Du Guyan, but he was stopped by her loud command. Don't come over. Okay. Yu Qianheng pressed his hands down, indicating that he wouldn't approach. Yanzi, please don't get too worked up. Du Guyan looked at Yu Tianheng's expression and made a decision that he never expected. Yu Qianheng, I tell you, starting today, if the royal fighting team has him, then the rest know me. If you want to be the captain, you better think it over and come find me. Otherwise, you can forget about seeing me for the rest of your life. After saying this, Du Guyan directly stormed out. She didn't want to stay there for another moment. Chapter 140. The heart barrier of 3 cuts. Officially breaking up, Yu Qianheng reached out to stop her, but his lips moved, yet he didn't say anything. He was inherently indecisive. When he was young, his grandfather and father only urged him to cultivate, making him proficient in controlling his soul power and using soul skills. But they never cared about his inner growth. Yu Qianheng also had a cousin named Yu Tianxin. Yu Tianxin's talent was even higher than his, and throughout his life, Yu Tianheng had always been overshadowed by Yu Tianxin. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which revered strength, being weak was a sin, constantly suppressed. He could not develop the mindset of a strong person. Thus, he chose to escape, opting to come to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy for studies instead of the affiliated academy, Thunder Academy, of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. After arriving at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, he seemed to find a sense of being a strong person. It was like there were no old tigers in the mountain, and the monkeys called the shots. But now, this king seemed to have revealed his true form. He still hadn't changed. He still did not dare to resist his elders, even when his girlfriend was wronged. Beside him, Osro, Yu Feng, and the Shurjia brothers sat upright, seemingly witnessing a grand drama that held no benefit for them. Moreover, could the conflict between Du Guyan and their leader, Teacher Qin, be resolved? After chatting with Flender and Zhao Wujing, Qin Ming encouraged his younger classmates a few words and led Yi Lingling back to the lounge. He was also quite shocked not to see Du Guyan's figure. Tianheng, where did Du Guyan go? Facing Qin Ming's question, Yu Qianheng struggled internally. Rationally, he knew the royal fighting team shouldn't change leaders at this time, but regarding Du Guyan, after a long time, Yu Qianheng sighed. Teacher Qin, Yanzi, may want to withdraw from the royal fighting team. Yu Qianheng didn't dare to go against the teacher, but he knew Du Guyan's personality. Du Guyan is a person with strong opinions, and her stubborn nature is evident in her daily behavior. Once she has made up her mind about something, not even 10 oxen can pull her back from her beliefs. Qin Ming frowned. He always felt that the mistake lay in Du Guyan's excessive harshness. His preconceived notions had caused him to lose the most basic sense of fair judgment. It was just a few scoldings. How could she rely on her grandfather, the title Douluo, to act with impunity? As he spoke, Qin Ming's tone rose another 3 notches. The members of the Imperial fighting team present were all silent as mice. After calming down, Qin Ming realized many things. This Imperial fighting team was built by him, and now his presence posed a risk of the newly formed team falling apart, which was unacceptable to Qin Ming. Therefore, the most rational course of action was for him to leave. It seems I can't lead this team well. Exhaling deeply, Qin Ming's tone lowered a few notches. stating that after returning to the academy, he would submit his resignation to the 3 committee members and no longer serve as the team's lead teacher. Yu Qianheng's worries came to fruition, and he quickly spoke up to retain him. "No, Teacher Qin, our team cannot be without you. I will talk to Yanzi." But Qin Ming's attitude was very firm. "You are now a team. This is the most critical period for your team. No factors can affect your relationships and the development of your synergy, not even me." Seeing that Yu Tianheng wanted to say something else, Qin Ming patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Tianheng, you are the captain and the most stable one in the team. From now on, you need to consider the bigger picture and lead this team to go further in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition and achieve a good ranking." Yu Tianheng lowered his eyes, no longer speaking. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling silently stood by, not saying a word. As an observer, she was well aware of who was right and who was wrong in this situation. After all, which teacher would rush to save another Teacher S student first? Shrek Academy. Tang Xin woke up from his coma, recalling the tragic appearance of Xiao Wu before he lost consciousness. His heart ached. Xiao Wu. He struggled to sit up, but his weak body almost caused him to fall off the bed. Outside, Yu Xiaojiang heard the commotion and hurriedly walked in to support the unsteady Tang San. "Xiao San, don't move around. Your body needs some time to rest." Yu Xiaojiang's words were full of concern, warming Tang San's heart slightly. Tang San grabbed his teacher's hand, bloodshot eyes looking at him. "Teacher, Xiao Wu." Yu Xiaojiang patted Tang San and comforted him. "Xiao Wu is fine. The teacher of your opponents is actually a graduate of the first class of Shrek Academy. Their team has a healing soul master with a 9-heart begonia martial soul. Under her treatment, both you and Xiao Wu are no longer in serious trouble." Hearing about the 9-heart begonia's healing, Tang San felt more at ease. But when he thought of how he struggled against the powerful blue lightning tyrant dragon, how he was powerless in the face of the poison he was once proud of, and how he felt helpless when Xiao Wu was bullied by the enemy, each painful memory replayed in Tang San's mind, tormenting his spirit. "Teacher, I'm too weak. I can't do anything right now." Tang San's sudden drop in mood startled Yu Xiaojiang. Although he was a level 29 soul master with a useless martial soul, he understood that soul masters encounter all sorts of special problems during their cultivation. Just like Tang San now, falling into self-doubt after a failure, developing mental barriers, and becoming despondent. Those who are severely affected can fall from being a genius to a failure. How could his teacher not be afraid? The reputation he built over half his life and nearly 10 years of hard work rested on this precious student. How could he live if something went wrong? "I have a Haotian hammer martial soul, yet I have failed to live up to its title as the #1 weapon martial soul. I can't protect." Seeing Tang San's condition worsen, in a moment of desperation, Yu Xiaojing directly pulled his hand back and gave Tang San a hard slap. This slap was delivered with considerable force, even infused with the limited soul power he could muster. A layer of red quickly appeared on Tang San's dark skin, visibly swelling. Tang San was clearly momentarily stunned by the slap, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at his teacher. Since he was 6 years old, Tang San had been Yu Xiaojiang's disciple. If there were only a few people Tang San admired in this world, one was his father Tang Hao, and the other was his teacher Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang had always played the role of a responsible teacher in Tang San's life, teaching him knowledge and guiding him in cultivation and soul power operation techniques. Because he rarely met Tang Hao, Yu Xiaojiang sometimes even took on the role of a father in Tang San's life. This teacher, who held both teacher and father identities in Tang San's heart, had never hit him before, let alone delivered a slap that carried a sense of humiliation. Seeing Tang San no longer in a daze but looking at him with a confused and innocent expression, Yu Xiaojiang first exhaled deeply before sternly saying, "Xiao San, look at you now. Do you still have the demeanor of my disciple, Yu Xiaojiang? Do you still resemble the son of Hao Yin Douluo Tang Hao? This was just a competition. Have you forgotten what you promised me last time?" Yu Xiaojiang was genuinely angry. He had not anticipated that Tang San would fall into self-doubt again after one failure. A person who cannot face failure calmly cannot become a true strong person. It was only then that Tang San realized that after the Titan giant ape incident, he seemed to have fallen into such a predicament. In the original story, Tang San did not encounter any significant setbacks. His growth trajectory was smooth sailing, and even when facing crises, he could turn dangers into safe passages. But now it was different. He had a younger brother with greater innate talent pressing down on him since childhood, and that feeling was unpleasant. It was like no one wanted to be the eternal number 2. Tang San understood that this was not normal. It was very abnormal. But this was not something he could control. To escape this predicament, he might need a victory that he deeply desired and recognized to completely resolve this issue. Teacher, I realize my mistake. Tang San's tone was sincere, like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing Tang San like this, Yu Xiaojiang felt he could not say anything too harsh. Ah, Xiao San, you are fine in every way, but you pursue perfection too much. You're already doing well enough. Why do you have to push yourself so hard? It was like this last time, and it's the same this time. You are still young, and your future is very promising. Finally, Yu Xiaojiang firmly grasped Tang San's shoulders, shaking him gently to encourage him. Yu Xiaojiang looked intently at Tang San, speaking earnestly. Xiao San, you cannot continue like this. I will not allow you to. You no longer belong just to yourself. Your future also rests on me, your teacher. Although it was an incredibly selfish statement, it warmed Tang San's heart. It turns out I'm so important. Du Yin returned alone to the Tiando Royal Academy. She had locked herself in her apartment for several days, and no one had seen her. Clearly, it was that dead rabbit who had insulted her first, and they had injured Yu Qianheng before she even retaliated. What was wrong with defending herself? Given that rabbit's sharp tongue, it was already good that she hadn't torn her apart. But in the end, she was being made difficult by the teachers from the opposing academy, and her own teacher was blaming her instead. Her boyfriend even wanted to punish them both equally. All these grievances piled up. How could she not feel overwhelmed? Du Yin still wanted to maintain her relationship with Yu Qianheng. As long as he could drive that Qin Ming away with the other members of the royal battle team, and then come to find her, they could reconcile. But would Yu Qianheng really do that? Du Yin had not been with Yu Qianheng for long, but she believed she understood him to some extent. Although he usually had strong opinions, he would hesitate when it came to making choices in difficult situations. Little did she know, love is not a multiple-choice question, but a must-answer question. When Du Yin had this doubt in her heart, the rift in their relationship had already begun to form. Knock, knock. Knock. The door was knocked on, and a familiar voice came from outside. Yinzi opened the door. I'm back. Du Yin felt a hint of joy, clearly still holding on to fantasies about her boyfriend. He came to find me again. But she still put on a cold demeanor and opened the door. Just as Yu Qianheng was about to enter, Du Yin blocked him at the door. Her tone was frosty as she asked, Has Qin Ming left? Yu Qianheng frowned slightly. He felt Du Yin's temper was indeed quite poor. Teacher Qin Ming had already voluntarily resigned for the sake of their team, yet she was still acting willfully, completely disregarding the future of the team. Yin Zi, Teacher Qin has already asked the education committee for his resignation. This matter, Du Yin heard the answer she didn't want from Yu Qianheng's words. So she directly interrupted his lecture. Are you saying Qin Ming left on his own, and you, as the captain, did nothing? Du Yin crossed her arms and leaned against the door, her eyes narrowed, like a venomous snake sizing up its prey. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under Du Yin's gaze, Yu Qianheng still spoke his mind. Yes, I don't want Teacher Qin to leave our royal battle team. I want him to continue being our team leader. Yin Zi, Teacher Qin has done so much for our team. Why can't you temper your temper for the sake of the team? What's wrong with my temper? If you think I'm difficult, then go find someone else who's better. Yu Qianheng was also a bit angry. What kind of talk is this? Clearly, this incident. It seems you also think I'm at fault here. Du Yin no longer wanted to continue talking with Yu Qianheng. She was very disappointed in this man. Since that's the case, then we have nothing left to discuss. Isn't Qin Ming leaving the royal battle team for the greater good? And you, Yu Qianheng, don't want him to leave? Since you both are rational and considerate people, then it's best if I, the petty and calculating one, just step aside. From now on, you won't need to look for me for the training of the royal battle team. Whoever wants to be the vice captain can take the position. After saying that, Du Yin turned around, wanted to go back inside. Just as the door was about to close, Yu Qianheng, shocked by Du Yin's words, came back to his senses and quickly pressed his hand against the door that was about to close. Seeing Yu Qianheng's awkward expression, Du Yin struggled internally before making her final choice. Let's end it here between us. This sentence directly drained Yu Qianheng of his last bit of strength. Du Yin easily closed the door. The moment the door closed, tears streamed from her almond-shaped eyes. She hadn't expected that the result of her waiting for several days would be this. Fortunately, this ridiculous farce had ended early. Chapter 141. In the prince's mansion. In a secret room. The air was thick with strong affection as Qian Renshua snuggled like a little kitten in Tang Yin's arms, her mouth slightly open, breathing heavily, her rosy lips glistening. Xiaoyin, there's something I need to tell you. Qian Renshua's tone was very lazy, with a hint of satisfaction. What is it? Tang Yin, still lost in the gentle embrace, had not yet come to his senses. Just a few days ago, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing returned to Tiando City after hunting soul beasts. After absorbing a 30,000-year dark golden tiger, Zhu Zhiyun became a level 51 Soul King. The medicinal power of the Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum had not yet been fully absorbed by her, and in the coming months, her soul power should still be able to rise by 1 or 2 levels. During this soul beast hunt, Zhu Zhiyun discovered that her first 4 soul skills had fundamentally changed. The ghostly attributes in her martial soul were being replaced by increasingly masculine and domineering powers, and all her soul skills leaned towards the direction of a strong, attack-type soul master. This change also shocked Tang Hao, but after learning that it was Tang Yin who had given Zhu Zhiyun the celestial herb, he no longer worried. Instead, he sought a soul beast that was more suitable for her attributes for her 5th soul ring. It turned out that Zhu Zhiyun's ghostly spiritual cat could only be considered a medium-high quality martial soul, and it was famous on the continent only because it had a martial soul fusion skill with the evil white tiger. This was evident from the fact that no titled Douluo had ever appeared in the Zhu family. However, after consuming the celestial herb, Zhu Zhiyun's martial soul underwent a qualitative change. It was now more appropriate to call it the Golden Radiant Spiritual Cat. After absorbing her 3rd soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing also consumed that water immortal jade bone, and her soul power jumped directly from level 30 to level 38, almost skipping an entire phase of soul master cultivation. Her absorption speed was very fast, and she completed the absorption of the celestial herb by midnight. Excited, she secretly snuck into Tang Yin and Zhu Zhiyun's room to express her gratitude. At that time, Zhu Zhiyun had already fallen asleep, and Tang Yin, who was about to fall asleep, heard a slight noise. The bold little kitten was stealing the big kitten's cat food right in front of her. All Tang Yin felt was a strong stimulation. The matter between Tang Yin and Shui Qing'e had not reached Zhu Zhiyun's ears, but Zhu Zhiyun's nightly demands kept him tied up, and he could only come now because it was still daytime. It's about that matter with the princess consort, Qian Renxue said with a resentful tone, carrying some dissatisfaction. The person you're looking for has already broken up with Yu Qianheng. Break up? Tang Yin was a bit surprised. He had seen Duge Yin with Yu Qianheng not long ago. How could they have fallen out in just a few days? Yes. Not long ago, the royal battle team went to Soto City for a team soul battle, but after a few days, only Duge Yin returned to the academy early. According to our informants, Duge Yin was in a very low mood at that time. Afterward, when the royal battle team returned from Soto City, Qin Ming, that team leader, resigned to the education committee of the Tiando Royal Academy by Baoshan. After Yu Tianheng tried to find Duge Yin again, news of Duge Yin withdrawing from the royal battle team emerged, and the news of their breakup also spread at the same time. After listening to Qian Rushue's description, Tang Yin speculated that the royal battle team must have encountered something unpleasant in Soto City, but he had no way of knowing the specifics. However, wasn't it said that when one is asleep, someone would come to deliver a pillow? Since they had already broken up, it would be much easier. After all, Tang Yin wasn't confident about stealing someone else's partner, so things would be easier. Tang Yin gently caressed Qian Rushue's smooth golden hair and began to offer her advice. Sister Shui, you should go to the Tiando Royal Academy in a few days and coincidentally meet Duge Yin. Just don't be too deliberate. Girls who have just broken up tend to be very alert. Last time I saw her face, she seemed to be a strong-willed person, and your persona as Shui Qing'e is just approachable. You just need to show your concern for her inadvertently, and you've succeeded more than half. You don't need to make her fall in love with you. Just make sure she doesn't resist you. Tang Yin spoke confidently, while Qian Rushue looked at him with a strange expression. Are you quite good at this kind of thing? Tang Yin wanted to respond, but the words got stuck in his throat. He awkwardly smiled. Sister Shui, what are you talking about? Don't you already know the people around me very clearly? Qian Rushue retorted. Who knows if this heartless playboy has been fooling around with other women while I wasn't paying attention? Maybe he has already left behind a lot of love debts. I really haven't, I swear, Tang Yin said, feeling a strange sense of guilt. Qian Rushue no longer pressed him, since she had already chosen him. Discussing such matters was pointless. The topic of their conversation returned to the crown princess. Duge Yin had been dating Yu Tianheng for a while now, so she might have lost her first kiss and more. Would you mind? Qian Rushue's question caught Tang Yin off guard. What does it matter to me whether Duge Yin is a virgin or not? Seeing Tang Yin's bewildered expression, Qian Rushue raised an eyebrow and gave him a playful look. What do you mean by picking a crown princess for me, when in the end, she still has to serve you, Tang Yin? Qian Rushue's tone suddenly turned melancholic. Maybe on the night of my wedding, you heartless person will make us serve you together. Tang Yin. Although he wanted to say he had never thought about it. Why did he feel an inexplicable expectation when he heard Sister Shui describe that scene? Sigh. Tang Yin felt he was becoming more and more depraved. Where had that pure-hearted youth gone? Sister Shui, actually about this. Tang Yin hesitated for a moment, but decided not to act like a hypocrite. He was already entangled with 3 women, so adding another might just cost him a few points on his already low moral standards. Since I'm like this, how can I care about others? Looking at Tang Yin's awkward smile, Qian Ruxue was both amused and annoyed. She turned over, changed her position, pinched Tang Yin's face with both hands, and pretended to be furious. You little lecher, you really dare to think that? You want your sister and her wife to serve you together. You better show your capabilities. With a blatant suggestion, Tang Yin replied seriously, I will not disappoint His Highness the Crown Prince. Are you trying to die? Qian Ruxue blushed. She didn't like being called a crown prince in this context. Tang Yin chuckled like a silly child. I love Sister Shui the most. Humph. Qian Ruxue was a bit angry. Save your sweet talk for your own sisters. I want to assess your true abilities now. Chapter 142. By the time Tang Yin left the crown prince's residence, it was already afternoon. Feeling refreshed, he stretched and headed home. Qian Ruxue displayed her strongest fighting spirit, but in front of Tang Yin's abundant vitality, she seemed so outmatched. She exhausted all her skills, and just when she was about to faint, Tang Yin still looked relaxed, which reignited Qian Ruxue's fighting spirit. The final outcome was that Qian Ruxue fell asleep from exhaustion. After returning home, just as Tang Yin was about to take a shower, Zhu Zhuqing stealthily approached him from behind. Zhu Zhuqing's small hands wrapped around Tang Yin's waist, burying her head in his back and gently taking a sniff. Tang Yin immediately sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to react. Zhu Zhuqing, as if discovering a new world, exclaimed excitedly, brother-in-law. You smell of another woman's fragrance, you. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Yin hurriedly covered her mouth with his hand. After carefully looking around and finding no sign of Zhu Zhuqing's sister, he quietly asked, Zhuqing, where's your sister? Seeing Tang Yin's cautious demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing felt very pleased. She had finally caught Tang Yin's little secret and could now easily manipulate her brother-in-law. Remembering how Tang Yin helped her sister, Zhu Zhuqing secretly vowed to make sure Tang Yin would help her too. Before she could dream about a bright future, she received a light smack on her head. Zhuqing, I'm asking you a question. Tang Yin had long since removed his hand from covering Zhu Zhuqing's mouth. He realized this little sister was quite nice, but she often daydreamed. Zhu Zhuqing rubbed her head and instinctively answered Tang Yin's question. Sister went out. She said she was going to make us something delicious. Hearing that Zhu Zhuqing's sister was not home, Tang Yin sighed in relief. Resembling a husband who had been cheating and was afraid to face his wife upon returning home. Wait, what am I afraid of? Tang Yin knew Zhu Zhuqing well enough to realize she didn't mind how many women he had. The fear of her knowing was just Tang Yin's subconscious desire not to hurt Zhu Zhuqing. Sigh. Zhu Zhuqing also came back to her senses. Wait, shouldn't I be the one manipulating my brother-in-law now? Why am I still? Zhu Zhuqing immediately put on a serious expression. Tang Yin, how can you betray my sister and seek other women behind her back? She will be so heartbroken. Tang Yin, if others said that, it would be fine, but you, a little cat who is cheating with your brother-in-law, have the nerve to lecture me? Tang Yin didn't indulge this little kitten. He directly pulled her petite body into his arms, the amazing softness enveloping him, accompanied by unique fragrance that belonged to her. Zhu Zhuqing clearly didn't expect Tang Yin to make such a move. Her feigned cold expression couldn't hold for even a second. Her fair cheeks flushed red as her voice trembled, but it wasn't from nervousness. It was a bit of excitement. Sister, brother-in-law, what are you going to do? After tidying up the little kitten, Tang Yin went to take a shower. The battle with Zhu Zhuqing wouldn't take long. Of course, it wasn't that Tang Yin couldn't handle it. It was just that dealing with Zhu Zhuqing only took a kiss to make her lose track of time. While Tang Yin was still in the shower, a peaceful knock sounded at the door, waking a dazed Zhu Zhuqing. Who is it? She was lazily lying on the sofa, her clothes a bit disheveled, with a few strands of black hair falling over her face. Zhuqing, open the door. The familiar voice startled Zhu Zhuqing, and she immediately woke up, hurriedly straightening her clothes and checking several times to ensure she had no flaws before finally opening the door. Sister, you're back. Zhu Zhuqing smiled as she welcomed Zhu Zhiyun's return, taking the items from her hand with care. Zhu Zhiyun did not notice anything unusual about Zhu Zhuqing at that moment. Instead, she smiled and walked into the house. When she reached the sofa, she exclaimed softly, "Why is there a water stain here?" Just as Zhu Zhiyun was about to squat down to wipe the floor, Zhu Zhuqing at the door suddenly called out, drawing Zhu Zhiyun's attention. "Ah, sister, you should go rest. It might have been spilled when I was drinking water earlier." Zhu Jian didn't think much of it and asked, "Has Xiaoying come back?" My brother-in-law is taking a shower," Zhu Zhuqing replied while wiping the water stain clean. Inside, Zhu Zhuqing felt very nervous, afraid that Zhu Zhuyan would discover something. Yet she was also very excited, as if she had developed a special kind of obsession. At that moment, Tang Yin was wiping the water from his head and happened to see Zhu Zhuyan returning. The time the three spent together was warm and relaxing, and Zhu Zhuyan wished these days could remain like this forever. The joys and sorrows of people do not connect. Recently heartbroken, Duguyan walked out of her apartment. Apart from looking a bit haggard, she had not changed much from before. She had been stuck at level 40 for a few days, having wasted a lot of time due to this incident. This time, Duguyan was going to find her grandfather, Dugabo, to obtain her fourth soul ring. Dugabo had already moved into Heavendo City, where he owned a residence. However, previously, due to the snake venom in his body, he had to live close to the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. Arriving at Dugabo's courtyard, Duguyan saw him busy with the flowers and plants. To pass the time, Dugabo had also transplanted some herbs into this courtyard. Although the environment here was far from the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, thanks to Dugabo's careful tending, some plants were thriving, while others were merely satisfactory. Seeing his granddaughter arrive, Dugabo greeted her with a smile. "Yin Yin, what brings you here? Isn't your Imperial fighting team training right now?" Upon seeing Duguyan's expression, Dugubo's smile froze. "Yin Yin, what happened to you?" His tone became cautious and somewhat urgent. "Did that kid Yu Tianheng bully you? Tell Grandpa. Even if his grandpa is stronger than me, I, Dugabo, will risk my life to seek justice for you. Grandpa, please don't mention him. It's over between us, and I've withdrawn from the Imperial fighting team. There won't be any more training in the future." Duguyan's tone was icy, devoid of any emotion. Dugabo fell silent for a moment. If Yin Yin is unhappy, then it's better to part ways. It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but isn't it easy to find a two-legged man? What is Yu Tianheng anyway? He can't compare to even a hair of that kid Tang Yin. Chapter 143. The dismissive manager Qian Renxue. Duguyan stood silently there. When her grandfather mentioned Tang Yin, the scene from that day flashed before her eyes. Hey, it's strange lately. That kid Tang Yin clearly has such a beautiful girlfriend, yet rumors still circulate about him and the crown prince. Dugabo pondered, confused by the matter. At this moment, Duguyan had little interest in these things and directly stated her purpose. "Grandpa, I need to absorb my soul ring." Duguyan had broken through to level 40 after taking the 8-petal immortal orchid, but she had not chosen to absorb her soul ring for the sake of the Imperial fighting team's soul training. The rules of the soul training arena clearly stated that as long as there was one soul master in the team would automatically be promoted to a soul master team. But now it was no longer needed. "All right, Yin Yin, you should have broken through long ago." Dugabo stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "I've already picked out your soul ring. You can absorb it at any time." Dugabo was very attentive to this granddaughter and had started preparing a soul ring for her as soon as she broke through to level 40. They could leave immediately, without wasting a moment of Duguyan's time. 2 days later, after absorbing a soul beast that had a cultivation of around 5,000 years, Duguyan successfully became a soul master. As her soul power level increased, her appearance and figure became even more enchanting. She bid farewell to her grandfather and returned to the academy. Just as Duguyan was walking down the road with her head down, her eyes slightly lost in thought, she suddenly saw a figure blocking her path. At that moment, she had no time to brake and bumped directly into that person's embrace. When Duguyan came to her senses, a caring voice came. "Miss, are you all right?" The tone was gentle, like the spring sun or a refreshing autumn breeze. Duguyan raised her head and met a pair of golden eyes. Clearly, they were bright golden eyes, yet there was no sharpness to them. Instead, they were calm like water, soothing her already low spirits. Although Duguyan, freshly heartbroken, liked this gaze, she still panicked and pushed him away. No, it should be her. Qian Renxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe, was not annoyed by Duguyan's reaction. Instead, she apologized. "I was rude just now. I was lost in thought and startled the beauty." Faced with such a polite young man, Duguyan did not act willfully, instead saying, "I should be the one to apologize." After sizing up Xue Qinghe, she noted that although he appeared weak, he had a dignified presence, clearly a young nobleman, especially his face, which looked much more pleasant than Yu Tianheng's. Duguyan was drawn to Yu Tianheng's strength, but regarding his appearance, the Wind Master in the Imperial fighting team was much better looking. As for his identity as a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Duguyan looked down upon it. Her strength had recently surpassed Yu Tianheng's, and the foundation of her attraction was no longer solid. By your attire, you shouldn't be a student of the academy, she remarked. Qianrenxue, dressed in a very ordinary noble outfit, was impossible for Dugu Yin to judge her true identity. Qianrenxue replied, I just came to the academy to take a look. I am not a student of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. An elderly voice came from behind them, prompting both to turn around simultaneously. Your Highness, you didn't inform this old man of your arrival. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, quite thin, appearing to have little flesh on him. His voice was slightly raspy, yet pleasant enough, giving a friendly impression. With white hair and a gaunt figure, he was surprisingly spirited, his face glowing with health. He was none other than the head of the Heaven Do Royal Academy's teaching committee, Dream Machine, a rank 86 control system soul, Douluo, with a black demon martial soul. Dream, I just came to take a look. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Qianrenxue said with humility. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the Heaven Do Empire, he, along with by Baoshan and Jilin, had already been labeled as part of the Crown Prince's faction. Haha, Your Highness, your words are too flattering, Qianrenxue thought. This time, she had come to the academy privately. Tang Yin had suggested she come to the Heaven Do Royal Academy when she had nothing to do, to coincidentally meet Dugu Yin and see if any sparks could fly. Coincidentally, today she had free time, so she decided to take a stroll around the academy. Isn't it just coincidental that we run into Dugu Yin, who just returned? Dream Machine knows Dugu Yin and can only express regret for her departure from the royal fighting team. Her grandfather is a titled Douluo, capable of defeating 10 soul masters like him with one hand. Dream Machine's gaze lingered on Dugu Yin for a moment and couldn't help but brighten. Dugu Yin, you have broken through to the soul zone level. Dugu Yin saluted Dream Machine respectfully and said, Yes, Senior Ming, I just broke through to level 40. The younger generation is impressive. The younger generation is impressive. You are the fastest student to break through level 40 in the history of the Tiando Royal Academy. I am proud of you. At this time, Dugu Yin was already 19 years old, yet she was still the fastest student in the Tiando Royal Academy, which shows the poor quality of the Academy's student body. I know my request is a bit rude, but I still hope you can return to the royal fighting team. Dream Machine decided to persuade Dugu Yin, saying, I have understood some of the conflicts between you and Qin Ming. His description is biased, and handling affairs while favoring outsiders is his dereliction of duty. Resigning is the best outcome for him. You now have the strength to shoulder the responsibilities of the royal fighting team, and becoming the captain is not impossible. Dugu Yin shook her head. Sorry, Senior Ming. I believe my departure is the best choice. The rift between her and you, Tianheng, had not yet reached this committee member's ears. Qianrenxue quietly observed Dugu Yin from the side, feeling somewhat helpless regarding this heartbroken girl. During the earlier conversation, Qianrenxue could clearly sense Dugu Yin's ambiguous attitude toward her. That annoying little Yin. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Before knowing Tang Yin, Qianrenxue had never even been in a relationship, let alone pursuing a girl who had just experienced a breakup. After hearing the conversation between Dream Machine and Dugu Yin, Qianrenxue came up with an idea. She smiled at Dream Machine and said, Since Miss Dugu Yin does not wish to join the team, we cannot force her. However, with a change in tone, Qianrenxue continued, I have a good option here, which still allows you to participate in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. This way, it won't hinder Miss Dugu Yin's talent. Qianrenxue's words immediately attracted the curious gazes of both Dugu Yin and Dream Machine. Chapter 144, Tang Yin with a Headache. Shrek Academy about to set off. Dream Machine's first reaction was the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy, but upon thinking of those oddballs in the second team, he could only shake his head in helplessness. With the caliber of the second team, wouldn't that just waste someone else's time? Qianrenxue did not keep them in suspense. I have a friend studying at a Senior Soul Master Academy in Tiando City. Why not transfer there and participate in this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition under their academy's name? Before Dugu Yin could speak, Dream Machine interjected anxiously. No, Your Highness, it is rare for the academy to have such a genius. How can we just give her away? Qianrenxue is not a true princess. What does the honor of the Tiando Royal Academy have to do with her? If someone questions her loyalty, please, isn't Lamba Academy also an academy of the Tiando Empire? Aren't the students in Lamba Academy also citizens of the Tiando Empire? Qianrenxue said, Senior Ming, you cannot delay someone's future for the sake of the academy. Dream Machine wanted to say something more, but Qianrenxue's words put him in a difficult position. Indeed, on one hand, he had no authority to refute the princess's decision. On the other hand, he, being upright, could not delay someone's future over something as intangible as honor. Yin did not rush to agree, but first inquired about Qian Rinchua's identity. Who are you? After spending some time together, she still did not know the identity of the person before her. She couldn't just agree blindly. Although Qian Rinchua's tone was polite, it left no room for negotiation. Yin did not hesitate. All right, I will go to Lamba Academy. Qian Rinchua also knew about Tang Yin treating Yan's injuries. But what surprised her was Yan's attitude towards Tang Yin. Yan nodded. He is my lifesaver. Seeing that things were settled, Qian Rinchua prepared to leave. Fine. It's settled then. After learning the identity of the person before her, Yin did not show any surprise. After Qian Rinchua left, Yin also prepared to return to her apartment to pack her things. She said to Dream Machine, Senior Meng, please help Yin with the transfer procedures. Her response was very straightforward. Perhaps leaving this place would allow her to return to the normal life she desired more quickly. However, this is good too. Bo had already informed Yin about the event of that day. After learning about the fatal flaw of her martial spirit, Tang Yin, who treated her, became her lifesaver. As for herself, of course, she would wait for her boy toy to come and serve her. Qian Rinchua secretly chuckled. Let that little guy Tang Yin handle the matters between the sisters and this little snake. The friend you mentioned is? The princess's friend. Recalling the rumor that her grandfather inadvertently informed her about, a figure immediately appeared in Yan's mind. Yin thought to herself, this was not something her grandfather imposed on her, but something she recognized herself. His name is Tang Yin. You should know him too, right? Dream Machine saw that things had been settled and replied, it's my duty. Qian Rinchua smiled and replied, I'm the princess of the Tiando Empire, Shueqinghe. Achu the Tang Yin who was training suddenly sneezed, unaware of what he was about to face. Just after turning the corner of the corridor, Yin saw a familiar figure in front of her apartment door. At this moment, Yu Tianheng looked haggard. He had stood dumbfounded at the door for a long time after hearing Yan's breakup words that day, ultimately choosing to leave. After a night of heavy drinking, he still could not accept the fact that Yin had broken up with him. Of course, he did not think he was wrong, but he still wanted to salvage this love. He had waited in front of Yan's door for a full 3 days. A weak smile appeared on his stiff face. Yinzi, you're back. A twinge of pain flashed through Yan's heart, but it was only a twinge. Yu Qianheng's hesitation had already made any future between them impossible. Yan's voice was cold, carrying an indifference that kept people at arm's length. What are you doing here? Yu Qianheng pleaded. Yinzi, I was wrong. Can we not break up? Hee. Yin looked at Yu Tianheng with a playful expression. Then tell me, where did you go wrong? I shouldn't have stood on your side. After hesitating for a long time, Yu Qianheng finally said this. Yin, who had long lost confidence in Yu Qianheng, did not want to say more. It's already in the past. Save those words for your future wife. Yin directly pushed Yu Qianheng, who was blocking the doorway, and walked into the room to start packing her things. Seeing Yan's actions, Yu Qianheng was just about to step forward to ask when he heard Yan's voice. Do you still want to barge into my room? The angry tone made Yu Tianheng's foot, which was about to step into the room, retract. Yin didn't have many things either. After putting the essentials into her storage soul tool, she returned to the entrance. You can stay here as long as you want. With that, Yin turned and left. She felt something pulling at her, and when she turned around, she saw Yu Tianheng's hand gripping the corner of her clothes. Yinzi, why are you being so heartless? Is our relationship really that fragile? Yu Tianheng's voice had turned choked with emotion. Remembering the time they spent together, Yin ultimately decided to part on good terms. Yu Tianheng, what I like is a strong, opinionated person. I once thought you were. With the topic laid bare, Yin fell silent, believing that Yu Tianheng could still understand what she meant. Yu Tianheng's hand gradually loosened, then fell weakly to the ground. When Yin felt the pull behind her ease, she stepped forward and disappeared around the corner. It was at that moment that she completely let go of this relationship in her heart. If at that moment, Yu Tianheng could stand up and bravely call out to Yan's back, Yinzi, I will prove to you that I am a powerful soul master, and I can control everything about myself. Perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope for the two of them. But his current demeanor was saying, Yinzi, how can I live without you? Yinzi. At this point, the two had become like strangers. Just as Yin was about to join the Lamba Academy. On the other side, Shrek Academy made a very important decision. Under the persuasion of the master, Flender ultimately decided to give up the Shrek Academy he had managed for over 20 years. For the future of the 6 talented boys and girls at Shrek Academy. It was about to merge into the Tiando Royal Academy, and at this time, the students of Shrek Academy would also become students of the Tiando Royal Academy. Chapter 145. Captain Tang Yin in a rural area on the outskirts of Soto City, Flender stood in front of a dilapidated wooden gate, lost in thought. The gate had weathered many years of storms, covered with moss and deep cracks. At the top of the gate hung a plaque with the crooked characters spelling out Shrek Academy. The grand ambitions at the Academy's founding, the reluctance of students at graduation, the difficulties due to insufficient funding. Scenes from 20 years replayed in Flender's mind, each frame vivid and unforgettable. How many 20-year spans does life offer? Even if one reaches the rank of Soul Douluo, it is only 150 years of time. It was no wonder Flender felt so emotional, as today was the day they were leaving Shrek Academy. A large hand landed on Flender's shoulder, pulling him from his memories. When he turned around, it was the master. The master's face still held no expression, but his tone was much gentler, no longer as stiff as before. Flender, I know you're reluctant, but this is all for the children's sake. Flender patted the hand of Yu Xiaojiang resting on his shoulder and shook his head. I know. The current Shrek Academy can't even gather 7 people, and we're not qualified for the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. Continuing this way serves no purpose. Don't worry, once we reach the Tiando Royal Academy, with our teaching abilities combined with the abundant resources of the Tiando Royal Academy, we will definitely cultivate these 6 little monsters into talents. If it weren't for the incident where Xiao Wu and Tang San were injured by Duge Yin from the Royal Battle Team, Shrek Academy would have already gone to the Tiando Royal Academy with Qin Ming. Today, Tang Yin, who was practicing in the academy, was called to the principal's office. Lu Erlong raised her hand, signaling Tang Yin to sit in the chair opposite her. At this moment, the teacher was full of confidence. Lu Erlong set aside the potted plant she had just arranged, and, seeing that it was Tang Yin, a gentle smile appeared on her lips. Tang Yin, you're here. Take a seat. Under the guidance of the teacher, the 6 members of Shrek Academy had become a team. But this team still had a fatal flaw. There was no control-type Soul Master. With the time for assembly drawing near, the 6 students led by Dai Mubai and the teachers led by Zhao Wujin had all arrived. After entering the office, Tang Yin briefly glanced at Lu Erlong before looking away. After the last chance encounter with Qin Ming, Yu Xiaojiang had proposed the idea of merging Shrek Academy with the Tiando Royal Academy. And Qin Ming was very pleased to learn about the current strength of the 6 members of Shrek Academy, expressing that he would take care of this matter. Principal, you called for me. Tang Yin first slightly bowed to Lu Erlong before asking. However, under the weighing of pros and cons by the teacher, his beloved disciple Tang San had once again become a control-type Soul Master. To be precise, he had become a strong, attack-type Soul Master who controlled the field with power. In the principal's office, Lu Erlong wore a black low-cut long dress that highlighted her full bosom and slender waist. Her black long hair was tied up with a green scarf, with a few strands cascading down her smooth forehead, resembling an intellectual noblewoman. Thus, the grand procession set off towards Tiando City. What awaited them? There was no other choice, as they couldn't gather a control-type Soul Master in their team. Looking at the sizable team before him, Flender took a deep breath and issued his last command as the principal of Shrek Academy. Let's go. After Tang Yin sat down, Lu Erlong picked up the teacup in front of her and began to brew tea. I called you here to discuss the upcoming elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. I wonder if you, Tang Yin, are interested in participating? With Tang Yin's extraordinary talent, no matter which academy he joined, that academy would likely be a strong contender for the championship in this competition. This was also the reason why Lu Erlong valued Tang Yin so highly. Watching Lu Erlong skillfully prepare tea, Tang Yin smiled and replied, the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent is a competition that all young Soul Masters aspire to participate in. I joined the academy to obtain a qualification for the competition and to witness the talents of my peers. Tang Yin's answer was half true, half false. He indeed wanted to participate in the elite competition, but it wasn't to witness the talents of his peers. As for the initial purpose, the best self-protection for a person is to choose to forget, and Tang Yin no longer wanted to recall the painful past. Her figure had gradually become blurry. Moreover, he was already with her sister, and no matter how one looked at it, he should let go. You are quite modest. Lu Erlong pushed the brewed tea in front of Tang Yin and took a sip herself. The slightly bitter yet fragrant tea slid down her throat, leaving a hint of sweetness in the aftertaste, and a satisfied expression appeared on the beautiful woman's face. Your talent is the most top-notch I've ever seen, without exception. The talents of heroes in this world are merely frogs in a well looking up at the sky in your presence. Every compliment Lu Erlong made was heartfelt. After talking for so long, Tang Yin still had not grasped the character of this principal. From their conversation, This principal seemed to be a composed and elegant woman. However, Tang Yin could vaguely sense a deeply concealed aura about her. It seemed buried too long by time, making it difficult for Tang Yin to see clearly. This time, I have decided to entrust the entire matter of the Blue Ba Academy elite competition to you, including selecting members, training, tactics. Despite making such a decision, Lu Erlong's tone remained calm, as if she were discussing something very ordinary. Tang Yin was only slightly surprised. He knew that Lu Erlong wanted to retain her position at Blue Ba Academy by delegating authority. Although this principal usually lived in a small wooden house in the Academy's forest and didn't bother with the Academy's trivial matters, she would still personally make decisions for significant events like this. Tang Yin finished his tea and assured Lu Erlong, "I will not disappoint your trust. The champion of this Continental Senior Soul Master Academy elite competition will belong to Blue Ba." What seemed like an extremely arrogant statement to others came out of Tang Yin's mouth as easily as drinking water. Lu Erlong was not surprised by Tang Yin's tone. "Then I will wait for your good news." In this young man, she saw the vigor of her youth. Thinking of her lover, Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong's heart ached. 20 years have passed. Xiaojiang, where are you? How much longer will you hide from me? Chapter 146. Team Construction and Unexpected Individuals after leaving Lu Erlong's office. Tang Yin began preparing for the establishment of the battle team. He didn't need to put too much thought into it. First of all, with Tang Yin's current soul power at level 54 and his ability to fight above his level, he was confident he could overturn any team participating in the competition. However, members still needed to be selected. Tang Yin couldn't possibly participate in every match. That would be too boring. A battle team requires 7 members. Excluding Tang Yin and his 2 sisters, Zhu Yunyun and Zhu Qingqing, there were 4 official slots left. He would allocate 1 slot to Tai Long and let him fill in the remaining spots. While pondering, Tang Yin arrived at the simulated training forest of Zhu Yunyun and Zhu Qingqing. After consuming the celestial herb, the compatibility between Zhu Yunyun and Zhu Qingqing seemed to have improved, especially after Zhu Yunyun's martial soul mutated. There was a subtle trend of fusion between the yang of her martial soul and the yin of Zhu Qingqing's nether spirit cat. Having been influenced by their upbringing, they naturally understood what this meant: martial soul fusion technique. This time, the 2 summarized all their previous lessons and began their 11th attempt. Tang Yin, fearing to disturb the 2 during their training, chose not to barge in directly or call out to them. If they were interrupted at a crucial moment, it would be a significant loss. This was already their 11th attempt at fusion. The martial soul fusion technique is not simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Even 2 identical martial souls may not possess a fusion technique, as it requires complementarity and perfect pairing. When the martial soul fusion technique is produced, the power demonstrated is not merely a reflection of the 2 soul masters' levels, but an existence that transcends them. In the simulated training forest, Zhu Yunyun and Zhu Qingqing were embracing each other. When their heartbeats, pulses, and breaths were synchronized, their martial soul fusion was already complete. "Sister, we did it." Their breaths were intermingling, about to merge into one. However, Tang Yin, who had consumed the ice-fire duality pill, might be able to help them harmonize their powers and complete the martial soul fusion more quickly. These days, Zhu Yunyun and Zhu Qingqing were exploring the possibilities of their martial soul fusion technique. Zhu Qingqing's fullness pressed against Zhu Yunyun's abdomen, while Zhu Qingqing's head was completely enveloped by Zhu Yunyun's softness. As Zhu Yunyun exerted a slight force, Zhu Qingqing's small face flushed, feeling as if she could hardly breathe. Zhu Qingqing's tone was filled with disbelief and unparalleled excitement. In the first 10 attempts, they had failed for various reasons. Feeling each other's martial souls, Zhu Yunyun and Zhu Qingqing simultaneously opened their eyes, seeing a glimmer of joy in each other's eyes. The requirements for martial soul fusion techniques are extremely strict, making them rare on the continent. As time passed, martial soul fusion reached the most critical step: unity of energies. However, both of them had their eyes slightly closed, and the brilliant golden light from Zhu Yunyun intertwined with the dark purple light from Zhu Qingqing, creating a dreamlike radiance that was captivating. Tang Yin's decision not to interrupt them was indeed the right choice. Otherwise, Zhu Yunyun and Zhu Qingqing would have to wait for their 12th attempt. Zhu Yunyun was slightly taller than Zhu Qingqing, which made their embrace somewhat ambiguous. She never imagined that one day she would possess a martial soul fusion technique with her sister. We succeeded. Zhu Yunyun affectionately stroked her excited sister's head, feeling equally joyful within. With this, I should be a bit stronger. I have the qualification to continue standing by Xiao Yin's side. Tang Ying then arrived at Tai Long's classroom. Originally, Tai Long had been skipping class every day, but fearing that Tang Ying might need him, he had to attend class daily. Just as Tang Ying arrived, Tai Long was dozing off. Awakened by a reminder from a nearby buddy, Tai Long quickly snapped out of his slumber, and upon seeing Tang Ying, he hurried out to greet him. "Big brother Tai Long," Tang Ying called out. Tai Long scratched his head, still feeling somewhat shy about Tang Ying calling him that after all this time. "Xiao Yin, do you have something to discuss?" In Tai Long's memory, Tang Ying had never actively sought him out before. Tang Ying replied, "Big brother Tai Long, I'm here to ask you to help with something. Principal Lu Erlong asked me to form a team for the elite competition. Besides you, I'm still short 3 people. I don't know many people. Could I trouble you to help?" Tai Long thought it was something serious, but hearing that it was about filling slots in Tang Yin's team, he was immediately overjoyed. He knew the talent of the young master from his family. When they first met, this young master was only at the Soul Sovereign level, and now, not long after, he had already become a Soul King. Such a terrifying cultivation speed and abnormal soul power level were like finding a few ornaments for the team. For Tai Long, this was an honor he could easily claim. "Leave it to me." Tai Long patted his chest and assured Tang Ying that he would select the best students from Blue Ba Academy, even though they were just fillers. He couldn't choose someone like his little brother, or else it would upset Tang Ying, and that would be troublesome. If Tang Ying was unhappy, his grandfather would be unhappy. If his grandfather was unhappy, both he and his father would be unhappy. And if his father was unhappy, he would be unhappy too. Since I can do it well, why should I let myself be unhappy? Tai Long worked quickly and soon selected the remaining 3 team members for Tang Ying. They were also the substitute members from Shrek Academy in the original story, Jiang Zhu, Jing Ling, and Huang Yuan. With the team members gathered, Tang Ying prepared the list and was about to submit it when Lu Erlong informed him of another piece of news. "Tang Ying, I have good news to tell you." Tang Ying, who had just walked into the office, was puzzled. He had no idea what good news he might have. Lu Erlong didn't keep them in suspense and directly stated, "I've just received news that a student from the Tiando Royal Academy is about to transfer to our academy. She hopes to join our academy's team for the elite competition." Tiando Royal Academy? Transferring? Tang Ying was even more confused in his impression. Apart from the few members of the Royal Fighting Team, were there any other notable students at Tiando Royal Academy? Her name is Duguyen. Her martial soul is the Green Scale Serpent, and her strength is quite impressive, being a level 41 control system soul master. This familiar name genuinely surprised Tang Ying. His expression remained unchanged. "Just in time, our team lacks a control system soul master. Her joining will surely take us further." However, a greater doubt arose in Tang Yin's heart. How could Duguyen suddenly come to the Lamba Academy? What was happening with Xuejia? Chapter 147. Lu Erlong's bold idea. Tang Ying was still unaware that Qian Renshua had already become the hands-off manager, passing the task of approaching Duguyen back to him. Seeing that Tang Ying agreed, Lu Erlong nodded. She slightly parted her red lips, her voice slightly hoarse but not harsh, instead adding a touch of mature charm. "I promise not to interfere with your team formation, but I misspoke." Tang Ying submitted the list he had already prepared with a smile. "The dean is also considering the academy's interests, not to mention that Duguyen, who is about to join Lamba Academy, is quite strong." Lu Erlong took the list from Tang Ying, leaning back in her chair, reviewing the members he had selected for the team. In fact, Tang Ying didn't even need to report this step, but since Lu Erlong had given him such great power, he had to reciprocate and give her the utmost respect. When she saw the first line of the list, Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes widened, her black pupils constricted, clearly shocked. Tang Yin's gaze stayed on Lu Erlong, and the beautiful scene created by her sudden movement was something he had only seen from Zhu Yunjie before. However, as a gentleman, he only glanced for a moment. Fortunately, Lu Erlong's attention was not on him. Her breathing was slightly rapid, and, as she spoke, she was trying hard to suppress her emotions. "Your soul power is level 54? The first line on the paper was indeed Tang Yin's information. Then came Zhu Zhuqing. That similarly strange surge in soul power led Lu Erlong to form a guess in her heart. Tang Ying, did he gain some kind of fortuitous encounter? This thought was unavoidable for Lu Erlong. The rapid cultivation speed of one person might be a coincidence, but what about 2 or 3 people? This could only prove that Tang Ying had obtained some extraordinary treasure that allowed his soul power to surge. Lu Erlong took several deep breaths, constantly reminding herself, "I am the dean. I must be composed. Faster than usual." Name, Tang Ying, martial soul, wooden spear, soul power, level 54. Her first thought was that no matter what, she had to obtain this treasure from Tang Yin and give it to Xiao Gang, so he could break through the shackles of his talent. To take a step back, 10 Xiao Gangs were not worth even one Tang Yin. Now, Tang Yin's team gathered strong assault, swift attack, control, and support, plus Tang Yin, who was almost an all-round stabilizing force, aside from the lack of team chemistry. It was already a perfect team. Picking up the pen on the table, Lu Erlong added Duge Yan's information at the end. Of course, at this moment, Lu Erlong felt that 10 Tang Yins were still not as good as a single hair of her Xiao Gang. Tang Yin had nothing to explain. He wouldn't tell Lu Erlong about the immortal herbs. My soul power has improved a bit quickly these days. Lu Erlong felt somewhat offended. Lu Erlong's gaze continued downward and became normal when it reached Tai Long. Tai Long, Zhu Zhu, Jing Ling, and Huang Yuan were all top students of Lamba Academy, so their selection into the team did not surprise Lu Erlong. You call that a bit fast? Then everyone else's cultivation speed in the world must be like a snail's crawl. Looking at the preliminary team list of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong nodded in satisfaction. Continuing to look, the second line of Zhu Zhiyun's information again left her stunned. Lu Erlong clearly remembered that when Zhu Zhiyun first enrolled, her soul power was only level 44. How long had it been? And her soul power had actually surged by 7 levels. As for any side effects, please. A genius like Tang Yin not only uses it for himself, but also for those around him. How much harm could there be? Right now, Lu Erlong couldn't directly reveal her thoughts. She winked at Tang Yin with her lively eyes. All right, Tang Yin, I've noted the team members. I'll need to trouble you with the training going forward. Oh, by the way, Lu Erlong seemed to remember something and opened the drawer, taking out a hand token and handing it to Tang Yin. From now on, the number 1 training ground of the academy will be under your charge for training. Just give this token to the teacher in charge of managing the training ground. I've already informed him in advance. Tang Yin accepted the hand token. Thank you, Dean. The student takes his leave. After leaving Lu Erlong's office, Tang Yin's expression became strange. He still couldn't understand why Qian Rinxue wanted Duge Yin to come to Lamba Academy. How would she cultivate feelings with Duge Yin now? However, the current situation wasn't bad. At least Duge Yin had already severed her relationship with Yu Tianheng. So there were no ties or entanglements with Dugabo and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. As Tang Yin passed through the forest of Lamba Academy, Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing were walking toward him, hand in hand. Seeing that Tang Yin was walking with his head down, as if deep in thought, Zhu Zhuqing quietly approached him and softly asked, "Brother-in-law, what are you thinking about?" Tang Yin was startled by the sudden voice, but he quickly recognized that the person beside him was the little glutton Zhu Zhuqing from his family. Tang Yin wouldn't get angry with Zhu Zhuqing. He simply answered her question, nothing much. Tang Yin knew that Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhiyun had just finished their training, and Zhu Zhiyun should be nearby. Turning his head, he just happened to see Zhu Zhiyun walking to his other side. Tang Yin's arm naturally wrapped around Zhu Zhiyun's waist, and she did not resist, but leaned into his embrace. "Sister Zhiyun, you two have finished training." Zhu Zhiyun rested her head on Tang Yin's shoulder, a satisfied smile on her face. "Xiaoyin, I have good news for you. Zhu Qing and I have established a martial soul resonance." Tang Yin certainly knew what that meant. "You two have achieved a martial soul fusion skill?" We haven't tested its power yet," Zhu Zhiyun replied, tilting her head in thought. They didn't use the martial soul fusion skill immediately because they were in the Academy's simulated training forest. If the power of the fusion skill was too great and destroyed that place, it would require compensation to the Academy for a significant amount. Tang Yin was happy to see Sister Zhiyun making progress. There's no rush. Anyway, the situation is set, and the martial soul fusion skill 1T run away. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing saw Tang Yin continuously talking to her sister, and the excitement she initially felt upon seeing him and the joy of wanting to share with him seemed to be doused with cold water. Her mood gradually sank, and the light in her eyes dimmed. Lowering her head, she silently followed Tang Yin's side. Suddenly, she felt one of her hands being held by a larger hand, and the warmth from the palm made her heart burn again. Zhu Zhuqing raised her head and saw Tang Yin and her sister cuddling together. She hurriedly looked around, and after confirming that no one was watching, she stepped closer. To outsiders, there was still some distance between Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing. The feeling of secretly holding hands with her brother-in-law in front of her sister was quite nice. Just like that, the three of them walked home together. Chapter 148, Blue Tyrant Battle Team. The next day, Tang Yin did not go directly to the academy, but instead turned around and went to the prince's mansion. At this moment, Qian Rinxue was disguised as Xue Qinghe, bent over her desk, handling daily affairs. When Tang Yin walked into the study, She did not raise her head and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "Oh, what brings you here today?" At this time, there were only Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue in the study. Not even the closest female official to Qian Rinxue stayed after Tang Yin entered. She even closed the door behind her and kindly took the guards away from the entrance. Tang Yin approached Qian Rinxue and intentionally leaned his forehead close to hers. Qian Rinxue could feel Tang Yin's hot breath against her forehead, and the originally snow-white skin instantly flushed with a layer of crimson. "Sister Xue, I miss you." The seasoned Tang Yin would not get straight to the point about discussing serious matters with Qian Rinxue. That wouldn't make his sister Xue happy. Tang Yin's sweet words brought a warm current flowing through Qian Rinxue's heart, but she still pretended to be calm. Now is the time to talk about serious matters. Tang Yin naturally did not take Qian Rinxue's words to heart. He casually moved behind her and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. "What's the matter? Is the helper I found for you not strong enough? Are you satisfied?" Qian Rinxue shot a glare at Tang Yin with her beautiful eyes and then continued to write something. Tang Yin remained persistent and directly lifted Qian Rinxue, then sat down in her original position, feeling the warmth she left behind in her current temperature. Tang Yin closed his eyes, revealing a hint of satisfaction. "Just say what you want. Don't be so playful with me." Recently, the principal of Blue Tyrant Academy asked me to form a battle team to participate in the upcoming elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. "I am a captain." "That's not it," Tang Yin weakly replied. "It's just that Douluo Yin has come on my side. What should you do about her marriage?" "Hey, isn't that your problem, Your Highness? You just had to put someone into my newly formed team," Tang Yin added at the end. Qian Rinxue was speechless. "What brings you here today?" Qian Rinxue only struggled a little before allowing Tang Yin to be playful. She was not the kind of little girl who panicked when a man touched her. She somewhat enjoyed Tang Yin's actions. "We're at work. Let go." Tang Yin rested his chin on Qian Rinxue's soft shoulder, curiously watching how she handled official matters. "Oh, Captain Tang isn't training the team, but came to my prince's mansion to tease the current prince. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Qian Rinxue retorted. The important thing was that Qian Rinxue still looked like Xue Qinghe. The corners of her mouth gently curled up like the softest breeze in the world, enough to soothe everything. Qian Rinxue seemed to understand why Tang Yin came to find her. You wanted to fulfill your beautiful dreams, right?" Qian Rinxue raised her hand and pinched one of Tang Yin's ears. After hearing Tang Yin yelp a few times, she loosened her grip slightly. "If we want to completely tie Douluo to our side, my identity cannot be hidden. How could he allow his granddaughter to marry a woman and live as a widow? Therefore, the task of courting Douluo Yin should be yours, not mine." After seriously analyzing the reasons, Qian Rinxue suddenly leaned close to Tang Yin's ear and used an extremely charming tone. "Moreover, if you want to be a married couple, you have to make my wife accept you first." Qian Rinxue's words made Tang Yin's throat involuntarily swallow hard, even though it wasn't the first time he heard her say this. Just thinking about that scene made Tang Yin unable to help but imagine it. Sitting on Tang Yin, Qian Rinxue clearly felt a hint of discomfort. She rolled her beautiful eyes, but actively slid down slowly. By the time Tang Yin left the prince's mansion, it was already noon. As he left, Qian Rinxue watched him go with a face full of resentment, covering her cheek. Douluo Yin's enrollment procedures had been mostly completed, and she was currently being shown around the basic facilities of Blue Tyrant Academy by a teacher. In fact, this was not the teacher's job. The reason for her eagerness was that Douluo Yin had been brought to Blue Tyrant Academy's door by her grandfather. Even if the presence of a titled Dalu was quite restrained, the unique aura of a strong person could not be hidden. Douluo Yin was not surprised to learn that she had been selected for the Blue Tyrant Academy battle team. Her reported soul power was level 41, which was considered top-tier strength in any academy. Moreover, she had just broken through to the next level a day earlier. The effects of the 8-petal immortal orchid were still at play, and Douluo Yin estimated that the remaining effect would be enough for her to break through to level 45. Furthermore, the 8-petal immortal orchid improved her root bone, making future cultivation incomparable. However, upon learning that her soul power could only rank 3rd, she became a bit restless. She could understand Tang Yin being ahead of her. After all, he was someone who could unexpectedly use his martial soul to heal himself in front of Qin Ming. But the fact that there was someone above her made her competitive spirit flare up even more. Douluo Yin currently had no interest in listening to the teacher's rambling. She was eager to know who that stranger stronger than her was. Today was the day of the first assembly of the Blue Tyrant Academy battle team. After Tang Yin returned to the academy, he had Talon notify Huang Yuan Jing and Ling, while he had already instructed Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun when he left in the morning. The gathering point was at the training ground of the battle team. Blue Tyrant Academy's #1 training ground. There were many training grounds at Blue Tyrant Academy, but the #1 training ground was a very special place. It was the only independent building among all the training grounds, while the others were concentrated in the same area. When Tang Yin arrived at the entrance of the #1 training ground, the other team members were already waiting there. Zhu Zhuyun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Talon were familiar faces, needless to say. Tang Yin's gaze fell on the other 3 people. The only unfamiliar girl was naturally Jiang Zhu. She looked very charming, dressed in Blue Tyrant Academy's uniform, with her hands clasped in front of her, serene and gentle. As for the other 2 boys, Tang Yin could only identify them based on their appearance and martial soul characteristics. The sharp-featured man was likely Huang Yuan, whose martial soul was a lone wolf, the same as the legendary blind god king. Su Yuntao, what level, using the same martial soul as me? Some of the more sinister ones, of course, are those with the martial soul of a skeleton, like Jingling Chapter 149. Something's off with Jiang Zhu. When Tang Yin arrived, everyone gathered around. Jiang Zhu and the others had already learned some things about Tang Yin from Tai Long, and although most of it was exaggerated, a level 50 soul power at under 20 years old was enough to impress everyone present. Tang Yin smiled and greeted the team members. Hello everyone, nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Jiang Zhu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. We already know about Tang Yin's reputation. I didn't expect you to be such a young little brother on our first meeting. Her teasing words immediately shortened the distance between them. Yes. I also didn't expect Tang Yin to be so young, Huang Yuan chimed in. Hee, from now on, we will all be teammates. Calling each other classmates feels too distant. Since you're all of Tai Long's generation, you can just call me Xiao Yin. Jiang Zhu blinked her bright eyes and patted Tang Yin's head. Little brother Xiao Yin, I will trouble you to take care of me in the future. Zhu Zhuyun, however, appeared extremely indifferent, since she made her choice. As long as Tang Yin had her in his heart, she would be satisfied. Tang Yin also sensed that Jiang Zhu was somewhat off. He hadn't thought about the martial soul aspect yet, just feeling that this big sister seemed to have some contrasts. Seeing that her sister hadn't claimed her territory yet, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't sit still. Zhu Zhuqing watched with gritted teeth. This detestable woman was actually flirting with her boyfriend in front of her. No, her sister's boyfriend. He and reached the point of thinking of himself as a walking aphrodisiac. We meet again, Duguyen. In fact, Jiang Zhu was trying to seduce Tang Yin. Her usual character was one of being desireless and carefree. Most healing-type soul masters have a gentle personality. Her martial soul is a healing staff, and Tang Yin's fate could be said to be the highest rank of her type of martial soul. The instinct of the martial soul drove Jiang Zhu to approach Tang Yin, which was a pursuit of a higher life. With her short purple hair and tall stature, Tang Yin recognized her at first glance. She had a cold expression and pulled Tang Yin closer, just enough to separate the 2 people who were a bit too close. However, as she approached Tang Yin, there seemed to be an invisible magic about him that continuously attracted her closer, almost merging her body with Tang Yin's. If Jiang Zhu were replaced by Yi Lingling, the aloof girl would also quickly sink into Tang Yin's alluring aura. As Tang Yin wanted to create some distance from Jiang Zhu, he felt a pulling force and naturally stepped back, separating from Jiang Zhu. Just as Tang Yin wanted to invite everyone into the training ground, a familiar figure appeared on the nearby path. Sister Jiang Zhu, no need to be polite. We should help each other in the future. Duguyen also saw Tang Yin and quickened her pace to join everyone. Tang Yin was a bit taller than Jiang Zhu, which meant Jiang Zhu had to tiptoe to pat Tang Yin's head, her body almost pressed against him. Tang Yin's gaze towards Duguyen was somewhat complicated. He felt it was inappropriate to toy with the emotions of the girl in front of him for his own desires and ambitions. If it were just for ambition, Tang Yin wouldn't feel any burden, but since it was mixed with his personal feelings, it became more complicated. Duguyen's face showed no emotions, and she said lightly, Yes, I'm here to seek refuge with you. In fact, Duguyen's heart wasn't as calm as it appeared. This was her second time meeting Tang Yin, and it was her first time observing him so closely. His picturesque features, snow-white long hair, and ethereal temperament were all impeccable. More importantly, Tang Yin's strength. Duguyen had just experienced a failed romance, and she wouldn't start a new one in a short time. Otherwise, it would make her feelings seem cheap. There's no such thing as seeking refuge. Your joining us would be like adding wings to a tiger. Tang Yin waved his hand. The core of every team is a control-type soul master, and you are the only one in our team. So you will need to control the situation in the future. Tang Yin then introduced Duguyen to the other team members. Her name is Duguyen. She will be our team's control-type soul master from now on. Duguyan briefly introduced herself to everyone. Jiangzhu was also very warm, but lacked the ambiguity that Tang Yin had. Zhu Jian also smiled, and Duguyan's gaze lingered on Zhu Zhuyun for a long time. This must be the member who is even stronger than me. With her snake-like sensitivity, Duguyan sensed a strong pressure from Zhu Zhuyun. Zhu Zhuqing continued to observe Duguyan with a wary gaze. Duguyan's figure was slightly less imposing than Zhu Zhuqing's, but her long, straight legs far outstripped Zhu Zhuqing's, and even Zhu Zhuyun couldn't compare. If those legs wrapped around my brother-in-law's waist, wouldn't he surrender immediately. Zhu Zhuqing's mind flashed with a certain posture of Tang Yin and her sister. After Duguyan got to know everyone, they all entered the training ground together. Although this training ground wasn't as luxurious as the Tiando Royal Academy, it was still among the best in many advanced academies. In the center was a massive circular arena with a diameter of about 100 meters. Tang Yin couldn't recognize the material used, but the shimmering gloss looked sufficiently hard. This arena was also built according to the specifications for the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent to help the team members adapt to the arena size in advance and avoid unnecessary mistakes due to inexperience in arena battles. Tang Yin had already roughly constructed 2 combat systems in his mind. Yes, although there were 8 people with only 1 substitute, there were still 2 systems. With Tang Yin's ability to surpass 1 or even 2 realms in explosive power, he could easily eliminate all opponents. But he had other things to do in this competition. Except for some particularly strong teams, Tang Yin didn't plan to take the stage. The goal of the Lamba Academy team in the preliminary stage was just to accumulate enough points to qualify for the finals. Furthermore, even without him, the Lamba Academy team had Zhu Zhuyun, a Soul King, holding the fort. One system was centered around Duguyan, using her poison to control the field. The other was an extreme burst strategy, utilizing the high explosive power of Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul fusion skill to eliminate opponents. Both systems needed to be practiced in coordination over the coming days to turn this team into a real unit. Chapter 150. A crow occupying a magpie's nest? While Tang Yin was training intensively, Shrek's group had crossed the entire Bala Kingdom and the Sills Kingdom, traveling in haste for a total of half a month. Upon arriving in Tiando City, Shrek's members didn't have time to rest and followed Ning Rongrong to the Tiando Royal Academy. Tang San felt that after arriving in Tiando City, Xiao Wu's emotions had noticeably changed. He saw panic, worry, and fear in Xiao Wu's expression. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Tang San approached Xiao Wu with concern. Tang San has been very protective of his younger sister, and in his eyes, Xiao Wu has reached the same level as family, even showing signs of surpassing them. There's no way around it. They have been together day and night. Xiao Wu forced a smile and said, Sengo, I'm fine. It's just that I'm about to change to a new environment, and I'm a bit nervous. Since someone dared to hurt Xiao Wu, they were already on the path to their own demise. In fact, Tang San was also very unwilling. When he learned that the person who hurt him and Xiao Wu was the captain and vice-captain of the Imperial fighting team, the urge for revenge surged within him. Xiao Wu affectionately wrapped her arms around Tang San's, pressing her petite body against him. This time, heading to the Tiando Royal Academy, Tang San had 2 goals. One was to find herbs to refine the unique poisons from the Tang sect's secret arts. The other was to gather materials to create more powerful hidden weapons for the Tang sect. Oscar had indeed expressed his admiration for Ning Rongrong. But Ning Rongrong clearly informed him of the rules of the 7-treasure glazed tile school and told him that her marriage was not something she could decide for herself. Another reason was that Tang San felt extremely frustrated about the crushing defeat in the arena that day, coming from the Tang sect. He felt powerless against the common snake venom of the 5 poisons of the green scales, which was enough to etch a pillar of shame in his heart. Tang San smiled and comforted her. Don't be afraid, Xiao Wu. Since the Tiando Royal Academy is directly under the Tiando Royal family, its resources and facilities must be the best in the entire Tiando Empire. Sengo, with you here, I won't be afraid. Nervousness is just your lie. Of course. The object of his revenge did not include Yu Qianheng. Only Duguyan was noted in Tang San's little book. With these 2 things, he would have a foundation for survival in the perilous world of soul masters. Moreover, in his past life, Tang San had been single for over 40 years and knew nothing about love between men and women, far worse than his brother. He believed that his relationship with Xiao Wu remained a pure sibling bond. There was no spark between Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing was absent, and Dai Mubai remained his flirtatious self, To alleviate his loneliness, he had moved the pair of twin sisters from Soto City to Tiendo City early on for deeper interactions. The other Shrek Academy students quietly watched, remaining silent. They could not even envy the only couple in the academy. Oscar's polite refusal did not dissuade him. He buried his affection for Ning Rongrong deep in his heart, unaware of when it would fully erupt. Ning Rongrong's claim that she could not decide her marriage was purely a lie, with two elder offerings pampering her. Even Ning Fingji could not force her to marry someone she did not like. The reason she rejected Oscar was not that he wasn't good-looking enough, nor that his strength was inadequate, but because he had not yet met the standards of her ideal partner. As for Ma Hongjun, there was no need to say more. Due to the evil fire of his martial soul, he spent a large amount of his soul master subsidies on brothels each month, and it seemed that love was not meant for him. The group moved quickly, and with the use of soul power, they soon arrived at the Tiendo Royal Academy. This time, they did not encounter the pretentious Avalanche, who was currently trying to have a child under his uncle's guidance. Qi Ming was also very attentive to the merger of his alma mater with the Tiendo Royal Academy. Upon learning that the Shrek group had arrived at the academy gate, he personally came down the mountain to greet his teachers and juniors. Dean Flander, teacher Zhao Wujia. Qi Ming, dressed in the academy's teacher uniform, waved while walking towards them. Flander, leading the group, stepped forward and embraced Qi Ming, saying, "As your teacher, I now have to rely on my students. It's truly an old man's privilege." Dean, don't say that. You are a soul, sage-level powerhouse, among the top tier of combat strength even in the Tiendo Royal Academy, second only to a few committee members. The committee is also very concerned about your visit this time, Qin Ming replied sincerely. He was not just being polite. He had lost his position as the captain of the Imperial fighting team due to Duge Yan's incident, and later because of indirectly causing Duge Yan to leave the school. He was demoted from a Tiendo-level teacher to a Tianjia-level teacher by the chief committee member, Meng Shinji. Of course, he still taught at the Tiendo class. There was no other reason. Qi Ming's strength and talent were evident. Even if he made mistakes, he could only be lightly punished if it were too harsh. It would only drive away such a rare talent. Later, Qi Ming facilitated the merger of Shrek Academy, and the committee learned that Shrek Academy had 3 soul sages, 2 soul emperors, and many excellent students. So Qi Ming's punishment was lifted. As for Yu Xiaojiang, his theoretical teachings deserve recognition. Leading everyone, Qi Ming introduced the buildings and infrastructure of the Tiendo Royal Academy, discussing its rules and class division system. When he spoke about the academy's history, everyone saw 3 committee members waiting in front of the building. The chief, Meng Shinji, approached and, after exchanging pleasantries with Flander, the merger of Shrek Academy into the Tiendo Royal Academy was nearly finalized. Just as Flander was about to sign the agreement with Meng Shinji, the usually silent Yu Xiaojiang suddenly spoke up. Wait, there's one more condition for Shrek Academy to join Tiendo Royal Academy. Not only Meng Shinji, but even Flander beside him stared wide-eyed, looking at Yu Xiaojiang in confusion. Who is this? Meng Shinji asked, puzzled by this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man with a soul power fluctuation of only level 29. After a moment of surprise, Flander quickly explained, Senior Meng Shinji. This is our teacher from Shrek Academy, known in the Soul Master world as the Invincible Theorist, and also the corner of wisdom in the Golden Iron Triangle, Yu Xiaojiang. Oh, it's the Master. I've long admired you, Meng Shinji said courteously. May I ask what the Master has to suggest? Yu Xiaojiang stiffly replied. I wouldn't dare to offer guidance. Your conditions are very generous, but I hope to add one more. Seeing that Meng Shinji's expression did not change, Yu Xiaojiang extended a finger, pointing at Tang San and the others beside him. These few students are rare talents with top-tier potential. I hope you can allow them to be part of the team representing the Tiendo Royal Academy in this competition. Chapter 151, Exceptionally Talented Tang San. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, everyone present was taken aback. Flander pulled Yu Xiaojiang's arm and whispered urgently, Xiaojiang, is this the right time to say that? We just arrived at their academy, and you're asking them to give us spots in the elite competition. Even if your students are exceptionally talented, you can't do that. However, Yu Xiaojiang did not pay attention to Flander and instead looked intently at Meng Shinji. Meng Shinji did not want to make the situation too tense. After all, his first impression of Flander was also very good. He pondered for a moment and said, Every member of our Tiendo Royal Academy's first team is selected through rigorous screening and competition. Even I, as a committee member, do not have the authority to force them to give up their qualification to compete. However, if the students from Shrek Academy are excellent enough, they can also be allowed to join the second team. Dream God Machine has been very polite. Otherwise, with his soul, Douluo strength at level 86. Why would he give face to a waste in his 50s who is still at the 29th rank of Soul Master? Yu Xiaojiang knows the difference between the first and second teams of the Tiando Royal Academy. If the 6 little monsters from Shrek Academy can enter the first team, they can skip the preliminary and promotion matches and go directly to the final competition. Although this guarantees their ranking, it lacks the necessary training, which is more harmful than beneficial for their growth. Yu Xiaojiang never intended to snatch a spot from the first team of Tiando Royal Academy. Seeing that Dream God Machine expressed the willingness to let the 6 from Shrek join the second team, he immediately stated, "I don't dare to hope for a spot in the first team. I'm already very pleased that you can let these children enter the second team." His appearance is the most upright among the 3 members of the teaching committee, actually rather ordinary. Yu Xiaojiang then said to Dream God Machine, "Senior Dream God Machine, this child is my disciple. I can guarantee that his talent absolutely surpasses any student of Tiando Royal Academy. Right now, Zhiling's soul power is very unfamiliar to Tang San, and there are no signs of awakening in the blue-silver Emperor bloodline sleeping within him. At present, Tang San is only a soul master, and naturally, he must be extremely humble in front of the seniors." Tang San bowed to the 3 teaching committee members in front of him one by one. Since they are asking for a competition slot from their academy, they must show sufficient strength. Zhiling's eyes brightened. This Tang San's strength is indeed remarkable. "Oh, then let me see the truth behind your words." Such arrogant words made the usually calm Bai Baoshan furrow his brows. The reason for his uprightness is merely in contrast to the 2 contrasting monks. An elder behind Dream God Machine spoke. In the original work, Tang San primarily practiced blue-silver grass, and due to their common origin, he could immediately discern that Zhiling's martial soul was a plant-type martial soul. Hearing the teacher's voice, Tang San immediately stepped out of the crowd and came to Yu Xiaojiang's side. The Shintian skill inside him began to operate, helping Tang San resist the invasion of this external soul power. This is a test from the Tiando Royal Academy. Just now, the teacher has made grandiose claims, and he must not lose face for the teacher. His gaze lingered on the master, noticing that the master's expression remained unchanged. Tang San understood this was only directed at him. "Little San." As soon as the words fell, Tang San felt the air around him twisting. Level 35 soul power? Child, how old are you this year? Now Zhiling's soul power pressure is only level 35, and with the continuous resilience of the Shantian skill, Tang San easily resisted this pressure. He remained calm, maintaining his breath, replying to the senior, "I'm already 13 years old this year." 13? 35 levels? Separating these 2 numbers seems so ordinary, but combining them is enough to shock everyone. The expressions of the 3 teaching committee members changed. The dissatisfaction they had just felt dissipated upon learning of Tang San's talent. Zhiling did not retract his soul power pressure. He wanted to see where the limits of this extraordinarily talented boy lie. Zhiling's black robe moved without wind, his expression serious, as he relied on the perfect control of his soul power as a soul Douluo, gradually releasing his soul power and applying it to Tang San. 36, 37. Until it reached 38, beads of sweat began to form on Tang San's forehead, clearly indicating that his body was nearing its limit. Moments later, the Haotian hammer heavily landed beside Tang San. He gripped the handle of the Haotian hammer tightly, barely managing to stay upright. "Haotian hammer," Bai Baoshan exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to Tang San's Haotian hammer. This is the #1 weapon martial soul on the continent, which has not appeared for many years. Zhiling also stopped testing and retracted his soul power. The surprise Tang San brought them was simply too great. The moment the soul power was retracted, Tang San felt his body lighten and collapse to the ground, his clothes already soaked with sweat. Xiao Wu ran out from the crowd, came to Tang San's side, and supported his swaying body. "San, are you okay?" She reached out her hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Xiao Wu, I'm fine." Tang San forced a smile. He was just a bit exhausted and would fully recover after a while. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San with satisfaction in his eyes. 3 teaching committee members. "How was my disciple's talent?" Dream God Machine also expressed his admiration. As expected of a master's disciple, his talent is indeed extraordinary. Even joining the first team would be more than enough. In fact, the rules of Tiando Royal Academy can still be flexibly adjusted, especially for a genius like Tang San, who is hard to come by. Tang San has been training with his companions for over a year, and they have already formed a team. He is also unwilling to be separated from his partners. The master smiled and declined. Dream God Machine agreed with Yu Xiaojiang's words. Indeed, in a team, individual strength is secondary. Overall cooperation is the key to how far a team can go. The talents of the other children are not weak. I assure you. They will bring the highest honor to Tiando Royal Academy. The master said earnestly. I believe you have that strength, but 6 students are not enough to form a team. Rest assured, I already have a candidate for the 7th member of the team. I believe you will be equally shocked when you see him. Yu Xiaojiang had already learned from Tang how that Tang Yin was currently in Tiando City. When Yu Xiaojiang asked where Tang Yin was, although Tang Hao did not know what the master wanted to do, he still told him Tang Yin's location. Who would have thought that Yu Xiaojiang had always been coveting his other son's body? Chapter 152. Brothers meet again. The matter of the 6 from Shrek replacing the 2nd team of the Royal Douluo was basically settled. They only needed to compete against the 2nd team of the Royal Douluo and defeat them to become the new 2nd team. The next day, the 6 from Shrek defeated the 2nd team of the Royal Douluo with a crushing advantage, 6 against 7. Apart from the opponent's strength being rather lacking. Another reason was that the original control type Soul Master of the 2nd team had been promoted to the 1st team. The departure of Dugu Yan had a significant impact on the morale of the Royal Douluo team. The team members, more or less, understood some of the real reasons for Dugu Yan's departure, inevitably harboring different emotions towards the former leader, Qin Ming. The newly added control type Soul Master of the 2nd team, although not weak, still fell short compared to Dugu Yan. The low morale on the team left the captain, Yu Qianheng, quite troubled. He was already heartbroken over the breakup with Dugu Yan, and recently he was also stressed out about the team issues. This left him quite perplexed. The once clear path was once again shrouded in fog. Speaking of the 2nd team of the Royal Douluo, their control-type Soul Master was also selected from the eliminated students. Lacking coordination, and their soul power was only at 31, a newly promoted rookie. The 6 from Shrek, who had the opportunity to participate in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, all wore joyful expressions, eagerly anticipating this feast for young soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing is like a newly born calf, seemingly full of energy. There's no need to say much about the master. As the young master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Xiaojiang has seen everything since he was young, living a life of luxury. Moreover, he had lived in the bustling spirit city for quite a long time, so his perspective is naturally quite high. Over the years, he has only seen his father a few times, and the memories of his somewhat mischievous younger brother and gentle mother have become a bit blurry. Yu Xiaojiang's little thoughts were not noticed by Tang San. Their opponents these days are none other than Tang Yin, who they spend every day with. In order to increase the closeness with Tang Yin, the master thought of his beloved disciple, Tang San. Today is the day the master decided to accept his 2nd disciple. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the lights of Heaven-Do City were just coming on. Several bustling streets were brightly lit, resembling daytime. Really? Tang San's tone was very excited, almost incredulous. As the main attacker of the battle team, the training volume for Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing was enormous. Tang San was thus taken away from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy by Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San has complete trust in his teacher. Although Tang Yin usually treats them gently and humbly, he is also merciless when taking action and can heal them with fate after any accidental injuries in battle. Upon entering the prosperous Heaven-Do City, it was Tang San's first time seeing such a grand city, but his mental age was already over 40. So he quickly regained his composure after a brief shock. In the past few nights, Zhu Zhuyun had no desire to engage in high-intensity exercise with Tang Yin, mainly because the daytime training had exhausted her physically and mentally. Yu Xiaojiang nodded. Yes, I just learned from your father where they are currently living. I will take you there. After a day of training, the 2 sisters, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, collapsed onto their beds when they got home. Yu Xiaojiang specifically chose this time to find Tang Yin. If it was too early, it would be awkward if they didn't meet. Xiao San, your father told me that they are now settled in Heaven-Do City. Just as Tang San was about to go out with Xiao Wu, the master found him. Her training volume was comparable to Zhu Zhuyun's, if not more. Because of her weaker strength, Tang Yin's attacks were always aimed at her during battles, which was also to simulate the difficulties Zhu Zhuqing would face in actual combat. Yet every night, she would gaze at Tang Yin with burning eyes, sneaking into the room after her sister fell asleep, trying to take revenge during the day with her broad heart and sharp tongue. Every night, Tang Yin watched as Zhu Zhuqing transformed from her fierce entrance to a pitiful state at the end, finding this little sister-in-law quite adorable. In Tang Yin's plan, the plan to truly capture this little glutton was also put on the agenda. Knock, knock, knock while preparing dinner. Tang Yin suddenly heard a sound from outside the door. Wiping his hands, he went to the yard and opened the gate. A plain face and a stiff, unfamiliar face entered Tang Yin's view. After 7 years apart, the changes were significant. Both Tang Yin and Tang San had changed so much that they couldn't recognize each other. Who are you? Tang Yin's eyes kept switching between Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang's faces, trying to find the images of these two faces in his memory. Tang San looked at the white-haired handsome guy in front of him, also not recognizing Tang Yin's identity. He thought the master had made a mistake. However, Yu Xiaojiang was certain about this place. He felt that Tang Hao had no reason to deceive him. Excuse me, are you Tang Yin? Tang Yin's gaze became more vigilant. His right hand hidden behind the door, tensed up. If these two dared to make any sudden moves, fate would pierce through their bodies. What do you want with Tang Yin? Before Tang Yin could finish his sentence, he felt that this plain-looking boy was becoming increasingly familiar. Childhood memories surfaced in his mind, and a figure merged with the boy in front of him. You are Gij. Only then did Tang San recognize that the person in front of him was his younger brother, whom he hadn't seen for many years. You are Xiao Yin? Tang Yin directly pushed open the courtyard door and hugged Tang San tightly. Long time no see. Tang San also embraced Tang Yin. Long time no see. The two quickly separated. The bond between them didn't seem as deep as imagined. Aside from their blood relation, Tang Yin and Tang San had almost no direct connection. Tang Yin looked at the middle-aged man at the door, casting a puzzled gaze at Tang San. Who is this? Oh, this is my teacher, Master Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San introduced to Tang Yin. Upon hearing Tang San's introduction, Tang Yin's gaze remained fixed on the master's face. A stiff face, thick lips, and vacant eyes. It seemed that he had lost to such a person. Tang Yin's feelings for Bibi Dong had grown increasingly faint. Many things seemed to be washed away by time, and the wounds in his heart could also be soothed by other kindnesses. After being with Qian Renxue, he had almost let go of his obsession with Bibi Dong. He had promised a future to 3 girls, and dwelling on past pain would only lead him to neglect the beauty before him. Tang Yin silently smiled in his heart, regarding his defeat to Yu Xiaojiang. He laughed it off. Chapter 153. Yu Xiaojiang's Joker show. As Tang San introduced himself, Yu Xiaojiang puffed out his chest, trying to appear taller. Come in. Tang Yin's tone was flat, devoid of any emotion. After saying that, he walked straight into the house. Although Tang Yin did not welcome Yu Xiaojiang, he could not chase him away for Tang San's sake. The obvious change in Tang Yin's emotions was noticed by the master and disciple, especially Yu Xiaojiang, who felt a tightness in his heart, fearing that Tang Yin would have a bad first impression of him. Following Tang Yin, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang entered the house. On the sofa, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang sat side by side. After seeing Tang Yin, Tang San's excitement had diminished significantly. He had no idea what kind of personality his brother, whom he hadn't seen for many years, had now. Remembering Tang Hao's descriptions of Tang Yin, Tang San couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy, because in Tang Hao's words, Tang Yin was always praiseworthy. Compared to Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang had it much easier. It was like having a contradictory mindset of both fearing his brother was suffering and fearing he was driving a Land Rover. After placing 2 steaming cups of tea on the table, Tang Yin asked, "What brings you to find me?" Now, Tang Yin could perfectly control the life energy within fate. As long as he didn't want to, not a trace of life energy would leak out. Before Tang Yin could continue to be shocked, Yu Xiaojiang's words immediately dispelled that thought. However, Tang San's reaction was even more intense than Tang Yin's. He asked urgently, "Master, is there any way to remedy this?" Tang San's heart was genuinely anxious, and his panic was not feigned. The master stood up, hands clasped behind his back, striking a pose of a wise man. Of course, there is. As long as from now on, all of Xiao Yin's soul rings are chosen to be healing-type soul rings. Then your martial soul can still recover to its original strength. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze lingered on fate for a long time. And with his experience of seeing most martial souls on the continent, from the images and the books obtained from the Martial Soul Hall and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, he could not discern any special qualities in the wooden spear that Tang Yin held. Tang Yin looked surprised at Tang San, not expecting his brother to have mentioned this matter to outsiders. He quickly saw through the superficial soul power of level 29 of the title master, which felt odd for a middle-aged man with only the cultivation of a great soul master swearing by his martial soul. The brown fate rested in Tang Yin's hands, and the fate that retracted all its brilliance and charm looked like an ordinary wooden spear at that moment. The corner of Yu Xiaojiang's eye caught the confusion on Tang Yin's face, and a barely perceptible upward curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that Tang Yin no longer pursued the matter, Yu Xiaojiang spoke to him with a somewhat hopeful tone. "Xiao Yin, can I take a look at your martial soul?" However, Tang Yin dodged Yu Xiaojiang's hand. "There's a cup on the table. You can pour it yourself." The 2 cups of tea in Tang Yin's hands were prepared for Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing, and the tea leaves were not ordinary. They even contained some snow silkworms obtained from Douluo. In the end, Tang Yin still summoned his martial soul for Tang San's sake. After listening to Yu Xiaojiang's explanation, Tang Yin dismissed the idea of thinking highly of him and even felt a bit like laughing at his own astonishment from earlier due to Yu Xiaojiang's words. When he saw Tang Yin approaching with 2 cups of tea, he took the cups from Tang Yin's hands with familiarity and tried to show a friendly smile. Tang San also said, "Xiao Yin, my teacher has deep research in martial souls and might be able to help you plan your future path. Xiao Yin, stop being busy and come sit here." Seeing that his guess was correct, Yu Xiaojiang became even more certain of his speculation. "Xiao Yin, don't worry, my teacher will not discuss this matter with outsiders." However, since he had already made the most sacred oath of the Douluo continent, Tang Yin could not keep pressing the issue. He sat up straight, his expression serious, and his tone earnest. "Xiao Yin, your martial soul originally had strong healing abilities, right?" Yu Xiaojiang realized he had misspoken. He shouldn't have sold out his good disciple in front of Tang Yin. So he quickly assured him. Tang Yin did not feel reassured upon hearing the oath, but instead had a strange expression. Both Tang Yin and Tang San showed confusion on their faces. Yu Xiaojiang suddenly covered his face with one hand, shaking his head, his tone even filled with regret. It was like a beautiful young man being stared at by a lecherous middle-aged man with longing eyes. "Xiao Yin, I will never reveal your innate soul power of level 20. I swear by my martial soul." Ah, what a pity for this continent's #1 talent. Could it be that he really has some skills? Tang Yin was indeed stunned by Yu Xiaojiang's inquiry. He had clearly restrained his aura. Yet this teacher still saw through his martial soul. But at that moment, Tang Yin also put on a panicked expression, wanted to see what astonishing words this teacher would say. His words were certainly directed at Yu Xiaojiang. How could Tang San bring his teacher to find him? The only possibility was that this Yu Xiaojiang had something to discuss with him. However, if he were to find out that Tang San not only informed Yu Xiaojiang about his innate soul power of level 20, but also told him that he had a twin martial soul and that a heavenly master had gifted him his martial soul, Tang Yin would probably have an emotional fallout with Tang San right on the spot. "I observe that your martial soul resembles a spear. I boldly speculate that you are on a strong attack route, as your soul power increases and the abilities of the soul rings are added. The soul rings attached to your martial soul do not have any healing effects, and it gradually loses its original attributes, leading to the degeneration of your martial soul." Yu Xiaojiang smiled ruefully. "I heard from Xiao San that he has a brother with exceptional talent, even surpassing his own. He is the only one on the continent with innate soul power of level 20. I am quite curious about this and came here today to see." Tang San thought it was nothing. After all, in his eyes, the master was one of the few people he trusted most. Tang Yin nodded in agreement with Yu Xiaojiang's statement, but he believed that his disciple would not deceive him. How could a martial soul with innate soul power of level 20 be an ordinary object? Even if there was another martial soul, it would not be possible. Although Yu Xiaojiang did not know the characteristics of fate, he could infer the general effects of fate by relating it to other martial souls. Yu Xiaojiang's intense gaze made Tang Yin feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a fly. If you casually absorb soul rings like this, it will cause irreversible damage to your martial soul, and in severe cases, it could even cripple yourself. Tang Yin struggled to suppress his smile and retorted, "Are you suggesting that I should transform from a strong attack soul master into a support-type soul master?" Yu Xiaojiang spoke earnestly. "Xiao Yin, I know that transitioning from a powerful attack soul master who can dominate to a support-type healing soul master who can only stand behind teammates is quite a big gap. But now is not the time to care about these things. Your talent cannot be buried like this. Don't forget, your brother Tang San is known for having the #1 weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer. In the past, your father and your uncle were known as the Haotian twin stars. What a grand sight that was. In the future, as long as you follow my guidance, you two brothers can work together and surely become the new twin stars of the Douluo continent." Tang San was completely enchanted by the future that Yu Xiaojiang painted, his eyes shining with admiration as he looked at his respected teacher. He had always wanted to be someone like his father, a level that even the Tang sect leader had not reached before his crossing. Tang Yin's expression grew even stranger. He looked at Yu Xiaojiang as if he were a fool. "Master, are you suggesting that I should become your disciple, then be content to be a support?" Tang Yin no longer needed to guess what Yu Xiaojiang was thinking. He was merely eyeing his talent. Although Tang Yin also did not know how he could tell that his martial soul had degenerated. "Xiao Yin, do you agree?" The master looked intently. his tone sincere. Tang Yin finally couldn't hold back anymore. He burst out laughing, then laughed heartily, leaving Yu Xiaojiang and Tang Xin staring at each other in confusion. After a while, Tang Yin finally stopped laughing, with tears of laughter still lingering at the corners of his eyes. Yu Xiaojiang only thought that Tang Yin could not accept that he would only be a support-type soul master in the future and was somewhat emotionally unstable, but after venting, he returned to calmness. Tang Yin waved his hand. "Forget it, master. I'm already a waste, so there's no need for you to worry." The master thought that Tang Yin was giving up on himself, just as he was about to speak to persuade him. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing walked out of the bathroom together. Zhu Zhuyun, for some reason, had been persistently asking to bathe with her sister these past few days. At first, she was a bit shy, but under Zhu Zhuqing's soft persuasion, she agreed to her sister's somewhat rude request. "Sister, when can I be like you? You can when you grow up. Sister, you are so soft." "Zhuqing, if you keep this up, I might get angry." The two sisters were in the bathroom, discussing how to merge their martial souls. Zhu Zhuqing had her own little thoughts. She wanted her sister to gradually accept the idea of being honest with each other, hoping it would help when she eventually revealed her relationship with her brother-in-law. While they were in the bathroom, they heard some noises from outside, and upon realizing there were outsiders, they both got dressed before leaving the bathroom. Tang Xin had already sensed the presence of others in the room. This was a necessary alertness for a killer. Moreover, from the lingering aura, he deduced it was left by a woman. When he saw the two sisters, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun, walk out, Tang San was shocked. He knew their identities. He had practiced with Zhu Zhuyun for some time back at Nodding Academy. What surprised Tang San was that Zhu Zhuyun was with his younger brother. Tang San? Zhu Zhuqing immediately recognized Tang San and was also familiar with Yu Xiaojiang beside him. She had spent a considerable amount of time in Nodding City, and although she wasn't very clear about Yu Xiaojiang's identity, she knew he was Tang San's teacher. Yu Xiaojiang, seeing two familiar faces, hurriedly sought help from Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. "You two quickly persuade Xiao Yin. It's not too late to turn back now." This left both Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing confused. Why should they persuade Xiao Yin? What does turning back mean? Tang Yin didn't want this dramatic scene to end so quickly. He handed the tea on the table to the two sisters and said gently, "This tea is prepared for you. Drink it quickly." As he said this, Tang Yin also gave Zhu Zhuyun a look. The tacit understanding from spending time together made Zhu Zhuyun immediately grasp what he meant. She took the cup of water from Tang Yin and apologetically told Yu Xiaojiang, "Master, I'm sorry, but I can't make decisions regarding Xiao Yin." After saying this, she pulled her sister into the room and conveniently closed the door. Although Zhu Zhuyun didn't know what Tang Yin was planning, she understood he was afraid she might say something wrong, so she found an excuse to leave. At this point, only Tang Yin, Tang San, and Yu Xiaojiang remained in the living room. "All right, master. You should keep your theories to teach others." Tang Yin issued an eviction order. However, Yu Xiaojiang was still persistent. Acting like a responsible elder, Xiao Yin, Tang Yin ignored Yu Xiaojiang, turning his attention to Tang San. "Gidge, your body has hidden injuries. Let me treat you." Tang San initially wanted to help his teacher persuade his younger brother, but hearing Tang Yin mention his hidden injuries made the words die in his throat. Tang Yin, right in front of the teacher and student, used the life energy of fate. After suffering a crushing defeat to Dugu Yin, Tang San had been practicing frantically even before his body had fully recovered. He had sensed that during his training, several areas in his meridians were not running smoothly with soul power, and there were even hints of pain. The overwhelming life energy filled the hall with a vibrant spring ambience, the pure green reflecting on Yu Xiaojiang's dazed and stiff face, as if he were dead. Reflecting on Tang Yin's earlier panic, strangeness, and sudden smile, Yu Xiaojiang understood everything. He felt like a clown kept in the dark. After healing Tang San's hidden injuries, Tang Yin looked at Yu Xiaojiang's expression and shook his head. Now it was Tang Yin's turn to comfort Yu Xiaojiang. "Master, actually, your theories are valid for most soul masters. Your knowledge can be expanded." Tang San approached his teacher, feeling a bit heartbroken seeing his teacher's current state. "Xiao Yin, you gone too far." Tang San's tone was stern, carrying a reprimand towards Tang Yin. Tang Yin shrugged, indifferent. Who told him to say I'm useless right off the bat? Tang San was left speechless. Tang Yin continued. "All right, master, you wanted to take me as your disciple, right? How about this? Set a date. And as long as you can prove to me that you have the ability to teach me, I will willingly acknowledge you as my master." Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes regained a glimmer of hope. Is that true? What clown performance? What insults? None of it mattered. As long as I can have the title of being Tang Yin's teacher, I can prove to the world that I am right. Of course, as long as you can convince me sincerely, for example. Tang Yin looked at Tang, Sin beside Yu Xiaojiang. Let me force Gidge to use his soul skills. Such arrogant words made Yu Xiaojiang very happy. It's a deal. He agreed decisively, not noticing Tang San's somewhat ugly expression. Tang Yin's words were undoubtedly insulting to Tang San, but Yu Xiaojiang paid no attention to Tang San's emotions. As the teacher and student were leaving, Tang Yin pulled Tang San into a corner. What's up? Tang San's tone was calm, devoid of any emotion. Tang Yin wasn't bothered by Tang San's dissatisfaction. After all, Gidge had been defending his teacher just moments ago. Tang Yin smiled brightly. All right, Gidge, don't be angry. I have a gift for you. Saying this, Tang Yin took out a plant he had long prepared for Tang San from his storage soul guide. It was a red, trembling, soft and fluffy herb that looked quite simple, consisting only of red leaves. The tips of the leaves resembled a rooster's comb, but upon closer inspection, one could see its uniqueness. The leaf veins were actually a reddish-golden color. Phoenix rooster comb herb, Tang San almost exclaimed, quickly realizing he had lost his composure. It wasn't his fault. Having lived 2 lives, it was his first time seeing the legendary herb recorded in the Xiantian Doulu. How could he suppress his emotions? Gidge, you recognize it? Tang Yin thought that these insights were taught to Tang San by Yu Xiaojiang, so he didn't elaborate further. After taking this herb, you'll quickly break through to level 40. Tang San felt a bit guilty about what had just happened. He had just been angry at Tang Yin, but now Tang Yin was giving him a herb. I can't accept this. Tang San gritted his teeth and refused. However, Tang Yin pushed the Phoenix Rooster Comb herb into Tang San's hands. Gidge, I'm already level 54. If you don't take this herb, you really won't force me to use my soul skills. 54. Tang San, thinking about Tang Yin's innate soul power and the herb in his hand, felt relieved. How could Tang Yin only have one herb? Perhaps Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing beside him had already taken their herbs. Then I'll accept it. After Tang San put away the herb, Tang Yin seriously advised him. Your teacher is not as pure as you think. All right. Tang San Yin Tu Tang Yin. Xiao Yin, he is my teacher. Once a teacher, always a father. I hope you won't speak ill of him in front of me in the future. Tang Yin looked at Tang San for a long time, seeing that Tang San's expression remained serious and solemn. He gave up on persuading him further. Okay, then. My parents aren't far from here. Remember to visit them. I know. Tang Yin watched Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang leave until their figures disappeared around the corner. He had a premonition that he would grow further apart from this person. Hopefully, my feeling is wrong. Chapter 154, Xiao Wu. The iron shoes were worn out, but no place to seek after Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang left Tang Yin's home. The two parted ways. Yu Xiaojiang was in a hurry to return to the academy to prepare for his matters, while Tang San went alone to visit his parents. Following the route Tang Yin had informed him of, Tang San arrived at the place where Yin lived, and was somewhat disappointed to find that Tang Hao and Yin were not at home. In fact, Tang Yin also didn't know that Yin and Tang Hao had gone on a long trip. He had many of his own matters to attend to and didn't have the heart to worry about where his parents had gone. Seeing that Tang Hao and Yin had not returned for a long time, Tang San realized he wouldn't be able to see his parents today and could only leave reluctantly. It was getting late, and the city gates of Tiando City were about to close. Since the Tiando Royal Academy was located on the outskirts of Tiando City, he needed to hurry. If he missed the time to leave the city, he would have to stay in a hotel within Tiando City. And given the high cost of accommodation in this expensive city, it would not be cheap. He also planned to use his small savings to buy some things. As for staying at Tang Yin's house, please, Tang San could see that Tang Yin had a close relationship with Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing. Using the Xiantian skill, Tang San maximized his speed, stepping lightly like a shadow as he swiftly navigated through the crowd. He managed to leave Tiando City just as the gates closed. Xiao was probably going to end up as the spicy rabbit head she feared the most. After returning to the Tiando Royal Academy, Tang San planned to absorb the Phoenix Coxcomb Sunflower as soon as he got back to the dormitory. Walking back to the academy, Tang San gradually calmed down. With Xiao Wu's mischievous personality, she shouldn't be spending every day in the academy. As long as I consume the immortal herb, my soul power should be able to break through to the soul zone in a short time. And with 4 soul rings, I don't believe I can't force Xiao Yin to use her soul skills. With the increase in strength, the growth rate of a soul master's soul power would also slow down. Tang San had once fantasized about the day when his soul power would approach Tang Yin, or even surpass it. The immortal herb, that was close. Tang San remembered the immortal herb Tang Yin had given him. But Tiando City, as the capital of the Tiando Empire, had countless strong individuals. If a titled Da scanned Tiando City with their divine sense. Before this, Tang Sen had always thought his cultivation speed was quite fast. With the authentic Taoist heart technique, the Xiantian skill, he had never encountered any bottlenecks in his soul power cultivation. After all, he was a soul king of the same age. So compared to the original work, Xiao Wu seemed to value her life much more. Although she had come to the Tiando Royal Academy, she had never intended to go to Tiando City. Recalling the agreement between his teacher and Tang Yin, and remembering Tang Yin's disclosure about his soul power, Tang San felt a mountain of pressure. Now, she was not just herself. She also bore the tasks entrusted to her by Ming and Ming. If she didn't value her life and failed to complete the tasks assigned by those ferocious beasts, indirectly causing the deaths of Ming and Ming, how could she face her mother after death? Ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. His soul power not only did not close the gap with Tang Yin, but rather grew larger. The fragrance of the Phoenix Coxcomb sunflower was not strong. Yet Tang San felt that the faint fragrance it emitted was the best scent he had ever smelled, even surpassing the scent on Xiao Wu. Wait, how could Xiao Wu be compared to a flower? Tang San scolded himself harshly in his heart. 54th level, Soul King. On his way back to the dormitory, he happened to see Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong strolling around the academy. Putting away the Phoenix Coxcomb sunflower, Tang San's gaze became much more determined. His fingers quickly fiddled with the gem that stored the Phoenix Coxcomb sunflower, and a gorgeous red flower appeared in his hand. During this time, Ning Rongrong had even invited Xiao Wu to visit his 7 treasure city. Sangge. Xiao Wu also noticed Tang San returning and immediately released her arm from around Ning Rongrong, leaping towards her Sangge. Ning Rongrong was already used to this, while Tang San still thought of his relationship with Xiao Wu as merely that of siblings. Xiao Wu also hesitated to express her feelings due to Tang San's demeanor. But the other members of Shrek could see clearly it wasn't the first time Ning Rongrong had teased Xiao Wu about this. With warm, soft jade in his arms, Tang San felt much more relaxed. Seeing the two of them being affectionate, Ning Rongrong didn't want to be a third wheel. Watching the couple flirt, and quietly left. When Xiao Wu jumped into Tang San's embrace, the scent that had been etched in her mind reappeared before her. This made her arms, which were wrapped around Tang San's waist, stiffen. That's right, it's this scent. To ensure she wasn't mistaken, Xiao Wu buried her head deeper into Tang San's embrace and took a deep sniff. The aura that Tang Yin had left on Tang San during his treatment had mostly dissipated by now. Even as a rabbit, Xiao Wu could only faintly smell a trace. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Tang San felt a bit inexplicably anxious as he saw Xiao Wu sniffing around him. He was afraid there was something strange on him. Xiao Wu then realized she had been a bit out of line. Wasn't this a bit too much like seeking Sangge? Xiao Wu lowered her head, afraid to meet Tang San's gaze. Tang San gently ruffled Xiao Wu's black hair, dotingly saying, "We saw each other this afternoon, you know. But I think of you every moment, every second." Xiao Wu raised her head, her watery eyes looking at Tang San. Tang San had never seen such an expression from Xiao Wu. His heart began to race uncontrollably. He was moved. "Sangge, where did you go today?" Xiao Wu was very certain that the aura was definitely not Tang San's. Otherwise, after spending so many days with him, she wouldn't have failed to notice. "Today, I went to visit my brother with my teacher." Tang San told Xiao Wu everything that had happened with Yu Xiaojiang at Tang Yin's house. In this world, if anyone was the person he wanted to protect the most, it would definitely be Xiao Wu. Brother? Xiao Wu recalled the scent she had once smelled on Tang San, and everything seemed to make sense now. "Sangge, did you not meet anyone else after you went out today?" Xiao Wu cautiously asked Tang San again. Tang San felt Xiao Wu was acting a bit strange. She seemed to be interested in Tang Yin as well. Xiao Wu's breathing began to quicken, and her already rosy cheeks flushed with an abnormal hue. She was too excited. The person she had been searching for a year turned out to be the relative of her dearest person. It truly was a case of searching high and low for something that was right under your nose. Xiao Wu directly wrapped her long legs around Tang San's waist and kissed him fiercely on the face. "Sangge, I love you." Caught off guard by Xiao Wu's sudden attack, Tang San was still in a daze. He hadn't expected that Xiao Wu would kiss him so proactively. As Xiao Wu's mind gradually calmed down, she realized she had been a bit impulsive. Taking advantage of Tang San's momentary distraction, Xiao Wu jumped off Tang San and turned to run away. All Tang San could hear was Xiao Wu's voice, "Sangge, good night." Watching Xiao Wu's flustered appearance, he rubbed the spot where she had just kissed him, feeling a warm surge in his heart, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Good night, Xiao Wu." Chapter 155. The invitation from Liu Erlong at the Blue Tyrant Academy. In training ground number 1, Tang Yin was just beginning to practice against Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing. The three had practiced together multiple times, and Tang Yin had basically figured out Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing's attack patterns. However, Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing had never forced Tang Yin to use his full strength. Of course, they could do so, but they were afraid of hurting Tang Yin if they used their martial soul fusion technique without proper control. Both Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing had entered the state of martial soul possession, lowering their centers of gravity and maximizing the characteristics of their martial souls. Tang Yin stood with his hands behind his back, fate hovering beside him in the void. In practice, Tang Yin would not take the initiative to attack. The purpose of this training was to cultivate Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing's offensive capabilities. If he initiated an attack, they would only be forced to defend passively, making the practice meaningless. The pressure from this exchange of attacks was greater for Tang Yin than ever before. However, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power was still lacking somewhat, and a slight flaw appeared in her dense net of attacks, a fleeting mistake that Tang Yin managed to catch. The dark silver hunting allowed Zhu Zhuqing to merge her body with her shadow, hiding in any dark place, and during this process, unless someone had a soul power far exceeding hers, it would be difficult to detect her presence. Tang Yin only felt a flash before Zhu Zhuqing's figure seemed to meld into the darkness. Without using soul power, one couldn't even trace her whereabouts. They did not choose to attack Tang Yin by flanking him from both sides, as they had tried that before, and the outcome was clear. Otherwise, they wouldn't have abandoned that attack strategy. Tang Yin was trapped in his own fixed thinking, and he had been somewhat negligent in his battles against Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing. The changes in battle often occurred suddenly. Just a second ago, Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing were on the offensive, but now Tang Yin had pushed them back, even though just a second ago he had been defending passively. In previous practices, when engaged in close combat with Tang Yin, his shooting was so dense that it was impossible to find a flaw. Instead, it was Tang Yin who, while effortlessly defending, could find flaws in their attacks. With the dark old terror claw bear's bone, she lacked for attacks. So Zhu Zhuqing focused her soul skill on its stealth characteristics. She stomped her right foot on the ground, using that force to quickly retreat. The next phase of the battle was already without suspense. This training was fundamentally to enhance Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing's offensive abilities, but when it was time to counterattack, they still had to do so. As Zhu Zhuqing slipped into the darkness, Zhu Zhuyin was also ready to go, summarizing the lessons from previous rounds. She didn't rashly move forward. At the same time, Zhu Zhuyin lunged towards Tang Yin. Holding fate, Tang Yin braced himself against the storm of attacks from Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing. Although they didn't use their martial soul fusion technique after days of training, their martial souls had already intertwined, providing each other with some benefits during cooperative combat. Zhu Zhuyin radiated a golden light, and the golden glow contrasted beautifully with the ghostly purple of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was indeed not slow, but Tang Yin's reaction was even faster. As soon as his hand touched fate, Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the darkness, her long spirit cat claws reaching for Tang Yin's arms. This was Zhu Zhuqing's fourth soul skill, Shadow Hunt. Seeing that Zhu Zhuyin had not attacked for a while, Tang Yin knew something was wrong. But he didn't panic. He didn't deliberately search for Zhu Zhuqing's position, knowing she was waiting for the right moment to create some trouble for him. All right, Sister Zhuyin, Zhuqing, you made great progress this time. Tang Yin praised while healing the two sisters. His praise was sincere, without a hint of personal feelings. Zhu Zhuqing pouted. It's not like we can defeat you. Although she said that, she was truly pleased. The tactic they used today was her idea, and Tang Yin's praise was undoubtedly the best affirmation for her. At this moment, only the three of them were left in the training ground, as the other team members were meditating. In recent days, all team members had focused on improving their soul power, especially Duge Yin. When she learned that Zhu Zhuqing was nearly 7 years younger than her, yet only had 1 level lower soul power, she was full of determination. Over these days, she had completely refined the medicinal power of the 8-petal immortal orchid, and her soul power had been steadily rising, now reaching level 45, with a possibility of a breakthrough soon. The others' training speeds were relatively normal, and Tang Yin had no methods to help them rapidly increase their soul power. They had to rely on their own efforts. Just as Tang Yin was about to embrace Zhu Zhuyin for something ambiguous, an unexpected figure appeared in the training ground. Lu Erlong, dressed in a black long skirt, appeared intellectual and elegant. Her charming face, paired with slightly sorrowful eyes, made her look endearing. Dean? Upon seeing that the visitor was Lu Erlong, the dean of Blue Tyrant Academy, the three of them greeted her. Lu Erlong waved her hand, signaling them not to be so formal. I'm interrupting your training, am I? No. It's break time now. Tang Yin thought to himself how close he had come to hugging Zhu Zhuyin. As for Zhu Zhuqing, that was fine. She would sneak a snack later at night. Lu Erlong's gaze swept over Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing, finally landing on Tang Yin. She had come to find Tang Yin for a reason. Lu Erlong wanted to seek a breakthrough opportunity for her beloved, and she was willing to pay a huge price, even if it meant giving the academy to Tang Yin. Tang Yin, do you have time tonight? Lu Erlong bit her lip, not wanting to plead with Tang Yin in front of others. Tang Yin could see that Lu Erlong had something to discuss with him, and it seemed to be something difficult to speak about. He had a good impression of this dean. I do. Then, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? Zhu Zhuyin cast a wary glance at Lu Erlong, but upon considering Lu Erlong's age, she quickly relaxed. The dean in front of her looked young, but Zhu Zhuyin knew she was over 30 years older than Tang Yin. There was absolutely no way there could be that kind of relationship between them. Tang Yin instinctively looked at Zhu Zhuyin, who just smiled back at him. All right, dean. After Tang Yin agreed, Lu Erlong's fingers unconsciously tightened, unsure if it was excitement or nervousness. Then I'll go prepare. Wait for me outside the training ground later. With that, Lu Erlong turned and hurriedly left. Chapter 156. Intoxicating. After Lu Erlong left, only Tang Yin, Zhu Zhuyin, and Zhu Zhuqing were left in the training ground. The three continued to practice until Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing's soul power was nearly exhausted before stopping. Let's call it a day, Tang Yin said. Take a good rest after you go back. Zhu Zhuyin's chest rose and fell slightly. Her red lips slightly parted, and her charming eyes showed a hint of fatigue. As the main attacker, she consumed much more soul power than Zhu Zhuqing, and her physical exhaustion was immense. Come back early. Zhu Zhuyin forced a smile. Tang Yin felt a bit sorry for Zhu Zhuyin and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Actually, you don't have to push yourself so hard. Zhu Zhuyin always gave her all in every sparring session, pushing herself to the limit to make her attacks sharper, but this also increased her post-training exhaustion exponentially. Hearing Tang Yin's words, Zhu Zhuyin only smiled without replying because Tang Yin didn't take Yu Shao Gang seriously at all. Tang Yin smiled and said, it's okay. Memories can help people face reality better. Or rather, even now, Tang Yin still didn't dare to confront the scars of the past. Zhu Zhuyin left with her sister. It's an honor to taste the food made by the dean myself. If Tang Yin knew that Lu Erlong compared herself with Yu Shao Gang, he could only smile helplessly. Tang Yin sat on a bench, the sunset's afterglow casting a shimmering light on his silver hair, reflecting mottled colors. The evening breeze blew his hair, revealing his already handsome face. Tang Yin hadn't spent time like this with someone in a long time, and the rare leisure time made him relax completely. She didn't appear as calm as Zhu Zhuyin because she knew that Tang Yin had other women in Heavendo City. But Tang Yin wouldn't investigate. He had been hurt once before. No entry without permission. Tang Yin saw a shimmering small lake, which was better described as a pond. The gentle stream flowed into the pond, maintaining the water's vitality. She didn't want to be a vase beside Tang Yin. From the moment she decided to leave Nodding City, she had made her choice. Beneath her black skirt was a mature and alluring figure, her long legs intertwining as she walked, her full and perky body exuding charm at all times. Her black hair fell behind her, releasing a faint fragrance of lilac. Although being with a beauty was quite pleasant, this kind of unrestrained relaxation had a unique flavor. In Lu Erlong's heart, Yu Shao Gang possessed the greatest wisdom in the world. The fame of the Golden Iron Triangle's signature skills was conceived by him, and Tang Yin, in her heart, was the person with the highest talent. A Soul King at 15, how extraordinary. Although her contact with Lu Erlong was limited, the sadness that inadvertently showed in her expression and demeanor proved that she was also someone with a story. Tang Yin followed Lu Erlong, glancing unintentionally at the person in front of him. Let's go. I made dinner myself, don't be picky. Lu Erlong said lightly, leading the way. Tang Yin's words pulled Lu Erlong's thoughts back. Her memories seemed to return to 20 years ago when she was still the killing corner of the Golden Iron Triangle. The youngest and only female member of the team, doted on by her two older brothers. It didn't take long for Tang Yin to notice Lu Erlong standing behind him, observing him. Memories and reality alternated, and the two figures continuously overlapped. When leaving, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Tang Yin with an uneasy expression. Lu Erlong brought Tang Yin into the Academy's forest, and the destination was Lu Erlong's small cabin in the Blue Tyrant Academy's forest. The fence made of tree branches was planted with various flowers, each blooming and exuding a refreshing fragrance. Upon closer inspection, there were still some water droplets on them, indicating they had just been watered. Dam Tang Yin, you must taste bitterness when you come back tonight. Zhu Zhuqing noticed Lu Erlong's somewhat unusual behavior, and a slight association couldn't help but raise her suspicions. Lu Erlong smiled wryly and shook her head, just passing the time. Dean, you're here. The dean had a refined demeanor, living in tranquility, free from disputes. A simple wooden cabin quietly stood by the lake, seemingly made from nearby materials, with a thatched roof of dry grass that looked simple but was well kept. The sensuality Lu Erlong displayed was entirely different from the sensuality Zhu Zhuyun was familiar with. Lu Erlong exclaimed, and when she realized it was Tang Yin, she knew she had lost her composure and hurriedly said, "Sorry, Tang Yin, I just recalled some past events." At the same sunset time, the man she admired was also facing the sunset, his melancholic and lonely gaze attracting her as a young girl. Lu Erlong looked at the boy bathed in the sunset, suddenly a bit lost. However, she hadn't noted the specific scent that day due to the rush. In Tang Yin's eyes, Lu Erlong was remarkably similar to Bai Bai Dong. Shortly after Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing left, Tang Yin also changed into a new outfit and waited at the door for Lu Erlong. The deeper they went into the forest, the sparser the towering trees became, and the sound of flowing water came from the depths of the forest. After a brief appreciation, Tang Yin withdrew his gaze. A large ancient tree had a prominent sign hanging from it, with a line of somewhat blurry words carved on it. She was originally a hot-tempered madwoman. Otherwise, how could she have become the killing corner? Now she looked so elegant and gentle, a result of the past 20 years. With a creak, the wooden door was pushed open, and Tang Yin entered the cabin behind Lu Erlong. The interior was not lavishly decorated but still had a faint fragrance, and upon careful discernment, it resembled Lu Erlong's scent. The wooden window was propped open by a forked pole, and a simple dressing table was placed in front of the window. At the back, a door was slightly ajar, and from the entrance, Tang Yin could only see a thin layer of sheer fabric, but it was clear that was where Lu Erlong rested. The dining table at the entrance was already filled with dishes, still warm. Lu Erlong lit the candles, dispelling the darkness in the room. Tang Yin noticed the candles Lu Erlong lit were not ordinary because the moment they were lit, he could smell a fragrance of gardenia, and both his thoughts and heart calmed down, suggesting they had a soothing effect. After over a year of mental therapy, Tang Yin was very clear about what kind of people needed to use such calming daily necessities, and his gaze towards Lu Erlong became more complex. Similar people? Tang Yin shook his head, no longer pursuing the matter, reminding himself that he had promised not to investigate. Lu Erlong placed the candle on the candlestick, turned around to face Tang Yin, and the flickering light reflected on her face, casting shadows and light across her delicate, fair skin, making her look both stunning and mysterious. "Have a seat. The food is almost cold." Lu Erlong walked over and pulled out the chair in front of Tang Yin, then sat down across from him. It was a small table, and although they were sitting opposite each other, they were very close. When Tang Yin sat down, he could feel Lu Erlong's warmth at his knees. "What made the dean suddenly want to invite me for dinner?" Tang Yin asked, still unaware of the reason Lu Erlong was looking for him. Lu Erlong did not forget her purpose for inviting Tang Yin, but she felt too shy to directly ask him, so she had to resort to this method to talk to him privately. However, she now lacked the courage to directly request anything from Tang Yin. Her boldness crumbled the moment she saw the gaze in his eyes. It is said that defeated dogs can smell each other's scent, somewhat like birds of a feather flock together. Tang Yin had uncovered a secret about Lu Erlong. So how could she not sense a similar aura from him? What puzzled her, however, was why Tang Yin, who already had two beautiful companions by his side, would still be like this. Lu Erlong chuckled. "The burden of the elite competition at the Blue Tyrant Academy rests on your shoulders. The honor of the entire academy depends on you alone. Even if you are exceptionally strong, the pressure you will face in a competition filled with geniuses will be immense. As the dean, I must reward and comfort you." The captain. Hearing this, Tang Yin smiled in return. "Thank you, dean. With such trust from you, I will not let you down. Come, let's eat. I don't know if these dishes suit your taste." Although Lu Erlong was the illegitimate daughter of Uluomi, the second in command of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, she had lived with her worldly mother since childhood and had never seen her father during her formative years. Her mother passed away not long after due to illness, and having lived independently, she had long learned how to take care of herself. Over these 20 years of living alone, aside from gardening, she had also studied cooking techniques. Tang Yin picked up a piece of meat of an unknown type, with a perfect balance of fat and lean. The fatty part was crystal clear, while the lean part had distinct marbling. The meat was coated with a mouth-watering reddish-brown sauce. Upon tasting it, the upper half melted in his mouth, rich yet not greasy. The lower half was tender and flavorful, not all dry. After finishing the piece of meat, Tang Yin praised, "Dean, your cooking skills are truly remarkable, better than any dish I've had on the continent." Tang Yin initially wanted to say that he didn't know which man would benefit from this in the future, but he swallowed the words upon thinking that this Dean might also be troubled by matters of the heart. "How old are you? Having been to a few places, you dare to say that what I made is the best." Lu Erlong's flattery still pleased Lu Erlong. This was her first time showcasing her culinary skills in front of others, and no one dislikes receiving compliments. "Dean, don't underestimate my age. I've already been to 32 cities in 2 major empires. I've left footprints in the frozen forest in the northernmost part of the Heaven Do Empire and the extreme west wilderness of the Star Luo Empire." Lu Erlong raised her eyebrows in surprise. She hadn't expected this young man to have traveled across the continent, and the places he had visited exceeded her own travels. Her first reaction was disbelief. She couldn't imagine such a young person handling the crises encountered on the road, but then thinking of Tang Yin's soul power, she understood. Perhaps this is what genius is. I didn't expect you to have been to so many places at such a young age. When I was your age, I was still struggling to live. Dean, your soul power must be quite high, right? Doesn't the Spirit Hall, provide subsidies for soul masters? Logically, you shouldn't have to worry about making a living. The Lu Erlong in front of him must have a soul power that was at least soul sage level, indicating she had good talent for cultivation. Someone of Tang Yin's age could receive a monthly subsidy of 100 gold soul coins at the soul master stage. Even if they spent a bit extravagantly, they wouldn't be worried about making a living. Lu Erlong shook her head helplessly. "You live in a good era. Back then, there were no soul master subsidies. A civilian soul master like me had to hustle for a living. No subsidies." Tang Yin was unsure when the Spirit Hall started providing subsidies, but from Lu Erlong's words, it seemed that soul master subsidies must have been a recent development. Lu Erlong bent down and picked up a porcelain white bottle beside her. The bottle was not large, with a long neck and a wide body, and the mouth was sealed with a wooden cork. "Want some?" Lu Erlong shook the bottle at Tang Yin, producing a sound of liquid sloshing inside. It still wasn't the right time. Maybe after a drink, she would have the courage to speak. Seeing Tang Yin remain silent, Lu Erlong uncorked the bottle and poured herself a glass. In the dim candlelight, the clear liquid reflected her face. Looking at her reflection, Lu Erlong recalled her past. When was the last time she drank? She remembered clearly. That day she met her biological father, which was also her wedding day. Her father did not congratulate her on her happiness, but told her a cruel truth. The person she liked was her cousin, connected by blood. She didn't care much about that, but she would never forget the sight of you, Xiaojiang, fleeing, leaving her alone. The bitterness in her heart surged, and the sudden emotions made Lu Erlong temporarily forget her purpose. She now just wanted to numb herself with alcohol. Tang Yin saw Lu Erlong raise her snow-white neck high and drink the wine in her cup in one go. Her originally fair skin turned a tempting shade of red under the influence of alcohol. Tang Yin did not persuade her, merely watching silently. Lu Erlong looked at Tang Yin, slightly tipsy, and asked again, "Do you want some?" Tang Yin did not refuse, took the jade bottle from Lu Erlong's hand, and poured himself a glass. "Come, cheers." Lu Erlong raised her glass boldly, feeling that her sleeve was somewhat obstructive, and tore off the sleeve from her right shoulder, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Tang Yin clinked his cup with hers, and the two drank together. Lu Erlong downed her drink again. Noticing that Tang Yin only took a small sip, she pouted in dissatisfaction. "Are you keeping fish here? A big man can't even drink more than a woman." Humph. Tang Yin remained silent, continuing to enjoy the food. Seeing that Tang Yin had become a mute, Lu Erlong did not seek to amuse herself any further. After a few more glasses, Lu Erlong's emotions suddenly spiraled out of control. She buried her head in her hands and began to sob. Chapter 157. Past Events, Part 1. Seeing Lu Erlong suddenly cry, Tang Yin appeared much calmer. The emotional outburst was, for Lu Erlong, a good thing. Holding everything inside would eventually lead to illness. Woo-woo. Tears spilled from Lu Erlong's fingers, sliding down her fair, jade-like hands, soaking the cuffs of her long dress. Her cries were filled with sorrow, pitiful and plaintive. When her sobs gradually subsided, Tang Yin extended a hand to offer her a handkerchief. "Wipe your eyes." Lu Erlong did not refuse. She reached out and snatched the handkerchief from Tang Yin, wiping her eyes haphazardly. Her originally bright and lively eyes became a bit red and swollen. With tears still lingering at the corners, and her pert nose turned slightly red, still sniffing. Lu Erlong picked up her cup, which still had some wine left, and drank it all in one go. As she gulped, the wine reached her throat, triggering a fit of coughing. Tang Yin let out a quiet sigh of relief. Lu Erlong gently stroked the soft curve of her cheek with her fingers, her tone somewhat melancholic. "You're not being distant with those two girls beside you, are you? Is it because you find me old and past my prime?" Tang Yin felt a bit awkward. Age didn't matter much in his eyes otherwise. He wouldn't have fallen for BB Dong at such a naive age. If he hadn't met BB Dong, he wouldn't have been so wary of Lu Erlong. Cough cough, I had some adventures when I went to hunt soul beasts last time, and fortunately, my soul power increased by several levels. Tang Yin's originally calm eyes suddenly narrowed, clearly startled by Lu Erlong's words. Perhaps due to being drunk, Lu Erlong didn't exhibit any elder's demeanor in front of Tang Yin. She shot him a flirtatious glance and teased, "What kind of wolfish words are those?" Tang Yin sensed something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Sticking to the principle of honesty, he didn't hide from Lu Erlong. "You little brat, you didn't come to help me at all. What a waste of the delicious food I made for you. Enough of that. By the way, how come your soul power has increased so quickly recently? Along with those sisters by your side? You all have excellent talent, but don't ruin your future by being too eager for success." Tang Yin wanted to stand up to please Lu Erlong, but he restrained himself from moving closer. Men and women should keep their distance, let alone. Lu Erlong smiled charmingly, a hint of slyness flashing in her eyes. "Just teasing you. What were you thinking? How could I ever like a young brat like you?" Tang Yin's abnormal increase in soul power couldn't be hidden. Anyone with a bit of awareness could notice it. Lu Erlong patted her ample watermelon-like figure, taking a while to regain her composure. Looking worried, Lu Erlong said, "Though I don't know your age, you must be over 30 being at the soul sage level. Is that so? I wonder if you have such treasures." As soon as this was said, Tang Yin instantly became alert, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense. "Did you call me here today for this?" Tang Yin was careless. He didn't expect that the seemingly kind dean would covet the celestial herbs on him. He thought to himself, "From now on, I must be more vigilant and absolutely not meet unfamiliar people alone, especially those I am unsure I can defeat." Seeing Tang Yin's slightly changing expression, Lu Erlong hurriedly said, "You misunderstood. I will trade with you. Look, how about this academy?" Don't think Lu Erlong is acting out of the ordinary. In the original work, she changed the name of the Blue Tyrant Academy simply because Flander wanted an academy, and it was done without any compensation. Not to mention, she is now using this external academy to fight for a future for the one she loves. Tang Yin didn't directly believe Lu Erlong's words. He asked, "Are you going to use it yourself?" "To be honest, this thing isn't of much use to you." Tang Yin wasn't lying. He barely had any celestial herbs left and didn't plan to use them for trade. The only thing he could offer Lu Erlong was top-quality medicinal herbs, but for a soul sage like her, they wouldn't be of much help. Still hesitating, Lu Erlong was unsure whether to tell Tang Yin the truth. "Sometimes, I'm quite envious of you, kid." Lu Erlong looked up at the wooden ceiling, her tone filled with melancholy. "Good talent, surely not from a lowly background, and you even have a beautiful companion." Lu Erlong hadn't inquired about Tang Yin's background, but someone with such talent would definitely not come from a commoner family, as that wouldn't fit the rules of Douluo continent. The topic shifted, and the atmosphere in the room relaxed again. Tang Yin raised his cup and drank the remaining half, the bitter and spicy liquor sliding down his throat. Yet his expression remained unchanged, ever since his soul power broke through to Soul King. The life energy circulating within him had made his metabolism several times better than that of an ordinary soul master, which meant Tang Yin could maintain his youthful appearance. At the same time, he also gained a new trouble, being immune to alcohol. Tang Yin sighed deeply. In fact, past events are like smoke. Over time, they naturally fade. Lu Erlong fell silent. Had she not thought about giving up? But could she really do it? With a self-deprecating smile. It seemed she was mocking Tang Yin for his inability to remain steadfast, and also mocking her own useless persistence. She waited for Yu Xiaojiang for over 20 years, from her prime to the withering of flowers and leaves, living alone in this quiet forest, just to wait for him to see her once. Because they had made a promise to find a quiet place to peacefully spend their remaining years together. But Yu Xiaojiang, do you still remember the vows of the past? Do you remember her? Lu Erlong truly didn't know, even if she still wanted to rid Yu Xiaojiang of his inferiority complex. She would sacrifice the academy she had built with years of effort, and even herself. What she just said was not merely a joke. It also carried a hint of testing. If Tang Yin needed it, she wouldn't hesitate as long as he agreed to her request. Lu Erlong no longer paid attention to Tang Yin. She picked up a new jade bottle, uncorked it, and drank directly from the mouth of the bottle. She was tired and didn't want to think about those troublesome matters anymore. All those demands and longings could just go to hell. Tang Yin, do you think I'm pitiful? Tang Yin looked at Lu Erlong, whose face was flushed and almost drunk, and sighed inwardly. See, you think I'm pitiful too, haha. Lu Erlong, under the influence of alcohol, let her true nature out. Actually, all the elegance I show in front of you is just an act. I was the one who once slaughtered through the entire soul beast forest all alone. Back then, I rampaged through the soul beast forest, and 2 men enter my life. Chapter 158, Past Events, Part 2. By the way, I forgot to tell you. I used to hate men like you who were so fickle. If it were the old me, I would have chopped you down long ago. While recounting her past, Lu Erlong didn't forget to scold Tang Yin. Tang Yin felt a bit awkward because she was right in her reprimand. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife. Tang Yin wouldn't blame his fickleness on his past. Since he had done it, he had to be guilt-free. Lu Erlong continued to narrate her past. Those 2 men weren't particularly handsome. One had a big nose and a big tongue, and the other was dull and wooden. Perhaps because of their somewhat unusual personalities, I became friends with them. We traversed the continent together and gained quite a reputation. I wonder if our names are still passed down after all these years. They say love grows over time, and I ended up liking one of them. Clearly, his talent was inferior to the other, and he wasn't as eloquent, yet I still fell for him. I knew the other also liked me. But when he found out about our mutual affection, he chose to support us. But on the day of the wedding, my father, whom I had never met, showed up, and my fiancée recognized my father. Do you know why? She swayed as she propped herself up, her steps unsteady, unable to support her body. All that could be heard were a few clattering sounds of high heels on the wooden floor, and her body tilted toward Tang Yin. Anyone who heard Lu Erlong's monologue would feel pity and compassion. Tang Yin asked a question he was very curious about. While Lu Erlong was enduring the pressure of ethics and morals, she was still thinking about the person she loved. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited for him all this time. Lu Erlong was clearly a bit loose-lipped now, blurting out all sorts of words. She cried and laughed, her expression twisted, even somewhat fierce. Then she ran away, and someone else went after her, leaving me alone in that marriage room, still dressed in red. Tang Yin really didn't know how to respond to Lu Erlong. Ethical taboos are a slippery slope that shouldn't be touched. My father and her father are brothers, and I am actually blood relatives with her cousins, Isn't that funny? It's not that Tang Yin is cold-blooded, but he has experienced even more painful things. Hell, what do you mean, my man? I'm over 40 and still a virgin, never tasted a man-ass flavor. However, if it were him, he would never abandon a woman to face everything alone. At this point, Lu Erlong's tears flowed again. I'm not drunk. Lu Erlong was agitated, pouring herself a few big gulps. Hiccup Tang Yin felt embarrassed. Dean, you're drunk. However, Tang Yin was an exception. So, you asked me for treasures just for that man of yours? I waited and waited for a long time, only to receive news that he had left. Then I changed places to wait, waited and waited, and 20 years passed. Do you think I'm pitiful? Seeing Lu Erlong about to collapse on the table, Tang Yin hurried to support her. Lu Erlong felt Tang Yin's hot breath, squirming a few times in his arms, mumbling some words that Tang Yin couldn't understand. Tang Yin tried to wake Lu Erlong, but she was too drunk to respond, no matter how much he called her. Instead, she huffed a few times in dissatisfaction, as if protesting Tang Yin's actions. Seeing that it was getting late, Tang Yin decided not to entangle with Lu Erlong anymore. He supported her back to prevent her from falling, then bent down to scoop up her legs, lifting her whole body. Lu Erlong was about 175 centimeters tall, and with her high heels, she was almost as tall as Tang Yin, making it a bit of a strain for him to carry her this way. Tang Yin carried Lu Erlong into the room. Lifting the sheer curtain, he placed Lu Erlong on the bed and took off her shoes and socks. Her small, delicate toes curled together, each one soft and cute, and the gentle curve of her arch was the most beautiful line in the world. When he took off her socks, he accidentally touched the soft, smooth soles of her feet. After finishing everything, just as Tang Yin was about to leave, Lu Erlong accurately grabbed his wrist with great strength, unwilling to let go. Don't go, don't leave me. The loneliness of each night helped Lu Erlong adapt to living alone. She would always wake up in the middle of the night, looking at the empty room around her, feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Memories that Tang Yin didn't want to recall resurfaced, and he tried hard to control himself not to pay attention, then attempted to break free from Lu Erlong's grip. However, Lu Erlong had a cultivation level of 76 as a soul saint, and no matter how high Tang Yin's talent was, he was still weaker against a strong attack-type soul saint. It was possible to forcefully break free, but that would inevitably hurt Lu Erlong. And Tang Yin didn't want to do that. Seeing Tang Yin stop struggling, the strength in Lu Erlong's grip lessened significantly. "Is it you? Are you here to see me?" Tang Yin frowned. He knew Lu Erlong was mistaking him for her cousin. Seeing that Tang Yin didn't deny it, Lu Erlong directly sat up and tightly wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. "Is it really so painful to be with me? So painful that you haven't come to see me for 20 years? I don't care whether we're siblings or not. I just want you. I've wanted you for over 20 years. Lu Erlong began tearing at Tang Yin's clothes while also ripping off the other half of her already tattered black dress. Her crazy actions startled Tang Yin, and he didn't dare to stay any longer. Taking advantage of Lu Erlong's struggle with her undergarments, Tang Yin quickly slipped away. He didn't want to become someone's substitute. Escaping from the wooden house, the fresh air in the forest instantly cleared Tang Yin's head, and thinking back on what had just happened made him feel a bit scared. Tang Yin considered himself no saint. He was just an ordinary person, someone controlled by emotions. When faced with temptation, he would choose to accept, just like when he kissed Qian Rinxue for the first time, but he also had his own principles and bottom lines. Just now, Tang Yin had been somewhat tempted, yet he still chose to leave, even though Lu Erlong was so alluring. But what Tang Yin didn't know was that shortly after he left, the still drunken Lu Erlong opened her eyes, sighed softly, and murmured, "So, he is still a principled gentleman after all." Chapter 159. The rabbit Lu Erlong had been widowed for over 40 years. She didn't want to wait indefinitely any longer. She wanted to experience what it felt like to be a woman before she grew old. Tang Yin left her with a very good first impression. His appearance had no flaws. His talent was high. He was gentle, humble, polite, and aside from being a bit sentimental, she couldn't find any shortcomings. Most importantly, she felt a kindred spirit in Tang Yin. Perhaps it was mutual admiration, or perhaps it was the sympathy of two defeated souls licking their wounds, making him the most suitable choice for a one-night stand. You say, Flander, a war man should just listen at the door and do his thing. After a sigh, Lu Erlong closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. When Tang Yin returned home, the living room lights were already off, and it was dark in Zhu Zhuqing's room as well. However, in his own room, the dim yellow light was still flickering. Even though Tang Yin moved quietly, Zhu Jian noticed his return and came out, smelling the alcohol on him. She didn't mind. Instead, she helped him take off his outer clothes. "Take a shower first." Flander patted Tang San's shoulder and said mysteriously, "Little San, quickly release your soul ring so your teacher could take a look." Forcing someone to use their soul skills is not difficult. Yu Xiaojiang was confident in Tang San. But Tang Yin's performance showed no intention of wanting to be his disciple. His willingness to agree so readily must have been due to his own trump card. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze fell on Tang San. At this moment, Tang San, though not as powerful as in the original story with his ice and fire-tempered body, and not having taken the Wangchuan Autumn Dew to enhance his spiritual power, still had the residual life energy from Tang Yin's treatment within him. Flander said, "Xiaojiang, congratulations." This startled Flander, who was guarding nearby. So he found his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, and told him that he had already reached level 40. Yu Xiaojiang thought Tang San had practiced some evil technique, almost making him lose his breath. No matter how high Tang Yin's talent was, how powerful could the skills he created himself be? With his competition against Tang Yin approaching, he had no time to wait for Tang how to take him to obtain a spirit ring. He needed to do everything he could to improve his strength because he didn't want to lose. She not only knew that Tang Yin had returned, but also that her sister had just come out of the room. After they talked for a while, in another room, Zhu Zhuqing's ears perked up. The keen perception of a soul master was used for this matter. It was only after Tang San explained repeatedly that Yu Xiaojiang barely understood what was, and he felt a desire for this magical herb. If I had taken such a herb back then, perhaps I wouldn't have become the waste in the eyes of the world. Maybe Bai Dong wouldn't have left me. Maybe. Good. Together, Tang Yin hugged Zhu Zhuqing. The desire that had just been ignited could no longer be suppressed upon seeing her. 3 days later, Flander brought Tang San back from the Sunset Forest. Poor Zhu Zhuqing was still unaware that her sister had not slept at all and was waiting for her to faint from happiness. At first, everything was fine, but the resentment of the Golden Lion and the powerful impact of the Golden Bloodline erupted simultaneously, causing Tang San to bleed from all 7 orifices, and a layer of blood mist rose around his body. Even just this was enough to save Tang San's life. Yu Xiaojing had a stiff face. Flinder, just say what you need to say. It was a golden lion that had just reached the age of 10,000 years, possessing an extremely powerful golden bloodline. When a faint black light appeared on Tang San, Yu Xiaojing's eyes widened in disbelief, his eye sockets bulging. 10,000-year spirit ring. As soon as they returned to the Tiando Royal Academy, Flinder brought back good news for his good brother Yu Xiaojing. Thinking back, a hint of bitterness rose in Yu Xiaojing's heart, and he no longer wanted to mention it. A week ago, after Tang San consumed the Phoenix Chicken Crown Sunflower, his soul power broke through 5 levels overnight, and he would only need to absorb a spirit ring to become a spirit master. Tang San summoned his Haotian hammer martial soul, and the first 3 spirit rings, which were yellow, and purple, did not cause any change in Yu Xiaojing's expression. He was also waiting for the appearance of the 4th spirit ring. Each of Tang San's spirit rings was planned by Tang Hao, but this time, Tang San chose to rebel. Don't think that just these few words mean anything in these 3 days. Tang San could be said to have walked through the gates of hell. On the first day, they arrived at the Sunset Forest. Flinder had already found a 6,000-year-old explosive bear for Tang San, but Tang San refused. The subsequent commotion made her blush, and she inadvertently heard Zhu Zhuqing whispering to keep quiet so as not to wake Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, and she did not refuse Tang Yin's request, even though she had already washed up early. That's right, it was 10,000 years. I was initially worried that this kid Tang San wouldn't be able to absorb it, but he told me that someone had already absorbed it, and he wanted to try it too. I couldn't refuse him, so I let him give a shot. Although the process was a bit dangerous, fortunately, he absorbed it. With a dull groan, the room fell into a long silence again. Zhu Zhuqing estimated that it was about time, so she stealthily entered another room. Creating one's own soul skills, strictly speaking, does not count as a soul skill, but rather a combat skill created by using one's martial soul combined with power techniques. Tang San immediately set his sights on this soul beast. After persuading Flinder to seriously injure the golden lion, Tang San went up and struck to understand the golden lion's life and began to absorb this spirit ring. Yu Xiaojing had Flinder take Tang San to hunt soul beasts while he continued to stay at the academy to devise plans for Tang San. I don't know if it's because Tang San is the child of fate, but they soon encountered another suitable soul beast for Tang San. Although its age had reached 10,000 years, Yu Xiaojing pondered deeply, using his extensive knowledge to guess that there was only one possibility: creating one's own soul skills. Even so, Tang San only managed to pull through due to his extreme endurance. Had it been anyone else, they would have probably exploded and died long ago. It took Tang San a full 2 days to completely absorb his first 10,000-year spirit ring. The enormous risk brought equally enormous rewards. The master eagerly asked, "Little San, what is your 4th soul skill?" Tang San replied, "My 4th soul skill comes from a 10,000-year golden lion, and the soul skill is called Haotian Golden Lion Break, which can cause a huge, dizzying shock effect on the target's body and mind. Aside from the 2nd soul skill, Haotian Protection, Tang San's Haotian Hammer martial soul possesses strong attack power and decent control effects, coupled with his Tang Sect's unique skills and hidden weapons. It's not an exaggeration to call him a 6-sided warrior." After hearing this, Yu Xiaojing repeatedly expressed his approval, feeling that taking Tang Yin as a disciple was almost a sure thing. Yu Xiaojing specially trained Tang San for another 2 days and, with full confidence, visited Tang Yin again. On that day, Tang Yin had just returned from the Lamba Academy when he encountered Yu Xiaojing waiting at the door. "Xiao Yin, is the duel still on?" Yu Xiaojing was afraid that Tang Yin would say he was just joking, which would probably make him furious on the spot. Tang Yin was taken aback for a moment, clearly having not taken this matter to heart. After thinking for a while, he remembered that he seemed to have agreed to this to fool Yu Xiaojing. Although Tang Yin looked down on Yu Xiaojing, he was a man of his word, honest and trustworthy, and there was no need for him to compromise his principles for Yu Xiaojing. Of course, is the master coming to set time? Hearing Tang Yin say this, Yu Xiaojing finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at the Tiando Royal Academy. I will wait for you at the academy gate. I will be there." Seeing Tang Yin agree, Yu Xiaojing did not hold him back and directly took his leave. It's not that Tang Yin has a bad memory. It was just something he said casually and unintentionally, and with Lu Erlong's business these past few days, he had become somewhat overwhelmed. In recent days, Lu Erlong had been visiting him much more frequently. Almost every day he was at the academy. Lu Erlong would definitely be present. Even the teacher who had been managing the training ground felt it was quite strange. He didn't know when this academy's dean had become so diligent, as Lu Erlong had previously rarely left the forest of the academy. After training, Lu Erlong always seemed to want to leave her alone with Tang Yin, inadvertently revealing some flirty vibes towards him. However, Tang Yin was a righteous gentleman. No matter how Lu Erlong tested him, he remained calm and composed, just like Lu Xiaowei, and his second brother also held his ground, not committing even the slightest offense. Fortunately, he wasn't drunk, and Lu Erlong didn't act too recklessly. After the fruitless probing, she could only leave in disappointment. Tang Yin felt that dragging it on like this wasn't a solution. He sensed that this dean was about to go crazy thinking about men. And Tang Yin was afraid that one day Lu Erlong would trample on his delicate flower. However, he couldn't say it directly. He couldn't just tell Lu Erlong, "Dean, we are not suitable. Stop lusting after my body." Such blatant remarks would never come from the mouth of the love saint, Tang Yin. Since he couldn't escape, Tang Yin could only endure silently, which also made things difficult for Zhu Zhuyan, Zhu Zhuqing, and Qian Renxue. Tang Yin's anger would surge even more after being suppressed. Zhu Zhuyan was somewhat okay, because she had a good sister share the burden, but Qian Renxue was in a worse situation. Once, Qian Renxue, with a flushed face and gritted teeth, said, "What a shame for a gentleman." After hearing this, Tang Yin chuckled. So it turns out Sister Shui still has some energy. From that moment, Qian Renxue was determined to quickly bring the crown princess back to help share the pressure. The next day happened to be a day off for Lanba Academy. Just as Tang Yin was about to head out, Zhu Zhuqing peeked out of her room. She weakly asked, "Brother-in-law, can I go with you?" She was aware that Tang Yin was going to the Tiando Royal Academy for a competition, since Zhu Zhuyan was still resting due to overwork. This was a rare opportunity to be alone with Tang Yin, and Zhu Zhuqing certainly wouldn't give it up. She had even saved her energy by not sneaking food late at night. Tang Yin readily agreed to Zhu Zhuqing without much thought. To him, it was nothing. Moreover, he felt he should give Zhu Zhuqing more love since he and Zhu Zhuyan had always been affectionate in front of her. Even though the little girl said nothing, Tang Yin understood that she yearned for the same affection as her sister. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing happily wrapped her arms around Tang Yin's, and they left the house together. Inside the room, Zhu Zhuyan had a faint smile at the corners of her mouth, seemingly thinking of something joyful. She turned over and continued to sleep peacefully. Today, Zhu Zhuqing seemed particularly clingy, almost leaning her whole body against Tang Yin, seemingly unconcerned about him taking advantage of her. The two had already done everything except for the final step and the advanced gameplay, so they weren't worried about these things anymore. It was still early, and Tang Yin initially wanted to sit down for breakfast, but Zhu Zhuqing insisted that eating while walking was better. Tang Yin could only indulge Zhu Zhuqing and left Tiando City with the breakfast he had bought. Zhu Zhuqing took a sip of her milk and found it quite nice, then asked Tang Yin, "Brother-in-law, do you want some? It's really good. Then let me have some." Just as Tang Yin was about to take it, Zhu Zhuqing finished the remaining milk in one gulp and then wrapped her legs around Tang Yin's waist. The sudden movement startled Tang Yin, who quickly held onto Zhu Zhuqing's perky figure, only to feel something blocking his mouth. A rush of milky flavor entered. So that was the real reason for eating breakfast while walking. Tang Yin finally understood Zhu Zhuqing's true intent. At this moment, there were hardly any people on the road, and Zhu Zhuqing could do whatever she wanted, showing no restraint. After finishing all the remaining breakfast, she contentedly returned to her original position. The last time Tang Yin visited Tiando Royal Academy was when he treated Duge Yin, and he didn't expect to return so soon. From a distance, he spotted Yu Xiaojiang in a gray-black robe waiting at the entrance, standing next to Tang San and a girl he didn't recognize. As he got closer, Tang Yin could see the girl's appearance clearly. Her smooth black long hair was neatly braided into a scorpion braid that fell past her calves, her legs slender yet strong. Wrapped in white stockings, especially her pair of pink eyes, which were particularly lively and carried a hint of charm. Tang Yin gazed at Xiao Wu for quite a while, feeling that she looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Today, Xiao Wu also pestered Tang San to meet his little brother, and she still remembered her mission. However, upon seeing Tang Yin, Xiao Wu had a bad premonition. Sure enough, in the next moment, Tang Yin's Xieji eye quietly opened, and Xiao Wu felt as if she had been completely seen through by her little brother. Oh no, now she's in trouble. Tang San, feeling Xiao Wu's hand tremble and grow cold, asked with concern, "Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Observing everything, Tang Yin looked at the affectionate actions between Tang San and Xiao Wu with a strange expression, thinking to himself, Should I also find a spirit beast girlfriend? Xiao Wu's true form as a soft bone charm rabbit had been clearly seen by Tang Yin, but he wouldn't expose her identity. Revealing Xiao Wu's true nature to those who almost harmed his mother was no different from putting her in danger. Tang Yin smiled slightly at Xiao Wu and said to Tang San, "Aren't you going to introduce us?" "Xiao Yin, this is Xiao Wu, my foster sister." "Xiao Wu, this is my little brother, Tang Yin. Nice to meet you." Xiao Wu felt no malice from Tang Yin, and the familiar scent coming from him gave her a sense of relief. "Hello, Tang Yin. Let's go up quickly." Yu Xiaojiang on the side was already eager to move. The group headed up the mountain together. The master walked in front, Tang San and Xiao Wu walked side by side, while Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing followed at the back. As they walked, Xiao Wu occasionally turned her head to secretly observe Tang Yin, which made Zhu Zhuqing feel a bit unhappy. When they first arrived, Zhu Zhuqing had noticed her brother-in-law staring at the woman in front for a long time, and now that the woman was holding Tang Yin's hand and still looking back at him, it was truly shameless. Tang Yin distinctly felt the soft sensation of Zhu Zhuqing's arm lessen, so, out of Tang San's sight, he mouthed 2 words to Xiao Wu, "Rabbit." Chapter 160. Furious Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu shivered all over, her pink pupils instantly constricting, as she turned her head in a panic, clutching Tang San's arm tightly, not daring to look back again. She was genuinely afraid that Tang Yin would expose her identity. If that happened, she would have to escape back to the Stardow Forest. But she couldn't bear to leave behind the lifestyle of human society, the beautiful clothes and skirts, the teachers and classmates at Shrek Academy, and, especially, Tang San. Seeing Xiao Wu appear frightened, Tang San was puzzled. "Xiao Wu, why do I feel like something's off with you today?" "And no, it's nothing. Maybe I'm just not feeling well," Xiao Wu replied, blushing as she looked for an excuse. Xiao Wu's strange behavior today made Tang San suspicious. Even with his trust in her, he couldn't fully believe her under these circumstances. Burying his doubts deep inside, Tang San said with concern, "If you're not feeling well, you should rest for a bit." Xiao Wu didn't want to leave so soon. She still wanted to observe what was so special about those fierce beasts looking for someone. 3 years had passed, and Dai Mubai's body had become even taller and more robust, with golden shoulder-length hair and a chiseled face, paired with his peculiar, dual-colored eyes, giving off the vibe of a reckless young nobleman. Meng Xinji, Bai Baoshan, and Jilin were well aware of Tang San's extraordinary talent. Upon learning that Tang San had a younger brother, they were even more curious and came to catch a glimpse of the twin brothers' prowess. Seeing the special relationship between Xiao Wu and Tang San, it was better for as few people as possible to know about her transformation from a spirit beast. The memory of that shocking shot still lingered in Yu Tianheng's mind. He could never forget that moment. Zhu Zhuqing, who initially wanted to call Tang Yin brother-in-law, realized that there were outsiders present. If she continued to address Tang Yin as such, it would likely attract odd looks from those in front of them. At that moment, many people had already gathered in the training ground, curious to watch the match between Tang San and his brother. The venue for the duel was set by Yu Xiaojiang at the number 3 training ground of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, which served as the backup training ground for Team 2 of the Academy's battle team. It was a 7v7 team soul fighting arena, providing ample space for Tang San and Tang Yin to showcase their abilities. Seeing that Tang Yin was unwilling to tell her, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit sulky. However, she also knew that Tang Yin would never hide anything he could share with her, as she trusted him just like her sister did. In his mind, Zhu Zhuqing, her sister Zhu Zhuyun, and his second brother Dai Yulin had all perished in that horrific beast tide, and the royal family of the Star Luo Empire and the Duke of the Underworld had even held a grand funeral for them. He clearly recognized that this was the person who had come to the academy to help Du Ganyan with her treatment, and he never expected Tang Yin to be Tang San's brother. The 3 members of the education committee were also present, along with Yu Qianheng and several members of the royal battle team's first team. What shocked him the most was Zhu Zhuqing, who was beside Tang Yin. Children should not pry into adult matters. Who are you calling a child? I'm not little anymore. Yu Qianheng was also very curious. During his match with Tang San, the two had been evenly matched, and after some time, he wanted to see what progress Tang San had made. Curiosity kills the rabbit. He felt a pang of jealousy, thinking that Zhu Zhuqing had betrayed him and the Star Luo royal family. There was no need to mention the teachers and students from Shrek Academy, especially since Fran had ordered all the students to come watch. Tang Yin recalled the scene when he first met Dai Mubai and felt quite ashamed of Dai Mubai's actions. Tang Yin noticed Zhu Zhuqing's change and followed her gaze. Spotting Dai Mubai. When he saw who was behind Tang San, Yu Tianheng's expression froze. However, Dai Mubai had never considered that 3 years ago. He had left Zhu Zhuqing to escape alone, putting her in danger of death, even though he could have saved her with just a reach. Little girl, you haven't even grown up yet. As soon as these words were spoken, a layer of crimson flushed across Zhu Zhuqing's slightly rounded face. The small hand that circled Tang Yin's arm twisted at his waist. You're dead. But Tang Yin whispered. Tang Yin feels pain, quickly begging for mercy. Good sister, spare me. I won't dare next time. Zhu Zhuqing, who was walking beside Tang Yin, also noticed Xiao Wu's strange behavior, knowing it must be related to Tang Yin. However, her call of little silver brother was extremely charming, sending a tingling sensation through Tang Yin's body. Their playful banter did not escape Tang San's notice. As an assassin, even without specialized training in hearing, he was still very sensitive to sounds. Yu Xiaojiang felt both nervous and excited as they approached their destination, his heart anxious. Tang Yin still planned not to let Zhu Zhuqing know about this matter, not because he thought she would leak the secret, but because telling her would only add to her burden. Big sister, little silver brother coming back to his senses. Dai Mubai suddenly remembered that Zhu Zhuqing seemed to still be his fiancé. Seeing his fiancé alive, but not returning to the Star Luo Empire to honor their engagement, instead cuddling with another man. A wave of unnamed anger surged in Dai Mubai's heart. Just looking at Zhu Zhuqing's curious gaze, Tang Yin knew what she wanted to ask. After venting his frustration, Zhu Zhuqing proudly lifted her chest. Zhu Zhuqing also spotted Dai Mubai, who had been staring at her from the crowd. Her expression instantly turned icy, and the joy of being out with Tang Yin disappeared completely. The sudden appearance of someone she thought had died, looking as if they were doing quite well, would elicit such a reaction from anyone. The sound of her words was faint, only audible to Zhu Zhuqing. As for why he looked so sullen now, Tang Yin had some guesses. Equally shocked was another person, not Yi Lingling beside him, but Dai Mubai from the Shrek Academy camp. His brows furrowed as he thought. It's almost time for the match, and little Silver is still so careless. It seems I, as his older brother, need to give him a good lesson. However, Dai Mubai's current demeanor only made Tang Yin feel a sense of amusement. As Tang Yin approached, before Yu Xiaojing could speak, Dai Mubai stepped out from the crowd, his face shadowed with coldness, exuding a chilling aura, pushing Oscar and Ma Hongjun back several steps. What is wrong with Dai Mubai? Why does it feel like someone has wronged him? Oscar whispered. Ma Hongjun speculated. It can't be that pair of twin sisters he's been keeping in the city, right? 1 against 2 definitely wouldn't satisfy them. I've talked to Dai Mubai about this several times, but he won't agree. Zhu Zhuqing, what is your relationship with the man beside you? Once Dai Mubai spoke, all eyes turned to Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong, hiding in the back, felt a little excited. She hadn't seen such a big show in a long time, and both leading men were people she knew. When she saw Tang Yin, she was not surprised because she knew that Tang Yin was Tang Hao's son, and Tang Hao often went to Shrek Academy to guide Tang San's training. If she couldn't see the relationship between Tang Yin and Tang San, she might as well find a place to bury herself. Before Tang Yin could speak, Zhu Zhuqing coldly replied, "What does it have to do with you?" Dai Mubai's face turned ashen. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing still holding onto Tang Yin's arm as he approached was like a slap in the face. You shameless woman, don't forget your identity. Identity? Zhu Zhuqing sneered, disdainfully saying, what identity? Dai Mubai glanced around, his face tense for a long time. To make public the fact that his fiancé, he ran off with his good brother's younger brother? That would be a huge embarrassment. But his momentary impulse left him in a difficult position, his face turning purple from the internal struggle. Tang Yin held Zhu Zhuqing even tighter. She was now his beloved, and having his woman questioned so aggressively by a cowardly tiger would ignite even Tang Yin's good temper. Where did this wild dog come from? How dare you bark in front of me? Get lost. Tang Yin's roar caught Tang San's attention, although he didn't know the reason behind it. He had never seen Tang Yin so furious before, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. On one side was his own brother, and on the other, a comrade and sworn brother he could trust. He could only act as a peacemaker in this situation. Before Tang San could intervene, Dai Mubai clenched his fist, charging towards Tang Yin with a gust of wind. Dai Mubai was enraged by Tang Yin. Being publicly insulted as a wild dog was something he had never experienced. Of course, he had been insulted before. He had even suffered humiliation under his older brother Davis in the palace. If it weren't for the fact that they shared the same parents, Davis likely would have felt that insulting Dai Mubai would indirectly insult himself, and probably would have cursed Dai Mubai's ancestors. 3 years have passed, and Dai Mubai, who escaped from the Star Luo Empire, is like a bird that has flown out of its cage, soaring into a broader world, gradually cultivating the fierce dominance that belongs to a tiger. The majesty of the white tiger is not to be infringed upon. In Dai Mubai's perception, he should be a few years older than Tang Yin. Even if Tang Yin is exceptionally gifted, he should suffer when faced with a sudden attack from him. Even if he can't win, so what? This is the territory of Shrek Academy, and there are the dean and teacher, Zhao Wujia, backing him up. Dean Flander has said that those who are afraid to cause trouble are mediocre talents. Dai Mubai launched a surprise attack like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, moving as fast as lightning. This sudden change caught Zhu Zhuqing off guard, and she was taken aback. She never expected Dai Mubai to dare to attack directly in front of so many people. At this moment, it was already too late for her to counterattack. In a critical moment, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward without hesitation, intending to block the incoming punch with her own body. Before she could get close, Zhu Zhuqing felt her body being pulled back by force, and she was suddenly pressed against Tang Yin's broad and solid chest. Faced with Dai Mubai's furious punch, Tang Yin remained calm and unflustered. He casually extended a hand, as if plucking a flower, effortlessly neutralizing Dai Mubai's attack. What? Do you still want to make a move? Tang Yin's voice was calm as water. He felt that Dai Mubai was indeed a bit overconfident. If a soul master could successfully ambush a soul king, then that soul king should reflect on a lifetime of being useless. Dai Mubai was burning with rage, wanting to retract his fist, but he found it firmly held by Tang Yin. Even when he exerted all his strength, his face turned a sickly red, yet his fist remained unmoved. Yu Xiaojiang could see many things from his punch, and his heart sank a few degrees. He knew that Dai Mubai was a level 39 soul master. If he couldn't injure Tang Yin with a sneak attack, it meant that Tang Yin's soul power had reached at least level 45. Looking at the current power struggle, Dai Mubai, who possessed the top-tier beast martial soul, the white tiger, couldn't gain an inch of advantage against Tang Yin, whose expression remained unfazed, indicating that his strength was unfathomable. Seeing this scene, Flander hurriedly stepped in to mediate. He first scolded, Dai Mubai, do you know what you're doing? How did the teachers usually teach you? Then he turned to Tang Yin with a friendly tone. This young brother is the younger brother of Tang San, right? Just now, Mubai offended you. I apologize on his behalf. Can you please let go of him? Tang Yin was a reasonable person. He could see that the man in front of him, who had a merchant-like appearance, was trying to excuse Dai Mubai, but he also had to give Tang San face. So he replied, that's fine, but he has to apologize first. When Dai Mubai hesitated to speak, Flander urged, Mubai, hurry and apologize. While saying this, he also gestured to him. Dai Mubai was very reluctant, turned his head away, and squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. I'm sorry. In Dai Mubai's view, he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Such a perfunctory and insincere apology naturally wouldn't satisfy Tang Yin. His eyes turned cold, and with a sudden swing of his arm, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, Dai Mubai let out a piercing scream, his body uncontrollably retreating. While he tightly clutched the wrist of his injured hand with the other, his face full of pain, trembling from the intense agony, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Mubai, Zhao Wujia, seeing this, rushed forward and supported the swaying Dai Mubai, urgently checking his injuries. When he saw that Dai Mubai's limp right hand seemed to have lost all strength, Zhao Wujia's heart sank, realizing that Dai Mubai's injury was far more serious than just a broken finger. Even the bones in his palm had likely shattered completely. Zhao Wujia glared at Tang Yin with anger, gritting his teeth as he scolded, what a vicious little brat, at such a young age to have such a cruel heart. However, he deliberately chose to ignore the fact that Dai Mubai was the one who attacked first. Beside him, Tang Sin couldn't help but frown. He felt that Tang Yin's actions were indeed a bit excessive. After all, Dai Mubai had already taken the initiative to apologize. Yet Tang Yin still used such harsh methods. Lilin. Before Tang San could continue, Tang Yin coldly interrupted. If someone insults the person next to you as a whore, I hope you can still be this rational. Tang San thought that if Xiao Wu were insulted as a whore, he would only feel that the other party was seeking death. Flander frowned but did not speak. He knew that Yu Xiaojiang wanted to take Tang Yin as a disciple, and his intervention would only raise suspicions of favoritism. Yu Xiaojiang never expected the situation to escalate to this point. He had never dealt with such a tricky situation before, and for a moment, he felt at a loss and helpless. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silent, finally broke the deadlock. She softly said, all right, little Yin, don't be angry. I'll wait for you outside. As soon as she finished speaking, She glanced at the pained Dai Mubai and then turned without hesitation, walking straight out of the training ground. At this moment, Tang Yin's face was as cold as water, and he expressionlessly turned to Yu Xiaojing, urging in a cold tone, "Master, please start quickly." Clearly, Tang Yin no longer wanted to stay here for a moment longer. Chapter 161. Tang San's inability to withstand a blow. Yu Xiaojing, unsure of how to handle the situation, took the opportunity presented by Tang Yin. "All right, Flander, take Mubai down to heel. Little San, you prepare as well." Yu Xiaojing began to make arrangements. Flander took Dai Mubai to the stands where Yi Lingling was. He had seen Yi Lingling's 9-heart sea butterfly martial soul before, and she was the only healing-type soul master present, so he could only ask her for help. "Yi Lingling, could you please help treat this student of mine?" Flander's tone was sincere, leaving Yi Lingling a bit unsure of how to respond. Although she didn't know the entanglements between Dai Mubai, Tang Yin, and Zhu Zhuqing, her first impression of Tang Yin was very good, making her view of Dai Mubai, who clashed with Tang Yin, completely opposite. Seeing Yi Lingling hesitating, Qin Ming, the leader of the previous royal fight team, walked over. "Lingling, please help treat this junior." Qin Ming was now just an ordinary teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, but he still had some standing among the members of the royal fight team. "Let's bet on who will win this match. You go ahead and place your bet." Dream God Machine stroked his gray beard, his eyes narrowed. Tang San nodded slightly. "I understand, teacher." "Old Ji, about that bet, Ken." Jilin saw that Bai Baoshan's bet was so precious, and he also had to show some sincerity. "All right, I'll bet on Tang San, and the wager will be the 7-star cloud drop that I cultivated." "Boss, do you think Tang San can force his brother to use his soul skills?" Tang Yin had not shown a single soul ring, yet the aura he emanated completely suppressed Tang San. On the soul fighting platform, "Little San, give that bastard a taste of his own medicine." Tang Yin saw Tang San summon his martial soul and calmly reached out to grab it, skillfully spinning Destiny with one hand a few times before planting on the ground, crossing his arms and looking at Tang San calmly. The short and stout Bai Baoshan, with kind eyes, asked about his boss, who was naturally the chief committee member Meng Xinji in the middle. "Am I really not as good as him? Is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect really inferior to the Haotian hammer?" Yu Qianheng's clenched fists loosened helplessly, a deep sense of powerlessness engulfing him. The talent he prided himself on was worthless in front of Tang San. "That kid's strength is extraordinary. Even I can't see through him. Let us just watch quietly." Yi Lingling couldn't refute Qin Ming's face, so she could only nod slightly to indicate that she agreed to heal Dai Mubai. Yu Xiaojing came to Tang San's side and whispered, "Xiao San, in this match I allow you to use all your abilities, including your external soul bones and those hidden weapons." Bai Baoshan, just from this glimpse, harbored doubts about whether Tang San could win. The black Haotian hammer crackled with blue arcs of electricity and 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, rose from beneath Tang San's feet, shocking everyone around. As a part of Shrek Academy, he was quite dissatisfied with Tang Yin's actions. "Brother, you should keep your distance from Dai Mubai. He is not someone worth getting close to." Tang San held the Haotian hammer with both hands, firmly planted his legs on the ground, and then suddenly launched an attack unexpectedly. The three of them knew the rules of the match. They initially thought Tang San could easily win, but Tang Yin's calm demeanor just now allowed them to catch a glimpse of his true strength. "Xiaoyin, I have my own judgment." He felt that Tang Yin's prejudice against Dai Mubai stemmed from some misunderstandings related to Zhu Zhuqing. Everyone's values and worldviews are different. No one can impose their will on others. Tang Yin and Tang San walked to the center of the battle arena, staring at each other. In this match, Tang San was the challenger. He swallowed hard. Tang San believed he could recognize people well. After more than a year of interaction, he regarded Dai Mubai as a good brother with a sense of loyalty and responsibility, not as unworthy as Tang Yin described. They had no interest in the recent conflict between the younger generation, but they saw a lot from Tang Yin's earlier move. The 3 committee members showed some surprise when they saw Tang San's soul rings, especially by Baoshan, who was pressuring Tang Yin, widening his already prominent eyes like a fat toad. Tang Yin decided to give Tang San a wake-up call to prevent his brother from making careless friends. He had been waiting for this battle for a long time. He just wanted to use all his strength without leaving any regrets. Bai Baoshan thought for a moment and said, "I choose Tang San's brother. As for the bet, let us wager my jar of dragon blood wine that I've treasured for 20 years. Seeing Tang San stubbornly stick to his views, Tang Yin said no more. "Let us begin." Bai Baoshan became interested. "Oh, what are we betting on?" Ji Lin chimed in. "Just watching the match ISNT very interesting. Why don't we place a bet?" Dai Mubai's palm had been completely healed by the powerful healing ability of Nine-Heart Sea Buttercup, and he could hardly feel any pain. Sitting in the stands, he silently cheered for Tang San. At this moment, Tang Yin and Tang San had also taken their positions, each standing on one side of the battle arena. Haha, don't even think about it. Jilin was quite pleased. He believed this match was already a sure win. Yu Qianheng never expected that a month ago, Tang San, whose soul power was several levels lower than his, would now break through to level 40 even faster than him. And his fourth soul ring was a 10,000-year soul ring that only soul kings could absorb. The three committee members focused their attention on the battle arena as the match was about to begin. The two separated again, and with Yu Xiaojiang's shout, Tang San first summoned the Haotian Hammer, Martial Soul. His body moved in a straight line, yet several afterimages appeared along his path. What Tang San was using was one of the ultimate moves recorded in the Xiantian treasure record, Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps does not excel in speed. Its essence lies in the word ghost. This technique is, as its name suggests, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, making it hard for enemies to defend against. However, in Tang Yin's view, it was somewhat unnecessary. Even without using the eye of the Siege, Tang Sin's every move was clear in Tang Yin's eyes. Tang Sin did not dare to be careless and directly used the fourth soul ring he had just obtained as he approached Tang Yin. He knew that Tang Yin was currently a level 54 soul king. If he didn't go all out, he would only seek his own demise. Moreover, the fourth rule of the Xiantian treasure record states, never attempt to play dumb and eat the tiger, or you might truly become a pig. Adhering to the principles of the Xiantian treasure record, Tang Sin also had to give it his all. Just as Tang San's fourth soul ring suddenly lit up, the originally pitch-black Haotian hammer erupted with dazzling golden light. This light was as hot and bright as the sun, powerful and oppressive. A phantom of a golden lion formed on the rough hammer surface, opening its massive mouth and letting out a lion's roar. The condensed golden sound waves radiated outward, with enough energy to directly kill a 29th level Great Soul Master like Yu Xiaojiang, charging towards Tang Yin. Fourth soul skill, Haotian Golden Line Break. Seeing the sound wave attack coming with the Haotian hammer, Tang Yin raised Destiny with one hand, piercing it against the hammer surface, while he completely ignored the sound wave attack. At this moment, Tang Yin's mental strength was sufficient to rival a high-level soul sage who did not cultivate mental strength. And compared to last year, he was not much inferior to a low-level soul sage specializing in mental strength. Destiny made contact, and, with a clang, Tang San felt a tingling in his hands, his tightly clenched fists trembling uncontrollably as the Haotian hammer was effortlessly stopped by Tang Yin, not advancing a single inch. Tang San's eyes widened. He did not expect his most powerful fourth soul skill to have no effect on Tang Yin, making him momentarily doubt whether this 10,000-year soul skill was fake. The intense pain from his palms brought Tang San back to reality. Looking down, he saw that the skin between his thumbs had ruptured, blood flowing out, and a slippery feeling in his palms. The powerful shockwave ability of Haotian Golden Line Break could stun the target, but Tang Yin countered using the momentum of Tang San's soul skill against him. This active counterattack not only failed to give Tang San any advantage, but instead injured himself. Tang San initially thought that his current immense strength was unmatched among his peers, but this full-force strike was effortlessly blocked by Tang Yin with one hand, leaving him feeling very defeated. Dai Mubai, witnessing Tang San's ferocious strike being easily blocked by Tang Yin, could not help but swallow hard. If it were him, if he had to take Tang San's Haotian Golden Line Break head-on, he would definitely be severely injured and lose his combat ability. Just what kind of strength does Tang San's brother possess? At this moment, Dai Mubai felt extremely regretful for his earlier recklessness. After Tang San's attack failed, his figure flashed, and he used Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps to quickly distance himself from his opponent. However, Tang Yin, who was eager to quickly end the battle, would not let Tang San escape so easily. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground, using the rebound force to rush towards Tang San like an arrow released from a bow. Realizing he couldn't escape, Tang San's hands gradually turned a jade color, becoming true jade hands. The original pain temporarily blocked, and the texture of his hands became even harder. At this moment, Tang San's palm was as solid as black jade, impervious to all poisons. Tang Yin thrust a spear, aiming directly at Tang San's right shoulder. Having just suffered a setback, Tang San did not dare to confront Tang Yin head-on, but this spear was also difficult to evade. He could only use his black jade hand to slice sideways against the tip of the spear. The moment he made contact with the spear of fate, Tang Sen felt as if the black jade hand had touched the hardest object in the world. He did not expect that the spear tip, which looked like wood, would be so sharp. However, his reaction was incredibly quick. He immediately unleashed the Tang Sek's ultimate skill, Control Crane, Catch Dragon, to neutralize the unstoppable momentum of the spear with a gentle push. 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds? Tang Yin felt a bit surprised. Such a subtle technique to deflect force was not something that could be easily grasped. Seeing that Tang San had such ability was indeed shocking. However, that was where it ended. This technique could only be effective when the strength disparity was not too great. If it were 10,000 pounds, 100,000 pounds, or even 1,000,000 pounds, all techniques would be futile. Tang Yin withdrew his spear and then thrust it fiercely at Tang San again. This thrust was more than twice as powerful as the previous one. Tang San had barely managed to receive the initial casual strike from Tang Yin. His battle instincts told him that he could not withstand this spear under any circumstances. He activated his second soul skill, Hao Yin Guard, using his only defensive soul skill. The shield formed by the concentrated soul power shattered under Tang Yin's spear like a fragile piece of glass, cracking outward from a single point. And after being covered with fine cracks, it collapsed under the strain. But this also bought Tang San a precious moment. To block Tang Yin's assault, Tang San was forced to use one of his trump cards, the external soul bone. 81 thorns shot towards Tang Yin from different directions under his mental control. Tang Yin withdrew his spear and used the spear of fate to draw a circle, even with an attack from all 360 degrees. The 81 thorns could not harm Tang Yin in the slightest. Did he use a soul skill? Everyone present was puzzled. They did not understand how Tang Yin was able to block Tang San's external soul bone attack. As Tang San retreated, he retracted his Hao Yin hammer, martial soul, knowing that relying solely on close combat with the Hao Yin hammer would not win him this match. Now he had used about 2/3 of his ultimate skills, yet he had not even seen Tang Yin's soul skills, which left him feeling deeply powerless. Tang San controlled the 81 thorns to attack Tang Yin, temporarily restraining him. He looked at Tang Yin with a serious expression, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "Xiao Yin, be careful." Then, Tang San's hands moved towards the 2 gems at his waist. After fighting for so long, he hoped he wouldn't embarrass his brother too much. Tang Yin thought to himself. Zhu Zhuqing was still waiting for him outside. Tang Yin, feeling anxious, had to end this battle early. As soon as the 2 gems at Tang San's waist lit up, an invisible wave surged around Tang Yin, directly toppling all 81 thorns that Tang San had unleashed. Using the purple extreme demon eye to focus on Tang Yin, Tang San's pupils shook violently. In his eyes, it seemed that a vast army was gathering around Tang Yin, about to charge at him. The powerful mental force locked onto Tang San, and even though he exerted all his effort to resist with the purple extreme demon eye, he still felt as if his mental sea was bearing an unbearable weight, with signs of shattering. Tang Yin slightly weakened the intensity of the mental lock. Otherwise, Tang San might really become an idiot. In everyone's eyes, Tang San stood dazed in place, while Tang Yin leaped high, reversing his grip on a brown wooden spear, charging at the immobile Tang San. When Tang San regained his senses, the tip of Tang Yin's spear was already pressed against his throat. "You lost." After saying this, Tang Yin hurriedly left the training ground. The reversal came too quickly. Everyone was caught off guard. The situation had been somewhat tense, yet in the blink of an eye, the victor had been determined. "I lost." This time, Tang San lost thoroughly. Tang Yin had not used his soul skills at all, and Tang San did not even have the qualification to see Tang Yin's soul rings. Yu Xiaojiang felt a mix of emotions. In a normal match, Tang San had made no mistakes and had almost reached perfection, yet the gap in strength was like a chasm that could not be bridged. Yu Xiaojiang was very dejected. He had missed the opportunity to have a first-rate genius in the continent. Now, he had to comfort his only disciple, who could not take a blow. Without Tang Yin, he was left with only Tang San as his sole seedling. In the stands by Baoshan chuckled, "Old Ji, I'll reluctantly accept that rainbow star cloud of yours." Ji Lin remained expressionless, ignoring this troublesome friend. Dreaming God Machine sat nearby, looking thoughtful. Chapter 162. Brother-in-law Zhu Zhuqing sat alone on a bench under the shade of a tree, her cold face carrying a hint of sorrow, her delicate brows furrowed, and her black eyes seemed to express her inner thoughts. She had been very happy to enjoy a brief moment with Tang Yin today, but she did not expect to encounter Dai Mubai here. She had originally felt indifferent towards Dai Mubai, although there was a marriage contract between them. They had only known each other for a few days. As time passed, Zhu Zhuqing had long since stopped dwelling on the fact that Dai Mubai had left her alone to escape. No one was obligated to lend a hand to a stranger. Zhu Zhuqing also did not understand what face Dai Mubai had to come and question her, as if he thought she was still that ignorant girl bound by marriage contract and family ties. Dai Mubai had been so submissive in front of his two brothers. Yet now he wanted to seek a sense of existence from Zhu Zhuqing. If it weren't for the fact that there were only Dai Mubai's classmates and teachers around, Zhu Zhuqing would have really wanted to scratch him. The pleasant mood of their date was ruined, and Zhu Zhuqing was also worried that Tang Yin might distance himself from her because of this. Although it was just a marriage contract, and Tang Yin knew about it. What if? Didn't T like it? What if it didn't T want her anymore? They had already done most things together, and only the final step remained. That was what surprised Tang Yin the most. Not going back would mean directly confronting Zhu Zhuqing about the marriage contract. Tang Yin lowered his head and looked tenderly at Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. She showed a hint of panic on her face, and just as she was about to struggle, she hesitated. The familiar scent from Tang Yin wafted into her nostrils. She slightly tilted her head, and Tang Yin's lips brushed against her smooth skin, leaving a lingering fragrance. She must have been stimulated by today's events. Tang Yin watched Zhu Zhuqing's head drawing closer to him, thinking she was going to kiss him like in the morning. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly wrapped her arms around Tang Yin's neck, her legs entwined around the place where her sister almost always sat, her whole body hanging on Tang Yin. While feeling at ease, she also felt very guilty, doubting Tang Yin's feelings for her. Don't be unhappy, Zhuqing, let us go home. While Zhu Zhuqing was lost in her thoughts, a pair of hands embraced her from behind, and whether intentionally or not, they were supporting her impressive assets. Brother-in-law, can we not go back today, okay? Zhu Zhuqing saw that Tang Yin was still gentle towards her, showing no signs of being affected by the unpleasant incident that had just occurred. Zhu Zhuqing allowed Tang Yin to embrace her, and she leaned weakly against his chest. Perhaps because of Zhu Zhuyun, Tang Yin had previously wanted to break through that barrier with Zhu Zhuqing, but was rejected by her. At that time, her exact words were, "I don't know how to face my sister." Tang Yin had to give up, but he didn't expect that Zhu Zhuqing would bring up this matter herself today. Not going back. Tang Yin immediately understood the meaning behind Zhu Zhuqing's words. He thought to himself, at such a moment, if he were to say to Zhuqing, "Don't be impulsive, don't do anything irrational out of a moment's heat," he would not be worthy of being a qualified time management master. To cooperate with Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yin slightly leaned forward, but what he saw was Zhu Zhuqing's sly eyes. Zhu Zhuqing leaned closer to Tang Yin's ear, her breath warm and fragrant, causing a blush to rise on Tang Yin's ears. How does Zhu Zhuqing know that she isn't just using this to bolster her own courage? "Today, let's go shopping," Tang Yin suggested. Zhu Zhuqing showed signs of being moved but hesitated, saying, "But my sister is still at home. How about we go back first?" Tang Yin gave her a playful pat on her well-shaped rear, a bit manly, and said, "Be obedient." Both Dai Mubai and Tang Yin were quite manly. But Zhu Zhuqing was very compliant towards Tang Yin. After being patted, she merely blushed and leaned on Tang Yin's shoulder. All right, Tang Yin let go of Zhu Zhuqing, and the two left the Tiando Royal Academy intimately together. From a window in the training ground, one could see the affectionate actions of Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing from earlier. Dai Mubai witnessed the entire process, and his anger was burning fiercely. He gritted his teeth and said, "You little harlot, I will make you pay." It was you, not you all, because Dai Mubai only dared to target Zhu Zhuqing alone. He knew that Tang San's father was a peerless powerhouse who even dared to challenge the Pope of the Spear Hall. Revenge on Tang Yin? He wouldn't even dare to seek revenge on Tang Yin with 180 guts. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was still unaware that she would soon encounter a small crisis. She was strolling through a commercial street in Tiando City with the person she liked the most. The streets were lined with all kinds of shops, and the sounds of vendors selling their goods could be heard, with pedestrians bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. Despite both Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing being empty-handed, they had bought quite a bit, but it was all stored in their storage soul guides. After having a simple lunch at a restaurant, Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing continued to enjoy their time in Tiando City. By now, the sun was setting, and as soul masters, their physical condition was not comparable to ordinary people. Even after a day of strolling, Zhu Zhuqing still looked energetic. However, as night fell, Zhu Zhuqing's heart began to race more and more anxiously. Although she and Tang Yin had already become very close, taking that final step would still make her feel nervous no matter what. During dinner, Tang Yin noticed that Zhu Zhuqing, sitting across from him, looked troubled and he smiled, asking, Zhu Qing, did you have fun today? Zhu Qing, with you by my side, of course, I'm happy. Zhu Qing originally wanted to continue calling him brother-in-law, but thinking about how she was about to, she felt guilty for continuing to call him that. Tang Yin pretended to be serious. You still call me little Yin? Hurry up and call me brother Yin like you did in the morning. What Tang Yin received was not Zhu Qing's brother Yin, but a flying little punch. Zhu Qing gritted her teeth and put on a fierce expression, saying, no way, I'm not calling you that. The tension in Zhu Qing's heart gradually dissipated in this atmosphere. However, she couldn't understand why Tang Yin had a meaningful smile on his face. Zhu Qing, don't be nervous. Didn't you learn anything from peeking at me and Sister Zhu Yin doing that before? Zhu Qing closed her eyes, not daring to look at Tang Yin, and weakly said, please don't mention my sister. Zhu Qing, call me brother. Dazed, Zhu Qing could no longer tell east from west, and in a daze, she randomly called out, brother Yin. Brother-in-law chapter 163. Sisters early in the morning, Tang Yin and Zhu Qing were like two children who had done something wrong, afraid of being caught by their parents, peeking out from behind the door. Once they entered the room, they both sighed in relief. Zhu Qing was just about to tiptoe back to her own room when an unexpected incident occurred. You two, did you have fun yesterday? A familiar voice came with a hint of questioning. Tang Yin and Zhu Qing, who had just relaxed, suddenly stiffened. They turned their stiff necks to look at the source of the voice. Zhu Yin was sitting on the sofa, and from the angle they entered, she couldn't be seen. Moreover, Tang Yin's attention had been focused on the door. Tang Yin forced a smile on his face, Sister Zhu Yin. Zhu Qing lowered her head, not daring to meet Zhu Yin's eyes. Sister, Zhu Yin was still in her black silk lace sleepwear, her hair unkempt, and in front of her was a cup of still warm red tea, indicating that she had been sitting there for quite some time. Tang Yin nodded, I like it. It was unclear when Zhu Yin had noticed that Zhu Qing's attitude towards Tang Yin had undergone some subtle changes, but she had never paid much attention to it. It was only because both of them hadn't returned last night that Zhu Yin became somewhat aware, and recalling previous events, it all felt a bit strange. Zhu Qing was quite tired now. After the previous night's activities, she hadn't slept much, and today she had planned to sneak back early and cover up the fact that she hadn't returned all night. Tang Yin wanted to take all the blame upon himself. Zhu Yin shook her head. Xiao Yin, I know you. It must be that Zhu Qing developed feelings for you first, and you didn't want to hurt her feelings, so you chose to accept it, just like I did. After some flirtation, Zhu Yin lay weakly in Tang Yin's arms, somewhat resentfully saying, you've started to be biased after just one day out. Zhu Yin had said that she wouldn't interfere with how many women Tang Yin would find in the future. Her concern was for her own sister. All right, don't make things difficult for Zhu Qing. At that moment, Tang Yin directly sat beside Zhu Yin, wrapping his arms around her. She crossed her arms, propped her legs up, and her eyes scanned between her sister and her boyfriend. Where? I've always liked Sister Zhu Yin. They had not returned all night and came back together this morning, sneaking around. Who would believe that nothing happened? Zhu Qing, tell me, when did it start? Zhu Yin wasn't against anything happening between Tang Yin and Zhu Qing. She was just angry that they had kept it from her. Do you like Zhu Qing? Sister, I'm sorry. Just as my words left my mouth, Tang Yin covered Zhu Yin's mouth. Sister Zhu Yin, actually I didn't mean to hide it from you. I developed feelings for Zhu Qing first. I was just afraid you would oppose it if you found out. Seeing that her sister had discovered her relationship with Tang Yin, Zhu Qing lowered her head in shame, her voice filled with grievance. After several attempts, Zhu Qing still couldn't continue. Zhu Yin knew how deeply Tang Yin loved her. He had always been passive in his feelings. As long as she expressed her feelings, Tang Yin would hesitate. Lu Erlong, you're lying. Zhu Qing, you don't have to apologize. You have the right to choose who you like. We live together, so it's not surprising that you would like Xiao Yin. Just tell me directly if anything happens in the future. The more Zhu Yin said this, the more guilty Zhu Qing felt. She knew how deeply Zhu Yin had loved Tang Yin in the past, even risking danger to search for him across thousands of miles. At that time, Zhu Qing couldn't understand why her sister would do such a thing. But after she herself fell into Tang Yin's gentleness, she completely understood that behavior. If Tang Yin were in deep trouble and saving him meant sacrificing her own life, Zhu Qing asked herself, she would definitely choose to accept without hesitation. Zhu Qing felt that her ability to be with Tang Yin now was largely due to Zhu Yin. Without Zhu Yin as a bridge, there wouldn't have been much intersection between her and Tang Yin. Her love came too easily, like something at her fingertips. Zhu Zhiyun stood up and hugged Zhu Zhuqing's head. All right, there's no need to blame yourself. You must have felt very sad watching me and Tang Yin together every day before. From now on, we can share. Zhu Zhiyun only felt a dampness in her chest. She froze for a moment before realizing it was Zhu Zhuqing's tears. Sister, scold me. It will make me feel better. Zhu Zhuqing's muffled voice came out, already tinged with a hint of crying. All right, don't cry. Zhu Zhiyun hugged Zhu Zhuqing a little tighter. The instigator, Tang Yin, naturally stepped forward to embrace the two sisters together. This part should be illustrated. You are both my wings. At the Tiando Royal Academy, Tang Sin wasn't seriously injured. The small wound on his hand had healed shortly after the match ended. He had sat alone on the dormitory bed for an entire night, his expression dull and lifeless, as if he had lost all spirit. The battle yesterday had dealt a heavy blow to him. He couldn't understand why. After using the first 5 techniques of the Tang sect's ultimate skill, he was still utterly powerless in front of Tang Yin. If Tang Yin hadn't made the first move, Tang San was sure that even in his peak condition, he would still have lost against that strange final move. Tang Hao's teachings echoed in his mind again. Your brother is at level 31 and can already compete against the Soul Sect, yet you can't even unleash the 14th strike of the Chaotic Wind Hammer technique, which is very disappointing. At this age, Tang San was 8.5 years old. Well, in 3 months, I can manage to unleash a couple more strikes, but still far behind your brother. Tang San felt that he was always living in Tang Yin's shadow. He was clearly working hard, clearly a person from another world, and clearly possessed the Tang sect's ultimate skills that no one else had in this world. But why could he never compare to Tang Yin? No, I haven't given it my all yet. Tang San's gaze fell on his right hand, where his second martial soul, Blue Silver Emperor, resided. If I add a spirit ring to my second martial soul, can my spirit power break through to Soul King in a short time? Tang San always felt that the only gap between him and Tang Yin was spirit power. The confidence brought to him by the Xian Tian Bao Lu made him overlook many things. Creak, the door was pushed open, and when Tang San raised his eyes, he saw that it was his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang. He couldn't wait to speak. Teacher, I want to cultivate my second martial soul. Chapter 164. Bibidong's troubles. Yu Xiaojiang was more extreme this time upon hearing Tang San mention cultivating his second martial soul, but this time he did not show any dissatisfaction. If in the past, Tang San had a promising future, this time, Yu Xiaojiang truly didn't know how to comfort Tang San. Being overshadowed by his own younger brother must be very painful for someone as proud as Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang understood Tang San's feelings very well. He was once a proud person too, but his talents and life gradually dulled his edges. He didn't want his disciple to become like he was now. Although it was still too early to cultivate the second martial soul, Tang San could already absorb 10,000-year spirit rings, so it wouldn't be too far off. Yu Xiaojiang had studied Tang San's right hand's Blue Silver Emperor martial soul. He researched this high-level martial soul, which had never appeared before, from various aspects like toughness and strength, ultimately categorizing it as a high-level martial soul. The upper limit of a high-level martial soul was not as high as Tang San's top-level Haotian Hammer martial soul. Now switching to cultivate Blue Silver Emperor and later adding a spirit ring to the Haotian Hammer after reaching Soul Sage was also a viable option. However, before that, Yu Xiaojiang had to solve the cultivation problem of twin martial souls. They hadn't seen Lu Erlong for a long time, but Flinders still silently loved that woman he was infatuated with. Even though she didn't like him, Flinders still wanted to scold his useless brother for Lu Erlong's happiness. In Wuhuan City, the Hall of the Pope, Flinders felt somewhat helpless. Xiaogang, can you knock on the door when you come in next time? You make me feel jumpy at work. Flinders was also taken aback. He was indeed shocked by the place Yu Xiaojiang wanted to go. Outside, Xiao Wu looked anxious. She was also very worried about Tang San's condition. After taking a light sip of green tea and finding it at a suitable temperature, she gulped it down. I want to leave the academy for a while. Cough, cough. Tang San felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He hadn't slept all night, and now he could finally get some proper rest. Hearing those 6 words, Flinders' eyes widened, and he sprayed tea all over Yu Xiaojiang's face and body. Yu Xiaojiang reached out to pat Tang San's head. Rest well. Although Xiao Wu was usually a bit scatterbrained, she would do her best to fulfill any commitments, especially when it came to taking care of the person she cared about the most in this world. He was leisurely reading the latest issue of Tiando Girl magazine, occasionally showing a somewhat lewd smile. Xiao Wu originally wanted to find Tang Yin after the match, but Tang San really scared her, so after some hesitation, she chose to stay. Seeing Tang San's calm breathing, Yu Xiaojing gently closed the door on his way out. Yu Xiaojing brushed off the hand that was gripping his collar, then adjusted his collar and said, I know, but I have something very important to discuss with her, something that concerns Xiao San's future. Yu Xiaojing's tone was heavy, as if something significant was at stake. Flinder knew that Yu Xiaojing once had a relationship with Bibi Dong. After he decided to be with Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojing swore to Lu Erlong that he would never go after Bibi Dong again, and Flinder was present as a witness at that time. Xiao Wu hurriedly helped the master up. After all, he was Tang San's teacher and could be considered her elder. She dared not accept such a solemn gesture. She stood up and picked up the green tea on the table. The rich fragrance of the tea was refreshing. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt tears welling up in his eyes. He had never experienced such care before. At this moment, he was deeply touched. Even his tone of voice carried a hint of a sob. Master, Flinder was crossing his legs on the table, his entire body lazily leaning against the genuine leather chair, with a steaming cup of green tea on the table. Seeing Yu Xiaojing come out, Xiao Wu immediately leaned over and grabbed Yu Xiaojing's arm, urgently asking, Master, how's Xiao San? Yu Xiaojing was preparing to say a word to Flinder before setting off for Wuhuan City. Where to? Seeing Yu Xiaojing's expression like that of a dead man, Flinder could only shake his head. He was already well acquainted with his old brother's temperament. Flinder casually asked. After pondering for a long time, Yu Xiaojing stepped forward and patted Tang San's shoulder. The warmth from his broad palms straightened Tang San's drooping shoulders a bit. Yu Xiaojing expressionlessly wiped the tea from his face, then looked at Flinder with dead fish eyes. After catching his breath, Flinder stood up, grabbed Yu Xiaojing by the collar, and questioned, Didn't you promise Erlong not to look for her? Yu Xiaojing did not knock, but directly walked into the office. Master, don't worry. I will take good care of Xiao San. Tang San looked up at Yu Xiaojing with a confused expression, only to see the loving face. Xiao San. Wait a little while. I will help you resolve the issue of your twin martial souls. After saying that, Yu Xiaojing solemnly bowed to Xiao Wu. After Tang San lost the match yesterday, he became completely dazed. No matter who spoke to him, he did not respond, moving like a soulless zombie back to his dormitory, locking himself in the room, and he still had not come out until now. Flinder also knew that Tang San's position in Yu Xiaojing's heart was no less than that of his old brother of over 20 years. Xiao Wu, don't worry. Xiao San has already gone to sleep. He should be fine by tomorrow. As for the task, it doesn't matter if it's delayed a few days. My Xiao San situation is already urgent, and you should be able to tell what is more important. As a high-ranking soul sage, Flinder had his own office. The furniture and decor clearly worth a lot, along with a matching tea room and lounge, which could be said to be top-notch treatment. After hearing the master's words, Xiao Wu gently patted her chest, her heart slightly settling down. Phew, it's good if there's nothing wrong. Just as Yu Xiaojing was about to leave, he suddenly turned to Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, I can see that you are the closest person to Xiao San, and he has deep feelings for you. I will be leaving the academy for a while, and during my absence, you need to take good care of Xiao San and try not to mention his brother or this match in front of him. I'm counting on you. The atmosphere in the room fell into silence. Flinder took several deep breaths and slowly exhaled a mouthful of stale air. All right, since it's for Xiao San, I won't make it difficult for you, but don't forget about Erlong. Although Flinder still longed to be with Lu Erlong deep down, he did not want to make his Erlong sad. I certainly won't forget. Yu Xiaojing closed his eyes, his face twisted, as if trapped in some painful memory. He hated how unfair the heavens were and why they had to toy with him. Yu Xiaojing attributed all the blame to his talent. If he had a slightly better talent, he wouldn't be looked down upon by the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, wouldn't be despised by Bibi Dong, and wouldn't be called useless by his second uncle. I will prove to the world that I am not useless. The inner demons of Yu Xiaojing re-emerged, lingering around him, dominating his thoughts. He no longer spoke much to Flinder and set off for Wuhuan City. The distance from Tiando City to Wuhuan City was considerable. It took Yu Xiaojing a full month and a half to reach this holy city for human soul masters. Seeing some soul masters who were visiting Wuhuan City for the first time beside him, their eyes filled with awe and admiration, Yu Xiaojing looked down on them. Even if the highest soul power among those soul masters was a soul zone, Yu Xiaojing still regarded them with disdain, ignoring those country bumpkins from who knows where. Yu Xiaojing walked straight towards the Pope's palace. In front of the Pope's palace, stop. 2 palace knights in silver armor blocked Yu Xiaojing's path, and 100 palace knights simultaneously raised their long swords. This is a forbidden area. If you come any closer, you will be killed without mercy. Facing over 100 palace knights whose strength was clearly superior to his, Yu Xiaojing's expression remained indifferent as usual. He straightened his chest, and coldly said, "Please go in and announce my arrival. Just say that Yu Xiaojiang seeks an audience." His words did not sound like a request, but rather an order. Yu Xiaojiang? Quite famous, is he? The palace knights saw that the soul power fluctuation on this person was only at the great soul master level. If he wasn't crazy, he probably had some backing. After so many years of guarding the door, being cautious was the palace knights' principle. Wait here. The palace knights decided to handle it officially. If the Pope said he didn't know this person, it wouldn't be too late to teach him a lesson then. This time, Tang Hao did not give the Pope's order to Yu Xiaojiang, thus causing Yu Xiaojiang to lose an opportunity to show off. Inside the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong was not handling official business. Instead, she was leaning against the Pope's throne, extending a delicate hand to support her exquisite profile, closing her eyes as if dozing off. A sound of armor clashing came from afar, but Bibi Dong still did not open her eyes. The palace knight did not dare to look directly at the Pope. He knelt on one knee, his right fist placed over his heart, bowing his head respectfully. Reporting to the Pope, "There is someone outside claiming to be Yu Xiaojiang who wishes to see you." Suddenly interrupted, Bibi Dong was quite displeased. She frowned slightly, about to burst with anger, but upon hearing the visitor's name, her anger flared even more. "Let him in." Bibi Dong's tone was icy, startling the palace knight below so much that he shivered. In that moment, the palace knight felt as if his back was soaked with cold sweat. "Your subordinate obeys." At this moment, Bibi Dong was already irritated. Not long ago, the Platinum Bishop of the Tiando Empire, Salas, sent a confidential letter regarding the Tiando Crown Prince, and Bibi Dong felt quite disdainful upon reading the contents. What about the Crown Prince Long Yang's affair? Isn't it just that Qian Renxue couldn't stand being lonely and found herself a man? Originally, Bibi Dong didn't care much about it, and didn't want to mention Qian Renxue. This matter should have ended there, but a few days later, Salas sent over information about the Tiando Crown Prince's man, and the name on it was none other than her long-cherished Tang Yin. When she first learned this news, Bibi Dong could hardly believe it was true. She held on to a glimmer of hope and sent someone to investigate. That person brought back even more accurate information, a portrait of Tang Yin. After learning that Tang Yin and Qian Renxue were together, Bibi Dong felt as if the sky was about to collapse. She wished she could sprout wings and fly to Heavendoe City to forcibly take Tang Yin away as her husband, to put an end to Qian Renxue's unrealistic fantasies. But what Bibi Dong didn't know was that Qian Renxue was already a million steps ahead. That day, a Yin's instructions were firmly etched in Bibi Dong's heart. No matter how much she missed him, she had to control herself and wait for the opportunity to reunite. A Yin didn't tell Bibi Dong when that opportunity would arise. So for the future she envisioned with Tang Yin, Bibi Dong had to carry the endless longing in her heart and wait silently. All Bibi Dong could do was pray in her heart, praying that Tang Yin wouldn't forget her. Even if he hated her, he couldn't forget her. As for herself, she still relied on precious memories to get by. The reason she was angry just now was that the Guardian Knight had disrupted her memories, which made her feel very dissatisfied. As for why she called Yu Xiaojiang in, it was also to settle things with her past self. Not long after, Yu Xiaojiang walked into the papal hall under the guidance of the Guardian Knight. Upon entering, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze involuntarily fell on Bibi Dong, who was sitting majestically at a high position, and he momentarily lost his focus. Bibi Dong was still as stunning as ever. Time seemed unable to leave a mark on her. Her hair was still smooth, her skin still as white as jade, and her features still exquisite and charming. Especially the invisible nobility and sanctity exuding from her, which made one unable to suppress the urge to worship her. There was something more in Yu Xiaojiang's indifferent gaze, regret, memories, but more so, a sense of melancholy. Bibi Dong glanced down at Yu Xiaojiang, whose face was stiff and unkempt. At this moment, Bibi Dong felt as if she had been blind in the past, having taken a liking to such a man. She really wanted to go back and slap her past self a few times. Bibi Dong spoke in a flat tone. "What do you want?" Yu Xiaojiang's voice was complex and somewhat strained. "Bibi Dong, have you been well these years?" "Bibi Dong? Is that a name you can call?" Bibi Dong's cold gaze bore down on Yu Xiaojiang, and an immense pressure made him collapse to the ground. "I'll spare your life this time out of consideration for our past relationship. If you dare to overstep again, there will be no need for you to live." Yu Xiaojiang's eyes were blank. The Bibi Dong before him was noble, elegant, and domineering, far from the image he had in his mind. He couldn't differentiate which one was the real her. "Yes, your holiness," he said, and the master's pupils constricted slightly, a hint of pain flowing from his eyes. But thinking of Tang San, His gaze became resolute again. Your Holiness, I have come to request something. Chapter 165. A hint of surprise flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, and she straightened up slightly. I've never seen you in such a supplicating manner. Didn't you say you would never come to find me again? Yu Xiaojing swore that if it weren't for Tang San, whom he regarded as his own, he would absolutely not come to see Bibi Dong, much less humbly beg her. Your Holiness, I want to know how you overcame the challenge of having twin martial souls. Twin martial souls. Bibi Dong suddenly fell into a daze, remembering how she first met Tang Yin, the naive boy who saved her. She recalled that there was another outsider present, but after a moment, she regained her composure and replied indifferently, What does that have to do with you? This is a secret that belongs solely to me, and even the highest level secrets of the Spear Hall do not record it. Yu Xiaojing felt a slight disappointment in his heart, but he still hoped that Bibi Dong would remember their past feelings and tell him the secret of cultivating twin martial souls. I took in a personal disciple. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 years have passed. What's more, heaven has favored him with a twin martial soul just like yours. This child is exceptionally talented, and I hope to cultivate him into a formidable powerhouse. Bibi Dong sat up, her expression slightly excited. What is your disciple's name? Bibi Dong's sudden emotional outburst startled Yu Xiaojing. He didn't understand why she was so excited upon learning that he had a disciple with twin martial souls. Upon hearing the name Tang San, Bibi Dong's emotions returned to normal, and she lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. Tang San, twin martial souls, Tang Yin. Tang San. Bibi Dong waved her hand, signaling him to be quiet. There was once a remarkable person who said, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side. Do not bully the young when they are poor. Is this Tang San the son of Tang Hao? But he should also thank Bibi Dong. If he hadn't seen through this woman's true nature earlier, he would have missed the most important person in his life. His tone became low and hoarse, filled with longing and the sorrow of memories. Yu Xiaojing said in a deep voice, That's right. He is the son of the Haotianluo Tang Hao, but I can assure you that Tang San will never. Seeing that Bibi Dong was slow to respond, he decided to play his final trump card, the emotional card. But Yu Xiaojing was already in the age of knowing his fate. Did he still want to continue to be bullied in middle age or old age? He had no resentment towards Bibi Dong in his heart. Yu Xiaojing always thought that Bibi Dong had abandoned him for power and had humiliated him severely, which left him heartbroken for a long time. Do you regret it? Yu Xiaojing thought with a hint of vengeful pleasure. Bibi Dong's sudden question made cold sweat break out on his back. But Tang San also shared the surname Tang, which made Bibi Dong unable to avoid suspecting that there was some connection between Tang San and her Tang Yin. Seeing Yu Xiaojing's proud face, although Bibi Dong didn't know and didn't want to know what he was proud of, she felt very disgusted by someone showing off in front of her. What was he found out? Damn, what to do? Should he confess to her? Yu Xiaojing was very conflicted, but ultimately, Tang San's future gradually took precedence. Therefore, seeing Bibi Dong's jealousy arising from her unbalanced heart, as he imagined, Yu Xiaojing found it quite enjoyable. Is he also the son of Tang Hao? Then he would be Tang Yin's brother or younger brother, so it wouldn't hurt to tell him the secret of cultivating twin martial souls. Tang Yin would surely be very happy when he learned of this. The former saintess had become the pope, while he, Yu Xiaojing, was still a useless failure. Yu Xiaojing straightened his body because Tang San was his pride. At first, Bibi Dong thought that Yu Xiaojing's disciple was Tang Yin, as she felt that the probability of 2 twin martial souls appearing at the same time on the continent was almost negligible. Boom! As soon as Yu Xiaojing spoke, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body trembled violently, as if a towering mountain had suddenly collapsed, and the terrifying pressure surged toward him from all directions. This force was like a net of heaven and earth, instantly binding him tightly and rendering him unable to move. Caught off guard, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out. It splattered on the ground, dyeing a large area, shocking to behold. At the same time, the immense pressure caused his body to crash heavily against the ground, his chest making close contact with a hard floor, producing a dull thud. In an instant, he felt his internal energy surging, making him extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, his face was as red as a ripe persimmon, with veins bulging on his forehead and beads of sweat rolling down like soybeans. His lips were purple, his breathing rapid, clearly reaching his limit. Yet, despite this, he still gritted his teeth and struggled to hold on, unwilling to easily yield to this overwhelming pressure. In front of someone who had abandoned him, he was in such a disgraceful state, crawling on the ground like a dog, allowing others to tread upon him at will. The dual torment of body and mind caused this man, who considered himself the smartest in the world, to shed humiliating tears. Yu Xiaojing vowed that the shame of today would be repaid 100-fold. Bibi Dong's anger burned fiercely in her heart, as if it would ignite the entire world. When she heard that once familiar voice, Yu Xiaojing calling her Dong, an uncontrollable wave of nausea and fury surged within her. Aside from Tang Yin, anyone using this affectionate term would provoke her extreme disgust and rage. I said, do not overstep. Those who defy must face punishment. Bibi Dong, like a ruthless emperor, imposed punishment upon the defiant one from her throne. Pressed heavily against the cold ground, Yu Xiaojing struggled with all his might to twist his body, attempting to break free and stand up again, but no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. His limbs seemed to be firmly locked in place by an iron-like force, unable to move even a fraction. Despite the difficulty, Yu Xiaojing still gritted his teeth, desperately struggling to lift his head for more visibility and breathing space. At that moment, his pained and shocked gaze finally met Bibi Dong's. However, this glance felt like falling into an ice cellar. This once familiar woman now appeared so foreign. Her eyes were cold and heartless, like ice from the depths of hell, exuding a chilling aura. Her face was no longer the gentle beauty of the past, replaced by a frost-like severity. This sudden change instilled fear in Yu Xiaojing, even surpassing the physical pain he endured. He widened his eyes, staring at Bibi Dong in disbelief, confusion, and deep despair intermingling in his heart. As the anger in her heart calmed somewhat, Bibi Dong waved her hand, and a wooden tube fell beside Yu Xiaojing, making a crisp sound in the silent hall. Bibi Dong stood up, not looking at Yu Xiaojing, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and walked straight out. Yu Xiaojing could only hear the sound of high heels tapping on the floor and Bibi Dong's final words, "This secret, if not for your face, you would never know in your life. Remember, you must tell your disciple that this is a gift from me." As soon as her voice fell, the pressure on Yu Xiaojing suddenly lightened. He took deep breaths of fresh air, even though each breath was filled with a strong sense of blood. Before his body could fully recover, Yu Xiaojing eagerly rushed to the bamboo tube, gripping it tightly in his hands. There was hope. Xiao San was saved. Yu Xiaojing knew that Tang San was on the verge of going mad, and this method that could quickly break through his strength was a remedy to ensure Tang San could go further. He opened the bamboo tube and took out the well-preserved note inside. Yu Xiaojing still had some skills. After just one reading, he quickly memorized all the contents. As for Bibi Dong mentioning who it was for, Yu Xiaojing didn't care, telling Tang San it was a gift from the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Please. Yu Xiaojing had subtly instilled the notion in Tang San that the Spirit Hall was an unadulterated evil force. Telling Tang San the truth would be slapping his own face. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yu Xiaojing dragged his injured body, limping towards the hall exit. The palace knights, who had been treated coldly by Yu Xiaojing, felt quite pleased seeing this scene. A useless great soul master dared to act wild in front of me. He should take a good look at himself. When Yu Xiaojing returned to the Tiando Royal Academy, a month had passed since he left. Under Yu Xiaojing's guidance, Tang San began training his second martial soul while carrying Tang Hao. This had to be done secretly away from Tang Hao, because if Tang Hao knew that Tang San chose to train his second martial soul after being humiliated by his younger brother, trying to catch up to Tang Yin through a shortcut, he would definitely pick up the Hao Yin hammer, which was larger than Tang San's upper body, and let Tang San feel the love from his father. As Tang San's soul power steadily progressed, Tang Yin was leisurely enjoying his academy life. Ever since Zhu Zhiyin accepted the fact that she was with Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yin's life became even more pleasant. For some reason, Zhu Zhuqing became more reserved, even getting shy when Tang Yin held her hand in front of Zhu Zhiyin. Tang Yin could only sigh that the little wildcat who loved to steal kisses was nowhere to be found. However, there was good news. After one romantic encounter, Zhu Zhiyin hinted that she wanted to be with Zhu Zhuqing. It was simple. Tang Yin was just a bit too irresistible for her. As her strength grew, Zhu Zhiyin thought she could satisfy Tang Yin, but every time she ascended to the clouds, she felt Tang Yin's lingering desire. To avoid wasting resources and to prevent her sister from being alone, Zhu Zhiyin came up with this idea. Though it was somewhat difficult to speak of, when she saw the longing in Tang Yin's eyes, she could only indulge this younger brother of hers. In addition, Tang Yin also had time to chat about life and the future with his snow sister. However, every time, Qianren Xue would ask him about the progress with Dogi Yan, Tang Yin was truly troubled. In the academy, he did not dare to openly flirt with Dogi Yan, not out of cowardice, but because he did not want to jeopardize his good fortune with dual blossoms. While the allure of a spoonful of couples stew was tempting, it was still a distant prospect. While the dual blossoms were right in front of him, the earlier one enjoyed the better. This trouble could only be considered a minor annoyance. At the Blue Tyrant Academy, Tang Yin faced a much larger problem. This trouble naturally came from the alluring dean. Tang Yin felt that the way the dean looked at him was increasingly inappropriate, especially when they were alone. He truly feared that one day Lu Erlong would pounce on him and eat him up. Although Lu Erlong was indeed attractive, having a wonderful exchange with her wouldn't be a loss for Tang Yin. However, Tang Yin was a person of deep emotion, and if something happened with Lu Erlong, her status in his heart would rise to the same level as Zhu Zhuyun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Qianren Xue. He would not be someone who would forget his feelings after getting what he wanted. As for Bibi Dong, thinking of her name only brought a hint of melancholy. Tang Yin could no longer produce any other emotions. The enjoyment came with greater responsibilities. And this was also the reason why Tang Yin was reluctant to act according to Lu Erlong's wishes. After escaping from Lu Erlong's office once again, he returned home with Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Yin, who appeared somewhat disheveled, with a puzzled expression. Brother-in-law, what were you doing with the dean in there? Tang Yin was embarrassed. Just moments ago in Lu Erlong's office, for some reason, the beautiful woman had directly attacked him, her delicate and smooth hand reaching toward his chest. Fortunately, Tang Yin reacted in time, using his soul power to block this sudden assault. Lu Erlong saw that her sneak attack had failed, and after a brief struggle with Tang Yin, she realized she couldn't subdue him and decided to give up. She glanced at Tang Yin with a hint of resentment, but said, "Your strength has improved quite a bit. It seems you haven't let a decadent lifestyle go to waste." Lu Erlong noticed that Tang Yin had consumed both of her sisters, which made her even more restless. However, after several hints, Tang Yin managed to brush them off, making her doubt whether she had really grown old and whether she had any appeal to someone as young as Tang Yin. Tang Yin, hearing Lu Erlong's words, remained unfazed and replied, "Don't worry, Dean, I won't let life affect my performance in the competition." While saying this, he inwardly complained, "Dean, could you tone down your gaze? It's almost too much to bear." Tang Yin still couldn't figure out what had attracted Lu Erlong to him. If there was something, couldn't he change it? Zhu Zhuyun said, "All right, the dean must have something to discuss with little Yin. Let's head back quickly." Zhu Zhuyun was not as naive as Zhu Zhuqing. She had long sensed that the dean's gaze towards Tang Yin was somewhat off, exactly like the longing gaze she had when she was on the bed. Besides that, in Zhu Zhuyun's heart, she regarded Du Yin and Jiang Zhu as sisters as well, as long as Tang Yin liked them. What was wrong with the Pope being fond of them? If Tang Yin knew that his sister Jian thought of him this way, he would surely respond with indignation. "You really have a keen eye, Smile." When the three returned home as usual, just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to push open the courtyard door, an unnamed sense of crisis surged in Tang Yin's heart. Chapter 166. Assassin Tang Yin's intuition was extremely sharp the moment he touched the doorknob. He sensed several presences in the house that did not belong to him, or Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. There were many of these presences mingling together, making it difficult for Tang Yin to distinguish them. However, since there were residual auras, they shouldn't be strong opponents, and Tang Yin still had confidence in defeating them. When Tang Yin hesitated to open the door, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances without speaking. After training with Tang Yin for so long, how could they fail to notice when he entered a clear state of alert? The two sisters simultaneously lowered their breathing rate, their bodies tensing up in an instant. To avoid alarming the enemy, they did not summon their respective martial souls, but activated their soul power, ready to manifest their martial souls at any moment. Tang Yin turned around, his voice gentle. "Sister Jian, Zhuqing, you have worked hard today. Be sure to rest well tonight." After saying this, Tang Yin gestured to Zhu Zhuqing to find Tang Hao. Confidence was one thing, but Tang Yin didn't want to gamble with the lives of Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was not stubborn. She trusted Tang Yin completely. Upon seeing Tang Yin's gesture and lip movements, she restrained her aura, moving silently as she slowly backed away. As the door was pushed open slightly, Tang Yin felt a surge of energy rush towards him, powerful enough to rival a full-force strike from a soul ancestor. Tang Yin smiled slightly. Just as all the damage was about to reach him and Zhu Zhuyun, he pulled her into his embrace and retreated together. The energy was not weakened at all. Instead, it continued to surge towards them, accompanied by a large amount of wood debris. The masked man in black, seeing that his attack had failed, immediately waved his hand, and 6 black-clad men launched an assault towards Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyan behind the divine dragon tree. The central figure was a black-clad man with a tiger mask, behind whom a green monkey phantom floated in midair. The monkey radiated a blue light, causing the sleeves of the black-clad assassins to billow, with 5 yellow and purple soul rings slowly rotating beneath this soul master's feet. One of the purple soul rings still emitted light, indicating that this attack had come from him. In this narrow field of vision, Tang Yin saw 3 black figures, all dressed in black, wearing black hats, their faces covered with black cloth and various copper masks. Upon seeing Tang Yin's seemingly monstrous soul ring configuration, the expressions of all the black-clad assassins changed, though it was hidden beneath their layers of concealment. They had thought at least a soul sage had come, and those 2 black soul rings did look quite intimidating. Upon entering the courtyard, Tang Yin had already gathered all the information on the assassins present. The lineup consisted of 2 soul kings and 5 soul ancestors, which made Tang Yin frown slightly. A divine dragon tree burst forth from the ground, forming an absolute barrier in front of Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyan, blocking all damage on the other side. Tang Yin actively unleashed his first soul skill and charged at the group of black-clad men alongside Zhu Zhuyan. If Tang Yin were just a soul ancestor, he might have been startled by the shockwave, but he was already a soul king. If he got injured while prepared, then he might as well stab himself in the heart with fate. The moment the door was broken open, Tang Yin clearly saw the situation in the courtyard. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing disappear from view, Tang Yin pushed the door open with one hand. Even if Qian Renxue was displeased with his romantic feelings and tricked him into going to the crown prince's residence to have her protector kill him, wouldn't that be more convenient? Why send these useless people to their deaths? Did Qian Renxue still not understand his strength? He wasn't worried about being unable to deal with these assassins. He was more concerned about which force had sent such personnel to assassinate him, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan. The tiger-masked leader, who seemed to be the head of the assassins, also had a rather unsightly expression. He hadn't expected to encounter such a tough opponent. A Soul King-level expert was an important mid-tier combat force in any organization, and even the leaders or heads of some smaller sects or forces might only be at this level. To send someone for assassination, the depth of their strength must be considerable. Tang Yin's first thought was the Spirit Hall. In his understanding, only the Spirit Hall could possess such power. However, given his relationship with Qian Renxue, there was no need for the Spirit Hall to assassinate him. Without time to think too much, Tang Yin suddenly threw Fate, targeting the central leader. The moment the energy made contact with the wooden door, the fragile door couldn't withstand the violent energy and was directly blown to pieces. The tiger-faced leader's expression changed. He immediately made a gesture of prayer, and the monkey phantom behind him did the same. A fierce wind surged, and blue energy formed a shield in front of him, looking seemingly indestructible. When Fate made contact with the blue shield, it seemed to be blocked outside, especially the tip of Fate, which was ruthlessly cut down by the wind pressure, turning into shards. The tiger-faced leader looked disdainful. He thought Tang Yin's soul rings were merely for show, and this broken wooden spear was easily shattered by his defensive soul skill. Just as his lips curled into a smirk, thousands of wood fragments turned into shards, shooting towards him. Each piece was still brown, but to the tiger-faced man, they all gleamed with a cold, deadly light. In a panic, the tiger-masked assassin could only curl up, crossing his hands in front of him, hoping to protect his most vulnerable parts from a heavy blow. The thousands of fragments suddenly accelerated, each carrying a faint stream of light. However, only a few of these streams pierced into the body of the black-clothed man with the tiger mask, while the rest all rushed towards the shadow behind him. When the fragments made contact with the shadow, they were all blocked by an invisible force, and the shadow seemed to come to life, rising from the flat ground. The tiger-masked black-clothed man sensed something was off. He turned to look at the black shadow, and upon realizing what was happening, his tone immediately turned joyful and respectful. "My lord, you have also arrived." The shadow casually waved a hand, sending all the fragments flying. "Hurry up and take care of the target. Leave this person to me." Tang Yin waved his right hand, and Fate gathered in his grasp again. Upon hearing the shadow's words, his expression turned slightly cold. This assassination was undoubtedly aimed at Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing. The only ones bold enough to target them were the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. In the eyes of the Star Luo Empire's royal family, Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing were already dead. Every moment they lived was a trampling of the dignity of the Star Luo royal family. Moreover, not only were Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing alive, but they were also involved with other men, which is akin to stepping on the face of the Star Luo Empire and then forcefully rubbing it in. even spitting on it. Tang Yin understood their motives for this assassination, but he couldn't comprehend when the news of Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing's survival had reached the Star Luo Empire. Over the years, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing had seldom operated within the Star Luo Empire. Tang Hao had taken them to train exclusively within the territory of the Heaven Do Empire, and recently, they had been following Tang Yin around, active in Heaven Do City. Suddenly, Tang Yin thought of someone, Dalu Bai. He had been shocked to see Zhu Zhuqing back then, and after being reprimanded by Tang Yin, he must have held a grudge. So he reported the news of Zhu Zhuqing's survival to the Star Luo Empire. Everything made sense. Tang Yin's gaze turned icy. In his heart, Dalu Bai was already a dead man. This matter could wait. He needed to deal with the assassins in front of him first. The tiger-masked black-clothed man was about to attack Zhu Zhuyun when Tang Yin swept in, forcing the man back. You two, come meet together. Tang Yin couldn't allow Zhu Zhuyun to face 2 soul kings and 5 soul ancestors alone. Otherwise, she might not last until Tang Hao arrived. The Black Shadow did not mock Tang Yin's overconfidence. Since the kid wanted to take on 2 opponents, he would fulfill that wish. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. 7 soul rings adorned the shadow, adding an invisible pressure to its presence. A soul sage, huh? Tang Yin felt no fear in his eyes. Instead, his fighting spirit ignited even stronger. 3 years ago, he could hold his own against the Soul Emperor, and back then, he was only a level 45 soul ancestor. Now, as a soul king facing an exceptionally powerful soul sage, how could he back down? As for the tiger-masked black-clothed man, he was a mere soul king, easily dealt with. Tang Yin's 5th soul ring lit up, and the mirror realm activated. A Tang Yin identical to him appeared beside him, looking indistinguishable in every way, even in expression. However, those familiar with Tang Yin could notice that the expression on his face was a bit stiff, lacking naturalness. This was Tang Yin's 5th soul skill, derived from the 2,000-year-old mirror beast in the Sunset Forest. It could create a clone with 90 of the original's combat power, capable of mimicking the original's movements. Seeing 2 Tang Yins standing before him, the Black Shadow felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He also had a soul skill from a mirror beast, and he was familiar with their abilities. The kid's mirror beast was clearly of the 10,000-year level, and its power was certainly not trivial. Tang Yin moved, leaping high with an unstoppable momentum. The clone mirrored his actions, though the aura around the clone was significantly weaker. The Black Shadow was about to strike to interrupt Tang Yin's build-up, but Tang Yin's breaking 1,000 army didn't require any build-up. The powerful energy pressed down on the tiger-masked black-clothed man, making it hard for him to breathe. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. The 2 Tang Yins attacked together, and the double pressure caused the tiger-masked black-clothed man to spit out a mouthful of blood, which flowed slowly down through the black mask. The Black Shadow raised a hand, delivering a seemingly ordinary palm strike, but the 6th soul ring beneath him lit up. Tang Yin's original body was originally aiming at this Black Shadow, but that seemingly unremarkable palm strike made him feel an inexplicable sense of dread. His instinct for battle prompted Tang Yin to activate the 2nd stage of his 5th soul skill. Just as the exchange was completed, Tang Yin's attack met the palm strike, and the manifested fate began to turn black upon contact with the Black Shadow's hand. The blackness spread upward, gradually engulfing Tang Yin's hand. At the same time, the fate in Tang Yin's hand had already pierced the heart of the tiger-masked black-clothed man. Under the mental suppression within the breaking 1,000 army, this soul king could not muster any soul power. Without mental control, he couldn't unleash his soul power. His eyes widened beneath the mask, struggling to accept this reality. But as life flowed out of him, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only weakly kneel on the ground. As Tang Yin was gradually eroded by the black energy, his soul power was also rapidly depleting. Tang Yin's clone was formed from his own soul power, and all of Tang Yin's strength came from his original body. This soul skill significantly increased Tang Yin's damage output, but the consumption of soul power was also doubled. As Tang Yin found himself unable to break free from the encroaching darkness, he sighed inwardly and reluctantly retracted his 5th soul skill. His figure flickered, moving as swiftly as a ghost, rushing towards the back of the Black Shadow. With the enhancement of the rapid dragon break, Tang Yin's figure vanished in an instant. The Black Shadow had just raised a hand to grab Tang Yin, but had no chance to do so. The fate that had been assimilated in Tang Yin's entire hand merged into his body, leaving no trace behind. This was his 6th soul skill, Shadow Transformation. Anything touched by his palm would turn into a shadow, then be fully absorbed by his body, converting it into temporary combat power. The Black Shadow glanced at the other assassins, attacking Zhu Zhiyun, feeling slightly dissatisfied. Zhu Zhiyun faced the combined assault of a Soul King and 5 Soul Ancestors. Although she was at a disadvantage, her defense was impeccable. At this moment, she resembled an indestructible fortress, neutralizing the enemy's attacks one by one. Her figure moved like lightning, skillfully dodging lethal strikes. Seizing an opportunity when her opponent's attack pattern faltered, Zhu Zhiyun struck with a fierce claw attack at one of the Soul Ancestors. A deep claw mark appeared on the chest of that Soul Ancestor, blood gushing out and staining his tattered clothing. Taking advantage of the brief moment when he had freed up his hands, the Black Shadow activated his 4th Soul Ring, flattening his entire body again. The 4th Soul Skill, Shadow Escape. He had just used this soul skill to merge into the shadow of the now-cold, tiger-masked, black-clothed man. As long as he remained still, it was as if he blended into the surrounding environment, making it nearly impossible for anyone to detect his presence. Not even Contra. He was quite curious about how Tang Yin had discovered him. Curiosity aside, what he needed to do now was to kill Zhu Zhiyun. But he no longer had the chance, as Tang Hao, who sensed the fighting nearby, had already arrived. The massive Hao Yin hammer fell from the sky, directly revealing the Black Shadow that was about to escape into darkness. The other black-clad individuals suddenly froze, their faces beneath the masks contorted in pain, turning red and purple. In an instant, 6 bodies exploded, turning into 6 clouds of blood mist. Chapter 167. Interrogation. Doubts when the 6 attackers surrounding Zhu Zhiyun froze. Zhu Zhiyun had already created distance between them, avoiding their filthy blood from splattering onto her. Just as Zhu Zhuqing rushed back, she witnessed the scene of the 6 black-clad individuals exploding. She patted her ample watermelon-sized chest and sighed in relief. That was close. Glad I made it in time after leaving early. She had rushed at the fastest speed to Tang Hao's residence, where Ayin was tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard while Tang Hao sat quietly beside her, occasionally smiling. A week ago, Tang Hao and Ayin had taken a trip to the Blue-Silver Forest. As the queen of the Blue-Silver clan, Ayin's aura was closely linked to the fate of the entire clan. Her becoming stronger would protect the whole Blue-Silver clan. Her aura was the best treasure for the Blue-Silver grass, which was also why she often visited the Blue-Silver Forest. Humans were originally not allowed to enter the Blue-Silver Forest, but after the last incident, Tang Hao could not rest easy allowing Ayin to go out alone, even though Ayin no longer had the aura of soul beasts on her. However, Tang Yin was still in Tiano City. Ever since Tang Yin was severely injured last time, the couple was afraid of repeating the same mistake and did not dare to leave for too long. Even though Tang Yin was relatively safe in Tiando City on the continent. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's anxious expression, Tang Hao and Yin's eyelids twitched. They knew without guessing that something had happened to Tang Yin again. Zhu Zhuqing pointed in the direction of their home, speaking urgently. Home, there are assassins. The moment those 4 words left her mouth, Tang Hao and Yin vanished from the courtyard. Upon seeing Tang Hao disappear from the courtyard, Zhu Zhuqing did not hesitate and quickly retraced her steps. After suffering a heavy blow from the Hao Yin hammer, a figure was peeled away from the Black Shadow. It was an old man with gray hair and beard, hunched over, with deep wrinkles on his forehead, triangular eyes, and a hawk-like nose, looking extremely sinister. At this moment, he was clutching his chest, with traces of a blood arrow he had just spewed out in front of him. The crimson blood stained his goat-like beard, and his entire face twisted in agony. Yin's temper was gentle, but upon seeing the person who wanted to assassinate her son, her eyes widened in anger. Tang Hao descended step by step from the air, his powerful aura emanating with each step, causing the old man to feel his heart tremble. He glanced at Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing, realizing that this mission was doomed to fail. Gritting his teeth, he bit down on the poison hidden under his tongue, the deadly toxin entering his body. If all went well, in the blink of an eye, his heart would be corroded by the poison. However, Tang Yin instantly recognized that this strongest assassin wanted to commit suicide. How could he allow him to die? He still needed to extract some information from this person to verify his suspicions. Tang Yin was a reasonable person. Although he was 90% sure that Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing's matter was disclosed to the Star Luo Empire's royal family by Dai Mu Bai, evidence was necessary, and he could not just kill a prince of an empire based on assumptions. The fate pierced into the old man's body, precisely at the location of his heart. Tang Yin would not be kind enough to save the person who attempted to assassinate his partner. What fate was doing now was merely protecting the man's heart and important organs from being corroded by the deadly poison, keeping him alive. Thus, the poison continued to erode the old man's other body organs, causing him unbearable pain. He could have ended his life earlier, but was kept hanging on by Tang Yin. Even though he was a soul sage with mental strength far beyond ordinary people, enduring this torment of lingering between life and death was unbearable for anyone. The old man wailed, ferociously saying, "Kill me, kill me." Tang Yin watched quietly, merely using life energy to maintain the energy this old man needed at the moment. Yin and Tang Hao were also nearby, indifferent to the man's painful struggles. He deserved it. "Demon, you are a demon. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Don't torture me anymore, woo woo woo." After a few minutes, the original wails and curses turned into pleas, as the old man's will was easily shattered after undergoing a few minutes of torment, ultimately crying out for Tang Yin. Seeing that it was about time, Tang Yin squatted beside the old man, a warm smile on his face. "Grandpa, do you want to live?" "I don't want to. I don't want a young master. Give me a quick end." In the old man's eyes, Tang Yin's smile was more grotesque than the ugliest demon in the world. Every word Tang Yin spoke sounded to him like the whispers of a demon. "Oh." Tang Yin pretended to be curious. "Why don't you want to live?" "Actually, I can save you." Saying this, Tang Yin withdrew some life energy. The old man felt his heart corroded by the poison a little more. The pain was stronger than before, making his triangular eyes widen. "Grandpa, do you want to live?" Tang Yin tilted his head, innocently asking the man again. Think, save me, save me." The old man was almost driven mad by the torment. But what could he do? Now he was like a puppet manipulated by fate. With all the strings held tightly in Tang Yin's hands, he was powerless. Tang Yin knew he couldn't go too far, so he increased the output of fate energy. And the gentle life energy occupied a third of the old man's body, constantly repairing his organs, which had almost turned into black pus. The tingling sensation of new flesh growing made the old man's face flush. After being tormented, he felt like he was experiencing a long-awaited relief. He could no longer care about the pain in the other parts of his body. His brain told him to enjoy the partial treatment, forgetting about the other areas. Seeing the old man looking content, Tang Yin spoke in a tempting tone. "Grandpa, do you want to be completely healed?" The old man opened his eyes, without hesitation. Yes. Yes. He didn't want to die now. The earlier pain was too intense, and he didn't want to experience that again. Tang Yin stood up, clapped his hands, and began to question. "Tell me, who sent you?" "Wu Huan." Tang Yin was very spirited, making the old man shudder. In the end, the desire to live overcame his loyalty to the Star Luo Empire. Even though he was a death warrior nurtured by the Star Luo Empire, he changed his tune. The Star Luo Empire royal family. It was the Star Luo Emperor who personally sent me. "Why do you want to assassinate me?" The old man was so frightened that he quickly shook his head. No, I'm not here to assassinate you. The target this time is those two beside you." "Then why do you want to assassinate them?" "Because Emperor Xingluo feels that their existence brings shame to the Xingluo royal family, especially after learning that you are with them. Moreover, this assassination involves not only members of the Xingluo Empire royal family, but also people from the Duke of Yoming's household." Another Soul King was sent by the Duke of Yoming. The old man dared not conceal anything further. Since he had chosen to confess, he might as well reveal everything. Hearing that it was the Xingluo Empire royal family that wanted to assassinate them, Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing initially felt calm. But upon learning that there were also people from the Duke of Yoming involved, their hearts felt as if they were being pricked by countless needles, causing them pain. Zhu Zhiyun was somewhat better. Being older, she understood more about what the Duke of Yoming represented. It was a place that cultivated high-quality hosts for the Xingluo Empire. She felt extremely fortunate to have escaped that devil's den. After this assassination, her parents' kindness was completely severed at this moment. From now on, she, Zhu Zhiyun, only belonged to herself and to Tang Yin. Zhu Zhuqing was still young and did not understand so much. She only knew that her parents had abandoned her. Scenes from her childhood kept replaying in her mind, some blurry but beautiful memories intertwined with the harsh reality, causing her to cry uncontrollably. Zhu Zhiyun embraced her sister, softly comforting her. "It's okay, Zhuqing, you still have me, we still have our teacher, and also little Yin." When she spoke the last two words, her voice was very soft, afraid that Tang Hao and Yin would hear. But what were Tang Hao and Yin? They didn't mind Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing being Tang Yin's companions. After all, Tang Hao had already thought of this when he accepted them as disciples. Tang Yin noticed Zhu Zhuqing crying and felt quite displeased. "Last question, who told you that Zhu Zhuqing is with me?" The old man looked visibly stunned upon hearing this question. Tang Yin thought he was reluctant to sell out his master to save his life. So he began to reduce the output of his life energy. I really don't know. The old man panicked. His mind was incredibly clear at this moment. At that time, I received an order from the emperor of the Xingluo Empire. He asked me to lurk in the shadows of the assassination team, following the team to back up this mission. As for who leaked the information, I truly don't know. However, I did hear that the third prince is studying at the Tiando Royal Academy in the Tiando Empire. Tang Hao's gaze sharpened. He knew the third prince was Dai Mubai, a classmate of Tang San from Shrek Academy. However, he wouldn't trouble a young man in his 30s. What he needed to do now was to go to the Xingluo Empire and have a word with that emperor. Yin, I'm going out, Tang Hao said as he put away the Hao Yin hammer, his expression calm as water. He then told Tang Yin and the others, Little Yin, Zhu Yun, Zhu Qing, you all rest well. Tang Yin understood that Tang Hao was going to find trouble with the Xingluo Empire. After watching Tang Hao leave, Tang Yin's gaze fell on an inconspicuous corner. He felt puzzled but didn't discover anything. Unable to figure out for a moment, he decided not to think about it anymore. What he needed to do now was to comfort his Zhu Qing. The place was full of bloodstains and was no longer habitable. Yin suggested that Tang Yin and the others pack their things and stay with her. As for when to move back, they would have to wait for someone to clean up the place. Tang Hao's speed was incredibly fast, relying on the power of a tidal Dalu, traveling tens of thousands of miles in just one day. This was not Tang Hao's first time in Xingluo City. At that time, Tang Yin and the others had stayed in Xingluo City for quite a long time. After entering the city, Tang Hao looked at the towering royal city walls and the well-equipped guard knights without a hint of reverence, directly flying into the palace in front of them. The guards' reaction was very unusual. They showed no response when they saw an outsider intrude into the palace. Inside the palace, Tang Hao felt the strongest aura, which undoubtedly belonged to the emperor of the Xingluo Empire. Following the guidance of the aura, he arrived at the hall where the emperor was located. In the hall, the emperor of Xingluo sat calmly at a low table, 2 cups of tea placed on the desk. Upon seeing Tang Hao's arrival, he appeared very calm, as if he had already known Tang Hao was coming. Your Highness Hao Yin, please take a seat. Tang Hao did not know how the emperor knew he was coming, but he was not afraid. There were very few people in this world who could make him fearful. He walked straight to the emperor of Xingluo and sat down. Before Tang Hao could speak, the emperor of Xingluo preemptively said, I didn't know you had accepted those 2 young ladies from the Zhu family as disciples. That is my oversight. I will provide them with sufficient compensation. As for my third son, Dai Mubai, who leaked their whereabouts to you, as long as you do not harm his life or cripple his cultivation, you may deal with him as you wish. Tang Hao was somewhat surprised. The emperor of Xingluo in front of him was completely different from the one he knew. The emperor of Xingluo was proud and arrogant, considering himself the ruler of half the continent, relishing the worship of others. How could such a person make such a promise without surprising him? Since the emperor has said so, I should give you this face. In the future, I hope this kind of thing does not happen again. Seeing Tang Hao agree, the emperor of Xingluo quickly stood up and bowed. You are right, Your Highness, I will certainly ensure that. Tang Hao left the Xingluo imperial palace with doubts in his heart. Long after Tang Hao had left, the emperor of Xingluo carefully expanded his spiritual awareness. And after confirming that Tang Hao had departed, he let out a long sigh of relief. The humble demeanor fell away from him. At this moment, he seemed to become the lofty emperor once again. None of this was voluntary for him. If it were only Tang Hao, he would say anything to have a go at this so-called youngest title Douluo on the continent. After becoming a title Douluo, he had not engaged in a battle of this level even once. He wanted to test the combined skill of his martial soul with the Empress and see what kind of power it could unleash. However, he could not afford to offend 2 title Douluos at the same time, especially the one before Tang Hao, remembering that terrifying aura. The previously restored kingly aura of the Emperor of Xingluo shuddered, instantly turning into a cowardly demeanor. Tang Hao only discovered one strong presence, because the Empress, as a soul, Dalu, was lying in bed recovering from injuries. Chapter 168. Conclusion. In the days following Tang Hao's departure, Tang Yin temporarily refrained from seeking trouble with Dai Mubai. After his anger subsided, Tang Yin calmed down. He decided to wait for Tang Hao to return before confronting Dai Mubai. If he killed Dai Mubai in a fit of rage, what awaited him and Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing would be the endless revenge of the Xingluo Empire. What does it matter if he is Tang Hao's son? Hao Yi and Dalu will eventually not be around one day, right? On the first night after Tang Hao left, Tang Yin, Zhu Zhuyin, and Zhu Zhuqing rested in the room of a Yin's residence. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing in low spirits, Tang Yin comforted her the entire night. Zhu Jian also knew her sister was very sad, so she directly went to sleep with Yin that night. In the early stages, Tang Yin managed to soothe Zhu Zhuqing's emotions with his silver tongue, but later, Zhu Zhuqing started crying again. The next day, the three of them returned to their usual lives, and the assassination from the previous day did not affect them at all. Their daily routine of going between the academy and home continued, and Tang Yin awaited Tang Hao's return. After hearing Tang Hao briefly recount his experiences in the Star Luo Palace, he expressed his inner worries. The behavior of the Star Luo Emperor is too abnormal. I suspect there is a person who scares him and arrived at the Star Luo Palace before I did. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin fell into deep thought. He recalled the fleeting breath he sensed that day, and it was hard for him not to connect the two. He wondered if he had inadvertently offended some powerful figure, and who could be lurking in the shadows watching him. A figure powerful enough to instill fear in the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire. A stunning silhouette flashed through Tang Yin's mind, and just as he wanted to dismiss the thought, rationality told him that only her identity fit everything. How could an ordinary title Douluo make the Star Luo Emperor so wary? Only high-ranking figures from the three great sects and the Spirit Hall could achieve such a level of influence. The only person Tang Yin could think of, the only one he had interacted with, was the current Pope, Bibi Dong. Although he was reluctant to mention this memory, he did not understand why Bibi Dong had been secretly watching him all along. The love of the past had turned into the most bitter hatred under a single strike. Yet over time, it had faded like smoke. Clearly, he had been so resolute back then, but why did she come looking for him, even secretly helping him deal with this trouble? Tang Yi knew that Bibi Dong must have noticed his close relationship with Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing. Given that it had come to this, why would she still help him? Tang Yin was confused, and when he looked up, he happened to catch the concerned gaze of Yin. Tang Yin had already outgrown Yin, and she had to look up to meet his eyes. As she reached out to stroke his white hair, she lovingly said, "All right, Xiao Yin, you should have enough understanding of this matter. Tomorrow, go find that Dai Mu Bai. As for that mysterious person, if you can't figure out, then don't think about it." Yin immediately saw that Tang Yin had guessed that the person in the shadows was Bibi Dong. However, what Yin couldn't understand was how Tang Yin had deduced it. After all, Yin and Tang Hao, who were present that day, had not detected Bibi Dong's presence at all. The reason Tang Yin could pick up on it was not only due to his Xieji eye, but also because of the 3 years he had spent in the Rakshasa secret realm. Bibi Dong's ability to conceal herself to such an extent was achieved through the Rakshasa divine nature. This energy, which was a level above soul power, could naturally block any detection by titled Douluos. If Tang Yin had not broken through to Soul King, he also would not have sensed Bibi Dong's existence, even with the Xieji eye. All right then, Tang Yin decided not to dwell on it further, as getting too involved would only hurt himself. Upon returning home, Tang Yin embraced Zhu Zhuyan, who was standing at the door, and remained silent for a long time. Zhu Zhuyan seemed to sense that Tang Yin was troubled, but she did not ask. She simply hugged his head instead, and the two quietly leaned against each other. They spent the night without speaking. The next day, Tang Yin got up early, and, just like that day, he saw Zhu Zhuqing's little head poking out from her room. Zhu Zhuqing looked like she had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Tang Yin come out, she asked, "Brother-in-law, are you going to the Tiando Royal Academy?" Tang Yin looked into Zhu Zhuqing's calm eyes and nodded silently. "Can I come along this time? This matter started because of me, so I should be the one to end it." Zhu Zhuqing's tone was very determined. With the comfort of Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyan, she had stepped out of the reality of being abandoned by her parents, which made her rely even more on Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyan. When she was alone, she always felt an invisible force binding her, making her feel very uncomfortable. In recent days, she had thought a lot, including wanting to personally understand her relationship with Dai Mu Bai. Only by doing so could she let go of everything and be with Tang Yin. Tang Yin did not refuse Zhu Zhuqing's request. He knew that although Zhu Zhuqing would not go against his wishes, refusing her would only make her more upset. Approaching Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yin pinched her delicate face and smiled. "Of course, but don't come crying to me if you can't win." Zhu Zhuqing's fair face flushed with a layer of crimson as she softly replied, "How could I possibly lose? I'm a soul zone now. My Zhuqing is the best." Tang Yin released Zhu Zhuqing's face and gave a kiss. Zhu Zhuqing retaliated playfully, and in their affectionate moment, they did not notice Zhu Zhuyan leaning against the door. It was Zhu Zhuqing, facing Zhu Zhuyan, who noticed first. She was about to struggle, but then saw Zhu Zhuyan put her finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture, before turning back to her room. With a smile of an ant watching the two, Zhu Zhuqing sighed in relief as Zhu Zhuyan left. She wrapped her arms around Tang Yin's neck in response. By the time Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing left, it was already a quarter of an hour later. In fact, they had finished just 5 minutes ago. However, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be just like her appearance. Fluid and graceful, like a stream in a deep forest, with silver threads hanging from the branches. It was indeed necessary to change into a new set of clothes before going out. Tang Hao looked at the two with a blank expression. As a title Dalu, he wouldn't be bored enough to use his spiritual sense to spy on his son and daughter-in-law kissing in the house. Shameless. Let's go. Tang Hao said little and turned to leave. Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing followed behind, not engaging in any intimate actions, acting just like two well-behaved children. Chapter 169. Pli Dai Mubai had been living quite well these past few days. Ever since Tang Yin crushed his wrist bone last time, he had been harboring a grudge. But with his mediocre skills, he did not dare to seek revenge on the spot. Betrayed by his fiancée, Yi, insulted by his brother's brother, and filled with impotent rage due to his low strength, the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai, who was known for spending lavishly in the Tiando Empire, had his face wiped clean of dignity. His feelings that day were no less than those of Tang San. Fortunately, like Tang San, he soon emerged from his inner gloom. Shortly after that day, the people from the Star Luo Empire came, as usual, to provide living expenses for this prince who was stranded in a foreign land. The Star Luo Empire always emphasized a culture of wolf-like ferocity, scoffing at Dai Mubai's behavior of avoidance. If it weren't for the fact that the Star Luo Empire did not want their prince to fall into destitution and become a beggar, thereby losing face for the royal family, they would not have cared about Dai Mubai's life or death. After receiving a black card with a consumption limit of 10,000 gold soul coins from a messenger, Dai Mubai informed him that Zhu Zhuqing was still alive. The person who delivered money to Dai Mubai was also a loyal servant of the Star Luo Empire royal family, and after learning this news, he did not dare to delay, promptly returning to report. As for why he didn't go himself, well, he was already delivering money to his young master. How high could his cultivation level be? The person quickly returned to the Xinglua imperial city and informed the Xinglua emperor that Zhu Zhuqing was still alive. Upon learning this, the Xinglua emperor did not immediately react. Cautious as he was, he sent a soul master skilled in stealth and agility to investigate the matter, with the intention of bringing Zhu Zhuqing back if the opportunity arose. This person soon returned, and the news he brought ignited the last bit of the Xinglua emperor's fury. Not only was Zhu Zhuqing alive, but Zhu Zhuyuan was also alive. They were not only alive, but had also gotten involved with a young man. The Xinglua emperor had initially thought to casually send someone to resolve the matter, especially since his own son had led the way in fleeing. How could he ask the girls from the Zhu family to continue competing for the throne? Fleeing was not a big deal, but Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan were not just fleeing, they were involved with other men, bringing shame to the Xinglua royal family. This was not only slapping the Xinglua emperor's face, but also insulting the entire Xinglua royal family. The Xinglua emperor summoned Duke Yuming, who was the biological father of Zhu Zhuyuan and Zhu Zhuqing. The moment Duke Yuming entered the hall, the pressure from the title Dalu made this high-ranking duke feel terrified. He glanced at the Xinglua emperor's calm and expressionless face, and his heart sank further. As the current Duke Yuming and head of the Yuming Zhu family, he knew this Xinglua emperor, who was about the same age as him, quite well. The current Xinglua emperor was very angry. Under pressure, Duke Yuming knelt down not far from the Xinglua emperor, bowing his head to the ground for a long time, and spoke with utmost respect. "I pay my respects to the great and invincible emperor, your majesty." The Xinglua emperor sneered. "Hualuo, you have given birth to 2 good daughters." Hualuo was the name of Duke Yuming. Only in private settings would the Xinglua emperor refer to Zhu Hualuo in this way, to highlight their friendship over the years. But now, the name Hualuo made Duke Yuming's heart tremble. "I have sinned." Zhu Hualuo was also a clever man, from just a few words. He guessed that the Xinglua emperor's anger today must be related to his 2 daughters who had died in the beast tide. "You are not guilty. I even want to congratulate you. Your 2 daughters are still alive, living well, and will soon bring you a son-in-law." Duke Zhu Hualuo, lying on the ground, was already drenched in cold sweat, and the white silk lining close to his body could squeeze out water. After all, having held a high position for many years, Zhu Hualuo quickly made the right decision. "Your Majesty, I am willing to take people and personally end the lives of those 2 rebellious daughters." The Xinglua emperor looked at Zhu Hualuo, who had been bowing for a long time, with satisfaction. This time, he had summoned Duke Yuming, not only out of anger, but also to give the Zhu family a warning. The Dai family could not do without the Zhu family. But the Xingluo emperor wanted to make the Yuming Zhu family know who the true ruler was. Seeing Zhu Hualuo's attitude, the Xingluo emperor was very pleased. But he would not really let Zhu Hualuo go to the Tiando Empire to kill his two daughters. Not to mention the political impact of appearing as a senior official of the Xingluo Empire in the capital of the Tiando Empire, having subordinates kill relatives to prove loyalty. Could he still feel at ease using them? Thunder and rain, all are the grace of heaven. Hualuo, I have already arranged this matter. You could just pick a soul king from the assassins you raised in the Zhu family to follow. I understand. After Dai Mubai learned that the assassination team had arrived in Tiando City, his mood improved significantly. He had not focused on his cultivation much these days, spending all his time entangled with the pair of sisters he had brought from Suotawa City, engaging in indescribable activities among the three of them. Dai Mubai looked at the sisters sleeping on the soft big bed, a wicked smile curving at the corners of his mouth. The white tiger martial soul had given him an extremely strong physique, significantly enhancing certain functions. Today was the day to return to the academy for training. Although he had indulged excessively, he was still very attentive to the matters of the battle team. He reached out and gave a firm slap on the peach-like body of one of the sisters, producing a crisp sound that caused the sleeping girl to let out a soft moan. Dai Mubai paid no mind. After getting up and showering, he left directly. By the time he returned to the Tiando Royal Academy, it was already 8 in the morning, just in time for the training session. As usual, Tang San and Xiao Wu were entangled together, still in their brother-sister mood. Oscar was surrounding Ning Rongrong, looking like a devoted admirer, seeing Ma Hongjun panting heavily. Dai Mubai could tell that this fat guy had gone to the city to deal with the evil fire issues of his martial soul again. Ma Hongjun's 3 cuts from Tang San had consumed his Phoenix Chicken-Crown sunflower, and at this timeline, he would probably be tormented by this incredibly torturous evil fire for a lifetime. Seeing that Dai Mubai had just returned, Ma Hongjun's chubby face broke into a lewd smile. Boss Dai, have you and those twin sisters tried any new positions? Let me tell you, this time, Ma Hongjun began to share with his big brother the new experiences he had tried in a brothel in Tiando City. Until the master arrived. Everyone on the scene stopped talking and lined up with serious expressions to look at Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes swept over the crowd, finally lingering on Tang San for a moment, revealing a hint of satisfied appreciation. After cultivating his second martial soul, this disciple of his had become much more confident, especially after successfully adding a 10,000-year soul ring to his second martial soul. Tang San's soul power had once again broken through. Yu Xiaojiang estimated that when Tang San added the third 10,000-year soul ring to his second martial soul, his cultivation might reach the Soul King level. At that time, even Tang Yin would find it very troublesome when facing Tang San. The cultivation method for twin martial souls given by Bibi Dong in the bamboo tube had no hint of secrecy. It included how to overcome the mutual exclusion issue of twin martial souls and techniques for seamless switching between the two martial souls. All the knowledge Yu Xiaojiang imparted to Tang San. If it weren't for seeing Tang San's broken Dao heart, Yu Xiaojiang would not have allowed Tang San to cultivate his second martial soul so early. Everyone is here. Let's start today's training. Dai. Yu Xiaojiang was just about to assign today's training tasks when 3 figures appeared in the sight of Shrek's group. When Dai Mubai saw who had arrived, he trembled like a leaf. No way. Dai Mubai had left a backup plan. He only mentioned that Zhu Zhuqing was still alive, but he did not disclose the situation between her and Tang Yin. As for the decisions made by his father after investigating, it had nothing to do with him. Dai Mubai, although he thought this way, facing a titled Dalu, he felt like a docile little kitten. He just didn't know that his father had already sold him out for self-preservation. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Yin were manageable, but the middle-aged man beside them, Dai Mubai had seen before. Who else could it be but the Hao Hian Douluo? When Yu Xiaojiang saw Tang Hao arriving with Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing, he had 1,000 doubts in his heart. If Tang Hao had come alone, Yu Xiaojiang would not have been surprised, but Yu Xiaojiang quickly realized the purpose of Tang Hao and the others' visit. Ma Hongjun looked at Dai Mubai, who was trembling and had a pale face beside him, and quietly asked, Boss Dai, did you overdo it last night and exhaust yourself? Before Dai Mubai could respond, an invisible force pulled him out of the group, causing him to lose his balance and kneel directly in front of Tang Hao. The sudden scene shocked everyone present. Your Majesty, the Haotian crown. Dad. The voices of Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San sounded simultaneously. Tang Hao glanced at them, but showed no intention of letting Dai Mubai rise. His voice was not loud, but everyone on the scene could hear it clearly. Dai Mubai, it was you who made your father send someone to kill my son and daughter-in-law, right? Upon hearing this, the attendees were shocked again. Dai Mubai hurriedly shook his head in denial. No, it wasn't me. I really didn't. I've already visited your father in the Douluo Palace, and he told me. I didn't come here to listen to your excuses. Hearing this, Dai Mubai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He could tell that it was his father who had sold him out to the Haotian Douluo before him. Realizing that he couldn't escape this calamity today, Dai Mubai slumped to the ground, waiting for his final judgment. A cold voice rang in his ear. Dai Mubai, our matter shouldn't involve Xiao Yin and the others. Let's settle this today. If you could defeat me, I, Zhu Zhuqing, will definitely commit suicide to preserve your reputation. If you lose, then you can go back to the Douluo Palace and wait for your elder brother to take care of you. Chapter 170. Zhu Zhuqing vs. Dai Mubai, Part 1. Xiao Yin. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing refer to Tang Yin, Dai Mubai's inner fear and panic gradually filled with anger, and a sinister expression appeared on his face. He seemed to forget that there was still a titled Dalu beside Zhu Zhuqing. Fortunately, at this moment, both Tang Hao and Tang Yin's attention were on Zhu Zhuqing. No, Tang Yin directly rejected Zhu Zhuqing's proposal, even though Zhu Zhuqing looked serious. Tang Yin would not allow Zhu Zhuqing to take such a risk. Not to mention, they didn't know Dai Mubai's strength. Even if they learned that Zhu Zhuqing had a 90% chance of defeating Dai Mubai, Tang Yin still wouldn't let Zhu Zhuqing fulfill such a bet. In Tang Yin's heart, Dai Mubai was not qualified to gamble with his Zhuqing's life. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Yin's face, which showed a hint of anger. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she held back. She did this to cut off all ties and be with Tang Yin, not to create a rift between them because of this matter. Dai Mubai seemed to seize this opportunity like a hungry dog excited by the smell of food. All right, I accept. Zhu Zhuqing, you must not go back on your word. He knew that he could no longer have Zhu Zhuqing anyway, since he couldn't have her. Her committing suicide had nothing to do with him, Dai Mubai. As for losing, what a joke. 3 years ago, when Dai Mubai had just escaped, Zhu Zhuqing was only a rank 20 Great Soul Master. In 3 years, her soul power couldn't possibly surpass his, right? Dai Mubai thought this way and believed that Zhu Zhuqing was just being impulsive. In these 3 years, although Dai Mubai did not cultivate as diligently as in the original story, his talent was there. Even if he spent every night in revelry, his soul power still reached level 39, just a step away from the soul sec level. At this moment, Tang Hao finally spoke. Forget the bet. But Zhuqing can have a match with Dai Mubai. When the titled Dalu spoke, the imposing presence froze the smug expression on Dai Mubai's face. Seeing Dai Mubai's dazed expression, Tang Hao's tone remained calm. If you win, this matter will be over. But if you lose, be prepared to accept punishment. Tang Hao did not specify what the punishment for failure would be, which added considerable psychological pressure on Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing looked aggrieved and turned her gaze to Tang Yin beside her. Tang Yin nodded, his tone becoming gentle as usual. Zhuqing, do your best, safety first. His hand passed through Zhu Zhuqing's smooth hair, and his warm palm rested on her head, bringing her immense security. Tang Yin had already decided that as long as Dai Mubai dared to hurt Zhu Zhuqing, he wouldn't care about the competition rules. Dai Mubai saw that Tang Hao had set the rules, and as the weaker party, he could only comply. Although what he could gain from the match had changed, he believed he could live well regardless of the outcome. Your Majesty, what you said is true. Dai Mubai still bowed and asked Tang Hao. Tang Hao didn't even look at him and said, I wouldn't stoop so low as to lose credibility because of you. With this statement, it undoubtedly provided another layer of guarantee for his personal safety. Dai Mubai felt no humiliation for being looked down upon by Tang Hao. Instead, he secretly rejoiced, thinking this storm would probably pass soon. The competition venue was naturally the training grounds of Shrek Academy. Master, is it alright if we take a little time from your training? Yu Xiaojiang, upon hearing Tang Hao's voice, seemed to wake from a dream. Okay. As an outsider, he felt it was inappropriate to interfere. Shrek Academy was protective of its own, and Dai Mubai was also their student. But when the other party was an unbeatable titled Dalu, no one stood up. Tang Xin understood what was going on. He knew that it was wrong for Dai Mubai to do this, but he still didn't want his father to hurt Dai Mubai. The elite competition of the advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent was about to begin, and every day of practice was crucial. If Dai Mubai got injured now, how could Shrek achieve good results? In Tang San's heart, he always felt like a part of Shrek Academy and had no sense of belonging to the Tiando Royal Academy. Seeing that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had taken their positions, Tang San decided to plead for his boss later. Tang San also did not believe that Dai Mubai would lose this match. 2 years ago, he had practiced with Zhu Zhuqing, who at that time was merely a great soul master. Even with the celestial grass, her soul power. Thinking of this, Tang San's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but sweat for Dai Mubai. He, who had consumed the celestial grass, knew its effects. That kind of miraculous transformation was beyond description. He didn't believe that Tang Yin wouldn't prepare celestial grass for those around him. After Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai took their positions, neither of them said much, but simultaneously summoned their respective martial souls. Dai Mubai stepped firmly with his right foot, and his whole body suddenly burst into a pale light. His muscles swelled dramatically, and the attire of the Tiando Royal Academy was clearly designed considering the changes in the bodies of beast martial soul students. So his clothes were only stretched, but did not burst. Dai Mubai's golden hair instantly turned black and white, with white being the dominant color. A king-shaped pattern appeared on his forehead, and his hands grew twice as large, covered in white fur, with short, claw-like daggers protruding from his palms, reaching 8 inches long. His eyes turned into deep, dark blue with 4 pupils. Behind him, a phantom of a white tiger lurked menacingly, exuding the aura of the king of the forest. 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, silently revolved beneath his feet, and the combination was enough to take one's breath away. Zhu Zhuqing's face was as cold as frost as her nethercat martial soul simultaneously manifested. The agile shadow of the black spirit cat circled behind her, emanating a deadly allure. 3 yellow and purple soul rings rose from beneath her feet, their might no less than that of Dai Mubai. How is this possible? Dai Mubai, who had initially appeared calm and composed, was struck like a bolt of lightning upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing. Like him, was a soul master of the soul sovereign rank, and her aura was equally formidable. He could hardly believe what was unfolding before his eyes. There are differences even among soul sovereigns. A newly ascended soul master would still feel suppressed when encountering a higher-ranked soul sovereign, albeit to varying degrees. But from Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai felt no hint of suppression. This meant that Zhu Zhuqing's soul power was on par with his own. How could Dai Mubai accept this? There was a full 3-year age gap between him and Zhu Zhuqing. 3 years might not mean much to high-ranking soul masters, but they were still only soul sovereigns. Chapter 171, Zhu Zhuqing versus Dai Mubai, Part 2. So what if she is a soul sovereign? At the same rank, I won't be afraid of you. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, rallying himself. In his understanding, his white tiger martial soul was of a higher quality than the nethercat martial soul. Otherwise, the royal family of the Star Luo Empire would be the Nether Zhu family, not the Dai family. The most important martial soul fusion techniques of the two families were mostly led by the white tiger side. After a brief moment of panic, Dai Mubai quickly adjusted his mentality, taking only a fleeting thought. But in that instant, Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity. Tang Hao's training of the Zhu sisters. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun was no child's play. He had imparted everything without holding back, including battlefield control. Despite Zhu Zhuqing usually being as docile as a little cat around Tang Yin when facing an enemy, her sharp claws could easily tear through their skin and crush their hearts. In Dai Mubai's line of sight, Zhu Zhuqing's figure flickered and disappeared from view, leaving no trace. His understanding of the nethercat martial soul was no less than that of the white tiger martial soul. He was familiar with its characteristics and previous soul skills. The nethercat martial soul at the same level exhibited tremendous, explosive power, and the correct approach when it vanished into darkness was the third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai unleashed his strongest third soul skill. His muscles swelled once again, and the high-quality outfit of the Tiando Royal Academy could hardly bear the strain, making a tearing sound as it transformed into multiple bags. Black stripes appeared on his exposed skin, and for the next half-hour of transformation, his resistance to abnormal states, as well as his attack power, defense, and strength, all doubled. This was an incredibly powerful amplification-type soul skill. As expected, just as Dai Mubai activated his third soul skill, Zhu Zhuqing's figure emerged from the shadows. Her raised claws glinted with a cold, harsh light under the illumination, and the first soul ring beneath her feet provided her with speed and attack power. When her black claws made contact with Dai Mubai's black skin, sparks flew between them. Zhu Zhuqing, not wanting to linger in battle, attempted to leverage her speed advantage to withdraw and vanish into the darkness. However, with the boost from White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, Dai Mubai would not let her escape so easily. He shouted, regardless of whether her claws were sharp or not, and directly extended his tiger paw to firmly grasp them. Dai Mubai's speed at this moment was no less than Zhu Zhuqing's. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze sharpened as she quickly devised a countermeasure. She exerted force through her legs and leaped into the air. At the same time, her second soul ring glimmered. The second soul skill, Netherclaw, utilizing her body's rapid rotation and the sharp penetrating attack of her claws. She unleashed over 100 strikes at the same position on her enemy in a very short time, with incredible speed and destructive power. It was an extremely powerful close-range, single-target attack skill. As Zhu Zhuqing's body hovered in midair, she began to spin rapidly, her claws aimed precisely at Dai Mubai's chest. The force from her high-speed rotation pushed back Dai Mubai's hand that was reaching for her claws. Feeling the unbearable pressure on his chest, Dai Mubai dared not resist. Faced with Zhu Zhuqing, who was so close, he could only unleash his second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiance Wave. Seeing Dai Mubai spitting out a milky white ball of light, Zhu Zhuqing, unwilling to remain in battle, used the momentum from her rapid rotation to dodge the White Tiger's Radiance Wave from the side and once again vanished into the darkness. Dai Mubai looked at the slightly scorched fur on his chest, feeling a faint sting emanating from that area, realizing that Zhu Zhuqing's strike had indeed injured him. Netherclaw was not as simple as it appeared. After activating Netherclaw, any attack launched by the Nethercat would carry a piercing effect. As long as a wound was left on the opponent, even if it wasn't deep, their soul power would seep in and wreak havoc on the opponent's meridians. Dai Mubai could clearly sense that the meridians in that area were already damaged. Fortunately, he had activated White Tiger's Diamond Transformation in advance. Otherwise, he would have already been defeated by Zhu Zhuqing in that very exchange. Dai Mubai did not want to lose this match, not only because winning would keep him safe, but he also wanted to prove to Zhu Zhuqing that he, Dai Mubai, was not someone she could humiliate. With a comprehensive amplification from White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, Dai Mubai lowered his center of gravity, crawling on the ground with his eyes slightly closed. Tang San, observing from below, felt puzzled and asked Yu Xiaojing beside him, "Teacher, what is Dai Mubai doing?" Tang San had always placed himself in Dai Mubai's perspective. If he were in Dai Mubai's position, he would also be at a significant disadvantage. He couldn't keep using soul skills to cover the entire area in search of Zhu Zhuqing's whereabouts. Yu Xiaojing, seeing his disciple's question, nodded with satisfaction. Xiao San, Mubai's White Tiger and Zhu Zhuqing's Nethercat are both top-tier martial souls, and they possess martial soul fusion techniques. Therefore, there are many commonalities between them. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. The 5 words Tang San once again. Although Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had not trained a martial soul fusion technique together, the resonance between their martial souls still existed. With the activation of White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, Mubai's sensing ability was doubled compared to usual, and he intended to use this to locate Zhu Zhuqing's position. On the other side, Tang Hao, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Zhu Qing is going to lose. Tang Yin's expression grew serious, as he also noticed some clues. The White Tiger martial soul was ultimately stronger than the Nethercat, even though Zhu Zhuqing had consumed an immortal herb. "I found you." The golden light in Dai Mubai's eyes burst forth as he charged like a fierce tiger down the mountain, pouncing towards a specific spot. In the darkness, Zhu Zhuqing sensed that she had been locked onto and realized it was too late to evade. Faced with the charging Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing decided to confront him head-on. Her only purple soul ring lit up, and her aura soared once more. She brought her hands together above her head, and the claws on her 10 fingers rapidly fused into a long blade about a foot in length, condensing into a black light blade after infusing it with soul power. The 3rd soul skill, Nether Slash. Dai Mubai grinned wickedly, having anticipated that Zhu Zhuqing would use such a move. As he pounced towards Zhu Zhuqing, his 1st soul skill activated simultaneously. The 1st soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. Seeing the white halo illuminating Dai Mubai's body, Zhu Zhuqing felt a chill in her heart. But her eyes were filled with determination. She also did not want to lose this match. She wanted to personally sever the damn shackles that had been placed upon her. The clash of the sharp blade and tiger claw created a huge explosion of energy, causing light and dust to rise, obscuring the outcome of the battle. Chapter 172. Zhu Zhuqing's strange attributes. All the members of Shrek Academy focused their gaze on the center of the swirling dust, looking up in anticipation to see who the final victor would be. When the light faded and the dust cleared, the scene on the stage came into view. On the stage, in addition to Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, there was an additional figure. Dai Mubai's outstretched right hand was firmly grasped by Tang Yin, the sharp tiger claw slicing through Tang Yin's palm, blood continuously oozing from his fingers, gathering into streams along the gaps between his bones. In Tang Yin's arms, Zhu Zhuqing was still in a somewhat dazed state. She remembered that just moments ago, when she was clashing head-on with Dai Mubai using her third soul skill, Nether Slash. The purple nether blade had briefly stalled when it collided with Dai Mubai's white tiger barrier. The Nether Slash came from a 1,000-year-old spirit beast, and it was not something that a first soul skill could completely withstand. However, that momentary block was enough for Dai Mubai to turn the tide of the battle. In Zhu Zhuqing's line of sight, Dai Mubai's massive tiger paw was aimed directly at her defenseless chest, and while executing Nether Slash, she was unable to take any countermeasures. Dai Mubai understood the Nether Spirit Cat martial soul too well. As soon as he saw Zhu Zhuqing use Nether Slash, he knew he had already won this match. He also remembered that the Haotian Douluo had said to win the match, but did not say that he could not harm Zhu Zhuqing in the process. Dai Mubai was more than willing to use this match to teach this woman, who was unaware of her own limits, a lesson. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was somewhat despondent because she knew what she was about to face. Not only had she lost this match, but what she found even more unbearable was that her body was going to be touched by Dai Mubai's filthy hand. Tang Yin could no longer sit still. After being reminded by Tang Hao, he prepared to intervene. Dai Mubai's tiger paw was blocked by an invisible force, and Tang Yin, endowed with the speed from his fourth soul skill, quickly reached Zhu Zhuqing's side, wrapping her delicate and full body in his embrace. Though strong, eternity is fleeting. After rescuing Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai's tiger paw lunged forward again. In a moment of urgency, Tang Yin could only use his hand to block. Zhu Zhuqing felt the warmth coming from Tang Yin's chest, and the familiar aura and solid arm provided her with the greatest sense of security. When she saw blood oozing from Tang Yin's palm, it felt as if her heart was pierced by something. She felt guilty. If it weren't for her arrogance and rashness, Tang Yin wouldn't have been injured. A layer of mist formed in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, but she knew this was not the time to cry. Dai Mubai, looking at the suddenly appearing Tang Yin, was first stunned, then an unnamed anger surged within him. He was on the verge of winning, and he wanted to teach that traitorous woman a harsh lesson, but just as he was about to succeed, Tang Yin had blocked him, causing his efforts to go to waste, which made him furious. Seeing the tiger claw deeply embedded in Tang Yin's palm, Dai Mubai disregarded Tang Hao below, under his control. The tiger paw began to exert force. Zhu Zhuqing, in Tang Yin's arms, could clearly hear the sound of the tiger paw tearing through flesh, and bright red blood began to flow out again, constantly stimulating Zhu Zhuqing's vision. The crimson blood spread in Zhu Zhuqing's lively eyes, her gaze turning blood red, as if she wanted to imprint this moment deeply in her mind. It's okay. Tang Yin felt Zhu Zhuqing's intense emotions and gently comforted her, not taking Dai Mubai's little trick seriously. The vigorous life energy within him began to gather at his palm, and the deep soul power surged towards his hand. A hint of panic appeared on Dai Mubai's delighted face. He had already sensed that something was wrong, but it was too late. When he tried to withdraw his paw, he found he couldn't pull it back no matter what. The short tiger claws were firmly trapped, and when he looked up, he saw Tang Yin's calm and expressionless face. I've already won. What are you going to do? Dai Mubai was already a bit scared. The memory of having his hand bones easily crushed by Tang Yin resurfaced, and that heart-wrenching pain was still fresh in his mind. As Tang Yin exerted force, with a few cracking sounds, the tiger claws embedded in Tang Yin's palm were forcibly broken, and with a surge of strength, he threw the 5 tiger claws aside like trash. This time, the pain was much less than before. Dai Mubai merely flexed his fingers, finding it bearable. You've won. After leaving this sentence, Tang Yin took Zhu Zhuqing and walked toward the audience. As they were leaving, Tang Yin gestured to Tang San, then walked straight away. Tang Hao did not continue to pay attention to Dai Mubai on the stage. He approached Tang San and patted him on the shoulder with his heavy hand. Train well. And also, stay away from that guy named Dai Mubai. Tang San was initially very happy to see Tang Hao coming towards him, but when he heard what Tang Hao said, his smile froze on his face. Tang Hao did not lower his voice. His words reached the ears of everyone present from Shrek Academy. Tang San lowered his head, not daring to meet Tang Hao's gaze. Why? Deeply influenced by the idea of respecting teachers and valuing the way, Tang San held filial piety in high regard, and he did not dare to defy Tang Hao's decision. However, he also valued righteousness equally. Dai Mubai was his sworn brother, and Tang San believed he understood him better than Tang Hao did. Tang San thought that Daimú Bai was just a bit upset because his brother Tang Yin had taken his fiancée, leading to some incorrect choices, and that was all. He did not want to sever ties with such a loyal and good big brother due to this. Tang Hao looked at Tang San, who was bowing his head, and he knew that this could be seen as a rejection. After staring at his son for a long time, Tang Hao finally said, "You are already grown up. You should have your own judgment." After saying this, Tang Hao turned and left. A sheltered chick cannot grow strong. Tang Hao decided to let Tang San recognize the people around him on his own. As for Tang Yin was a Yin's treasure, and A Yin was Tang Hao's forbidden love. This principle naturally did not apply to Tang Yin. Seeing Tang Hao's departing back, Tang San then approached Daimú Bai. Daimú Bai had also heard Tang Hao's advice to Tang San, and he felt somewhat downcast. Those words were undoubtedly a huge blow to him. Looking at the shadow appearing before him, Daimú Bai did not look up. Little San I. Tang San placed his hand on Daimú Bai's shoulder. His tone firm. "Dai boss, you will always be my boss." Daimú Bai looked up and saw Tang San's determined expression. His heart warmed, recognizing Tang San as such a brother, even though his relationship with Tang San's biological brother had become extremely cold. Yu Xiaojiang felt a tightness in his heart. Tang Hao's words were undoubtedly a huge blow to the Shrek Academy team. What Tang Hao said could be described as a heart-wrenching attack, directly splitting the team in front of him as the head coach. Fortunately, his good disciple was able to distinguish right from wrong and maintain the team's unity in the most correct way. This small disturbance might even make their team more united. However, he felt a bit regretful that Tang Yin's brief display of skill made his heart itch even more. How great it would be if he could be used for my purposes. Yu Xiaojiang sighed deeply and began to organize today's training. Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing were walking back. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a bit down, kept her head down and remained silent for a long time. Tang Yin knew that any comforting words were useless now. Perhaps silent companionship was the best choice. They walked all the way to the foot of the mountain before Zhu Zhuqing's weak voice finally came from beside him. "I'm sorry." The 3 words, as faint as a mosquito's buzz, carried a hint of a sob, evoking pity. Seeing that there was no response, Zhu Zhuqing quietly said again, "I'm sorry." Tang Yin still did not answer. Only then did Zhu Zhuqing stop, reaching out her small hand to grab the corner of Tang Yin's clothes. She lifted her head, her slightly swollen eyes meeting Tang Yin's somewhat serious face. She had just seen that expression, and the tears that had been swirling in her eyes finally fell. "Woo. I was wrong." Unable to withstand Tang Yin's accusatory gaze, Zhu Zhuqing threw herself into his arms and cried loudly. Once Zhu Zhuqing's cries had subsided, Tang Yin finally spoke. "Don't do foolish things like that again." He held back the words of blame. He was still afraid, thinking about the bet Zhu Zhuqing had proposed at the beginning. If she had really lost and committed suicide in front of him, how would he face himself and the Zhu Zhuqing at home? Zhu Zhuqing's tears flowed freely as she raised her tear-streaked face. Looking pitifully at Tang Yin, "I lost the match and didn't teach him a lesson. Aren't you angry? Actually, losing this time doesn't matter. You're only in your teens, and being able to compete like that with Daimú Bai is already pretty good. There's still a chance to meet him in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Losing once isn't a big deal. You can win it back next time." After saying comforting words, Tang Yin's tone became serious again. "Angry? Of course I'm angry." As he spoke, Tang Yin pulled Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace and slapped a certain spot hard. The astonishing elasticity transmitted from his fingers, causing Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks to visibly flush with a tempting red. Tang Yin did not stop there. He raised his palm again and lightly, but firmly, landed on the same spot. In his arms, Zhu Zhuqing let out a brief, hurried whimper, but she did not dare to defy Tang Yin and could only silently endure. After a few more slaps, Tang Yin looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was hanging her head in silence, and then said with satisfaction, "From now on, don't use your life as a bet. If I find out again the next time, I'll pull down your pants and spank you." After saying this, Tang Yin prepared to leave with Zhu Zhuqing. But just as he stepped out with one foot, something unusual came from the person in his arms. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her small face, and at that moment, the blush on her face seemed a bit abnormal, revealing a hint of allure. The enchanting light in her lively eyes was intoxicating, and the tender feelings transformed into a pool of spring water. Her slightly parted red lips breathing rapidly as if longing for something. As an experienced person, Tang Yin immediately recognized Zhu Zhuqing's symptoms at that moment. "No way." Tang Yin looked at the unclear stains on his hand, which seemed to further confirm his guess. Little Zhu Zhuqing's tone was charming, and her body melted like water in Tang Yin's embrace. The alluring fragrance and soft touch were stirring Tang Yin's heartstrings. Tang Yin scooped Zhu Zhuqing's legs and activated his fourth soul skill, rushing towards home at the fastest speed. If the person in his arms were Qian Renxue, given her peculiar preferences, they wouldn't need to return to Heaven Do City. She watched Tang Yin sprinting, her cheeks also slightly flushed. Although it wasn't the first time she saw Tang Yin mating, she did not expect this seemingly pure girl to have such a special hobby. The women around little Yin really each have their strengths. Zhu Zhuqing was practicing when she heard the noise of Tang Yin returning. At first, she didn't pay much attention and didn't plan to interfere, wanting to continue her training, but the strange sounds piqued her curiosity. Seeing that she couldn't enter the state for a long time, Zhu Zhuqing decided to put her training aside and see what was happening. When she opened her eyes, her gaze involuntarily fell on the slightly ajar door. Zhu Zhuqing had long accepted the fact that Tang Yin was with her sister, and she had no objections to the intimate actions between Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Yin. However, such things happening in front of her during the day were still unacceptable. Moreover, the sound seemed somewhat different from that kind of thing. She got up, preparing to close the door for the two of them. But the scene inside shocked her so much that she inadvertently pushed open the slightly ajar door completely. At dinner, Zhu Zhuqing kept her head down, quietly putting food in her mouth, while Zhu Zhuqing, sitting across from her, crossed her arms and curiously observed her sister, whom she spent every day with. Today, it seemed like she was getting to know Zhu Zhuqing all over again. Tang Yin sensed the strange atmosphere in the air and decided to find a topic to ease the awkwardness. Sister Zhuqing, are we continuing training tomorrow? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Yin with curiosity, which made him feel uncomfortable all over. Little Yin, is it really very comfortable? The startling question made Zhu Zhuqing, who was trying to hide, nearly bury her face in her chest. Tang Yin awkwardly smiled, unsure how to explain. I just tried it. Tang Yin told a small lie. He couldn't say it was Zhu Zhuqing's own request, right? Looking at the Zhu Zhuqing who couldn't lift her head if he revealed the truth. Her head would never be able to lift up in front of Zhu Zhuqing for the rest of her life. But Tang Yin caught a hint of excitement in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. How about we try it too? This, isn't it bad? Tang Yin glanced at the head-down Zhu Zhuqing, wanting to skip the topic. Zhu Zhuqing put down her utensils, speaking quickly. I finished eating. I'm going back to my room now. Then, with her head down, she quickly ran into her room. At that speed, Tang Yin could only say that she truly was a sensitive attack-type soul master. What happened at night, I can't write it out, but the next morning, as Tang Yin stood in the morning breeze looking up at the sky, he sighed, why do the girls who have relations with him always awaken some special attributes? Chapter 173. The opening of the competition and the intense training. Time passed quickly, and the opening day of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition was approaching. The members of Lamba Academy had significantly improved both their individual strength and teamwork during this period of adjustment. During this time, Zhu Zhuqing also successfully broke through to level 40, obtaining her fourth soul ring and becoming a soul master. The other team members did not see significant breakthroughs in their strength. Only Duge, who consumed the 8-petal celestial orchid, saw her soul power soar from level 41 to level 46. This rapid improvement left all team members, except for Tang Yin and the Zhu sisters, in awe. Tang Yin predicted that during the preliminary rounds, they would not encounter any teams capable of balancing them out, even without him participating. As the team's super substitute, Tang Yin estimated that he would have a lot of free time during the competition period. Apart from keeping an eye on the matches of Lamba Academy, most of his time would belong to him. The Zhu sisters, being official team members, were much busier than the leisurely Tang Yin. The high-intensity training these days left the sisters physically and mentally exhausted, and they would usually go straight to rest after returning home. Tang Yin didn't want to disturb them. If they were this busy before the competition, they would be even more so during it. However, Tang Yin was not without tasks. Someone from the prince's mansion had privately sent someone to find him. Even without meeting with Qian Renxue, Tang Yin could imagine her sorrowful yet cold demeanor. Sigh, feeling overwhelmed. Tang Yin sighed, but was enjoying himself. At the Tiando Royal Academy, in the Shrek Academy training area, besides the 6 members of Shrek, there was also a level 31 control-type soul master with a martial spirit of star chess, representing the final form of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team. Without the celestial herb, the strength of Shrek Academy's members was a notch weaker than in the original story. Apart from Tang San and Dai Mubai, The other 5 were all soul respect level, with Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun still at the initial stage of soul respect. While their strength was quite decent for their age, it fell short in the elite competition of the continent's high-level Soul Master Academies. Fortunately, Tang San's strength had significantly improved compared to the original story at this stage. His dual martial spirits provided him with a faster cultivation speed, and he had now added 3 10,000-year soul rings to his Blue-Silver King martial spirit, with his soul power approaching level 49. Thanks to the twin martial spirit cultivation secret technique provided by BB Dong, it not only allowed the violent soul power of the Haotian hammer to coexist peacefully with the continuous soul power of the Blue-Silver King, but also enabled Tang San's meridians to simultaneously bear the operation of both types of soul power. Otherwise, just the clash of the two soul powers could cause irreversible damage to Tang San's meridians. Master looked at these children he had personally trained and felt confident about the competition. However, Yu Xiaojing was self-aware after learning that Tang Yin would be participating. He didn't have high expectations for winning the championship. His gaze swept over the group, and his intense gaze ignited everyone's fighting spirit. After briefly introducing the competition schedule, Yu Xiaojing began to motivate them. After half a year of adaptation and training, I see the essence of what a team should be in you. I have witnessed your sweat and efforts. Even during the hardest and most exhausting times, none of you gave up. I am proud of you. We have done our best in our preparations, but in the end, we must let the results speak for themselves. I hope you can showcase your true colors in this competition and prove your outstanding talents to the world. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with fighting spirit. As the captain, Dai Mubai patted his chest and made a bold statement. Master, don't worry. With Xiao-san here, we can definitely compete for the championship this time. Yes. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai's #1 lackey, chimed in. Sangu is almost a soul king. This preliminary round should be a piece of cake. The members of Shrek all knew each other well. The fact that Tang San was nearing Soul King was no secret among them. Feeling the restlessness within the team, Yu Xiaojing felt a bad premonition rising. He suddenly turned serious and coldly interrupted everyone's thoughts. Are you feeling proud? Tang San understood why his teacher was angry. He knew what kind of strength his brother Tang Yin possessed. Not to mention Tang Yin. Just the pressure he felt from Zhu Zhuyun when he visited Tang Yin with Yu Xiaojing made him hesitate to claim a solid victory over her. With such a team existing, they lacked the capital to be arrogant. Yu Xiaojing's words were like a bucket of cold water, calming Shrek's members down. Seeing the quiet discussion cease, Yu Xiaojing turned his gaze to his proud disciple Tang San. Xiao-san, tell them about your brother's strength. Yes, teacher. Tang San stepped forward and began to introduce the biggest boss of this Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy elite competition. My brother Tang Yin has had 54-level soul power since half a year ago. You all saw the last competition. I used all my means but couldn't even see his soul rings. Moreover, during our last confrontation, I discovered he has at least one self-created soul skill. As Tang Sin spoke, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Now, Tang Yin still loomed as the highest mountain and the longest river in front of him, becoming even harder to surpass as time passed. All he could do was take shortcuts, not to mention surpassing him. He at least hoped to walk alongside him for a while. This had become an unshakable obsession in his heart. Upon hearing Tang San's description, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Especially Dai Mubai, who had just made bold claims, suddenly felt uneasy. As the only person of the same age who had injured Tang Yin, his achievements could be recorded in history. However, just mentioning Tang Yin's name sent chills down his spine, primarily due to the excruciating pain that was etched in his memory. The earlier boastful words felt like a huge slap to his face, and it stung. The expressions of the others varied, but the previous restlessness was gone. After delivering a strong admonition, Yu Xiaojing decided to offer a sweet reward, expertly applying the essence of PUA. All right, you don't need to worry. Geniuses like Tang Yin are rare and have never appeared in past competitions. With your current strength, you shouldn't have too many issues against other teams. 3 days later, in the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, the opening ceremony of the Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy Elite Competition was grandly held in Tiando City. As the most prestigious Soul Master competition in the Soul Master community, it attracted not only the attention of Soul Masters, but also the royal family, nobility, and commoners. Every citizen of Tiando City regarded this competition as the grandest festival. Although the public could usually watch matches at the Soul Arena, the battles among the young elites of various academies were a rare sight. Therefore, tickets for the opening ceremony had sold out a month in advance. It's worth noting that these tickets were priced the same as entry to the main Seoul arena in Tiendo, even though it was still mourning the arena, which could accommodate 80,000 people, was already packed to capacity. As the principal of Lamba Academy, Liu Erlong dressed up for the occasion and led the team to the site. She had usually refrained from getting involved in these matters. In the last Continental High-Level Seoul Master Academy Elite competition, Lamba Academy had casually assigned a teacher to lead the team. However, this time, she decided to take the lead herself on a whim. Liu Erlong, dressed in a black gauze dress and wearing a top hat, walked at the front of the group. As she looked at the bustling scene around her, filled with crowds, she couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It had been over 20 years since she had seen such a lively scene. Behind her, Tang Yin was dressed in a dark blue Bluba Academy team uniform. The tasteful design and appropriate colors, making it the most visually appealing among all the students. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing wore female uniforms that balanced combat readiness and comfort while also being aesthetically pleasing. Their appearance naturally drew the attention of many around them, especially Tang Yin, whose youthful charm combined with his melancholic white hair was enough to attract many opposite-gender glances. Zhu Zhuqing, somewhat alert, scanned the surroundings for ill-intentioned gazes. Like a protective little cat, Tang Yin ruffled her hair, signaling her not to be so tense. However, Zhu Zhuqing hooked her arm around Tang Yin's neck and whispered in his ear, "I still remember you have other girls in Tieno City." Tang Yin quickly covered her mouth, and Zhu Zhuyan merely glanced at the two before ignoring them. The relationship between Tang Yin, Zhu Zhuyan, and Zhu Zhuqing was no secret in the Bluba Academy battle team. As Tang Yin's #1 lackey, Tai Long would only shout boss 666, while only Du Guyan occasionally teased Tang Yin about it. Tang Yin had long forgotten about trying to win over Du Guyan. Dealing with 3 women was already enough trouble for him, and he didn't want to add more. Although the idea of a couple's bowl was tempting, it had to be mutual. Guided by the staff, the group arrived at the designated rest area for participating academies in the main competition venue. Once the Bluba Academy group entered, they could already see several other academies present. The spacious rest area had over 1,000 seats, divided into sections to accommodate various Soul Master academies for rest and waiting. Many academies were already present, and Tang Yin couldn't recognize their uniforms. As time passed, several Soul Master teams entered the rest area, and Tang Yin spotted a familiar group. Tang San and his companions were dressed very formally. The Tiendo Royal Academy's second team represented the face of the Tiendo Empire, leaving no space for Flander to make extra money, and advertising was out of the question. Tang Yin didn't approach to greet them, mainly because the presence of Dai Mubai next to Tang San made him feel a bit nauseous. Last time, he hadn't taught him a lesson out of consideration for Zhu Zhuqing's feelings, and he didn't see a need to seek trouble. Liu Erlong casually scanned the area, and when she caught sight of the Tiendo Royal Academy's team, her gaze lingered on Yu Xiaojiang's face for a long time. Her heart, which had settled down, stirred slightly but then returned to calm. Liu Erlong was a person who stuck to her principles. Once she decided to let go, she wouldn't change. The slight restlessness was merely her inner unwillingness to part with the youth she had devoted over 20 years to. As the competition staff began to enter the rest area, and the organized students took their seats, Liu Erlong patted Tang Yin's shoulder, her red lips curling beneath the veil. "Kid, it's up to you here. Don't worry, Dean." Tang Yin zipped. Saying this, he curiously followed Liu Erlong's gaze, and suddenly, his expression changed. No way. Surrounding the vast and open square were countless shouting and cheering spectators. In the center of the venue, there was a podium with a golden backdrop, and behind it was the renovated VIP area. The spacious area had a diameter of over 150 meters, and the academies that had entered previously were already arranged in neat formations in the center. Each academy was introduced by a designated host as they entered. Next to enter was the Bluba Academy. In the last competition, Bluba Academy had secured a place in the top 8 during the preliminaries. It was uncertain whether they could achieve new breakthroughs in this competition. They had a total of 8 competitors, and their slogan was, "Champion. Oh my, I am really looking forward to their performance in this competition." When the champion slogan was announced, all eyes turned to this team of only 8 members. Among the thousands of gazes, there were expressions of surprise, disdain, and curiosity from onlookers. However, their gazes had no effect on Tang Yin. In the VIP seats, the first row's Ning Fengji showed a hint of surprise upon seeing Tang Yin. This was quickly noticed by the 2 people beside him. Today, Ning Fengji wore a white robe and a 7-treasure purple gold crown, symbolizing his status. as he was one of the leaders of the top 3 sects among the 7 great sects. The 2 people beside him naturally held significant status as well. The person in the center wore a gold and red robe, adorned with a golden diamond crown, his face resembling an ancient moon, though he appeared somewhat old. Sitting there gave a sense of gravity. Everything around seemed to revolve around him. He was the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Shui. The other person was completely covered in a bright red robe, wearing a 5-pointed platinum crown, his eyes slightly closed as if he were asleep. His shoulders were narrow, and his slender body resembled a javelin. Judging by the 5-pointed platinum star above his head, he was the platinum bishop of the Wuhuan Hall, Salas. Oh, who did Sect Master Ning see to show such an expression? Shui's aged voice rang out. Ning Fengji didn't answer directly, but teased, "Your Majesty, don't be anxious. If he takes the stage, you'll soon know who surprised me." Chapter 174. Tang Yin and Tang San. Oh, Ning Fengji's words piqued Shui's curiosity. I want to see which young talent can catch Sect Master Ning's eye. Salas leaned against the red chair, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over everyone in the venue. Ultimately, like Ning Fengji, his gaze lingered on Tang Yin. "I think I've guessed who Sect Master Ning is talking about," Salas said with a smirk, his tone teasing. Ning Fengji turned to look at Salas, following his gaze, and realized who Salas was looking at. His heart sank, and he thought it was not good. He still remembered the incident between Tang Hao and the Wuhuan Hall 14 years ago, and Tang Yin's identity was no secret to him. If the Platinum Bishop of the Wuhuan Hall took an interest in Tang Yin, as long as he sent someone to investigate, Tang Yin's safety would likely be at risk. Although he thought this in his heart, on the surface, Ning Fengji still maintained a calm demeanor. "Bishop Salas, who are you looking at? Why not point him out for me and His Majesty to see?" Salas smiled slightly and replied with Ning Fengji's earlier words. "Sect Master Ning and His Majesty will know soon enough." He withdrew his gaze, suppressing his curiosity. Salas had already received the Pope's reply, which contained only 4 words, "Go with the flow." This left Salas somewhat puzzled, but since the higher-ups had already spoken, he couldn't act on his own. Originally, this matter should have passed without incident, but one day, as Salas was enjoying dinner in his luxurious office in the Wuhuan Hall, preparing to handle some final official business, a figure in black suddenly entered his office. As he was about to get angry due to someone intruding into his office, he felt a chill run through him when he saw the appearance of the person under the black robe. He hurriedly got up, took small steps, and bowed as he approached the figure in the black robe. Before he could say anything, the terrifying pressure caused this Platinum Bishop, who held immense power in Heaven-Do City, to kneel directly. The coldness in the Pope's words was something Salas had never encountered. "You, this Platinum Bishop, if you can't handle it, just roll back to Spirit City to retire early." Salas was somewhat bewildered. He didn't know what went wrong. At that moment, a storm surged in the mind of this level 89 soul Douluo, and his mental energy began to rapidly deplete. Could it be that the incident of accepting bribes from the nobility of Heaven-Do had been exposed? Or had someone revealed his inappropriate conduct with a female subordinate? Salas mentally reviewed all the mistakes he had made, even recalling the time when he peeked at a widow bathing in an inn when he was 9. But he couldn't understand which of these could have prompted the Pope to personally seek him out for an inquiry. "I do not know what my subordinate has done wrong. I ask for your guidance, Your Holiness," Salas asked with difficulty while lying on the ground, wanting to understand clearly. However, Bibi Dong's words left him even more confused. "As the highest leader of the Spirit Hall in Heaven-Do City, it's truly pathetic that you failed to notice the presence of assassins." "Assassins? That should be the responsibility of the Heaven-Do Defense Forces. What does it have to do with me, this Platinum Bishop?" But thinking about it in his heart was one thing. Saying it out loud was tantamount to asking for his own demise. Bibi Dong was in a hurry to go to Star Luo City to settle scores, and didn't waste much time with his subordinate. If there's a next time, make sure someone brings the head back to Spirit City. With that, Bibi Dong's figure flickered and disappeared from the office. The pressure in the room suddenly lessened, and Salas lay on the ground for a long time, only getting up cautiously after confirming that Bibi Dong had left. With no time to reprimand the subordinate for not reporting, he began investigating the assassination incident in Heaven-Do City with utmost efficiency. After some checks, looking at the list submitted by his subordinates, Salas accurately locked onto the name Tang Yin. From that point on, he began to inconspicuously gather information about Tang Yin, but he did so quietly, without making much noise. Salas dared not openly investigate Tang Yin's background. He was a smart man, and he always remembered the words, "Let it be," from the letter. Since the Pope cared so much about this person, how could he not be interested? The opening ceremony continued, and after the Lamba Academy battle team appeared, several other teams followed. Once all the teams were gathered, the previously noisy venue fell silent at the host's words. Now, may I invite His Majesty the Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire to give the opening speech for this competition. Sitting in the center, Emperor Shui slowly stood up and approached the Soul Guide microphone in front of him. His dignified and solemn voice was enough to reach the entire venue. I, Shui, Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire, on behalf of the Heaven-Do Empire and the organizers of this competition, hereby announce the opening of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. As soon as this was said, applause erupted, and many people displayed excited expressions on their faces. It was their first time seeing their emperor. How could they not be excited? Once the applause quieted down, Shui continued. Here, I hope that all soul masters participating in this competition can fully showcase their strength and achieve good results. You are all the pride of the Heaven-Do Empire. For the glory of the empire, show your brilliance. After the head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, gave a speech, Platinum Bishop Salis began the drawing for the first round of the preliminary rounds. The Heaven-Do Royal Academy's vice team, which was Tang San's team, would compete in the first match against their team. Perhaps due to a timeline correction, the opponent of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy's vice team was not the Lamba Academy that had not become Shrek Academy. In the first round of the preliminary rounds, the Heaven-Do Royal Academy faced Lamba Academy. Upon hearing this, the faces of Shrek's group showed signs of fear. This was not a good start. Upon hearing that the Heaven-Do Royal Academy's vice team was facing Lamba Academy, Yu Xiaojing rationally told himself that the team should directly forfeit the match. But sometimes, things are not decided by reason. The battle of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy's vice team served as the opening battle for this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, which also had extremely important political implications. This battle could be lost, but absolutely must not surrender, as it represented the face of the Heaven-Do royal family. Okay, then the first match of the first round of the preliminary rounds will be between the Heaven-Do Royal Academy and Shrek Academy. All participating academies, please exit. The two academies that will compete shortly, please prepare. Half an hour later, the match officially began. Back in the resting area, the Shrek group saw Yu Xiaojing and Flinder waiting inside. Seeing the nervous expressions on everyone's faces, Yu Xiaojing encouraged them. Don't be nervous, just perform well in this match. He had no intention of defeating the Lamba Academy battle team, which had at least one Soul King. Yu Xiaojing then looked at his proud disciple and reminded him, Xiao-san, as the commander, you must assess the situation clearly. If you sense that the situation on the field is unfavorable, just admit defeat. Don't worry about winning or losing this one or two matches. Our goal is to advance through the preliminaries. Tang San nodded solemnly. Teacher, I understand. On the other side, the atmosphere at Lamba Academy was nothing like the tense atmosphere of Shrek. The few of them sat in the resting area, chatting and laughing, completely unconcerned about the upcoming battle. If not for considering the impact, Tang Yin would have already been all over Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan. Soon, staff came to notify Tang Yin and the others to enter, while the Heaven-Do Royal Academy's vice team also began to move. The two teams entered the competition venue from two different passages, and the host of the opening ceremony began to introduce the martial souls of the members of the two teams one by one. In this match, Lamba Academy substitute was Jiang Zhu, and Tang Yin was still a bit worried about Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan, especially since the opponent this time was enough for Tang Yin to take seriously. The two teams stood firmly in the center of the competition venue, with Tang Yin and Tang San standing directly opposite each other as team captains. Tang Yin smiled slightly. Cut. Tang San, however, had no such relaxed demeanor as Tang Yin. He wore a tense expression and did not respond to Tang Yin's greeting. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Dai Mubai across from her, her usually gentle eyes flashing with a hint of sharpness, like a beast fixating on its prey. Dai Mubai felt very uncomfortable under Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. Yet the white tiger within him felt a sense of suppression when facing Zhu Zhuqing, which made him quite uneasy. After the mutual greetings, the two teams occupied their respective sides and arranged their formations. Lamba Academy's formation was quite interesting, with Zhu Zhuqing, Tai Long, and Huang Yuan in the front, followed by Du Yin, Jing Ling, and Zhu Zhuyan on either wing, while Tang Yin was positioned at the back. Tang San clenched his fists tightly upon seeing Lamba Academy's formation. He realized that Tang Yin did not intend to take this seriously, which was a humiliation for him. Brother, I will let you know the consequences of being careless. Shrek Academy adopted a 4-1-2 tactic, with the main attackers Tang San and Dai Mubai positioned slightly forward. On the VIP stage, the Snow Knight Emperor smiled and said, "Master Ning, I think this match has no suspense left." The Snow Knight Emperor was aware of the sources of students for the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. And after learning that they were a team formed by a small academy merging into the Tiando Royal Academy, he had some doubts. However, after discovering that they managed to defeat 7 opponents with only 6 in less than 3 minutes, his attitude underwent a complete turnaround. This was the source of his confidence. Prince Snow Star had some objections to this, as many of the members of the second team had relatives who had previously exchanged soul coins with him. And now losing the qualification for the tournament made him quite displeased as the person in charge. But this was simply a case of not being as skilled. Even if it escalated to Snow Knight, he wouldn't have any justification, so he had to accept this hidden loss. Ning Fengji smiled and nodded in agreement with Snow Knight's viewpoint, noticing where Tang Yin was positioned. Snow Knight Emperor assumed that Ning Fengji supported the vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy for no other reason than that his daughter was still on the field. The first round of the preliminary match officially began. At the referee's signal, this match marked the start of the first preliminary round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Fortunately, similar to Soul Battles, the competition allowed both sides a minute to unleash their martial souls. Otherwise, Tang Yin was confident he could eliminate them before they even activated their martial souls. The martial souls and soul rings radiated brilliant colors, almost illuminating the entire venue. First, Tang San's 10,000-year fourth ring drew gas from the audience, as no one could believe someone could absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the fourth ring. But when Zhu Zhuyin from the Blue Tyrant Academy activated her martial soul, the 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black shocked everyone just as much as the 10,000-year fourth ring did. "What?" the Snow Knight Emperor exclaimed in shock. "How can there be someone in my Tiando Empire who reaches the Soul King realm before the age of 25? Originally thinking it was secure, Snow Knight couldn't help but sweat for the vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy. Salus, however, remained very calm, his gaze fixed on Tang Yin. At this moment, Tang Yin had only summoned his fate martial soul, and no soul rings had appeared around him. The referee, seeing Tang Yin was slow to summon his soul rings, reminded him, "This student, please summon your soul rings." Tang Yin simply smiled and declined, "Thank you for the reminder, but I have my own judgment." Seeing Tang Yin refuse, the referee didn't say more. Both sides were ready, and the match began immediately. As a control-type soul master, Duge Yan was ready to give the attack order. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing, although wanted to find Dai Mubai to avenge her previous humiliation, suppressed that impulsive thought. Just as she was preparing to slip into the shadows to find an opportunity, Tang Yin's voice echoed in her ear. "Zhuqing, do you want revenge?" Tang Yin did not suppress his voice, and his words reached every member of the Blue Tyrant Academy team. Zhu Zhuqing turned to look at Tang Yin, hesitating for a moment before shaking her head. "No, I don't want to." Tang Yin interrupted. "Hey, it's okay to be a little willful sometimes." During this time, after training, Zhu Zhuqing always sought out Tang Yin for practice, wanting to improve her strength in hopes of defeating Dai Mubai in their next encounter. Tang Yin also understood Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts and specifically helped her enhance her solo combat ability, especially when facing a strong attack-type soul master. Today's match was a good opportunity for that. However, Zhu Zhuqing was still a bit hesitant. She looked at the teammates beside Dai Mubai, unsure of what method Tang Yin would use to create a one-on-one environment for her against Dai Mubai. In the eyes of the audience, the Blue Tyrant Academy team, which was originally preparing to launch an attack, suddenly retracted their offensive posture, and the formation parted down the middle, creating a pathway. Tang San's tactic was not focused on offense, but rather on deciding to play defensively and counterattack. Having 2 support-type soul masters on their side provided them enough confidence to withstand the opponent's initial assault. But the imagined first wave of attacks did not come, and like the audience, he felt a sense of foreboding as he saw the Blue Tyrant Academy team's formation split in the middle. Chapter 175, Displaying Power in Front of Others. Tang Xiaoyin. 2 matches, equal results. Not good, act quickly. Tang San spoke urgently, and after giving the order, he rushed out holding the Haotian hammer, but by then, it was already a bit late. With each step Tang Yin took forward, a soul ring would rise from beneath his feet, and invisible pressure would be exerted on all members of the vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy. The first purple soul ring rose, and the audience was stunned. They thought the 10,000-year fourth ring and Soul King cultivation were the ceiling of this competition, but unexpectedly, there was still a master. Tang San, preparing to act, felt as if his body was locked, unable to move at all. Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun beside him felt the same. They sensed they were facing not just one person, but thousands of troops, and in the face of such a massive army, they felt insignificant. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and the control-type soul master behind them did not feel it as deeply, but the suppression on them was simpler. Ning Rongrong, having added enhancements to Tang San and the others at the beginning of the match, now found those enhancements completely ineffective. Watching in disbelief as the divine light of the seven treasure glazed tile gradually dimmed, feeling as if she had no power to use, which made her very uncomfortable. Tang Yin's steps remained steady. As he took his second and third steps, the second and third soul rings also rose, still thousand-year soul rings. All the audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on Tang Yin, the only protagonist on the field at this moment. As he took the fourth step, the expected yet surprising 10,000-year soul ring rose from beneath Tang Yin's feet. And the energy emitted by that black soul ring was even slightly stronger than the 10,000-year soul ring of Zhu Zhuyun beside him. With the final step taken, Tang Yin finally stepped to the front, 5 soul rings of purple and black silently rotating, the unspoken might rendering the vast venue silent. In the VIP seats, Salas showed unreserved joy upon seeing Tang Yin reveal all his soul rings. The first ring of 1,000 years, the fourth ring of 10,000 years, Soul King cultivation, and more importantly, his close relationship with the Pope. Salas was determined to build a good relationship with this young brother after the match, and whether he could become an elder would depend on how well he could seize this opportunity. How is this possible? The Snow Knight Emperor, sitting on the red throne, had an expression full of disbelief. Although his soul power was not very high, he had a basic understanding of soul masters. Tang Sin's 2,000-year fourth ring had shocked him, but Tang Yin's soul rings, which could not be understood by common sense, had shattered his worldview. Ning Fengji's expression was calm. He had seen Tang Yin's soul rings before, and at that time he had already had a 10,000-year fourth ring. So the fifth ring being a 10,000-year one did not surprise him. The 3 committee members in the back exchanged glances. They had originally thought the first match was a sure win, but when the members of the Blue Tyrant Academy revealed their soul rings, they felt something was amiss. And Tang Yin's strength was undoubtedly enough to extinguish their hopes. Prince Snowstar secretly rejoiced in the corner, thinking, things aren't going well for you. Let's see how you fare. The silence on the field was like the calm before a storm. After a brief moment of quiet, there erupted cheers and shouts like a tidal wave. They wanted to express their excited emotions in this way. Oh my God, what am I seeing? This soul ring configuration is even more extravagant than some soul saints. So handsome, the powerful, white-haired, melancholic young man. I want to have his babies. Among the murmurs of the crowd, there were praises and envy, but similarly, these had nothing to do with Tang Yin. He raised his destiny, and the tip of his spear was pointed directly at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai felt his body relax. The mountain-like pressure suddenly eased, and he nearly fell to the ground. He instinctively looked around him and found that aside from himself, the others in his team were still unable to move. He had to look again towards the direction of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Tang Yin turned around and gave Zhu Zhuqing a warm smile. Zhuqing, it's up to you now. Zhu Zhuqing nodded heavily, her eyes filled with determination. This time, I will win, and I will win cleanly. Zhu Zhuqing stepped out of the team, passing by Tang Yin and leaving behind her unique fragrance. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing walk out from the opposing team, Dai Mubai quickly understood what was happening. He also stepped out of the team, facing the members of the Blue Tyrant Academy. At this moment, Dai Mubai felt like a lone rider charging into a sea of thousands. The solitude and sadness made him feel a sense of tragic heroism. What are they doing? The Snow Knight Emperor was somewhat perplexed. In his imagination, the one-sided slaughter of the Heaven Do Royal Academy's vice team by the Blue Tyrant Academy did not happen, and the counterattack, led by the highly regarded Tang Sen, also did not occur. The situation on the field was developing in a way he did not expect. Your Majesty, it seems Blue Tyrant Academy wants to have one of their members engage in a 1v1 battle with a member of the Heaven Do Royal Academy's vice team. Ning Fenghe, who was at least a level 79 Soul Saint, could see more than the Snow Knight Emperor. He was deeply shocked. Tang Yin had managed to suppress the entire vice team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy without activating his soul skills. And even the boosting effects of his daughter's soul skills disappeared under this suppression. As an auxiliary soul master, Ning Fenghe had also mastered the focus needed for his unique skill to a level of perfection. His mental strength was definitely higher than Tang Yin's at present. On the field, the rest of the vice team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy quickly realized what was happening. The team battle had been forcibly turned into a 1v1 duel, and naked humiliation surged in the hearts of every member. Yet they could do nothing but watch helplessly. Tang San's heart was burning with anger. He did not expect that he would not even have the qualifications to resist in front of Tang Yin. I have already overdrawn my future just to catch up to you. But even so, I still feel as insignificant as an ant in front of you. I refuse to accept it. I refuse to accept it. Tang San roared in his heart, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, turning completely red. The Xintian skill within him was pushed to the extreme, and the soul power within his body began to boil. The scarlet pupils flickered with purple light, and the purple extreme demon eye was unleashed again and again, trying to shatter the mental pressure Tang Yin placed on him through brute force. Dai Mubai did not notice Tang San's abnormality behind him. He stopped 15 meters away from Zhu Zhuqing. This distance could easily be covered in an instant, and for a strong attack-type soul master like Dai Mubai, it was undoubtedly an advantage. He said in a deep voice, "Zhu Zhuqing, do you still want to challenge me? If it weren't for that person of yours last time, you wouldn't even be standing in front of me today." Dai Mubai originally wanted to say that bastard of yours, but thinking of Tang Yin's terrifying strength, if he took the opportunity to take revenge during this match and seriously injure him, it would mean saying goodbye to this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition. He would not naively believe that Tang Yin would show him mercy. It was better not to provoke Tang Yin before the match. Zhu Zhuqing snorted coldly, ignoring Dai Mubai's mockery. She had endured devilish training every day for revenge, and she had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. For this, she had paid not only time, energy, and sweat, but even lost the strength to engage in her favorite duo activities, surviving only on snacks to satisfy her needs. Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes, beginning to recall the details of her special training. Agility-type soul masters are like assassins. If they miss a strike, they can retreat 1,000 miles. Agility-type soul masters are almost inherently at an advantage when facing strong attack-type soul masters. However, there is not much space on the stage to evade, and Dai Mubai has a deep understanding of the Nethercat. Hiding from him would be ineffective. In the Blue Tyrant Academy training ground, Tang Yin said to Zhu Zhuqing. Hearing Tang Yin's summary, Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. So, there was only one possibility to defeat him. Zhu Zhuqing asked, "What is it?" "One-hit kill. The attack must be sufficiently fierce." His third soul skill provides an all-round enhancement to his body. The combined boosts to strength, defense, perception, and soul power are definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Your Nether/'s armor-breaking effect is acceptable, but a one-time soul skill will be countered by his other defensive soul skill. So, Zhuqing, your training should focus on the combination of your own soul skills. When Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes again, she resembled a sharp blade. Dai Mubai could also feel that his body was locked on, but having learned from the previous experience, he felt that winning against Zhu Zhuqing again would not be difficult for him. He lowered his center of gravity, adopting a stance like a tiger descending the mountain, his strange, heavy pupils fixed on Zhu Zhuqing in front of him, focusing all his attention, ready to unleash his third soul skill at any moment. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing, standing still, launched an attack. Her graceful figure transformed into a black shadow, darting towards Dai Mubai like a swift wind. Dai Mubai's lips curled into a self-assured smile, and his third soul skill activated at the first moment. Third soul skill, White Tiger King Kong Transformation. His bulging muscles undoubtedly tore his elegant competition attire, and under the effect of the soul skill, his already tall frame grew even larger. The black and white stripes made him appear wild and domineering, causing many noble women in the audience to cover their mouths with handkerchiefs in shock. This muscular young man looked much more capable than that white-haired one. Zhu Zhuqing's figure quickly reached Dai Mubai's side, but to Dai Mubai's astonishment, the Zhu Zhuqing in front of him split into 3. When did this happen? Dai Mubai did not notice that Zhu Zhuqing had used her soul skill. This was Zhu Zhuqing's fourth soul skill, called Nether Shadow Connection, derived from a 1,000-year ghost tiger that could create clones. These clones were not merely illusions created by speed. They could also use soul ring skills while maintaining a certain level of aggression. Being distracted during battle was a major taboo, and Dai Mubai did not dare to be careless, raising his fist to smash one of the Zhu Zhuqings. The 3 Zhu Zhuqings had cold expressions. The Zhu Zhuqing on the left raised both hands above her head, palms together, forming a purple blade. The Zhu Zhuqing on the right spun rapidly, the blades in her hands drawing hundreds of afterimages in the air, and the Zhu Zhuqing in the middle had golden light bursting from her right palm. A 3-foot-long dark golden claw, combined with her first soul skill, phantom stab, so powerful that even Tang Yin had to avoid its sharpness. After all the soul skills were unleashed, more than half of the soul power within Zhu Zhuqing was directly drained, but for a soul master, this was undoubtedly a good thing. To explode with the strongest combat power in the shortest time was an ability that many soul masters dreamed of. Faced with such a torrential attack, Dai Mubai was clearly at a loss, but his battle instincts prompted him to activate his first soul skill. The Zhu Zhuqing in the center smiled slightly upon seeing this scene. Dai Mubai's every reaction was within her expectations. The phantom slash struck the white tiger barrier again, and the pale white light circle shattered like glass. In a moment of desperation, Dai Mubai's fourth soul ring lit up. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor. Before he could unleash it, the golden claw had already slashed open his chest, blood gushing out like a column. Zhu Zhuqing reacted quickly, escaping swiftly without a drop of blood on her. Dai Mubai lay unwillingly in a pool of blood, having not even had time to use his strongest fourth soul skill before being killed by Zhu Zhuqing. The humiliation and anger in his heart gathered into a lump of frustration. Already heavily injured, his face reddened, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fainted. Zhu Zhuqing approached Tang Yin, looking proud and expectant for praise. Just as Tang Yin reached out to ruffle Zhu Zhuqing's hair, he gave a light gasp. His hand stopped in midair. Tang Yin's gaze fell on Tang San, his expression somewhat surprised. At this moment, Tang San was panting, the tremendous exhaustion forcing him to support himself with one hand to avoid collapsing. After Tang San's relentless efforts, he finally broke free from Tang Yin's restraints. Now, it was time for him to let his brother feel pain. With his last bit of strength, Tang San raised the Haotian hammer and shouted, "Fourth soul skill, Haotian Golden Lion." But what awaited him was not the scene of a golden halo resonating across the stage. Instead, a green dragon rose from beneath him, binding him tightly and conveniently sealing his mouth. This should also count as a 1v1 battle. Exhausted and defeated again, Tang San fainted in despair. Seeing that the strongest opponent had been dealt with, Tang Yin snapped his fingers, lifting all the suppressions on the opposing team. But the remaining members of the Tiando Royal Academy had lost all fighting spirit. Oscar, as the second in command, could only helplessly shout, "We admit defeat." Chapter 176. Salas's invitation. It was over. The match lasted less than 5 minutes. But those 5 minutes were incredibly shocking. The audience saw the legendary fourth ring, witnessed the Soul King, and observed the genius youth who suppressed an entire team. The match ended with the Blue Tyrant Academy victorious. The referee, finally recovering from a shock, announced the final result. Cheers erupted from the audience like a mountain roar. The Snow Knight Emperor in the VIP seats could only shake his head and sigh at this scene. This Blue Tyrant Academy has such a prodigy. We lost without any injustice. Next to him, Ning Fengji smiled and consoled. Your Majesty, don't think like that. The Blue Tyrant Academy is also an academy of the Tiando Empire. They're also bringing glory to our Tiando Empire. Haha, what Lord Ning said makes sense. Snow Knight stroked his white beard with one hand, feeling much better. Salas, on the side, remained silent, secretly laughing. Soon, things won't go as you wish. In his view, someone who could be valued and cherished by the Pope must have a close relationship with his spear hall. How could they stand on the side of the Tiando Empire? His thinking was not wrong, but reality deviated slightly from his assumptions. Currently, Tang Yin had no ties to the Pope's hall at all. Wait, what was this boy's name? Tang Yin. Suddenly, Snow Knight remembered something. It seemed this name had appeared in his memory, perhaps in, could it be such a coincidence? Fortunately, he had been the emperor of the Tiando Empire for decades, so he had the composure to remain calm on the surface, preparing to investigate further after the match ended. Clap, clap, clap. As the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Snow Knight took the lead in applauding the winners, the members of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Ning Fengji and Salas beside him also joined in the applause, followed by the 3 members of the Tiando Royal Academy's teaching committee and Prince Xuexing. The entire venue erupted with thunderous applause. The members of the Blue Tyrant Academy also exited amid this applause, following behind Tang Yin. As for the remaining members of the Tiando Royal Academy, they had long since left the competition stage after admitting defeat, taking away the unconscious Dai Mubai and the exhausted Tang San. Walking the aisle, Du Yin crossed her arms, somewhat dissatisfied as she exclaimed, Hey. Tang Yin, this match was too boring, right? Are you going to participate in every match from now on? Are we just going to pose a few times each time? Tang Yin quickly waved his hand, exasperated. Yin Jia, I want to do that again. If I go on stage, it won't be like today. We will have to rely on you all to work together to defeat our opponents in the future. Tang Yin's motivation for stepping in today was to help Zhu Zhuqing unlock her burden sooner. Otherwise, seeing her tense every day with a face as cold as ice, she might age prematurely at such a young age. Zhu Zhuqing didn't care about the gazes of the other team members. She affectionately wrapped her arm around Tang Yin's, resting her head on it, her eyes smiling, clearly in a good mood. Yin, standing next to Zhu Zhuqing, was still a bit curious. She leaned closer and quietly asked Zhu Zhuqing, "Seeing your sister with your boyfriend, aren't you jealous?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at her in confusion. "Why should I be jealous?" Yin was also surprised. Shouldn't she be angry? She imagined herself in Zhu Zhuqing's perspective, seeing her man with another woman. With her temper, she would definitely tear that mistress's face apart. "He is our light," Zhu Zhuqing explained to Yin. Tang Yin was like a beam of light, opening up a new path in the mist for her and Zhu Zhuqing, who only had a visibly bleak road ahead. Light, huh? Yin didn't understand this feeling. Having been well protected by her grandfather Bo since childhood, she had never worried about life. After returning to the resting area, Jiang Zhu stood there, smiling at every team member. Everyone did great. Her gaze inadvertently glanced at Tang Yin before quickly retracting. The instinct of her martial soul gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Tang Yin, but she didn't resist at all. However, she felt a bit lost when she saw Tang Yin being close to Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing. Healer soul masters have a very accurate sixth sense. She knew Tang Yin was not a devoted person, and if she were more decisive, Tang Yin wouldn't be able to refuse her. But her kindness wouldn't allow her to do anything that would disrupt someone else's relationship. "Jiang Zhu, senior sister, I'll be bothering you in the future matches," said Tang Yin. After everyone tidied up, they prepared to return to the academy. Although Tang Yin had defeated his opponent today by his own strength, it was highly likely that he would not participate in the upcoming preliminaries. They still needed to discuss tomorrow's tactics. The preliminaries would take place over the next month, competing against the other 28 teams one by one. Each victory would earn them a point, and the 5 teams with the highest scores would qualify for the final competition. For the members of the Blue Overlord Academy team, this was a long marathon. Only by persevering until the end could they achieve victory. Just as they stepped out of the soul fighting arena, an old man in a red robe with white hair walked towards them. Behind him were several guards. Salas had already removed his luxurious red robe and platinum crown, changing into regular clothes. Now he looked like an aristocratic elder. The guards behind him were also of notable status. They were knights of the Spirit Hall, each with a cultivation level above rank 5. Although their cultivation was not top tier, they could easily take down a soul emperor if they coordinated well. Tang Yin stopped in his tracks. He had a good memory and recognized this person as the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, beside the Emperor of the Tiando Empire. Salas displayed a friendly smile, looking very amiable. "Little brother Tang Yin, can I have a word with you privately?" The Spirit Hall wanted to talk to him alone. Tang Yin felt a bit puzzled, not understanding what this Platinum Bishop wanted. Did he need to be so polite, or even humble to win him over? "You flatter me, senior. Of course, we can talk. I'm honored," Tang Yin replied with a smile. It would be rather ungrateful to slap someone in the face when they welcomed him with a smile. Salas then said to the other team members, "You all performed very well today. The doors of the Spirit Hall are always open to you." The others clearly did not recognize Salas's identity, and Tang Yin had no intention of explaining. He turned to Zhu Zhuyin and said, "You all go back to the academy and wait for me. I'll be back soon." After saying that, he ruffled Zhu Zhuqing's hair, making her smooth long hair a mess. Chapter 177. Pulling Zhu Zhuqing reluctantly let go of Tang Yin's arm and used her hand to smooth out her disheveled hair. "Come back early." Zhu Zhuyin pulled her sister close and said softly, After bidding farewell to everyone, Tang Yin followed Salas to the Spirit Hall. On the way, Salas looked at Tang Yin and smiled. "Did you recognize my identity? You were sitting beside the Emperor of the Tiando Empire at that time. The only ones qualified to sit next to him, besides the 7-treasure glazed tile sex Master Ningfengji, would be the Hall Master of the Spirit Hall." "Oh." Salas seemed surprised. "Don't you have any awe towards the Emperor of the Tiando Empire?" Tang Yin laughed. "How could that be? Awe is in the heart, not just on the lips." Although he did not show respect for Shui Yi verbally, he internally scoffed at him. However, he decided not to share this with Salas. This old fox already had an idea. The less respect Tang Yin showed for that old man Shui Yi, the closer he would be to the Spirit Hall. "Ha! You're right. Awe is not something to be said." Salas concluded that topic following Tang Yin's words. Along the way, Salas chatted with Tang Yin about some trivial matters. such as introducing the organizational structure of the Spirit Hall and some of its recent achievements. Before long, they arrived at the Spirit Hall. The scale of the Spirit Hall was no less than that of the Tiando Imperial City, with magnificent palace buildings standing tall. In front of the grand entrance was a towering 20-meter-high statue of a six-winged angel, radiating a holy light towards the sun. Salas led Tang Yin into the Spirit Hall, and all the Spirit Hall staff they encountered along the way would step aside to make way and bow in greeting. Upon encountering the third such scene, Tang Yin frowned and asked, "Is the hierarchy in the Spirit Hall so strict?" He had been to the Spirit Hall before, and the sub-halls in some small cities did not have such a stifling atmosphere of hierarchy. Salas inwardly thought this was not good. He did not expect this young man to dislike this kind of formality. The atmosphere of the Spirit Hall was greatly influenced by the local hall master, who held supreme power and could command respect even from the city lord. Aside from the occasional passing inspection team, the hall master could be considered a local emperor. Prolonged, unmonitored power inevitably breeds corruption. Salas, who was relatively restrained, merely enjoyed this feeling of being in a superior position, and his greed and lechery were nothing compared to most nobles. Individuals like Myers were quite rare. Feeling a bit awkward, Salas forced himself to explain hierarchy is only proper, but can be changed if necessary. If it pleases this little ancestor, then we can abolish this formality. Tang Yin became more alert upon hearing this. What did Salas want? Did he have such a high status that the hall master of the Spirit Hall was so fearful of him? He had once asked Qianren Xue about the situation in the Spirit Hall and was told that the platinum bishop of the Tiando City Spirit Hall was not from her faction. Not from her faction? Could it be that her sister, the current Pope Bibi Dong, was from that faction? Considering Salas's attitude towards him now, if Tang Yin still did not understand why he was so close to himself, he might as well dig a pit to bury himself. As they continued walking on the thick red carpet, Tang Yin suddenly said, "Bishop Salas, I have a connection with the current pope." I understand. Salas gave Tang Yin an expression that said he understood, smiling. "Don't worry. The pope doesn't know about this matter." "No, what do you understand?" Tang Yin did not want to correct the platinum bishop's misunderstanding anymore. If there was such protection from this bishop, who in the Tiando Empire would dare to touch him? After touring the Spirit Hall, as he was about to leave, Tang Yin earnestly said to Salas, "Bishop Salas, being diligent in governance is the main purpose. For us soul masters, some external possessions don't need to be taken so seriously. If you change to a more leisurely lifestyle, you might have new experiences." Saying this, Tang Yin placed his hand on Salas's shoulder. A refreshing energy flowed into Salas's body through his shoulder, and a blush appeared on his aged face, making him feel as if he were an old tree blooming in spring. However, it was all too brief, fading from his body in an instant. Tang Yin had infused a limited amount of life energy into him, and this energy would only blossom within him when the bishop completely calmed down. Calm down, huh? It seems that Bishop Salas really needs to become a loyal follower of the angel god. After finishing this, Tang Yin did not explain further and left the Spirit Hall directly, leaving Salas behind, still contemplating Tang Yin's words. Blue Overlord Academy. Lu Erlong returned to the academy early. She felt that her performance today was very strange. She had missed someone for over 20 years. Yet she didn't know why she felt no impulse to rush forward and recognize him. She couldn't understand it, no matter how hard she tried. Lu Erlong. Oh, Lu Erlong, that Shao gang, the one she'd been thinking about for so many years. As she pondered, the face of Tang Yin appeared in her mind. She remembered Tang Yin's restraint that night and the mutual attraction they felt when they were together, which was tinged with disappointment. Tang Yin, sigh. Lu Erlong let out a long sigh, and before she could continue her melancholic thoughts, the members of Blue Tyrant Academy returned, bringing her news of their first victory. However, the news of victory didn't excite Lu Erlong because she didn't see Tang Yin among the returning team. She knew that Tang Yin must have sensed her unusual behavior, but he didn't show it in front of her, although they had no relationship. Lu Erlong still didn't want Tang Yin to misunderstand anything. Where is Tang Yin? Lu Erlong couldn't help but ask. Zhu Zhuyan replied. He was taken away by a senior from the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the word Spirit Hall, Lu Erlong frowned slightly, clearly displeased with the Spirit Hall. All right, you all rest well. There are many battles waiting for you ahead. After encouraging them, Lu Erlong turned to leave. Dugian, feeling puzzled, asked Zhu Zhuyan beside her. Zhuyan, don't you think our principal is acting a bit strange? Zhu Zhuyan was sure. Maybe, I guess. Chapter 178. The truth behind the charm. Tang Yin didn't waste much time at the Spirit Hall. When he returned to Blue Tyrant Academy, He saw Lu Erlong walking in a somewhat flustered manner. Principal, what's wrong? Tang Yin's appearance made Lu Erlong stop in her tracks, and she let out a sigh of relief, her full chest visibly rising and falling. The spirit hall didn't do anything to you, did they? Lu Erlong reached out a hand, wanted to check if Tang Yin was injured, but realizing this was inappropriate, her hand froze in midair. Tang Yin could see a hint of worry in the eyes of this beautiful woman. Although he didn't understand why she would feel this way, just because he went to the spirit hall, he knew that the principal was concerned about him. Tang Yin smiled, reaching out his hand to naturally grasp Lu Erlong's hand that was suspended in the air. A gentle expression flashed in his eyes. When he didn't even notice himself, Tang Yin had held the hands of many girls, Zhu Zhuyuan, Qian Renxue, Zhu Qing, and they all felt pleasant. But Lu Erlong's hand gave him a different sensation. Lu Erlong's hand was well-maintained, slender and smooth, with a warm palm. Yet her hand's back was slightly cool and slippery. Tang Yin's sudden action left Lu Erlong at a loss, and for a moment, she forgot to pull her hand back from his grasp. Tang Yin was slightly taller than Lu Erlong, and from his perspective, he saw a hint of shyness on the face of this principal, who was only a little shorter than him in high heels, resembling a blushing girl. Principal, you're so cute. Unintentionally, Tang Yin reached out to pinch Lu Erlong's face. Her skin, as smooth as cream, was gently caught by his fingers, soft and tender. At that moment, Lu Erlong seemed to awaken from a dream, quickly brushing away Tang Yin's hand and hurriedly withdrawing her hand from his grasp, her eyes showing. Anger? Perhaps a bit, but mostly shyness. I'm the principal. You should show some respect. Tang Yin, not wanting to overstep, bowed and apologized. I apologize for the offense just now. Please forgive me, principal. Brother-in-law, you're back. A voice suddenly came from behind, startling Lu Erlong. She quickly tidied up her clothes, which were not even disheveled, trying to regain her already turbulent heart. The footsteps approached quickly, soon arriving beside Lu Erlong and Tang Yin. Zhu Qing, why are you here? Shouldn't you be training now? Tang Yin asked, his tone as natural as if nothing had happened. As a seasoned scoundrel, Tang Yin had long mastered the skill of keeping his emotions in check. Sister said we don't need to train today. She asked, discussing the tactics for the next match with Sister Yin. According to the rules of the preliminaries, the opening match of Blue Tyrant Academy today was also the first round of the preliminaries, and they would have no schedule tomorrow, just like the Tiando Royal Academy's deputy team. Zhu Zhuyuan and Duga Yin decided not to arrange training too tightly, considering the team members' mentality. A balance of work and rest was the right approach. Tang Yin, feeling the lingering warmth of Lu Erlong's hand, couldn't he comprehend why he had acted that way just now. As he grew older, inheriting Yin's looks, he became increasingly handsome, and the withered power of the world tree gradually recovered with the growth of his soul power. Within Tang Yin, that subtle life energy could evoke a primal pursuit of life itself. Although it wouldn't have as obvious an effect as it did on Jiangzhu, that faint allure was more than enough. The combination of appearance and power was not simply additive. In simple terms, Tang Yin was now like a walking charm. Unless it was a crazy woman like the later character in the original work, such as the deranged Bibi Dong, no one could escape his deadly allure if he wanted to. Zhu Qing, the expert in catching cheating partners, had her gaze linger on Lu Erlong for a long time. Lu Erlong, feeling uneasy under such scrutiny, thought she might have revealed something about what had just happened. However, upon reflection, it seemed she hadn't done anything too out of line, right? Besides, shouldn't it be Tang Yin who was more flustered? Seeing Tang Yin's calm expression, Lu Erlong felt a surge of anger rise within her. As an all-knowing and all-powerful soul master, Tang Yin's perception was sharp. In gaming terms, his awareness of ganks was top-notch. All right, Sister Zhiyun and the others should be done chatting. Let us head back. Tang Yin said to Lu Erlong, Principal, we're leaving now. From an angle unnoticed by Zhu Qing, he winked at Lu Erlong with a charming look. Lu Erlong, left behind, watched Tang Yin and Zhu Qing leave. No, more accurately, she was watching Tang Yin. Her feelings were complex. She didn't understand why Tang Yin had always avoided her in the past when she was so proactive. Yet today, he was so forward. Having been abandoned once, she was somewhat sentimental and inevitably overthought things. It was a form of self-protection. Was my choice right this time? After turning a corner, Zhu Qing, who had originally been walking obediently beside Tang Yin, affectionately linking her arm with his, suddenly tightened her grip, and Tang Yin clearly felt two soft mounds pressing against his arm. before he could fully register it. Zhu Qing secretly pinched the soft flesh at his waist. With a slightly threatening tone, she whispered in his ear, "Brother-in-law, what were you doing with the principal just now?" Previously mentioned, Tang Yin is no longer the simple Tang Yin of the past. Zhu Qing's little tricks are clearly insufficient in front of Tang Yin. What can the dean and I do? Also, Tang Yin tightly grasped Zhu Qing's restless little hand and pinned her against the wall beside him, his gaze aggressive. "Do you want to leave me because of something between the dean and me?" Zhu Qing felt her cheeks flush under Tang Yin's gaze, but at this moment, she seemed to enjoy the feeling. It was a quarter of an hour later that Tang Yin finished dealing with Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing walked in, supported by Tang Yin, just after Zhu Yun and Douluo had finished discussing things. "You guys, what is this?" Douluo was puzzled as to why Zhu Qing needed Tang Yin's support to walk after being out for just a moment. Although she had already been in a relationship, her experience was still insufficient to understand Zhu Qing's current state. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Zhu Qing's face turned red, and she tried to push Tang Yin away. But the tingling and weakness in her legs made her entire body slump against Tang Yin. I just fell." Zhu Qing blushed and offered a rather clumsy excuse. It's hard to believe that a soul master, especially a sensitivity attack type soul master, would trip while walking. It's better to believe that I, who is writing a novel, am Qin Shihuang. Really? Douluo remained skeptical, but didn't pursue the matter further. As she was not a particularly curious person, Zhu Yun immediately saw what was going on with her sister, but she didn't expose it in front of Douluo. "Let us go home." That evening, after finishing dinner, Zhu Qing obediently returned to her room. Zhu Yun also sweetly fell asleep after being intimate with Tang Yin. Lying in bed, Tang Yin recalled the day's enchanting moments, and a strange emotion surged within him, urging him to do something. At Lanba Academy, in the forest, the tranquil lake was as calm as a mirror, undisturbed even by the occasional gentle breeze. In the bamboo house, Lu Erlong lay on her side in bed, finding it difficult to sleep no matter what. Her heart was too chaotic. When she closed her eyes, all she could see was Tang Yin's gentle smile in the sunlight, brushing past like a spring breeze, making her feel as if she were back in her youth when she first fell in love. Her heart was filled with excitement, anxiety, fear, and yearning. Tang Yin was not a devoted person. Right now, he had the pair of sisters Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing by his side. And surely there would be more in the future, making it not an exaggeration to say he was a devil in matters of desire. But why did it make her feel like she wanted to abandon everything to pursue him? Clearly, she had seen the person she had been thinking about today. Clearly, she just wanted to experience being a woman with Tang Yin. Clearly. Lu Erlong let out a long sigh. She had lost count of how many times she had done so tonight. After over 20 years of living alone, why was tonight's loneliness so unbearable? Tang Yin once again appeared in her mind, and every little moment spent alone with him flashed through her memory, just as Lu Erlong was lost in her beautiful memories. The presence of a second person suddenly appeared beside her. As a 76th level soul sage, her perception shouldn't be so weak. Yet sensing the stranger's presence so close made Lu Erlong break out in a cold sweat. The battle instincts that had lain dormant for over 20 years erupted in this moment of crisis. Tang Yin, who had thought he was safe, suddenly found Lu Erlong's palm, which had previously been calm, now clenched into a fist and aimed at him. The physical prowess of a soul sage had undergone a qualitative change. Even without using a martial soul, the strength of her physical body was quite frightening, and Lu Erlong's punch carried at least a few thousand pounds of force. Tang Yin was also caught off guard by Lu Erlong's reaction. As he caught her fist, he hurriedly shouted, "Dean, it's me." Tang Yin's voice was still very recognizable. Not to mention that what Lu Erlong had just been doing was related to him. Instantly recognizing who had come, Lu Erlong relaxed her guard, and her clenched fist quietly loosened, once again held in Tang Yin's hand. "You scared me. Why did you suddenly come to me at night?" The expression Lu Erlong displayed was not anger, but a sense of confusion after relaxing. She used her other hand to pat her chest, calming her earlier emotions. Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback. He felt something odd about the hand he was holding, the sticky sensation not like sweat, but more like instinctively. Tang Yin's gaze shifted to Lu Erlong. Like Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing, Lu Erlong also loved black. Dressed in a black dress. The lower half of Lu Erlong's body was covered by a thin blanket, but the curious Tang Yin secretly activated his CSI. "Sure enough, I missed you." The simple 4 words made Lu Erlong's heart, which had just calmed down, race wildly again. What are you saying?" Lu Erlong turned her head away, not wanting Tang Yin to see the embarrassment on her face, and she didn't retract what she had just done. It seemed that Tang Yin sensed something. He leaned closer to Lu Erlong, gradually approaching her exquisite face, tilting his head slightly to brush past the strands of hair falling over her forehead, and pressed his lips against her earlobe. The warm breath brushed against Lu Erlong's earlobe, instantly bringing a blush to her cheeks, making her look incredibly cute. I said, "I missed you. Do you miss me?" After saying this extremely ambiguous line, Tang Yin extended his tongue and gently touched her tender earlobe. I. The sudden attack left Lu Erlong speechless in front of Tang Yin. She felt like a naive little girl, while Tang Yin resembled a bad uncle luring her in. It just so happened that their ages seemed to be reversed. But it didn't matter. No. Lu Erlong hurriedly denied it. Tang Yin lifted the hand he was holding and brought it to his nose, then took a sniff. The familiar scent, a different formula, and Tang Yin shot a mischievous smile at Lu Erlong before closing his eyes to savor it slowly. At this moment, Lu Erlong finally realized what she had just done with that hand, but it was too late to say anything now. Whoa, I can't face anyone anymore. Lu Erlong was so anxious she was about to cry. To achieve his goal, Tang Yin continued his advance, wrapping his arms around Lu Erlong's slender waist, bringing his face close to hers, wiping away her tears with one hand. "Why are you crying?" The gentleness and dominance ultimately broke down this beautiful woman's last line of defense. She no longer struggled and enjoyed Tang Yin's embrace. "You still haven't told me why you suddenly came to find me?" I said, "I missed you. Were you just thinking about me too?" Lu Erlong buried her head in Tang Yin's chest, letting out a muffled response. Lu Erlong's body was quite curvy, yet her waist was very slender. This sensation was completely different from Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing's sexiness, offering a unique flavor. "Erlong, As the morning light streamed through the window, Lu Erlong lazily opened his eyes. The person beside him had left the bamboo house at some point, leaving only the lingering ambiguity in the air that had yet to dissipate. In response to everything that happened last night, Lu Erlong still felt that it was just a dream. But everything was too real, with the sensations in his body and the scent in the air proving otherwise. Last night, there were no odes of love, no tricks and schemes, only the purest release of emotions. Tang Yin stood on his balcony, his expression melancholic, and after finally clarifying the doubts in his heart, his feelings became even more complicated. "I really am a person born." Chapter 179, The Remaining Academies in the Competition. Tang Yin did not know when he had become someone who toyed with the feelings of others for his own selfish desires. He asked himself, he did not have much feeling for Lu Erlong, aside from the respect for an elder and a bit of sympathy. The intimacy with Lu Erlong last night, the complete release of emotions, brought Tang Yin feelings that even surpassed the warmth of a deep connection. Lu Erlong still believed he had made the right choice. "Good morning, Xiao Yin." A pair of pure white, flawless arms wrapped around Tang Yin from behind. The familiar voice carrying a hint of laziness. Tang Yin instinctively held Zhu Zhuqing's hand, temporarily suppressing the guilt he felt. "Aren't you going to rest a little longer?" Tang Yin could sense the fatigue of the person behind him. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head against Tang Yin's back. "No, we still need to go to the Tiando Seoul Arena today. Getting a preliminary understanding of the strength of those teams will greatly help us in our future matches." Judging solely from the paper strength, winning the championship was not only a sure thing for Lamba Academy, but could also be said to be as easy as pie. However, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures 100 victories. Even though Zhu Zhuqing was already a Soul King, she still remained cautious. After a while of cuddling, they tidied up and headed to the Tiando Seoul Arena. The next day, the Tiando Seoul Arena was still packed, with citizens thoroughly enjoying the feast of young Soul Masters. Unlike yesterday's opening match, there are now 4 arenas set up instead of just one, and today, 2 teams would be battling on each of the 5 arenas, making it quite intense. The members of the Lamba Academy did not have a match today. They were dressed in their everyday clothes, seated in the viewing area prepared for them by the organizers. With the match not yet started, many spectators were still discussing yesterday's match. Hey, let me tell you, not getting a ticket for yesterday's match was such a huge loss. One spectator excitedly told his friend, unable to contain his joy in showing off. "It's just one match, and besides, the ticket price was even more expensive than today. Today we can watch a full 13 matches." The friend beside him obviously had no idea what happened yesterday, and thought it would be just like before. Listening to the speeches of those noble lords, dull and boring, instead thinking the spectator was a bit foolish. Superficial. How can these nobodies today compare to those great masters from yesterday? The spectator crossed his arms, looking disdainful, as if the academies competing today were merely insignificant little fish. Yesterday, there was a young boy from the Tindo Royal Academy who was already a soul zone at such a young age. And he had a fourth ring for 10,000 years, and there was even a soul master with his 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda in his team. What? The friend was clearly shocked. Prior to this, the spectators did not know the information of every member of each team, so they must have won easily. The spectator's face showed a smug expression, then continued. Do you think it's that simple? You're dead wrong. The vice captain of the Tindo Royal Academy is not simple at all. That female soul master at the front of Lamba Academy is not only beautiful, but her figure is amazing, and most importantly, she is also a soul king. Soul king? You're not kidding me, right? The friend was shocked again. And that's not all. Before this beauty even made a move, a white-haired young man walked out from Lamba Academy's team. And not only is he a soul king, but he has not a single soul ring below 1,000 years, controlling the entire arena with just one hand. Such remarks were being made in various corners of the arena, which made Tang Yin feel a bit embarrassed. Boss, everyone is talking about you. I just saw 2 very cute girls blush when they were talking about you. Talon now referred to Tang Yin as boss. He initially intended to compliment him, but once the words left his mouth, he knew he had messed up. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glare, her cheeks puffed up, clearly jealous again. Tang Yin consciously ignored Talon's words, poking Zhu Zhuqing's cheek, deflating her puffed-up face. Let them talk. The more widespread it is, the more the other teams will fear us, which will greatly help us advance. Tang Yin pressed Zhu Zhuqing's head against his shoulder, playing with the strands of hair that fell over her forehead. Du Guiyan watched the intimate actions between Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing, then glanced at Zhu Zhiyan beside her, who was calm and composed, feeling that this woman beside her must be crazy. Hey, how can I enjoy the match like this? Du Guiyan said with some dissatisfaction. Tang Yin laughed heartily. How could that be? This kind of reputation will only scare the weaker teams. Those strong teams might even want to challenge me and send out their strongest lineup. You have a point. After thinking for a while, Du Guiyan agreed with Tang Yin's viewpoint. As the match was about to begin, a few people walked towards the player viewing area. The player viewing area was situated very close to the front, and the area designated by the organizers for profit was not very large, as the players still had a backstage resting area. At this time, there were only a few empty seats left, and just behind Tang Yin, there happened to be a few vacant spots. The newcomers were a pair of sisters. Apart from their different hair colors, their facial features were extremely similar. The one whose arm was linked looked like the elder sister. She stood at about 165 meters tall, with a very proportionate figure, slender but not weak. Her long water blue hair cascaded down her back, and her fair face was adorned with delicate features. At first glance, she might not seem particularly stunning, but upon closer inspection, one could constantly discover her beauty, which had a hazy quality. The younger sister had short dark green hair, her facial features resembling her sister's, but she appeared more lively, and her stature was a bit smaller. They scanned the arena with their eyes, and the younger sister's gaze ultimately landed on Tang Yin. No, it landed on Tang Yin himself. Her expression clearly showed some excitement as she pointed a finger towards Tang Yin's direction, appearing both thrilled and excited. Sister, look. That young man is so handsome, and he's the same color as the genius from Lamba Academy that the teacher mentioned. White hair is not a common hair color in the Douluo continent, and the probability of 2 white-haired participants appearing among hundreds of competitors was almost 0. Shui Binger also followed the direction her sister was pointing and fixed her gaze on Tang Yin. Yesterday, the participants from the Water Academy did not all stay after the opening ceremony. Only one teacher responsible for collecting information on their opponents remained to observe, recording the styles of the competing teams and some of the soul skills of certain players. Last night, when they learned that their opponent included a freak like Tang Yin, the expressions of Shrek's group, who had received the news earlier, were identical. Zhu Zhuqing cast a hostile glance at the 2 strikingly beautiful girls who seemed to match her and her sister in looks, especially the younger-looking one whose eyes were practically sparkling as she gazed at her brother-in-law. Feeling uneasy, Zhu Zhuqing turned to her sister, only to find Zhu Zhuqing still appearing nonchalant. Frustrated, Zhu Zhuqing thought that for the sake of their future happiness, she, as the younger sister, had to worry a bit more. Shui Binger pressed down her younger sister's outstretched finger, quietly educating her. Don't be so rude. There's a spot over there. Let us hurry over. Shui Yuer generally paid little attention to her sister's lecturing. She pulled Shui Binger along and sat down behind Tang Yin. Shui Yuer's personality was the complete opposite of her sister, Shui Binger. Shui Binger was calm, steady, and kept her emotions in check, not swayed by her feelings, almost a symbol of rationality. In contrast, Shui Yuer was lively, innocent, cheerful, and somewhat infatuated, having no resistance to handsome guys like Tang Yin. She leaned her head close to Tang Yin and enthusiastically asked, "Hey, handsome, can I ask if you were the white-haired genius from Lamba Academy that they mentioned?" Although she already had an answer in her heart, she felt that only hearing him confirm it would be convincing. Shui Binger had initially wanted to stop her sister, but she too was curious to know whether Tang Yin was indeed that prodigy. Her hand that tried to intervene only managed to grasp the corner of Shui Yuer's uniform. Tang Yin had noticed the two girls right away. From the water and ice elements they radiated, he guessed they probably came from one of the 5 elemental academies, the Tianshui Academy. Seeing the other parties so enthusiastic, Tang Yin didn't act aloof. Instead, he smiled and said, "I can't call myself a genius. I'm just an ordinary student from Lamba Academy." Ordinary student. Shui Yuer ignored Tang Yin's modesty, her eyes shining with infatuation as she asked, "Handsome, do you have a girlfriend?" Before she could finish the word friend, Shui Binger sensed the cold aura emanating from Zhu Zhuqing beside Tang Yin and quickly covered her sister's mouth. Sorry. My sister has a bit of a lively personality. If she has offended you, I apologize on her behalf, Shui Binger said. It's fine. Tang Yin didn't think there was anything wrong with her asking if he had a girlfriend. He turned to the one who had just asked, Shui Yuer, and said, "This classmate, I do have a girlfriend, and not just one." Shui Yuer initially thought Tang Yin was suddenly talking to her because her springtime was approaching. But upon hearing his words, she felt her worldview shatter and immediately fell into a state of heartbreak. Wah, the boy I like is actually a player. Unable to accept the harsh reality, Shui Yuer leaned against her sister's soft embrace, silently digesting her loneliness. Shui Binger also felt a bit awkward, thinking, "It can't be true, right?" She still couldn't believe that the seemingly honorable Tang Yin could be a scoundrel. Although the Douluo continent was not monogamous, most soul masters still adhered to a monogamous system. No soul master would willingly share their love with others. Zhu Zhuqing thought the person behind her was still unrepentant and directly tugged at Zhu Zhuqing across Tang Yin. Zhu Zhuqing, caught off guard, stumbled towards Tang Yin, who steadied her, and Zhu Zhuqing naturally leaned against Tang Yin. The facts were laid out before Shui Binger, making her have to believe. If she hadn't just seen it wrong, the two girls beside Tang Yin looked like a pair of sisters. Sisters, Shui Binger glanced at Shui Yuer, who was acting cute in her embrace, and instinctively shifted her body back a bit. Dugu Yin took everything in with amusement. The competition soon began, and Tang Yin and the others quickly found the most entertaining match among the 5 ongoing matches. It was taking place in the number 1 battle arena, the one closest to Tang Yin's direction. One team was fully dressed in gold and red uniforms, and every member's martial soul was related to flames, representing the Qihua Academy, one of the 5 elemental academies. On the other side was a high-level soul master academy from the Fasno province. Tang Yin grew up in the Holy Soul Village in Fasno province. And this obscure province of the Heavendo Empire was not only a small player in administrative matters, but also had concerning quality in its high-level Soul Master Academy. The soul rings of the players on the field were the best, just like those from the Qihua Academy, but from the surface strength. It was apparent that there was at least a 3-level difference in average level between them. The core figure of the Qihua Academy was a girl with long, dark red waves of hair that cascaded down to her waist, a fair complexion, exquisite features, and a pair of large eyes shimmering with a faint silver light. She was quite tall, and Tang Yin estimated she was about his height now. Her martial soul appeared to be her shadow, possessing a strong fire control ability. Under her performance, the 7 soul masters on the opposing side had no power to fight back at all. After desperately resisting for 5 minutes, the last person was sent flying by a punch from a student of the Qihua Academy whose martial soul was a fire dragon. That Wu seems to have become even stronger. Shui Yuer had long stopped clinging to her sister and whispered to Shui Binger after watching the match of the Qihua Academy. Shui Binger's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she lightly responded with an to Shui Yuer's words. "Can I ask you a somewhat presumptuous question? Does your elemental academy follow an extreme flow?" Tang Yin's inquiry pulled Shui Binger's thoughts back. It's not presumptuous. A single element can be considered a type of extreme flow, but we also seek some balance within the extremes. Shui Binger felt there was nothing to hide. These matters could be easily discovered with a little inquiry. So it was better to tell Tang Yin and form a good relationship. Thank you for the information. In exchange, I'll share a secret with you. A secret? Tang Yin gestured for Shui Binger to come closer. Shui Binger hesitated for a moment, but then leaned her head over. After hearing Tang Yin's words, Shui Binger nodded as if relieved. Thank you. We also need to prepare, so we'll take our leave now. Shui Binger stood up and pulled her sister away from the viewing area. Shui Wer was very curious about what Tang Yin had said to her sister and eagerly awaited her sister's explanation. Chapter 180, The Unfortunate Time Year. Tang Yin told Shui Binger that it wasn't anything serious. He just informed her in advance that he wouldn't be participating in the matchup against Tianshui Academy. The perceptive Shui Binger understood. Even if she was informed, they wouldn't go all out against Lamba Academy, thinking about how to earn points from them. As most other academies thought the same way. After a day of watching the matches, the members of Lamba Academy had a general understanding of all the competing teams. With only a few of them being competitive, and the majority weren't as strong as the Tianshui Royal Academy's vice team they faced yesterday. Among these teams, only one piqued Tang Yin's curiosity. Their team appeared unremarkable, but Tang Yin felt there was a strange aura emanating from them. Tang Yin noted down the name of their team and decided to take action when he encountered them again. The 5 arenas held competitions simultaneously, and the duration was very short. By the end of the first round of preliminary matches, only more than half a day had passed. The actual leader of the team, Zhu Zhuyun and Du Guiyin, decided to return to the academy to discuss tactics for tomorrow. To avoid disturbing their training, Tang Yin, who had nothing to do, parted ways with them. After watching Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing leave, Tang Yin rested his head on one hand, wandering between Qianren Xue and Lu Erlong. Remembering the enchanting scene from last night, little Tang Yin quickly made a choice for his elder brother. As for Lu Erlong, Tang Yin guessed that Lu Erlong's desire for him was more about physical needs than emotional ones, so he felt he didn't need to carry too much mental burden. Having made his decision, Tang Yin set off for Lamba Academy. At an unknown time, while walking, Tang Yin suddenly stopped. With a mental strength far surpassing his peers, he quickly sensed something was off. The originally warm sunlight was obscured by a layer of mist, and the surrounding environment fell into a foggy state, becoming unrecognizable. The world blurred at that moment. A chilling aura emanated from the mist, and Tang Yin quickly determined that it was a murderous intent threatening his life. "Oh, your alertness is quite impressive," a blurry figure in the mist said. An elderly figure revealed his face. The old man appeared to be over 60, and from his clothing, Tang Yin quickly associated him with the academy he had been focusing on today, Songhui Academy. The visitor was Xinyan, a soul sage with the martial soul of Broken Dream. At level 72. Hee, you are indeed impressive. You look only 14 or 15, yet are already at the Soul King level, with a soul ring combination that is hard to comprehend. Unfortunately, such a peerless genius is about to die in my hands. Tang Yin looked at the old man in front of him with a strange expression, tilting his head and asking, "Old man, you come to kill me in your academy's clothes? Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity?" "Expose my identity?" Xinyan laughed heartily, as if he had heard a tremendous joke. "Kid, do you think that now that you've seen my true face, I would let you go? Do you know? From the moment you revealed your strength, I wanted to eliminate you quickly. I didn't expect to catch you alone the very next day. Truly, the heavens are watching." Tang Yin remained very calm and asked again, "Old man, are you done talking?" "Of course." Xinyan instinctively wanted to respond, but he felt Tang Yin's reaction was too calm, unnaturally so. Could it be that geniuses view death so lightly? Just as Xinyan was about to take the next step, Tang Yin shook his head and lifted his drooping eyelids. His left eye glimmered silver, and a force capable of piercing through all illusions burst forth from Tang Yin's left eye, the Xieji eye. Wherever it went, Xinyan's illusion woven with his martial soul shattered like a mirror. How is this possible? Xinyan was stunned by the scene before him. He never expected his illusion to collapse under a Soul King's power. The surrounding environment returned to normal, but it was no longer the streets of Tiando City. Instead, it was a wilderness near the Sunset Forest. Your martial soul is quite interesting. Tang Yin was sure that he had only taken one step to detect Xinyan's illusion, and being able to leave so far away must be a trait of his martial soul. Xinyan, being an experienced soul sage, quickly regained his composure from the panic. A cruel smile appeared on his face as his soul rings began to manifest one by one. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, black. 7 soul rings moved silently. Ordinary soul kings and emperors would have lost their fighting spirit against the soul pressure released by Shinian long ago. Kid, it seems I underestimated you before. You've given me quite a few surprises, however. You will ultimately die in my hands. Perhaps Shinian's information was a bit outdated. 6 months ago, Tang Yin had already been able to battle against soul sages, let alone Shinian, who leaned towards the spiritual type of soul master. Ever since obtaining the Xieji, Tang Yin have been least afraid of mental attacks. The greatest pleasure of my life is watching my opponents go mad in my broken dream until they die. Kid, I admit you are strong, but it ends here. I want to see if a genius will piss his pants in pain. Ha ha! Shinian's 7th soul ring lit up, and his figure began to become illusory. His voice was hazy yet clear, as if he had already gone far away. It was also close by. Feel the pain, feel the torment. Shinian began to use his martial soul's power to guide Tang Yin to recall the most terrifying things in his heart. Tang Yin initially thought he would just play around with this old man. But when he felt Shinian's martial soul could lead him to remember painful memories he was almost forgetting, he became extremely cold. Familiar images echoed in Tang Yin's mind. Like slideshows, daggers piercing his heart, mocking smiles, cold words. Tang Yin expressionlessly reached out his hand, grasping the air, and pulled Shinian, who had entered the illusionary mist, directly out. The game of cat and mouse ends here. Tang Yin's tone was chilling. At this moment, Shinian's face was filled with terror, hardly believing that his proud illusion appeared so ridiculous before Tang Yin. Impossible, absolutely impossible. In my broken dream, I am the master of everything. Even soul masters of the same level cannot escape from my broken dream. You were only level 50. How did you do it? Chapter 181. Reunion with an old friend. Tang Yin initially did not plan to do anything to Shinian, even if he had murderous intentions against him. Tang Yin promised that he would only shake his protective umbrella after subduing Shinian. He was kind-hearted and could not bear to see the old man suffer before him. But now, this was no longer necessary. If Shinian had a beast martial soul or an aggressive weapon martial soul, he might have chosen to escape when facing unfavorable conditions against Tang Yin. However, this physically weak man, who was even weaker than many soul emperors of the spiritual type, was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered once Tang Yin caught him. Shinian, who had just been shattered by Tang Yin, looked like a mad old man, his expression constantly shifting between fear and madness. Ha ha, impossible. You can't be just a little kid. My illusion is invincible, invincible. Please, please, let me go. I was wrong. Tang Yin looked at Shinian, who was already mentally broken in his hand, then rubbed his temples with his other hand, pondering for a moment. Bishop Salas, this person will be handed over to you to deal with. Across from Tang Yin, Salas wore a fawning smile. Little brother Tang Yin, don't worry, this old dog dared to openly hunt the contestants of the elite competition of high-level soul master academies across the continent. As one of the organizers, the Spirit Hall will definitely not let him go. Tang Yin clapped his hands. He has something on his head. Make sure you don't lose it after handling him. Although Tang Yin's tone was calm, it made Salas break out in a cold sweat. Saras put away the smile on his face and said seriously, that's for sure. Everything that Shinian owns will be your spoils of war. No one would dare to take it all for themselves. This old fellow actually has a precious head soul bone hidden so deeply. Saras cursed the soon-to-die Shinian in his heart, wondering why he didn't come to his platinum bishop to show off. Missing out on a soul bone made him feel terrible. But this bad mood would soon have an outlet. Bishop Saras, you are too harsh. It's nothing. I'll head back first. After dealing with this little incident on the road, Tang Yin returned safely to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Instead of going to the training ground, Tang Yin directly walked into the headmaster's secluded area, where a sign read Restricted Area. No entry for unauthorized personnel. At that moment, Lu Erlong was watering and pruning the flowers she was nurturing. But Tang Yin did not hide his footsteps. As soon as she looked up, she saw Tang Yin's figure. Tang Yin could clearly see a flash of surprise in Lu Erlong's dark eyes. As he approached, Lu Erlong put down the watering can and scissors in her hands. What brings you here? Tang Yin naturally wrapped his arms around Lu Erlong's voluptuous figure, resting his head in a dreamlike daze, inhaling the mixed scent of flowers and cream. A muffled voice sounded, I missed you, your body. Honest Tang Yin was indeed not lying, even if it was purely physical. He did not want to forget a Yin's teaching, to be an honest and trustworthy good child. Lu Erlong felt very sweet in her heart, and her worries greatly diminished. Resting her head against Tang Yin's, she softly replied, I missed you too. Lu Erlong had long felt that there was an aura about Tang Yin that made her very comfortable, always believing it was because she liked him that she felt that way. But after close contact, Lu Erlong realized that this feeling was real and not a fantasy given to her by love. Tang Yin suddenly lifted Lu Erlong's leg, supporting her waist with one hand and carrying her into the room. With the cultivation of a soul sage, Lu Erlong nestled in Tang Yin's arms like a little girl, her hands wrapping around his neck. It's still not dark yet. Isn't that better? As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, Lu Erlong lay weakly in Tang Yin's embrace, her red lips slightly parted, breathing short and rapid. We cannot know how they began in the bamboo house, but the ending took place by the small lake beside it. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, with only a thin blanket covering the two of them. Lu Erlong rested her head on Tang Yin's arm, her tone filled with satisfaction and a hint of laziness. Xiao Yin, are you hungry? Let me cook for you. In sage mode, Tang Yin felt guilty for a second, and the hunger in his body made him nod. Supporting Lu Erlong, they got up. I don't understand the specific details, but it was already around 10 o'clock when they had dinner that night. The preliminary rounds passed quickly, and now half of the schedule had passed. Blue Tyrant Academy topped the leaderboard with 15 wins and no losses, closely followed by Thunder Academy, which also had 15 wins and no losses. The third place was from Tiando Royal Academy, led by Tang San. Even though the other Shrek students were far below their original strength and lacked the powerful spirit fusion skill of the Nether White Tiger, they still achieved victory except for the first match loss. Tang Yin originally planned to make a move when encountering the team from Songhui Academy, led by Xinyan. But they encountered Tang San's Tiando Royal Academy first. The 7-in-1 spirit fusion skill was indeed flashy and amazing, but after being cracked by Tang San, the 7 became fools. At that moment, Tang Yin could clearly see that at the moment the spirit fusion skill shattered, the sea of spirit power that the 7 had stored also broke apart. Even the transparent and elusive soul showed some cracks. Now that they had become fools, Tang Yin naturally did not need to take action, so he fell back into a state of lethargy. During the 16th round of the preliminary matches, the members of Blue Tyrant Academy were resting in the preparation area for the upcoming match against Shenkong Academy. Meanwhile, their captain Tang Yin was outside the Tiando fighting arena, on a date with Lu Erlong. Dean, is this okay? Tang Yin pinned Lu Erlong against the wall, his eyes filled with heat. Just a moment ago, Tang Yin had intended to do something inappropriate in the spectator seats, but upon seeing that Tang Yin was still wearing the Blue Tyrant Academy uniform today, Lu Erlong rejected his proposal. As the dean of Blue Tyrant Academy, although she kept a low profile, many people had come to know her identity over the past few days. Being intimate with a student from her own academy in public if word got out. Lu Erlong's charming face flushed, her rosy lips glistening, clearly longing for it as well. As their lips intertwined, just when the two were lost in affection, a figure appeared in their line of sight. To their surprise, it was a mutual acquaintance of Tang Yin and Lu Erlong. In the midst of passion, Lu Erlong opened her hazy eyes, her gaze filled with allure. Unintentionally, her peripheral vision caught the familiar person's position, and that person happened to look over. Chapter 182, The Heartbroken Gongzi. Today, the match for the Tiando Royal Academy was the first match, and they easily won without breaking a sweat. After the assassination attempt on Tang Yin by Xinyan, the Spirit Hall required each academy to send at least one Soul Sage or 2 Soul Emperors to protect their Academy S team members. Flandra had returned to the academy early with a group of people, while Yu Xiaojiang had to handle matters regarding tomorrow's match, so he missed the main group by a bit. These students from Shrek Academy did not disappoint their teacher, apart from the first AS loss. They had no further defeats. If this trend continues, the appearance of the from Tiando Royal Academy is already a foregone conclusion. And the soul of this team, Tang Sen's name will resound throughout the continent. And he, Yu Xiaojiang, as the teacher who nurtured a genius with twin spirits, would make those who once looked down on him unable to reach him, especially Bibi Dong. Thinking of this, the originally stiff expression broke into a smile, his thick lips curling upwards, exuding the confidence and lewdness of a middle-aged man. Coincidentally, his peripheral vision caught sight of the corner where Tang Yin and Lu Erlong were. At first, he thought it was a young couple who couldn't withstand the loneliness and were here to release their desires. He silently lamented the decline of social morals, recalling the days he spent with Flandra and his most beloved person traversing the continent. Wait, just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to leave, it seemed he thought of something, and his gaze lingered on Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong also recognized who it was. Her eyes widened in shock. and the hazy gaze she had just moments ago was now clear. Tang Yin, with his back to Yu Xiaojiang, was unaware that someone had stopped to observe him kissing Lu Erlong. He felt the person in his arms suddenly tense up, as if the delicate little tongue had forgotten to resist, completely captured by Tang Yin. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yin increasingly recklessly invaded Lu Erlong's everything. Although she chose to be with Tang Yin, she still couldn't bring herself to be so intimate with him in front of Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong wanted to push Tang Yin away from her body, but the tingling sensation all over her body and the weakness in her hands rendered her unable to do anything. Tang Yin found Lu Erlong's small hand a bit mischievous, so he freed one hand to grasp her delicate fingers, lifted it high, and pressed it against the wall. Yu Xiaojiang's legs felt as heavy as lead, as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't move even a step. Seeing his beloved Erlong, the guilt and fear in his heart should have made him choose to escape. But when he saw the woman he loved, Lu Erlong, being intimate with another man right in front of him, he felt as if he was enduring a heart-wrenching pain every moment. It hurt too much. Erlong, why? At this moment, Lu Erlong felt utterly helpless. Her mind told her to end it all quickly, but her body was still enjoying the moment. The contradictory feelings made her tears uncontrollably fall from the corners of her eyes. A single tear fell on Tang Yin's face, finally making him realize something was wrong. When he saw the wronged and helpless expression on Lu Erlong's face, a hint of guilt stirred in his heart. Tang Yin let go of Lu Erlong, who he had somewhat roughly pinned against the wall, and pulled her enticing body into his embrace, softly asking, "What is wrong?" Lu Erlong's gaze remained fixed on the dazed Yu Xiaojiang. Her heart was complicated, like a tangled mess. Tang Yin followed Lu Erlong's gaze and turned around. He had clearly chosen to give up, but why did it hurt so much to see Erlong with another man? Yu Xiaojiang, who should have been avoiding the situation, was still there, foolishly staring, suffering through each second as if they were years. Upon realizing who had arrived, Tang Yin was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter Yu Xiaojiang here. Tang Yin didn't feel awkward at all. He held Lu Erlong's delicate body and turned slightly, displaying a polite smile. "Master, hello. May I ask what brings you here?" "White hair, Tang Yin." When Yu Xiaojiang saw Tang Yin's face, he struggled to lift a hand, trembling fingers pointing at Tang Yin and Lu Erlong, his voice hoarse and bitter. "You too." Lu Erlong didn't know what to say, even though she no longer loved Yu Xiaojiang as a former partner. She felt somewhat ashamed to be seen in the arms of someone over 20 years younger than her. Seeing Lu Erlong lower her head in shame, Tang Yin gently placed her head on his shoulder and spoke the answer Yu Xiaojiang wanted to know. "Master, as you can see, I am with Director Erlong." This statement struck Yu Xiaojiang's heart like a thunderbolt, shattering the self-esteem he had just begun to piece together. His eyes were bloodshot, veins spreading from his eye sockets to his pupils, and his dark skin turned an abnormal shade of red. "Your ages." "And little Tang Yin, don't you have a girlfriend?" Why deceive Erlong's feelings? Yu Xiaojiang seemed to have found an outlet for his emotions, unleashing a torrent of anger at Tang Yin. "Master, you are outdated. I'm only 28 years younger than Director Erlong, and a title Douluo has a lifespan of several hundred years. 100 years from now, the age difference between me and Director Erlong will be negligible." As he spoke, Tang Yin gestured with his thumb and index finger, indicating a small gap, losing the South Korean market. "As for what you mentioned about me having a girlfriend," Tang Yin gently caressed Lu Erlong's exquisite face and continued, "Director Erlong knows about it too. Even if you're my brother's teacher, you shouldn't interfere in my private life." I am Erlong's cousin. Am I not allowed to be worried about her being deceived by someone else?" At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang had to resort to the identity he was most reluctant to mention to intervene in this situation. Tang Yin obviously knew that Lu Erlong had told him about this matter that drunken night. He had always felt that Lu Erlong deserved better until that day when he saw the unusual look Lu Erlong shot at Yu Xiaojiang. And he finally learned the name of that unfaithful man. "Longer, would you like to be with me?" Tang Yin leaned down and whispered in Lu Erlong's ear. Lu Erlong didn't lift her head, merely responding with a soft Though her voice was small, both Tang Yin and Yu Xiaojiang heard it clearly. "Huff!" Yu Xiaojiang, whose face was flushed, could no longer bear it and spat out a mouthful of blood, a sign of heartache. Chapter 183. Heart. The blood spurted out 3 meters away, within range of Tang Yin and Lu Erlong. Tang Yin reacted quickly, spinning around with Lu Erlong in his arms to evade the surprise attack from Yu Xiaojiang. The Grand Soul Master. Yu Xiaojiang's body could no longer support itself. He collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the sky, his murky eyes devoid of any sparkle. Upon noticing that Yu Xiaojiang had coughed up blood, Lu Erlong felt a twinge of guilt. She wanted to rise from Tang Yin's embrace to check on Yu Xiaojiang's injury. But she felt herself firmly held in place by a pair of strong hands, and her slight struggles proved ineffective. Little Lu Erlong looked up, about to say something, when she saw Tang Yin's cold, frost-like face. The hand that Tang Yin had tightly wrapped around her suddenly loosened. "You can go." His tone was icy, a tone Lu Erlong had never heard from him before. Since she had known Tang Yin, he had always been a gentle, courteous, humble, and slightly flirtatious young man in her eyes. She had never seen him so angry as he was today. Lu Erlong stood frozen in place. One hand still wrapped around Tang Yin's waist, and she could clearly sense the tension there. Just as Tang Yin was about to turn and leave, Lu Erlong, relying on her soul sage reflexes, quickly wrapped her arms around Tang Yin's waist. "What's wrong?" Lu Erlong asked in a soft voice. Seeing Tang Yin remain still, his icy demeanor thawing slightly but still silently staring at the fallen Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong explained, "He is my cousin, Tang Yin wasn't very angry. His feelings for Lu Erlong weren't that deep. At this moment, he only felt a sense of indignation, as if a toy had been snatched away from him. "You don't need to explain anything to me." Tang Yin smiled, but Lu Erlong felt none of the usual warmth. Fearful of losing him again, she tightened her grip around Tang Yin's waist, afraid that if she let go, he would leave her like Yu Xiaojiang had done on their wedding night 20 years ago. She disliked this feeling. Having gone through it once, she didn't want to experience it again. "Don't leave me, okay?" Lu Erlong's voice carried a hint of pleading, or perhaps desperation. Tang Yin's playful intentions wavered under the weight of her words. As mentioned before, Tang Yin's heart was soft. Even if he wanted to be a heartless scoundrel, he would become indecisive when faced with any entangled feelings. Tang Yin hadn't expected Lu Erlong's dependence on him to be so profound. At first, Tang Yin had only been with Lu Erlong to vent, nothing more. Each of the three present had their own concerns. "The match is about to end. Let's go." After a long silence, Tang Yin only spoke 4 words before turning and walking towards the Sky Do Sol arena. Lu Erlong, holding Tang Yin, followed closely beside him, not even casting a glance at Yu Xiaojiang, not even a bit. "Don't be angry, okay?" Lu Erlong clung to Tang Yin's arm, her tone carrying a hint of a pout. "I'm not angry. You are," Lu Erlong insisted, as she was originally a hot-tempered person. But Tang Yin didn't like this character trait, so she was trying to change herself. Tang Yin slapped Lu Erlong's arm lightly and said, "I said I'm not angry." When Tang Yin and Lu Erlong entered the rest area, they had returned to their usual selves, though Lu Erlong's face looked a bit flushed. At this moment, Lu Erlong had not yet shown any signs of a relationship with Tang Yin that exceeded the boundaries of senior and junior in front of Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. Not long after, the two, back to normal, saw the victorious return of the Blue Tyrant Academy team. Lu Erlong watched as Tang Yin stepped forward to greet them, while she sat in a chair, feeling a painful sensation in a certain part of her body. After falling to the ground, Yu Xiaojiang had no idea what Lu Erlong and Tang Yin said behind him. He could only feel a void in his head, losing interest in everything in the world at that moment, wanting to lie there until he could no longer open his eyes. The match was over, and the people in the arena dispersed through various exits. Occasionally, passers-by curiously glanced at the collapsed Yu Xiaojiang lying by the roadside, but no one stopped. After the crowd dissipated, the once noisy entrance of the Sky Do Sol arena fell silent again. Teacher, what's wrong? Wake up, wake up!" In his haze, Yu Xiaojiang felt a pain in his philtrum, and his blurry vision began to clear. Tang San's ordinary face was filled with concern, gradually coming into focus in his eyes. After returning to the academy with Flander, Tang San had started today's training. But when he wanted to consult Yu Xiaojiang about some issues he encountered with his twin martial souls, he found no trace of Yu Xiaojiang in the academy. Because of the ongoing competition, Yu Xiaojiang, as the leading teacher of the vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy, had never been away from the academy for so long alone. Fearing something had happened to his teacher, Tang San found Flander, and after informing him of the situation, the two set out to find Yu Xiaojiang. Sure enough, they found the unconscious Yu Xiaojiang outside the Sky Do Sol arena. When Yu Xiaojiang woke up, a look of surprise appeared on Tang San's face. Upon discovering Yu Xiaojiang, there was a distinct spray-like blood mark beside him, and he was covered in dust and some dark brown blood stains, with a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Initially, Tang San thought Yu Xiaojiang had been injured by someone, but after checking, he found no wounds on him, and he noticeably sighed in relief. He vowed that if anyone dared to harm his teacher, that person would certainly meet their end. Flander, having heard the commotion, hurried over as well. Xiaojing, what happened? As a longtime close friend, Flander was very concerned about his brother. When Yu Xiaojing saw his beloved disciple and good brother, the thoughts of life being meaningless and the world collapsing gradually faded away. But looking at the starry sky, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but think of his Erlong, wondering if she was at that moment entwined with Tang Yin. Just that thought made Yu Xiaojing's heart ache. The pain akin to the hatred of a man losing his wife made this proud man shed humiliating tears. Woo-woo. In Tang San's embrace, Yu Xiaojing cried like a 50-year-old child. Tang San and Flander exchanged glances, knowing something must have happened during their absence that led to Yu Xiaojing's deep sorrow. Once Yu Xiaojing's emotions stabilized a bit, Flander cautiously asked, Xiaojing, what happened? Flander, met Erlong. Chapter 184. The Golden Iron Triangle. Flander's choice in the midst of the moonlight and sparse stars. The white light of a soul guide street lamp illuminated Yu Xiaojing. Erlong, she's still as beautiful as before. I still remember the first time I saw her. Yu Xiaojing rambled on a lot, shifting from yearning to reminiscing, and his expression became increasingly distorted with the depth of his words. When I just came out of the soul arena, I saw her, she. Yu Xiaojing hugged his head with both hands, in pain. She was kissing Tang Yin here with Xiao San's younger brother. After hearing this, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept what he just heard. From Yu Xiaojing's words, Tang San could easily deduce that the Erlong his teacher spoke of was his beloved, who was now with his younger brother. And he wondered what the world was coming to. Tang San had no standing to criticize Tang Yin. He couldn't even raise his head in front of Tang Yin, as his pride had been shattered time and again by him, and the fear deep within him would haunt him until he overcame his inner barriers. Flander also did not expect to hear his little brother's name from his good friend's mouth. He knew that Lu Erlong had established an academy in Tiando City, the undefeated Blue Tyrant Academy. He had originally planned to visit Lu Erlong to help his foolish brother and sister reconcile. Unexpectedly, before he could act, Lu Erlong had already gotten together with a student from his academy after waiting for over 20 years. As an elder brother, he found it hard to accept. No, I disagree. Flander's tone suddenly became agitated, his eyes hidden behind thick glasses glinting with sharp light, and his eyelids twitched restlessly. How can Erlong's future happiness be handed over to that kid? There's a full 28 years difference between them. By the time Erlong's beauty fades, will that kid still cherish her like he does now? The last sentence was almost a roar from Flander. He was originally a person who spoke with a lisp, and his excitement made his words even harder to understand. Tang San looked bewildered, but he could see the anger in Flander's tone and expression. Yu Xiaojing bitterly shook his head. Do you think I didn't say anything? Tang Yin already has 2 girlfriends, but Erlong still chose to be with him. Huff, huff, huff. Flander was desperately trying to calm his inner fury, genuinely fearing he would lose control. After a moment, Flander suddenly grabbed Yu Xiaojing's collar and lifted him off the ground. Yu Xiaojing, somewhat angrily, said, Flander, what are you going crazy about? Flander remained expressionless. I can't let Erlong go wrong any longer. But she already has someone she likes. Shut up. Yu Xiaojing felt like a toy in Flander's grip, unable to resist with his 29th level soul power. She liked you back then. She waited for you for a full 20 years. 20 years. If it weren't for you, would Erlong be able to be with that kid Tang Yin? Now, are you going to continue being a coward, continuing to escape? Flander's emotional breakdown was not unexpected for Yu Xiaojing. He knew that not only did he like Lu Erlong back then, but their good brother also loved Lu Erlong. However, as a brother, he could only silently bless them as they were in love. The former lover and partner were about to fall step by step into the abyss, as they believed, and after being a dog for over 20 years, he finally exploded at this moment. Yu Xiaojing, if you still recognize me as your brother, let us go find Erlong today and bring her back from her misguided path. He exploded, but not completely. Yu Xiaojing recalled the scenes from earlier that day, and his fists gradually tightened. Erlong, my Erlong. What so-called morals and ethics? What cousins? All go to hell. Under the repeated blows, Yu Xiaojing finally burst forth with the greatest courage he had ever felt. All right, let us go together. Sweeping away his previous dejection, Yu Xiaojing's face was full of determination. Flander patted Yu Xiaojing's shoulder and affirmed, as expected of my good brother. Without saying another word, Flander's hands went under Yu Xiaojing's armpits, lifting him up, and with a flap of his cat-eagle wings behind him, they flew towards the direction of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Tang San, unsure if he was curious or worried about his teacher, also followed along using his ghost shadow perplexing track. At the Blue Tyrant Academy, In Lu Erlong's small bamboo house. Lu Erlong was sitting on Tang Yin's lap with a flushed face, and the small table was set with several dishes she had just prepared. This meal was not easy to make. It took a full hour to get ready. At this moment, Lu Erlong was wearing only a thin gauzy dress, faintly revealing her alluring figure. Tang Yin was also somewhat disheveled, but neither of them cared, as they enjoyed their dinner together. Dean, I want to eat flammable tenderloin. Tang Yin leaned his head on Lu Erlong's soft shoulder, speaking with a hint of a spoiled tone in his voice. Lu Erlong shrank her neck and playfully scolded. Don't call me Dean. She picked up a piece of tenderloin with her chopsticks and fed it to Tang Yin behind her. If not Dean, then what should I call you, Erlong? When Tang Yin said Erlong, he could clearly feel Lu Erlong's body shudder slightly. Erlong, oh, and the mem Tang Yin, who found it amusing, continued calling her, but Lu Erlong couldn't take it anymore and stuffed the piece of tenderloin into his mouth to silence him. However, Tang Yin was still restless while eating, his hands wandering around her waist. Just as the two were at the stage of feeding each other, they heard the noise of uninvited guests outside. The two, who were sharing the same piece of tenderloin, snapped back to reality, their eyes meeting. Even though they hadn't been together for long, after their deep exchange, they understood each other's feelings. Tang Yin put on his outer robe and headed towards the door, while Lu Erlong hurriedly took off the revealing gauzy dress and put on the somewhat messy clothes on the floor. Just as he stepped out of the bamboo house, Tang Yin soon spotted the figure of the intruder, and coincidentally, they were all familiar faces. When Flander brought Yu Xiaojiang to the Blue Tyrant Academy, they quickly spotted the bamboo house hidden in the forest from the sky. When they saw Tang Yin walking out from the house, their hearts shattered, but they also confirmed their destination was correct. Oh, may I ask how to address the person next to the master? Tang Yin had met Flander before, but didn't he know his name? And what brings you here? This last question was somewhat knowingly asked. Seeing the fierce stance of the two, Tang Yin could guess their purpose just by looking at their expressions. Before the two could answer, Lu Erlong, now dressed, walked out of the house just as Tang San arrived. Erlong. The sight of Lu Erlong stepping out made their already shattered hearts turn to dust. Big brother? Little cousin? What are you doing here? Remembering some things from earlier in the day, Lu Erlong quickly changed her address. At this moment, Flander felt as if his breath was painful. He felt bitter and was filled with emotion upon seeing Lu Erlong, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Erlong, are you all right? Tang Yin, whether intentionally or not, naturally wrapped his arm around Lu Erlong's waist. Before Lu Erlong could respond, he spoke first. So it's uncle and second uncle. Erlong and I are getting along very well. No need to disturb you two coming here so late. Lu Erlong's face flushed, but she did not resist. Flander was struck like lightning, completely frozen in place like Yu Xiaojiang had been earlier that day. Even though Yu Xiaojiang had been prepared for this scene, he still couldn't remain calm. Tang Sen could hardly bear it. Xiao Yin, don't you already have a girlfriend? How can you be so fickle and do this to Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing? Tang Yin looked at Tang San with some confusion, feeling that the question was somewhat bizarre. But Zhu Qing and Zhu Qing have no issues with me liking several people, right? It's you who should take care of yourself. Your relationship with that little rabbit beside you is still unclear, and she has been hinting so obviously. Upon hearing Tang Yin mention Xiao Wu, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Tang San's face. Tang Yin's rebuttal didn't seem persuasive to Tang San. Even if they indulge you, you should still restrain yourself. A person can't love so many people in a lifetime. However, Tang San also felt that Tang Yin's latter point was very correct. He should clarify his relationship with Xiao Wu. From a moment he vowed to protect Xiao Wu, his future life was completely tied to her. You should take care of yourself. My personal matters have never been managed by my parents. Tang Yin didn't want to continue this meaningless argument with Tang San. After some time, Flander was the first to recover. He knew what he had come to do. Erlong, have you really made your choice? His voice caught Lu Erlong's attention. Seeing her look over, he continued, more than 20 years ago, we ventured across the continent together. As your older brother, I thought I understood you very well. Have you really thought about spending your life with Tang Yin by your side? I know you. You despise evil, have a fiery temper, and are straightforward. Is the person you show to him now the real you? You once said you wanted to live in seclusion in the forest with the person you love most, tending to flowers and plants, living a peaceful and tranquil life. Do you think Tang Yin can do that? Tang Yin listened to Flander's pointed remarks directed at him without any response. But he was curious about what he would say next. Erlong, I really don't want to see you regret in the days to come. While you haven't sunk too deep yet, Xiaojiang and I can pull you out. After saying this, Flander kicked Yu Xiaojiang's butt, Yu Xiaojiang stumbled but came back to himself, ignoring Tang Yin beside Lu Erlong, and spoke. Erlong, that wedding back then was me cowardly choosing to escape. I have let you down for over 20 years. All these years, I have lived in torment, and I never expected fate to toy with my feelings for you. In this torment, I am constantly thinking of you, reminiscing about the moments we shared together. Do you still remember? Listening to Yu Xiaojiang's incessant chatter, Lu Erlong's head drooped lower and lower, and even Tang Yin beside her couldn't discern her expression at that moment. The aura emanating from her showed no emotional fluctuations. When you asked me that day who I liked, I chose not to answer you. Today, I can proclaim it loudly here. Erlong, enough. The silent Lu Erlong finally erupted. Her eyes were slightly red, but there were no traces of tears in her eyes. This shout silenced the ever-chattering Yu Xiaojiang, and the forest was eerily quiet, allowing one to clearly hear Lu Erlong's somewhat heavy breathing. 20 years, how many 20 years does one have in life? Yu Xiaojiang, I have spent the most beautiful years waiting for you, yet you have yet to appear. The longer it went on, the more lost I felt about the future. When I saw the old woman with a head full of white hair by the street, with her wrinkled and weathered face, I saw my own reflection in her. I'm also a person. I'm also a woman. I want to experience the beauty of love. I want to feel the warmth of being loved and cherished. These were given to me by Tang Yin, not the empty words of love from you, who didn't even have the courage to come find me. But here I am today, aren't I? Yu Xiaojiang argued with a flushed face. Erlong, do you know how much courage it took for me to come find you today? Find me? Lu Erlong scoffed. Since the words were out in the open, there was no need to care about past feelings. If it weren't for seeing me with someone else, would you still come looking for me? Would you still treat me as your exclusive possession? Erlong, Flander frowned, not expecting Lu Erlong to have accumulated so much resentment over these 20 years. Brother, you don't need to say any more. I've made my choice. If you still recognize me as your sister, then bless me. Lu Erlong's words placed 20 years of affection and her feelings on the scales, giving the choice to Flander. Yu Xiaojiang felt somewhat embarrassed by Lu Erlong's words. His inherent inferiority complex was exacerbated by being despised by the one he loved, making his already small head feel as if it would crush him. Looking at his useless brother, Flander could only sigh in the face of Lu Erlong's ultimatum. Erlong, I hope your choice is the right one. Lu Erlong said, thank you for your blessing, brother. I will. With a burst of energy, then a decline, and finally exhaustion, Flander left the Blue Tyrant Academy with the dispirited Yu Xiaojiang. Under the moonlight, their backs appeared somewhat lonely. Tang Xin glanced at Tang Yin, shook his head, and turned to leave as well. After a long time, the calm little lake began to play beautiful music. Chapter 185. The preliminary round ends. Tang Yin shrimp and pork heart. As time passed, the preliminary round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition concluded with a match between Tianshui Academy and Qihua Academy. Qihua Academy, which narrowly lost to Tianshui Academy, ranked 6th and lost the chance to advance. At the end of the match, Fire Dance, the captain of Qihua Academy, shed tears of disappointment. They became the first academy to be eliminated among the elemental academies. You mentioned the Elephant Armored Academy, one of the 5 major elemental academies? I'm not familiar with it at all. Fire Dance believed her strength was on par with any control type soul master from any team. And even though she lost to Shui Binger, her pride led her to believe she should have gone further. She had not yet encountered that genius boy from Blue Tyrant Academy, nor even had the chance to see him in action, which would become a regret for her life. Sister, don't cry. It is my lack of skill. Huo Wushuang patted his sister's shoulder, feeling somewhat guilty. In the crucial moment, Huo Wushuang, despite giving his all, could not withstand the martial soul fusion skill of Shui Binger and Shui Wu. The martial soul fusion skill that covered the entire arena caused Qihua Academy, which had the advantage in the early stages, to lose entirely. Fire Dance wiped away her tears and stubbornly said, losing is losing. There's nothing to be ashamed of. We'll win it back in the future. Her gaze turned toward the spectator seats, where Blue Tyrant Academy was located. There lay her biggest regret in this competition. As Tianshui Academy and Qihua Academy entered the resting area, the preliminary rounds in Tiando City had all concluded. According to procedure, the award ceremony would soon be held, presenting qualification certificates for the advancing teams. Ultimately, only the top 5 teams would receive the qualification certificates at the VIP podium, while the other unsuccessful teams would return to their academies with their teachers, most of whom would begin preparing for their graduation exams. The teams that advanced, ranked from highest to lowest, were Blue Tyrant Academy, Thunder Academy, Shinkong Academy, Tiando Royal Academy's vice team, and Tianshui Academy. The ceremony process was not complicated under the host's announcement. The captains and vice-captains of the top 5 teams stepped onto the podium. As the captain, Tang Yin, and vice-captain Douluo Yin represented Blue Tyrant Academy on stage. Tang Yin's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many. Although Tang Yin only fought in the first match against the vice team of Tiando Royal Academy, the members of the other 3 academy teams present were not familiar with him. However, the legends about him circulating in Tiando City filled them with curiosity. As the first-ranked Blue Tyrant Academy stood at the far left position, they were also the first academy to be awarded prizes. As they stepped onto the podium, the captain of Thunder Academy, who was beside Douluo Yin, suddenly whispered, "It seems your choice was correct." Douluo Yin remained expressionless. "I am not familiar with you." The person did not care about Douluo Yin's attitude and continued, "My brother really is useless. Breaking up with him was the right choice." As Douluo Yin was about to step onto the podium, she had to suppress her inner anger and remain silent. When the person wanted to say more, Tang Yin spoke up, "If you don't want to be crippled by me during the advancing matches, then shut your mouth." Upon hearing this, the person realized it was Tang Yin speaking and swallowed their words. Once everyone was in position, Tang Yin heard Douluo Yin's soft voice. "Thank you. No problem, but why did that person say those things to you?" Tang Yin was somewhat curious. Seeing Douluo Yin was hesitant to speak, Tang Yin added, "If it's inconvenient, just pretend I didn't ask." Douluo Yin shook her head. "There's nothing I can't say. He is my ex-boyfriend Yu Tianheng's brother, Yu Tianxin, the captain of Thunder Academy." Tang Yin suddenly understood. It seems the twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon are not as harmonious as imagined. Next, His Majesty, along with the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Zhongzhu, and the Platinum Bishop of Salis, would personally present the qualification certificates and bonuses to the 5 teams entering the advancing matches. After everyone stood in place, the host proceeded to the next step. The qualification certificate was something Tang Yin was not interested in. The only thing that piqued his interest was the prize money. He certainly isn't short on money. With the support of the chosen worker Tang Hao, Tang Yin has already entered a moderately prosperous life with his little girlfriends. According to Zhu Zhuyun, Ian, who went shopping with her, has bought quite a few nice and slightly expensive clothes. The source of his funds is undoubtedly the hard-earned blood and sweat money from Tang Hao, who is often out of sight. The other students in the Blue Tyrant Academy S team, however, are different. Douluo Yin is supported by her grandfather, while Tai Long has the backing of the 4 Extremes sect. Money is not something he has to consider at all. As for Jiang Zhu, Huang Yuan, and Jing Ling, they come from common backgrounds, and the monthly Soul Master subsidy from the Spirit Hall is just enough to cover their daily living expenses. Although 100 gold soul coins at the Soul Master level seems like a lot, there are indeed many places where Soul Masters need to spend money. Ordinary families cannot provide the amount of gold soul coins required for a Soul Master's annual expenses in a lifetime, which is why Soul Masters from common families are rare. This prize money might open up a wider path for the future of the 3 of them. The top 5 academies receive the same prize, with each team awarded 10,000 gold soul coins by the Tiando Empire. Tang Yin decided to symbolically accept 1,000 coins, which would be shared among him, Zhu Zhuyun, and Zhu Zhuqing, while he had no authority to decide on the shares for Tai Long and Douluo Yin. After the awards were presented, the host handed the floor to the most esteemed figure present, the Snow Knight Emperor. The Snow Knight Emperor was quite pleased. The teaching of the Tiando Royal Academy had been quite a mess over the years. Aside from the main team of the Tiando Royal Academy, which was directly promoted to the finals, the deputy team had not stood on this podium for several years, although they only placed 4th. This emperor of the Tiando Empire was still very happy, with joy evident on his aged face. However, it was unrealistic to expect the Tiando Royal Academy's deputy team to win the championship. The champion that the Snow Knight Emperor had identified stood on the stage at this moment. His gaze fell on Tang Yin, and his admiration did not diminish. That day, when he returned, he had sent someone to verify the information about Tang Yin and his connection with the prince, and when their identities coincided, the Snow Knight quickly shifted from surprise to understanding. Genius, after all, has some special quirks that are quite normal. Thinking about the future of the Tiando Empire's royal family having a title Douluo to protect it, he felt very reassured. It had been many years since the Tiando royal family had a title Douluo as a protector. In the Snow Knight Emperor's mind, the prince position of Xue Qinghe became more secure because of this event, and he also sent someone to reprimand his useless 4th son, Xue Bong, to rein in his unnecessary thoughts. First of all, children, I want to congratulate you. You have successfully obtained the qualification to advance in this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition. As the highest ruler of the Tiendo Empire, I am proud of you. You are the hope of the Empire's future. As the captains and vice-captains of your teams, your strength played the most important role in the competition. Therefore, I have decided to confer upon you, 10 of you, the title of Viscount. The other participating students from your 5 academies will receive the title of Baron. Once you graduate, the doors of the Imperial Royal Family will always be open to you. Your fiefs will be uniformly allocated after your graduation. Viscount. A Viscount of the 4th rank among nobles, with real power and land. This not only symbolizes status, but also represents immense wealth. However, the people present all had some status, and their future achievements would not be confined to this. The conferment of this Viscount title carried significant implications for alliances. As Salas was about to interject, Tang Yin's voice preempted him. Thank you for your majesty's kindness, but I am used to freedom. There is no need for a Viscount title and land. Tang Yin's words drew unusual looks from the captains and vice-captains beside him. Although they all had status, the noble title from the Tiendo Empire would undoubtedly elevate their status further. InfantTang cultivation all about being above others? The smile on Snow Knight's face stiffened. He didn't understand why Tang Yin would refuse. But the relationship between Tang Yin and Xue Qinghe made him forgive Tang Yin's recklessness at first glance. He smiled and said, a free-spirited person, indifferent to fame and fortune, truly a young genius. Classmate Tang Yin, the Empire respects your choice. Now it was Tang Yin's turn to be confused. His tone, when he refused, was quite impolite. Was this emperor pretending to be a turtle, or was he really one? Tang Yin considered himself a person with a sense of justice. Although his private morals had been lacking in recent years, he still felt uncomfortable getting even a little involved with the nobles who profited from others' misfortunes. Tang Yin's refusal greatly impressed Salas, the Platinum Bishop. 10 days ago, Salas had forcefully extracted the crystal skull soul bone from the head of the tortured Tianian while he was still conscious. For such a bold person who dared to harm someone protected by the Pope's decree, Salas felt that his methods were still somewhat lenient, mainly because there were not many capable healing soul masters in the Tiendo Empire's Spirit Hall. Many good things were not able to come to Tianian before his spirit broke down. That soul bone was currently resting in Tang Yin's storage soul guide. Tang Yin's stance pleased Salas so much that although he had intended to speak, he chose to remain silent. Ning Fengji, who was prepared to watch from the sidelines, saw Salas suddenly retreating, feeling a bit disappointed. Snow Knight did not notice the changes behind him and continued. The upcoming advancement competition will still be held in the Empire. However, the venue will change from the Tiendo Grand Soul Arena to the Royal Arena. At that time, the 10 teams from the 5 principalities and kingdoms that passed the preliminaries will come to compete with you for the advancement. I hope that the 5 academies can rank high in the advancement competition so that you can gain an advantage when participating in the finals. When he promised to provide all students with the next soul ring needed for advancement, except for Tang Yin, the others, who had originally been quite calm, showed astonished expressions. Tang Yin's lack of interest was quite simple. This soul ring under 30,000 years old was of little use to him. Tang Yin's soul power was around level 58, and when he reached level 60, the age of the soul ring he absorbed would not be less than 50,000 years. When it came to his 7th soul ring, he could consider a 100,000-year soul ring. Salas's expression remained normal, and Ning Fengji could not read anything from the cunning old man's face. Was this old man really that deep? The Snow Knight Emperor was so eager to win over these geniuses. Why was he, as the Platinum Bishop, showing no signs? This was abnormal, very abnormal. Ning Fengji began to search among the crowd for the reason that made Salas so calm. But after thinking it over, the only standout was Tang Yin's performance. However, Ning Fengji knew about Tang Yin's identity. His father was a sworn enemy of the Spirit Hall. So how could it be Tang Yin? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But Ning Fengji never expected that Tang Yin had unknowingly won the hearts of 2 significant figures in the Spirit Hall. The advancement competition would be held a month later, and he hoped that you would make breakthroughs within this month. All right, I want to say much more. You kids are all very smart, and I believe you will make wise choices. After speaking, Snow Knight turned around, and to his disappointment, he did not see any signs of resistance on Salas's face. Everything he said today was intended to irritate this Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. Everyone present understood that this was a decision for these geniuses to make between the Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Hall, and everyone was considering how to maximize their own future interests. as Emperor Xie of the Heavendo Empire and a group of high officials left the venue. The ceremony came to a successful conclusion. Tang Yin looked at the departing Tang San and Dai Mubai and immediately called out to them. Dai Mubai glanced at Tang Yin with a hint of fear and some hidden disdain. Tang Yin noticed, but did not care. Tang San stopped and asked Xiao Yin, "What's wrong? Is there something?" "It's not a big deal," Tang Yin said as he reached into his storage soul guide and pulled out a spirit ginseng. "I haven't seen your teacher and that Dean Flender recently. My sister Longer is a bit worried about their health. So she asked me to give you this spirit medicine to take back for them to replenish their bodies. After all, they're my big brother-in-law and second brother-in-law." Tang San. Tang Yin's somewhat distant address made him feel a bit awkward, but he still accepted the spirit ginseng from Tang Yin. Half a month ago, after the meeting, Yu Xiaojing and Flender had been in low spirits. The once shrewd Flender and wise Yu Xiaojing had changed drastically, becoming two dispirited middle-aged men. The other teachers from Shrek Academy were very worried about their health, fearing that they had some terminal illness. Tang San, who knew everything, said nothing. The less people knew about his younger brother stealing his teacher's fiancée, the better. Although he did not care about others' discussions, he did not want to suffer social death. "All right, I will." After receiving the spirit ginseng, Tang Yin left with Dai Mubai. He did not notice the clenched fists of Dai Mubai beside him. Chapter 186. A Scene of Carnage? The location of the promotion matches was at the Royal Hunting Grounds, 50 kilometers southwest of Heavendo City. The terrain in the hunting grounds was varied and expansive, serving as a place for royal personnel to hunt and train. After a month of rest, all the promoted teams, including 10 teams from the other 5 kingdoms and principalities, gathered at the Royal Hunting Grounds. During this month, the members of the Lamba Academy battle team had developed a level of tacit understanding that was incomparable to the Lamba Academy team in the preliminary rounds. Tang Yin also participated in the team training, which was a rare opportunity for him. This time, he did not engage in any sparring, but rotated with Jiang Zhu to be a qualified support. The 10,000 gold soul coins had been allocated on the first day. After Tang Yin took 1,000 gold soul coins, Du Yin and Talon understood his intentions and each took 500 gold soul coins symbolically, leaving the remaining 8,000 to be split among Jiang Zhu and the others. Jiang Zhu, Huang Yuan, and Jing Ling did not feel that Tang Yin's actions were insulting. There were simply too many things to buy for cultivation, and they were grateful that Tang Yin was willing to help. At this time, the members of Lamba Academy, led by the dean, were preparing to enter their camp. To avoid any conflicts between the various teams before the competition, although they were gathered, each team was kept at a distance. After showing their promotion credentials to the captain of the Royal Knights, the Knights escorted the group into the camp. The Heavendo royal family was indeed a big landlord. Such a large area was all private royal land. As they walked along, seeing the vast grasslands and the mountains stretching for hundreds of miles, Tang Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this?" Zhu Qing said, "The assets owned by the royal family of the Star Luo Empire are even more exaggerated. The largest soul beast gathering place near Xing Luo City. The Tiger Howling Mountain Range belongs to the Star Luo royal family. If anyone dares to hunt soul beasts there without permission, once discovered, they will be stripped of their soul power at best, or killed on the spot at worst." Zhu Qing's tone was light, as if she were recounting something perfectly normal. Tang Yin smiled and said, "This situation won't last long. Someone will come to resolve these issues." As Tang Yin was chatting, the leader of another group of knights approaching from the opposite direction inexplicably slowed his horse and stopped beside Tang Yin. This person's armor was different from the standard armor of the Royal Knights and also differed from the armor of the captain leading Tang Yin's group. Silver-white light armor with blue patterns adorned it, and a white cape draped across his chest. The mount beneath him was not the ordinary Tian Han horse ridden by knights, but a soul beast resembling a white tiger, exuding an aura that silenced the surrounding Tian Han horses. On his chest, Tang Yin noticed a somewhat familiar pattern. The person removed his fully enclosed helmet, and it turned out to be a familiar face to Tang Yin. Brother Ge? The person was Guiyang, a general of the Heavendo Empire whom Tang Yin had encountered during his travels on the continent and during the war. After that battle, due to Tang Yin's outstanding performance, Guiyang was recognized by the higher-ups, and of course, a significant reason was the family behind Guiyang. However, this meritorious young general was quickly promoted from the vice commander stationed at the border to the vice commander of the Heavendo Royal Knights. Although it was a lateral move, could the border region be compared with the royal city? Guiyang had just escorted an important figure into the hunting grounds, and when he saw Tang Yin on the way back, he initially did not recognize him. The semi-closed management of the army meant Guiyang had little contact with external news. He had only heard that a genius had emerged in the recent elite competition of high-level Soul Master academies across the continent, and he immediately thought of Tang Yin, whom he'd met 3 years ago on the battlefield. However, without follow-up news to corroborate his guess, Tang Yin, who had only appeared once, gradually faded from public view. And Guiyang, busy with daily affairs, also forgot about it. When he first saw Tang Yin, he did not recognize the person whose hair color had drastically changed. He merely felt that the person looked somewhat familiar. It was only when he approached that he merged the image of Tang Yin in front of him with the one in his mind. A look of surprise appeared on Guiyang's face. Tang Yin, little brother? Jean Dark Mud Duck. After Tang Yin addressed him, Guiyang confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed Tang Yin. The leading Lu Erlong noticed that Tang Yin had stopped to talk to someone, and the captain of the Royal Knights seemed to be quite familiar with Tang Yin, so he cast a questioning glance at Tang Yin. Tang Yin said to Lu Erlong, "Dean, you guys go ahead. I'll catch up shortly." The captain of the Royal Knights escorting Lamba Academy was also very perceptive and stopped to wait while the members of Lamba Academy paused. After receiving Lu Erlong's signal, the team continued to move forward. "Brother Ge, I didn't expect that after a few years, you would be transferred to the Royal Knights of Heaven-Do City." Tang Yin remembered that Guiyang had only mentioned to him that he would be transferred to Heaven-Do City soon, but he didn't expect him to hold such an important position at such a young age. A bitter smile appeared on Guiyang's face. "You flatter me. If I were to rise at the normal promotion rate, I should be at the same level as the captain of the Knights who just escorted you. The only reason I was able to rise so quickly was because of your help. Back then, you single-handedly held back 1,000 troops. Such a great merit should have belonged to you, but you chose to leave at that time, so all the credit fell on me. Otherwise, even if my grandfather is the war god of the Heaven-Do Empire, I wouldn't be able to hold this position at this age." Guiyang finished recounting his experiences over the years and turned to ask about Tang Yin. "By the way, little brother Tang Yin, what changes have you experienced in these years? I still remember when I first met you, your hair." Guiyang, with his straightforward personality, felt a bit regretful after saying this. To turn white at such a young age must mean that this talented individual had gone through a lot of pain. Tang Yin had already come to terms with it in his heart and replied, "There's nothing to say. I was troubled by something back then, and my hair turned white because I couldn't figure it out. But it's all fine now." "I see." Guiyang quickly changed the subject. "By the way, is that genius rumored in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent you?" "Well, calling me a genius might be a bit much. If there's any outrageous description, it's probably referring to me," Tang Yin said, scratching his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He was aware of the rumors about him, but he felt a bit ashamed of the nicknames he had received. Names like the Ruthless Tiger of the Tiendo Empire, the Soul that defends the glory of the Empire, and the Sea Calming Needle that covers the sky. Tang Yin swore that if anyone dared to mention these nicknames in front of him, he would definitely jump up and smash that person's head. "Guiyang Sigid, I was also shocked when I saw your soul rings back then. That color was simply not something a normal person could possess. But that's good. The Tiendo Empire hasn't won the Soul Master Competition Championship for many years, and with you here, the championship will surely belong to the Tiendo Empire." Guiyang had also participated in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy years ago, 2 sessions earlier than now. At that time, he also considered himself a genius, but their Tiendo Royal Academy team was easily eliminated by the Spirit Hall team in the second round of the finals. A significant gap in strength made Guiyang lose with complete acceptance, but it remained a slight regret in his heart. "I will," Tang Yin smiled. "After all, I don't think anyone could defeat me on this stage." From Tang Yin, Guiyang could only see confidence. "Little brother Tang Yin, I have something to attend to. After your qualifying match, I'll treat you to a drink." "No need for drinks, but I would like to have a meal with you, brother Ge." The group from Lamba Academy was brought into a large military camp by the Royal Knights assigned for protection, and they were given 5 barracks to rest in. The military barracks were not luxurious, but were very clean. While everyone was unpacking, a special visitor came to Lamba Academy. The visitor wore ordinary noble attire, without any particularly luxurious clothing. Her golden hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her delicate features combined with soft facial features made her appear gentle and refined. Lu Erlong, leaning against the side, saw a stranger arriving at their academy's camp and stepped forward to ask, "Excuse me, this is Lamba Academy's camp. What brings you here?" The visitor was none other than Qian Renxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe. She had come to find Tang Yin. The vast grasslands and the free spirit of the wilderness reminded her of Tang Yin, who was not far from her. Unable to contain her inner restlessness, Qian Renxue decided to come by herself. Looking at the voluptuous beauty in front of her, Qian Rinxue inwardly praised, or scolded, Tang Yin. Looks like he's eating well. She had known shortly after Tang Yin took down Lu Erlong that he had cheated again, and the reason was that she sensed something was off with Tang Yin's scent, which made Tang Yin quite embarrassed. He admitted that his time management had indeed reached its peak, but he had no choice but to go to another place after pulling up his pants. Qian Rinxue was very familiar with the scents of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan, and the sudden new scent made her guess that Tang Yin had someone else outside. Tang Yin did not hide it and told Qian Rinxue everything honestly. The matter concerning Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan was not that Tang Yin intentionally concealed it, but rather Lu Erlong would not allow it to be mentioned. Hello, my name is Xue Qinghe, and I am the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Qian Rinxue said politely. Zhu Zhuqing, who had just walked out of the tent, froze upon hearing Qian Rinxue's introduction. Her gaze lingered on Qian Rinxue's face, which had transformed into Xue Qinghe for a long time. Your Highness. Lu Erlong did not expect this seemingly ordinary and frail young man to be the current crown prince. May I ask what you need? Qian Rinxue smiled and said, Nothing much. I can't find your student, Tang Yin. Sure enough, Zhu Zhuqing's heart felt alert. Unlike her sister Zhu Zhuyan, who didn't care how many women Tang Yin had, she was somewhat concerned about Tang Yin finding a man. Zhu Zhuyan loved Tang Yin and did not want to be contaminated by the scent of other men. What do you want with little Yin? Zhu Zhuyan stepped forward and questioned Qian Rinxue with a tone of doubt. Qian Rinxue looked at the person in front of her and immediately recognized that she was standing before her sister. A playful smile appeared on her lips, of course. To pursue little Yin, Qian Rinxue found it very interesting. She knew that in Zhu Zhuyun's eyes, Tang Yin being with her was a form of same-sex attraction. Just thinking about Tang Yin being with a man made Qian Rinxue feel a sense of dark humor. She had never tried doing such things with Tang Yin while disguised as Xue Qinghe. She just didn't know if Tang Yin could handle it. He admitted it. He admitted it. Waves surged in Zhu Zhuyun's heart, and she spoke coldly with a firm attitude. You are the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. How can you like a man? Also, little Yin doesn't like men. Lu Erlong, watching from the side, was also shocked to hear that the crown prince was pursuing her little Yin. She knew Tang Yin's charm was great, but she didn't expect it to be to such an extent that even a prince was captivated by him. Qian Rinxue replied, My father has agreed to my relationship with little Yin. As for what you said about little Yin not liking me. After pausing for a moment, Qian Rinxue raised an eyebrow. When little Yin comes back, why don't you ask him? You. Zhu Zhuyan was a bit angry, but even in her anger, she could only hold it in. She couldn't just beat up this seemingly annoying guy. Zhu Zhu also walked out of the tent, and, at this moment, she was still a bit confused. She approached her gloomy sister Zhu Zhuyan and quietly asked, Sister, what's wrong? Zhu Zhuyan glared coldly at Qian Rinxue. There's a man trying to steal our Tang Yin. Our? Qian Rinxue feigned surprise. You two look like sisters. My little Yin is really fortunate. But I haven't heard little Yin mention anything about the two of you serving him together. This time, not only was Zhu Zhuyan angry, but Zhu Zhu was also a bit upset. The crown prince in front of them was not only insulting them, but also slandering Tang Yin, which they could not tolerate. Just as the situation was tense, Du Guyan also walked out. Qian Rinxue, enjoying the drama, thought that only Tang Yin would have a headache later. Tang Yin stepped forward to grab Du Guyan. Upon realizing it was Xue Qing, he who held her back. Du Guyan didn't even have a chance to speak before Qian Rinxue took the initiative to say. My little Yin said he wanted to try the taste of a couple's rice bowl, and he even mentioned that the one called Du Guyan in their team is quite good. After parting ways with Guiyang, Tang Yin quickly found the location of Lanba Academy with the speed of the swift dragon break. However, when he entered the camp, he noticed the different expressions on the faces of Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuyun, Zhu Zhuqing, Du Guyan, and Qian Rinxue, who was disguised as Xue Qinghe, standing outside. A strange atmosphere rose in the air, and a prickly sensation crept up his spine, making Tang Yin secretly feel that something was amiss. Chapter 187. Calm down. When Tang Yin clearly saw everything in front of the camp, he took in all their expressions. Zhu Zhuyan was clearly angered by Qian Rinxue just moments ago. Her chest was heaving violently, and her brows were tightly knitted. Feeling anxious about what Qian Rinxue had just said, Zhu Zhuqing had just been glaring angrily at the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, thinking he was both wicked and disgusting. However, she seemed to notice Tang Yin's arrival, and when she looked at him, her eyes were glistening with tears, appearing pitiful. Lu Erlong stood aside like a transparent person, leaning against the thick wooden railing with arms crossed, watching the drama unfold with great interest. She didn't care who Tang Yin liked. Secretly profiting from the situation was fine. right? Enjoying the thrill of a secret affair while also relieving her mind and body. The dual stimulation of psychology and physiology opened a new door for Lu Erlong. Du Gu Yin also noticed Tang Yin's return. Remembering Qian Ren Shui's earlier words, a surge of anger erupted within her. Damn Tang Yin, I thought of you as a teammate, and you actually want to hit on me? In such a disgusting way. Recalling how Tang Yin had helped her during the ceremony, combined with Qian Ren Shui's words, she felt a wave of chills. Her fondness for Tang Yin, which had reached 60, instantly plummeted to freezing point. She glared fiercely at him, her gritted teeth and her mature demeanor giving off a unique flavor. However, this left Tang Yin, who was genuinely a bit confused, feeling perplexed. Wait, big sister, it seems like we don't have a deeper relationship, right? We're just ordinary teammates. Why are you looking at me like that? At this moment, Qian Renshui was still holding Du Guyan's hand. And when she saw Du Guyan's angry expression and her eyes looking back at her, she knew Tang Yin had returned. Tang Yin. 5. The 5 voices rang out simultaneously, causing Tang Yin to shiver, his hair standing on end. Among the voices were feelings of grievance, excitement, anger, and a hint of glee. In short, each person's voice was distinct. Tang Yin felt embarrassed as he forced himself to remain calm and walked into the camp. Trying to change the topic. Has everyone packed their luggage? Where are Talon and the others? As soon as he said this, a corner of a tent flap moved slightly, then fell silent. Inside the tent, Talon, Huang Yuan, and Jing Ling exchanged glances. When Huang Yuan was about to step out for some fresh air after seeing the so-called crown prince arguing with Zhu Zhuyun, he was grabbed by Talon, and the 3 of them hid in the tent to watch the drama unfold. Talon couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the boss. He can charm both men and women. Huang Yuan, a bit envious, said, so the captain likes guys too? I wonder if I have a chance. Jingling was somewhat speechless. Should our focus be on how the captain is going to wrap up this drama? Jiang Zhu was a quiet girl. Unlike the boys, she didn't do as they did. When the commotion outside began, she summoned her martial soul and, after inserting her healing staff into the ground, sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. The connection between the martial soul and the soul master allowed her to perceive external events through the fluctuations of life energy. A technique Tang Yin had taught her. However, he didn't expect that this seemingly quiet and elegant senior sister would be so nosy. Jiangzhu not only knew exactly what was happening outside, but she also learned things that even Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing were unaware of. After some analysis, Jiangzhu was stunned by her own conclusions. She covered her open mouth with her small hand, fearing that her soft gasp might disturb the people outside the tent. But this was somewhat unnecessary as everyone's attention was on Tang Yin. With her emerald green eyes narrowing in shock, she thought, I shouldn't be guessing wrong. Tang Yin received no reply. Qian Renshui suddenly let go of Du Guyan's hand and jogged over to Tang Yin. Lillian, you're back. Did you miss me? Seeing Qian Renshui's playful expression resembling Shui Qinghe, Tang Yin realized that today's incident was mostly instigated by her. When the other 4 saw a man making such expressions toward another man, they all felt a chill. Qian Renshui didn't care how others viewed her. She knew that Tang Yin could see through her facade, and her expression was just for him. Tang Yin let Qian Renshui take his hand. He couldn't exactly say that men shouldn't be affectionate with each other. Facing the gazes of Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yin felt a bit awkward. Your Highness, what brings you here? Qian Renshui placed Tang Yin's hand on her face. Pouting her lips with a hint of a whimper, she said, Little Yin Ge used to call me Xiao Shui. Why is he calling me Your Highness now? Zhu Zhuyun could no longer bear to watch. Seeing another man acting like that with her man was unbearable. She hurriedly stepped forward, forcibly separating the two and shielding Tang Yin behind her. Your Highness, Tang Yin already has a girlfriend. I know. I don't mind him liking others. After all, we can't have children. Qian Renshui's bold words made Tang Yin feel overwhelmed. This Snow sister seemed to have grown wings, specifically coming to cause trouble today. Tang Yin decided it was time to properly set the family rules tonight, making sure Qian Renshui knew who the real decision-maker was. Seeing Zhu Zhuyun, who looked protective, wanted to say something, Tang Yin hugged her tightly, telling her not to be so impulsive. Then Xiao Shui should go back to the tent first. I still have some matters to attend to. After saying this, he cast a subtle glance at Qian Renshui that others would find hard to notice. All right, then Little Yin Ge must come find me tonight. Qian Renshui. There is always a limit to everything, but mischievous Qian Renshui didn't genuinely want to put Tang Yin in a difficult position. If she drove him away with her antics, it would be counterproductive. After sending that deity away, the rest became much simpler. All right, Sister Zhu Yun, I will explain everything to you and Zhu Qing later. Trust me. This simple sentence gave Zhu Yun a great sense of security. All the grievances she felt in her heart dissipated at that moment, believing that her little Yin would clarify everything with her. Zhu Yun also caught on to Tang Yin's meaning. She approached Zhu Qing and whispered a few words to her before leading her sister into the tent. The tents assigned to Lanba Academy were 4 in total. Tang Yin, Zhu Yun, and Zhu Qing shared one. Dugu Yin and Jiang Zhu shared another. Lu Erlong had one to herself, and the 3 single dogs shared one. Chapter 188. Seeing what should not be seen. Tang Yin, don't you have anything to say to me? Dugu Yin, cold as frost, her martial soul being the green scale snake, had a look that carried a hint of the snake's characteristics, appearing like a dangerously beautiful venomous snake. Huh? Tang Yin was a bit confused. Sister Yin, what are you talking about? Dugu Yin looked at Tang Yin, who was still putting on an act, and the last shred of hope in her heart vanished. As expected, all men are the same. She no longer paid attention to Tang Yin and turned to walk into the tent. Inside the tent, Jiang Zhu saw Dugu Yin come in and looked weak and helpless, not daring to make a sound. Tang Yin could only cast a pleading look at his dean. Lu Erlong walked over, and just as she was about to speak, Tang Yin wrapped his arms around her waist. For a moment, Lu Erlong struggled when Tang Yin embraced her, but the familiar warmth made her resistance merely formal. She glanced around nervously and, seeing no one else, let out a sigh of relief and allowed Tang Yin to hold her. Resting her head on Tang Yin's shoulder, Lu Erlong recounted everything that had just happened to him. Now that Tang Yin understood the situation, he finally realized what had made Dugu Yin treat him this way. Sister Shui, it seems your bottom is in trouble tonight. Reflecting on that holy white, Tang Yin promised himself that he would definitely give her a good slap on her bottom tonight. Xiaoyin, what are you thinking about? Seeing Tang Yin lost in thought, Lu Erlong brought him back with her words. I was thinking about how to repay Longer. Already a scumbag. Tang Yin now lied without batting an eye, sweet-talking the girl effortlessly. He couldn't very well say, I was thinking about another woman while holding you. As he spoke, the hands that were holding Lu Erlong's waist began to slide down. Fortunately, Lu Erlong still had some rationality left. She hurriedly pushed Tang Yin away, saying, It's broad daylight. What if someone else sees us? Tang Yin put his finger in his mouth, making Lu Erlong's face flush with shame as she lowered her head. Then, Longer, you wait for me in the tent. I'll be right there. Lu Erlong didn't respond, but her body obediently followed Tang Yin's words. With the final matters to handle, Tang Yin didn't delay and walked into his own tent. Not long after, a gasp came from inside the tent. What, Tom? Zhu Yun reacted quickly, covering Zhu Qing's mouth with her hand, preventing her from making a sound. When she learned from Tang Yin that the crown prince of the Tiando Empire was actually a woman in disguise, Zhu Yun was also quite shocked. She wasn't an ignorant young lady, having lived in a world of struggle. How could she not know what this meant? However, all of this had nothing to do with her. So, it turns out Xiaoyin, the one you like, ISNTA man. You really scared me. Zhu Yun patted her chest, completely relieved. All her previous worries vanished. When she first met Tang Yin, he and that prince were not in a forbidden love, but had developed feelings for each other. Zhu Qing also figured something out. In front of Zhu Yun, she had nothing to hide. She had a look of realization. So that's why that day her brother-in-law smelled like another woman. Tang Yin felt embarrassed, but having already made it clear, he was used to it. Telling Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing about this, Tang Yin felt nothing wrong. They had long been the closest people to each other in this world. If Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing could betray him, Tang Yin would surely find a crooked tree to hang himself. Half an hour later, when he walked out of the tent, Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing's first attempt together had still failed. When Tang Yin saw the two of them being a bit awkward, he didn't force it, only kissing each of them on the forehead. Zhu Qing, hiding in her sister's arms, said with some guilt, I'm sorry, sister. The one who just said to stop here was Zhu Qing. Before she had officially established a relationship with Tang Yin, she often cheated, but now, feeling guilty towards Zhu Yun, she made her sister a bit disappointed. Silly sister, did you think I didn't know about your late-night escapades before? Zhu Yun patted Zhu Qing's head, indulgently saying, your sister won't stop you from liking someone, no need to feel guilty. After all, I also took Xiaoyin from someone else. Zhu Yun looked at the ceiling, falling into memories. Tang Yin entered Lu Erlong's tent at lightning speed. When he reached the bedside, the enticing figure vaguely visible under the blanket and the rising and falling quilt made his blood boil. And he didn't care about anything else, directly pouncing on her. That night, Yin, tossing and turning in bed, found it hard to sleep. Even knowing that the opening match of the promotion competition was tomorrow, she had no desire for sleep. Tang Yin's figure lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. The polite Tang Yin, the hypocritical Tang Yin, two completely opposite images kept switching in her mind. The huge contrast and sense of loss made Yin's mood difficult to calm. Hearing Jiang Zhu's even breathing beside her, she, feeling restless, tiptoed out of the tent. The vast grassland stretched endlessly, and the evening breeze blowing from the distant mountains brushed against her hair, dispersing some of the gloom in her heart. Unable to sleep, she decided to take a walk outside. The grassland was where all the academies and military troops were stationed, and students were not allowed to wander freely. To relieve her stress, she had to go to the mountains with the protection of knights, and the time outside couldn't be too long. "This young lady, please return to this place within half an hour. It is my duty, and I hope you understand," said the royal knight, escorting Yin, standing firm. In a bad mood, Yin merely nodded and then entered the mountains. Compared to the grassland, the scenery in the mountains had its own charm. It was already autumn, and the streams in the mountains fell on the stones, making a crisp sound, occasionally accompanied by the chirping of insects in the woods, mixed with some painful yet suppressed sounds of pleasure. Wait, while enjoying nature, Yin suddenly heard that last kind of sound, and she became fully alert. In this remote wilderness, how could she hear such a sound? She initially thought it might be a student sneaking out to relieve stress, but she felt that was unlikely. Having just come from the camp, Yin knew how strict the defenses were. But curiosity still compelled her to walk in that direction. When she saw the scene behind the trees, she was completely stunned. Chapter 189. The arena of the promotion competition. The arena for the promotion competition was the training ground of the Royal Knights. Flags fluttered in the air, and the armor of thousands of knights from the Royal Knights reflected a breathtaking light under the sun. They stood firm. Even the war horses beneath them made not a sound. 15 teams qualified to compete had all arrived, and they were about to compete in the promotion match here. The results of the draw had already come out last night. After Lu Erlong received the notification, she originally planned to find Tang Yin, but she didn't see him anywhere in the camp, retreating to seek a second option. Lu Erlong went to look for the vice-captain, Yin, but still couldn't find her, which left her a bit frustrated. However, having just experienced a fierce battle, Yin was still a bit dazed, thinking about the hard power of the Lamba Academy battle team. She didn't take it too seriously and went straight into her tent to catch up on sleep. Today, Lamba Academy's match was the third round, with 2 matches from other academies before it. At this moment, arrangements were being made for the order of appearance on Lamba Academy's side. Lu Erlong sat on the side, arms crossed, leisurely crossing her legs, her white instep paired with black high heels, looking intellectual and elegant. As the dean, she could be said to be idly worried. From the selection and training of team members to the subsequent preliminary rounds, and now the advancement matches, she felt like she had done nothing at all. Tang Ying was also like a salted fish, lounging on the chair prepared by the organizers, looking a bit listless. Zhu Junyun, who was exercising the captain's authority in his place, was discussing the order of appearance with the other team members. "Our opponent is the direct academy from the Balak Kingdom, Balak Academy, one of the strongest academies among the other 5 major kingdoms and principalities, so we cannot be careless. The first match is particularly important for morale, and I think I should lead off. As long as I can win a few matches without exposing the 5th soul skill, I'll do so. The subsequent matches will be handled by you, Yinzi." Zhu Jian said a lot, but when she looked at Yin, she realized that this vice-captain was very out of it, her gaze a bit unfocused, her eyes staring down at her position, seemingly lost in thought. Yanzi. Zhu Jian poked Yin, which finally startled the vice-captain awake. Oh, I agree with what you said, Jian. The crowd. Seeing everyone looking at her with puzzled expressions, Yin felt a bit embarrassed. "No, sorry, I didn't rest well last night, and just spaced out for a moment. It's fine. Just make sure to rest well during the match later." After comforting Yin, Zhu Jian began to arrange the upcoming matches. "I will be followed by Tai Long, Huang Yuan, and Jing Ling. I don't require you all to win the matches, but you must ensure you don't get injured. Can you do that?" The few of them patted their chests, promising to complete the task. Finally, Zhu Jian's gaze turned to her sister, Zhu Qing. "You'll come in to finish up later. I'll try to pass a few more rounds at the front." While Zhu Jian was reminding Zhu Qing about some matters, the 3 who had just patted their chests gathered together and whispered, "What is up with the vice-captain? I've seen her spacing out all day." "Hey, you guys don't know, but when I got up to go to the bathroom last night, The boss came back with the vice captain. You have no idea. At that time, after hearing Tai Long's description, the other two gasped. The mentally exhausted Dugu Yin sat back down in her position, glancing at Tang Ying, who was nearby, eyes closed and pretending to nap, feeling quite complicated inside. Last night, she had witnessed a scene in the forest, clothes scattered around two people, and from those outfits, Dugu Yin instantly recognized one set was Tang Ying's, while the other belonged to the prince who had come to find Tang Ying today. But the person straddling Tang Ying wasn't just any prince. It was a girl with long, golden hair like a waterfall, the most exquisite beauty she had ever seen. As she approached, Dugu Yin intentionally concealed her presence, as Tang Ying and Qian Rinxue were completely absorbed in each other, their limited alertness gradually fading away amidst their intimacy. This also meant that Dugu Yan's arrival went unnoticed by Tang Ying and Qian Rinxue initially. Your Highness, that girl. Upon discovering a shocking secret, Dugu Yan's pupils constricted, and the overwhelming amount of information left her mind blank. She had once heard her grandfather mention that Tang Ying's girlfriend was a girl with golden hair who was very beautiful. However, after arriving at Lamba Academy, she found that Tang Ying's girlfriend was actually a pair of sisters. This doubt in her heart was now resolved, but at what cost? Lost in thought, the dazed Qian Rinxue suddenly shot a piercing gaze at Dugu Yin, her angelic martial spirit activating in an instant, her legs pushing off powerfully. While Dugu Yin was still in a daze, Qian Rinxue was already by her side, the angelic sword, burning with holy fire without a hint of hesitation, aimed directly at Dugu Yan's neck. Just before Qian Rinxue erupted, Tang Ying also noticed Dugu Yin, and knowing his sister Shue's temperament, he broke out in a cold sweat. Grabbing a piece of clothing that he didn't know whose it was and wrapping it around his waist, Tang Ying summoned his martial spirit and rushed towards Dugu Yin at lightning speed. In Dugu Yan's eyes, the orange-red angelic sword looked anything but holy. The scorching heat was right in front of her, but all she could feel was endless cold. Am I going to die? Dugu Yan's limbs stiffened, unable to resist at all. As her eyes slowly closed, waiting for death to arrive, she didn't feel the pain of death. When she was little, witnessing her father die painfully from the poison of his martial spirit, she had hidden behind her grandfather, shaking his hand with her small hands, quietly asking, "Grandpa, Dad looks so uncomfortable. Will I be like Dad in the future?" Dugu Bo remained silent for a long time, then gently stroked Dugu Yan's head. Dying is very painful. But Yin Yin, don't be afraid. Grandpa will definitely protect you. It wasn't that Qian Rinxue had softened her heart, but because when Dugu Yin opened her eyes, she saw Tang Ying blocking in front of her. Sister Shue, calm down, calm down. Dan Jing Sai Ying at Diang. While his other free hand handed a piece of clothing to Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue took the clothing, but her expression remained cold. Step aside, having seen my true form. She no longer has the right to live. Aside from emotional issues, Qian Rinxue could remain rational at all times and make the most decisive judgments. Killing Dugu Yin wasn't the best solution, but it was the quickest way to resolve the current problem. As for Dugu Bo, even if it meant risking his life against the two titled Douluos, Qian Rinxue still wouldn't feel sorry. But don't think that everyone is the same in her eyes. Even the initial Tang Ying was merely a relatively valuable object for gaining favor, and her own body was just a bargaining chip to win over Tang Ying. Tang Ying knew that if he didn't provide a reason, Dugu Yin would undoubtedly die. You have to think about it. Yin Jie's grandfather is Dugu Bo, and if anything happens to her, Dugu Bo will definitely investigate to the end. And another crucial point is that the current Dugu Bo is not the same as before, being troubled by his own snake poison and mockingly dubbed the weakest titled his strength, while he may not win against the two titled Douluos under you. You have no way to delay or escape. In front of others, using someone's grandfather as a bargaining chip made a flash of guilt pass through Tang Ying's heart. Hearing Tang Ying's analysis, Qian Rinxue's killing intent noticeably diminished, and as she calmed down, she began to re-evaluate the gains and losses. Sensing the force of the angelic sword weakening, Tang Ying also let out a sigh of relief. He attempted to take the piece of clothing from Qian Rinxue's hand and began to help her put it on. Qian Rinxue retracted her martial soul and had Tang Ying help her put on her clothes. Her gaze swept over Dugu Yin with ill intent, clearly contemplating how to handle the aftermath. After Tang Ying donned his clothes, he turned around to help the fallen Dugu Yin up. Dugu Yin was completely limp, and when Tang Ying tried to support her, she could only lean against him. However, when Tang Ying caught sight of Qian Rinxue's murderous glare, he also dared not continue to support Dugu Yin in such an ambiguous manner. Just as Tang Ying was about to let go of Dugu Yin, Qian Rinxue's voice rang out, Wait a moment. Tang Yin had no choice but to continue assisting Douluo Yin. Remember, your life was given to you by Tang Yin. So, I'm giving you a chance to live. What happened next was just as Tai Long had seen. Douluo Yin's current distress stemmed from what Qian Rengshu said afterward. At the end of the finals, I will ask for you to be my princess. My grandfather will be present, so I hope you don't act ungratefully. Don't worry. Even if you marry me, your man will still only be Tang Yin. If he doesn't want to touch you, you can stay by my side. After my mission is over, I will set you free. Douluo Yin looked at Tang Yin with a complex gaze. If it weren't for him last night, she would likely be dead. But if she had never met Tang Yin, she wouldn't have encountered such a situation. Tang Yin, are you really the hurdle I can't get over in my life? Remembering that salty taste, Douluo Yin wearily closed her eyes. Last night, Qian Rengshu was certainly not at ease letting Douluo Yin go back like that. Before leaving, Tang Yin experienced a three-person dynamic for the first time, but the experience was somewhat unpleasant. On the way back, Tang Yin could only keep apologizing to Douluo Yin, but she merely gave him a forced smile, saying it was fine. By the time Tang Yin woke up, Zhu Zhiyun and the others were about to go on stage. The list submitted by Lamba Academy indicated 7 people, but they were still reported in the order of 5, with Jiang Zhu and Tang Yin clearly included just to make up the numbers. Tang Yin glanced at the resting Douluo Yin with a complex expression. Lu Erlong, who had taken everything in, smiled and said, Xiaoyin, what happened between you and classmate Douluo Yin? You both look preoccupied. It's nothing. We both just have to make a choice. Tang Yin did not intend to continue discussing this with Lu Erlong. He leaned closer, wrapped his arm around Lu Erlong's waist, rested his head on her soft shoulder, and lazily asked, What about you, Long? Have you thought about what you want to do after this competition? Suddenly hearing Tang Yin mention the future, Lu Erlong was somewhat at a loss. She murmured, The future. I guess I will stay in that forest of Lamba Academy. If you remember me in the future, come and see me. But I'll only give you 15 years. Lu Erlong felt that, even if she reached the rank of title Dalu in 15 years, she would still have wrinkles and gray hair. Leaving them might be a good choice. She knew that with her age, being together with Tang Yin for a lifetime was a bit extravagant. 15 years later, a strong and healthy Tang Yin would not look at an old and faded her. It would be better to retreat with this relatively good memory. This way, she could also leave a place for herself in Tang Yin's mind. Fool, what are you saying? Tang Yin noticed Lu Erlong's thoughts and remembered that he seemed to have never shown his special abilities in front of her. Without saying a word, Tang Yin directly kissed Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong hurriedly looked around and, seeing that no one was paying attention, breathed a sigh of relief and let Tang Yin do as he pleased. The rich life energy flowed through their lips and tongues into Lu Erlong's body. Although Lu Erlong, as a soul sage, could not introspect her body, her perception of it had reached a terrifying level. She could clearly feel her body's functions beginning to revive under this energy, and the cells that should have aged became active again. Lu Erlong didn't know how to describe this feeling. The pleasure of her body rejuvenating was difficult to express in words. When Tang Yin released Lu Erlong's red lips, he smiled and asked, Now, can you stay with me forever? His spring-like smile melted Lu Erlong's heart, and she no longer suppressed her emotions, kissing Tang Yin recklessly. This time, she did not mistake the person. The match for the vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy was the first round, and the group that easily secured the first victory was now in the stands, preparing to gather information on the other teams, with Lamba Academy being their main focus. Although how far they could go depended on when they encountered Lamba Academy, the defeated vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy had now become a salted fish. But even a salted fish still had dreams of turning over one day. What if, just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to take out his notebook to record the information of the Lamba Academy players, he caught sight of Lu Erlong actively kissing Tang Yin from the corner of his eye. Erlong, my Erlong. Just as Yu Xiaojiang had just emerged from the shadows, seeing this scene made his heart feel like it was being cut by knives, but he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Yu Xiaojiang had already remembered Lu Erlong's ruthlessness, and thinking about seeing Bibi Dong again during the finals, a plan began to form in his heart. At that time, he must make Lu Erlong regret. He seemed to have forgotten how Bibi Dong had treated him the last time he went to see her. Chapter 190. Some past events, the clever Zhu Zhuqing. While Yu Xiaojiang was still fantasizing, the battle belonging to Lamba Academy had already commenced. Zhu Zhiyun, dressed in the dark blue uniform of Lamba Academy, with her shoulder-length hair swaying casually in the breeze, stood there with her arms crossed. Her silent presence brought immense pressure to the people of Balak Academy. Balak Academy had arrived in Tiando City even before the preliminary rounds in the Tiando Empire had concluded, and they had heard a bit about Lamba Academy. Entering the qualifying rounds with a perfect win record, such a terrifying achievement would make anyone feel pressured. The first student from Balak Academy was very anxious. He knew Zhu Zhiyun's information, as she was a 20-year-old Soul King. Before him stood an unparalleled beauty. Yet this male student felt no inclination to appreciate her at all. Seeing both sides ready, the referee raised one hand. The match begins. As soon as the words fell, Zhu Zhiyun completed her martial soul manifestation. This individual match was different from team matches. There was no time to individually activate martial souls. Having a high mastery of one's own martial soul and activating it first was part of the advantage. The male student was clearly a step behind. As he was activating his martial soul, Zhu Zhiyun had already rushed to his front with her speed. Her golden claws were swift and decisive, cutting through the male student's flesh without hesitation. With a slight push, Zhu Zhiyun sent his much larger body flying effortlessly. The male student's body glided through the air for a distance before crashing heavily to the ground with a muffled thud. Having received a heavy blow, he grimaced in pain, his brows tightly knitted, letting out a pained groan. Zhu Zhiyun had clearly held back. Otherwise, with that one strike, this male student would most likely have been severely injured and unconscious. Instant kill. Many people couldn't even catch a glimpse of Zhu Zhiyun's figure, nor did they know when she would strike. The thought of having to face such an academy in the future sent chills down many spines. Most of the teachers from other academies were prepared to forfeit when encountering Lamba Academy to preserve their strength, as it was the only option they had. After finishing the battle, Zhu Zhiyun returned to her position, waiting for Balak Academy to send out their next participant. The head teacher from Balak was sweating, contemplating whether to send out a student or concede directly. Conceding wasn't shameful, but if they forfeited so pathetically in the first match, it would certainly have a significant impact on their morale for the upcoming matches. After weighing the options, the head teacher gritted his teeth and decided that they had to take down at least one of the opposing members no matter what. Zhu Zhuqing was seriously watching her sister's match. She could learn some techniques from Zhu Zhiyun's attacks to improve herself. During the waiting time, she aimlessly searched for Tang Yin's figure and spotted him flirting with another woman. Stinky Tang Yin. Zhu Zhuqing angrily cursed under her breath, deciding to ignore it. Her sister had told her not to interfere too much with whom Tang Yin liked. He wouldn't give up one for the other. Although Zhu Zhuqing didn't understand the reasoning behind it, she had always believed in Zhu Zhiyun's words. Feeling a bit displeased, she wondered what to do. It seemed like she had run into the jaws of a big bad wolf. Just as Zhu Zhuqing turned her head away, she realized something was off. She turned back in disbelief. The principal, Tang Yin. She never expected that the seemingly elegant principal was also getting cozy with Tang Yin. No, they were definitely kissing. When did this start? Zhu Zhuqing's mind began to recall everything that had happened since joining Lamba Academy. You go first. The opponent seems to be a sensitive attack-type soul master. You must summon your martial soul as soon as you enter the arena and use a defensive soul skill to withstand their initial attack. The head of Balak Academy instructed the upcoming participant. The participant felt uneasy, vividly remembering the fate of the last companion. It was impossible not to be scared. Learning from the previous person's lesson, he unleashed his martial soul even before the referee announced the start of the match. His martial soul was named Sunflower. The red center resembled the rising sun in the sky, and the orange petals looked like the lingering rays of the sun. When a sunflower was a soul beast, it could release a peculiar scent that rendered enemies incapable of fighting, and its strong radiance carried a unique spiritual toxin, combined with its exceptionally tough petals. It had a powerful cutting effect, ranking it among the high-level martial souls. Zhu Zhiyun cleverly handled the first match, but it seemed the second match would take a bit more time. The match began. Zhu Zhiyun, just like the first time, quickly charged in, looking for an opportunity to attempt a one-hit kill. The Sunflower Soul Master, remembering the teacher's instructions, didn't dare to be careless. He gently waved the sunflower in his hand, causing it to expand into over 3 meters in length. The third purple soul ring among the 4 white, yellow, purple, and purple soul rings at his feet lit up at the same time, and the top petals began to spin slightly, enveloping his entire body in a peculiar energy shield. Turtle-style defense, Zhu Zhiyun commented, paying no mind to the opponent's futile struggle. Her claws had turned golden due to consuming the rare mushroom, and when she raised her left hand, the claws, originally just a foot long, suddenly expanded to over 3 times their size, and violent energy continuously surged from the dark golden claws. This is an external soul bone. On the referee's platform, Salas exclaimed upon seeing Zhu Zhiyun's move. His voice immediately drew the attention of others. Qian Renxue, who had been dozing off in the back, cursed the fool under her breath after hearing Salas's exclamation and also scolded the Pope for sending Salas to Tiando City. Realizing many people's gazes were upon him, Salas remembered that this girl was that person's girlfriend and that he had done something quite foolish. There was no way around it. Salas had worked diligently for most of his life, yet he had never received a soul bone reward from the organization, and with his current level of 89, he only had 8 rings. He truly coveted that 10,000-year head bone, but he didn't want to offend the Pope over it. Seeing the external soul bone appear in the qualifiers, he couldn't remain calm. Last time, when Zhu Zhuqing used an external soul bone, Salas's attention was on Tang Yin, and he missed the momentary brilliance, but he couldn't ignore Zhu Zhiyun's soaring golden light. With the external soul bone, it seems Lamba Academy has a high chance of winning the championship this time, the aged Shui Yi calmly remarked. The honor of the Tiando Empire was what mattered most to him. He wouldn't lose his composure over an external soul bone. Dark gold fearsome claw bear. Tang San's eyes were fixed on the golden light of Zhu Zhiyun's left hand. He recalled that his first soul ring also came from a 100-year-old dark gold fearsome claw bear. He shook his head and sighed. Such a powerful weapon wasn't obtained by me. It seems it's fate. The golden claws sliced through the shield formed by the sunflower as easily as a knife cutting through tofu. A look of panic flashed across the sunflower soul master's face. But he couldn't resist at all. Boom, this participant was sent flying, just like his companion. With 2 4-ring soul masters taken down, the head teacher of Balak Academy's face turned as dark as charcoal. If he didn't want to leave tomorrow's matches without anyone to use, conceding was the only choice left. Reluctantly, he applied to the referee to forfeit. The head teacher felt quite upset, and when he looked at Zhu Zhiyun, he couldn't help but release his soul pressure. Zhu Zhiyun let out a muffled groan from the sudden attack, her body swaying slightly, but she remained calm and composed. All the soul power within her was released, resisting the suppression. Do you want to die? Before Lamba Academy could react, Salas on the referee's platform suddenly erupted with a booming question that struck the head teacher of Balak Academy, causing him to spit blood. No one expected this platinum bishop from the Spirit Hall to react so fiercely, stepping in for fairness in the match, improving many people's impressions of the Spirit Hall's arrogance. Salas, with a serious expression and tone, stated, "The elite competition has its own rules. This is a place for young soul masters to spar. If some old fools want to disrupt the rules, they might as well come and practice with me." The head teacher of Balak Academy hurriedly said, "Yes, yes." He didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly led the Balak Academy team out, not even wanting to watch the subsequent matches. Once the matter was settled, Salas returned to his seat, cautiously glancing over at Tang Yin. He reacted so strongly because he was trying to make up for his earlier recklessness. His words hadn't drawn much attention earlier, but Tang Yin, who was not far from the referee's seat, had heard them. In fact, Tang Yin didn't care much about Sarath's mention of Zhu Zhiyun having an external spirit bone. Hiding one's power and not using it is worse than not having it at all. One can't avoid using an external spirit bone forever just because of the fear of it being taken away. That is no different from fearing choking while eating or drinking. Seeing Sarath's cautious gaze, Tang Yin didn't understand and merely returned a formulaic smile. Upon seeing this smile, Sarath felt relieved, collapsing back into his chair. Ning Fengji observed all of Sarath's actions. Initially, he thought Sarath was trying to win people over, but his subsequent abnormal reactions indicated otherwise. Strange, too strange. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, sensing that there was a shocking secret hidden beside him. A secret that could significantly affect the future development of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. What could it be? On the other side, Zhu Zhiyun, having won the match, returned to the viewing area of Lamba Academy. Sitting down, she noticed her younger sister Zhu Zhuqing looking dazed and asked, "Zhuqing, what's wrong?" "Oh, I remember now," Zhu Zhuqing suddenly exclaimed, startling Zhu Zhiyun. "This silly girl, what is she doing?" Realizing her reaction was a bit too extreme, she smiled awkwardly when she saw Zhu Zhiyun. "Oh, it's my sister." "Zhuqing, what are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing's little face showed a mischievous look as she began to share a secret with her sister. "Sister, I have something to tell you. Tang Yin is with the dean. I just saw. Do you know when they got together? They actually made an appointment right in front of us. No wonder the dean has seemed a bit strange since that day, so that's it." "Hey, why are you hitting me, sister?" While babbling, Zhu Zhuqing got lightly tapped on the head by Zhu Zhiyun, abruptly stopping her words. Zhu Zhiyun lectured, "How many times have I told you not to interfere with Xiao Yin's feelings? Why can't you remember?" Zhu Zhuqing pouted, "I didn't I was just..." You were just afraid that the more people Tang Yin likes, the more he will dislike you and abandon you. Zhu Zhuyan voiced Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts. Zhu Qing, don't you understand? The dean, that prince, you and I are all not irreplaceable. He's just looking for that feeling of love and being loved through us. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned by Zhu Zhuyan's words. Sister, you're not. His first, are you? Zhu Zhuyan shook her head. You didn't see the dead look in Xiao Yin's eyes back then. I'll never forget that feeling of being shrouded in despair. From Xiao Yin's reactions and some things he inadvertently said, I know he loved someone deeply, but I don't know why he became like this now. Zhu Qing, I'm telling you all this not to criticize you. You don't have to worry that Xiao Yin will abandon us. He wouldn't allow himself to do that. Sister, I understand now. Zhu Zhuqing hadn't cared much about why Tang Yin had changed since their first meeting, but after hearing her sister explain, she finally began to understand. What are you two talking about? Tang Yin curiously leaned his head in between the two sisters, looking back and forth at their similar yet different faces. Zhu Zhuyan smiled. It's related to you. Related to me? Tang Yin became interested. Can you tell me about it? Zhu Zhuqing thought they were discussing something more private, and in a panic to avoid revealing anything, she blurted out, Sister and I are discussing how to sleep with you tonight, brother-in-law. Zhu Zhuyan's eyes froze for a moment, then turned into two crescent moons. Yes, indeed. Tang Yin. Oh, cheering and rejoicing. Chapter 191. Bibi Dong's invitation. The pleasant event did not occur, not because Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing had a last-minute change of heart, but because Tang Yin had already agreed to the crown prince in the past few nights. Moreover, the experience in the tent was not great. Although the dim light didn't affect Tang Yin much, the warm and ambiguous lighting in the bedroom had its unique charm. Tang Yin was worried that they would eventually back out. The trust built over the years was already deep. The promotion matches continued. Besides Lamba Academy's rapid progress, another team was performing exceptionally well. Yes, it was the led by Tang San from the Tiando Royal Academy. The last to appear. Tang San was like a stabilizing force in the team. Apart from directly forfeiting the match against Lamba Academy, no matter how many opponents remained, none could withstand his 10th hammer in the fierce chaos of his chaotic wind. Many had considered defeating Tang San before he unleashed the chaotic wind, but most struggled to withstand even the first hammer of it. The captain of the third strongest team, Shunfeng Academy, Feng Xiaotian, could barely manage to use his self-created soul skill, Gale Magic Wolf's 36 slashes, to achieve a record of the 9th hammer. Tang San's strength had long surpassed that of his peers and even progressed from a month ago's preliminary competition strength. With his dual cultivation martial soul, he had broken through level 50, and after obtaining 2 spirit rings of around 20,000 years, his spirit power had reached the peak of level 54. The phoenix coxcomb sunflower inside him was releasing its final spiritual resonance, and after its medicinal power completely ran out, Tang San estimated he would be able to break through to level 54. In his eyes, there were no other opponents. The only person he wanted to defeat was his brother, Tang Yin. For Tang San, it was no longer about defeating him, but about making Tang Yin exert half or more of his power. Each time, Tang San felt he lost too quickly. According to his teacher's plan, during the finals, he would gain the power to fight Tang Yin and possibly defeat him. Tang San eagerly awaited that day, otherwise, he wouldn't easily give up this one-on-one opportunity in the promotion matches. The sense of helplessness the other teams felt when facing Tang San was no different from when they faced Lamba Academy. Thus, Tang Yin, who could single-handedly contend against the entire team of the Tiando Royal Academy, became an invincible myth to everyone. When the final match of the last day concluded, the promotion matches were completely over. All teams still had unfinished journeys ahead, and having reached this point, they were about to challenge the final stage. Tang Yin was comfortably leaning back in his chair, with Zhu Zhuyan on his left and Zhu Zhuqing on his right, showing little interest in the inspiring speech being given by the Snow Knight Emperor on stage. As an emperor, the Snow Knight Emperor could not leave Tiando City. Even after decades of being emperor, if he left the power center for a while, he would definitely be completely sidelined, especially since his younger brother, Prince Xuexing, was no easy opponent. After the speech, the Snow Knight Emperor announced that the Crown Prince Xuexing would represent him as the envoy of the Tiando Empire to participate in the judging of this competition. On the snowy night when the news was announced, Qian Rinxue wanted to see what expression Tang Yin would have, but when she saw Tang Yin surrounded by admirers, she was immediately filled with black lines on her forehead, and her mind had already come up with 100 ways to torture him. Damn, Lilene, next time I'll let you experience what it feels like to be restrained. Unlike the original work, the location of the finals was not elsewhere, but in the Spirit City, which was not a change made midway, but rather the originally designated location. As for why such a minor change occurred, only Tang Yin, the awkward butterfly, would know. 3 days later, all teams had assembled. The convoy of Lanba Academy was positioned very forward, closely following behind the prince's carriage, indicating the empire's Qianrenqiue's importance attached to them. Tang Yin was still sleeping in the carriage, and despite the carriage being equipped with a shock-absorbing soul guide, the bumpy road still caused some jolts, yet he slept soundly. Lanba Academy had a total of 3 carriages, and Lu Erlong, who was supposed to share a carriage with Duge Yin and Jiang Zhu, had brazenly sat in the carriage with Tang Yin. Inside the carriage, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Yin, who was sleeping on Lu Erlong's lap, and were quite speechless. They had no idea what Tang Yin had gone through to be so exhausted. On the other side, in the carriage of the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team. Brother, have you been to the Spirit City? They say it's the most prosperous place on the continent. What is it? Right. It's the holy land for all soul masters. Xiao Wu said to Tang San with a mix of nervousness and excitement. She touched the silver scale on her chest, and the cool sensation gave her a strong sense of security. A few days prior, when Tang Hao came to teach Tang San, he had inadvertently seen Xiao Wu and asked with confusion, "Why is the aura on you gone?" In Tang Hao's understanding, a soul beast can only completely hide its soul beast aura and transform into a real human after reaching maturity. At that time, Xiao Wu was only at a soul power level of over 30, so it was impossible for her to achieve this. Xiao Wu also didn't know what was going on. After some investigation, she discovered it was thanks to this scale. This should be the scale of that being. How can I get Tang Yin to meet them? Tang San's words pulled Xiao Wu out her thoughts. Xiao Wu, there's nothing good in Spirit City. If it weren't for the finals being held there, I might never set foot in such a filthy place in my life. From you, Xiaojiang. Tang San had heard descriptions of the decadent lifestyle of the big shots in the Spirit Hall, the arrogance of soul masters, and the weakness of commoners. He had no good feelings towards such a repressive environment. It could be said that Tang San's thoughts had been shaped by Yu Xiaojiang to become what he wanted. Yeah, the Spirit Hall. Xiao Wu seemed to remember something, and her mood noticeably dropped. At this moment, Tang San held Xiao Wu's hand, speaking firmly. Xiao Wu, don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you. Xiao Wu looked up into Tang San's steadfast black eyes, her pink, gem-like pupils showing a hint of intoxicated days. Brother Xiao Wu at some point, Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who were sharing a carriage with Tang San, had slipped into the carriage where Dai Mubai was. They were trying to mimic their boss Dai, performing the expressions of Tang San and Xiao Wu as a brother and sister looking at each other. The ambush by the Spirit Hall never happened. Instead, on the 11th day of the journey, a team bearing the Spirit Hall's flag could be seen from afar. The leader was one of the few titled Douluo Tang Yin had met in the Spirit Hall, Zhu Douluo. He was not here to welcome the participating teams from the Tiando Empire. There was no such team from the Xinglor Empire. This time he came with a mission, not to ambush Tang San, but to take someone away. The Tiando Empire's convoy slowed as it approached the team from the Spirit Hall. A knight from the Royal Knight Order paused at the carriage where Qian Rinchu was and then approached the Spirit Hall. May I ask what the Spirit Hall means by this? The knight called out, unaware that there was a titled Douluo opposite him. Zhu Douluo did not care about the knight's attitude. No one would be angry over an ant's disregard. A very neutral voice came from Zhu Douluo. His Holiness, the Pope has ordered me to bring Tang Yin from Lanba Academy to the Spirit Hall. Anyone who obstructs this will be killed without mercy. His voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it very clearly, especially when he said the last 4 words. Everyone's heart, except for Ning Fengji's carriage, skipped a beat. Inside the carriage, Qian Rinchue's face turned cold, and she felt a bit anxious. What does that woman want? Why does she want to see little Ian alone? Could it be that she wants to recruit little Ian in advance? This won't do. Little Ian is mine. I need to think of a way. Ning Fengji sighed. It seems the Spirit Hall is still planning to target Tang Yin. Jian Xin, who was beside Ning Fengji, calmly said while blocking the pressure from Zhu Douluo, since the Spirit Hall has sent a titled law to find Tang Yin, and the tone is very calm, they're already showing respect. His identity has not been exposed, so there's no need to worry. Ning Fengji shook his head. I'm not worried about Tang Yin. It's other matters. Other matters? Jian Xin Thao Wen. Yes, it's very strange. From the preliminaries with Salis, every move the Spirit Hall has taken has been odd. I am worried. After a long time, Ning Fengji's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. I hope I'm just being overly concerned. Zhu Zhuyan, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lu Erlong also heard Zhu Doluo's words and looked at Tang Yin with some worry. Only Tang Yin knew what was really going on. There was nothing to avoid. He and she should have a resolution. Tang Yin glanced over the worried faces of the three and revealed a relaxed smile. It's fine. Wait for me to come back. Just as he stood up, Zhu Zhuqing grabbed his hand. Her action also drew the attention of Zhu Zhuyun and Lu Erlong beside her. What's wrong, Zhuqing? Don't forget our agreement. Tang Yin's expression froze for a moment, and a blush appeared on Zhu Zhuyun's calm face, with a hint of shyness in her eyes. Of course I remember, but don't regret it. Tang Yin reached out and pinched Zhu Zhuqing's little face, still as soft and bouncy as ever. He then said to Zhu Zhuyun and Lu Erlong, I'm leaving. They didn't react as strongly as Zhu Zhuqing, but their concern for Tang Yin was no less than hers. Up ahead, Qianren Xue was still conversing with the knight and Zhu Doluo. The prince said that Tang Yin from Lamba Academy is a citizen of our Tiando Empire. We have the obligation to protect them. So there's no need for the spirit hall to worry. Zhu Doluo, who had been arguing with the other side for a long time, was becoming a bit impatient. But the Pope had specifically instructed him to bring the person back intact before he left, and the earlier threat was merely something Zhu Doluo added to save trouble. However, he didn't expect that the prince of the Tiando Empire would be so unappreciative. He said in a deep voice, Everyone from the Tiando Empire, my patience is limited. If I can't complete the task assigned by the Pope, I won't have a good outcome either. However, before that, I don't mind if you all have a bad outcome as well. Zhu Doluo's patience has almost worn out, and if the other side doesn't relent, he can only lead the team to take them by force. I'm going with you. Stalemated, Tang Yin stepped out of the team. Qianren Xue in the carriage was also startled when she saw Tang Yin. She didn't understand why he was doing this. Lifting the curtain, she happened to see Tang Yin's smiling profile. Swear, it's fine, trust me. I'll come and find you when we reach Wuhuan City. His voice was soft. Only a few knights close to the carriage could hear him. However, they were all the prince's personal guards and were somewhat aware of the matter between the prince and this young genius, so they did not show surprise. Tang Yin's words of trust gave Qianren Xue a strong sense of security. Seeing that Tang Yin had made a decision, Qianren Xue no longer insisted. Seeing Tang Yin take the initiative to step out, Zhu Doluo also breathed a sigh of relief. You all stay and continue to escort the people of the Tiando Empire to Wuhuan City. After instructing his subordinates, Zhu Doluo came to Tang Yin's side and clasped his fists. Young Master Tang Yin, time is of the essence. I will lead you the way from here. Tang Yin nodded and didn't say much. After watching Tang Yin being taken away by Zhu Doluo, Qianren Xue ordered the team to continue moving forward. For more days, Qianren Xue in the carriage had already thought of a way to protect Tang Yin. With Zhu Doluo's speed, they would arrive at Wuhuan City in just a quarter of an hour. Looking at this magnificent giant city, Tang Yin's gaze remained as calm as water. After bringing Tang Yin to the Pope's palace, Zhu Doluo said to him, Please wait here. I will go inside to report. Tang Yin nodded and remained silent. Sitting on the sofa in the lounge, he idly played with a teacup. After a long time, a woman in her 30s, who looked like a female official, walked over. She respectfully bowed and said, Young Master Tang Yin, please follow me. You're too kind. Tang Yin slightly bent forward in return and followed the woman out of the lounge. Inside the Pope's palace, they turned several corners and took a soul guide elevator. When the door opened, the woman led Tang Yin to a door. The Pope is waiting inside. Young Master Tang Yin, I take my leave. Thank you for your trouble. After the woman left, looking at the ordinary door in front of him, Tang Yin felt a bit anxious for some reason. Fear? Hesitation? It seemed not. This feeling was indescribable. Taking a deep breath, he gently pushed the door, which was not locked, and it slowly opened, revealing the furnishings inside. Chapter 192. An unpleasant parting that memory, not belonging to this world, reappeared in Tang Yin's mind. Everything here was so familiar. If it wasn't false, he had lived in this identical small room with Bibi Dong for a full 40 years. The feeling brought by this fleeting memory was not as impactful as experiencing it in person. But the shock of over 80 years of memories on the teenage him was undeniably great. This was also the root of his inner demons. In the first year living in Tiando City, Tang Yin had been undergoing mental therapy from Tang Yuehua. Each session was a huge drain on Tang Yuehua, indicating how deeply Tang Yin was trapped at the time. We promised to be together for a lifetime. Xiao Yin, do you think we were also a pair in our last life? Xiao Yin, I. The memories in his mind began to stir again. But Tang Yin still appeared very calm. It seemed that he heard some noise from outside, and at that moment, a sound came from inside the room. Tang Yin knew that the source of the sound was the bedroom. The sound of the doorknob turning was so clear, everything seemed to slow down, and Tang Yin's gaze fell on the twisting knob. When Bibi Dong walked out from behind the door, Tang Yin's gaze momentarily lost focus. Inside, the satin phoenix robe was dignified and luxurious, with a light and fluttering red gauze layer. Her already exquisite features were adorned with light makeup, and her purple hair was elegantly styled up, secured with a phoenix hairpin. In his memories, no matter how many times, Tang Yin would deeply sink into it. Bibi Dong was still as beautiful as he remembered, but in her eyes, Tang Yin could not see the calmness from their 3 years together, nor the mocking that emerged in the end. That gaze mixed with too many emotions was incomprehensible to Tang Yin. Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed on Tang Yin's face. She looked for a long time, and the expression in her eyes seemed to freeze at that moment. Neither of them spoke, perhaps because they both didn't know what to say, or perhaps they were both lost in memories. After a long while, Bibi Dong raised her hands and gently waved. The wedding dress spread out, and she smiled brightly. Xiaoyin, do I look good? After so many years as the Pope, the aura of a ruler had already formed around Bibi Dong. The dazzling red did not seem extravagant on her. Rather, it felt just right. During this time, Tang Yin also regained clarity. He knew why he was here. I pay my respects to the Pope. Saying this, Tang Yin placed his right hand on his chest and respectfully bowed to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's smile also froze on her face with Tang Yin's bow. In fact, according to the agreement between her and Yin, Bibi Dong was not allowed to approach Tang Yin without permission before that opportunity arose. She did not know when that opportunity would appear, and before that, Bibi Dong had always adhered to Yin's instructions, never revealing her true self in front of Tang Yin. But sometimes when she missed him too much, she would secretly run far away to take a look at Tang Yin, even if it meant seeing him being intimate with other women. Even if one of them was her daughter. Bibi Dong did not care about those. What she cared about was only Tang Yin. Originally, everything was developing according to the predetermined trajectory, and the time frame mentioned by Yin was approaching. The opportunity for Tang Yin and her to reunite was about to arrive. But when Bibi Dong went to see Tang Yin once again, it happened to be the night he went to find Lu Erlong. At that time, she was still puzzled as to why Tang Yin would go out so late. But when she saw him arrive at Lamba Academy, she had a bad premonition in her heart. Sure enough, something bad happened. When Bibi Dong saw Tang Yin actively flirting with Lu Erlong, her repressed emotions finally could not hold back anymore. Simply put, she broke down. If we talk about a few people Bibi Dong hated the most, Lu Erlong would definitely be among them. Even if she was already indifferent to you, Xiao Jiang. Her preconceived notions about a person wouldn't change so easily. Fortunately, at that time, Bibi Dong regained her rationality in time. Otherwise, she would have rushed out to kill Lu Erlong. The sense of crisis in her heart made Bibi Dong not dare to wait any longer. She was genuinely scared. This time, sending someone to bring Tang Yin to Wuhuan City in advance was part of Bibi Dong's plan. She wanted to know what Tang Yin's attitude towards her was now. When she heard that Tang Yin had arrived, Bibi Dong felt very nervous, but also a bit excited. She searched her memories for Tang Yin's favorite attire, and thus she put on this wedding dress. This is her first time putting on a wedding dress for someone in Douluo continent. What she wanted to see on Tang Yin's face was nostalgia, joy, or even anger and disgust. The former would indicate that Tang Yin still loved her, while the latter would show that he was still angry about what she had done back then. Whether it was the former or the latter, both proved that Tang Yin still had her in his heart. But now, this kind of distance was what Bibi Dong feared the most. She stepped forward, wanted to reach out to help Tang Yin up. However, just as her hand was about to touch him, Tang Yin stepped back a little, bending even deeper, his tone becoming increasingly respectful. I pay my respects to the Pope. Xiaoyin, are you angry with me? Bibi Dong's tone was somewhat mournful. This childish emotion was indeed a stark contrast to her. She still couldn't believe that Tang Yin truly had no feelings for her anymore. She would rather think that he was just angry with her. Your Holiness, my name is Tang Yin. I know, Xiaoyin. Tang Yin. Please get up. Seeing that Tang Yin was unwilling to change his address, Bibi Dong had no choice but to relent. After hearing her words, Tang Yin stood up but still kept his head slightly lowered, avoiding direct eye contact with Bibi Dong. It wasn't out of fear or reluctance. Rather, Tang Yin felt that since he was going to draw a clear line with Bibi Dong, a necessary respect was required. After all, she was the Pope. Even the kings of the two great empires would have to show respect in her presence. Do you have to be like this, Xiaoyin? Bibi Dong felt Tang Yin's coldness and distance, and her heart was filled with bitterness. Xiaoyin, you clearly see that my love for you hasn't changed. So why are you unwilling to accept my love? Back then, you saved me. Before Bibi Dong could continue, Tang Yin interrupted. Your Holiness. Saving you back then was my own choice, and everything you did to me afterward was your choice as well. It's been so long. I don't think we need to keep entangled in this matter. We need to. Bibi Dong's emotions were somewhat agitated. How can it not be necessary? You saved me twice. I have always remembered. You clearly like me. I know, I have always known. And now I like you too. Xiao Yin. When I was young and ignorant, if I offended the Pope in any way, I hope you can forgive me. Tang Yin's tone remained calm. He now had a new life, with his caring sister Zhu Yun, a mischievous little cat, Zhu Qing, who loved to sneak food, the wise and beautiful Snow Sister, and the dean to whom he entrusted his later years. Perhaps in the future, Tang Yin would meet someone he would be willing to protect with his life. But he no longer thought about a future with Bibi Dong. One could say this was avoidance, but Tang Yin preferred to call it a form of self-protection. Not putting all his eggs in one basket was also one of Tang Yin's ways to protect himself. Tang Yin's words were like a merciless needle, piercing directly into Bibi Dong's heart, causing her more pain than the torment of the Rakshasa evil thoughts. Watching the indifferent Tang Yin, tears couldn't help but fall from the corners of Bibi Dong's eyes. Ever since she fell in love with Tang Yin, she had lost count of how many times she had cried because of him. Clearly, for a long time before this, even when she was in pain, she wouldn't use tears to relieve herself. Tang Yin also heard Bibi Dong's cries. To be honest, he hated seeing girls cry because of him the most. Your Holiness, memories and reality are different. Now, you're the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the most powerful organization in Douluo continent. I am just a student of an academy. Besides, I went to ask my father, and the Pope is someone of his generation, so you're also my elder. There's too great a difference between us. Liar. Then why are you with that bitch Lu Erlong? Bibi Dong said somewhat hysterically, already disregarding her appearance, grabbing Tang Yin's arm and shaking it repeatedly. Why? Her voice grew smaller and more grieved. Her whole body seemed to be unable to support itself, leaning slightly forward, her head resting on Tang Yin's shoulder. Tang Yin raised his head, his eyes slightly narrowed, but just for a moment, he returned to normal. Your Holiness, from your attitude towards Longer, it is clear that you are very concerned about her being with you, Xiao Jiang. But you should know that I am also a sentimental person, even overly sentimental. Why do you keep entangling me? Longer, Your Holiness. Just from the way she addressed him, Bibi Dong felt great pain. Seeing that Bibi Dong still had no intention of letting go, Tang Yin could only continue. There is nothing unbelievable about it, little ghost. You have some other feelings for me, right? Just like other men, you make me feel disgusted. That's enough. Hearing this, Bibi Dong finally couldn't hold back. Wipe that dead look off your face. Since you're about to die, I'll fulfill your wish before you die. Don't you want to know my name? I'll tell you. My name is Bibi Dong, the current Pope of the Spear Hall. Xiao Yin, I beg you, please stop. But Tang Yin still showed no sign of stopping, continuing. You can't possibly think that I would fall in love with you, right? Don't be so ridiculous. It's just that I've taken a fancy to your abilities, using some small tricks to make you willingly serve me. I've had enough. Bibi Dong suddenly raised her head, her bloodshot eyes meeting Tang Yin's calm and unperturbed gaze. She looked like an angry lion, while Tang Yin was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, yet there was no trace of fear in the lamb's eyes. Tang Yin smiled slightly, but all of this was told to me by Your Holiness. I used to have some foolish fantasies, thinking that a toad could aspire to eat swan meat, but after experiencing some things, I understood everything. Bibi Dong's lips trembled. She had a lot to say, but couldn't articulate anything. These words indeed came from her mouth, and no matter how much she had been forced into it back then, the harm done to the listener was already irreversible. The content of the Rakshasa God's test could never be leaked. As a test taker, Bibi Dong could not disclose it to outsiders. Whenever she had the thought of wanting to say something, she would be like now, obviously on the tip of her tongue. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't speak. Your Holiness, I see that the decoration in this room is quite similar to that in my memories. It's clear that you are also a nostalgic person, but I still want to say that memories are ultimately memories. The person I liked back then was not Bai Donger, but Bibi Dong. And what you liked was merely an imagined Tang Yin, nothing more. Slap. Bibi Dong's palm landed on Tang Yin's face. Immediately, a red handprint appeared on his fair face. It was evident that Bibi Dong had not held back. Who I like has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. At this moment, Bibi Dong had regained the Pope's authority, but the tear stains on her face and her slightly swollen eyes continuously proved that what had just happened was not an illusion. Tang Yin, who had been suddenly slapped, showed no signs of anger and smiled. The little man takes his leave. When Tang Yin left, he thoughtfully helped Bibi Dong close the door. The room fell into silence once again. Bibi Dong looked at her hand that had struck towards Tang Yin, and with no hesitation, she swung it down towards herself with all her might. What Tang Yin had said to her was undoubtedly correct, and Bibi Dong understood it in her heart. But what could she do? The most beautiful moments she had with Tang Yin were only those memories that did not belong to this world. Not being understood and being ridiculed like this, Bibi Dong was already on the brink of collapse. Her body could no longer support her standing, and she slid weakly down to the ground. Sitting on the floor, she cried silently. At this moment, the moonlight began to rise, casting a layer of silvery moonlight on Tang Yin, his silver hair and white clothes adding a touch of sanctity to him. Walking through the somewhat empty papal hall, Tang Yin did not feel the ease of letting everything go. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of loss. However, he had his own reasons for doing this. Bibi Dong, who was crying silently, seemed to suddenly remember something and stumbled towards the balcony. From a high vantage point, she could only see the figure disappearing into the night. In the divine realm, the Rakshasa god watched this scene with great interest and was very pleased. It seemed that so-called love was nothing more than this. When she saw Tang Yin still harboring fantasies about Bibi Dong before his death, it had infuriated her, but now it seemed she had been overthinking it. Chapter 193. Past events. Meeting an old acquaintance after leaving the papal hall, Tang Yin wandered aimlessly in Soul Master City. Just 10 minutes later, he noticed that in this city, which was considered a holy land in the hearts of all Soul Masters, most of the pedestrians on the street were Soul Masters. And even the shopkeepers by the roadside had faint fluctuations of soul power. This was a scene Tang Yin had not seen in other cities. Even in the royal cities of the two empires, the number of Soul Masters would only be significantly higher near the inner city where the nobles lived. After wandering for half an hour, Tang Yin casually found an inn to stay in. As expected of Soul Master City, the cheapest room costs 1 gold soul coin per night. Tang Yin couldn't help but sigh while holding the room key. 1 gold soul coin was nothing to Tang Yin, but he knew how much one could buy. Opening the door, he found only a bed, a table, and a stool inside. The space was not very large. Belonging to a standard single room, Tang Yin was not spoiled. He could sleep peacefully in the environment of the Soul Beast Forest, and compared to that, this place with a bed and no concerns about soul beasts was like heaven. Lying on the bed, Tang Yin did not fall asleep directly, but stared blankly at the ceiling. His mind involuntarily recalled what had just happened. He did not know whether what he did to Bibi Dong was right or wrong. How could he, who was so understanding, not perceive Bibi Dong's feelings for him? Just helping Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing resolve all their worries, Tang Yin owed Bibi Dong a favor. Clearly, he was so tolerant of everyone, but why was he unwilling to give her a chance? Tang Yin couldn't understand. He really couldn't understand. Mom, what should I do? I saw her. Tang Yin scratched his hair in frustration. A Yin's voice rang directly in his mind. Your master once told me that the answer you seek lies where you are troubled. Tang Yin and A Yin had always had this kind of telepathic dialogue, established when A Yin resided in Tang Yin's body. Even after A Yin was completely resurrected by Tang Yin later, this connection still existed. Tang Yin rarely used this function except for basic greetings every day. Today was the first time he actively sought A Yin in months. Master. Hearing A Yin mention his master, Tang Yin was somewhat surprised. Old Turtle had passed away when he was 6 years old, and the last trace of his soul had already dissipated in this world. Now, hearing about resolving his doubts from A Yin, how could Tang Yin remain calm? Yes, it is your master. He once told me about this matter. The answer lies where you are troubled. Tang Yin was lost in thought. The Rakshasa secret realm. A Yin slapped away Tang Hao's reaching hand and signaled him to leave, first with her eyes. Tang Hao glanced at A Yin with a somewhat resentful look, but he did not want to be a monk for the next few months, so he left the bedroom like a wronged little wife, kindly closing the door behind him. After Tang Hao left, A Yin continued to communicate with her precious son, the Rakshasa secret realm. I don't rule out this possibility, but I don't think it is. A Yin shared her speculation with Tang Yin. The place you disappeared from had a secret realm called the City of Slaughter. At that time, your father thought you had mistakenly entered that place. Both places are possible, and I had asked Old Turtle about it, but he was unwilling to elaborate on this matter. That day, Yin was, as usual, comprehending the laws of life, while Old Turtle sat cross-legged, floating like a statue in Tang Yin's spiritual sea, looking like an ordinary old man nearing death. His voice, hoarse and carrying the weight of endless years, echoed, Girl, Xiao Yin will face a calamity due to love in the future. With one misstep, it may lead to life-threatening danger. Upon hearing that Tang Yin would face such a calamity, Ain became very tense. She was not afraid that she would be unable to resurrect him after his death. Her only concern was Tang Yin's safety. Old Turtle, can you save Xiaoyin? If you're willing to save him, I will do anything. Ain pleaded, not believing that Old Turtle would speak aimlessly. She had seen the old man's incredible abilities. Even if Old Turtle said a Yin's existence would shorten Tang Yin's lifespan, Ain would unhesitatingly sacrifice herself to protect Tang Yin's safety. Tang Yin was not only Old Turtle's last disciple, but also a successor of a civilization. Knowing about this death calamity, Old Turtle should help him resolve the crisis. But he shook his head. This is a calamity destined for him, originally. It was a situation where he would surely die, but I have sought a glimmer of life for him. Whether he lives or dies depends on his own fortune. Then, what can I do? Ain still wanted to do something. Old Turtle said, even if Xiaoyin survives this calamity, he will have a heavy heart demon left behind, which he needs to overcome himself. Remember, if one day you meet the female lead of Xiaoyin's love calamity, tell her some things you know. The bond between her and Xiaoyin needs to be untangled by themselves. But remind her not to appear before Xiaoyin until he actively seeks her out. After that, when Xiaoyin asks about this matter, tell him that the answer he seeks lies where he is troubled. This matter concerns Tang Yin's life and death. And Ain couldn't afford to be careless at that time. After remembering all the instructions, she specifically asked, is that place the same place? Old Turtle seemed to know Ain would ask this question, and he only revealed a mysterious smile. Heavenly secrets cannot be leaked. With the means of Elder Turtle, Tang Yin's emotional tribulation posed no real danger. However, he was someone who believed in destiny. Ever since he witnessed the decay of the universe with his own eyes, he became even more convinced that everything in the world has its own destiny. Destiny cannot be defied, and going against it will surely lead to backlash. Seeing that Elder Turtle was unwilling to say more, Ain kept his worries in mind and remembered this matter. When Tang Yin first encountered trouble, even when he appeared before Ain heavily injured, Ain did not connect the two events. After all, Tang Yin was only 11 years old at the time, and Ain thought that Tang Yin's tribulation would have to wait until he was at least 15. It is worth noting that Tang Hao began his first romantic relationship only after he turned 35. It was later that she discovered Tang Yin had already passed through that life-threatening emotional tribulation when she later met BB Dong. Ain followed Elder Turtle's prophecy and shared some information with BB Dong, including Tang Yin's life after emerging, and advised her not to appear before Tang Yin proactively. At that time, BB Dong cautiously asked Ain if she could watch Tang Yin from a distance, assuring her that she would never appear before him. Seeing the hope on BB Dong's face, Ain thought that this did not violate the restriction of appearing before Tang Yin, so she agreed. What Ain did not expect was that BB Dong still approached Tang Yin. She did not blame BB Dong. After all, watching Tang Yin be close with different women every day showed how determined BB Dong's heart was to endure in the shadows. Xiaoyin, follow your heart and do what you want. After this competition ends, go find the answers you seek. With a Yin support, Tang Yin responded, Mom, I understand. Good night. Xiaoyin, good night, Mom. See you tomorrow. After waking up, Tang Yin began to think about what he should do in the next 3 days. His girlfriends would probably take another 3 days to arrive in Wuhuan City, which could be a bit tough for the energetic Tang Yin during these 3 lonely nights. However, he was not entirely idle. At least last night he had just finished exploring a street in Wuhuan City, and he could take this time to thoroughly explore this first city of the continent. In the Wuhuan Academy, Xiaoyu and Yin arrived at the cafeteria, chatting and laughing along the way. Occasionally, a pig-like grin would appear on Yan's face, while the aloof Xiaoyu ignored his friend's expressions. Xiaoyu felt that his buddy was somewhat problematic. He treated him as a good brother, yet he always thought about pursuing his sister. And even after being rejected more than 10 times, he still persisted. After they selected their food, they happened to see Hulaina walking into the cafeteria. As usual, Yin greeted Hulaina enthusiastically. Nana, good morning. Today the cafeteria has your favorite ginseng chicken soup. I asked the chef, and the chicken is your favorite white-feathered red-tailed chicken. And the ginseng inside is quite valuable. The cafeteria they were eating in was not open to every student at the Wuhuan Academy. It was specially set up for the Wuhuan Temple Battle Team. In every dish there was worth at least 100 gold soul coins. The ginseng chicken soup Yin mentioned contained a ginseng that could be auctioned for 800 gold soul coins. Hulaina felt indifferent towards Yin, but since her brother Xiaoyu was sitting with that big guy, she had no choice but to place her tray opposite Xiaoyu. Hulaina's indifference did not extinguish the fiery enthusiasm in Yan's heart. He believed that one day his passion would be reciprocated. Unbeknownst to him, being a licking dog rarely ends well. While sipping her ginseng chicken soup, Hulaina asked, "Brother, do we have training today?" Xiaoyu replied, "The finals are about to start. In a few days, the teams from the two empires will also arrive in Wuhuan City. We prepared well, and there is no need to put more pressure on ourselves." Ever since they received the purple medal from the Pope for completing a mission alone, Hulaina had been acting a bit strange. As her brother, Xiaoyu noticed that Hulaina had become quieter than before. He once tried to ask if something had happened during the mission, but Hulaina simply told him that everything was fine. To Yen, the increasingly aloof goddess seemed even more enchanting, which meant less competition for him. Little did he know, the beauty he longed for had already been seen through by someone who was currently enjoying himself. "Since we're not training, let's go out for a stroll. I heard that Baibao Pavilion has a new batch of good stuff. Maybe we can find something interesting," Yin suggested. Xiaoyu had no objections and turned his gaze to his sister. Hulaina nodded instead of being dismissive. Seeing that the goddess agreed with his suggestion, Yin felt much brighter. Now it was the stage for the cheerful Yin. The only downside was that Xiaoyu, the future brother-in-law, was still present. But he clearly understood that if Xiaoyu weren't there, his Nana probably wouldn't go out with him either. Let us go together. Who wouldn't envy being out with both a buddy and a goddess? While Tang Yin was wandering aimlessly in Wuhuan City, a sign caught his attention. The words Baibao Pavilion were splashed with gold powder, shining brightly under the sun. Tang Yin had some knowledge about appreciating treasures. Although the tens of thousands of gold soul coins on him could not buy precious soul bones, he could still look at some soul tools or herbs. Especially herbs. Because of the existence of healing soul masters, very few people studied these things apart from those who were interested in them. This led to a serious mismatch between the value and price of some herbs, giving Tang Yin a chance to pick up bargains. After entering Baibao Pavilion, a well-dressed female attendant approached him. Seeing Tang Yin's handsome appearance and the expensive storage soul tool on his wrist, the attentive staff surely recognized him as a big customer. Although one should not judge a person by their appearance, otherwise encountering someone like Long Out Yin could be troublesome. The protagonist Tang Yin was not Long Out Yin. "Dear guest, may I assist you? Today our store happens to have a new batch of treasures, and I can provide you with an introduction," the attendant said eagerly. Tang Yin politely declined her offer. "I'm just here to browse. No need for your trouble. However, if I see something I like later, I may ask you to handle the transaction." Every attendant was diligently serving customers, so it was evident that they received a commission for every sale made in the store. Seeing that Tang Yin was not only handsome but also considerate, the attendant shyly lowered her head. "Thank you, young master." After noting the attendant's work badge number, Tang Yin began searching for what he wanted. When he reached the second floor, a vine-like plant in a corner display caught his attention. The aura it emitted was something Tang Yin was very familiar with. Was that not blue silvergrass? Unlike ordinary blue silvergrass, this particular one had shown signs of transformation after years of growth. Blue silvergrass, as a highly inclusive plant, has a great deal of plasticity and evolutionary direction. The evolutionary direction of this blue silvergrass is clearly leaning towards the category of spiritual herbs, and its appearance is fundamentally differed from ordinary blue silvergrass. Otherwise, it wouldn't be here. The blue silvergrass seems to sense the presence of its kind, gently swaying its branches and leaves towards Tang Yin's direction. When he was young, Ayin told him that blue silvergrass would sacrifice itself for their king without hesitation. Their mother, as their queen, did not protect them well. Tang Yin didn't even look at the price and asked someone to call the female attendant he had just seen. During the wait, Tang Yin originally planned to continue looking at other things, but unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. Chapter 194. The Strange Hulaina, the Master's Task. When the three members of the Golden Generation entered the Treasure Pavilion, the internal supervisor immediately came out to greet them. The three of them were dressed in the most ordinary clothing, but the supervisor, who held a certain social status within the Spear Hall, was certainly familiar with these new stars of the Spear Hall. So, Hulaina and her companions were personally attended to by the supervisor. He bent his body, lowering his posture, with a somewhat flattering smile on his face, and said eagerly, "Esteemed guests, may I ask what treasures you are looking for?" For some reason, Yen felt a strong dislike towards this incessantly chattering supervisor, feeling an inexplicable annoyance in his heart. He waved his hand, saying, "We're just looking. You can go about your business." The supervisor, not wanting to miss the opportunity to befriend the future power core of the Spirit Hall, but also not wanting to offend them completely, could only respond with disappointment. "If you need any assistance, just call me." After the supervisor left, Yan's annoyance disappeared entirely. and he excitedly began to introduce Hulaina to the treasures. Nana, let me tell you, this treasure pavilion. Xiaoyu looked at Yin speechlessly, but perhaps due to becoming somewhat immune over time, he felt this was quite normal. Hulaina remained expressionless, ignoring Yan's words. Her eyes were always fixed on those treasures. The items on the first floor were very varied, but most were not particularly valuable, and the group quickly made their way to the stairs leading to the second floor. As Hulaina browsed along the display cabinets, her soul power perception informed her that someone was staring at her. Now, Hulaina was already a rank 51 control system soul king, and her heavenly fox martial soul, which leaned towards spiritual control, endowed her with extremely high perception abilities and mental strength far beyond others of her rank. When she looked up, her gaze coincidentally met Tang Yin's. Both Tang Yin and Hulaina couldn't help but recall that night. For Tang Yin, it was a ridiculous yet beautiful night. Under the influence of desire, he gradually regained clarity amidst Zhu Zhiyun's gentleness. He experienced a feeling he had never felt before. For Hulaina, it was also a night worth remembering for a lifetime. Driven to desperation by the wolf bandits, she experienced the fear of death for the first time, and Tang Yin's immense power left her profoundly shocked. What was originally the same heroic rescue scenario, as Zhu Zhiyun turned into a scene of a great king forcibly taking a common girl due to Tang Yin's inner demons. The cold gaze and commanding tone Tang Yin had that night left Hulaina with lingering aftereffects. Facing Tang Yin, the inexplicable fear deep within her always enveloped her. The gratitude for saving her life and the cold ruthlessness created a twisted emotional response in Hulaina's subconscious towards Tang Yin, commonly referred to as Stockholm Syndrome. Now, the look Hulaina directed at Tang Yin contained both fear and dependence. Tang Yin felt somewhat awkward, remembering what he had done to this girl that night. Although his thoughts were briefly dominated by desire due to his inner demons, everything was still done by his own hands. This made Tang Yin feel a sense of indebtedness towards Hulaina. Now that he saw her again, he felt a bit embarrassed. The subtle exchange of glances between the two was noticed by Xiaoyu and Yin beside Hulaina. Xiaoyu quietly asked his sister, Nana, do you know this person? Seeing Hulaina's slightly trembling shoulders, Xiaoyu frowned. Yin, seeing the guy across staring at his Nana without even blinking, couldn't he tolerate it due to his fiery temper. He rolled up his sleeves and directly walked toward Tang Yin. Tang Yin noticed a tall, red-haired man approaching with an angry expression, and it was clear he was not someone to be trifled with. As expected, Yin opened his mouth and said, Kid, do you know who you're staring at? Seeing the other party so arrogant and fearless, it could either mean he had a powerful elder in the spirit hall, or that his confidence came from immense strength. Tang Yin didn't want to cause trouble, and simply replied, I just find that young lady quite familiar. It seems I've met her somewhere. Tang Yin could tell that the red-haired man had feelings for Hulaina, and if he told him the truth, it would inevitably lead to a fight. His backing. Qianren Xue hadn't he arrived in the spirit city yet, and in this vast spirit city, the only thing he could rely on was a token Qianren Xue had given him. Tang Yin had studied it before. However, the token style was different from any token issued by the Spirit Hall he had seen. As for why he could be sure the token was related to the Spirit Hall, the 3 pairs of angel wings on the back were enough to explain everything. And didn't he care about that? He simply found this guy who looked like a pretty boy very displeasing, and his goddess was looking at this person with an expression he couldn't quite understand. In fact, Tang Yin was neither weak nor effeminate. His physique was quite well proportioned. However, compared to Yin, who was nearly 2 meters tall and looked like he could crush 2 Tang Yins, he did seem a bit slender. Although Yin didn't know what this expression meant. He knew that Hulaina's look towards him was one of disgust, or the kind of look one would give a fool. He felt a bit jealous. Kids, some things, once done, come with consequences. Yan's large hand directly rested on Tang Yin's shoulder. Normally, Tang Yin would have no problem dodging Yan's hand, but he felt that with the one-track mind of the person in front of him, it wouldn't be easy to leave directly. Sure enough, Tang Yin could clearly feel the hand on his shoulder starting to exert force. Xiaoyu did not step forward to stop Yin. He vaguely sensed that his sister knew this person and that something had happened between them. His sister's strange changes might have been caused by this person before him. Hulaina was always unwilling to tell Xiaoyu, and he couldn't force his sister. In Yan's eyes, this skinny little pretty boy would be crushed under his grip with just a little effort. As a rank 52 power-type soul master, his single-handed strength was over 10,000 pounds. He wanted to see the expression of pain and struggle on Tang Yin's face. To see Tang Yin kneeling and begging for mercy, and he wanted to enjoy the pleasure of humiliating Tang Yin. However, Things seemed to be developing differently than he expected. Tang Yin felt a bit strange. He didn't understand what the person in front of him was trying to do. Just a moment ago, this person had looked fierce and threatening, but now it seemed like he was giving himself a massage. However, when Tang Yin saw the hand with white knuckles from exertion and the big guy's flushed face, he realized that he was indeed trying to do something, but his strength didn't seem to support it. Tang Yin said speechlessly, "Big brother, didn't your master teach you not to be so arrogant without strength?" As he spoke, Tang Yin squeezed the hand resting on his shoulder, applying a little force, and a crisp cracking sound came from Yan's hand. Crack! The clear sound was even heard by Xie Yu not far away. He didn't expect that this seemingly 16 or 17-year-old boy had such great strength. Xie Yu was very clear about how terrifying Yan's strength was. Yan let out a muffled groan, but didn't scream in pain. He looked at Tang Yin in disbelief, unable to believe this was real. Tang Yin didn't want to make a big deal out of it. If he attracted the attention of the two idiots, one of them would probably not stop until the other was dead. While Yin was in a daze, Tang Yin took out his fade at a speed invisible to the naked eye and directly stabbed it into Yan's hand. Before Yin could react, Tang Yin had already put away his fate. He was about to get angry, but found that his hand, which had been injured, had already returned to normal. It was obvious that this was Tang Yin's doing. So fast, Xie Yu secretly exclaimed. He had seen Tang Yin's movements clearly just now, but he thought he could never reach that level. With strength surpassing Yin, speed not inferior to his own, and being younger than them. If he participated in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent. Thinking of this, Xie Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't connect the person in front of him with Tang Yin because he believed that the teams from the two empires were still on their way. Of course, Tang Yin was still among the team of the Tindo Empire. At this moment, Yan's mind also calmed down. He wasn't really stupid. He just tended to get carried away easily. Otherwise, how could he have endured the cruel tests of the Spirit Hall and made it this far just because of his great strength? The opponent's strength was still unknown, and making a deadly enemy of him would not benefit him at all. Thank you for sparing me. Yin turned his head and admitted his defeat. The female attendant had long been stunned. She had just seen the supervisor flattering those three people, and Tang Yin's actions had completely shocked her. Sister, could you please help me pack this up? After a while, the female attendant finally reacted, okay. Salty. The female attendant lowered her head in embarrassment and began to pack the spiritual plant for Tang Yin. Yin returned to Xie Yu's side with some frustration. His voice a bit dejected. I didn't expect his strength. Well, losing is losing. Xie Yu patted his good buddy's shoulder. It's okay, that guy's a monster. I feel like his speed is also above mine. What? Just as Xie Yu was talking to Yin, the previously motionless Hulaina moved. She walked straight towards Tang Yin. Hulaina's strange behavior made Xie Yu and Yin stop their discussion. Xie Yu was about to reach out to grab Hulaina, but for some reason, he withdrew his hand. Seeing Hulaina walking towards him, Tang Yin was also a bit confused, mainly because Hulaina's expression looked too strange for Tang Yin to understand. Without any warning, Hulaina directly hugged Tang Yin's waist. I will listen. Tang Yin. Xie Yu. Yin. Tang Yin was also a bit stunned. He couldn't figure out what was happening right now. When he looked up, he met Xie Yu's fiery gaze and Yan's expression of heartbreak. Tang Yin forced an awkward but polite smile, trying to push Hulaina away, but found that her arms were locked tightly around him, as if afraid that once they separated, they would never hug again. This lady. That incident back then was a misunderstanding. Tang Yin dared not speak loudly. Only Hulaina could hear him. After hearing this, Hulaina became a bit excited. I'm sorry, I will listen, I. She repeated what she had just said. Tang Yin's mind was filled with countless grass mud horses galloping through. He understood a bit about Hulaina's symptoms. However, Tang Yin thought, can one develop such symptoms in just a few minutes? He clearly remembered everything that happened that night. The entire interaction with Hulaina had definitely not exceeded 5 sentences. As the atmosphere on the scene was about to drop to freezing point, in a moment of desperation, Tang Yin came up with an idea. He used an authoritative tone to say to Hulaina, let go, and take your companions out of my sight. Hulaina looked up, nervously and fearfully at Tang Yin. Tang Yin had no choice but to continue, be good, do as I say, and there will be a reward. At this, Hulaina finally released her arms from around Tang Yin and began to carry out her master's orders. Before Xie Yu could ask anything, Hulaina said to her brother, let's go back. Nana, are you okay? Xie Yu was very worried about Hulaina's current state. I want to leave here. Okay. Xie Yu took Yin, who had lost his ability to think due to heartbreak, and left with Hulaina. The female attendant had already packed everything. She had just heard the exchange between Hulaina and Tang Yin, and the amount of information was enough to shock her for many years. Master, the reward. On one side stood the brother and the sycophant, while on the other side played the game of master and pet. Young people really know how to have fun. Fortunately, the female attendant had enough professional ethics and didn't show any signs of it. After Tang Yin received the spiritual plant and paid, he also left the treasure pavilion. That night, after a day of wandering, Tang Yin returned to the small inn. Lying in bed with nothing to do, he started examining the blue-silver grass that had evolved into a spiritual medicine, which he had bought that morning. On the vine-like stem, there was now a barely discernible blue-golden vein growing, wrapped in the surrounding deep blue, making it hard to notice without careful observation. Is it about to evolve? When Tang Yin said this, the branches and leaves of the spiritual plant swayed up and down in response to his question. Its spiritual intelligence is quite high. You can stay by my side, and in a few days, you should be able to complete the transformation of your bloodline. As for what happened between him and Hulaina during the day, Tang Yin didn't pay much attention to it. Chapter 195. Tang Yin and Hulaina in the late night. All was silent. The small inn where Tang Yin was staying had long been shrouded in darkness. The entire floor was enveloped by the night, quiet and still. The only place with a faint light was the front desk, where a night clerk was dozing off, his head occasionally drooping, clearly struggling to stay awake. Under the moonlight, a delicate white hand pushed open the old door of the inn, which, despite its creaky nature, made no sound at all. The newcomer did not disturb the clerk at the front desk, but instead lightly sniffed the air, as if trying to discern a scent. In an instant, her lively eyes lit up, and her footsteps became lighter, even showing a hint of joy. Tang Yin's room was equally dark, with no light seeping through. It was already the latter part of the night, and the room was so quiet that only his faint breathing could be heard. Suddenly, while deep in sleep, Tang Yin sensed something was off. Another person's presence had appeared in his room. His instinctive alertness, while sleeping, had long been ingrained in him. A habit formed through repeated crises. Who could it be? Tang Yin was unsure of the intruder's intentions and could not ascertain whether they posed any threat. However, he was certain that since he could sense them approaching, their strength should be below his own. For safety's sake, Tang Yin prepared to spring into action as soon as the person got closer, ready to subdue them. But reality often contradicts expectations. A familiar fragrance wafted into his nose. Tang Yin was already quite skilled at the rudimentary technique of smelling to recognize people, especially with such a unique fragrance. How did she know I was here? A new question lingered in Tang Yin's mind. The person entering Tang Yin's room was none other than Hulaina, whom he had encountered earlier that day and whose behavior had seemed a bit strange. After leaving with Xiaoyu and Yin, they had no desire to continue wandering around. Xiaoyu was very anxious, repeatedly asking his sister what had happened on their way back. However, Hulaina remained somewhat absent-minded, showing no reaction to her brother's voice. Yin also appeared dazed, mumbling words like Nana, Nana, my Nana. Even Fei Yang and the twin-faced turtle, upon seeing them, would have handed over a cigarette and called out, "Big brother." As they approached the Soul Master Academy, Xiaoyu finally erupted in Hulaina's evasive silence. He pushed the equally dazed Yin aside, sitting heavily on the ground. At this point, many students from the academy passed by, casting curious glances their way. After confirming their identities, although they were more interested in what had happened, rationality caused them to suppress their curiosity and quicken their pace to leave the area. Xiaoyu took a large step, blocking Hulaina, who was still walking ahead. Hulaina looked up, revealing a puzzled expression. Xiaoyu held her arm, and seeing her current state, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Their parents had died on a mission when they were very young, leaving Xiaoyu and Hulaina to rely on each other. Both had shown exceptional talent during their soul awakening, and after enduring sweat and blood, they had become the shining golden generation in the eyes of outsiders. Clearly, their future was bright, yet such a thing had happened. Nana, what exactly is going on between you and that white-haired kid? Why did you turn into that in front of him? Xiaoyu struggled to finish his sentence. Upon hearing her brother's concern over this matter, Hulaina shyly lowered her head, her tone filled with the bashfulness of a girl experiencing her first feelings of love. He is my savior. Savior? Confusion filled Xiaoyu's mind. Could it be related to that mission? Yes, because I didn't listen back then. It seems he doesn't want me anymore. As she spoke, Hulaina suddenly felt a sense of grievance. However, thinking of what Tang Yin had said about rewarding her, she brightened up again. Seeing his sister in this state, Xiaoyu found it hard to evaluate the situation. He didn't know much about the specifics. But he was unaware of Elder Ju's presence at the time and how that white-haired kid had heroically rescued her, even though many things were still unclear. Seiyu felt relieved knowing that his sister was not in any serious trouble. All right, Nana, you should go back and rest. Okay, brother, goodbye. Hulaina obediently bid farewell to her brother. After sending his sister off, Seiyu looked at his dazed friend with a sigh of regret. After all these years of yearning, it ultimately led to nothing. In Tang Yin's room, Hulaina gazed at him lying on the bed, lost in thought. Approaching the bedside, she reached out to touch Tang Yin's face, her eyes filled with infatuation. Since returning from that incident, Hulaina had been plagued by an inexplicable sense of loss. She did not understand where this feeling came from, but the figure in her mind, which seemed like a demon, would occasionally surface. Those few words echoed like whispers from a demon in her ears. I let go. Hulaina startled awake from her dream again. She had been tormented by this dream to the brink of mental collapse. She couldn't understand why Tang Yin treated her this way, especially since he was so gentle with Zhu Juyan. Woo-woo. Hulaina buried her head in her knees, crying helplessly. In the end, complying with Tang Yin became a way for her to protect herself. In her repeated fantasies, she completed a transformation when facing Tang Yin. After being touched for a long time by Hulaina, Tang Yin could no longer bear it. He grabbed the small hand that was caressing his face and said helplessly, "This young lady, did you come to my room at night just to touch my face?" Tang Yin's movement startled Hulaina, causing her to exclaim. She was like a frightened little fox wanting to escape, but her tool of mischief was caught on the spot by the righteous Uncle Tang Yin. At this moment, there were only Tang Yin and Hulaina in the room, and he did not bother to conceal anything for Hulaina's sake as he had during the day. Instead, he straightforwardly asked this young lady, "That was truly just a misunderstanding. I apologize for that at the time." Hulaina used her other hand to cover Tang Yin's mouth, and he could feel a soft, warm body pressing against his chest. Hulaina rubbed her head against Tang Yin's chest, occasionally letting out a comfortable little moan. "I came to ask you for a reward. You promised me during the day." Tang Yin was momentarily speechless. It seemed that the words he had just spoken had not registered with this girl at all. Then, "Young lady, what is your name?" With his mouth covered, Tang Yin's voice came out a bit muffled. Hulaina replied, "My name is Hulaina. You could just call me Nana from now on." Tang Yin had just learned the other person's name. Yet looking at the current situation, it seemed as if he was about to be devoured by the other party. "Master, what is your name?" Hulaina leaned her head against Tang Yin's chest, listening to the powerful beating of his heart. She had just realized that she didn't seem to know her master's name, but she didn't care much. "Master." Tang Yin didn't particularly like this title. "My name is Tang Yin." "Tang Yin." Hulaina repeated the two words. Was her master the genius boy Tang Yin from the Tiando Empire? Genius boy is a bit of an exaggeration. Also, please don't call me master in the future. "Okay. Master." No. "Then how should I address you in the future?" Tang Yin didn't answer immediately. He was contemplating whether to accept this somewhat distorted love. However, before Tang Yin's brain could make a decision, little Tang Yin had already made its choice. "For now on, just call me Xiao Yin." Only close people would call Tang Yin that. "All right, Xiao Yin." The two maintained this posture for a long time. Hulaina seemed to remember something and looked at Tang Yin with an eager expression. "Xiao Yin, about the reward we talked about during the day." "Xiao Yin, will eating this really make me as strong as you? I really like the taste of my master." "I'm sorry." "Then let Xiao Yin punish me." Tang Yin's plan to tour the spirit city was basically ruined. For the past few days, he had been with Hulaina, whom he had only met once. To make their stay more comfortable, Tang Yin specially changed to a larger room. After being with Tang Yin, Hulaina's body and mind were satisfied. When fantasy turned into reality, reality also transformed into a dreamlike scenario. On the third night, Hulaina felt a bit reluctant to leave Tang Yin's embrace. Tomorrow, the teams from the two great empires would arrive at the spirit city, and she would have to go back to prepare for the upcoming finals. She felt a little reluctant to part with Tang Yin. Tang Yin also felt quite helpless. He actually considered himself not a psychologically twisted person. Yet Hulaina's requests were somewhat beyond his expectations. Looking at Hulaina made him feel pain, but she seemed to be enjoying it. "Xiao Yin, I'm a bit reluctant to leave you." Tang Yin comforted her. "It's okay. Even during the finals, we will have plenty of time to meet, right?" Early the next morning, Tang Yin got himself ready. Hulaina had already left last night, and the only proof of her visit was a faint fragrance lingering on Tang Yin. When Hulaina left, she had gained one more thing than when she arrived: the celestial herb she held in her hand, the autumn water dew. Tang Yin had never been stingy with anyone who had been close to him. Even with a woman like Hulaina, who was currently just a fleeting romantic encounter. The only one who didn't receive a celestial herb was Lu Erlong, simply because Tang Yin had given a suitable celestial herb to Tang San first, and currently, he had no celestial herb that matched her. However, Tang Yin planned to seek out that senior Douluo later. He still hadn't taken the most precious treasure from that senior's treasure trove. In the past few days, Bibi Dong had encountered some trouble again. The third elder, Golden Lion Douluo, who had previously made things difficult for her, came to the Pope's hall once more. Upon seeing Bibi Dong's gloomy face, he reprimanded her rudely. Bibi Dong, you're getting increasingly audacious. How dare you send someone to privately capture students from other academies while using the name of our spirit hall? What do you expect me to put the face of our spirit hall? Qian Renshue had instructed the snake spear Doa to arrive at the spirit city early and go to the offering hall to find someone, ensuring Tang Yin's safety at all costs. Qian Dalu had long known that his granddaughter was with a guy named Tang Yin. It was quite disappointing that Qian Renshue, who bore such heavy responsibilities, was indulging in love during a crisis. Qian Dalu was not pleased, but the guilt he felt towards Qian Renshue and his innate indulgence led him to quickly accept this reality. He had also inquired about Tang Yin, but he hadn't looked into it in detail. If he found out that the person Qian Renshue liked was Tang Chen's great-grandson, he would surely be furious. He had spent a lifetime competing with Tang Chun, only to end up being overshadowed by the younger generation. That was something he could never accept. Upon learning that his granddaughter's fiancé had been captured by Bibi Dong, Qian Dalu could no longer stay calm and sent Golden Lion Douluo to ask Bibi Dong what was going on, which led to the earlier scene. Bibi Dong, already in a low mood due to her unpleasant encounter with Tang Yin the night before, no longer held back at this moment. She unleashed her soul power without restraint, the terrifying pressure directly causing the proud Golden Lion Douluo to feel a surge of blood in his body. I'm in a bad mood, don't bother me. If you think I've done something wrong, feel free to find someone else to be the Pope. Golden Lion Douluo was shocked by Bibi Dong's outburst. He hadn't expected that such a young woman could reach a level that even the golden crocodile Douluo hadn't touched. The wise Golden Lion Douluo didn't make any harsh statements but cautiously kept an eye on Bibi Dong and carefully retreated from the Pope's hall. Upon returning to the offering hall, Golden Lion Douluo reported everything that had just happened to Qian Dalu, who remained very calm. I'm not surprised she reached this step, but her reaction is indeed a bit strange. As for that lady, it's fine. I've already sent someone to ask the guards of the Pope's hall. That night, a white-haired boy did indeed enter the Pope's hall, but he has already left safely. Golden Lion Douluo was somewhat curious. Doesn't he, the elder, want to meet this grandson-in-law? Qian Dalu remained with his eyes closed. Xiao Shui will be returning to the Spirit City soon. Let her bring that boy to me personally. For some reason, Golden Lion Douluo felt a hint of danger from Qian Dalu's words. In the west of the Spirit City, a large team appeared on the flat ground in the distance, and the high-flying flag clearly displayed the emblem of the Tiando Empire. The leading carriage's wheels slowly moved forward, and Qian Renshue supported her head with her hand, a faint smile on her lips. Chapter 196. Arrival. The final's about to begin, hey? I wonder how Xiao Yin is doing. Looking at the increasingly close Spirit City, Lu Erlong couldn't help but feel a bit more worried. Lu Erlong knew that the current pope was Bibi Dong, and she had a slight understanding of Bibi Dong's personality. This woman, who would do anything to achieve her goals, left the question of whether Tang Yin could survive still uncertain. Next to her, Zhu Jian comforted her. Dean, it's okay. The Spirit Hall took Xiao Yin away openly and above board. Would they really go against the world's norms and use such despicable methods to eliminate a Soul King? Lu Erlong shook her head. Jian, you don't understand. You don't know what kind of existence the current pope truly is. Dean, are you familiar with the current pope? Ha ha. Then my queen, come serve your king. Zhu Zhuqing curiously asked, actually wanted to pose this question for a long time. Captain Yu Tianhing's gaze, however, fell on Douluo Yin. Not far from the Blue Tyrant Academy, the team from the Tiando Royal Academy also witnessed this scene. The pope back in the day, but Talon also knew that his boss was in a rather delicate situation with Sister Yin, and if his kid messed things up and made his boss unhappy, that wouldn't be good. Before Yu Tianheng could speak, Talon, the self-proclaimed #1 lackey of Tang Yin, stood up and arrogantly interrupted Yu Tianheng. Tang Yin is currently appreciating the beauty. The next evening, Zhu Zhuqing, with a flushed face, was holding a small pillow and preparing to change her position when Tang Yin suddenly apologetically said to Zhu Zhuqing, Zhuqing, I have to step out for a bit. What is it? The cold and emotionless words of Douluo Yin made Yu Tianheng's heart ache. As she said this, a hint of shyness appeared on Qian Renshue's face. In this competition, they were not even in the running for the championship. The sounds of revelry inside couldn't reach the outside. When Tang Yin saw Talon being protected by Dugu Yin, he slowly thought. Fortunately, Tang Sin noticed Dai Mubai's condition in time and suggested that everyone enter the restaurant to discuss the finals properly. After hearing Lu Erlong's words, Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing, who were originally not nervous, also started to worry about Tang Yin's safety. Zhu Zhuyin smiled slightly and leaned her head against Davis's chest. Huh? Dugu Yan's gaze inadvertently fell on Tang Yin, unsure she had truly accepted him in her heart. In Yu Tianheng's heart, the family's honor was above all, and his grandfather, the spokesperson of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, represented just that. In the dim light of the restaurant at night, Tang Yin and Lu Erlong looked at each other. Talon muttered softly, feeling that if the elders found out about this, he would definitely face some physical punishment, though he probably wouldn't get too angry. Yinzi, Zhu Zhuqing's little face also turned red as she followed Tang Yin towards Dugu Yin. People from Blue Tyrant Academy and Tiando Royal Academy gathered over here at the same time. Lu Erlong began to tell Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing about what she knew about Bibi Dong. As the convoy of the Tiando Empire slowly entered Wuhuan City. At the same time, the team from the Xinghua Empire also entered Wuhuan City. Over the past few years, Tang Yin's teacher, Yang Wudi, seemed to have broken through his limits, rapidly leveling up 5 times, and was just a step away from becoming a titled Douluo. Since Dugu Yin left, the Tiando Royal Academy's team had been in a low state, with everyone believing that their coach Qin Ming had forced their vice-captain Dugu Yin away, and their captain hadn't been able to keep her. Don't joke with me. I'm talking serious business. The previous team sent by Zhu Duo to escort the Tiando Empire team had also left with that cardinal. Saying this, Zhu Zhuqing's body honestly slid towards Davis's lap. Huh. While other teams were planning for the finals, Blue Tyrant Academy took a small 3-day break. Xiao was curiously looking at Tang Yin from behind Tang San, as if she had something on her mind. You should leave. This is not a place for you. The 3 days were perfectly divided among the 3 of them, 1 day each. If someone dared to say in front of him that Tang Hao was a waste, Tang Yin would only smile and think the other party was ignorant. If someone dared to insult Yin in front of him, Tang Yin would let them know what cruelty meant. Don't leave me again. A genius like Tang Yin, rare in a millennium, would inevitably block her ambitions. Killing him quickly was the only outcome Lu Erlong could think of. Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit lost, although she had reached a peak once in a brief 20 minutes. She wanted to continue experiencing that feeling. Seeing the other party dare to insult his grandfather, Yu Qianheng could no longer maintain his previous calm. Fortunately, they were not far from Wuhuan City now. Tang Yin covered the mouth of this big fool with a black line on his forehead. Yu Qianheng could no longer control his rage, and blue-purple lightning erupted around him. Similarly, Lu Erlong also didn't think much of Bibi Dong. After Talon bowed and apologized to Yu Qianheng, his tone changed again. I'll say it again, stay away from Sister Yin. She yes with the boss. Of course, my lord. Yinzi, are you still mad at me? Tang Yin thought this was just a small matter, especially since Talon was in the wrong. It's been 3 days. You should look at me differently. The temporary control type Soul Master brought in could not compare to Dugu Yin, and with the need to re-establish teamwork, many team members felt resentment. Yinzi, step aside. I must make this person pay today. All the way up, Lu Erlong's worries had not diminished at all, closely tied to the Pope she mentioned. How dare you insult my grandfather? Do you know who he is? After saying this, Tang Yin kissed her directly. Looking at Dugu Yin's head lowered in shyness. Yu Tianheng seemed to understand something. He patted Zhu Zhuqing's little butt, signaling her to get down first. Annoying. We're almost there. This was also specially arranged by the Wuhuan Palace. Tang Yin also noticed the situation over here at this time. And these 2 soul sects had only recently been promoted. Davis's hand wandered freely over Zhu Zhuqing's full curves, causing her to emit strange sounds from time to time. Sorry, I shouldn't have insulted your grandfather. As for insulting the other party's grandfather. Huh, your grandfather? Tang Yin could only say that being angry was justified. Tang Yin arrived early at the entrance of this restaurant to wait. Have you had fun these days? As soon as she jumped off the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing rushed into Tang Yin's arms, completely unconcerned about the gazes from others. The enormous pressure had not transformed into motivation because of the low morale. Currently, the Tiando Royal Academy team had only Yu Tianheng and Yu Feng as high-level combat power. Talon certainly recognized the Tiando Royal Academy uniform Yu Tianheng was wearing and knew that Dugu Yin had previously studied at Tiando Royal Academy. This subtly formed a trend of confrontation between the 2 empires, which was beneficial for the Wuhuan Palace. There won't be next time. Lu Erlong was very frightened. These 4 days have been the most chaotic in her 20-plus years. No one noticed that outside the house, a pair of eyes was secretly observing them. With the Haotiandoa stationed, their 4 extreme sect was naturally not afraid of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Du Guyin somewhat helplessly pulled Talon, who was sticking up for her, behind her, using her soul power to block Yu Tianheng's lightning soul power. Liline, Tang Yin grinned. Not at all. I still miss Sister Shui a bit. In this world, there was yet another heartbroken man. The finals will start in 3 days, allowing the teams from the 2 great empires some time to rest. The unexpected rise of the vice team from the Tiando Royal Academy has added more pressure on them. Talon was somewhat reluctant. When he saw Tang Yin coming, he thought Tang Yin would back him up. For more than a year, Du Gongyan had not forgotten Yu Tianheng. In the room filled with affection, the two were immersed in each other's tenderness. Davis had several hideous scars on his face, and his somewhat defiant smile looked terrifying. My grandfather wants to see you. A familiar voice pulled Du Gongyan back to reality from her thoughts. My grandfather's title is not something just anyone can know. Talon, apologize to the other party. Not far away, a group from the Tiando Royal Academy happened to witness this scene. Only Dai Mubai clenched his fists, but the fear of Tang Yin made him lower his head, not daring to show even a hint of anger. Seeing the somewhat wronged expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face, Tang Yin could only gently kiss her forehead. Go with Zhu Yin tomorrow. When Du Gongyan saw that the visitor was her ex-boyfriend Yu Tianheng, she naturally did not give him a good look. The weakness and irresponsibility Yu Tianheng had shown back then had completely disheartened Du Gongyan. What are you here for? In the carriage at the front, Davis, Dai Mubai's older brother, was lounging comfortably on a spacious soft chair with none other than Zhu Zhuqing's good sister, Zhu Zhuqing, sitting on his lap. After this small episode, Lanba Academy also entered the restaurant. Du Gongyan, who was at the back, had long forgotten what had just happened. She was still considering her future. However, knowing that Tang Yin was someone who judged based on the situation, Talon also accepted this reality. Seeing the members of the Tiando Royal Academy approaching him, Yu Tianheng had no choice but to enter the restaurant with his teammates, feeling unwilling. After so many years of interaction, Zhu Zhuqing knew how capable Davis was. Even if it was a bit late, it would be hard for her to embarrass herself. Who are you? It had been a long time since 2 teams from the Tiando Royal Academy had entered the finals together. How could Yu Tianheng endure being humiliated in front of someone? Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Seeing Qian Rinchue's serious expression, Tang Yin also put away his joking demeanor. Du Gongyan knew what Talon wanted to say. For some reason, she recalled that night. Undoubtedly, it was a fight triggered by Yu Tianheng wanting to reconcile with Du Gongyan, disrupted by Talon. Talon also realized he seemed to have caused trouble and quickly explained the situation to Tang Yin. He always thought that Du Gongyan was just throwing a tantrum, angry at him, and once her anger subsided, they could return to how things were before. She always believed that Bibi Dong was a ruthless and malicious woman who would do anything to achieve her goals, seeing everything as a tool to be exploited. The carriage he was in not only had strong shock absorption, but also had unparalleled soundproofing. The other party had already apologized, and if he continued to entangle himself, he would not have the upper hand, especially since the other party was being reasonable. A cardinal welcomed the Tiando Empire team to Spirit City, and under his guidance, a group of over 200 people was quickly settled in a restaurant on the west side of Spirit City. After calming Zhu Zhuqing down, Tang Yin went outside the restaurant and saw Qian Rinchue, who had changed into a white long dress. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's address to him, Davis was first taken aback, then burst into wild laughter. You're seeking death. Lu Erlong and Zhu Zhuyin appeared quite reserved, quietly watching this scene after getting off the carriage. Yu Tianheng's face darkened. First was Lu Erlong. Although she had been with Tang Yin the latest, her age was evident, and during these days, Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing felt that this dean was more like an older sister. She was the first to be approved by Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing. When Talon saw the lightning surrounding Yu Tianheng, he probably figured out the identity of the person in front of him. Talon was very defiant. The somewhat subjective narration was automatically converted into a more objective viewpoint by Tang Yin. Where did this nobody come from, daring to hit on Sister Yin? When the few of them saw that Tang Yin was unharmed, their anxious hearts were finally set at ease. This also meant that if they, as the main team, were eliminated before the vice team, the label of taking shortcuts would follow the main team members for a lifetime. Looking at the rough-looking person who suddenly stood up in front of him, Yu Tianheng frowned and said, So, it's the second-generation heir? Come, tell me who your grandfather is. Perhaps I am your grandfather's grandfather. Zhu Min, after we take care of my useless third brother, the throne of the Star Luo Empire will be mine, and you'll be able to realize your dreams. Tang Yin suddenly remembered that Qian Rinxue seemed to be from the angel family of the Spirit Hall. Could her grandfather be? His Tang Yin gasped. Chapter 197, Qian Dalu. Tang Yin walked at the back, still thinking about how to act when he met Qian Rinxue's grandfather to leave safely. He couldn't avoid it now. His little life could only hope for his snow sister. Qian Rinxue held Tang Yin's hand, leading the way. The entire spirit city was built around a hill, with the Pope's palace located halfway up the hill and the Douluo palace at the top, serving as the power center of Spirit City and the entire continent. On this mountain, at least 2/3 of the tidal Douluo on the continent were gathered. The Douluo palace at the top of the mountain is the most revered place among the 3 palaces of the Spirit Hall, where the spirit tablets of every deceased tidal Douluo are placed. Each of the heroic spirits enshrined inside was once a prominent figure on the continent. Tang Yin was led by Qian Rinxue to ascend this mountain again, looking at the resplendent Pope's palace halfway up the hill and the faint light at the very top. Tang Yin turned his gaze away with a complex expression. What's wrong? Qian Rinxue seemed to sense Tang Yin's change in mood, slowed her pace, and turned to ask him. It's nothing. It's a bit nerve-wracking to be at the highest institution of the Spirit Hall. Dan Yin gasu zipli. Originally, he wanted to say it was his first time here, but he didn't want to deceive the person closest to him. Although Tang Yin still didn't know the true relationship between Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue, he had formed a very absurd yet undeniable speculation in his mind based on the information he currently knew. If this speculation were true, then it turned out that even the fearless little Yin could feel nervous sometimes. Qian Rinxue teased, "You had the courage to meet me alone back then, which was much more dangerous than now." Tang Yin said very seriously, "I recognized Sister Shui at first sight. How could there be any danger?" This was not considered deception, but rather a way to draw closer. At that time, Tang Yin could call for help any time, and even if Qian Rinxue had murderous intentions, it would not be difficult for him to delay until Tang Hao, who was still in Tiando City, could come to support him. Smooth talker. Qian Rinxue turned her head, pulling Tang Yin to continue walking forward, not allowing him to see the blush on her face and the small delight in her eyes. At the top of the Pope's palace, in a window still illuminated by light, Bibi Dong sat on the slightly cool floor, taking in the scene before her. Her eyes were filled with an indescribable loneliness and the bitterness of fate's play. After Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue's figures completely disappeared from view, Bibi Dong raised her head to look at the bright moon hidden in the clouds, and the heart that had been cleaned by Tang Yin gradually became shrouded in a new layer of gloom. After reaching the top of the mountain, Tang Yin finally saw the appearance of the Douluo Palace. The Douluo Palace was not large, built from white jade stone, and from the outside, the entire building gleamed white as jade. Even without the moonlight, Tang Yin felt that the Douluo Palace was emanating a faint glow. The closer he got to the Douluo Palace, the more he felt a sense of pilgrimage in his heart. Just as he stepped onto the steps in front of the Douluo Palace, he nervously asked, "Sister Shui, will your grandfather make things difficult for me later?" "Don't worry. I'm here," she replied. "Okay." After walking for a while, Tang Yin asked again, "Sister Shui, if your grandfather finds out that I have more than one girlfriend, he wants to kill me, right?" "He wants to. With me here, he can't kill you." "Oh." Sister Shui. Inside the Douluo Palace, Qian Dalu, who was sitting quietly, listened to the conversation between Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue clearly. Even after cultivating for over 20 years, he almost broke his composure. After climbing the 99 steps, a large door that looked very ancient and heavy appeared before them. 2 old men were guarding the door. Tang Yin was surprised to find that the 2 old men looked almost identical. What was even more exaggerated was that their auras and soul power seemed to completely merge together. This meant that there was a martial soul fusion skill between the 2. After witnessing the martial soul fusion skill between Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yin had a deeper understanding of this powerful special soul skill. At this moment, he clearly remembered how terrifying the power of that attack, which could rival a soul sage, was. The martial soul fusion skill of a soul sect and a soul king had such might. These 2 before him were clearly tidal Dalu, and their levels definitely would not be lower than his father Tang Hao. Tang Yin could not imagine how terrifying the power of the 2 old men working together would be. The Spirit Hall was truly frightening. Qian Rinxue clearly knew these 2 old men. She let go of Tang Yin and stepped forward to greet them. "Grandpa Qianjun, Grandpa Jiaoma, is it your turn to be on duty today? So it's the little princess who has returned. Who is this beside you?" One of the scarred old men asked with a smile. Qian Rinxue pouted Grandpa Qianjun. Aren't you just pretending not to know? Grandpa Qianjun had just seen Qian Ringshu holding Tang Yin's hand. He, little Shui, is also at the age to find a boyfriend. After learning that Qian Ringshu was in a relationship, titled Douluo Qianjun was not angry. It seemed all of this was very normal. Your grandfather is waiting for you two inside. Hurry up and go in. Thank you, Grandpa Qianjun. Tang Yin stood behind Qian Ringshu like a fool. At this time, staying silent was the correct choice. It's nothing. As soon as Grandpa Qianjun finished speaking, an invisible aura erupted from his body, and the large door behind him slowly opened. Tang Yin clearly noticed that this door also had the presence of a soul guide. The aura of the tidal Douluo was like a key to open the door. How brilliant the soul guide civilization must have been back then. With this thought, Tang Yin began to imagine the era of ancient times when there was a glorious soul guide civilization. Let us go. Qian Ringshu didn't wait for Tang Yin to ponder and pulled his hand to walk into the hall. The Douluo palace appeared somewhat desolate. The smooth marble floor reflected the faint light of the soul guide lamps above, and within the large Douluo palace, there were only a few weak glimmers of light. On both sides of the main hall, countless spirit tablets were displayed. At the end, a figure sat cross-legged, motionless like a statue. After Qian Ringshu brought Tang Yin into the hall, it was very quiet enough for them to hear the faint sound of their footsteps. They walked slowly, and Tang Yin couldn't help but cast his gaze towards those spirit tablets. God Moon Douluo, Martial Soul. Moon, Soul Power, level 93. Passed away in the 1231st year of the Douluo calendar, aged 193. Spirit Fox Douluo, Martial Soul. Nine-tailed Spirit Fox, Soul Power, level 95. Passed away in the 1888th year of the Douluo calendar, aged 68. Perished together with the fallen ghost demon Douluo. When Tang Yin saw this somewhat unusual tablet, he was surprised. The content written on it was somewhat different from the others. In addition to basic information like martial soul and soul power, there were additional details. Tang Yin looked at several more and found that some of the spirit tablets indeed had extra information, all sharing common points. Early demise, fallen ones. White Cloud Douluo, age 55, perished together with the fallen bone spirit Douluo and Guixin Douluo. Holy Dragon Douluo, Sky Wolf Douluo. The further he walked, the more Tang Yin noticed that the spirit tablets of tidal Douluo who perished due to dealing with fallen ones became increasingly dense. At first, Tang Yin thought these tablets were arranged according to the soul power of the tidal Douluo at the time of their death, but as he walked further, he realized that the ranking here was not in order, because he saw one predecessor who advanced to tidal Douluo at the age of 99, who was gravely injured after exterminating a fallen organization, dying on the night of his 100th birthday. Tang Yin began to understand that what was written here seemed not to be a memorial history of strong individuals, but rather a heroic history of the predecessor spirits. Heroes are not just those who are powerful, but those who possess a strong heart. The Spirit Hall's ability to become such a giant presence on the continent is closely related to the epic heroic tales inscribed on the monument of the Douluo Palace. This kind of heartfelt reverence is to be expected. Xiao Yin. As Tang Yin was still immersed in the stories recorded on these spirit tablets, Qian Ringshu's voice rang in his ears. Only then did Tang Yin realize that he had come to the Douluo Palace not for pilgrimage, but to meet the parents. Oh, sorry. I was a bit lost in thought. Tang Yin noticed that he and Qian Ringshu were less than 3 steps away from the elderly figure in the center of the hall. Oh, elder? Tang Yin was shocked by the appearance of Qian Ringshu's grandfather. Dalu, sitting there, looked like he was only in his 30s or 40s. Completely resembling a middle-aged man, and he looked much younger than Tang Hao did when he was a child without shaving. His appearance was also very handsome, as if granted by the martial soul itself. The gentle smile on his face made him seem very approachable. The calm and serene aura he exuded gave a very comfortable feeling. He was tall but not robust, wearing a simple gray robe, with long black hair neatly arranged behind his head. Despite his plain clothing, just standing there gave off an aura that made one feel compelled to worship. Kid, do you know what I'm doing here? Dalu's voice was calm as water, not stirring a single wave in the vast ocean, giving a feeling of being unfathomable. Dalu's question left Qian Ringshu a bit confused. Why did it feel like a test right from the start? And the question was something even I, as a granddaughter, didn't know how to answer. The senior must be the guardian of these heroic spirits, Tang Yin said, expressing his thoughts. Dalu's lips curled slightly. You're quite clever. That's right. I'm a master of the Douluo Palace and the keeper of these heroic spirits. Here, there are a total of 3, 234 titled Douluo, of which only a third have died of natural causes. The rest all died in battle. Tang Yin's expression became serious. I know of the depravity of the fallen, but I didn't expect them to have such powerful strength before. The reason the fallen have declined now is inseparable from the sacrifices of these ancestral heroic spirits. They could have had much longer lifespans than ordinary people, yet they chose this path. Our spirit hall follows the teachings left by the angel god ancestor, vowing to guard the peace of the continent and spread the glory of the angel god throughout the land. Now, the spirit hall is spread across every corner of the continent, and every continent resident's soul awakening must go through the spirit hall, which fundamentally prevents the birth of fallen soul masters. However, Tang Yin agreed with most of what Dalu said, but he couldn't help but retort, wherever there is light, shadows often arise. Originally, Dalu felt a bit proud of the spirit hall's strength, but Tang Yin's disheartening words poured cold water over his temporarily heated heart. What do you mean? Dalu's tone remained calm, but Tang Yin could already feel the storm contained within the words. Most of the spirit hall is good, but there are always some insects that cannot understand anything. For example, Myers from Gungjin City. After a moment of silence, Dalu spoke. All right, let's not discuss this for now. This time, I asked Shui to bring you here because there are some things I want to ask you. Upon hearing that the topic finally returned to the right track, Rinxue relaxed a bit. She had also noticed that in the earlier conversation, her grandfather was testing Tang Yin. The younger generation knows no secrets and speaks without reservation. In front of this second most powerful person he had ever met, Tang Yin dared not hide anything. Your name is Tang Yin, right? Yes, I am Tang Yin. 17 years old this year. 58 level of soul power, and my martial soul is a spear called Fate. 17, 58 level. Dalu raised an eyebrow slightly. Innate full soul power? No, I am innate level 20, just like Sister Shui. How is that possible? Dalu became a bit agitated. He knew where Rinxue's innate level 20 soul power came from. When Rinxue awakened her martial soul, the long-dormant angel god statue had manifested, and a holy white light from the statue of the angel god ancestor entered Rinxue's forehead, granting her innate level 20 soul power. Could it be that this kid? Dalu also regarded Tang Yin as a candidate for the divine. This is good. After Shui becomes a god, she will have someone to accompany her. I heard you have many girlfriends? Here it comes. Tang Yin steeled himself and replied, Yes, senior. I agree with you and Shui being together. But you must draw a clear line with your other girlfriends. My granddaughter cannot accompany a man with other women. Just as Rinxue was about to say something, Oliu's voice echoed in her heart. Wait for him to answer himself. Tang Yin did not think twice and directly refused. I'm sorry, but I cannot comply. He then explained, I have feelings for the other girls. If I abandon them, wouldn't that make me a heartless and ungrateful person? Do you, senior, wish to entrust Sister Shui to a heartless scoundrel? Dalu remained silent. I suppose I'll let you pass this time. Sigh as both Tang Yin and Rinxue breathed a sigh of relief. Dalu asked again, Kid, who is your father? Chapter 198. The broken ways to the great offering. What exactly happened that night? We do not know. However, based on the memories of the two guardians, Jiang Mo and Xian Jun, who were on guard at the time, they vaguely heard some conversations, which went as follows. Senior, calm down. This is the Douluo Palace. The heroic spirits need peace. What you have in your hand is not meant to be used for. Ouch, Grandpa, stop hitting. Little Ian is about to be beaten to death. Why are you hitting me, Grandpa? After an unknown amount of time, the commotion inside finally settled down. Creak, creak, the sound of gears turning came from behind the heavy door. And as the door slowly opened, Dalu emerged with his hands behind his back. Xian Jun and Jiang Mo, the two guardians, dared not slack off in the slightest, standing straight as if their dragon staff could speak and would say, I'm not as good as him. The aura coming from their older brother indicated that he was in a bad mood. If he caught any leverage on them and used them as punching bags, it would be disastrous. A 100-year-old skeleton could not withstand much. Dalu glanced at Xian Jun and Jiang Mo at the door and asked, What did you hear? And no, nothing at all. Xian Jun and Jiang Mo shook their heads vigorously. We didn't hear anything. Dalu didn't waste time with them. Go find a healing-type soul master from the palace. Xian Jun, being the quicker of the two, responded almost simultaneously. Big brother, I'll be back soon. The honest Jiang Mo was about to speak, but realized his older brother had already disappeared without a trace. Jiang Mo, I'll go early to class. Inside the Douluo Palace, Tang Yin, covered in bruises, grimaced in pain, looking as if he was wearing a mask of suffering. Upon hearing Qian Daoliu's question, both Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue realized the situation was dire. Just when Qian Rinxue wanted to use a cute tactic to gloss over the matter, the usually clever Tang Yin made a blunder at this moment. As soon as he said, "My father is Tang Hao," Qian Daolu immediately erupted with veins bulging on his forehead, and his handsome face visibly turned red. Qian Rinxue thought her grandfather was about to be angered to death and hurried forward to check on Qian Daoliu's condition. After a few breaths, Qian Daolu pulled out a thin ironwood stick from the void, which may have been prepared long ago. This stick was made from a branch of an ironwood tree with a cultivation age of at least 10,000 years. Its hardness comparable to Tang San's current Hao-Ian hammer strength. The anger he felt was somewhat different from what Qian Rinxue thought. Just thinking that his granddaughter was getting involved with that old guy Tang, Qian's great-grandson, made Qian Daolu feel like the back he had been in front of Tang Xian for a lifetime had finally broken. Breaking down, Qian Daolu didn't care about any seniority. He just wanted to teach Tang Yin a good lesson, which led to the earlier scene. Tang Yin's clothes had already been torn into tatters, resembling a few rags hanging on him, faintly revealing the purple and blue bruises underneath. Qian Rinxue by my side also isn't having a good time. Aside from the initial moment when Qian Daolu lashed her with a whip due to his anger, he has not actively struck her again. However, when Qian Rinxue saw Tang Yin being beaten, she recklessly rushed to his side. After hesitating for a moment, Qian Daolu began to attack indiscriminately. At this moment, Qian Rinxue was curled up weakly on the ground. The pain from the wounds on her body was secondary to her greatest fear, her grandfather separating her from Tang Yin, and Tang Yin distancing himself from her because of this incident. These were things she did not want to see. Just when she was exhausted, both physically and mentally, a pair of warm hands pressed against her back through her clothes. A comforting energy flowed into her body from the palms, causing her to let out a soft moan of comfort, and her curled-up body gradually relaxed. She struggled to turn her head, and what she saw was Tang Yin's smiling face. Qian Rinxue noticed that Tang Yin seemed to love smiling. Most of the time they spent together, Tang Yin always had a smile on his face, as if nothing in the world could make him unhappy. Tang Yin's smile was like the most tempting poison in the world, causing Qian Rinxue to unknowingly become immersed in it. Now, seeing the smile on Tang Yin's face, Qian Rinxue lowered her head, feeling a bit shy to meet his gaze. "Xiaoyin, what's wrong? I'm sorry." Tang Yin also noticed that Qian Rinxue was troubled, and after hearing her apology, he smiled reassuringly. "It's okay. Didn't we already anticipate this? Honestly, I should thank Sister Xue. If you hadn't helped block some of the hits earlier, I might have really been beaten to death by your grandfather." Qian Rinxue knew that Tang Yin was trying to comfort her, but she still kept her head down. "But if I hadn't brought you here, you wouldn't have suffered this pain. There is no need for so much thanks between us. I actually think your grandfather is a bit biased. Looking at the wounds on us, it's obvious I got hit much harder." Qian Rinxue blushed. "Then let's find a time." Before she could continue, Tang Yin hurriedly covered her mouth, fearing she would say something inappropriate. He was certain that Qian Daolu was eavesdropping on their conversation. If that old man found out they were playing some twisted little game, he would probably not wait for time to deal with him, but instead say goodbye to this world immediately. "I'm more worried about Sister Xue. If the hits are too hard, that would hurt me too." Qian Rinxue also realized that discussing this now was not appropriate and followed Tang Yin's words. "My heart hurts too, Xiao Yin. How are your injuries? Don't rush to heal me. You should rest first." "It's fine, Sister Xue. Don't you think it's getting better?" "It really is." Qian Rinxue felt a bit amazed. "Sister Xue, I love you." "I love you too, Xiao Yin." Not long after the life energy entered Qian Rinxue's body, it completely healed the bruises on her. While healing Qian Rinxue, Tang Yin secretly made a resolution. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully the young and poor. I, Tang Yin, will remember this painful day. I will reclaim everything I have lost. What Tang Yin did not expect was that shortly after, his vow would be realized by another person. Outside the hall, Qian Daolu watched this scene, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The titled Douluo who had brought a healing-type soul saint was also smart enough to retreat to his brother's side upon seeing this. The demon subduing Douluo cast a somewhat resentful glance at his brother, as if blaming him for his earlier lack of righteousness. Chapter 199, Battle against Xingluo. Zhu Zhiyun's shrimp and pork heart. The day after leaving the Douluo hall, Tang Yin was not idle. His schedule for the next 3 days was already packed. After experiencing a joy he had never felt before, the finals of the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy Elite Competition officially commenced. For the holding of this final, The Spirit Hall specially constructed a massive competition venue in a very short time. The diameter of the arena for the decisive battle was a full 100 meters. The arena was not only built from hard granite, but also reinforced with a large number of soul guide devices. According to the official statement from the Spirit Hall, this arena could withstand any attack from Spirit Emperors and below. Such a lavish approach could only be taken by the Spirit Hall during the competition in the Tiando Empire. The strength of the arena even left marks when a powerful Spirit Master unleashed their strongest third spirit skill. Early in the morning, Tang Yin was somewhat unwillingly dragged out of bed by the radiant Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. Facing two opponents still required some real skills. And as someone who had never experienced this situation before, Tang Yin clearly lacked experience. The prolonged high-intensity exercise made even his iron-clad body feel overwhelmed. After the Blue Tyrant Academy gathered, personnel from the Spirit Hall led them to the competition venue. Here, each academy had its own separate resting area. The resting area was built around the competition venue, and on the side opposite the Pope's Hall was the VIP judging seats. Representatives from the two major empires were there to watch the match, along with people from the Spirit Hall. The resting area for the Blue Tyrant Academy was arranged opposite the VIP seats, and Tang Yin looked at the gorgeous throne in the center ahead, feeling somewhat complicated. Before Lu Erlong had the chance to say anything to Tang Yin, he was taken by the Spirit Hall personnel to draw lots. In fact, the members of the Blue Tyrant Academy were not worried about the drawing results at all, with Tang Yin present. They believed that the championship of this final would undoubtedly belong to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu Erlong quickly returned with good news. As the first team to advance, the Blue Tyrant Academy had automatically gained a bye for the second round. And Lu Erlong was very fortunate to have drawn one of the 3 by slots in the first round. At that time, the drawing teachers from many teams in the Tiando Empire showed relief when they saw that the Blue Tyrant Academy had a bye in the first round. No one wanted to face the Blue Tyrant Academy in the first round, as an early exit would undoubtedly leave a huge regret. The drawing teachers from the Xingluo Empire were somewhat puzzled. They did not understand why the Tiando Empire's teachers had this reaction upon seeing the Blue Tyrant Academy's bye. They all noted this matter down, preparing to investigate who the Blue Tyrant Academy really was. It was unclear if it was due to a correction in the timeline, but the slightly altered plot was restored to its original track. The Blue Tyrant Academy's opponent in the third round turned out to be the Xingluo Royal Academy battle team. Without the constraints of family fate and no longer needing to kill the opponent to survive, Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing remained sisters. It was better not to tempt fate. Tang Yin did not participate in this match. He believed that Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing would definitely be able to handle this match well. After both teams took the stage, upon seeing Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing, Davis looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face filled with disbelief. On the other hand, Zhu Zhuqing remained much calmer, as she had already received some information about Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing from her mother. The Xingluo Emperor had never informed Davis about this matter, and Zhu Zhuqing, who viewed Zhu Zhiyun as a rival, had also not disclosed it to Davis, leaving him completely in the dark. Zhiyun, you're still alive? Zhu Zhiyun's tone was cold when she saw Davis. Is there a problem with me being alive? Davis, just like his brother Dai Mubai, acted almost identically. Zhu Zhiyun, since you're still alive, why not come to the Star Luo Empire to fulfill our marriage contract? Davis said this without any regard for Zhu Zhuqing's feelings beside him. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, remaining silent. Marriage contract? Zhu Zhiyun was a bit puzzled. Didn't His Majesty the Emperor of Star Luo tell you that Zhu Zhuqing and I are already free? After being with Tang Yin for so many years, Zhu Zhiyun's gentleness had become ingrained in her, and she rarely got angry now. Davis was also unaware of this, casting an inquiring glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Although she knew, if she told Davis that she had known about it before and didn't inform him, she would only end up suffering. Zhu Zhiyun found Davis a bit amusing. Look at this situation. Isn't he just flirting with his half-sister? Now, he still has the nerve to come to her for a sense of presence. Does he think he's Tang Yin? Since the Crown Prince is already with my sister, you should take good care of her. I already have a boyfriend now, so Your Highness the Crown Prince should stop mentioning the marriage contract. What? You have a boyfriend? Davis felt like he had been cheated on. When he initially accepted Zhu Zhuqing with a pinch of his nose, he felt like he was already being greened, and now he had been played by his fiancée, Yi, in his view. The feeling of being greened on top of being greened was worse than eating 10 flies fresh from the dome. Zhu Zhiyun looked a bit surprised. Why are you so shocked, Your Highness? Davis's face turned from green to pale, clearly infuriated by Zhu Zhiyun. Even the referee couldn't stand it anymore and quickly stepped in to officiate the match. When both sides activated their martial souls, Davis, filled with rage, lost all rationality. In the first moment, he and Zhu Zhuqing unleashed their martial soul fusion technique. Zhu Zhuqing merged her entire body into Davis, and the purple and white intertwined to form a huge light screen that was blinding. A tiger's roar that could make one's heart race echoed, and the gigantic nether white tiger descended onto the arena. The first martial soul fusion technique of the finals was born, and the crowd erupted in cheers. They all saw that the strongest of Blue Tyrant Academy was still sitting in the audience. If this martial soul fusion technique could eliminate Blue Tyrant Academy, everyone had this thought in their hearts. Looking separately, the Blue Tyrant Academy team wasn't strong. Having 4 Soul Kings, their team didn't differ much from other academies. The gap between other academies and Blue Tyrant Academy only lay in high-level combat power. Down below, Tang Yin remained calm upon seeing this scene, still leisurely playing with the soft flesh at Lu Erlong's waist. Chapter 200, Clash of Martial Soul Fusion Techniques Teacher. Do you think Blue Tyrant Academy can win this battle? Tang San, watching the scene on the stage, couldn't help but worry about Blue Tyrant Academy. At this moment, Tang San's heart was very conflicted. He had a sense of luck wanting Blue Tyrant Academy to be eliminated, so that his team, the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team, could also have the championship. The final reward of this elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent was a soul bone provided by the Spirit Hall, along with a mysterious ultimate prize. The most precious soul bone wasn't the most important reward of this competition. What the ultimate prize was made all participating teams curious. However, Tang San didn't want Blue Tyrant Academy to fall in this round of the competition, as he was still looking forward to another confrontation with his brother. Yu Xiaojiang had already informed them of the techniques for the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, and they had completed their first fusion during the 3 days of preparation. That unparalleled power made Tang San yearn for another battle with Tang Yin. Yu Xiaojiang frowned, also pondering where Blue Tyrant Academy's confidence lay. After the Star Luo Royal Academy team used their martial soul fusion technique, Blue Tyrant Academy quietly adjusted their formation. The original 3-2-1 formation changed to Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing standing at the forefront, while the remaining team members retreated to a safer position. Could it be that the sisters also have a martial soul fusion technique? A thought that seemed ridiculous appeared in Yu Xiaojiang's mind. But just as he was about to dismiss this somewhat fanciful idea, the situation on the stage suddenly changed. The transformed nether white tiger howled at the sky, and the tiger's roar sent chills down the spines of some weaker Soul Kings in the audience. As the lowest-ranked Soul Master in Blue Tyrant Academy, Jiang Zhu's face turned pale. That roar had disrupted her previously stable soul power. Standing beside her, Du Guyan wrapped Jiang Zhu in her own soul power, whispering comfort. It's okay, just leave it to Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing. The other members of the Star Luo Royal Academy also retreated to a sufficiently safe position, knowing that the key to victory or defeat in this match lay in the foreign front. The nether white tiger exhaled hot mist, and Davis's voice emerged from the tiger's mouth. My dear Zhu Yun, I didn't expect you to become a Soul King even before me. Indeed, you are exceptionally talented. If you are willing to return, you can still be the crown princess. Oh, what about my sister? Zhu Zhuyin was not in a hurry. The sister she mentioned was not Zhu Zhuqing, but the so-called bus Zhu Zhuqing. Upon saying this, Davis felt the supreme power emitted by the nether white tiger he had summoned weaken a bit. He knew he could no longer speak so recklessly in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Though he was extremely dissatisfied with Zhu Zhuqing, who he viewed as a broken shoe, she was still his nominal fiancée. Seeing Zhu Zhuyun still in that demeanor, Davis lost his patience, and a cruel smile appeared on the face of the nether white tiger. Zhu Yun, since you refuse to return, don't blame me for being unfeeling. If you accidentally get hurt later, I hope your boyfriend won't despise you. The villain dies from too much talking. Zhu Zhuyin couldn't be bothered to say more to Davis. Her gaze met Zhu Zhuqing's, and they saw themselves in each other's eyes. In front of all the spectators, the two embraced. A black cat covered in golden patterns appeared behind Zhu Zhuyin, its limbs agile, and a pair of cat eyes shining with golden light, sacred and majestic. Behind Zhu Zhuqing was also a black cat, but the aura it emitted was completely opposite to that of Zhu Zhuyin's. A soft, moonlight-like glow flowed around the black kitten behind Zhu Zhuqing, its limbs long and graceful, appearing mysterious and elegant. The dazzling gold and ethereal purple intertwined, and the burst of light was even more extravagant than the earlier nether white tiger. Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, transformed into the nether white tiger, were incredibly shocked by this scene. They had never expected that there could also be a martial soul fusion technique between two nether spirit cats. Incredible. It's just too incredible. Having two soul masters with the same martial soul but completely opposite attributes complement each other to form a martial soul fusion skill. Her teacher must be a genius. Yu Xiaojiang does have some skills. Although he seeks fame, he must have real strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to design a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill. Tang San, hearing Yu Xiaojiang's praise, felt even more admiration for his teacher. Xiaoyin, is this the reason you said don't worry? Lu Erlong, who was half lying in Tang Yin's embrace, was also a bit surprised to see this scene. Many people knew about the martial soul fusion skill between Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing, but only Lu Erlong, the caretaker, was not very clear about it. Although she said she wanted to watch the training every day, her mind was actually on Tang Yin. Tang Yin enjoyed the fragrance between his fingers, looking completely relaxed. I've tried the martial soul fusion skill between Sister Zhuyun and Sister Zhuqing. Its power is such that if I don't use that move, it will be hard to resist. As the dazzling light faded, a black spirit cat appeared in the place where Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing had been. Behind it, a massive purple-gold Taiji disc floated in the void, slowly rotating. The aura emitted by the spirit cat enveloped the entire arena, and the previously arrogant and domineering aura of the nether white tiger was now retreating steadily. Davis could feel from the collision of auras that the strength of the martial soul fusion skill of Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing was far beyond his own. He knew that he could no longer drag this out. If they clashed head-on, the nether white tiger would undoubtedly lose. Thus, he chose the shameful option of a sneak attack. The nether white tiger was incredibly fast, possessing the ultimate wind attribute. It was already the fastest martial soul on the continent, with an explosive speed that even the swift-tailed swallow of the Min clan could not match. Unlike his second brother, who was half buried in grass on his grave, once Davis set his sights on something, he would not hold back. Even a lifelong hunter can be caught off guard by an eagle strike. The 50-meter distance vanished in an instant. To everyone, the nether white tiger seemed to teleport. Its large tiger paw was raised high, aimed at the significantly smaller black spirit cat. The black spirit cat remained calm at this sight. The purple-gold Taiji disc behind it emitted a repulsive force, blocking the tiger paw just half a meter away from the black spirit cat. Seeing his attack ineffective and with no capital to drag it out, Davis chose to make one last desperate move. He did not retreat in one strike, but began to gather a white energy beam in his mouth. Heavenly treasures and earthly riches, blessings of the sun and moon. This voice was ethereal and illusory, sounding like it belonged to Zhu Zhuyin or Zhu Zhuqing, yet also seemed to belong to neither, as if this voice did not belong to the mortal realm. A purple-gold beam of light shot into the sky, almost enveloping the entire arena. Chapter 201, Sister-in-Law You. Have one. Tang Yin smiled. Everything was as he expected. Lu Erlong looked at the soaring beam of light and recalled the enchanting voice, murmuring, "So beautiful." Not only did she have this thought, but many others in the arena shared the same sentiment. When the light curtain disappeared, Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing had already walked towards their team hand in hand, while Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, who had used the nether white tiger, were already lying on the ground unconscious. They had no visible injuries. Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing did not intend to kill Zhu Zhuqing. They both knew that Zhu Zhuqing was a pitiful person. They originally shared the same fate as her, but someone had pulled them out of the abyss. Seeing Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing return victorious in the embrace of Duge Yin, Jiang Zhu revealed a relaxed smile on her pale face. We won. The other members of the Star Luo Royal Academy team exchanged glances. Among the remaining 5, there were still 2 soul masters, so they still had the strength to fight. However, looking at the unconscious Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, the little bit of fighting spirit in their hearts had long dissipated. After confirming with exchanged glances, the 2 soul masters chose to surrender. This can be said to be the most exciting and quickest match since the start of the finals. After the match ended, Tang Yin hugged Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing one by one. When Tang Yin hugged Zhu Zhuyin, he could clearly feel her somewhat tense body. It's over. Yes, it's over. From now on, I belong to Xiao Yin alone. No, Sister Zhuyin, you are still you, belonging to no one. I understand what you mean. After the end of the 3rd round of the top 8, it wasn't long before the 4th round of matches began. The 3 teams that emerged as finalists were the Tiando Royal Academy's Vice Team, the Martial Soul Hall Team, and the Lamba Academy Team. Each team that made it to the final stage of the finals was a remarkable talent of this generation. It was not surprising that the Tiando Royal Academy's Vice Team reached this point. Having a Soul King on their side made it reasonable for them to enter the top 3. As for the main team of the Tiando Royal Academy, after winning the first 2 rounds by chance, they were easily defeated by the martial soul fusion skill displayed by Hulaina and Xiaoyu. Comparing the performances of the main and vice teams, it was obvious to anyone with insight that favoritism was at play. None of this concerned Tang San. He only cared about the upcoming showdown. The remaining 3 matches would take place in front of the Pope's palace, where Pope Bibidon would personally attend a match. The night before the match, Tang Yin's suggestion to warm up with Liu Erlong was sternly rejected by the dean. The reason given was that he was afraid Tang Yin's kidney deficiency would affect his performance the next day. Tang Yin found this reason quite unreasonable and somewhat insulting. However, he was not someone who liked to force others, especially those close to him. Feeling somewhat dejected on his way back to his room, an unexpected person appeared at the door of Tang Yin's room. Little Rabbit? This nickname startled Xiao Wu, and she looked around in a panic. After seeing that there were no outsiders, she patted her little lei with her small hand. Xiao Yin, this joke isn't funny. Besides, I am your brother's girlfriend, and I will likely be your sister-in-law in the future. At the end, Xiao Wu proudly puffed out her little chest. Tang Yin had no interest in Xiao Wu's figure. He preferred girls who were a bit more full-figured. Oh, did you come to find me for something? Tang Yin had long known that Xiao Wu was a transformed spirit beast, and he didn't mind. Xiao Wu nodded, reaching into her collar and pulling out a silver scale. Tang Yin looked curiously at the scale that Xiao Wu had been wearing close to her body. Puzzled, where did this come from? Although Tang Yin could not tell which spirit beast this scale came from, he could feel its extraordinary nature. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, this scale belonged to a female spirit beast. See if this has your aura. Xiao Wu injected a small amount of soul power into the scale, activating a certain mechanism inside it. A familiar aura, one that Tang Yin was so accustomed to, emanated from the scales, causing his expression to grow even more peculiar. He looked at Xiao Wu as if she were a pervert. Aren't you with my brother Gigi? Why are you still coveting my body? Xiao Wu hurriedly shook her head in denial, explaining, it's not like that. This scale was given to me by another soul beast. They told me to find the owner of this aura, and then you found me? Yes. Xiao Wu lowered her head and continued. I have 2 partners in the Stardew Forest. If I don't complete the tasks they assign me, my partners will be eaten. Tang Yin vaguely sensed the shocking secret in Xiao Wu's tone. Your partners must also be 100,000-year soul beasts, capable of eating your partners. This great. Finally, I have a lead on the soul rings for my second martial soul. Tang Yin had always been worried about where to find high-quality soul rings to fill his second martial soul after becoming a title Douluo. And those beings Xiao Wu mentioned would be just perfect. As for not being able to beat them, Tang Yin hadn't really thought about that. Even if he took 1,000 steps back and truly couldn't win, he could always sell himself and ask Sister Shui, her grandpa, and his grandpa's old buddies for help. Surely, there wouldn't be any beings among those soul beasts like gods. Guyana, then what use is it for you to find me? I can't beat them either. Xiao Wu felt a bit embarrassed. Her request was indeed a bit difficult. No. They seem to be looking for you. My partner said they have no ill intentions towards you. Looking for me? Tang Yin automatically ignored Xiao Wu's last remark about having no ill intentions. He didn't believe that the soul beasts in the Stardew Forest, where the law of the jungle prevailed, would have no ill will towards him. Tang Yin only believed that the only kind soul beast in this world was his mother. Yin, while the rest were not good, including the rabbit in front of him. Xiao Wu coming to find him today clearly had ulterior motives. Fortunately, this rabbit didn't look very smart. If it were a bit more scheming, it might have gotten him captured by those soul beasts while trying to obtain the 6th soul ring. If any female soul beast were to covet his body, Tang Yin would really have nowhere to cry. All right, I'll find a time to go to the Stardew Forest. After evading Xiao Wu's question, Tang Yin couldn't help but tease, but sister-in-law, won't Gigi get jealous if you come and find me so late? Only then did Xiao Wu remember that she told Tang, since she was going to the restroom, and she had been out for almost half an hour. She fled from there like a startled rabbit. No, she was originally a rabbit. Chapter 202. 100,000-year soul bone. The night passed quickly, and as the rising sun cast down golden rays, it illuminated the statue of the 6-winged angel in front of the Pope's hall, making it shine brilliantly. The palace knights stood in neat rows on both sides of the road, solemn and dignified. Liu Erlong was not allowed to enter the square in front of the Pope's hall. She could only stand outside and watch, accompanied by Yu Xiaojing, the team leader of the Tianshou Royal Academy's vice team, and the bodyguard teachers, Flinder and Zhao Wujing. Before leaving, Tang Yin, whether intentionally or not, kissed Lu Erlong goodbye in front of everyone from the Tianshou Royal Academy and the Lamba Academy battle team. Yu Xiaojiang's lips trembled slightly, and the muscles in his face twitched subtly, but he managed to maintain restraint. However, Flender, who had willingly withdrawn to facilitate Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, was furious at that moment. If it weren't for Zhao Wujing holding him back, he might have already gone up to teach Tang Yin a lesson. Lu Erlong's face turned red, not resisting Tang Yin's actions. The people from Lamba Academy were already used to such situations. After all, he was the academy's president. So what was the big deal? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened, her small hand covering her open mouth, unable to believe what she was witnessing. The president of Lamba Academy? Tang Yin. Ning Rongrong's unrealistic fantasies about Tang Yin were completely shattered at this moment. Being doted on since childhood, she did not like fickle men. Even though her father, Ning Fingji, had more than one woman in his life. In the final match, there were no substitute players. Only 21 people from the 3 teams could stand on the Pope Square, and Jiang Zhu, as Tang Yin's substitute, could only stay outside with Lu Erlong. She was not at all dejected. Having come this far as a commoner soul master, Jiang Zhu was already very satisfied to stand on the final stage. The 3 battle teams stood in a line on the Pope Square, all eyes fixed on the seemingly heavy doors in front. There was one exception. The Wuhuan Hall team and Lamba Academy were right next to each other, and coincidentally, Hu Laiina and Tang Yin were standing on either side of the team. Even more coincidentally, they were closely adjacent. Even though they hadn't seen each other for just a few days, the seductive look in Hu Laiina's eyes made Tang Yin feel a bit uneasy. This occasion didn't seem suitable for engaging in any inappropriate behavior. After the match, same place. Tang Yin's voice turned into a thread. Only Hu Laiina could hear it. Tang Yin's voice acted like a remedy, curing Hu Laiina's ailment. She immediately returned to normal, looking straight ahead like everyone else. The closed temple doors slowly opened, and 12 cardinals in red robes walked out from within, standing silently on either side. A figure silhouette appeared through the dim light before all the team members, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Tang Yin was no exception. Today, Bibi Dong was as beautiful as the day Tang Yin had seen her, but dressed in the splendid golden papal robes. She looked even more imposing, and Tang Yin could not discern any emotion in Bibi Dong's eyes. It seemed Bibi Dong also noticed that Tang Yin was looking at her, and their gazes met, as if time had frozen at that moment. Sunlight fell on Bibi Dong, and the hundreds of gemstones on her attire made her shine brilliantly, but her eyes, resembling purple gems, held no spark. Tang Yin felt a pang in his heart. His originally cold heart seemed to develop a crack, but he forced himself to patch it up. After Tang Yin averted his gaze, Bibi Dong turned her attention to everyone. "The Pope has arrived, kneel." A voice resembling that of a ceremony host shouted loudly, his voice resonating throughout the Pope's square with powerful soul force. The 12 cardinals knelt first, followed by the clattering of armor as all the palace knights also knelt. Most of the Wuhuan Hall team members had fervent looks in their eyes as they, along with the rest of the Wuhuan Hall members, knelt on the ground, shouting, "Long live the Pope." The vice team from Tianshou Royal Academy did not kneel, while all the members of Lamba Academy looked towards Tang Yin, their captain. They were not opposed to kneeling before the Pope. After all, it was just kneeling, which wasn't a big deal. Tang Yin did not like this feeling in his heart. He disliked any form of appearing high and mighty. He loathed how Titan referred to Tang Hao as old slave in front of him. He hated being thanked with kneeling after helping those commoners, and he despised bowing to high and mighty powers, including Shui Yi back then and Bibi Dong now. But he was not only considering these things now. If he did not kneel now, would he be indulging himself in using Bibi Dong's old feelings for him? It was clear that he had already decided to cut ties. Yet if he acted this way, wouldn't he become the very person he despised the most? Tang Yin's knees bent in midair, and at the moment he resolved to kneel, Bibi Dong's emotionless voice reached everyone's ears. "Get up." Bibi Dong scanned the faces of the 21 team members, revealing a formulaic smile. As for why it was formulaic, Tang Yin could tell that Bibi Dong was not happy at all. "In my years of governance, I have held the elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Academies 3 times across the continent, and you are indeed the most talented group I have ever seen. This year, in front of the Papal Palace, I hope you can showcase your full strength and talent. The final winner will receive this reward." As she spoke, Bibi Dong lightly tapped the ground with her purple gold papal scepter, and a soul bone glowing red appeared before everyone. Observing the structure of the soul bone, it seemed to be a right leg bone, looking crystal clear and shimmering with a soft red light, its powerful aura drawing everyone's attention to it. Upon seeing the soul bone, Even the Jew, Ghost Daw, behind BB Dong couldn't help but show a look of surprise, as they had also participated in the hunt for the soul beast that dropped this soul bone. They did not expect the Pope not only to not absorb it, but to present it as a reward for this competition. Soul bones are already exceedingly rare, and 100,000-year soul bone is enough to awaken the most sinister desires in anyone's heart. Ning Fengji also sensed something was off. He was shocked by the scale of the Spirit Hall's actions. It was actually a 100,000-year soul bone. Only Xiao Wu lowered her gaze, her pink pupils turning a deep crimson out of anger, her lips quivering. Mama, her voice was soft, and with everyone else focused on the soul bone, only Tang San, who cared the most about her, heard her murmur. Chapter 203. 1 Against 7. Tang San had learned about Xiao Wu being a soul beast by accident. As his soul power increased, his cultivation of the purple extreme magic eyes entered the realm of the mustard seed, and a layer of soul beast aura on Xiao Wu, wrapped in the silver dragon king's essence, was not immediately detected by Tang San. However, one day, when Xiao Wu took off a scale while bathing, coincidentally, she was spotted by Tang San, who came to find her. But Tang San didn't mind Xiao Wu's identity and felt a strong sense of recognition towards her as a transformed soul beast. He chose not to tell Xiao Wu that he knew her true identity, hoping that one day she would tell him herself. This time, I have another reason to win. Tang San clenched his fists. This time, he would definitely take the final championship. From this soul bone, Tang Yin also sensed an incredibly familiar aura. He couldn't help but glance in Xiao Wu's direction. Lastly, there will be a mysterious reward that I will personally bestow upon the best performer of the winning team. Let your talent shine. A row of gilded chairs was set up in front of the papal palace, and at Bibidong's gesture, she sat in the center. With Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Sword Dalu Chenshin to her left, and Ghost Dalu A Mei and Zhu Dalu on her right. In the morning's individual matches, the Blue Tyrant Academy was not afraid of any team from the Tiando Royal Academy's Vice Team or the Spear Hall Battle Team. During the draw, the Blue Tyrant Academy was given a bye, and the Spear Hall Battle Team would face the Tiando Royal Academy's Vice Team in the first 1v1 individual match. The Vice Team of the Tiando Royal Academy forfeited the match. Just before the match began, Yu Xiaojing's voice came from the audience. Among the 7-member team, there were only 2 support soul masters, making this individual match exceedingly difficult for them. Even if Tang San was exceptionally talented, capable of taking down 3 soul kings from the Spirit Hall by himself, how would they deal with the remaining 3 soul zone opponents? It should be noted that Yu Xiaojing had very few trump cards left. The officiating cardinal shouted sternly, "Tiando Royal Academy's Vice Team, please take note. Forfeiting early next time will result in expulsion from the Spirit City." The cardinal was a soul Dalu with over level 80 soul power, and his reprimand carried a hint of soul power shock, causing Yu Xiaojing, with his level 29 Great Soul Master Strength, to tremble all over, his face displaying an abnormal, sickly flush. Feeling aggrieved, Yu Xiaojing looked towards BB Dong on the high platform, hoping she could uphold justice for him. However, BB Dong showed a look of disdain and coldly said, "The match continues." Feeling rejected, Yu Xiaojing could no longer control himself and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Losing consciousness, due to the forfeit, the Tiando Royal Academy's Vice Team automatically entered the loser's bracket. While the Vice Team of the Tiando Royal Academy was in chaos due to their masters fainting, the individual match between the Spirit Hall Battle Team and Blue Tyrant Academy was about to commence. Since the finals began, Tang Yin, who had yet to make a move, chose to be the first to take the stage. His goal was to take on 7 opponents to ensure the integrity of the Blue Tyrant Academy team for tomorrow's match. When Yin, who was sent out first, saw that his opponent was Tang Yin, all his emotions turned into a raging fire, overtaking his rationality. The goddess he had pursued for several years had become the plaything of this person before him, a heartbreak for anyone. Yin knew he sometimes got carried away, but he didn't hate the feeling of being driven by his emotions. After their encounter that day, he understood the gap between himself and Tang Yin. He knew it was a pipe dream to defeat Tang Yin. What he had to do was to consume Tang Yin as much as possible, even if it meant exchanging injuries, and, ideally, he could take Tang Yin down with him. The match began. Tang Yin and Yin both moved quickly, summoning their soul abilities at the first moment. With his martial soul activated, Yan's skin appeared a dull gray-brown with small flame patterns swirling across it, making his already tall physique look even more robust. Tang Yin embraced his fate, and the truly monstrous configuration of his soul rings left many of the cardinals who had never seen Tang Yin before gasping in astonishment. They all inhaled sharply, thinking, This young man is terrifying. Some even had fleeting thoughts of killing Tang Yin on the spot. Such a talent growing up posed too many unpredictable factors. If he were friendly towards the spirit hall, that would be fine. But if he were hostile, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone had their own thoughts. But the match had already begun. Yin held nothing back and immediately unleashed his most powerful 10,000-year soul skill. As the only black soul ring lit up, the ground beneath him began to crack, dark red magma flowing out from under his feet. Fifth soul skill, Flying Sand Crazy Flame. Halfway through Yan's soul skill activation, he suddenly trembled all over as if locked onto by something, his mind going blank. When he came to his senses, Tang Yin's fate spear was already pressed against his throat. Yan's expression froze on his face. He couldn't even see how Tang Yin had done it. Facing Tang Yin felt like confronting an invincible enemy. How is this possible? Tang Yin retracted the tip of his spear. He could tell that Yin had feelings for Hulaina, but now he could only apologize to Yin. In truth, Tang Yin had not been particularly interested in Hulaina at first, but the companionship during those days had sparked some interest in her. In matters of emotions, it's never too late to cultivate them afterward. Next, Yin finds it hard to accept reality. He has faced defeat before, but this particular loss is something he struggles to accept. No, I haven't lost. A multitude of emotions intertwined, causing Yin to momentarily forget that this was a personal match in the finals. A huge fist, covered in a layer of brown rock, smashed down fiercely towards Tang Yin's head. To strike at the opponent after losing, especially in front of so many eyes, and the opponent being Tang Yin. No one could protect him now, unless divine intervention occurred. Tang Yin was also startled by Yan's reaction. It was too late for him to defend himself at such a close distance. Just as Tang Yin was about to use eternity to buy himself some time, a large portion of Yan's chest suddenly caved in, and his massive body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Bibidong's voice remained devoid of emotion. The Wuhuan Temple team, Yin has violated the competition rules and is expelled from the arena. Bibidong's impartiality earned her the admiration of everyone present. Yin was one of the 3 soul kings of the Wuhuan Temple team, and, judging by his injuries, Bibidong clearly had no intention of allowing him to participate in the upcoming matches. Tang Yin remained silent, his head lowered as he pondered something. The subsequent battle was still without suspense. Seiyu's self-created soul skill, Round Moon, was ineffective against Tang Yin's breaking 1,000 troops. In Hulaina's charm, all Tang Yin could say was that tonight was settled. Chapter 204, Peak Showdown. In the afternoon's losers group team match, Seiyu and Hulaina's enchanting martial soul fusion technique couldn't contain the Haotian hammer under the enhancement of the 7 Treasures glazed tile tower. Tang San had become more skilled in stacking the Cloak of Chaos during battle, when he swung the 31st hammer, the main controller of the martial soul fusion technique. Seiyu blocked most of the attacks with his body. Even though the remaining soul masters of the Wuhuan Temple team had eliminated most of the members of the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team, everyone present felt a shiver down their spines when they saw Tang San swing the Haotian hammer once more. Hulaina made a decisive choice to surrender. Bibidong said nothing about this outcome. When she attacked Yin in the morning, the Wuhuan Temple had already lost the qualification to compete for the championship. Otherwise, under the assault of the 3 Soul Kings, the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team would have to use their ultimate trump card. Hulaina had lost all interest in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition. All she thought about was what was going to happen tonight. Bibidong's gaze was very sharp. Just as she was about to leave, she took in Hulaina's expression of longing. Nana, has she fallen in love too? For Hulaina, this beloved disciple, Bibidong had long regarded her as her own. There were not many people in this world that Bibidong cared about anymore. Hulaina was one of the 2.5, not 1.5, that she cherished. After keeping this in mind, Bibidong finally left with a flick of her sleeve. Ning Fengji, who followed behind Bibidong, looked at the back of the Pope with a heart full of doubts. A match that would decide the ownership of a 100,000-year soul bone, and the Wuhuan Temple just gave up so easily. This soul bone was clearly intended to be given to someone in the other 2 teams. Who could it be? Ning Fengji's peripheral vision glanced at the remaining 14 boys and girls below, and for some reason, he instinctively focused his gaze on Tang Yin, who was surrounded. Fengji, we should go now. CHNXN quietly reminded from behind. Ning Fengji's gaze was deep as he walked towards the Pope's Hall. The final 2 teams had been decided, and everyone on the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team wore expressions of joy. The recent fierce battle was not simple for them, and each of them bore some injuries, yet they had overcome the championship favorites, the Wuhuan Temple team, who were stronger on paper, Tang Sen looked at the joy on his teammates' faces, and a faint smile appeared in his tired eyes. He approached Xiao Wu, placing his hand on her shoulder. Xiao Wu, don't worry. I will definitely help you get that soul bone tomorrow. Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat down, looked up at Tang San and saw the determination in his eyes. Even if Xiao Wu were foolish, she knew that Tang San must have guessed her identity. Brother. That night, with another match ahead tomorrow, Tang Yin kept his promise to Hulaina. As soon as he entered the room, a pair of beautiful legs wrapped around his waist. The fragrance of orchids wafted in his ear, making Tang Yin feel a bit ticklish. Hulaina extended her tongue and licked Tang Yin's earlobe. Her voice filled with seduction. Little Tang Yin turned his back, supporting Hulaina's perky figure with his hands, the soft touch making him a bit restless. While Tang Yin was having a hard night, Tang San and his teacher Yu Xiaojiang were also engaged in intense discussions about the tactics for tomorrow. It's too difficult. After an hour without coming up with a strategy, Yu Xiaojiang sighed. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul fusion technique exceeded his expectations. Tang San felt uncertain as well. He had no confidence in eliminating either Zhu Zhuyun or Zhu Zhuqing under Tang Yin's watchful eyes. A shadow loomed over Tang San. The match came as scheduled. Bibi Dong still sat on the throne. Today, her gaze was somewhat profound, carrying a different emotion unseen yesterday. Qian Renxue, disguised as the Prince Xue Qinghe, sat to the side, occasionally glancing toward the Douluo Hall atop the mountain. The finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition were about to begin, both teams prepared. And in a quarter of an hour, the match would start. The 100,000-year soft bone of the charming rabbit's right leg, quietly floating in the air, emitted a faint glow, capturing the hearts of everyone present. But everyone understood that the final ownership of this soul bone would only be decided between Tang Yin and Tang San, the two contestants determining who would win today's match. Little Yin, the winner of today's match can only be me. Oh, does brother want me to let you win? Tang Yin certainly knew why Tang San had to win this match. However, he also didn't want to lose. He knew how much the members of the Lamba Academy team had invested in this match. Having been slacking off, Tang Yin had no right to single-handedly decide the outcome. The match was ready. Both sides could release their martial souls. The red-clad cardinal, acting as the referee, announced as both sides stood firm. Tang San gripped the Haotian hammer, his momentum continuously rising. Let us speak through strength. 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. As Tang San gave the order, all members of the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team quickly retreated to form a circle. In the innermost part of the circle were two people, Ning Rongrong and Oscar. The 5 people outside began to move quickly around them. However, a strong wave of soul power erupted from the 7 of them, wildly converging towards the center. As the circle unfolded, a burst of 7-colored divine light erupted from the 7 treasures glazed tile tower in Ning Rongrong's hands, connecting all 7 members of the team into a whole. Yu Xiaojiang put his martial soul's unique fusion from the top 10 core competitive powers into practice. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes were also a bit moist. His theory had finally been proven correct. At the front, Tang San, gripping the Haotian hammer, continued to emanate a powerful aura. The dark blue Haotian hammer became increasingly heavy, and by the end, it even shimmered with a dark golden luster. Zhu Qing, let's interrupt them together. Zhu Zhuyun reacted quickly, deciding to use the martial soul fusion technique with Zhu Zhuqing to eliminate Ning Rongrong, who was the linchpin of the entire team from the Tiando Royal Academy. Tang Yin watched this scene with great interest, raising his hand to stop Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing's actions, reassuring all the team members with 3 words, leave it to me. On the stage, Bibi Dong couldn't sit still when she saw the current state of the Haotian hammer in Tang San's hands, true body of the weapon's soul. Tang Yin stepped forward, shielding everyone behind him. Is this what you rely on to defeat me? Tang San continuously stabilized his soul power, which had now exceeded level 70. His gaze resolute. Xiao Yin, this time I will not lose. Then let's see. Tang Yin no longer held back. The originally purple second soul ring beneath him flickered with a faint red light. A multicolored field expanded with Tang Yin as the center, covering the entire competition venue with a layer of colorful aura. Everyone from the Blue Tyrant Academy felt their attributes increase by over 30%. Zhu Zhuyun even had confidence to confront this so-called 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique with her sister. As Tang San's momentum continued to rise, he suddenly let out a muffled groan. The moment Tang Yin's colorful field unfolded, Tang San's aura was easily suppressed. Tang Yin knew that Tang San had a cultivation method for spiritual power, and at this moment, his breaking 1,000 armies technique would have little effect on Tang San. So he did not use it to easily end the match as he had before. At this point, Tang San's overall strength was suppressed to around level 70. But with the boost of the true body of the weapon soul, he was still formidable. Fifth soul skill, Mirror World. Tang Yin Mumut Sopti. As the fifth soul ring beneath him lit up simultaneously, and a duplicate identical to Tang Yin stepped out from behind him. That duplicate had a blank expression and, upon appearing, charged toward Tang San. The massive Haotian hammer in Tang San's hand swung, creating a sharp sound of air bursting. Tang Yin's duplicate unleashed the fate in its hand to collide with it. Upon contact, fate shattered into hundreds of pieces and then rushed toward Tang San. Tang San's soul power surged, easily knocking the fragments away. The Haotian hammer, with its invincible might, smashed into the chest of the mirror image of Tang Yin. Crack, crack. Crack. The sound of shattering glass rang out as Tang Yin's duplicate was reduced to dust under the terrifying power of the Haotian hammer. Tang Yin's expression grew serious. He knew it would be simple to win this match by using his first soul skill, Dragonwood, to control anyone among the people behind Tang San, which would leave no suspense in the match. But Tang Yin despised doing so. True strong individuals never fear challenges. Tang San was highly focused. He knew that Tang Yin's first soul skill posed a significant threat to their martial soul fusion technique, and he had to guard against it. Otherwise, a dam could collapse from an ant's hole. The standoff between the two sides drew everyone's attention, including Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing. They trusted Tang Yin's words, but the oppressive atmosphere was too much for their spirits to bear. Tang Yin took a deep breath. After simulating countless times in his mind, he found that there was only one way to achieve a direct victory. He shifted his gaze to Bibi Dong on the high platform. Bibi Dong, worried, was momentarily taken aback when she saw Tang Yin looking at her. However, she quickly seemed to think of something. Tang San saw that Tang Yin was not attacking and did not act recklessly himself. He stood in place, beginning to gather the power of the chaotic cloak hammer method with his immense soul power. Each hammer struck the ground, shattering the surface capable of withstanding a soul emperor's blow, sending small stones flying from the pit. Tang Yin's left eye suddenly brightened, fully activating the Xieji eye. To everyone's astonishment, he drew out a blood-red bow. Dual martial souls. Ning Fengji exclaimed in shock, unable to believe what he was witnessing. How many people knew that the shining Tang Yin and Tang San in this competition were actually brothers? Aside from Bibi Dong, no one was not astonished by the sudden appearance of the Dragon Phoenix bow in Tang Yin's left hand. Not even Qian Renxue. I didn't expect Xiao Yin to have secrets from me. Qian Renxue seemed not angry, but rather more appreciative of Tang Yin. She liked men who could conquer her in any aspect. Yu Xiaojiang was also puzzled to see Tang Yin summon his second martial soul. He had learned from Tang San that Tang Yin possessed two martial souls, but did not know what Tang Yin intended to do with this martial soul that had no soul rings attached. However, he would soon find out. Tang Yin's right hand's fate began to shrink, transforming into a suitably sized arrow. This is a martial soul fusion technique. Yu Xiaojiang's pupils suddenly contracted, his lips trembled. A martial soul fusion technique executed by one person. What kind of monster is this? Drawing the bow, knocking the arrow, locking on. When the Xieji eye, fate, and Tang San aligned in a straight line, the outcome was already determined. Fate flew out. Its speed was very slow, visibly slow to the naked eye, but it had already locked onto the future of the person it was destined to hit. A surge of crisis welled up in Tang San's heart. He could no longer afford to continue enhancing the chaotic cloak hammer, even though he still had some energy left. The Haotian hammer had already reached a terrifying state after 49 strikes. Tang San struggled to control the power that could seriously injure any soul master below Soul Dalu as he smashed toward the arrow flying at him. Boom! The violent energy collision that should not have occurred in this match completely overturned the entire competition venue. The members of the Blue Tyrant Academy, under Tang Yin's protection, could only helplessly leave the epicenter of the explosion, the competition stage. However, it was not so fortunate for the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team. The 6 people supplying soul power to Tang San were blasted away by this terrifying force, and Ning Rongrong, who was at the back connecting the entire team, spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword Douluo Qinshin on the stage couldn't sit still. The moment Ning Rongrong's body left the competition stage, he caught her as she flew out. His powerful soul power absorbed the remaining force for Ning Rongrong. Looking at Qinshin's face, Ning Rongrong weakly called out Grandpa, soared before fainting, losing consciousness. The other 5 people, aside from Ning Rongrong, crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a muffled groan before falling severely injured. As the huge dust cloud dispersed, Tang Yin stood not far from Tang San, quietly observing this scene. Meanwhile, Tang San was pinned to the ground by fate, and beside him, the originally dark golden Haotian hammer had turned back to its original black, with dozens of fragments of various sizes scattered all over the ground. That arrow had directly shattered Tang San's Haotian hammer martial soul. Tang San spat out blood, his consciousness still intact. In the clash of that arrow just now, he once again felt the helplessness he faced when confronting the Titan giant ape. Even with the strength of a soul sage, was he still unable to defeat Tang Yin? The outcome was already decided. Although Tang Yin's fate had penetrated Tang San's body, the continuous flow of life energy sustained his life. If it weren't for this, that arrow would have been enough to take Tang San's life. The match was over. Lamba Academy won. The red-robed bishop, who hosted the match, was somewhat dumbfounded. He had no confidence in countering Tang Yin's attack at all. Chapter 205 Voice on the Stance. Bibi Dong seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, her previously tense emotions gradually dissipating with the smoke. They won. Seeing the unprecedented scene before her, Dugu Yin murmured. Zhu Zhuqing's mouth also dropped open in shock. Xiao Yin, so amazing. Ha ha, good kid, I knew you could win. A voice came from afar, attracting everyone's attention. Dugu Bo, looking disheveled, clearly rushed to pick up his granddaughter Dugu Yin. That arrow was indeed stunning. He saw the blinding beam from afar, falling from the sky. Dugu Yin jumped into her grandfather's arms without saying a word. Grandpa, holding Dugu Bo, Dugu Yin finally felt a sense of security. But when her peripheral vision accidentally glanced at Qian Rinxue in the VIP area, the playful smile at the corner of Qian Rinxue's mouth made Dugu Yin feel a bit scared. She had not forgotten what Qian Rinxue had told her that day. At this moment, the red-robed bishop, as the referee, finally came back to his senses and loudly announced, "Please, the representative of Lamba Academy, come forward to receive the champion's reward." After fully healing Tang San's injuries, Tang Yin also withdrew his fate. Tang San's face, which had been pale without a trace of blood, had regained its rosy color, yet he still lay on the ground, unwilling to get up simply because of this defeat, betting on the future, yet ending up with such a result. The remaining members of the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team slowly woke up under the treatment of the healing soul master from the Spear Hall. The first thing Xiao Wu did after getting up was to come to her third brother's side to check Tang San's injuries. "Good, how are you?" Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Tang San slowly opened his eyes, his lips moved, and his weak tone was filled with guilt. "Sorry, Xiao Wu, I couldn't fulfill my promise." "It's okay, go. As long as you're fine," Xiao Wu said, tears glistening in her eyes. Tang Yin returned to the Lamba Academy team, and seeing that he was safe, everyone felt relieved. "Xiao Yin, go get the award," Zhu Zhuyin said, smoothing Tang Yin's slightly messy hair. Tang Yin did not refuse. He turned and walked towards Bibi Dong step by step. In Bibi Dong's eyes, there were no other figures. She saw Tang Yin approaching her with a smile on his face, just like when he walked towards her by the river during their 3 years in the secret realm. "Sister Dong." Tang Yin's voice seemed a bit youthful, yet it carried an indescribable sense of security. "Your Holiness," Tang Yin repeated, this time raising his voice. Only then did Bibi Dong come back to her senses. The expression on Tang Yin's face was not one of smile, but rather a serious demeanor. The stark contrast between memory and reality left her feeling quite disheartened. Standing not far from Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue felt a fleeting sense of loss in her heart for some reason. This feeling was like losing Tang Yin. She shook her head, trying to dismiss this impossible thought from her mind. Qian Rinxue narrowed her eyes, surveying the two with a dangerous gaze. Taking a deep breath, Bibi Dong suppressed her inner emotions and transformed back into the high and mighty Pope. "Congratulations, you led Lamba Academy to win this competition. This 100,000 old soft bone charm rabbit soul bone is your reward." As she spoke, Bibi Dong waved her jade hand, presenting the soft bone charm rabbit soul bone in front of Tang Yin. Tang Yin did not dare to look up into Bibi Dong's eyes. His gaze remained fixed on the soul bone, clearly just a lifeless object. Yet Tang Yin felt a breath of life emanating from the pink glow of the 100,000 old soft bone charm rabbit's right leg bone. When his finger touched it, a sensation that struck directly to the soul made Tang Yin shudder. A voice full of temptation, sorrowful and melodious, suddenly echoed in Tang Yin's mind. "Save me, save me," two different voices rang in Tang Yin's mind simultaneously. and the intense emotional fluctuation made it difficult for him to control his body. Bibi Dong seemed to notice Tang Yin's abnormal state. When the owner of that voice realized something was off with Tang Yin, she hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. She knew that all of this was caused by her cry for help. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yin calmed his emotions and struggled to open his eyes. When he took the 100,000-year soul bone from Bibidong's hand, her worried voice rang in his ear. Are you okay? Thank you for your concern, Your Holiness. Without looking back, Tang Yin hurriedly left. Bibidong no longer had the mood to continue hosting the damned award ceremony. She waved her hand, instructing Douluo to take over the remaining matters, then turned and left the Pope Square. Douluo's eyes widened when he heard the reward Bibidong mentioned, but he did not dare to oppose her decision. After Bibidong left, he loudly announced the second reward for the champion. Grant all the participating members of Lamba Academy a black-level token from the Spirit Hall, and grant the team leader Tang Yin a Pope's Order. The black-level token is second only to the authority of the red-robed bishop, allowing one to enjoy high privileges at the Spirit Hall in major cities and even summon soul masters below level 60 nearby. As for the Pope's Order, there's no need to elaborate. The holder of the Pope's Order is as if the Pope were present. Tang Yin stood dazed, receiving the Pope's Order handed over by the Spirit Hall personnel. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt a trace of warmth from it. Clearly, the Spirit Hall personnel did not physically touch it when handing it over, but placed it on a plate. As the event was about to wrap up, Qian Rinxue stepped forward, clapping her hands to signal everyone to look her way. Prince Qian Rinxue declared loudly, My Tiando Empire has not won the championship of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition for many years. All the students of Lamba Academy are the talents of the Empire. I have long admired Miss Yin of Lamba Academy and hope to marry her as the crown princess. Please bear witness to this. Upon hearing this, the students of Lamba Academy looked at Yin with surprised expressions. Yin, what's going on? Bo clearly did not understand the situation. Yin's gaze met Qian Rinxue's, and her eyes suddenly became resolute. I am willing. As for Bo, he would have to wait until after the event to explain. At this moment, Talon did not dare to speak up because his boss was calmly watching this scene. Although Tyrone's mind works slowly, he is not a fool. He can only say that Lauda really knows how to have fun. Chapter 206. Heading to the City of Slaughter after the competition ended. The members of Lamba Academy did not linger in Wuhuan City. Qian Rinxue still had to return to Tiando City to complete the wedding with her fiancé, Yin. Yin left with her grandfather and a large troop from the Tiando Empire, while the rest of Lamba Academy returned to the Tiando Empire on their own. On the day of parting, Qian Rinxue hugged Yin in the carriage and said in a seductive voice to Tang Yin, Xiao Yin, come find me in Tiando City soon. You wouldn't want your Yin to be bullied by me, would you? Saying this, she provocatively lifted Yin's delicate chin in front of Tang Yin. Tang Yin was already used to Qian Rinxue's childish behavior. Schwerer. It's better if you don't bully Sister Yin. Looking at Yin's aggrieved expression, Qian Rinxue laughed. What's wrong? Are you already feeling sorry for her before you're even together? Yin did not show any dissatisfaction. That night, Qian Rinxue took her to meet Qian Dalu, whose invisible intimidation turned this somewhat rebellious lady into a docile little lamb. Come on, smile for my little Yin. Yin forced a smile. Tang Yin knew that Yin would always be bullied here, so he found an excuse to leave in a hurry. Not far from Wuhuan City, a group of people who had just exited the city saw a man and a woman waiting there. Mom. Tang Yin rushed forward and hugged the blue-haired beauty. Lu Erlong was also surprised to hear Tang Yin call Yin like this. She didn't expect to meet Tang Yin's parents so soon. Just as she hesitated whether to step forward and introduce herself, Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing came over and surrounded Lu Erlong to stand in front of Tang Hao and Yin. Teacher's wife. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing address Tang Hao, Lu Erlong realized that the sisters were actually Tang Hao's disciples. After Tang Hao nodded to Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing, he turned to Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong felt a bit uneasy and hesitated for a long time before speaking. Senior. As a father, Tang Hao hadn't paid much attention to his youngest son for a long time. He had been training Tang San far more diligently than Tang Yin lately. But seeing Lu Erlong like this, Tang Hao already understood the relationship between this beautiful woman and his son. As long as Xiao Yin likes her, neither his mother nor I have any objections. Lu Erlong initially worried that Tang Hao and Yin would oppose a relationship with Tang Yin due to her age, but with Tang Hao's assurance, she finally felt at ease. She bowed slightly. Thank you, Senior, for your understanding. Yin gently stroked Tang Yin's head and brought up the business of coming to find him. Xiao Yin, are you planning to come back to Tiando City with us for a while, or? Yin looked at Tang Yin with some concern. She didn't want him to be so exhausted. Her original wish was just for the family to live together safely, and it was almost realized. But one accident after another kept pushing her son forward. Mom, let us go straight there, Tang Yin said. I want to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Okay, Mom supports you, but you must remember your safety is the most important thing. This time, your father will be waiting for you to come out. Tang Yin caught the implication in Yin's words. Mom, you're not coming with me? Yin shook her head with a smile. No, your brother is also at the stage of familiarizing himself with his second martial soul. After a while, I still have to take him to awaken the Blue Silver Emperor. Okay, Tang Yin didn't hesitate. He actually wanted Yin to go with him. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing seemed to sense that Tang Yin would be leaving for a while, and their eyes were filled with reluctance. Xiao Yin, where are you going? Can I go with you? Zhu Zhuqing clung tightly to Tang Yin's arm. Before Tang Yin could say anything, Zhu Zhuyun pulled her sister to her side. She was also very reluctant, but she knew that the sisters couldn't become a burden to Tang Yin. Xiao Yin, don't listen to Zhuqing. We'll be waiting for you at home. Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit wronged in Zhu Zhuyun's embrace, but she really didn't want to be away from Tang Yin for too long. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Tang Yin didn't want to drag it out any longer. He was also afraid that he would completely soften his heart at some point. Little did he know, one should not make promises at the time of parting. After Tang Yin and Tang Hao separated from the main group again, it wasn't long before Tang Yin stopped and helplessly said, Little fox, how long are you going to follow me? Hu Laina, who had been discovered, walked out from behind a tree and directly wrapped her arms around Tang Yin's waist, her head buried in his chest, greedily inhaling every breath he exuded. As for Tang Hao beside Tang Yin, Hu Laina didn't care at all. Tang Hao ignored Hu Laina as disregard. He was somewhat aware of Tang Yin's flirtatious nature. Fortunately, he had a son, and it was someone else's cabbage that he was messing with. What are you following me for? Tang Yin didn't push Hu Laina away, letting her act as she pleased. We're just going the same way. Going the same way? Hu Laina hugged Tang Yin from the front, lifted her head, and said, I'm going to the city of slaughter, and it happens to be in this direction. You're going to the city of slaughter? Tang Yin had just learned about the rules of the city of slaughter from Tang Hao. What was this girl planning to do in such a twisted place? Hu Laina looked at Tang Yin with a hint of melancholy. I sent it because our Wuhuan Hall team only got third place. I need to improve my strength. In fact, it was Hu Laina who proposed going to the city of slaughter. Although she was infatuated with Tang Yin, she also needed to pay attention to her strength. Moreover, her thoughts coincided with Zhu Zhuyun's. After seeing Tang Yin's powerful strength, Hu Laina didn't want to just be a pretty face. Since our destination is the same, then come with us. Tang Hao's suggestion made Tang Yin swallow back the words he wanted to refuse. Tang Hao's reasoning was simple. Tang Yin would definitely need someone to take care of him in the city of slaughter, and this conveniently available Hu Laina was a good choice. Also, she seemed to be a direct disciple of the Pope. Teacher and disciple. Tang Hao's expression became slightly strange before returning to normal. Originally 2 people became 3, and the Douluo who had been following Tang Yin was already sent away by Tang Hao with a sound transmission. The message was, Juhua, just go back and report. I will help you deliver this girl, if you continue to follow me. I can't guarantee what will happen next. Chapter 207. Tang San's roller coaster of emotions. The Continental Senior Soul Master Academy Elite Competition has ended, but the Tiando Royal Academy, as the runner-up, still remains in Wuhuan City. Tang San sat by the window, his eyes filled with confusion. His injuries had long been healed by Tang Yin, leaving no scars behind. Not only that, but he also repaired the meridians in Tang San's body that had been slightly damaged due to the rapid increase in soul power during this time. Maybe I shouldn't dwell on this anymore. Tang San was also reflecting on his actions over the years. He had sacrificed too much to prove himself. Beside Tang San, Xiao was also in a daze. Xiao had felt very fatigued these days, after seeing her mother's remains. She often reminisced about the carefree days spent with her mother, Ruo, in the Stardow Forest. Back then, she was very mischievous, full of energy every day, and the 2 soul beasts, Deming and Erming, followed her like little shadows. Ruo always sat quietly by the Lake of Life, smiling as she watched everything unfold. The warm memories made Xiao Wu unable to hold back her tears. At that moment, the soul bone was still lying in Tang Yin's storage soul guide. Xiao Wu had once shamelessly begged Tang Yin for a Ruo soul bone, But Tang Yin remembered that Xiao Wu wanted him to take risks for her friends. To keep a handle on Xiao Wu, Tang Yin refused to give her the soul bone no matter what. Knock, knock. Knock. The door was knocked on, and Tang San thought it was his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, coming to find him, so he got up to open the door. When he saw that it was Yin, Tang San was a bit excited. Mom, how did you come? Yin's sudden arrival made Tang San so thrilled that he was somewhat tongue-tied. Yin smiled and said, Xiao San, I'm here to talk to you about the cultivation of your second martial soul. The second martial soul, cultivation. Hearing Yin mention the second martial soul, Tang San's hands involuntarily clenched, and cold sweat began to pour out from behind him. He had not revealed the matter of cultivating the second martial soul to anyone other than Yu Xiaojiang and Flender. This matter was absolutely confidential. Even during the finals, when he could use the Blue Silver King for defense, Tang San chose to confront Tang Yin directly. He only had one concern. That was not to expose that he had cultivated the second martial soul. Yin noticed that Tang San's reaction was strange, but did not delve deeper. Instead, she explained, yes, Xiao San, when you awakened your martial soul, your bloodline level only reached the Blue Silver King level. You did not completely inherit my Blue Silver Emperor bloodline. Your brother Xiao Yin possesses the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline, but his martial soul has not manifested. Only one can appear in each generation of Blue Silver Emperor. And your Blue Silver King martial soul can fully carry the power of the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline. The martial soul can also become the Blue Silver Emperor martial soul. So that's how it is. The desire for power enhancement had already been ingrained in Tang San's bones. Hearing that his martial soul could still evolve made him feel a bit of expectation. But then he thought about the 510,000 year soul rings attached to the second martial soul, and he became worried that this might affect the evolution of the martial soul later on. Xiao San, summon your Blue Silver King for me to see. Here it comes. Tang San knew that he could no longer hide it today. In front of Yin, any little tricks he had were ineffective. A dark Blue Silver King appeared in the palm of Tang San's right hand. And the originally pure leaf veins of the Blue Silver King had already attached a layer of purple, with toxic energy flowing within it like blood. Tang San, like in the original story, followed Yu Xiaojiang's method of cultivating the Blue Silver Grass, transforming the highly resilient control-type martial soul, Blue Silver King, into a poisonous vine. Upon seeing Tang San's Blue Silver King martial soul, Yin couldn't help but frown. Xiao San, tell me, how long have you been cultivating the second martial soul? Also, tell me the ages of the soul beasts you attached soul rings to the Blue Silver King. Yin was rarely this stern. While Tang San cultivating the second martial soul wasn't a big deal, blindly adding soul rings to it was tantamount to waste. Seeing that Yin didn't seem to be joking, Tang San had to tell her everything truthfully. The fifth soul ring is a 20,000 year green bamboo snake, Mom, that's all. Even though Tang San's mental age was already over 40 in front of Yin, he still felt like a child who had done something wrong. 510,000 year soul rings. Yin's brow was still tightly furrowed, as if she were calculating something. After a long time, she sighed. Xiao San, perhaps your father and I haven't paid enough attention to you, which made you develop the idea of cultivating the second martial soul to enhance your strength. If the quality of your Blue Silver King martial soul rings weren't so high, it might not affect the awakening of your bloodline, but Mom, isn't the compatibility of Blue Silver Grass quite high? Tang San felt that Yin's worries conflicted somewhat with his teacher Yu Xiaojiang's theory. This was indeed true, but Xiao San, you must understand that among the same type, the higher the quality, the more singular its effect tends to be, and the purer the bloodline becomes. The Blue Silver Emperor, as the plant closest to nature, prefers life the most. Yin shook her head and said, now that you have attached 510,000 year soul rings to the Blue Silver King, the nature of this martial soul has basically been determined. I can't guarantee whether the Blue Silver Emperor's bloodline can integrate with your currently chaotic Blue Silver King martial soul. Upon hearing this, Tang San realized that he most likely would not awaken the Blue Silver Emperor martial soul in this lifetime. Even though Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul theory had caused him trouble, Tang San felt no resentment at all. Instead, he reflected on his own impulsiveness. Yu Xiaojiang actually had his shortcomings, but that 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique he developed was quite good. The contents of the 10 core competitive theories he wrote about martial souls contained both truth and falsehood. The only way to know which was correct and which was wrong was to let people test each one. Tang San had become such an experimental subject. Seeing Tang San lower his head, Ain gently stroked his head, comforting him. Actually, it's not absolute. Even if it doesn't work the first time, if you and I go to a place for quiet cultivation for a few years, there is still a chance you can awaken. The place Ain spoke of was precisely the blue-silver forest. Moreover, she wasn't lying to Tang-san. Cultivating in the blue-silver forest would provide a slight buff to purifying the blue-silver bloodline in his body. Then, Mom, shall we leave now? Ain nodded and then looked at Xiao Wu. Do you want to come with us? Xiao Wu blushed and nodded. Chapter 208. The Hell Road. 1 year later. In the city of Slaughter, the Hell Slaughter Arena. On the slaughter platform, 8 out of 9 people had already fallen in a pool of blood. Dressed in white, Tang Yin was unscathed, the tip of a spear having just pierced through a fallen one's body, remaining flawless as usual. Oppo si Tang Yin. The only surviving fallen one knelt on the ground, his left hand covering the neatly severed wound of his right arm, looking at Tang Yin with eyes full of fear. Over the past year, Tang Yin's title of the White-Clothed Reaper had resounded throughout the entire city of Slaughter, alongside the title of the Fox Charm Fairy. The Fox Charm Fairy was none other than Hulaina, who had been with Tang Yin every day for the past year. When they first arrived in the city filled with evil and chaos, Tang Yin and Hulaina witnessed many disgusting things on the outside, but over time, they became desensitized to it. After entering the city of Slaughter, there is only one way to get out, to become the champion of the hell-killing field. Becoming a champion is quite simple, just win 100 matches. Even without the use of soul power, Tang Yin has already achieved 99 victories with his 2 self-created soul skills. Now, this match is the last one before his 100th win. Hulaina has already completed her 100 matches before Tang Yin. In truth, Tang Yin feels quite disappointed, because it has been a year, and the mystery in his heart remains unsolved. Now, he is almost about to forget about it. After all, he has been with Hulaina. Tang Yin knows what it means to be a direct disciple. In this era that values respect for teachers, Bibi Dong is like a mother to Hulaina. From the moment he accepted Hulaina, Tang Yin felt that there was no possibility between him and Bibi Dong. In fact, Hulaina is not in a hurry to leave the city of Slaughter. Although there is no sunlight here, the air is hard to breathe, and the atmosphere is oppressive. It is precisely because of this that Hulaina and Tang Yin have spent a year together. The initial pathological attachment is gradually fading, and their relationship is slowly returning to that of a normal couple. However, compared to the clingy Zhu Zhuqing, Hulaina is even more clingy and even more affectionate. Besides killing in the hell-killing field, the only thing they do together is exercise. But don't think this is just the younger siblings controlling their brains. In such a high-pressure environment, exercising undoubtedly relieves inner stress and helps reduce cortisol levels. On the battlefield, Tang Yin, carrying his fate, slowly walks towards the last opponent. Since Tang Yin and Hulaina have won 60 consecutive matches, most people avoid them when they are in line for matches. However, a small number of people, in order to stay in the inner city, have to risk their lives for a chance at a happy life for a while. The people here, if they can still be called people, are merely shells that are neither human nor ghost. After killing thousands, Tang Yin and Hulaina can still maintain their sanity, relying on the endless life energy provided by fate. This fierce-looking middle-aged man is merely a victim of misfortune. It would not be an exaggeration to say that everyone who fought against Tang Yin and Hulaina before their 90 victories held a sense of luck. But at this point, no one would come to face a situation where death is certain. This is no longer gambling, but a deliberate walk to death, knowing the final outcome. Unfortunately, this middle-aged man offended someone and was chased all the way to the hell-killing field. At that time, he chose to wait and die rather than die immediately. The rule of not being able to attack during the waiting period temporarily protected this middle-aged man, and the person chasing him did not dare to break the rules of the city of Slaughter, so he had to leave unwillingly. Please, spare me. The middle-aged man looked at Tang Yin, who was getting closer, and had no thought of resisting, just bowing his head repeatedly and pleading for mercy. Tang Yin showed no mercy, wasting not even a drop of saliva, and cleanly slit the man's throat. Tang Yin is kind-hearted, but he shows no mercy when dealing with evil people. There is no possibility of mistakenly entering the city of Slaughter. Those who come here, aside from people like Tang Yin and Hulaina who are undergoing training, are mostly those who have killed 9 out of 10 without wronging any good people. When the last person fell on the battlefield, Tang Yin also completed his 100 victories. Hulaina could not wait to rush over, as here, she did not need to care about anyone's gaze. Moreover, her actions at this moment are quite elegant in this place where there are no moral or legal constraints. 100 victories. How many years has it been since a strong person completed 100 victories? It seems like it has been over 20 years. That was a tall man, wrapped in a huge scarlet cloak. Beneath the mask, his skin was extremely pale, with only a pair of completely blood-red eyes exposed. He descended slowly from the air, seemingly unaffected by gravity. It was as if he was speaking to everyone in the arena, or perhaps to himself. The Slaughter King's crimson gaze swept over Tang Yin and Hulaina. 100 victories. Very good. To commend your achievements, I have decided to grant you the title of Killing God. From now on, you may enter and exit the city of Slaughter at will, and you will be appointed as guest officials under my command. In fact, the Slaughter King was still a bit wary of the person who sent these two little ancestors in. If they died on the Hell Road, that person would go mad, and the city of Slaughter would likely be destroyed. Are we leaving? Tang Yin felt a bit melancholic. Hulaina knew that there was a place called the Hell Road in the city of Slaughter, and that after achieving 100 victories, they needed to pass through the Hell Road to leave the city of Slaughter. But she did not understand why the Slaughter King would let her and Tang Yin leave directly, seeing that there was no objection from the other party. Just as the Slaughter King was about to speak, he suddenly trembled, and a complex pattern appeared in his crimson eyes. No, no, you still need to pass through the Hell Road to leave. Tang Yin could clearly sense that the Slaughter King in front of him seemed to have changed into a different person. Hulaina had already told him about the Hell Road, and Tang Yin had no interest in that so-called Killing God domain, as it did not provide significant benefits to his own cultivation. Moreover, stacking domains does not yield effects greater than the sum of their parts. Then please, Slaughter King, open the Hell Road. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloodline flew out from every person in the stands, converging together to open a bottomless black passage with enormous red energy. The spectators had long turned into shriveled corpses, looking at the road called Hell. A sense of unease rose in Tang Yin's heart. Chapter 209. Unease. Heartache. Before Tang Yin and Hulaina could react, a thick blood mist wafted out from the entrance, obscuring their vision. Tang Yin tightly held Hulaina's small hand, and the feeling of unease intensified as they were enveloped by the blood mist. A pattern formed from blood suddenly emerged before them, resembling a bird-like creature. Before they could discern it, the bird's eyes lit up, and even though Tang Yin activated his Xieji eye, his consciousness shattered in an instant. A massive red light shot up into the sky, instantly enveloping their bodies. Everything around them became blurry. Only the Slaughter King's deep and sharp voice echoed in their ears. Good luck on the Hell Road. Once Tang Yin and Hulaina's figures disappeared from their original spot, the Slaughter King's aged voice transformed into a seductive female voice. I didn't expect. You would come right to me, hee. A strange crimson glint flashed in the Slaughter King's eyes, and that red light resembled the eyes of the pattern that had just formed. Tang Yin felt like his body was falling endlessly, the surrounding air cold, evil, and dead. Even with the immense life energy protecting him, Tang Yin still felt discomfort. Just before his consciousness was shattered, he embraced Hulaina beside him. At this moment, Hulaina felt cold all over, as if her consciousness had plunged into a bottomless ice cave. The chilling sensation emanating from her heart pulled her awareness into the abyss like an invisible giant hand. Fortunately, the warmth from Tang Yin's chest constantly reminded Hulaina of her surroundings. Otherwise, in such an environment, her consciousness would surely have been invaded by the intense, killing intent around her. It was hard to tell how much time had passed, but as a violent tremor shook her, Tang Yin's consciousness gradually returned to his body, regaining control. Once he adjusted to the surrounding light, the dense blood-red glow that had surrounded them began to fade. An unfamiliar environment came into view. He and Hulaina were standing on a circular platform. This platform was only about 5 meters in diameter, quite small, and the original patterns on it were indistinguishable, with several areas showing damage. Surrounding the stone platform was a layer of faint red mist, even without the eye of the Xieji. Tang Yin could clearly see that beneath the platform was an endless abyss. After piercing through the darkness, he noticed that at the bottom, a river made of blood was flowing. In addition, there was a narrow path less than half a foot wide, just enough for 2 feet to stand side by side, leading into the unknown darkness. This was the only route from the platform to the outside world. Hulaina, who was in Tang Yin's arms, also regained her composure. She stood up from his embrace and extended her gaze along the narrow path. This should be the road to hell. Tang Yin said, there's a blood river beneath us, and the surrounding red mist is the vapor produced by the magma from the depths of the earth evaporating the blood river. After pondering for a moment, Hulaina slowly replied, it seems this road to hell is not only an exit, but may also be the core of the city of Slaughter. if nothing goes wrong. As long as we pass through this road to hell, we can obtain that domain of the god of slaughter. Tang Yin nodded in agreement with Hulaina's statement. For some reason, his unease grew stronger. He had never felt such heart palpitations before, not even when he was pierced through the heart by Bibi Dong's dagger. Let's move quickly. It's best to leave this place, Tang Yin decided, looking at the narrow path that could only accommodate one person. Hulaina knew she couldn't hold Tang Yin's hand while walking together. Before she could suggest who should go first, Tang Yin picked up Hulaina and walked toward the narrow path. Hulaina was momentarily taken aback by Tang Yin's sudden action, but being wrapped in this sense of security felt really good. Tang Yin walked quickly, yet his steps were steady. The narrow bridge felt like solid ground beneath him, even while carrying someone. Years of rigorous training had given Tang Yin an extraordinary sense of balance. And since Hulaina's weight was less than a tenth of his martial soul's destiny, he remained unperturbed even as the path shrank from half a foot to 3 inches. As they continued forward, Tang Yin could clearly feel the blood pool beneath them drawing closer, and the surrounding red mist became denser. The life energy within Tang Yin began to overflow, completely enveloping both him and Hulaina. Everything around them was blood red. Yet within half a meter around Tang Yin and Hulaina, there was vibrant greenery. The scene of flourishing vitality was still vivid in front of them. If Hulaina had not been able to see the surrounding blood mist, she would have thought she and Tang Yin were in a forest full of life. Suddenly, Hulaina, leaning against Tang Yin's chest, opened her eyes wide, her once gentle gaze now flashing with a sharp coldness. Tang Yin reacted a moment before Hulaina. He held her tightly with one arm while the destiny in his right hand appeared. The light from the eye of the Xieji burst forth, and Tang Yin's momentum surged to its peak. Ahead, a group of blood-red bats formed a red cloud, sweeping toward Tang Yin and Hulaina's direction. Faced with a wave composed of at least 3,000 bats, Tang Yin was unafraid. He merely pointed his right hand forward, causing the foremost blood bat to suddenly halt, with the following bats crashing into the one that had stopped. Boom, the leading bat's body exploded, and the red cloud erupted into even more brilliant colors as the bats' bodies fell into the abyss, swallowed by the blood river. The combined power of the eye of the Xieji and breaking the 1,000 armies was now on a whole different level. If the opposing group were a 1,000-strong cavalry unit composed entirely of soul masters at the soul sect level and below, Tang Yin could annihilate them with just this one move. Hulaina sighed in relief as the danger dissipated. Tang Yin's previous attack had left her somewhat entranced. If it weren't for the situation, she would have done something. Here comes something big. Tang Yin still did not relax. He reminded Hulaina, who was gathering her energy. Through the vision of the eye of the Xieji, he saw a creature hanging from the ceiling that was over 4 meters long, with 2 massive claws gripping the narrow path. Each claw had a diameter of over a meter, sharply embedded into the stone. A pair of enormous wings slowly spread from its dark golden body, with a terrifying wingspan of 10 meters. The claws suddenly released, and with the powerful flap of its wings, the enormous body took flight. This bat was entirely dark golden, and what was most terrifying was that it had 3 heads. Nana, if I attack you, will your teacher come looking for trouble with me? Tang Yin suddenly made an inappropriate joke to Hulaina in his arms. Hulaina felt a bit anxious, her grip around Tang Yin's waist tightening unconsciously. Tang Yin was not afraid of this dark golden bat. He was still confident he could take it down in an instant. However, that sense of unease surged once more. If he was not mistaken, this place must hold the key to resolving the turmoil in his heart. Likewise, it might also become his burial ground. If Hulaina hadn't followed him, perhaps she wouldn't have encountered such things. The dark golden 3-headed bat couldn't understand Tang Yin's cold joke. It opened its large mouth, emitting no sound. Yet both Tang Yin and Hulaina felt a piercing shriek echoing in their minds. Hold on to me. Tang Yin's voice was soft, but Hulaina heard it clearly. However, this time, she did not follow Tang Yin's instruction. Hulaina released her grip around Tang Yin's waist, poised agilely on the narrow path, and a 3-meter-long tail raised high behind her, instantly entering a combat stance. I'm not a burden, Hulaina added, a hint of pride in her tone. Tang Yin shook his head and smiled as he took out his Dragon Phoenix bow. Each time he drew the Dragon Phoenix bow, Tang Yin felt as if part of his bloodline was boiling, though he didn't know why. Perhaps he would understand in the future. But will I be able to see the sun of tomorrow? Drawing the bow, nocking an arrow, aiming and shooting. In one fluid motion, the arrow of destiny flew out, and before the dark golden 3-headed bat king could react, it plunged headfirst into the blood river of the abyss. Tang Yin spoke as casually as ever, Nana, let's go. Hulaina glanced back at Tang Yin. Although she felt a bit disappointed that he didn't continue to carry her after dealing with the danger, she was not one to be spoiled. As Hulaina continued to walk forward, she suddenly felt something was off. She looked back and saw Tang Yin still following her. Was it just her imagination? Clap, clap, clap. A series of applause echoed on this desolate hell road. The Tang Yin who had left with Hulaina was somehow still standing in place. Just moments ago, when Tang Yin felt he could use his soul ring, the unease in his heart reached its peak. To protect Hulaina, Tang Yin could only use his fifth soul skill to create a clone to follow Hulaina. The dim light here made it hard to distinguish between Tang Yin's real body and his clone. Perhaps by the time Hulaina sensed something was wrong, she would have already left safely. At this moment, Tang Yin cast his gaze towards the shadow deep in the darkness. The King of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter? Yes, but also no. He, little Yin, don't you recognize me? I saw you before you entered this city of slaughter for some reason. Tang Yin heard the hoarse male voice of the King of Slaughter transform into a delicate female voice. If Bibi Dong were present, she would surely recognize the owner of the voice. The Rakshasa god. Tang Yin furrowed his brow, unable to recall where he had heard that voice before. Hey, I've been thinking about you for 4 whole years, and you've forgotten about me. So soon the Rakshasa god complained a bit, then continued. Let me give you a hint. For years ago, above this place, the Rakshasa secret realm. You are the Rakshasa god. Tang Yin was taken aback, not understanding why the Rakshasa god would appear in this city of slaughter. He clearly felt that the divine heritage of the city of slaughter had no connection with that of the Rakshasa god. The attributes of the two were completely mismatched. Truly smart. I was initially planning to have some fun with your little girlfriend's body, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Tan Yin squealed, his mind racing to come up with a way to break the deadlock. But the opponent was a deity. Even if his soul power increased by 30 levels, he still had no chance against a deity of unknown strength. For years ago, I stayed in the Rakshasa Senior's secret realm for 3 years. Did the senior come to me for something? Tang Yin decided it was best not to anger her until he understood what she wanted. You're an interesting little fellow. You're clearly terrified inside, yet you're speaking so politely to me, calling me senior and junior. The Rakshasa god was not in a hurry and playfully teased Tang Yin. Seeing that his thoughts had been seen through, Tang Yin decided to drop the act. You can't be looking for me just to borrow my girlfriend's body for a quick fling, right? All right, I won't tease you anymore. The Rakshasa god, seeing Tang Yin lose interest, laid it all out. It's like this, one of your elders has offended me, and I'm quite unhappy. So I want you to die to vent my anger. Of course, I can't make a move myself, as long as you can survive the King of Slaughter. You really can live. After hearing the Rakshasa goddess words, Tang Yin had no time to think about the details. His right hand tightened around his fate. He knew that the King of Slaughter was a bona fide title Douluo, and his strength definitely exceeded level 95. 7 days ago, while working as usual, Bibi Dong suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. She frowned, thinking there was something wrong with her body. But after examining herself internally, she found no issues. Since becoming a title Douluo, Bibi Dong hadn't been sick at all. Even since she began her training, her health had been excellent. Now that she was close to becoming a god, it was unlikely she would fall ill. Could a god really die from illness? At first, Bibi Dong didn't pay much attention, but the sudden heart palpitations and the agonizing pain left her feeling uneasy. That night, she had a nightmare. In the nightmare, Tang Yin fell from a narrow bridge only half a foot wide into an endless abyss, covered in blood, with a clear indentation where his heart should be. No, Bibi Dong woke up from the nightmare. It was just a dream. But for several days in a row, she kept dreaming of that scene. Hell Road, Tang Yin. Bibi Dong remembered that Tang Yin had gone to the city of slaughter a year ago. She suddenly shivered, not daring to think any further. No, I have to go check. Hurriedly changing her clothes. Bibi Dong didn't even have time to arrange her follow-up tasks before disappearing into the vast night. Chapter 210. The Rakshasa's Defense Breached. The truth Hulaina walked forward for a long time without encountering any monsters living on Hell Road. As she delved deeper into hell, the surrounding blood mist grew thicker, and she could vaguely see some traces of the blood river beneath the abyss. It's getting higher. The rising temperature around her made Hulaina's snow-white skin appear blood-red, and both she and her martial spirit were very averse to this environment. Her pace quickened until a massive snake corpse appeared in her line of sight. The snake's corpse was dozens of meters long, most of its body submerged in the red blood river. Its body lay limply on this narrow hell road, displaying a bizarre red-black color. On the head and back of the snake floating in the blood river, There were 9 protrusions, each resembling a bright red mushroom, with a dim glow flowing within. Just as Hulaina was about to turn back to ask Tang Yin, she realized she seemed to be in special training. If she relied on Tang Yin all the way, would he find her bothersome? After hesitating for a moment, Hulaina mustered her courage and approached the snake corpse. Upon getting closer, Hulaina clearly saw the obvious fatal wound on the snake's body. The wound extended from the snake's head all the way to its tail, following the spine, and the depth and width of this fatal wound were exactly the same. To inflict such a wound required precise control of one's power, and the weapon used was certainly not ordinary. Hulaina looked around, feeling some fear at the possibility of a third stranger showing up besides her and Tang Yin. At that moment, a figure indeed appeared before Hulaina. It was too far away, and she could only make out the outline of a person. Her pupils dilated instantly, and the large tail behind her rose high, her entire delicate body adopting a bowing posture, ready to spring into action. At that moment, she also remembered to warn, "Little Yin, someone is coming." But this time, there was still no response. The tense atmosphere made Hulaina overlook many details, such as the fact that Tang Yin would definitely not let her take risks in the face of a 9-headed fiery sun snake corpse, or that Tang Yin would appear before her at the first instance of danger. Hulaina breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that the blurry figure was none other than her teacher, Bibi Dong. Hulaina found it a bit strange. How could her teacher be here at this time? Teacher? Hulaina tried to call out, but she didn't completely let her guard down. She maintained a fighting posture. In this hellish path, anything could happen. If the Bibi Dong in front of her was merely a mental illusion conjured within the hellish path, then relaxing too much would be dangerous. Bibi Dong looked extremely fatigued at this moment, with visible bloodshot eyes, and her originally plump and fair face now bore signs of hardship. She had no idea of Tang Yin's exact location. She could only rely on her unease and intuition to reach the exit of the hellish path. Without a moment's hesitation and disregarding the risks of recklessly entering, Bibi Dong plunged into the narrow opening meant for only one person. The tearing pain in her chest surged again, causing Bibi Dong to quicken her pace. A myriad of images flashed through her mind, including sweet moments with Tang Yin and the indifference and resolve he showed that night. I hope this is just my illusion. Not long after entering the hellish path, Bibi Dong saw her disciple and the shadow behind her. Few Bibi Dong slowly descended in front of Hulaina. "Nana, you guys didn't encounter any trouble, right?" The familiar voice eased most of Hulaina's doubts, but she still tentatively asked, "Teacher, do you know where my only birthmark is?" Bibi Dong, seeing Hulaina still in her martial soul manifestation, knew her disciple was still in a tense state and replied, "It's on the inner side of your left buttock. You told me when I bathed you as a child." Hearing the person in front of her reveal a secret only the two of them and Tang Yin knew, the last trace of doubt in Hulaina's heart dissipated. Besides Bibi Dong, it could only be Tang Yin. "Teacher, I miss you so much." Hulaina rushed over and hugged Bibi Dong tightly, her tail drooping down, becoming incredibly docile. Bibi Dong affectionately embraced Hulaina, but her gaze fell on Tang Yin. Tang Yin's expression. "Nana, what happened to Tang Yin?" Hearing Bibi Dong's question, Hulaina turned to look at Tang Yin. The Tang Yin before her was making cracking sounds, like the sound of mirrors shattering. The once fine Tang Yin suddenly shattered before her eyes. Hulaina finally sensed something was off. Bibi Dong immediately realized something had happened to Tang Yin. She knew that Tang Yin had a soul skill that could create a clone identical to himself. He had used this move in the finals. Xiaoyi must have sensed the impending crisis long ago and used the soul skill to bring Nana out to avoid worrying her. Now that the soul skill had vanished, there could only be two possibilities. Either the soul master voluntarily canceled the soul skill, or the soul master's main body sustained severe injuries and could no longer maintain the skill. Bibi Dong's heart leaned towards the latter. She didn't hesitate any longer and dashed down the small path towards the deeper part. Hulaina only realized a moment too late. But just as she was about to chase after her, Bibi Dong's voice reached her. "You can't help at all. Go outside. Think about why Tang Yin wanted to send you away." Hulaina's impulsive emotions were gradually overtaken by reason. She understood that Tang Yin must have encountered a terrifying enemy, and having her around would hinder his performance. However, being left alone in a safe place felt unsatisfactory. After struggling with her thoughts, her nails dug deeply into her flesh. Blood oozing, tears streamed down Hulaina's face, leaving two trails. It was the first time she hated her lack of strength so much. She couldn't help it all. In fact, Tang Yin did not merely send Hulaina away. His fifth soul skill also had a function for body replacement. In Tang Yin's plan, he intended for the clone to bring Hulayina close to the exit, and in an instant, he would complete the swap between his clone and his main body. Once out of the hellish path, neither the King of Slaughter nor the Rakshasa god could do anything to him. However, things did not go as planned. Tang Yin took a hit from the King of Slaughter, who struck casually. The blood-red magic sword in his hand unleashed a terrifying energy storm, and the surrounding blood mist instantly coalesced into tangible blood blades. But this time, fate collided with Tang Yin's chest, the immense force causing several cracks to appear in his ribs. This was not the first time he had spat out blood. The pale blue furnace of heaven and earth behind him only glimmered dimly now. Originally, in this already spiritually thin hellish path, it was already remarkable that the furnace could provide Tang Yin with soul power support. Now, as his physical strength waned, his energy could no longer sustain the operation of the furnace. The life energy within him was slowly depleting, repairing the damage to his body. But this situation, where there was only output and no input while consuming vast amounts, could not last much longer. The control over the King of Slaughter's body had not been completely lifted by the Rakshasa god, who excelled in tormenting others. Almost like playing a game of cat and mouse. As the cat, the Rakshasa god relished in the pleasure of torturing its prey. And the mouse, without a doubt, was Tang Yin. Are you stalling for time? Considering your little girlfriend is about to reach the exit, why not try to see if you can swap places with your clone? Tang Yin's heart sank as he knelt on one knee. The Rakshasa god had revealed his escape card. Tang Yin still held onto a glimmer of hope and attempted it, wondering if the Rakshasa god was just toying with him. But hope was ultimately just hope. Even though the connection between his main body and clone still existed, he felt a strange force blocking the swap. The King of Slaughter suddenly attacked, and this strike was sharper than all previous ones. Tang Yin was horrified and quickly used the Dragon Phoenix bow to shoot an arrow. The might of this sword light was weakened, but only slightly. No matter how gifted Tang Yin was, he could not defeat the King of Slaughter, one of the current 3 peerless Douluos, who possessed a super divine artifact. Moreover, it was under the partial control of a god. Even with 10 meters to go, Tang Yin could sense the immense energy contained within that scarlet sword light. If he did not take any action, his body would undoubtedly be cut in half. There was no time to dodge. In a moment of desperation, Tang Yin's mental power erupted, activating eternity. Everything around him slowed down. The flowing blood river, the steaming blood mist, and the deadly sword light flying towards him, including the King of Slaughter controlled by the god. Time was short, and Tang Yin adjusted his posture so that the sword light could only strike his abdomen. All the life energy within him coalesced at that point. Tang Yin was right. The deadly sword light only sent him flying several dozen meters, leaving a horrific wound on his abdomen. If it weren't for the life energy protecting him, the nearly shattered internal organs would have spilled out along Tang Yin's trajectory. Tang Yin's landing point was not good. His body had deviated slightly from the straight trajectory due to adjusting his angle. Enduring immense pain, Tang Yin barely grasped a corner of the hell road. The pain from his wound made him grimace, and blood flowed down, gathering between his teeth. Hey, why don't you listen to your sister? I told you. You can't escape from my grasp today. The King of Slaughter landed on the hell road, walking leisurely toward Tang Yin step by step. Sister? Just a twisted, perverted old hag. Tang Yin knew it would be difficult to leave alive today. Rather than suffocating in frustration, he might as well express his feelings. However, the Rakshasa god did not respond with words, but instead squatted down, stroking Tang Yin's still handsome face. TSK, tisk your parents gave you a good appearance. No wonder my inheritor is so infatuated with you. Tang Yin merely looked coldly at the King of Slaughter, not replying. Hey, look at you. Obviously my inheritor loves you so much, yet you have feelings for someone else. After saying this, she leaned closer to Tang Yin, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, as if savoring the moment, and said, let me see how many women's scents you have on you. 1, 2, 3, 6 women. Slap. The Rakshasa god controlled the King of Slaughter's body and slapped Tang Yin's face, causing a bruise to immediately appear on his fair skin. Scum. Men are indeed worthless. Tang Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered. I'm indeed not a loyal person, but looking at you, I bet some man must have despised you before you became a god. That man probably wouldn't even want to touch you. Shut up. The silent Rakshasa god suddenly let out a sharp explosion of sound, piercing through the eardrum of one of Tang Yin's ears. His body, hanging in the air, staggered, struggling to maintain balance. Very well, you've successfully angered me. The Rakshasa god's voice was no longer playful, but icy cold. Tang Yin chuckled. You've hit the mark. You are. MMM. The King of Slaughter's foot stomped hard on Tang Yin's fingers that were gripping the hell road, enduring the intense pain. Cold sweat began to bead on Tang Yin's forehead. As the pressure increased, the last bit of his strength was about to be exhausted. Just before losing consciousness, vivid figures flashed before Tang Yin's eyes. Sister Zhu Qing, I broke my promise. Sister Shui, about our agreement. Dean, about your promise. Hulaina, I'm sorry, I lied to you. In the very end, Bibi Dong's figure appeared in Tang Yin's mind. Faintly, he also heard the Rakshasa god's hysterical outburst after breaking down. I was abandoned? Yes. So what? My inheritor isn't abandoned either. You probably don't know the Rakshasa god seemed to regain some sanity and reveal the heart-wrenching truth to Tang Yin. In fact, Bibi Dong loves you very much. But she had to make you hate her to keep you alive. You never truly loved her. Can a white-haired old man prove anything? She even wanted to commit suicide. If it weren't for me, she would have died long ago. Seeing Tang Yin's face twitch, the Rakshasa god knew he had also broken down at this moment. Ultimately, Tang Yin's memory recalled that night when Bibi Dong had almost pleaded with him. Clearly, her temperament was so noble and domineering, yet in private before him. She was like that. I am sorry. Tang Yin's consciousness faded, and he realized he would never have the chance to say this to Bibi Dong in person. His body fell helplessly into the abyss. Chapter 211. Born for Love. Heartbroken longing as his consciousness scattered, Tang Yin suddenly felt someone catch his falling body. The person's arms were thin, but very strong. A familiar scent filled his nostrils. But Tang Yin no longer had the energy to think about who it was. He just weakly murmured, "Go away," and then lost all awareness. In Tang Yin's perception, there was no one on the continent who could defeat the King of Slaughter, not even Qian Rinchue's grandfather, Qian Dalu. Coming to save him would only cost another life. Just before his consciousness fell into a deep sleep, Tang Yin felt a few warm droplets fall onto his face. Is it raining? Bibi Dong looked at the bloodied Tang Yin in her arms, and her heart felt like it was bleeding. Even though Tang Yin had lost consciousness, there was still a faint green light emanating from him, which indicated something to Bibi Dong, a title de law. When a soul master dies, the soul power accumulated within them dissipates into the world in different ways. Soul power comes from the heavens and earth, and after death, it should return to the heavens and earth. Tang Yin was currently in such a state. However, the remaining life energy within him still maintained his basic vital signs. But now he was merely hanging on by a thread. No, don't die. Bibi Dong watched as Tang Yin's vitality began to fade away little by little. But there was nothing she could do, only watch helplessly. Yo, isn't this our little Dong? What are you doing here? The Rakshasa god had long sensed Bibi Dong's arrival and intentionally timed it so that she could witness how Tang Yin died. Anyone can find love, but you, Bibi Dong, who chose to inherit my divine position, absolutely cannot. Bibi Dong ignored the Rakshasa god. She just quietly held Tang Yin tightly, trying to warm his increasingly cold body with her own warmth. Ah, what a pity. Your little lover already knows everything you did to him, but unfortunately, he doesn't even have the chance to talk to you now. What a shame. Well, you and I, we are both people of misfortune. Those of us burdened with the dirtiest sins and grievances of the world will never enjoy the blessing of love. Why not? Let's join hands and turn this Douluo continent into a purgatory. Bibi Dong placed Tang Yin's body on the hell road and slowly stood up. When she raised her head, 2 blood tears slid down her cheeks, and her crimson eyes seemed to burn with anger. Rak, Shasa, God! Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, instantly completing the true form of the Death Spider Emperor's martial soul. What Rakshasa god, what divine test, what revenge, none of that matters anymore. Nothing matters anymore. Everything is unimportant now. What Bibi Dong wanted to do now was only to kill the one before her. The Rakshasa god was not angry. Having just vented a long-suppressed frustration, she was in a very good mood. As for the words that had broken her defenses, they were merely the last desperate rage of a dying man. Hee, can you kill me? I'm just controlling the body of the King of Slaughter. What do you do to me? Come on, little Donner, be a good girl, put away your martial soul, obediently merge with the divine power I grant you. And as long as you complete the 9 tests, you will be the new Rakshasa god. Perhaps by then, you can even try to resurrect your Tang Yin. The Rakshasa god showed no regard for Bibi Dong's emotions, as it was unnecessary. Unless Bibi Dong died, the divine trial would exist forever. As for suicide, could Bibi Dong, who possessed the Rakshasa god seed, do that? Bibi Dong's 8 spider legs were deeply embedded in the heartstone. The Rakshasa god was right. No matter how much she wanted revenge, What could she do against the Rakshasa god? It was intended to use the divine trial to corrupt your spirit, but unexpectedly, it was ruined by your little lover. Since I've gone through the trouble of coming down, I might as well help you complete this little ritual. With a wave of the king of Slaughter's hand, a wisp of purple-black gas flew toward BB Dong's direction. The gas floated slowly, yet BB Dong showed no intention of dodging. She knew that anything she did now would be futile. This feeling of helplessness, being directly locked onto, filled BB Dong with humiliation and rage. When the purple-black mist entered BB Dong's mind, her martial soul's true form was instantly released. The purple-black mist did not envelop anywhere else but BB Dong's sea of spirit. The scars that had been gradually smoothed over those 3 years by Tang Yin were now overshadowed by the remnants of his healing energy, apart from her own power. Once the purple-black Rakshasa consciousness entered BB Dong's sea of spirit, it arrogantly began to invade every corner. BB Dong did not sit idly by. She attempted to fight back, trying to expel this energy that did not belong to her. But before the god, BB Dong was no different from Tang Yin. The intense pain of her sea of spirit being torn apart made BB Dong clutch her head, painfully crawling on the ground. This familiar feeling reminded her of Tang Yin. But this time, who could protect her? The hero bestowed by heaven had already been harmed by her. Indeed, BB Dong blamed everything on herself. She felt that if it weren't for her, Tang Yin would be very happy right now. The invasion of the Rakshasa consciousness proceeded smoothly, but when it reached 1/3, the Rakshasa god suddenly let out a piercing wail. The king of slaughter, controlled by her, staggered and fell directly into the blood river below the abyss. The power invading BB Dong's mind receded like tide. After a brief pause, BB Dong crawled toward Tang Yin without caring about her appearance. Using both her hands and feet, she looked somewhat comical, but she didn't care at all. Enduring the severe pain from her sea of spirit, BB Dong shakily reached out to check Tang Yin's breath. Gone. BB Dong looked as if she had lost her soul, her eyes filled with a grayish-white stillness. At that moment, an ordinary-looking white flower floated out from Tang Yin's storage soul guide, beneath which lay a large black stone. BB Dong was quickly drawn to this flower, a voice in her heart telling her that as long as she picked this flower, she could save her beloved. When her fingertip touched the petal, BB Dong instantly understood how to pick this flower. Since ancient times, the tears of longing have been the most heartbreaking. The lovelorn red, sensing that a pair of lovers was about to be separated by life and death, could not silently watch everything unfold. BB Dong carefully cradled the lovelorn red in her hands, beginning to recall the moments with Tang Yin. Her heart reached a state of peace, and all memories of being together with Tang Yin began to surface. The two life-saving graces, 3 years of companionship, the connection from their past life. All the beauty coalesced in BB Dong's heart into the deepest love in the world. But the final trial also came: Tang Yin's infidelity, his sarcasm, indifference, and resoluteness. BB Dong tried to control herself not to think about these things, but she could not, simply could not. Just as her state of mind was about to shatter, she remembered the song Tang Yin liked to sing to her. Circles outlined fingerprints. Xiao Yin, I have never regretted loving you. Never. BB Dong spat a mouthful of blood onto the lovelorn red. When the first drop of blood fell on the white petals of the lovelorn red, the originally ordinary little white flower instantly bloomed with a brilliant red light. The silk-like petals of the lovelorn red became stunningly vivid, as if BB Dong's blood had brought the flower to life. The lovelorn red, now exuding a golden red sheen, revealed its original form after absorbing the blood of true love. BB Dong plucked a few petals and placed them in her mouth. The petals of the lovelorn red melted in her mouth, turning into a flowing spiritual liquid. Even just holding in her mouth, BB Dong could feel the powerful energy contained within the flower. Tang Yin no longer had the ability to swallow on his own. This was one of the few methods BB Dong could think of. Gripping Tang Yin's chin, BB Dong kissed him without a hint of hesitation. This was her second kiss. BB Dong found it absurd that every intimate moment with her beloved occurred when the other was on the brink of death. But it was the only time she could let go of everything and love Tang Yin. It was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. After BB Dong fed the entire lovelorn red into Tang Yin's mouth, his body, which had lost all signs of life, seemed to come back to life again. The pallid cheeks regained some color, as the terrifying power of the lovelorn red coursed through Tang Yin's body. The body, which had long been depleted, began to absorb the scant spiritual power from the world, and the heart that had stopped beating started to beat forcefully again. However, There were still no signs of Tang Yin waking up. After everything was done, Bibi Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The mental fatigue and physical pain nearly causing her to faint. Her strong will pulled her back. Looking at Tang Yin, whose complexion had returned to normal, Bibi Dong couldn't help but reach out to caress his cheek. Once the crisis had passed, the courage she had shown earlier had vanished. Xiao Yin, my greatest wish now is for you to be well. Now you're not lacking in women. Besides Xiao Shui and Nana, there are many, many girls. They will surely take good care of you. In fact, I've come to terms with it. Even that Lu Erlong, whom I despise the most, is still pure. While I am no longer the Bibi Dong, who could completely belong to you. Perhaps our meeting was a mistake. Yes, just for you. Encountering me brought you too much misfortune. Your mother told me there was a chance for us to reunite, but I don't want to continue to bring you disaster. You will surely have many, many children in the future. We had one too, in our last life. Our child was named Tang Yin. Bibi Dong rambled on, and by the end, her eyes were filled only with reluctance for Tang Yin. Seeing that Tang Yin was mostly unharmed, Bibi Dong suddenly turned decisively. Want to leave before he woke up. But as she was about to rise, her hand was grabbed by a hand. Before she could react, Tang Yin, still somewhat weak, embraced Bai Dong from behind. Bai Dong could feel Tang Yin's weakness at this moment, as well as his determination. As long as she wanted to leave. Even to peak Tang Yin couldn't stop her, let alone now. Sister Dong, I'm sorry. Please don't go, don't leave me, okay? Tang Yin's head rested on Bai Dong's shoulder, and to conserve energy, he didn't even open his eyes. Hearing Tang Yin's words, Bai Dong was already in tears. She had clearly made up her mind just moments ago, but upon hearing Tang Yin's words, that ridiculous determination shattered into pieces. How could she not want to spend the rest of her life with Tang Yin? But Tang Yin struggled to lift his hand and stopped at the left side of Bai Dong's chest. He wasn't trying to take advantage of her, but rather to remember Bai Dong's sacrifices. Sure enough, Tang Yin felt a scar only an inch long at Bai Dong's chest. Sister Dong, I'm sorry. You have given so much, yet I always thought I was the victim. Tang Yin's words were intermittent due to his weakness. Don't say any more. I know everything. Bai Dong feared that Tang Yin's already weak body would collapse. No, it's okay. Sister Dong, I have many women around me now. Will you not want me anymore? Tang Yin sounded like a child who had made a mistake. What qualifications do I have to dislike you? Xiao Yin. Bai Dong raised her head, trying to appear strong. Sister Dong, actually, you were so beautiful that night. After we go back this time, can you wear that for me again? Please, Sister Dong, okay. Bai Dong almost used all her strength to say this word. After saying that, she could no longer suppress her tears, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking pity. At that moment, a figure that was very important to Tang Yin unexpectedly flew out from Bai Dong's body. When Tang Yin saw the countless light spots outlining an image in the air, he couldn't help but exclaim, Master! Tang Yin had many teachers, but he only had one master. The image of old turtle floated in the air, quietly watching Bai Dong and Tang Yin. Bai Dong also looked up at that extremely old figure, and Tang Yin's address had already indicated his identity. Xiao Yin, long time no see. You should have grown up by now. As you can see, this is just an image I carved in advance. There's no need to try to find me, because I have already died. The fact that you can see this image means that you have survived that crisis. Next, I will tell you the whole truth. Chapter 212, Destiny, Fate. Truth? Both Tang Yin and Bai Dong looked puzzled. Old Turtle didn't elaborate further. He was merely an image now, and he would only follow the fixed procedures of his past life to execute commands. After waiting for Tang Yin and Bai Dong to adapt for a while, countless light points scattered and a starry sky scene appeared before them. In the vast universe, there was not just endless darkness. Countless celestial bodies were emitting scorching light. Chaotic elemental storms stirred up waves in the universe, refracting brilliant and colorful lights. This seemed to be a first-person perspective, with the surrounding scenery advancing at an unimaginable speed. Eventually, the scene froze on a planet with 4 continents: Douluo continent, Sun and Moon continent, and the later Dolan continent and Xinghua continent, while almost all other places were filled with blue oceans. Around this, there were many similar planets, and above these planets was a misty, colorful realm. Bai Dong immediately recognized the name of this realm, Divine Realm. The Rakshasa secret realm did not actually belong to the Douluo continent, nor did the city of Slaughter where Tang Yin and Bai Dong were located. These 2 places were very special, like small realms attached to the Douluo continent realm, yet somewhat different. More accurately, the city of Slaughter and the Rakshasa secret realm were connecting passages between the Douluo divine realm and the Douluo continent realm. As the perspective swept down towards the Douluo continent from the divine realm, a golden figure suddenly appeared in the field of vision. Her appearance was absolutely rare in the world, with golden hair cascading behind her, smooth and gentle facial curves, and golden eyes possessing a captivating magical ability. Bai Dong couldn't help but exclaim because this person's appearance bore some resemblance to Qianren Xue. The perspective paused in front of this woman who looked like Qianren Xue. She was similar to Qianren Xue, but more accurately, Qianren Xue was similar to her, both having 3 pairs of holy angel wings behind them. However, her condition seemed a bit off. Her entire aura was very weak, and her body beneath the white dress flickered between reality and illusion. "Senior, may I disturb you?" Her voice carried an ethereal and surreal feeling that could calm one's heart, like a conversion. "What is it?" An ancient voice came, indistinguishable from old turtles. This voice confirmed Tang Yin's speculation. He was now seeing the scene of his master arriving at the Douluo continent. "Senior, I have been plotted against, my time is short, and my body is about to collapse. Seeing that the place you're going to is the Douluo continent, I dare to stop you. But it's okay. If you can help me, I will do my utmost." Old Turtle was not an easy person to talk to, but he had calculated that he had a thread of causality with the person in front of him. This causality came from the future. "I am called Qian Shui, known as the angel god in this divine realm. I have left a trace of bloodline in the Douluo continent. I have little time left, but I fear that my fall will lead to the severing of the bloodline in the lower realms. I hope that Senior can bring my divine essence to the lower realm, helping my descendants become the new angel god." Qian Shui sensed a terrifying aura from Old Turtle. Although she could become a first-level deity, she did not dare to casually cross the universe. Yet Old Turtle, who looked like just a remnant soul, could perform long-distance crossings, and his strength was absolutely far beyond that of anyone in the divine realm. It was not something that could be easily disclosed without knowing the other party's details, but she was already at her wit's end. If she didn't do this, the angel lineage, which failed in the belief war, would be forever buried in the dust of history by the victorious sea god. Okay, Old Turtle's reply was still very simple. The angel god Qian Shui seemed to be in a hurry. After Old Turtle agreed, the already ethereal body ignited with white flames and transformed into a drop of dazzling golden essence blood. That drop of essence blood flew towards Old Turtle and fell together towards the Douluo continent. As the perspective shifted, Bai Dong saw herself kneeling on the ground, blushing as she argued with a golden-haired man about something. Tang Yin could clearly feel that the person in his arms was trembling uncontrollably. "Girl, don't be afraid. Keep watching." At this moment, Old Turtle's voice sounded, and from his soothing tone, Tang Yin faintly heard a hint of guilt. When Bibi Dong saw the disgusted face of Qian Xuanji, she did not feel a frenzy of killing emotions, but rather a hint of fear. Even though Tang Yin no longer hated her after learning the truth, she was still worried that he would harbor resentment because of this matter. However, the scene before her seemed somewhat different from her memories. After being knocked unconscious by Qian Xuanji, Bibi Dong slowly woke up in the secret chamber. She curled up, panicking as she checked herself, and breathed a sigh of relief upon finding herself intact. Thank goodness beside Bibi Dong lay the already unconscious Qian Xuanji. Once she calmed down, she lifted her head. Her expression in the scene was somewhat dazed, as if she had seen something incomprehensible. At the same time, a real image appeared in Bibi Dong's mind. "Who are you? And did you save me?" This question from Bibi Dong was not strange, as she could not sense the soul of the old turtle from a ball of light like an angel. "I did not come to save you." The old turtle's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Bibi Dong's heart. The recent trauma of nearly being violated by the person she trusted most had already left a significant shadow in her heart. "I am here on someone else's behalf." Just as the old turtle was about to explain, he suddenly fell silent. Oh destiny, child, because of my arrival, your fate has already changed. But it is too early now. With my current strength, I cannot predict whether the changes happening now are good or bad for you and me. In the scene, Bibi Dong looked somewhat silly. At that time, it was clear that her eyes still held a hint of untainted clarity and innocence. "I should not have come here. According to the original trajectory of fate, you should have already been violated by your teacher, and in the future, you would have a daughter with him. Ultimately, you would be gravely injured and on the brink of death to save your daughter, and your daughter would self-destruct her divine position, becoming a prisoner." After hearing about her future fate, Bibi Dong felt as if struck by lightning. The future she imagined should not be like this. She should be forever together with the person she loved. "My arrival has changed your fate. Destiny will separate you, but will also bring you together. But by then, will you still be willing to accept him, who is no longer devoted? Is it Xiao Gang? Bibi Dong tilted her head, voicing her confusion. Because when she heard the old turtle narrate her original fate, Yu Xiaojing had already become one with his cousin Lu Erlong. Seeing this scene, Bibi Dong's head also drooped, her hand gripping her clothing tightly, twisting the fabric together. No, because of my arrival, a new life is about to be born. He does not belong to the original timeline, but is closely related to the Child of Destiny from the original timeline. Child of Destiny? Tang San? Bibi Dong was clever and immediately thought of Tang San, who could defeat her and her yet-to-exist daughter in a one-on-two fight. That's right. He and Tang San will be fraternal brothers. Huh? Bibi Dong was stunned. She knew that Tang San was even younger than her daughter. It seems I have gained a bit of an advantage. Then, can I? Bibi Dong felt her request was quite presumptuous, but at that time, she was not fond of either of the two known futures. Child, fate is already determined. Everything is as it is. Now, you have two choices. One is the original fate, and the other is a different future. Bibi Dong fell silent, lowering her head as she began to make her choice regarding fate. I choose the second. After a long time, Bibi Dong made her choice. The old turtle said no more. A beam of light flew toward Bibi Dong, and she fell unconscious once again. The scene blurred. Child, Qianrenxue is your child. This is an unchangeable fate. I have already suffered a tremendous backlash from trying to defy fate. The old turtle reappeared, and his voice still carried some guilt. After Bibi Dong fell unconscious, he infused the blood of the angel god Qianxue into her body for conception, resulting in the birth of Qianrenxue. To avoid prematurely altering the predetermined fate, the old turtle sealed this memory of Bibi Dong, returning everything to the original timeline. The pain of being violated, the heartache of parting, the zombie-like existence in the city of slaughter, an identical journey. The only difference was that when Bibi Dong was about to fall into the abyss, she encountered her redemption in this life. After doing all this, I often wonder if what I did was right or wrong. In a universe belonging to the old turtle, to defy the heavens and change fate, allowing the civilization of the universe to continue. He secretly orchestrated the calamity of 10,000 races, staining the heavens with blood, and countless lives turned to dust in the wars he controlled from the shadows. The killer, who had directly and indirectly stained the blood of countless trillions of lives, now reflected on how he had twisted the fate of a pair of lovers. Humans are complex. The world is neither black nor white, but a delicate gray. Pure people do exist, and bad people can have moments of kindness, while good people can sometimes be controlled by desire. Xiao Yin, I know that when you learn about this, you may not necessarily hate me, but there will still be some resentment in your heart. Just as Tang Yin was about to speak, the old turtle continued. No need to rush to refute. When I recorded this footage, I had not seen you, but I saw your kindness from the future. Child, don't worry about the issue of the Rakshasa, God's inheritance within you anymore. When you hear me say this, the Rakshasa divine position is already an ownerless entity. In some time, you will be able to fully integrate with it. This can be considered my compensation to you. The old turtle smiled like a kind old man. Child, the light boat has passed through countless mountains. Your future will be smooth sailing. Go fulfill your ideals, enjoy your life, and remember, I am just a passerby in your life. The old turtle, who had been trapped by fate for a lifetime, completely disappeared from the world. Bibi Dong and Tang Yin maintained this posture for a long time, both still in shock. This feeling of being destined felt very magical to them. Master, Tang Yin's heart was full of emotion. The bond between him and the old turtle was truly deep. Without the old turtle, there would be no Tang Yin in this world. Xiao Yin. Bibi Dong's voice made Tang Yin slightly turn his head, meeting her gaze as she also moved closer. Donger, don't hate my master. Having regained that memory, Bibi Dong reached out to cover Tang Yin's mouth, stopping the words he was about to speak. Xiao Yin, your teacher is also a benefactor of my fate. He not only saved me, but also allowed me to meet you. After learning that she had merely had a child with a woman, this feeling was strange. But the last trace of resentment in her heart had already vanished. She was still Bibi Dong, but she was Bibi Dong who belonged to Tang Yin. As for the relationship with Qianrenxue, forget it, no need to think about it. Bibi Dong looked at the lips so close to her, slowly closed her eyes, and leaned in. For lips met, with no desire, only beauty and deep affection. Hulaina, who had been waiting at the exit for a long time, had red eyes. Unable to understand the situation inside, she could only pace anxiously outside. Originally, she wanted to go in, but she realized that after leaving the Hell Road, she could not return through that opening. While pacing back and forth, a figure appeared behind Hulaina, and the huge shadow cast by the figure completely blocked the tall Hulaina. When she turned around, she found that it was Tang Yin's father. Hulaina grabbed Tang Hao's hand like she had found a lifeline, her expression panicked, her voice trembling but urgent. Uncle. Xiaoyin is in danger inside. He hasn't come out for a long time. My teacher has also been in there for a long time, but there hasn't been any news. Uncle, you must save Xiaoyin. Tang Hao, who had originally come to pick up Tang Yin, instantly lost his composure upon hearing this news. Wait for me. After leaving those two words, he plunged into the hell road. Tang Hao's momentum had already reached its peak, with a layer of blood-red malevolence surging on the Haotian hammer in his hand. He would not allow Tang Yin to be seriously injured again under his watch. Not only could he not accept it, but Yin, who was also worried about Tang San's martial soul evolution, would not forgive him either. But when he arrived at the scene of the incident, he was stunned. Tang Yin and Bibi Dong, who were kissing, were also taken aback. Tang Yin looked at his old father and gave an awkward smile. Father. Bibi Dong leaned in Tang Yin's embrace, shyly burying her head in the crook of his neck. In the divine realm, within the palace of the Rakshasa god died on her most beloved throne. Her death was extremely tragic, with purple-black blood flowing from her 7 orifices and her eyes wide open in a horrifying manner. On her chest, a black heart had been forcibly pulled out by herself, held in her hand that hung in front of her chest. Synopsis. In the heavens and earth are the furnace, creation is the craftsman, yin and yang are the charcoal, and all things are the copper. Heaven and earth as a furnace can refine the world. Phoenix bones as the frame, dragon tendons as the strings, soaking in the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, bathing in the blood of dragons, phoenixes, and all beasts, refined into treasures, which are the world's rarest gems.